The atmosphere in the air is thick enough to choke on, charged with a heavy mix of suffocation, intense pride, and massive expectations. After months of anticipation, the grand awakening ceremony that everyone has been waiting for has finally arrived, turning the entire academy grounds into an absolute pressure cooker. If you look across the courtyard, you can see massive crowds of students flooding in like an endless wave, having traveled from every distant corner and hidden region of the continent just to be here today. These aren't just ordinary kids either. Every single one of them is a representative of a legendary, high-ranking noble bloodline, carrying the heavy weight and history of their family names on their shoulders. They stand tall, eyes flashing with ambition, absolutely desperate to flaunt their overwhelming power, trample over anyone who gets in their way, and prove to the world that they belong at the absolute top of the food chain. Now, the test they have to face is brutally straightforward, leaving zero room for trickery. Looming over the arena is a colossal steel wall, engineered to be insanely thick and completely indestructible. To pass, a student simply has to step up and strike it hard enough to leave a deep, unmistakable mark on that solid metal surface. There are no complex rules to exploit and absolutely no excuses allowed. The equation is simple. The more devastating the damage you inflict, the higher your score climbs. It is a raw, unforgiving exhibition of pure, unadulterated destructive power. Stepping up to the plate first is a nervous student from a low-tier minor family. You can see the desperate ambition in his eyes. He clearly views this terrifying trial as his one and only golden ticket to drag his name out of obscurity. He plants his feet, white-knuckling the hilt of his weapon as he channels every single drop of strength hidden within his muscles, throwing his entire body weight into one single, desperate strike. But reality is harsh. Despite pouring every ounce of his soul into the blow, the heavy impact subsides to reveal nothing but a pathetic, microscopic scratch on the surface that you can barely even see. With the weaklings out of the way, the real monsters finally begin to make their move. The true elite, born from the most powerful and untouchable noble houses on the continent, begins stepping out of the crowd. These highborn prodigies are practically overflowing with massive reserves of raw mana. One by one, they stride forward with smug, arrogant smiles, completely confident in their superiority, as they unleash the full, terrifying extent of their magical power onto the target. Yet, even with all their hype, the grand display falls completely short of being awe-inspiring. For all their vaunted genius and overwhelming pride, the colossal steel wall stands firm, taking nothing more than shallow, superficial dents. Even so, looking at those minor dents, a chilling realization washes over the entire crowd of onlookers. It becomes glaringly obvious to everyone watching that an ordinary, run-of-the-mill student wouldn't even have the right to even dream of standing on the same stage, let alone matching strides with these monstrously talented elite highborns. But right at that exact moment of intimidation, our main character chooses to walk right into the arena. He possesses the absolute audacity to step onto a stage where, looking strictly at the facts on paper, he is completely outclassed and utterly out of his depth. This is Theo Ragnar. He carries the name of the legendary Ragnar family, a clan famous for a bloodline rumored to inherit the literal legacy and power of ancient dragons. The catch? He is merely the illegitimate son. And because Theo was born from a forbidden union, completely outside the rightful and proper line of family succession, his arrogant, pure-blooded siblings have spent their entire lives treating him like absolute garbage, looking down their noses at him as if he were nothing more than a stain on their pristine name. To the rest of the family, Theo is less than human. Just a piece of useless background noise, a pathetic, talentless weakling permanently relegated to rotting at the very bottom of the clan's hierarchy. Which is precisely why his half-brothers, his half-sisters, and every single spectator whispering in the stands have already written him off, completely convinced that he is about to utterly humiliate himself in front of the entire academy. Yet, as he walks forward, Theo's expression doesn't show even a microscopic hint of fear or hesitation. Without breaking his steady stride or lowering his chin for even a second, he marches directly into the center of the arena, moving with the calm certainty of a man who already knows exactly how this script ends. The sheer aura of unshakable confidence radiating off him is so overwhelming that he doesn't look like a family failure at all. Instead, he looks like a true protagonist finally stepping into the spotlight for his grand awakening. Slowing his steps just a fraction, Theo reaches down and wraps his fingers firmly around the hilt of his sword. With complete tranquility, he walks right up to the shadow of the towering, immovable steel wall, and with a fluid, blindingly fast motion, he draws his blade, letting loose a perfectly controlled, elegant slash. The strike is executed with such terrifying sharpness, such absolute precision, and such flawless execution, that the supposedly indestructible steel wall splits wide open beneath his blade, parting as effortlessly as a chunk of soft butter melting under a red-hot knife. That single, effortless display of absolute, godlike power instantly paralyzes the entire stadium. The spectators freeze dead in their tracks, their jaws dropping to the floor in sheer terror, completely unable to process the impossible sight they just witnessed. It's the ultimate mind-breaking flex that absolutely nobody in their right mind saw coming. A moment so utterly absurd that it instantly demolishes every single insult and expectation they ever held against him. And honestly, you can't even blame them for losing their minds like that, because Theo wasn't always this terrifying, unstoppable monster capable of making haughty high-tier nobles shake with fear. To understand how he got here, we have to look back. For well over a millennium, the legendary Ragnar clan had reigned supreme as the Empire's ultimate northern shield, standing at the borders like an eternal, unbreakable fortress wall against any threat. Their mythical strength was rooted in a legendary, unique physique, one that ancient myths claimed was directly passed down to their ancestors by the dragons themselves. Because of this draconic heritage, every legitimate member born into the clan was blessed from birth with massive reserves of magical mana, near-infinite physical stamina, and a supernatural, instinctive genius for the way of the sword. Those godlike blessings were supposed to be an absolute birthright for anyone carrying Ragnar blood in their veins. But there was one tragic, painful anomaly in the family line. Theo, the very protagonist of our story, completely lacking even a single shred of magical talent or any of the physical gifts expected of his noble lineage. The family branded him a worthless outcast, openly calling him a mistake and treating him like literal dirt beneath their boots. Even the personal swordsmanship instructor who was formally tasked with guiding and training him looked at him with nothing but pure disgust. And then, one fateful day, absolute catastrophe struck without warning as a violent, bloody attack descended directly upon the Ragnar estate. As screams and pure chaos erupted all around the manor, Theo found himself utterly powerless, unable to save a single soul or do anything to change the horrific nightmare unfolding before his eyes. By the time he was left collapsed on the cold ground, mortally wounded and bleeding out as his life force slowly drained away, the grim truth finally clicked in his fading mind, revealing the mastermind behind the slaughter. It was Rendon, the very sword master who had sworn to train him, the teacher he trusted, was the monster who had orchestrated this ultimate betrayal. Standing over Theo's broken body, Rendon looked down at him with a cruel, mocking sneer, laughing as he mentioned how he had watched the boy practice diligently at the crack of dawn every single morning. To Rendon, all those exhausting hours of training, all those agonizing struggles, and every single desperate tear Theo had shed to try and grow stronger, had been nothing more than a pathetic, meaningless comedy act. No matter how desperately Theo thrashed against his fate, no matter how much agonizing effort he used to force a spark of life back into his broken, bleeding frame, the brutal reality was set in stone. He was never, ever going to escape from this living nightmare. Without a single microscopic shred of mercy or hesitation, Rendon stepped forward, his face a mask of cold indifference as he swung his heavy sword in a brutal, sweeping arc, slicing clean through Theo's arm with a sickening tear. A violent rush of crimson blood erupted from the horrific wound, spraying across the dirt and spilling everywhere as a wave of absolute, unadulterated agony hit his central nervous system all at once, blinding him with pain. Theo's physical shell gave out instantly under the trauma. He collapsed heavily onto the hard ground, his fingers clawing fruitlessly at the dirt as he shrieked in agony, screaming until his raw vocal cords nearly tore themselves completely apart. Rendon loomed over him like a shadow of death, showing zero human emotion as he reached down, grabbed a fistful of Theo's tangled hair, and violently yanked his head upward as if the boy weighed absolutely nothing at all. Holding the bleeding boy suspended by his hair, Rendon leaned in close, forcing Theo to listen to his low, venomous voice as he spat out that every single drop of blood being spilled here today was entirely Theo's own fault. With a cruel yank, he twisted Theo's head toward the horizon where the Grand Rose Palace was currently burning to ash, forcing his fading vision to watch the roaring flames swallow his entire life, before whispering that his family was being slaughtered because he was simply too weak to protect them. And then, as if tearing his soul apart wasn't enough, footsteps approached through the smoke, and another attacker dragged over the cold, lifeless body of Theo's mother, tossing her down like a broken doll right in front of his face. Rendon stared down at the weeping boy with hollow, dead eyes, utterly devoid of warmth, and stated flatly that even her tragic demise was a direct consequence of his own pathetic incompetence. Yet, even with his world shattered into pieces and his body fundamentally broken, something inside Theo stubbornly refused to just lie there in the dirt and wait for death to claim him. With his remaining hand trembling violently from blood loss, channeling the absolute last reserves of adrenaline hidden in his core, He reached out across the grass and tightly gripped the hilt of his sword once more. Blinded by a volatile cocktail of pure, burning rage and absolute despair, he dragged his mangled body forward, forcing his legs to move as he launched himself into one final, suicidal charge straight at Rendon. But the desperate rebellion was cut short. Before Theo could even get within striking distance, another silhouette in the shadows hurled a gleaming sword with pinpoint accuracy, driving the cold steel straight through the center of his chest. The violent momentum of the blade blasted Theo completely off his feet, sending him flying backward through the air in a trail of crimson before he crashed onto the hard earth with a sickening, heavy thud. As Theo lay sprawled in the dirt, completely paralyzed from the neck down, he could physically feel his warmth and strength draining rapidly into a dark puddle beneath him. The chaotic sounds of the burning estate began to blur into a distant hum as his vision darkened at the edges, and in those final, fleeting moments of consciousness, the only thought left burning in his mind was the suffocating, bitter regret of his own utter weakness. And then, with one final, agonizing breath, the remaining light vanished completely, and everything before his eyes sank into an abyss of total, silent darkness. But as the darkness enveloped him, a cosmic anomaly occurred. For a soul like Theo's, the cold embrace of death was not where his tragic story was destined to end. In an impossible twist of fate, his consciousness was violently wrenched backward through time, thrown deep into his own past while secretly carrying mysterious, hidden traits and unawakened skills that had never existed in his previous life. Theo's eyelids suddenly snapped open, a sharp gasp escaping his throat, as if he had just been forcefully ripped out of the jaws of a horrific nightmare by an invisible hand. His vision cleared, and the very first person standing right in front of him, looming over him with an annoying familiarity, was none other than that treacherous bastard himself, Rendon. Theo blinked, looking down at the heavy wooden training sword gripped tightly in his hands and then taking in the familiar dirt courtyard around them. It looked exactly like they were right in the middle of an ordinary afternoon sword practice. Rendon barked out a sharp command, trying to snap Theo back to reality, his face twisting with visible irritation because the boy was just standing there like a statue in a daze instead of focusing on his stance. But Theo's mind was spinning at 1,000,000 miles an hour, completely unable to process the impossible situation or reconcile the smell of fresh dirt with the memory of burning flesh. He frantically wondered if his dying brain was just forcing him to relive his life in a flash, but the fact that the very first face he had to look at belonged to Rendon's punchable, arrogant mug made him feel like the universe was playing a sick joke on him. Then, completely defying all laws of logic, a translucent, glowing blue system interface manifested out of thin air right in front of Theo's eyes, leaving him staring at the floating text in absolute, paralyzed confusion. The luminous screen blinked, presenting him with a sudden, tutorial quest, and the condition for completion was so absurdly, beautifully simple. Land a solid punch right on Rendon's face. At this point, Theo was completely lost, his internal monologue screaming in confusion as he questioned what kind of twisted hallucination this was, and whether dying visions were supposed to be this completely unhinged. As he stared through the screen, he quickly noticed a crucial detail. Rendon was completely ignoring the bright text, staring right through it with zero reaction, meaning the glowing interface was entirely invisible to him. A dark, feral satisfaction began to bubble up in Theo's chest. Considering what the quest was ordering him to do to the man who would eventually betray him, he certainly wasn't about to question his good luck. Without warning, he loosened his fingers, letting the wooden practice weapon clatter uselessly to the ground as he balled his hand into a tight, white-knuckled fist, poured every single ounce of physical weight he possessed into his shoulder, and drove a vicious, direct punch straight into that bastard's cheekbone. The strike landed with a heavy smack, but to Theo's frustration, Rendon's head barely bobbed, his expression shifting only slightly into a look of sheer bewilderment as if he couldn't comprehend why his useless student had suddenly lost his mind. Instead of being terrified, however, a slow, genuine smirk began to spread across Theo's lips. The solid impact against Rendon's jaw and the sting in his own knuckles felt far too crisp, far too detailed, and far too real to be a phantom memory. Rendon's confusion instantly morphed into pure, unbridled fury. With a lightning-fast counter, his wooden sword flashed, delivering a punishing blow to Theo's midsection that sent the boy crashing backward across the dirt of the training grounds. Theo slid through the dust, his face contorting into a painful grimace as he clutched his ribs, deeply annoyed that even if this was a hallucination, the sensation of having the wind knocked out of him was so agonizingly realistic. Rendon let out a heavy, disappointed sigh, resting his wooden blade on his shoulder like an exhausted teacher dealing with a hopeless case, stating that while he understood Theo was frustrated about his lack of progress with the grand awakening ceremony around the corner, that was no excuse for a student to raise a hand against his own master. The very second the phrase awakening ceremony echoed through the courtyard, Theo's entire train of thought froze solid. That specific event had taken place nearly a whole decade before the night he was murdered. Rendon completely ignored the boy's sudden, wide-eyed shock, continuing to rain down a barrage of condescending remarks and criticism, as if Theo's obvious mental confusion was just another sign of his inferiority. Finally losing his patience, the instructor turned his back on him, walking away toward the main house while tossing a cold, parting remark over his shoulder that he expected Theo to be ready for their next grueling lesson. As soon as the master was out of earshot, the surrounding noble clan members who had been watching from the sidelines burst into cruel snickers, whispering loudly that the family failure was finally losing his mind, blaming the teacher because he possessed zero innate talent. As the familiar, degrading insults washed over him from every direction, the fog in Theo's mind began to clear, and the puzzle pieces of this impossible reality slowly started clicking together. He lowered his trembling hand back down to the earth, digging his fingernails deep into the soil and deliberately scratching at the gravel, focusing entirely on the crisp, rough texture scraping against his skin. Then, he shifted his gaze to the throbbing bruise forming on his chest from Rendon's strike, the sharp, biting pain radiating through his nerves finally convincing him with absolute certainty. This wasn't a dream, he had actually gone back in time. Right at that exact moment of revelation, another brilliant system window materialized in the air before him, its golden light pulsing with a vibrant, otherworldly energy. The new text flashing on the screen offered its congratulations for successfully completing the secret tutorial quest, confirming that his reckless punch against the instructor had indeed fulfilled the requirements. As the completion prompt faded, a massive notification banner took its place, announcing that as his rightful reward, the true, dormant talent of the Ragnar bloodline had now been permanently activated within his body. Suddenly, a brilliant, faint arcane aura began to shimmer outwardly from the very center of Theo's chest, pulsing with a warm, heavy heartbeat as if a primordial power hidden deep within his soul had finally been unlocked. Simultaneously, the system chimed a melodic tone, confirming with absolute authority that the ancient lineage reward had been properly integrated into his genetic makeup. The system's final declaration flashed in bold letters across his vision, announcing that from this historic moment forward, all of Theo's physical and magical statistics would begin multiplying at an incomprehensible speed. The radiant arcane energy continued to burn brightly like a miniature sun in the center of his chest as the system reconfirmed the status change, leaving no room for doubt that his regression was real, and every single one of his attributes would now skyrocket at a truly terrifying pace. Meanwhile, deep within the familiar walls of the Rose Palace, that absolute piece of garbage Rendon was sitting down with total composure, acting as though he belonged there. He sat directly across from Theo's mother, putting on a perfectly polite, sophisticated act as he delicately sipped tea with her. Rendon maintained a completely smooth, respectful expression as he delivered his report, casually stating that throughout his entire career, he had never once encountered a child with as little natural aptitude as her son. But then, a dark, sinister grin slowly stretched across his face, and he smoothly added that this exact lack of skill was precisely why he had taken the job. He claimed that as a true, dedicated instructor, he would do everything within his power to force Theo into shape before the Grand Awakening ceremony arrives in 5 short months. Listening to his smooth lies, the graceful lady of the Rose Palace, Cecilia Ragnar, took in every single word with absolute, pure-hearted trust, offering a gentle smile as she replied that she would gladly leave her beloved son's future entirely in Rendon's highly capable hands. To show her deep appreciation, she reached out and placed a heavy, velvet pouch brimming with solid gold coins onto the table, softly pleading with him to show Theo just a little bit of extra patience and care. Rendon scooped up the coin purse without a moment's hesitation, keeping his humble servant facade perfectly intact as he bowed his head and assured her that she didn't have a single thing to worry about. But Cecilia simply offered a calm, knowing look, shaking her head as she softly explained that fear had never even crossed her mind, because her faith in her Theo was absolute and unshakable. A short while later, Rendon swaggered down the quiet estate corridor completely alone, lazily tossing the heavy sack of gold up and down in his palm while a massive, arrogant smirk spread from ear to ear across his face. He was absolutely ecstatic, practically vibrating with glee over the fact that he was being handed such a ridiculously lavish fortune, all while fully intending to teach the boy absolutely nothing of actual substance or value. The more the scenario played out in his head, the harder it was to keep from laughing out loud, silently mocking both the mother and her useless son as nothing but incredibly naive, brainless fools. From where he stood, the situation was a goldmine. Not only was he getting paid a fortune to supposedly train a direct descendant of the Ragnar line, but he was also looking forward to a massive second payout from his secret benefactor for feeding them Theo's private information and covertly sabotaging his growth from the shadows. To a greedy snake like Rendon, this was the kind of flawless, highly lucrative setup that he had never been lucky enough to stumble into before. Just as he was basking in his own cleverness, Theo suddenly burst around the corner of the hallway, his legs moving like pistons as he sprinted at absolute full speed, rocketing right past Rendon in a blur without making even the slightest attempt to slow down. His fraudulent instructor was caught completely off guard, instantly clicking his tongue in deep annoyance and throwing a disgust-filled glare after the boy, muttering under his breath about what an absolute, brainless, pathetic loser the boy was, watching with narrowed eyes as Theo disappeared down the hall without giving his master so much as a single glance or acknowledgement. Theo's entire universe was pinned on a single room ahead, running as hard as he could to reach his mother's side, and the very instant her figure came into view, he cried out to her, a raw wave of desperate urgency bleeding through his voice. As Cecilia began to turn around at the sound of her name, the first sight that met her eyes was Theo standing in the doorway, completely out of breath, his shoulders shaking violently as his chest heaved up and down from the frantic sprint. Without uttering a single syllable of explanation, Theo threw himself across the room and crashed directly into her embrace, locking his arms around her waist and squeezing tightly as hot, heavy tears spilled over his cheeks, the mind-bending reality of holding her alive and breathing finally crashing over his soul. In that exact moment of physical contact, a horrific phantom flash of his past life surged back into his mind with violent clarity, dragging his consciousness straight back to that terrible night when Rendon had violently seized him by the hair and forced his eyes to stare down at her cold, blood-soaked corpse, forcing him to bear witness to the ultimate, agonizing proof of his own pathetic weakness. But right now, the agonizing nightmare was gone. She was standing right here in reality, safe and warm within his trembling arms, and that simple sensation alone flooded Theo with a profound, breathless joy that he could barely keep contained. Clinging to her fabric, a cold, unyielding iron resolve settled deep within Theo's heart. He silently swore right then and there that he would rewrite the strings of fate and alter the future, no matter what horrific cost he had to pay, purely for his mother's sake. If that bizarre, floating blue interface hovering in his vision was indeed the real deal, then he knew a path to absolute power lay right in front of him, because that newly unlocked Ragnar's talent trait was the golden key he needed to surpass his old limits. He knew with absolute certainty that if he utilized every second of this regression, he could build up a level of power so overwhelming that he would easily be able to hold his own when that bloody, backstabbing war for the imperial throne finally broke out. And above all else, keeping his emotions locked down, Theo made a blood oath that he would forge a strength so terrifying that he could personally extract the most brutal, agonizing revenge imaginable on that miserable piece of trash Rendon, crushing the life out of him with his very own two hands. Not long after that emotional vow, a brand new system notification shimmered into existence right before Theo's eyes, presenting him with his secondary tutorial quest, which strictly commanded him to push his physical limits to the absolute brink of total exhaustion. The next morning, the sky was still a pitch-black curtain, so incredibly early that the first rays of the sun hadn't even begun to peek over the horizon, but Theo was already out on the dirt grounds, throwing his entire body into a relentless training regime. Every single drop of sweat that rolled down his face, and every burning stride he took, was entirely fueled by the vivid image of tearing Rendon apart, and that pure, unadulterated fury kept his muscles firing when they wanted to quit. Theo didn't need anyone to tell him how high the stakes were. He understood better than anyone else on the planet that he needed to become a monster in combat as fast as humanly possible. You see, in his previous timeline, he had spent years working for a shadowy, high-level intelligence organization known across the land as Black Snow, but because his physical combat prowess had been completely non-existent, he had been shoved away into desk-bound information gathering, never once trusted with a frontline role. He had never in a million years imagined that the top-secret data he had meticulously compiled back then would become his greatest weapon now. One specific piece of classified knowledge he vividly recalled was the recipe for a legendary potion called the Bloody Sword Emperor Elixir, a concoction rumored to permanently enhance a human's physical vessels tenfold. The true, world-altering value of this elixir wouldn't be discovered by the public until far into the future when the secret manuals were unearthed, but because of his regression, Theo already knew exactly what ingredients were required to brew it. Even more importantly, his mind unlocked a memory of an incredibly brutal, legendary training regimen, a hellish routine he had been forced to abandon in his past life because his fragile, talentless body simply couldn't survive the strain. But everything was different now. With the legendary Ragnar talent pulsing vibrantly through his veins, Theo was absolutely certain that if he kept grinding day in and day out, true, godlike power would finally be within his grasp. A wild, dark grin twisted across his face as he noticed his sprinting speed steadily breaking past his old records, and right on cue, the translucent system window popped up in the air, showing his quest completion metrics steadily climbing. As the morning went on, other low-ranking clan members began filtering into the surrounding training grounds, and they instantly froze, staring in absolute, jaw-dropped confusion as they watched Theo run lap after lap without showing a single sign of slowing down or losing breath. The onlookers began to lean in close, whispering frantically among themselves and wondering aloud if the family failure had secretly always possessed this kind of monstrous, freakish physical endurance. Disregarding their stares, Theo immediately transitioned into heavy sword drills, and with every single downward arc, his eyes widened slightly as he felt the wooden blades slicing through the air at a velocity he had never achieved before. A few days flew by in a blur of non-stop motion, with Theo completely refusing to ease up on his self-inflicted torture for even a single second. Eventually, deep in the absolute dead of night, when the entire palace had gone pitch black and every sensible soul was fast asleep, he was still out there on the dirt, swinging his blade under the dim moonlight. From the shadow of a nearby balcony, a quiet pair of eyes watched his silhouette move, her mind racing as she realized the boy had been pushing himself like a man possessed for days on end, barely sleeping and tearing past normal human boundaries. Witnessing that kind of terrifying, unyielding dedication with her own eyes, she couldn't stop the sudden doubt creeping into her mind, wondering if Theo was truly the worthless, talentless idiot that the entire empire claimed him to be. She remained hidden in the darkness, her gaze completely locked onto his repetitive, precise movements as she silently meditated on how he had maintained this suicidal pace day after day without a single moment of rest. And the longer she stood there observing his flawless focus, the more she began to question whether the venomous rumors spread by the high nobles had been completely wrong from the very beginning. As for Theo himself, his physical body was screaming in agony, his muscles burning so intensely that he felt like he might drop dead or pass out at any moment. But whenever his vision started to blur, the sight of that floating blue progress bar creeping closer to completion kept his soul from shattering. Finally, after what felt like an eternity of agonizing labor, he managed to force his trembling limbs to push the quest progress bar all the way up to a staggering 90%. But the exact millisecond he paused to catch his breath and wipe the sweat from his brow, the glowing numbers suddenly ticked backward, sliding right down to 89%. The system was absolutely ruthless. The moment he allowed himself a single second of relaxation, the interface penalized him instantly, docking his hard-earned progress without mercy. He had just spent days of pure, agonizing torture barely clawing his way up to that 90% threshold. Yet right before his disbelieving eyes, that meticulously earned percentage point vanished, resetting back to 89 like a slap in the face. It was clear as day now, the system demanded absolute perfection, and simply because he allowed his lungs a tiny moment to breathe, the bar refused to hold its ground. But instead of giving up, Theo let out a feral snarl, gritted his teeth until they nearly cracked, forced his screaming, broken muscles back into motion, and violently pushed through the barrier to claim his victory. The burning exhaustion tearing through Theo's muscles finally began to morph into something meaningful. Every single agonizing second he had spent pushing himself beyond human limits was starting to bear fruit, proving that his desperate gamble wasn't in vain. Right there, hovering in the dim air before his straining eyes, the glowing interface began to shift, finally revealing the elusive 3-digit milestone that he had been relentlessly chasing for what felt like an absolute eternity. Even though his physical vessel was screaming in pure agony, completely pushed past its absolute breaking point, Theo somehow tapped into a hidden well of sheer willpower, forcing his trembling legs to endure one final hellish stretch. Every single bead of sweat blinding his eyes, every ragged, suffocating breath tearing at his lungs, and every excruciating step he took across the dirt finally crystallized into a tangible, undeniable result right before him. At long last, the numerical value he had been starving for manifested in a brilliant flash of blue light, successfully ticking upward to hit that monumental, long-awaited 3-digit threshold. Having completely drained his life force into that final suicidal push, Theo collapsed inward, his lungs desperately rattling as they tried to suck in even a microscopic breath of air. Yet, a glance at the screen revealed there was still one single, agonizing percent left to conquer. Refusing to fail at the finish line, Theo dug his fingers into the dirt, reached deep into the absolute bottom of his soul, and shattered the physical limitations crushing his chest. He watched with a feral grin as the interface flashed violently, cementing the perfect 3-digit victory he had suffered so long to achieve. A considerable amount of time passed, and the scene shifted away from the brutal, dust-filled training grounds to find Theo lying perfectly still on a clean cot inside a remarkably quiet, secluded medical room. The moment his heavy eyelids slowly fluttered open, he winced at the dim light, his gaze wandering aimlessly across the unfamiliar ceiling as he tried to piece together his fractured memories and figure out where he had ended up. Right then, a stern but composed shadow fell over his cot as Evelyn appeared by his bedside, her voice perfectly level as she informed him that he was currently resting inside the private break room of Training Ground 4, before coolly adding that there had been absolutely no logical reason for him to destroy his own body like a madman. But before Theo's swimming consciousness could even lock onto her words long enough to read through the tantalizing, glowing text boxes multiplying across his vision, the absolute exhaustion stored in his nervous system locked up, causing his eyes to roll back as he violently plunged back down into a deep, dreamless state of total unconsciousness. While he lay there completely dead to the world, motionless on the simple mattress, the supernatural system interface didn't vanish. It remained floating silently in the air above his chest like a loyal sentinel. The translucent blue screen pulsed with an eerie light, displaying a stark, waiting prompt that asked the unconscious boy whether he wished to officially claim his legendary quest rewards. Right this very second. When the darkness finally receded once more, Theo was seen waking up in the exact same medical bay, his muscles still throbbing intensely as his internal circuits slowly recovered from the suicidal workout that had torn him apart. As soon as a spark of awareness returned to his eyes, he blinked away the grogginess and scanned the perimeter of the room. His brow furrowed in deep, visible confusion as he tried to assess the situation. Evelyn stepped back into his line of sight, her arms crossed as she reiterated that he was safe inside the resting quarters of the 4th training ground, her tone carrying a faint hint of a lecture as she reminded him once again that driving himself to the brink of death was completely unnecessary. Ignoring her voice for a split second, Theo focused his gaze on the floating screen and mentally clicked the confirmation button to accept the system's massive bounty. And the very instant he did, an explosion of brilliant, blinding neon blue light erupted from thin air, completely enveloping his entire physical body in a swirling vortex of raw energy. Standing just a few feet away, the seasoned hall manager could only freeze in sheer, unadulterated shock, her jaw tightening as she watched this bizarre, ancient power violently surge through the boy's veins, forcing his physical frame into a visible, terrifying metamorphosis. As the blinding light show slowly dissolved into the atmosphere, Theo found himself fully awake, sitting up on the cot. The moment his vision cleared, he found Evelyn standing right over him, calmly restating that he was in the safety of Training Ground 4's break room while softly scolding him for taking such idiotic physical risks. When Theo's gaze locked onto her face, a flicker of profound recognition flashed across his features, a reaction so sharp and knowing that it caught Evelyn off guard, causing her to narrow her eyes before formally introducing herself as the official manager overseeing the 4th training ground. She adjusted her posture, explaining to him that he had completely short-circuited and lost consciousness while training like a lunatic under her watch earlier that morning, leaving her no choice but to carry him into these private quarters to recover. Theo offered a polite, low nod of gratitude, thanking her for the intervention, prompting Evelyn to hand him a cold cup of water while delivering a chillingly calm reminder. Within the sacred laws of the Ragnar clan, attempting to open one's internal mana hall prior to the official awakening ceremony was an offense strictly forbidden by blood law. Theo's heart did a sudden flip, not quite understanding why she was suddenly throwing such a severe, execution-level taboo into a casual conversation. But he kept his face perfectly emotionless, nodding slowly as he claimed to be fully aware of the clan's law. Evelyn's eyes instantly morphed into 2 razor-sharp slits, her entire demeanor turning freezing cold as she leaned in, demanding to know why, if he was so well aware of the absolute penalty, he had just chosen to deliberately violate it. Theo maintained his confused, innocent facade, acting as though he was completely unable to follow her dangerous line of questioning, defensively asking why she was interrogating an innocent family member with such baseless accusations. You see, what the oblivious manager didn't know was that the hidden reward Theo had just extracted from the system wasn't a standard mana awakening at all. It was the literal mythical dragon heart. And because he had managed to complete the hellish tutorial quest far ahead of the system's expected schedule, he had been granted an ungodly additional multiplier. The accumulated, raw magical power belonging to 10 of his past lives combined. With a dangerous, predatory aura radiating from her posture, Evelyn demanded to know right then and there if he had illegally forced open his mana hall. At first, Theo was completely lost, until the memory of the system notifications right before he blacked out finally rushed back into his mind. The puzzle pieces clicked into place. He remembered with terrifying clarity that the interface had literally implanted a genuine dragon heart directly into his chest cavity, backed by the colossal mana reserves harvested from 10 of his previous incarnations. The sheer weight of this realization left him completely speechless and frozen in place, because acquiring an actual dragon heart wasn't just some standard high-tier loot, it was a world-shattering, godlike artifact that no human should ever possess. A dragon heart was considered an absolute myth for one primary reason. It possessed the unique, supernatural anatomy required to house an entire mana hall directly inside the organ itself. When a mana hall was successfully anchored within a heart of that caliber, the processing efficiency of magical energy became infinitely faster and more lethal. However, unlike dragons, humans were biologically forced to construct their mana halls deep within their lower abdomen, simply because a frail human heart would literally explode under that concentrated pressure. This exact anatomical limitation was why every single high-ranking warrior, especially the bloodthirsty elites of the Ragnar clan, spent their entire lives dreaming of a dragon heart. It was the ultimate, forbidden cheat code to absolute power, bypassing the slow abdominal center entirely. The catastrophic catch was that throughout human history, no mortal had ever successfully broken past the natural threshold of their own cardiac walls. And now, because the system had casually dropped a literal dragon heart into his ribcage, Theo had suddenly found himself trapped in a colossally dangerous predicament. There was absolutely no denying that these hidden rewards were completely unmatched on the continent, but it was equally undeniable that they had instantly painted a massive, invisible target on his back, trapping him in a web of deadly complications. To make his current situation an absolute nightmare, the woman staring him down right now was Evelyn Nereville, a legendary masterclass swordswoman who had only stepped down from active duty after losing her entire left arm in battle, now passing the time as the iron-fisted supervisor of these training grounds. In her glory days, Evelyn had reigned as the absolute commanding general of the feared white-armored dragon cavalry, a warrior so unervingly lethal that even the terrifying demon dragons spoke her name with respect. She was notorious for her unyielding, black-and-white moral compass. She didn't care about a person's high noble status or raw potential. The only traits she genuinely loathed were deceit and cowardice. In fact, in his previous timeline, because she had found Theo's stubborn, clumsy nature far too frustrating and unbendable, she had actually washed her hands of him completely, officially resigning as his personal master. Putting it bluntly, if a woman of her terrifying perception and caliber managed to decipher the supernatural truth beating inside his chest, Theo wouldn't just be expelled. He would likely lose his head before the sun went down. Yet, instead of letting panic compromise his posture, a subtle, highly dangerous smile slowly curved the edges of Theo's lips as his brilliant mind immediately began constructing a flawless counter-strategy. He reasoned that as long as she lacked any physical, concrete evidence to back up her wild suspicions, he had absolutely zero reason to cower before her gaze. Locking eyes with the legendary commander, Theo fired back with a sharp, incredibly daring response, asking her with a touch of mockery how a prestigious manager could openly talk about executing a direct heir based on nothing more than a passing gut feeling, before asking if she was truly prepared to forfeit her own life if her words proved false. The heavy room plunged into a suffocating silence. Evelyn's breath caught in her throat, completely paralyzed for a moment, unable to find an immediate answer to the lethal political question he had just hurled right back at her. Sensing her hesitation, Theo pressed his advantage even harder, his voice dropping into a cold register as he reminded her that he was still a rightful heir to the supreme Ragnar clan, and if her treasonous suspicions turned out to be hollow lies, this interrogation would be legally classified as a direct, unpardonable insult to the entire Ragnar name. Evelyn's fingers twitched against her side as she reluctantly conceded the point, her jaw tightening as she muttered that those were indeed the absolute laws of the Empire. Letting a dark, predatory shadow fall over his eyes, Theo leaned forward on the cot, staring right through her soul as he softly asked if she was fully aware of the exact, gruesome punishment that awaited any commoner who dared to humiliate a true heir. Evelyn didn't flinch for a second, her spine remaining perfectly straight and her voice ringing out with unshakable, absolute confidence as she looked him dead in the eye and answered that the punishment was immediate execution. Theo let out a low, satisfied breath, genuinely pleased to see that the stone-faced manager finally comprehended the lethal weight of her own accusations. He leaned back slightly, his eyes narrowing into a piercing glare as he coldly advised her to think twice before uttering such reckless claims again. Evelyn, on the other hand, stood completely frozen as the freezing sharpness in his tone cut right through her, her mind racing in absolute shock as she wondered if this commanding figure could truly be the same helpless boy she thought she knew. Yet, even as she reeled from his sudden display of authority, Evelyn simply couldn't shake the heavy sensation that had flared through her senses just moments ago. Her warrior instincts were screaming that the raw energy ripple she had detected was, without a doubt, a genuine mana wave. Because that gut instinct refused to quiet down, she resolved right then and there that she absolutely had to investigate this anomaly with the utmost scrutiny, rather than allowing a potential taboo to slip past her fingers unnoticed. In her eyes, it didn't matter if the boy carried the elite blood of the supreme Ragnar line pulsing through his veins. The ancient rules of the family were absolute. If he had dared to cross that sacred line, she fully intended to drag the truth into the light and make him pay the ultimate price. Stepping forward to conduct a thorough, intrusive scan of his internal pathways, Evelyn's focus suddenly shattered as she made a staggering discovery. There was absolutely no trace of a mana hall anywhere within Theo's lower abdomen. The confident color instantly drained from her face, her jaw tightening as the absolute certainty behind her grand accusation crumbled into dust, forcing her to accept the humiliating reality that her senses had completely failed her. Watching her composure fall apart, Theo couldn't resist letting a smug, cocky smirk tug at the corner of his lips. He tilted his chin upward, staring down at her frantic expressions with a gaze that silently mocked her, as if asking if she was finally satisfied with her pathetic failure. Bound by the unyielding iron laws of the clan she served, Evelyn didn't hesitate for a single fraction of a second. She dropped to her knees, sinking her form low to the floorboards as she bowed her head directly at his feet, her voice trembling but resolute as she begged him to order her immediate execution to pay for insulting a true heir with her worthless life. As he looked down at her prostrate form, her forehead practically glued to the dust, Theo kept his face impassive while a dark amusement swirled in his thoughts. The poor woman never stood a chance of finding Manhwa Hall, because a mythical dragon heart operates on an entirely different plane of reality, acting as a sentient energy core that the host can manipulate and mask at will. Put simply, Theo possessed the absolute power to completely vanish his mana signature from the face of the earth whenever it suited his needs. Furthermore, the historical fact that a human could even survive transplanting a dragon heart wouldn't be discovered by the Empire's grand scholars until several years into the future, leaving Theo entirely confident that no living soul in this primitive era could ever dream of proving his secret. Instead of taking advantage of her submission to demand her blood, Theo reached out, placing a remarkably calm, stabilizing hand onto Evelyn's trembling shoulder as he quietly told her to stand up, assuring her that there was no need to take a simple misunderstanding to such a gruesome extreme. He turned on his heel, his cloak billowing as he began to stride toward the exit, tossing a parting comment over his shoulder that she had merely been executing her sworn duties, adding that very few common warriors would ever possess the raw courage to risk their own necks to demand accountability from a highborn heir, a trait of pure righteousness that he genuinely respected. Of course, behind that mask of magnanimous nobility lay a cold, calculated truth. Theo was a pragmatist above all else, and he had absolutely zero intention of wasting a powerhouse of Evelyn's caliber when she could be utilized elsewhere. Ensuring her survival was a long-term investment that would yield massive dividends for him later down the line. As his footsteps faded down the hall, he loudly remarked that while the restriction on early mana awakening was meant to protect fragile vessels from exploding, he was actually quite pleased to see that she cared enough about the clan's future to interrogate even a disregarded bastard like him. And as that cryptic, heavy praise echoed through the empty spaces of the room, Theo vanished through the doorway, leaving Evelyn sitting frozen on the cold ground, completely alone as she tried to process the sheer gravity of the terrifying presence she had just encountered. Theo swaggered down the outer corridors with an unshakable, absolute confidence radiating from his posture, feeling a profound sense of triumph as he realized the chessboard of fate was finally tilting in his direction. Reminiscing on the fact that he didn't just hold a godlike dragon heart, but also wielded the accumulated, terrifying magical reserves of 10 whole past lives. A few days flew past in a blur of intense preparation, until that very same absolute clown of an instructor showed up on the grounds, his obnoxious voice echoing painfully across the training field as he screamed at Theo. Rendon barked like a rabid dog, wildly pointing his finger as he ordered the boy to shift his blade's arc further to the right, puffing his chest out as though every useless word spilling from his lips was a sacred piece of tactical genius. On the surface, Theo kept his head low, intentionally executing flawed movements to maintain his facade of a talentless weakling, but with every passing second that Rendon used to lob personal insults and mockery at him, the burning urge to tear the man apart became nearly impossible to suppress. Moreover, utilizing the extensive combat analysis from his past life, Theo began to notice a highly sinister pattern. The instructor wasn't just being a terrible, lazy teacher. He was deliberately and systematically drilling twisted, structurally flawed sword forms into Theo's muscle memory. This discovery cemented Theo's suspicions with absolute certainty. Rendon was merely a low-level pawn being manipulated by a much larger shadow, a realization that pointed directly back to the elite figure who had plunged a sword through his chest on the night the Rose Palace burned. Recognizing the trap, Theo decided that the time for playing victim had officially expired. It was time to force the snake out into the open and expose the true identity of the mastermind pulling the strings. A dark, incredibly sharp smirk slowly spread across his features as the perfect counter-strategy crystallized in his mind, knowing exactly which domino he needed to tip over next. Right in the middle of Rendon's loud tirade, Theo suddenly brought his wooden practice sword down across his knee, snapping the solid wood clean in two with a violent crack before locking eyes with the stunned instructor and stating flatly that he was entirely finished listening to his endless, pathetic barking. Before the man could even process the insubordination, Theo took a menacing step forward, his voice dripping with absolute venom as he mockingly questioned how a fraud with such laughably garbage skills had ever managed to cheat his way into the rank of a mid-tier swordsman in the first place. Predictably, Rendon swallowed the bait hook, line, and sinker. His face twisted into a grotesque mask of pure, veins-popping fury, but Theo didn't flinch for a single millisecond. He stood perfectly ground, matching the veteran's murderous aura with a piercing, entirely fearless gaze that practically begged the man to try something. At this point, Rendon was practically shaking with unbridled rage, his breath coming in ragged gasps. Yet Theo remained as unyielding as a mountain, refusing to take a single step back or soften the lethal edge of his words. Instead, Theo strode directly into the older man's personal space, looking him dead in the eyes as he repeated, with agonizing clarity, that his swordsmanship was nothing more than absolute, unmitigated trash. This was the core of Theo's brilliant gambit. Push the arrogant instructor so far past the deep end that he would be forced to legally resign his post in disgrace, a crisis that would inevitably force a panicked Rendon to run straight back to his shadowy benefactor for instructions. Meanwhile, the scene cuts away to the prestigious, high-end district of the Camellia Palace, where the heavy wooden doors of a bustling pub were suddenly kicked wide open as a boisterous clan member burst inside with a massive, mocking grin plastered on his face. He slammed his hand on the counter, hollering across the room to draw the attention of a man named Axion, loudly proclaiming for the entire establishment to hear that the worthless bastard of the Ragnar family had actually challenged his own martial master to a formal duel next week. The elite youth he was shouting at, Axion, didn't move a single muscle. He remained seated in absolute, terrifying silence, his hand resting beside his drink without so much as lifting the glass from the dark wood. Completely oblivious to the dropping temperature in the room, the loud-mouthed messenger kept rambling on, laughing about how the talentless failure was foolishly blaming his instructor for his own genetic inferiority, confidently predicting that Theo would leave the arena on a stretcher, permanently crippled. In a sudden blur of motion, the heavy glass in Axion's hand vanished from the table and shattered with a brutal, sickening crunch straight into the loudmouth's face, knocking the man out cold before he could even process the strike. Axion glared down at the bleeding body, his face contorted in sheer disgust as he spat that he didn't give a single damn about whether some irrelevant trash got himself crippled. This terrifying arrogance was completely natural, because he was none other than one of the legendary four hounds of the north, the feared dark tiger Axion Ragnar. Sitting right beside him in the dim light was Remington Narcio, another legendary powerhouse holding an equal title among the four hounds of the north, famously known across the battlefields as the Silver Lion. Just then, the heavy tavern doors creaked open once more as another elite figure entered the space. This visibly anxious man was Ed Troyvin, famously dubbed the Nine-Dragon Sky Dragon. Unlike his peer, his brow was furrowed with worry as he sharply warned the group that letting their guard down against a Ragnar could lead to disaster. But Axion merely scoffed at the warning, waving his hand dismissively as he stated that the concept of an unexpected upset only applies to people who possess actual hidden talent, meaning they had zero reason to waste breath on a muddle-headed, talentless nobody like Theo. Ed's expression remained grim as he pointed out the flaw in that logic, reminding them that regardless of his personal standing, the boy still belonged to the volatile Ragnar bloodline, a family where even the most microscopic variable had a historical habit of exploding into completely unprecedented anomalies. Axion let out a cold chuckle, shifting his posture as he countered that Theo foolishly picking a fight with a seasoned veteran like Rendon was actually the best possible scenario for them. After all, it meant the ruthless instructor would have the perfect legal excuse to completely dismantle and neutralize the annoying brat before he could ever become a real thorn in their side. Fast forward exactly 1 week later, and an immense, buzzing crowd began to gather around the stone bleachers of Training Ground 4. This wasn't just a simple gathering of low-ranking squires or standard grunt soldiers looking for a cheap distraction either. To everyone's surprise, several of the clan's most high-ranking, politically influential figures had taken their seats in the VIP boxes, instantly escalating this minor dispute into a massive, high-stakes spectacle far beyond anything Theo had anticipated. Standing dead center in the dusty ring, Theo felt a cold sweat prickle the back of his neck, his eyes scanning the horizon as hundreds of piercing, critical glares locked onto his figure from every angle of the stadium. He fiercely cursed his own calculations in his head, bitterly remembering that his original plan was simply to humiliate that piece of garbage instructor enough to force a quick resignation. He never in a million years expected the entire political upper echelon to show up and blow this whole situation completely out of proportion. As the heavy war drums began to roll, signaling the start of the match, his mind flashed back to the exact moment of confrontation 1 week ago, when he had stood tall and looked down at Rendon to tell him just how utterly pathetic his life's work truly was. Theo cut him off without the slightest hint of mercy, making it painfully clear that Rendon was completely finished. His voice carried a cold, absolute finality that left no room for negotiation. As far as Theo was concerned, the man had already stripped himself of any remaining dignity and lost his position entirely. Now there was no paperwork left to sign, no excuses left to hear, and all that remained for the disgraced instructor to do was pack his things, disappear into the shadows, and get out of his sight for good. Right then, just as the tension in the room reached its boiling point, a translucent system message materialized in the air before him. It was cold, glowing, and entirely direct, confirming the arrival of Theo's third tutorial quest. This time, the system wasn't offering any vague objectives, riddles, or easy ways out. The text hovering in his vision spelled out a brutal, unavoidable reality. He had to face Rendon in actual combat, engage the veteran swordsman head-on, and emerge from the clash as the absolute winner. To understand how things escalated to this point, the moment pulls us back a few days, right to the precise second when Theo first stood defiantly before Rendon and openly challenged his authority. With sheer disgust written all over his face, Theo hadn't held back in the slightest. He had called out Rendon's useless, intentionally flawed teaching methods and mocked his pathetic excuse for ability. Standing tall, he had looked down at the instructor and told him straight to his face that he was officially fired and could leave the estate immediately. Predictably, Rendon hadn't taken the insult lying down. He immediately tried to argue back, his face turning red as he insisted that their signed contract still had plenty of time remaining. He raised his voice, claiming that Theo didn't possess the authority to just end things whenever he pleased. But Theo didn't give him a single inch or a moment to breathe. Keeping his composure perfectly, he calmly pointed out the cold truth of their arrangement. If the employer himself had dismissed him, then the contract was already worthless and there was absolutely nothing more to discuss. Deep down, beneath his calm and collected exterior, Theo was practically vibrating with rage. He wanted nothing more than to drive his fist straight into that bastard's smug face and shut his lying mouth for good. Yet, even with all that intense anger burning hot inside his chest, he forced himself to hold back. He clenched his fists tightly, knowing that he still couldn't fully trust the limits of his own current strength just yet, making a reckless physical outburst far too risky. Rendon, on the other hand, was in absolutely no position to simply accept being thrown away like garbage. Panic was beginning to mingle with his anger, because he still hadn't achieved the real, sinister purpose that had brought him to the Ragnar estate in the first place. For him, losing his role as the young master's instructor right now wouldn't just be an embarrassment. It would completely ruin everything his employers had planned. Desperate to regain control of the situation, Rendon took a heavy step closer to Theo, lowering his voice as he tried to smooth things over, put on a fake smile, and talk his way out of the dismissal. But just as he opened his mouth, a flashing system window suddenly erupted right in front of Theo's eyes. The glowing text delivered a command that was utterly impossible to ignore. He had to fight Rendon right here and now, and failure was not an option. He had to win. Theo was completely caught off guard by the sudden, intrusive message, his eyes widening slightly as his thoughts froze for a brief second to process the quest. And right at that exact same instant, before he could even form a response, Evelyn Nereville elegantly entered the scene. Stepping forward with an unbothered air, she loudly urged him to settle the entire matter the traditional Ragnar way, through a display of raw strength, where the stronger side naturally decides everything and the weak have no voice. According to Evelyn's sharp logic, there was absolutely no need to waste time dragging this petty conflict through some formal, bureaucratic tribunal or legal dispute. A simple, decisive sword match would settle the argument cleanly right then and there. She smirked, pointing out that once the duel ended and the dust settled, everyone present would simply have to bow their heads and obey the absolute will of the victor. Rendon's eyes instantly lit up with a predatory gleam the moment he heard her make that suggestion. The old bastard's mind started racing as he immediately saw a massive opening to salvage his mission, and he quickly spoke up to agree. He nodded eagerly, putting on an act and pretending as if this violent proposal was the most brilliant, fair, and honorable solution to their little problem. That unexpected turn of events left Theo standing frozen in place, his mind searching for how he was even supposed to respond to such a sudden development. Meanwhile, Evelyn kept pushing the idea aggressively, talking about the duel as though it were the most perfect, obvious answer in the world. Her overwhelming confidence and casual attitude only made the sudden weight of the pressure on Theo's shoulders feel twice as heavy. But despite the external pressure, Theo still couldn't bring himself to feel completely certain about his chances. No matter how much he deeply hated Rendon and wanted to see him suffer, he was realistic about his own current level of physical conditioning. He stared at his hands, knowing deep down that he didn't truly believe he was fully ready to face and defeat a seasoned bastard like that just yet. Even so, despite his internal doubts, the momentum of the situation kept rolling forward like an unstoppable boulder, dragging him along with it. Before he could find a way to redirect the conversation, the arrangements were made, and Theo eventually found himself standing out on the training grounds directly across from Rendon, a heavy training sword gripped firmly in his hand, with absolutely no path left to back out. All around the perimeter of the courtyard, the watching crowd of onlookers and servants began smirking, nudging one another, and whispering nastily among themselves. To them, the young master standing there with a weapon looked like a complete joke, and they were already thoroughly enjoying his impending humiliation before the match had even truly begun. They muttered loudly enough for him to hear, mocking how Theo couldn't even swing a basic sword properly, laughing under their breath as if the final result of the duel had already been set in stone. In their petty minds, he wasn't just going to lose a simple match today. With an opponent like Rendon, they fully expected the young master to leave the courtyard permanently crippled. After all, from their perspective, there was simply no physical way someone with Theo's reputation could ever defeat a certified mid-rank swordsman. Rendon himself was absolutely filled to the brim with confidence, looking down his nose at the boy with a smug, condescending sneer. He openly offered him one last patronizing chance to back down, saying that if Theo fell to his knees and apologized right now, he would graciously pretend none of this had ever happened, since a teenager's foolish pride wasn't worth risking his entire life over. But Theo wasn't about to bow his head to a traitor. Not now and not ever. Instead, he gripped his hilt tighter and fired right back with a sharp, piercing confidence of his own, coldly telling Rendon that he was the one who should be begging for forgiveness. He narrowed his eyes and leveled a chilling warning at the old bastard, telling him that unless he wanted to leave this estate as a useless, one-armed swordsman, he should accept his dismissal and walk away quietly while he still had his health. Rendon didn't take the threat seriously at all. He only answered with a wide, ugly grin that distorted his face, completely convinced that the upcoming duel was already fully under his control. In his twisted mind, this match wasn't a challenge. It was the perfect, golden opportunity to accidentally kill Theo, right here on the dirt, and simply claim afterward that it had been an unfortunate, unavoidable mishap during training. Tired of the talking, Theo suddenly exploded into movement, rushing forward across the gaps of the courtyard. He lifted his practice sword high above his shoulder, gritting his teeth as he charged straight toward Rendon with a fierce intensity. The crowd's reaction to his sudden movement was instantaneous. Their eyes went wide and their jaws nearly dropped to the floor as they watched him dash forward so recklessly, looking exactly like a desperate amateur throwing himself headfirst into extreme danger without a single tactical thought in his head. To the critical eyes of the onlookers, the spectacle looked even worse because Theo's posture seemed completely off. He didn't seem to know how to balance his weight or swing his sword with proper form at all, making his entire high-speed charge look painfully awkward and completely amateurish. But even as Theo came charging in blindly with his blade raised high, and the entire crowd stared on in utter disbelief, there was a strange tension in the air. From the outside, he genuinely looked like an idiot rushing straight into a beating he didn't understand, appearing completely unable to handle the basic weight of a proper sword swing. Stepping forward to meet the charge, Rendon moved first, his arms blurring as he unleashed several sharp, practiced sword strikes that cut through the air toward Theo one after another. But somehow, against all visual expectations, Theo managed to protect himself. With quick, reactive jerks of his blade, he blocked the heavy impacts and avoided the sharp edges just enough to keep his body completely safe. Even when his initial strikes failed to draw blood, Rendon didn't slow down for a second. The old bastard grunted, pressing his foot forward and unleashing another frantic wave of heavy swings, using his superior reach and experience to try and overwhelm Theo's defenses completely. The sheer force of the onslaught gradually began pushing Theo backward across the dirt, forcing him closer and closer into a tight corner. Watching the boy retreat, Rendon felt a wave of dark satisfaction, completely certain in his heart that this was exactly how things were supposed to end. In Rendon's arrogant mind, the final result of this little farce was completely obvious. Theo wasn't even ranked as a low-tier swordsman yet. He was still technically nothing more than a pathetic, weak apprentice. Sure, his defensive movements had improved a little bit since their last session, but Rendon was absolutely convinced it was nowhere near enough to bridge the gap. He admitted to himself that if Theo had at least reached the legendary level of the Four Hounds of the North, then perhaps this fight would be a real challenge. But against a veteran like him, this foolish, coddled boy from the main Ragnar clan stood absolutely zero chance of winning. The story then abruptly shifts its focus back to a few days earlier, inside the quiet halls of the estate. Theo had turned sharply toward Evelyn, fixing her with an intense glare as he questioned her motives directly, demanding to know what in the world she had been thinking when she suddenly suggested that dangerous sword match out of nowhere. Evelyn had met his intense gaze and answered without a single hint of hesitation, calmly stating that she had only been trying to look out for him. She explained that if Theo truly wanted to rid himself of Rendon permanently, he needed to be much smarter about it. She was entirely convinced that Rendon had a powerful, shadowy figure backing him from behind, meaning that simply firing him and sending him away would never solve the deeper, structural problem. Theo had narrowed his eyes at her words, his suspicion rising as he asked how she could possibly know that much about his personal instructor. Evelyn had merely smiled, replying that the truth had been completely obvious to her from the very start, especially after she personally witnessed the strange, flawed, and highly suspicious sword style that Rendon had been purposefully teaching him to stunt his growth. Because those red flags were too prominent to ignore, Evelyn confessed that she had taken matters into her own hands. She had secretly hired a professional to investigate Rendon's past, quietly digging deep into his background and financial ties, without ever letting the old man notice he was being watched. Theo was completely stunned into silence when he heard this revelation. In his previous life, Evelyn had never bothered to catch or expose Rendon's treachery, yet now she was actively working to bring the man down. All because Theo's bizarre, altered behavior after the recent Manor Hall incident had completely caught her attention and changed her perception of him. Evelyn then leaned in slightly closer, finally revealing the dark truth of what her secret investigation had uncovered. She explained that every hidden transaction, every secret message, and every single trace connected to Rendon's history eventually led back to one specific, powerful location: the Camellia Palace. For Theo, hearing that specific name brought no shock or surprise at all. If anything, the revelation lined up far too perfectly with the fractured pieces of information he already held from his memories of the future, confirming his worst suspicions about who was pulling the strings. Still, despite the storm brewing in his mind, he quickly pushed down the burning anger and intense irritation that rose up inside him. He took a slow breath, forcing his facial muscles to relax and keeping his expression perfectly under control so she wouldn't see how deeply it affected him. Instead of showing too much of his real, raw emotions or letting her see how much he actually knew, Theo simply played along. He scoffed lightly, stating in a measured tone that he was genuinely surprised Evelyn had managed to deduce that much complex political information all on her own. Theo successfully swallowed back the rest of his annoyance, keeping his voice entirely steady and choosing not to let a single drop of his internal anger spill out into the open room. He then nodded in reluctant appreciation, admitting that it was honestly quite impressive she had managed to figure out such a dangerous secret from the few clues available to her. But after giving credit where it was due, Theo brought the conversation back to their harsh reality and honestly explained the immediate problem. He pointed out that with his current level of physical skill, he feared he still lacked the power to defeat Rendon in a fair duel. So he straight up asked Evelyn what she actually intended to do to fix the mess she had started. Evelyn didn't hesitate for even a fraction of a second. She looked him dead in the eye, confidently telling him that he absolutely had the capacity to beat Rendon right now. Then, her tone turned serious as she warned him to stop continuously underestimating his own hidden potential so much. Flashing back into the tense reality of the present fight, the dust swirled around the two combatants. Rendon was still relentlessly launching strike after strike, throwing out one aggressive attack after another in a desperate bid to end the match. But Theo was perfectly executing his defense, meeting every single blow with a chilling, calculated calmness that made Rendon's frantic attacks look far less threatening than they actually were. As the seconds ticked by and none of his strikes connected, Rendon's rock-solid confidence began to crack. A bead of sweat rolled down his temple because he physically couldn't understand what had happened to this brat. The precise, fast, and calm Theo standing before him right now was clearly not the same weak Theo Ragnar he had been training for months. The shifts in movement were subtle at first, but before anyone watching in the crowd fully realized what was happening, the entire momentum and psychological flow of the battle had completely turned on its head. Now, in a shocking twist of roles, Rendon was the one being heavily pushed into a difficult defensive position. He found his breathing turning ragged, forced to violently struggle just to parry the counterattacks of the very same opponent he had looked down on as a weakling moments earlier. The surrounding crowd could feel the heavy, unbelievable weight of Rendon's possible defeat creeping into the chilly air, and their smug, mocking whispers instantly began to fade into stunned silence. Even a mysterious, hooded man sitting quietly in the back rows, who looked suspiciously like Remington, appeared visibly shaken in his corner, his posture stiffening as if the simple fight was turning into something far more dangerous than he had ever anticipated. Meanwhile, standing off to the side, Evelyn looked like she was thoroughly enjoying every single second of the unfolding chaos. Watching Theo effortlessly hold his ground and pressure his instructor seemed to fill her with a deep, genuine satisfaction, and for some reason, a faint, proud smile tugged at the corners of her lips. Then, the narrative dips back into the memory of the past one final time, pulling back the curtain on their secret preparation. It reveals that during that single, intense week leading up to the scheduled duel, Evelyn herself had taken Theo under her wing and personally trained him in secret. During those late-night training sessions, Evelyn had openly admitted that, technically speaking, helping a student prepare to fight their own instructor went entirely against the clan's strict rules. But she had shrugged it off with a smirk, stating that in her eyes, Rendon was such a rotten, corrupt teacher that he didn't deserve to keep his prestigious position for another day anyway. Hearing her say those words out loud had been more than enough to break through Theo's stoic armor, causing a knowing, confident smirk to spread across his own face as he realized they were completely on the same page. A sudden rush of pure excitement had run straight through his veins, mixed with a strange, dark thrill that he couldn't quite hide from his expression. At that exact moment, Theo felt completely convinced that his risky gamble of forcing Evelyn to owe him a debt had turned out to be entirely worth it after all. Still, even with their alliance solidifying, one burning question continued to bother his mind. Theo wanted to know the deeper motive behind her actions, so he looked at her and asked directly whether her real reason for going this far to help him had something to do with the strange incident that happened between them last time. Evelyn chuckled softly, openly admitting that his guess wasn't entirely wrong, and that their previous encounter was definitely a part of her motivation. But then, her expression turned mysterious as she added that there was someone else high up in the hierarchy who would probably take a massive interest in Theo, simply because that person possessed a borderline obsession with discovering and gathering truly talented people. Back out on the dirt of the training grounds, the deadly duel continues to rage on with absolute intensity, showing no signs of slowing down anytime soon. But as the iron blades clash again and again, Rendon's cool, arrogant composure begins to noticeably fray at the edges. Every single exchange of blows forces him into a more awkward position, making his movements look increasingly frantic. It's as if the absolute confidence he paraded around with at the start of the match is being systematically stripped away with every sharp ring of steel echoing through the air. As his breath grows heavier, a genuinely disturbing thought begins to take root inside Rendon's panicked mind. He stares at the young master's unyielding gaze and starts to wonder if this pathetic little brat had actually been playing everyone for fools from the very beginning. His mind races with the terrifying possibility that Theo had been deliberately playing the role of a helpless, stupid weakling this entire time, all just to mask his true, monstrous combat ability until the perfect moment to strike. Then, right in the thick of their high-speed exchange, just as their weapons lock tightly together with a screech of friction, Theo does something completely unexpected. He leans forward, his eyes locking onto his instructor's trembling pupils, and calmly throws out a piercing question, demanding to know the exact identity of the shadowy figure pulling Rendon's strings from behind the scenes. Hearing that dangerous inquiry causes the old bastard to completely snap, his face contorting in a mixture of rage and panic as he aggressively lashes out with his weapon, screaming over the sound of metal to demand what kind of nonsense Theo is even talking about. But Theo doesn't yield an inch of ground. Instead, he presses his blade forward, fiercely reminding the traitor that he's already fully aware of the useless, fundamentally broken garbage techniques Rendon had been intentionally feeding him for years. Deciding he's completely done playing games or dancing around the edges of the truth, Theo cuts straight to the absolute heart of the conspiracy. He glares directly into the old man's eyes and bluntly asks the million-dollar question, whether Rendon has been acting as a secret agent, working hand-in-hand with the treacherous forces residing within the Camellia Palace. The very microsecond those forbidden words cross Theo's lips, Rendon's entire body goes completely rigid. For one brief, damning second, the old coot looks utterly paralyzed with genuine shock, his jaw tightening as though Theo had just reached into his chest and dragged out the one deeply buried secret he thought the young master could never possibly uncover. And that single, microscopic physical reaction is all the confirmation Theo needs to see. Rendon's bloodless complexion, his sudden, suffocating silence, and that unmistakable flicker of sheer panic in his wide eyes tell the young master everything he needs to know. His darkest suspicions about his instructor's betrayal are 100% correct. With the conspiracy officially verified, Theo has no intention of wasting another second talking to a dead man walking. In the very next heartbeat, before Rendon can even attempt to recover his guard, Theo pivots his hips and drives his sword cleanly through the air in a flawless, blinding arc, completely severing the old instructor's right hand at the wrist. The disembodied hand spins wildly through the air, painting a gruesome arc of crimson blood across the dirt, before tumbling heavily to the ground. Up in the stands, the entire gathering of spectators is instantly frozen in place, their murmurs completely dying out as they stare down in absolute, paralyzed disbelief at the horrific spectacle that just occurred right before their eyes. The corrupt teacher's face instantly twists into a grotesque mask of pure, unadulterated horror. He stares blankly at the empty space where his arm used to end, the brutal reality of what the young master has just done finally breaking through his shock and crashing down on him with full force. A split second later, a blood-curdling, pained shriek tears out from the very depth of Rendon's throat, a sound so raw, guttural, and ugly that it echoes off the stone walls. He frantically clamps his remaining hand over the spurting stump of his wrist, stumbling and staggering backward through the dirt like a wounded animal. Clutching his mangled limb as he gasps desperately for air, the broken instructor begins to bitterly spit out curses under his breath. His whole body trembles violently, his voice cracking and shaking under the overwhelming weight of immense physical agony, blinding rage, and the sudden, public humiliation of being bested by an apprentice. With total composure, Theo begins walking toward the miserable, groveling bastard, his boots taking slow, steady, and terrifyingly confident steps across the stained ground. With each step he takes, a profound realization resonates deep within his very bones. He can feel it with absolute certainty now. He really has broken through his limits and become genuinely strong. As he closes the remaining distance between them, looming over the shivering old man, Theo opens his mouth to speak. He chooses his words with lethal intent, intentionally digging up the exact same cruel phrases that Rendon had mockingly leveled against him during the darkest moments of his tragic previous life, making absolutely sure the old man hears every single syllable clearly. He looks down at the bleeding instructor, coolly stating that if the legendary Ragnar clan truly operates on nothing but the absolute law of the jungle, then that means raw, undisputed strength is the only currency that carries any value within these walls. He levels the tip of his practice blade right at the old man's chest, adding with a chilling calm that a pathetic, weak individual like Rendon should have known better than to ever dare set foot inside this sacred estate to begin with. An unbearable, suffocating aura of bloodlust begins to radiate from Theo as he slowly raises his sword high into the air once more. He hurls those old, mocking words right back into Rendon's trembling face, driving home the brutal truth that the weakest, most pathetic creature standing on this battlefield today was never the young master. It was him. His voice echoes across the courtyard as he repeats the clan's core doctrine, telling the dying man that under the unwavering Ragnar belief in the absolute rule of power, a weak, talentless fraud like Rendon had absolutely no right to ever come here and act as though he stood above anyone else. Without a hint of hesitation or remorse, Theo snaps his arms down, bringing his sword crashing down in one final, merciless executioner's swing. In a flash of steel, Rendon's severed head goes rolling across the dirt, while a violent spray of blood erupts from the neck, instantly shocking the entire training grounds into a profound, breathless silence. Almost the exact second the brutal execution is finalized and the body collapses, a familiar, glowing system notification materializes directly in front of Theo's face. The bright text beams out a message of congratulations, officially acknowledging that he has successfully completed all the requirements for tutorial quest number 3. But the notification doesn't stop there. It notes that he didn't just merely survive or win the requested match. He completely shattered the expectations of the trial, going far beyond the basic objectives outlined for him, and because of this exceptional performance, the system loudly announces that he has qualified for a special, hidden extra reward. The magical interface shifts, presenting a prompt that asks whether he would like to claim and receive this bonus prize right away. And honestly, considering how much power he needs to survive what's coming, there is absolutely no mystery about what Theo is going to choose here. While Theo interacts with his invisible screen, the surrounding spectators are left completely, utterly shell-shocked. All the smug arrogance, the mocking snickers, and the nasty whispers from earlier have completely vanished, replaced by pale, bloodless faces and a heavy, stunned silence that hangs thick over the arena. After all, their minds are struggling to even process the reality of what they just witnessed with their own eyes. They just watched a supposedly talentless, low-ranked apprentice swordsman effortlessly butcher a seasoned, mid-tier combat veteran in a matter of minutes, a paradigm-shattering event that is almost impossible for their brains to accept. Standing over the corpse, Theo can't help but look down and think to himself that the feared instructor Rendon was actually far weaker than he had remembered from his youth. In fact, a small wave of embarrassment washes over him as he reflects on how a pathetic man like this had managed to make him suffer so intensely in his past life. But as he grips his hilt, he smiles, knowing that this time around, the wheel of fate is already spinning in a completely different direction. Right on cue, the system window blinks again to reveal the contents of his extra reward, immediately activating a unique passive skill known as observation. And as if that wasn't enough, a massive surge of warmth floods his core as the system grants him an additional, incredible bonus. One full, condensed year's worth of pure magic power. But before Theo even has a chance to properly test out his newly acquired energy, the air pressure in the courtyard suddenly drops. Out of nowhere, a massive figure comes tearing down from the sky like a comet, slamming violently into the center of the training grounds with the terrifying, earth-shattering force of a falling meteor. Dust and debris explode outward in a massive cloud, and before Theo can even raise his arms to guard his face, the dust splits open. The massive man looks straight through the haze, locks his piercing gaze directly onto Theo, breaks into a wild, feral grin, and barks out the boy's name with an absolute explosion of booming excitement. As the dust cloud finally clears away, the terrifying identity of the intruder becomes clear. The man standing in the crater is none other than Julius Ragnar himself, famously feared across the lands as the Demon Dragon, and the absolute commander of the legendary white-armored dragon cavalry. Theo is left completely, utterly stunned as he stares at the giant, his mind temporarily short-circuiting as he recognizes the legendary warrior. He can barely comprehend the fact that a powerhouse like Julius is actually standing right in front of him, and his thoughts immediately begin racing wildly, wondering just how long this monster had been hiding in the shadows watching his fight. The moment the surrounding crowd finally registers the identity of the newcomer, the entire courtyard erupts into absolute, chaotic pandemonium. This isn't just any high-ranking official. This is the apex commander of the White Armored Dragon Cavalry, a mythical figure whose status sits far beyond ordinary human ranks, and everyone begins panicking, frantically whispering about why on earth someone of his caliber would suddenly show up in a place like this. Then, the scene quickly shifts to catch Evelyn's immediate reaction to the grand entrance, and for once, her perfect composure is shattered. She looks absolutely devastated, her eyes wide with irritation as she stares down at the deeply cracked and utterly ruined stone flooring that Julius had completely destroyed just by landing his massive body there. Julius, completely oblivious to the property damage he just caused, stands tall and radiates an almost overwhelming physical pressure. Just by standing perfectly still in the center of the crater, he emits the terrifying, untamed presence of a legendary living beast. The sheer, suffocating weight of the commander's aura causes a cold sweat to instantly break out across Theo's forehead. He stands there completely frozen in place, his muscles tense as his mind scrambles, entirely unsure of what his very next move should be in front of such a dangerous man. But as it turns out, all of Theo's intense fear and caution are completely unnecessary. Without warning, Julius suddenly throws his massive head back toward the sky and bursts into a roaring laugh, his face contorting into a broad, shockingly carefree grin that catches everyone off guard. Despite his absolutely terrifying, muscular build and his fearsome reputation on the battlefield, the way Julius carries himself right now gives off a bizarrely familiar vibe. He somehow comes across like a much friendlier, boisterous, larger-than-life version of Brutus from the old Popeye cartoons. Before anyone can even process his strange demeanor, Julius bursts into yet another booming round of belly laughter, his deep, rumbling voice rolling over the stunned crowd like a wave of thunder. He takes a massive, heavy step forward, closing the distance to Theo in an instant, and brings his giant hand down to give the young master a heavy, resounding pat on the shoulder, acting for all the world as if the two of them were already old, familiar friends. And without wasting a single second on pleasantries or formal introductions, Julius leans in and casually throws out a mind-blowing offer, inviting Theo right then and there to come join the ranks of the elite White Armored Dragon Cavalry, the most prestigious military order in the entire clan. Still chuckling to himself, Julius shakes his head, openly admitting that he is honestly shocked to stumble upon someone carrying this much raw, unpolished talent in a backwater training yard. He grins, noting that while executing one's own official instructor is technically a bit disrespectful to clan traditions, even he has to admit that a worthless fraud like Rendon brought every single bit of that execution entirely on himself. Then, letting out another massive, booming laugh that rattles the ears of everyone nearby, Julius claps his heavy hand down onto Theo's shoulder once more, looking him dead in the eye as he openly invites him to bypass the standard trials and become a formal part of the White Armored Dragon Cavalry. Standing nearby, Evelyn watches the scene with a knowing look, appearing as though she had fully expected this exact, wild outcome from the very beginning. The rest of the crowd, however, can do nothing but stare forward with their jaws hanging completely open, unable to comprehend the fact that the infamous demon dragon has just personally scouted a completely unawakened apprentice to join the absolute pinnacle of elite knights. Off to the side of the courtyard, we catch sight of Remington's pale face once again. He slowly turns his head toward a high-ranking man standing right next to him, his voice shaking slightly as he asks whether the man has ever, in all his years of service, heard of a mere apprentice swordsman being personally scouted before they had even gone through their official awakening ceremony. The veteran warrior standing beside him looks completely lost, his brow furrowing as he clearly struggles to dig through his memories for an answer, before he finally shakes his head and sighs, admitting outright that he has never heard of such an absurd thing happening in the entire history of the clan. Of course, Remington didn't even really need to hear the confirmation, because he already knew the absolute truth of the answer before the words even left the man's mouth. The reality of the situation is undeniable, because in the entire documented history of their world, there has absolutely never been a single precedent quite like the anomaly standing before them today. Meanwhile, amid all the surrounding shock and awe, Theo remains perfectly calm, quietly analyzing the tactical situation in his own mind. He reasons that by all normal logic, it should be physically impossible for anyone to judge a person's true potential while their internal mana hall remains completely sealed shut. Even if someone's physical swordsmanship looks incredibly impressive to the eye, their capacity for magic power could still turn out to be completely lacking, meaning that no matter how legendary Julius Ragnar is supposed to be, he shouldn't have any logical way of knowing whether Theo possesses genuine greatness. And yet, looking up into the piercing, wild eyes of the giant standing over him, Theo can't help but harbor a lingering doubt, wondering if the monstrous instincts of the demon dragon Julius allow him to somehow peer directly through the physical veil and see the true, hidden potential sleeping deep within his soul anyway. But after only a brief, calculated pause to gather his thoughts, Theo looks up, sets his jaw, and flatly refuses the golden offer to join the elite cavalry. His facial expression remains completely steady and stone-faced, and his voice rings out across the silent courtyard without showing even the absolute smallest trace of doubt or hesitation. Julius stood frozen in the middle of the crater with his signature, boisterous grin completely wiped clean off his rugged face. He looked as if he had just been forced to bite directly into something painfully sour, his jaw twitching slightly in disbelief. For a legendary warrior who had arrived with an absolute mountain of confidence, expecting a wide-eyed, grateful acceptance, Theo's instant and icy rejection had clearly hit him in a way he never could have anticipated. The surrounding crowd of spectators was just as profoundly stunned by the young master's words. Their mouths hung open in absolute silence as they stared back and forth between the two, utterly unable to comprehend that a mere apprentice had just turned down the most powerful and prestigious military figure in the clan with that much cold, effortless calm. For a long, heavy moment, the entire training arena fell into a strange, suffocating silence. Not a single soul among the onlookers seemed ready to speak or even draw a loud breath, as everyone desperately tried to mentally process the unbelievable, rule-breaking scene that had just unfolded right in front of them. As the sun began to set and the day went on, word of the spectacular courtyard incident began spreading through every corner of the clan like a raging wildfire. It passed rapidly from one whispering mouth to another, morphing and growing until almost every servant, guard, and noble had heard some unbelievable version of the tale. Everywhere you looked, people simply couldn't stop talking about young Master Theo, the very same boy they had all mocked and dismissed as a hopeless imbecile just weeks prior. Not only had he utterly destroyed his own treacherous teacher, but when the fearsome demon dragon himself tried to scout him into the elite white-armored dragon cavalry, Theo had actually had the audacity to turn the offer down. Naturally, because the news was so explosive, everyone in the estate had their own strong opinion on the matter. Some of the more sympathetic members believed Theo was simply practicing deep modesty, while the vast majority assumed the boy had suddenly become incredibly arrogant, foolish enough to reject a golden honor that most knights would gladly kill to receive. Meanwhile, the narrative shifts away from the gossip and moves deep inside the walls of the Camellia Palace, where a powerful woman sits seething with an intense, quiet anger. Rendon's sudden death and execution had clearly ruined the smooth flow of their long-term plans, and the dark, tight irritation written across her beautiful face made it obvious that their schemes had gone badly off course. The identity of this dangerous woman is revealed to the audience. She is none other than Amel Ragnar, the calculating and influential lady who rules over the entire Camellia Palace. Standing nearby, a sophisticated man steps forward into her line of sight, gesturing smoothly as he tries to calm her rising temper by telling her there is absolutely no need to be overly concerned about a minor setback. In his critical eyes, the late instructor Rendon was nothing impressive to begin with, and the only reason he had been assigned to Theo's estate in the first place was precisely because of his miserable, easily disposable level of skill. Amel listens to his reassurance but quickly brushes that specific part of the argument aside with a cold wave of her hand, making it perfectly clear through her icy demeanor that Rendon's physical death itself isn't the real problem keeping her up at night. The man speaking so casually with her is revealed to be her blood brother, the formidable sky dragon Ed Troyvin, the very same powerful figure who had previously appeared plotting in the shadows of the pub. Amel leans forward, explaining sharply that the terrifying demon dragon had personally approached Theo on the dirt, but what bothers her even more is the persistent rumor that Evelyn Nereville was the one who covertly arranged the whole meeting. Because of that high-level interference, they can no longer easily intervene by forcing a new, easily controlled master onto Theo's schedule, and if the boy continues to draw this much high-profile attention, taking final control of the lucrative Rose Palace will become significantly more difficult. Just as the political tension inside the room reaches its peak, the doors swing open and Axion enters with an incredibly relaxed, almost lazy attitude. He scoffs lightly, casually asking his mother and uncle why the two of them are acting so incredibly worried over a minor family squabble. He walks over to a chair and tells them quite plainly that there is absolutely no way the Grand Clan head would take a serious, long-term interest in a minor training yard incident, so there is no logical reason for them to panic like children. As far as his own ambitions are concerned, their original plan to suppress the boy can continue exactly as they had always intended. Amel snaps her sharp gaze over to her son, her eyes narrowing as she demands to know whether he truly, deeply understands the fragile nature of their situation. She reminds him that if they want to successfully seize the valuable Rose Palace without offending or alerting the supreme clan leader, the absolute safest and most guaranteed path is for Theo to remain completely weak, isolated, and powerless. Her son merely smirks at the warning, nodding smoothly as he claims he already fully understands her concerns. However, he remains absolutely certain that Theo is still fundamentally powerless, because in his arrogant mind, a historical loser like his cousin couldn't have changed his core nature so quickly. Axion firmly believes that Evelyn and the eccentric demon dragon have simply always possessed a strange, dramatic interest in hopeless underdogs, meaning there is zero reason to treat the boy as a serious threat to his future. But standing by the window, Ed Troyven clearly does not appreciate how casually his young nephew is treating this dangerous political shift. His weathered expression noticeably hardens, his eyes flashing with a stern gravity, as he steps forward to warn Axion never to underestimate the momentum of an anomaly. Instead of backing down, Axion reaches into his coat and pulls out a sealed parchment letter, a sly, predatory grin spreading slowly across his face. Since his mother and uncle are losing their minds with concern over the boy, he announces that he will personally go play with Theo a little bit, using the letter to humiliate him and remind the garbage cousin exactly where he belongs in the family hierarchy. Sometime later, the setting shifts back to the quiet estate training grounds, where Evelyn stands with her arms crossed, watching intently as Theo finishes up a solid, highly disciplined practice session. She speaks up, offering genuine praise for his incredible work ethic, and Theo lowers his wooden blade to thank her in return, politely admitting that training under a truly proper, legitimate master like her really does feel completely different from anything he experienced before. With the lesson winding down, Evelyn naturally brings up the explosive topic from earlier, mentioning that from a purely practical standpoint, it probably would have been vastly better for his future security if he had simply joined the white armored dragon cavalry. She tilts her head, looking at him with deep, unhidden curiosity as she tries to figure out why he would flatly refuse such a rare, career-making opportunity from the clan's top general. Theo pauses in his movements, taking a moment to genuinely think it over before offering a response. Deep down in his soul, he knows it would be an absolute lie to tell her he has zero regrets about the decision, because marching alongside the legendary white armored dragon cavalry had actually been one of his greatest, unfulfilled dreams during his tragic previous life. Even so, a faint, confident smirk crosses his face as he looks down at his hands, silently reminding himself that accepting Julius's tempting offer right now would actually end up holding his true development back far more than it would help him. There is absolutely no logical reason for him to lock his destiny into one specific military path this early in his second life. Once he calculates the immense structural privileges and absolute political influence he could easily claim by reaching the very top of the clan after his upcoming awakening ceremony, joining the cavalry no longer feels like the greatest prize available on the board. So, keeping his grander ambitions hidden, Theo simply smiles warmly at Evelyn and says he merely did not wish to receive unearned, special treatment from the higher-ups. He falsely claims to her that he still doesn't feel physically ready for such a high honor, and that for the time being, he is perfectly satisfied with training under her expert guidance as he prepares himself for the critical awakening ceremony. Evelyn lets out a soft sigh and chuckles, gently reminding him that despite his noble reasoning, a proud commander like the demon dragon is probably going to feel incredibly disappointed and slighted after being rejected so directly by a teenager. As she continues to speak, Theo looks at her face and decides that this quiet moment is the perfect opportunity to test out his newly acquired observation ability for the very first time. He shifts his focus entirely onto Evelyn's figure, activating the skill to read her hidden statistics and abilities in vivid detail, which immediately confirms what his instincts had already suspected. Floating before his eyes is the undeniable proof. She is, without a shadow of a doubt, an incredibly high-ranking swordswoman whose true power dwarfs his own. But as he reads further down the magical display, the glowing information begins to reveal something much more personal and shocking about her mindset. It states clearly that Evelyn deeply admires Theo's unexpected humility and strong character, and that instructing him has granted her a profound sense of vibrant energy and purpose she hasn't felt in years. It even notes a lingering hidden sorrow, showing that she deeply misses her old days with the white armored dragon cavalry. Reading this, Theo feels a massive rush of internal excitement as he realizes the sheer, game-changing value of this new observation skill. This incredible ability grants him far more than simple, dry combat strength readings. It literally allows him to glimpse the raw emotional truth hidden beneath a person's spoken words and false expressions. Then, his eyes narrow slightly as his gaze focuses heavily on that very last detail on the screen. The specific part mentioning how much Evelyn secretly misses the white armored dragon cavalry. That single line catches him completely off guard, and he can't help but find it surprisingly meaningful and potentially useful for his future plans. Just as he closes the system window, a heavily built man suddenly enters the training grounds, his armor clanking as he steps forward and introduces himself as Sybil Dree. He stands tall, stating in a serious tone that he has traveled all the way from the southern inspection post because he has something of immense importance he absolutely needs to discuss with Theo. The moment the man draws near, Theo immediately feels a subtle wave of uneasiness wash over him. Sybil's physical presence is remarkably intense and intimidating, boasting a battle-hardened face that makes the young master instantly wonder what kind of dangerous or hostile conversation this meeting is truly about. Seeking clarity before things turn ugly, Theo quietly activates his observation skill once again, aiming it directly at the newcomer's chest. But the psychological information he receives back is completely unexpected. Instead of hostility, the screen reveals that Sybil carries a powerful, burning desire to have a passionate sword spar with him. That bizarre revelation causes Theo to internally break into a nervous sweat beneath his tunic. The sudden, wild idea of crossing sharp training swords with a massive warrior who possesses such a frightening, scarred face is more than enough to make him feel genuinely anxious about what's to come. Right on cue, a familiar system notification pops up in his field of vision, officially revealing the details of his 4th tutorial quest. This time around, his primary overarching objective is to completely cast aside his humiliating title as the Imbecile of Ragnar, and the system dynamically displays that his recent actions have already granted him nearly 28% progress toward completion. As the screen fades, Sybil turns out to be surprisingly blunt and direct about the real motivation behind his sudden visit. Without attempting to hide his true intentions or speak in riddles, he drops to one knee and loudly declares that he wishes to swear loyalty and follow young Master Theo from this day forward. He looks up, admitting with total brutal honesty that in the past, he had once been among the vast majority of people who completely ignored and looked down on Theo because the boy seemed utterly devoid of talent. Back in those days, Sybil confesses that he truly believed the mocking title of Ragnar's premier imbecile suited the young master perfectly. While Theo can certainly appreciate the warrior's raw honesty in a house full of liars, he still can't completely stop himself from feeling a sharp prickle of irritation as he stands there listening to his past failures being aired out so casually. After all, the massive soldier is practically insulting him straight to his face without fully realizing just how incredibly harsh his clumsy words actually sound to the ear. But Sybil quickly presses on, explaining that his entire opinion flipped completely upside down when he recently learned that Theo had been quietly coming out to the yards every single morning, training harder and sweating longer than anyone else in the entire lineage. On top of that immense dedication, Sybil's eyes light up as he states he felt profoundly honored to personally witness the spectacular, bloody results of all that hidden effort during Theo's public duel against that old fraud, Rendon Harvey. Sybil confesses that he was completely, utterly captivated by the majestic sight of Rendon's severed head flying through the morning air. Watching Theo's unbelievable, rapid growth with his own 2 eyes had left him feeling truly amazed and deeply inspired. And to top it all off, the legendary image of the demon dragon Julius Ragnar personally dropping from the heavens to invite Theo into the elite white armored dragon cavalry had burned itself permanently into the very depths of Sybil's memory. From that defining moment onward, Sybil says Theo instantly became his ultimate idol and inspiration. He explains that he had nearly given up on his own martial path after constantly being mocked by his peers as the idiot of the Southern Inspection Office, but seeing Theo rise from the ashes changed something fundamental inside his heart. Now, with his heart on his sleeve, all he asks for is one simple chance to respectfully cross swords in a match against the person he looks up to most. His blunt, overwhelming sincerity is so incredibly direct that it completely catches Theo off guard, leaving the young master temporarily speechless. Under normal circumstances, given the constant assassination plots surrounding him, Theo would be deeply suspicious of any random warrior approaching him so suddenly with sweet words. But thanks to the magical insight of observation, he can see right through to the young man's core nature with absolute clarity. The system interface confirms that Sybil genuinely, deeply respects Theo as a warrior, and that at his absolute core, all he truly wants from this interaction is a wholesome sparring match to test his own limits. Everything Theo scans through the skill points directly to the giant being completely genuine. It was definitely a bizarre and wholesome turn of events that Theo never could have expected to happen so soon after his victory. Even so, as the realization sinks in, a pleasant feeling of satisfaction begins to warm his chest. After brutally defeating Rendon and causing such a stir that Lord Julius took notice, Theo had naturally assumed that only bitter people with painful inferiority complexes would come crawling out of the woodwork to aggressively challenge and test his new power. But instead of a petty assassin or a jealous cousin, he has stumbled upon a fierce warrior who genuinely admires his journey and desires to follow his lead willingly. To Theo, this proves that despite the corruption at the top, there are still honorable people out there who carry the true, unpolluted pride of the Ragnar name in their veins. As he looks down at the kneeling soldier, a cold, calculating spark ignites in Theo's eyes. This unexpected encounter could actually work out perfectly for his grand design. If he truly intends to overthrow his enemies and become the absolute clan head of Ragnar one day, He will desperately need fiercely loyal people he can trust around him, and he will need highly capable subordinates who possess the strength to stand tall beside his throne when the final war begins. Beyond the thrill of the spar itself, Theo realized this interaction could be the key to pushing forward with his fourth tutorial quest. The one specifically tied to casting away the humiliating, lingering title of the Imbecile of Ragnar. In his previous life, that name had clung to him like a rusted iron shackle he could never shake off, but now, with the system actively opening new paths of growth before him, he was absolutely determined to tear that shameful label off his reputation once and for all. With his resolve hardened, Theo turned toward his mentor and formally asked for her permission to accept a real spar. Evelyn Nareville, standing to the side with her arms folded, gave her immediate approval without the slightest hint of hesitation, looking almost pleased with his initiative as she gestured for him to go ahead and show the audience exactly what he was capable of. Stepping toward his opponent, Theo hoisted his training blade up into a sharp, formal salute. He introduced himself with quiet, ironclad dignity. Theo Ragnar, apprentice swordsman of the Rose Palace, currently preparing for the upcoming awakening ceremony under the direct guidance of Master Evelyn Nareville. The seasoned, one-armed swordmaster standing nearby watched him perform the salute with a genuine, satisfied smile, clearly approving of both his impeccable posture and the newfound weight of confidence he carried himself with. Sybil Dree hurriedly scrambled to return the salute in his own slightly awkward, unpolished way. He introduced himself as an apprentice swordsman hailing from the Southern Inspection Post, explaining that he had inherited the traditional, aggressive swordsmanship of the Kurai clan, with his entire combat focus placed on the art of the quicksword. Without a moment's delay, the match officially began, and Sybil launched himself off the dusty ground with an explosive burst of speed that surprised even the onlookers. From the very first second of the engagement, he moved with the frantic intensity of a madman, rushing into Theo's guard with the raw ferocity of someone aiming to kill with his very opening strike. Theo, however, was ready. He met that initial wild attack head-on, catching the heavy blade with his own in a clean, decisive block that sent a shower of bright, jagged sparks scattering through the air between them. The boy formerly branded as the idiot of the Southern Inspection Post was undeniably, dangerously fast. If there was one thing that Sybil had absolute, unshakable confidence in, it was the raw, lightning-like speed of his sword. But after enduring just that first violent exchange, Sybil could already feel a cold sweat breaking out on his neck. The rumors of young Master Theo's sudden, miraculous skill were not exaggerated gossip. They were the terrifying, unvarnished truth. Meanwhile, Theo found himself mentally analyzing the fight, wondering how in the world someone as skilled as Sybil had ever been branded an idiot in the first place. If a version of Theo from his previous, helpless life had been forced to face this man, he almost certainly would have struggled just to stay alive for more than a few exchanges. But the Theo standing on this training ground was no longer that pathetic, broken version of himself from the past. Seizing the initiative, Theo immediately shifted from defense into a sharp, clinical offense. He swung his blade with precise, overwhelming force, hitting the side of Sybil's weapon and sending him spinning through the air like a ragdoll until his sword clattered uselessly to the dirt. To the current Theo, handling a spar of this level felt almost like second nature. Poor Sybil took the force of the follow-through strike directly to the solar plexus, and the impact was so jarring that it felt like it knocked every ounce of air right out of his lungs. His body tumbled uncontrollably, finally crashing hard against the reinforced wooden stands surrounding the training arena, bringing his reckless charge to a very abrupt and brutal stop. Thankfully, the controlled blow had not left him with any grave injuries. Sybil forced himself to rise to his feet, ignoring the lingering pain in his chest, and bowed deeply to praise young Master Theo's masterful swordplay before sincerely admitting his defeat with a look of profound gratitude. Theo accepted the victory with graceful calm. He raised his training sword in a respectful salute toward the downed Sybil and told him, in a steady, level voice, that it had been a genuinely good fight. As Theo held his blade up in that lingering salute, his own reflection flickered and gleamed across the polished, bright surface of the steel. Suddenly, a new, daring idea crossed his mind. If his observation skill could analyze the deep, hidden stats of other people, there was no reason it shouldn't work on himself as well. He focused his intent and the skill activated perfectly. Theo's personal status window materialized before him, listing talents like Observation, Player, and Ragnar, along with several others that were still locked behind high requirements. It labeled him a level 1 swordsman with well-balanced stats, but caught his eye immediately with a shockingly high magic power value of 190. Now that Theo had finally gained the innate ability to perceive and track his own stat points, those values would clearly appear as quantitative numbers from this moment forward. Beneath the talent section, his potential abilities were displayed in minute detail. Judging by the many dark, locked slots still waiting on the interface, Theo realized with a thrill that he could unlock at least 4 more powerful talents if he simply stayed the course and kept completing his quests. Being able to audit his own stat values and progress whenever he desired was a massive discovery, and Theo instantly understood just how vital that level of self-awareness would be as he moved forward. Theo reasoned that his strangely elevated magic power must be tied to the lingering essence from his previous life and the dormant dragon heart currently beating rhythmically inside his chest. What really bothered him, however, was the ominous, ugly number sitting right beside his luck stat, -49. He stared at that miserable, pathetic value, feeling a shiver run down his spine as he wondered if he had truly been cursed with such unbelievably bottom-of-the-barrel luck since birth. Maybe all the endless disasters, humiliations, and sheer misery he had endured in his previous life had been tied to this single, rotting stat all along. Theo realized he needed to find a way to raise it as quickly as possible, but he was so thoroughly absorbed in his own status screen and the momentum of the sparring that he completely failed to notice the growing crowd of young, ambitious men who had silently gathered around the edge of the arena, watching his every move from every side. After all, Theo had recently beheaded the fraud Rendon, a man who had posed as his teacher, and had even received rare public recognition from the clan's most respected military commander. Naturally, the sudden appearance of these young, hungry swordsmen around his private training grounds was only to be expected. Theo understood the politics. No matter how weak and worthless his former instructor had actually been, Rendon had still held the title and authority of a mid-rank swordsman. Because Theo had successfully taken down that imposter and earned the rare, booming approval of a legend like Julius Ragnar, it made perfect sense that young, prestige-seeking swordsmen would begin congregating around him, driven by rumors and the spectacle of his growth. Under the harsh Ragnar law of strength, people would only ever respond to Theo in one of two binary ways. They would either grow green with envy, or they would become completely fascinated by his rise and offer their genuine admiration. As for the group of young men currently hovering around the arena, Evelyn could read their stance at a single, experienced glance. They clearly belonged to that second group, as their eyes shone with genuine amazement now that they had seen the rumors about the young master were finally proven true. Respect and approval were written plainly across their faces. Each of them was likely imagining themselves standing in Sybil's place during that short, sharp spar, and each was quietly wondering whether they would have been able to defend against Theo's blade at all. That burning curiosity only made their desire grow stronger, pushing them to desperately want their own chance to cross blades with the young master. Among those gathered young swordsmen was Ead Nalen. Theo swept his gaze across the faces of the crowd, feeling a surge of satisfaction when he saw the way they were reacting to his presence. Theo deliberately singled out Ead Nalen by name, catching the young man completely off guard as he emerged from the pack. The young master gestured him forward, inviting him to step into the arena to test his skills in a proper spar. Ead Nalen gave a sharp, firm salute and formally introduced himself as the third son of Viscount Nalen, a practitioner specializing in the difficult double ascension swordsmanship. Theo returned the salute with calm ease and casually wished him a good fight. Without wasting another moment on pleasantries, the two fighters quickly took their stances and immediately began clashing with intensity in the center of the training ground. With every strike and every ringing, violent collision of steel against steel, Theo's proficiency in basic swordsmanship continued to steadily tick upward. Ead, however, was far from a pushover. He moved with great agility and fought with enough tactical intelligence to slip in a sharp, deceptive slash that appeared to leave Theo with no immediate way to counter it. In that fraction of a second, Theo felt as if the entire world had slowed to a crawl around him. He intuitively adjusted his grip on the hilt, shifted the angle of his blade, and met the incoming lethal attack with a perfectly placed block. That single, expert defensive maneuver was enough to knock Eddie's primary sword clean out of his hand, sending it flying across the arena floor. That crucial block significantly raised Theo's proficiency in the changing heart swordsmanship style. With Ead disarmed, the match was effectively decided, and the young man accepted his defeat without argument, offering Theo his full and lasting approval as a warrior. To Theo's genuine surprise, earning Ead's approval also caused his luck stat to tick up slightly. Seeing that change, he began to wonder if his luck might somehow be tied to his rising reputation within the clan. If that tactical connection was indeed solid, then Theo had just stumbled upon a massive, game-changing method to finally patch up the miserable luck stat that had been dragging him down like an anchor throughout his entire life. All he had to do was keep the pressure on, continue winning these brutal sparring matches, and earn the begrudging recognition of his peers. If he did that, he could actually, physically pull his own destiny out of the gutter and fix that rotting luck stat with his own two hands. The next young swordsman to step forward was Banat Ramiro, but to be completely honest, that match barely even qualified as a challenge for Theo. He dispatched Banat with surgical precision, forcing a quick submission and tucking another effortless victory under his belt. And just as he hoped, the moment Banat offered his sincere approval, Theo's status window blinked, and his luck stat ticked up by another point, finally confirming that this strange, merit-based method was actually working in real time. Following that victory, Eric Moran stepped into the circle. He managed to put up a somewhat decent fight, forcing Theo to actually engage his brain and move with more seriousness. But in the end, it was merely a short-lived struggle before he, too, was forced into an inevitable defeat. Immediately after, Theo secured the grudging approval of Manfred Nonbert, and without allowing the pace of the arena to slow for even a single heartbeat, he kept pushing forward, barreling through one grueling spar after another. Then, he completely overwhelmed Manuel Noir, sweeping his defenses aside so decisively that it looked as if Theo was simply clearing the floor of garbage, effortlessly tossing anyone who dared to stand in his path. Before long, Theo was absolutely locked into the hypnotic, high-speed rhythm of battle, his mental focus sharpening to a razor's edge with every single clash as he steamrolled through his winning streak, eventually dismantling Daniel Riemann. Still riding the high of his momentum and ignoring the fatigue setting into his muscles, Theo stood in the center of the ring and called out for the next challenger to step up and test their mettle. But this time, the usual roar of the crowd turned into a thick, awkward silence, and not a single person dared to step forward to face him. By the time he had systematically dismantled the majority of the young swordsmen gathered in the courtyard, Theo's lungs were burning and his limbs felt heavy, yet his internal fighting spirit was still ravenously hungry for more. He raised his voice again, demanding the next challenger, yet the arena remained eerily still, with no one willing to be the next soul to step onto the stage and face the young master. Theo had fought so many back-to-back matches that his physical body was teetering on the edge of complete exhaustion, yet when he checked the status of his system quest, the one meant to erase his imbecile title, he saw that it had only crawled forward by a measly 1%. He speculated that the slow progress was likely because the men he just defeated already viewed him with a level of respect. He probably needed to face much stronger opponents, or perhaps he had to prove his worth in front of the arrogant elitists who still truly looked down on him. He knew he needed a change of pace to break the stagnation. Just then, a man pushed through the hushed crowd and pointed out that Theo looked visibly spent. Theo argued back, snapping that he would rest when he truly had to, but for now, he could still swing his blade, and as he staked his claim to continue fighting, the armored, imposing figure known as the Silver Lion stepped out from the shadows before everyone's stunned eyes. That man was none other than the legendary Remington Narcio, and he formally bowed, requesting a high-stakes sparring match against Theo. Neither Theo nor the gathered crowd of swordsmen had ever dreamed that someone of Remington's high status would actually appear in this lowly yard, let alone personally ask for a spar. After all, Remington Narcio was one of the prestigious Four Hounds of the North. The Four Hounds of the North were an elite quartet consisting of Hulkus Lanka, Ray Ragnar, Remington Narcio, and finally, the volatile Axion Ragnar from the Camellia Palace. Together, they were widely recognized as the four absolute strongest members of the current generation in the entire Ragnar clan, all of whom were preparing for the upcoming awakening ceremony. Remington Narcio explained, with a courteous tone, that he had arrived at the grounds early precisely because he wanted to personally observe the young lord's swordsmanship style before the ceremony officially commenced. With a polite smile, Remington offered a crisp, respectful salute and thanked Theo for entertaining his request. The Silver Lion was renowned throughout the region as a true sword genius, gifted with predator-like senses and backed by a legendary, relentless work ethic. During the formal, traditional exchange, Theo stood tall, planting his feet firmly in the dirt, and introduced himself with proper, regal weight. He was the 31st son of the great guardian of the North, Kyle Ragnar. Theo Ragnar returned the salute with pride, clearly establishing his heritage as the 31st son of the great guardian of the North, Kyle Ragnar. Theo had never in a million years expected to encounter Remington in such a casual setting, let alone be given the chance to cross blades with such a famous prodigy. In his past life, Remington had been one of the few figures Theo had genuinely, deeply respected from afar. So when Theo told him that he was truly honored to spar against the renowned young deputy clan head of Narcio, those words weren't just empty, aristocratic flattery. He absolutely meant every single word. After the exhaustion of so many non-stop fights, Theo found himself completely swept up in the intoxicating, searing heat of the duel. More than anything else, he wanted to demonstrate his true potential to Remington, and both fighters readied themselves for a match that would surely be remembered. Suddenly, Theo watched as the Silver Lion's aura erupted with a terrifying, refined force, and for the first time in many days, he felt a flicker of doubt, wondering if his current, raw self could actually defeat a genius like Remington. The two warriors surged toward each other at the exact same moment, their practiced blades crashing together with the force of a thunderclap as sparks cascaded into the air. This was the moment of truth where Theo would finally learn exactly how powerful one of the Four Hounds of the North truly was. Every single collision between their blades shook the entire wooden stage violently, sending tremors through the floorboards and rattling the onlookers with the sheer weight of each heavy, masterful exchange. Theo kept his vision locked onto a path to victory, even as small, jagged fragments of steel began scattering across the arena floor, torn off by the immense pressure of their repeated, brutal clashes. Remington grinned as he pressed his offensive even harder, clearly savoring the adrenaline and the intensity of the duel just as much as Theo was. After enduring far too much stress from the fierce, relentless exchanges, one of the blades finally reached its breaking point and was cut clean through. Evelyn stood at the edge, watching with bated breath and without letting her sharp gaze drift for even a single second, tracking every subtle movement with intense attention. The crowd of young swordsmen who had been so easily dispatched by Theo earlier now stood frozen, utterly speechless, unable to tear their eyes away from the dramatic outcome unfolding before them. In the deathly, suffocating silence of the arena, the harsh, metallic sound of the broken blade striking the dirt rang out with absolute, chilling clarity. It was Theo's sword. In a singular, dominant display of pure strength, Remington had sliced through his opponent's blade with ease, skillfully stopping his own lethal attack only mere inches away from Theo's throat. To everyone watching, the result looked painfully, indisputably obvious. The young Master Theo had suffered a clean loss. Sybil stood nearby, unable to accept that his newfound idol had been defeated so quickly, but even he had to confront the harsh reality. No matter how rapidly Theo had grown, overcoming one of the legendary four hounds was still an almost impossible task. There was a reason they were hailed as the strongest of the current generation, and Remington Narcio had just proven that fact with ruthless efficiency. Even in defeat, Sybil stubbornly insisted that the indomitable fighting spirit Theo had just demonstrated was already more than worthy of his respect. But then, to the absolute jaw-dropping shock of every single person standing in the yard, the mighty Silver Lion suddenly lowered his guard and declared that the duel was, in fact, his own loss. Remington saluted Theo with a flawless, traditional form, bowing his head respectfully as he thanked the young lord for the privilege of the duel. He explained his reasoning clearly. Theo's blade had already been severely worn down and compromised before their match even began, and on top of that, the young lord had been fighting at a severe disadvantage, having battled multiple opponents in a row. Theo looked him in the eye and countered, stating that on a real, bloody battlefield, no enemy would ever offer such a polite consideration. Because of that, he admitted he had already mentally accepted his own defeat the very moment his blade had failed him. Remington responded with a calm, understanding and appreciative smile, clearly finding deep respect for Theo's uncompromising, hardened way of thinking. Then, the legendary Silver Lion and the boy once called an imbecile reached out and firmly shook hands in front of the mesmerized, watching crowd. From that brief, intense, and deeply meaningful exchange, a newfound respect blossomed between the two unlikely opponents. Remington expressed his sincere hope that they could have a proper, fair duel under much better conditions next time, and Theo felt the exact same way. A stunned hush fell over the onlookers, their eyes wide with disbelief as they watched one of the prestigious four hounds reach out to personally acknowledge Theo. The expressions on their faces told the whole story. It was dawning on them in real time that this young master possessed a level of caliber and untapped potential they had completely underestimated. Following that intense duel with Remington, a surge of progress rippled through Theo's system, driving his quest completion percentage all the way up to 35%. When you consider just how incredibly difficult it is to secure even a shred of recognition from someone of that stature, such a massive jump in progress was nothing short of extraordinary. Standing off to the side, Evelyn finally let out a long, shaky breath, her shoulders sagging as the crushing weight of the moment evaporated. She had been bracing for any number of outcomes, but seeing the interaction conclude on such a positive note brought a genuine sense of relief to her features. For the very first time, Theo had been handed a concrete, undeniable benchmark, allowing him to finally grasp the sheer scale of the power the hounds actually wielded. This realization only hit home because Remington had finally dropped his guard, offering a brief, terrifying glimpse into the true extent of his combat prowess. Thanks to his recent quests, Theo had leveled up, acquiring rare talents and forbidden manuals that had transformed his strength into something far beyond his old, broken self. Yet, the moment his blade met the White Lion's, he was forced to reckon with the heavy, suffocating pressure of a truly superior fighter. That sharp, fleeting exchange served as a blunt reminder of his current reality. Despite how far he had come, there were still glaring gaps in his technique and power that he couldn't afford to ignore. While it was admittedly disappointing that his own physical limitations had forced an early end to the duel, he still walked away with plenty to show for it. His luck stat had ticked up by 10 points, and perhaps even more valuable, his reputation in the eyes of the clan had skyrocketed overnight. However, the quest itself was still a long way from being finished. Theo knew he couldn't just rely on one performance. He would need to get creative and actively seek out new opportunities to keep proving his worth to the powers that be. What he desperately needed now was the right stage, a high-profile arena where he could force everyone to acknowledge his strength strictly on his own terms. That was precisely when Remington dropped the reveal. He hadn't crossed the grounds just to test his blades against a junior, but to deliver something much more significant. His true objective was to hand-deliver a formal, high-stakes invitation directly into Theo's hands. As Theo unfolded the parchment, it became immediately clear that this was no ordinary note. It was a prestigious, sealed invitation. It was an official summons from the elite organization known as the Scale Dragon Society, delivered directly to him. The mere mention of the Scale Dragon Society sent a ripple of electric excitement through the nearby young swordsmen. It was a notoriously exclusive club, an elite gathering of the next generation's brightest, famous for an admissions process so brutal and exhaustive that many simply gave up before even trying. And this wasn't just some mail-in request. Remington himself, a pillar of the hounds, had personally championed the invitation to bring the young master into their ranks. For any ambitious fighter looking to climb the social and political ladder, being invited to the Scaled Dragon Society was a monumental honor that could overnight solidify their standing in the Ragnar clan. Theo, carefully masking his inner ambition with a humble, composed expression, asked with just the right amount of hesitation whether someone of his background was truly fit for such an esteemed circle. The White Lion brushed off the concern with a casual wave, as if the answer were obvious to anyone with eyes. He assured Theo that he was more than qualified, and added with a light chuckle that the group wasn't nearly as stiff or terrifying as the rumors claimed. According to Remington, the majority of the members simply saw the society as a social gathering for talented peers to build connections, while they waited for the upcoming, life-changing awakening ceremony. Theo couldn't quite decipher if Remington had a hidden agenda, but he was certain of one critical detail. The Scaled Dragon Society was currently the inner circle for his half-brother, Axion. It was a den of vipers, full of people who would undoubtedly look down on him with open mockery and cold contempt. And for that very reason, it was the absolute perfect hunting ground for Theo to accelerate his quest and rattle his enemies. Beyond just the quest, embedding himself in the society would grant him an invaluable, front-row seat to monitor the movements of Axion and the power players inside the Camellia Palace. Seeing no logical reason to back down, Theo accepted the invitation with a polite nod, offering a gracious word of thanks to Remington for the personal delivery. He gave his word that he would be in attendance, fully aware that by stepping into that hall, he was walking straight into the heart of his enemy's territory. Remington gripped Theo's hand, shaking it firmly and clearly satisfied to have brought another promising talent into the fold. He reminded Theo to reach out if he ever needed anything, noting that the banquet was exactly 2 weeks away, giving Theo a very narrow window to finalize his game plan. Watching from the sidelines, Evelyn took a slow, pensive drag from her cigarette, her eyes tracking Theo with a look of genuine, underlying concern for her young student's future. News of the invitation traveled fast, and before long, the word reached the corridors of the Rose Palace. Theo's mother, Cecilia, practically burst into his room, her face illuminated by a radiant, proud smile that was impossible to miss. Theo had actually been composing his thoughts to share the news with her personally, but one look at her glowing expression told him the word had already gotten out. Cecilia had already mobilized the palace's entire grooming and styling team, and they were already waiting in his room, eager to ensure he looked absolutely perfect for the event. Because this was the first time Theo had ever been invited to such a prestigious affair, his mother's excitement was infectious. She knew all too well that this was the inner circle, the place where Axion, the protege of that sly Amel, and brilliant prospects like Remington spent their time. The influence of these youths was so immense that even the High Council kept a close watch on their private gatherings. Cecilia understood the stakes perfectly. Every detail, from the cut of his coat to the subtle grace of his posture, would be scrutinized by the most critical eyes in the clan. Without wasting a single second, she pulled out a tailor's measuring tape, taking charge of his wardrobe preparations herself. Cecilia knew that Theo was smart enough to handle the etiquette, but the visual polish, the presence, and the sheer aura he projected were a different beast entirely. Fortunately, this was a facet of high society where she could offer expert guidance. Before she became his mother, she had been a celebrated actress, comfortable with the spotlight and the nuances of public perception. More than anything, the simple act of helping him, of being the one to stand by his side and prepare him for his debut, filled her with a deep, quiet happiness. Theo looked at her and felt a pang of understanding, remembering how she had spent years weathering the stigma of being a commoner concubine who bore a child labeled as illegitimate. She had lived for so long carrying that heavy, undeserved guilt, as if his existence were a shame she had brought upon herself. In the harsh, unforgiving hierarchy of the Ragnar clan, where raw power was the only currency, he could only imagine the immense emotional pain she must have endured in his past life. watching the world dismiss her son as weak. While she appeared cheerful and focused on the gala, he knew her outward excitement was really just a mother's heart, masking a fierce, protective worry for her son's path ahead. She stepped forward and wrapped her arms around him, holding him tightly as she whispered that she would always believe in him, no matter what the world said. To her, he was capable of conquering anything. The genuine, unconditional warmth of her embrace acted like a salve, slowly melting away the frost that had settled deep within Theo's heart. Theo closed his eyes and returned the hug, holding his mother close as a silent, powerful promise solidified within him. He was more determined than ever to sharpen his blade and push his limits to the breaking point, so that his mother would never have to lose sleep or worry about his safety ever again. While Cecilia was lost in the joy of his social ascent, Theo's mind was fixated on a far colder objective, dismantling that nest of snakes one piece at a time. The 2 weeks passed by in a blur of intense preparation, and finally, the night of the society banquet arrived. Remington arrived at the Rose Palace to act as his escort, pulling up in a grand, ornate carriage that screamed of high society luxury. The second Remington saw Theo step out of the palace, his jaw practically dropped. It was as if he were staring at a completely different person. Gone were the rugged training leathers. Thanks to his mother's meticulous care, Theo was dressed in an exquisite, high-end ensemble that gave him a sharp, refined, and completely new air of authority. Gone was the rough, unrefined look of a trainee warrior. In his place stood someone radiating the poise of a young aristocrat, looking for all the world like he had just stepped out from a gilded, noble portrait. Remington's eyes widened the moment he caught sight of Theo's transformation, and he immediately vocalized his surprise. Theo, however, only offered a small, dismissive reaction, fully expecting that the White Lion was just having a bit of fun at his expense. But as it turned out, Remington wasn't joking at all. A look of genuine, unmasked admiration flickered across his face, as the sheer change in Theo's demeanor was significant enough to make even a seasoned fighter like him pause in his tracks. Theo had to admit that the change was startling even to himself. His physique had tightened considerably, his muscles had filled out with a lean, functional power, and all of this tangible progress had been carved into his body through just 2 weeks of grueling, absolute focus. During those long 14 days, Remington had made it a point to show up daily, sparring alongside him. After countless hours of trading blows and talking between the sets, an unexpected bond had formed between the two. Beyond his growth as a fighter, Theo had also begun to cultivate a surprisingly loyal group of followers, with people like Sybil becoming increasingly drawn to his rising presence. As a result, poor Evelyn found herself caught in the crossfire, tasked with instructing what felt like an entire battalion of budding Theo fanatics, even though her original agreement was only to focus on the young master for a short stint. To say that those 2 weeks of training were lively would be a massive understatement. The grounds had been buzzing with non-stop intensity. Even at this very moment, Theo felt a lingering sense of exhaustion from constantly navigating the sea of enthusiastic faces crowding around him. And now, following all that exhausting preparation, he was finally on his way to his first formal high society banquet. Remington tried his best to soothe Theo's nerves, insisting there was nothing to worry about, though just before they arrived, the White Lion pulled him aside to deliver one final, serious warning. He cautioned Theo that his friend Axion possessed a volatile, mischievous streak that was notoriously difficult to read. In fact, it was Axion himself who had personally requested Theo's invitation, under the guise of wanting to meet the new star. Moreover, the entire atmosphere of this banquet had been engineered specifically with Theo in mind. Hearing this revelation definitely shifted the landscape for Theo, though it certainly didn't discourage him in the way one might expect. If anything, this new information made the situation significantly better for his own agenda. Theo was, in a twisted way, already looking forward to the inevitable wave of open mockery and insults he was about to face from every corner of the room. Meanwhile, deep inside the luxurious banquet hall, the dark tiger, Axion Ragnar, was already lounging, idly swirling a glass of high-end liquor. He was visibly brimming with excitement at the prospect of turning the man long labeled the imbecile of Ragnar into his latest personal plaything for the night. Moments later, their carriage glided to a smooth halt in front of a sprawling, opulent palace, signaling their arrival at the long-awaited venue. Remington hopped down first to make way, and Theo stepped out shortly after him, leaving the comfort of the carriage behind to face the music. The second his boots hit the stone pathway, the young lord stood tall, calmly letting his gaze sweep across the exterior of the grounds. He was stepping directly into the Camellia Palace, the home turf of the very same trash who had once orchestrated the interference that stifled his growth. In his past life, this location, and the cruel people who held influence here, had devoured his dignity, his mother's peace, and the entirety of the Rose Palace without showing a shred of mercy. Those cold, vengeful thoughts were suddenly interrupted when Remington called out, signaling for him to head inside. The ever-boisterous Remington had received word that Axion would make a show of coming out to greet them, and by all accounts, he should have already been waiting near the entrance. Theo saw through the ploy immediately. He understood exactly why that bastard Axion had invited him. The fool must have thought that because the imbecile was finally gaining a bit of traction, it was his duty to step in and crush that momentum once and for all. But Theo hadn't wandered into this nest of snakes without a plan of his own. Tonight, he was going to show Axion exactly who he was trying to play with. As they paced toward the palace doors, Theo suddenly froze in his tracks, his eyes darting toward something that caught his peripheral vision. Far above, on the upper balcony of the Camellia Palace, the distinct, shimmering blue glow of a system quest caught his attention. His focus flickered toward the notification, and in that split second of distraction, he completely failed to notice a shape plummeting rapidly toward his position. Remington's reflexes were lightning fast, and he lunged to pull Theo out of the way, but he was a fraction of a second too late. The object burst into pieces, erupting into a thick, choking cloud of white powdery flour. Sheer panic flared in Remington's eyes as he shouted out, calling for Theo in a frantic, concerned tone. Thankfully, Theo was standing firm and entirely unharmed. It turned out that whatever had been launched at him from the upper floor was nothing more than a simple, crude sack of white flour. Remington was visibly furious at such a lowbrow, childish prank. Theo, meanwhile, remained calm, internally noting that his reflexes wouldn't have been fast enough to dodge this in his previous life, and had that happened, the suit his mother had meticulously prepared would have been ruined. For a fleeting moment, Theo wondered if Remington had been in on the stunt, but after seeing the genuine look of rage on the White Lion's face, he quickly dismissed the thought. The White Lion looked both completely baffled and genuinely offended by the sudden, messy spectacle. Apparently, throwing flour was the height of creative greeting those idiots upstairs could manage. And the ones dim-witted enough to orchestrate such an immature display had to be the smug, entitled young nobles currently peering down at them from the palace windows. Then, a familiar, arrogant voice rang out from the group, causing the nobles to part ways as he casually dismissed the entire incident as just a playful greeting between friends. A basic courtesy, he called it. Remington, however, wasn't buying the excuse for a single second, and his righteous indignation was clearly written all over his face. Finally, Axion revealed himself, leaning against the balcony with a relaxed, mocking smile, insisting he was merely offering his dear brother, Theo, a fun welcome. Theo immediately flicked his attention to his observation skill, scanning the dark tiger standing before him. Axion's profile was a dangerous mix: latent madness, psychopathy, and an alarming, raw potential for swordsmanship. Right at this moment, Axion was practically vibrating with anticipation, clearly thrilled that he had managed to secure a new toy to toy with. Theo simply offered a faint, polite smile and gave his thanks, a response that was so unexpectedly calm it instantly left his psychopathic brother visibly confused. He went on to remark that with such a warm welcome from Axion, he couldn't help but feel grateful, and added that he was now genuinely excited to see what the rest of the party had in store. Axion's confusion was short-lived, quickly warping into a look of delighted amusement. His brother had clearly become significantly more interesting and more unpredictable since their last encounter. Finally, Remington and Theo crossed the threshold into the main hall, where the creme de la creme of the noble society had already convened. It was an intensely private, exclusive affair, reserved strictly for a hand-picked few who were invited to rub shoulders, drink fine wine, and engage with the most talented young peers in the clan. Inevitably, the entire room's attention shifted toward the special guest. Most of the attendees couldn't fathom why Axion would invite someone they collectively viewed as a useless, broken bum. Even with the weight of the direct Ragnar bloodline, the reputation of the imbecile was so deeply ingrained in their minds that they couldn't see past it. To the majority of these nobles, seeing such trash invited into the inner sanctum of the Scaled Dragon Society was a sour, unpleasant surprise. Even so, they couldn't deny that he looked sharp, though it was clear to everyone that Axion was simply bringing in a new plaything to kick around. The gathered nobles didn't even bother to lower their voices, their scathing mockery cutting through the air and making the insults impossible to ignore. Remington, visibly tense and uncomfortable standing at his side, leaned in to whisper an apology to Theo, insisting that these social gatherings weren't usually this disgraceful. Theo, however, remained motionless, simply standing his ground and letting them spew every drop of venomous trash talk they had to offer. In reality, the more they jeered at him, the better it played into Theo's hands. Every sneer, every pointed jab, and every wave of arrogant laughter was just another reason to justify the retribution he was about to unleash. It would only make the eventual moment he crushed them all the more satisfying. Beyond the immediate verbal assault, Theo's attention was occupied by the faint, shimmering blue glow of a quest marker pulsing somewhere nearby. He knew, with absolute certainty, that it held significant importance, but he was still searching for a natural, non-suspicious way to pivot his position and investigate. Just then, Axion, the host of the evening, began his slow, deliberate descent down the grand staircase. He approached with a relaxed, predatory smile, casually asking his younger brother if he was finding the party to his liking. Theo shoved his turbulent emotions deep down, locking his expression into a mask of calm composure as he prepared to execute the strategy he had meticulously crafted in his mind. He offered a polite, practiced smile and thanked Axion once more for the invitation. Axion, still wearing that same thin veil of mocking amusement, sarcastically apologized for the flower incident from earlier, playfully admitting that perhaps he'd taken the welcome a little too far. In a blink of an eye, Axion closed the distance between them, moving with a blurring, unnatural speed. He clamped a firm, heavy hand onto Theo's shoulder, exerting visible pressure and forcing his brother to acknowledge the apology in front of the entire assembly. Remington looked ready to lunge forward and intervene, his muscles tensed for a fight, but Theo beat him to the punch, cutting in before the White Lion could make a move. He maintained a calm, steady tone as he mirrored Axion's own excuse back to him, asserting that the earlier stunt was simply a friendly, brotherly greeting. For the first time all night, the psychopath was speechless. Theo's response was too composed, too icy, and utterly impossible for him to rattle. Axion suddenly burst into a boisterous laugh, slapping Theo hard on the back like a proud, doting older brother. He remarked that he never realized the kid had such a backbone, noting that Theo had transformed drastically from the timid, stuttering child he once knew. The longer Axion scrutinized him, the more entertained he became. Strangely enough, he found himself feeling a warped sense of appreciation for this new, dangerous version of his brother. The surrounding nobles watched Theo smile and play along with Axion's charade, then began to whisper among themselves, sneering that he looked like nothing more than a trained, obedient dog. Some even had the gall to drag his parentage into the mud, unfavorably comparing Theo's illegitimate status to the highborn blood of the Troyvan lineage. To their arrogant minds, Theo and Axion shared blood, but they existed in completely different worlds. They were both of the Ragnar line, but Axion represented the prestige of the Troyvan clan, the premier swordmasters of the East, while Theo's mother was dismissed as a nameless commoner from nowhere. Theo only offered a thin, enigmatic smile as he listened to them lob these blatant insults at his family, letting every single word settle deep into his gut to feed the cold, growing fire of vengeance burning within him. Even so, there was one thing that deeply baffled the nobles. They couldn't grasp why someone as talented as Remington would lower himself to stand so close to the imbecile. The bile soon turned toward the White Lion himself, with several nobles openly labeling him a bastard child of the Narcio family. Remington had been vibrating with barely contained hostility since they entered the hall, and now, that tension reached a dangerous, jagged edge. The exact moment those nobles trampled across the forbidden line of his lineage, it looked as though Remington was ready to snap and tear the hall apart. Theo realized in an instant that if this vitriol continued for even a few more seconds, Remington would likely lose control, potentially stealing the spotlight and shattering the carefully laid plan. He had intended to bide his time and harvest more insults, but with Remington on the razor's edge, he knew his approach had to change immediately. So, right before Axion could usher him toward the upper floor, Theo planted his feet and came to a sudden, deliberate stop. He announced that since he had only just arrived, it was only fitting that he offer his own proper greetings to his new friends. With that, he strolled toward the banquet table where the gaggle of snickering nobles stood, and suddenly, every pair of eyes in the room was locked onto the imbecile of Ragnar. Theo reached out, his movements fluid and quiet, and snagged a bottle of wine from the edge of the table. He glided directly toward the noble who had been most vocal about Remington's lineage. He made a faint, mocking gesture as if to pour a drink into the man's glass. The noble smirked with sickening arrogance, asking with a sneer if he had said anything that wasn't true. Without a second of hesitation or warning, Theo tightened his grip on the bottle and swung it down, shattering the glass squarely against Blondie's head with brutal force. The sudden eruption of violence brought the entire hall to a grinding, horrified halt, leaving Remington stunned and even the ever-manic Axion visibly taken aback by the sheer audacity of the move. The noble clutched his skull, howling in agony as thick, crimson blood began to cascade through his dyed blonde hair, painting his scalp in grotesque streaks. Theo stood over him, his face a mask of chilling indifference, still gripping the jagged, blood-slicked neck of the broken bottle. Even after suffering such a violent strike, the bastard still had the audacity to push himself up, snarling and cursing at Theo for daring to humiliate him in such a public setting. But before the noble could finish his typical pompous rant, Theo lunged forward and buried his boot into the man's face, shattering his jaw with a single sickening crunch. Theo's brutal, calculated plan was finally in motion. His eyes went sharp and cold, bordering on the fanatical, as he calmly remarked that he had only offered a simple, friendly greeting, and he was deeply hurt by such a violent reaction. The surrounding nobles stood paralyzed, too terrified and mentally scrambled to comprehend the scene unfolding before them. Meanwhile, deep in his peripheral, Theo watched his quest progress tick upward, climbing steadily to 43%. Remington, having spent 2 weeks training at Theo's side, knew better than anyone that the young lord wasn't some mindless thug. Witnessing the carnage, he couldn't help but wonder if Theo was exacting this brutal punishment on his behalf. As the noble continued to bleed out across the opulent palace floor, Theo calmly announced that this was simply his own, personal version of a welcome greeting. Theo stepped effortlessly over the noble's arm, pinning his limp, spasming body against a raised platform and slowly applying more pressure with his foot, speaking with a polite, terrifying grace. Since he had already said hello, he explained, it was time to move on to the goodbye. Blondie began to panic, frantically shouting for Theo to stop, his voice cracking as he begged for mercy, but his pleas fell on completely deaf ears. Theo slammed his heel down onto the bastard's arm, completely pulverizing the bone, the sickening crack resonating loudly throughout the entire banquet hall. The very same nobles who had been flapping their gums just moments ago were now frozen, utterly unable to utter a single syllable after witnessing such cold, calculated brutality. That single, deliberate act of destruction sent Theo's quest completion counter jumping significantly higher, reaching 58%. The noble finally lost consciousness, his body slumping over in a state of shock and overwhelming pain, leaving a messy trail of drool and blood on the plush palace carpet. Theo kicked the unconscious carcass aside as if it were nothing more than refuse, then slowly turned his gaze toward the trembling crowd, asking with a smile if anyone else felt like saying hello. The raw, suffocating intimidation radiating from him drove his quest progress up once more, pushing it to a staggering 66%. Suddenly, knights who had been lurking in the shadows shed their cover, rushing in to swarm the area and surround Theo from every conceivable direction. They drew their steel in perfect unison, their eyes narrowed and fully focused on neutralizing the dangerous threat currently standing in the center of the hall. For swords converged on Theo, effectively pinning him in place. The knights shouted for retribution, demanding he pay the price for harming their young master, declaring that such a heinous, vile act could only be washed away with his death. Theo simply smiled. From his vantage point, the situation was unfolding perfectly, with his master plan becoming more effective by the second. He maintained a calm, inquisitive tone, asking the knights who exactly it was that he had just dismantled. With a hint of pride, they spat back that they were defending Ian Hanavi, the third young master of the Hanavi clan. Theo looked genuinely amused by their indignation. The Hanavi clan, after all, was one of the 6 prestigious snow clans that swore allegiance to the Ragnar. He had known from the start that the bodyguards of these pampered, spoiled nobles would eventually reach their limit. They had always looked down on the imbecile. So Theo coolly countered, asking them what the issue was if he chose to rough up their precious young master a little. With an unmistakable, chilling pride weighting every syllable, Theo leveled his gaze at the surrounding knights. He demanded to know if the lapdogs of a mere Bannerman clan truly possessed the suicidal audacity to threaten him, a direct descendant of the House of Ragnar. Did they honestly think they could bear the catastrophic fallout of threatening someone who shared the blood of Kyle Ragnar? The Ragnar bloodline wasn't some minor heraldry. It was a legacy that demanded absolute deference and never tolerated open, public disrespect. The second those words hit the air, the knights felt their resolve crumble. Their knuckles turned white as their fingers went slack, their grips loosening reflexively around the hilts of their blades. The burning, righteous fury they had felt moments ago, triggered by the sight of their young master's brutalization, was instantly extinguished and replaced by a far more primal inherited dread. The instinctive terror that every northern warrior felt toward the Ragnar clan. Moreover, a suffocating, dense aura began to radiate from Theo's frame, pressing down on the hall like an anvil. This wasn't the imbecile of Ragnar they had been told about, nor was it the harmless weakling they had spent the entire night mocking. As the adrenaline faded, the knights were forced to confront reality. Theo was a legitimate heir with a legal claim to the throne, and above him stood the Lord of the North, the absolute overseer of all 6 snow clans. To voice a death threat against the dragon's blood? That was a transgression that crossed the line from insolence into absolute heresy. This was the kind of unforgivable sin where the complete erasure of an entire minor snow clan from the map would be viewed as a light, reasonable correction. For far too long, The protection granted by his heritage had been ignored because the world chose to see Theo as a failure. People had grown comfortable forgetting exactly what his lineage meant, but that period of willful ignorance was now over. The four knights realized their catastrophic blunder in the same heartbeat. They needed to grovel, to bow, and to beg for forgiveness. But before they could even bend a knee, Theo had already issued a silent, lethal command to a hidden presence in the shadows. A blinding, razor-thin arc of steel shivered through the banquet hall, moving with such lethal, kinetic speed that it seemed to briefly rob the onlookers of their sight. In the very next blink, the scene turned gruesome, for decapitated heads spun through the air, while fresh, dark blood sprayed across the pristine floor of the palace. Theo remained perfectly, terrifyingly still, standing like the calm center of a hurricane, while the gore of his enemies painted the carpet around his boots. The mysterious executioner materialized on the carpet, landing with such fluid, feline grace that the act of mass murder looked like a simple, effortless chore. Stepping into the light, she revealed herself. It was none other than his mentor, Evelyn Narraville. With the metallic tang of blood filling the hall, the remaining nobles finally grasped the gravity of their situation. This was no longer a game of wits or social posturing. As the reality of death sank in, Theo's quest to shed the label of imbecile surged, hitting a massive 70% completion. Axion stood frozen, utterly impotent, forced to watch as his meticulously planned banquet was hijacked, stripped of its prestige, and turned into Theo's personal bloody stage. Evelyn kept her eyes locked on her student, asking in a calm, curious tone exactly when he had realized she was tailing him. To Theo, the answer was practically self-evident. He didn't need to know her specific reasons for trailing him to the Camellia Palace. All that mattered was that her presence gave him the freedom to dismantle these fools without having to hold back a single ounce of his strength. A heavy, suffocating silence gripped the crowd, every noble present waiting with bated breath for Theo's next move. The evening before the banquet, Commander Julius had made a clandestine visit to Evelyn's quarters. He had spent the time teasing her mercilessly, mocking her for refusing to take on any new disciples while simultaneously pouring her heart and soul into training this specific new student every single day. By now, Evelyn was well accustomed to the boorish commander letting himself in, so she didn't bother engaging with his baiting. Apparently, tormenting his old comrade had become the only hobby that brought Julius any real joy. That torment included swiping her rarest vintage wine as if he owned the cellar. But tonight, there was a real question behind the mischief. Julius genuinely wanted to know what she saw in this boy. Evelyn knew that trying to wrestle the bottle away from the massive brute was a losing battle, so she gave him the truth. Theo had simply blown past every expectation she had. When it came to the sheer drive to hone his technique and refine his latent talent, Theo was easily among the most formidable students she had ever trained. Considering that even a prodigy like Axion had once passed through her tutelage, that was a heavy, calculated statement. Evelyn didn't sugarcoat it. Based on the ceiling of Theo's potential, she could state with absolute certainty that he had already eclipsed young Master Axion, and she assured Julius she wasn't just saying it for his sake. Julius had always relied on Evelyn's eye for talent. After all, she possessed two sharp eyes to his one. Still, Julius struggled to wrap his head around such a drastic, overnight transformation. The most logical conclusion was that Theo had been deliberately masking his true capabilities for a long-hidden agenda. Even then, Julius had to concede it was bizarre that someone would conceal their power for so long, only to decide the present moment was the right time to unveil it. As an instructor, Evelyn knew that anyone who moved too recklessly, too quickly, was bound to stumble and fall hard. But what she sensed in Theo was different. It felt as if he were being hunted by something unseen, pushing himself toward the limit not out of vanity, but out of raw, existential panic. That was exactly why the idea of him attending the Scaled Dragon Society gathering left her so uneasy. Julius polished off the final drops of the wine and agreed that the Axion brat was a dangerous variable that demanded constant vigilance. It was actually Julius who suggested she shadow the boy, just to be safe. He had a premonition that something would go wrong at the banquet. Perhaps not the exact disaster Evelyn feared, but something monumental was bound to occur. As a member of the Ragnar house, Julius knew exactly what happened when wolf cubs with a taste for blood were locked in the same pen. They didn't talk, they fought to carve out a hierarchy. Before leaving, the commander tossed a uniform onto the table, once again pressuring Evelyn to try and convince Theo to enlist in his unit. But it wasn't just the boy he was after. He wanted Evelyn back in the ranks of the White Armored Dragon Cavalry, and he clearly had no intention of letting her decline. He refused to accept her retirement just because she couldn't ride a dragon anymore. In his mind, she still had a duty to fulfill, and she had to come back to take responsibility for the legacy she had helped forge. After delivering his ultimatum, Julius marched out of the quarters, tossing a casual, infuriating thanks for the wine over his shoulder. Evelyn had lost a fortune in high-end wine that night, but in exchange, she might have just rediscovered a sense of purpose she'd long buried. Back in the present, surrounded by the carnage of the Camellia Palace, Evelyn began to piece the events together. She realized Theo must have detected her tailing him, and he had maneuvered the situation to his advantage. Maybe he had joined the Scaled Dragon Society specifically to draw out this exact confrontation. If that were the case, her maternal worries were entirely misplaced. Still, she couldn't help but wonder at what precise moment on his journey to the palace he had picked up her trail. In reality, Theo had felt his master's presence from the very second he stepped into that carriage. Thanks to his draconic heart, he could push his energy perception outward, allowing him to scan his surroundings with a sixth sense that went far beyond normal human perception. But those technicalities didn't matter. The only thing that mattered was that the stage for his retribution was officially set. Theo turned to Evelyn, his voice cutting through the hall as he noted that the nobles present had openly insulted a successor candidate of the Ragnar clan. He then asked what the appropriate penalty for such a grave crime would be. The accused nobles turned deathly pale, nearly fainting on the spot. Every single one of them knew exactly what that punishment was. Evelyn, unwavering in her adherence to the established laws, noted that under the rigid statutes of the clan, the immediate summary execution of the guilty was fully sanctioned. A dark, knowing smirk curled across Theo's lips. The intricate web he'd spent the night weaving was finally complete, and the moment had arrived to snap the jaws of his trap shut on those who had dared to mock him. Evelyn surged forward, poised to carry out his unspoken orders with lethal grace. Feigning the image of a magnanimous and forgiving master, Theo addressed the trembling crowd with an icy, mocking air of superiority. He dismissed these young offenders as little more than reckless, ignorant children who hadn't even undergone their formal awakening rituals yet. With a casual, almost dismissive wave, he declared that he'd be satisfied by claiming just one arm from each of them to settle the debt for their insolence. The instant the decree left his tongue, Evelyn moved with the speed of a striking viper. She became a literal blur of motion, a cyclone of razor-sharp steel. She unleashed a precise, utterly merciless assault directly upon the ranks of the panic-stricken young nobles of the Scaled Dragon Society. The second son of the noble Byron clan lunged frantically in a desperate attempt to parry, but his reflexes were far too sluggish. With one clean, surgical swipe, his right arm was severed clean from his shoulder. A piercing, blood-curdling scream tore through the opulent hall. The eldest son of the Red and White Mercenary Corps scrambled, clutching his side as brilliant, hot crimson blood erupted in a violent spray from the raw, jagged stump where his limb had once been. Even the fourth daughter of the influential series Merchant Guild, with her slender, delicate frame, found no quarter from Evelyn's blade. Her arm was lopped off in an instant, hitting the cold, polished floor with a sickening thud. Paralyzed by sheer terror, the third son of the Clark clan spun on his heels, trying to scramble away, but outrunning a seasoned, veteran warrior like Evelyn was a fool's errand. As the eldest daughter of the Howard clan was brought low and reduced to a one-armed cripple, a system notification materialized before Theo's eyes. His hidden quest progress surged, the counter ticking upward to hit 79% completion. Trembling and drenched in his own blood, one of the pathetic nobles dragged himself across the floor. He crawled frantically toward Axion or Axe, as his inner circle preferred, sobbing and wailing in a desperate plea for salvation. But Axe simply stood there, his expression utterly vacant and cold. He threw his brother's earlier justification back in his face, stating with chilling indifference that he couldn't possibly interfere with what was, after all, simply a unique form of high society greeting. The crawling noble suddenly caught a terrifying, metallic glint in the corner of his vision. Before he could even let out a final scream, a blade descended with blinding speed, slicing his arm clean off. A crimson arc of blood sprayed through the air, narrowly missing the pristine, embroidered suit Axion wore. While the heir of the Purink family twisted and writhed on the floor in absolute, unadulterated agony, Axion ignored the cacophony of suffering and locked his sharp, predatory gaze onto his former teacher. Evelyn met his intense, burning stare without a hint of hesitation, her face entirely composed as she offered him a small, cold, and professional nod of acknowledgement. Axion had never, in his wildest dreams, imagined he would encounter his old combat instructor in the middle of such a visceral, bloody massacre. Evelyn offered him a crisp, military salute with her dripping blade. As Axion scanned the wreckage of his banquet, he realized with a jolt that Evelyn had been terrifyingly selective, striking down only those who had dared to spew vitriol at Theo's lineage. Theo had orchestrated the entire nightmare with such clinical, tactical precision that despite Axion being a fellow successor candidate, he found himself without any legal or social leverage to intervene in the slaughter. It took Evelyn less than a few minutes to weave through the crowd, systematically shearing the right arms off 14 high-ranking individuals, all while executing Theo's cold, unyielding commands. Given their immense wealth, these nobles could easily afford the services of a powerful priest to magically reattach their limbs, but their potential as elite swordsmen was ruined forever. Everything had unfolded exactly as Theo had calculated. Meanwhile, Axion's mind spiraled, consumed by a burning, obsessive curiosity. How had Theo managed to bring both Remington and Evelyn under his thumb? Theo Ragnar, the man who had been the laughingstock of the Rose Palace for years, had morphed into something profoundly, terrifyingly dangerous. Deep within Axion, his own twisted, psychopathic nature began to hum with a dark, wicked delight. Watching his brother, he felt an overwhelming, volcanic desire to finally crush this unexpected rival beneath his boot. With his objectives met and the price of their insults exacted, Theo calmly signaled to Evelyn and Remington that it was time to take their leave. The trio strolled out of the grand palace, their measured footsteps echoing against the heavy, suffocating silence of the hall, as the remaining nobles stared at Theo's back with wide, trembling eyes. Just before they parted ways, the two brothers locked eyes. Their gazes clashed in the air like sharpening blades. Neither man needed to speak to convey the mutual, seething hostility of their thoughts. Just as he was about to turn away, Theo shot his hand out, clamping onto Axion's arm with a vice-like, bruising grip that left deep, unsightly creases in his brother's expensive, custom-tailored suit. After holding him in that tense, suffocating moment, Theo released him with a mocking smirk. He gave a casual, taunting wave, chirping that he'd had an absolute blast at this bloody banquet. At that exact second, a distinct system chime echoed in his head. The final tutorial quest, the mission to shed the pathetic reputation of the Ragnar family's greatest fool, was finally and officially marked as complete. Axion stood frozen, trembling with a quiet, volcanic rage. He yearned to whip out his weapon and strike him down right there, but a sliver of cold logic held him back. Making a scene now would be the ultimate blunder. Unable to suppress his explosive fury any longer, the unhinged young lord stormed out of his own estate, tearing through the grounds and bellowing Theo's name at the top of his lungs toward the uncaring night sky. With all of his tutorial-level objectives successfully cleared, the world would never again dare to view Theo as the useless, dim-witted failure of the clan. The introductory phase of his new life had reached its conclusion, but the grand, agonizing path of true revenge against those who had wronged him was only just beginning. As a reward for obliterating his old reputation and completely flipping public perception on its head, he was granted an experience elixir, a potent, shimmering tonic capable of instantly boosting a user's level by 5, provided they were below level 30. Whispers of the horrific carnage and the sudden, brutal massacre at the banquet spread like wildfire, reaching the ears of the various masters lurking within the other royal palaces. Any noble would have been paralyzed with shock to hear the impossible news. Axion's prestigious scaled dragon society had been dismantled, not just politically, but literally torn to pieces. Meanwhile, Theo was in a state of absolute, triumphant bliss after successfully flexing his newfound authority over those once arrogant nobles. Eager to toast his flashy, blood-soaked debut into high society, his loyal followers escorted him to a local pub to celebrate the victory. His entire dedicated retinue had gathered to commemorate the occasion, and even the normally stoic and reserved Evelyn graced them with her presence, taking a seat to enjoy a few well-earned rounds of drinks with the crew. Lounging in his chair with a drink, Theo couldn't help but wonder with amusement how the surviving members of the Scaled Dragon Society were coping after being utterly brought to heel by the very man they had once called a worthless fool. Deep within the luxurious, velvet-lined halls of the Camellia Palace, Lady Emil Ragnar sat in a state of absolute, bewildered disbelief. She had just been handed the report that her faction had not only given Theo the perfect legal pretext for his violence, but that the boy had carved the arms off their allies right in front of Axion's horrified face. When Axion sullenly verified that the report was accurate, Emil's frustration finally boiled over. The entire situation felt absurd to her. She lashed out at Axion, reminding him that she had explicitly warned him not to underestimate Theo. She was seething, furious that instead of strong-arming the boy into total submission, they had inadvertently handed him the legal authority to run completely wild. Desperate to salvage his pride, Axion fired back, arguing that if Theo were to secure official recognition from the family, capturing the Rose Palace would become infinitely more difficult, and he urged her not to jump to conclusions. Emil wasn't interested in his excuses. She cut him off with a frigid, sharp tone, ordering him to leave her sight and spend his time reflecting on his massive blunders, unwilling to hear another word. She pointed out the sheer gravity of his failures, emphasizing that his reckless, impulsive behavior had nearly derailed the elaborate, long-term machinations they had been cultivating for years. Recognizing that there was no arguing with her while she was in this state, Axion bowed his head in reluctant obedience and exited the chamber in silence. Left alone with her advisor, Emil let out an exhausted, frustrated sigh, wondering aloud who Axion could have possibly inherited such an insufferable, stubborn nature from. Standing in the shadows, Ed Troyvin offered a wry, knowing smile, noting that the young lord actually resembled Emil herself when she was his age. Emil shot him a lethal glare, making it perfectly clear she was in no mood for his dry, witty banter. Ed immediately bowed to offer an apology, shifting his tone to reassure her that this recent incident might not be a catastrophe after all. He began to dissect the political landscape, pointing out that because the Rose Palace fell under the clan head's personal harem, securing direct, official ownership over it had always been a legal quagmire. He reminded her that while the palace had long been ignored by the clan leader, viewed as little more than a dumping ground for the useless, it still carried the sovereign, untouchable protection of the clan leader himself. Ed then revealed his cunning, dual-layered strategy, explaining that all they needed was a legitimate excuse to strike. Because Theo had sparked a massive, violent uproar in the middle of a high-profile gathering, he was now rapidly cementing himself as the sole face of the Rose Palace. By using this high-society disaster as their primary justification, they could now leverage the clan's own formal, rigid procedures to legally trap and suppress the upstart young master. Hearing this, Emil went silent, her mind racing as she processed the brilliance of the scheme. Her fear of Theo's growth had stemmed from the worry that if the clan leader favored the Rose Palace, his influence would explode. But now, she realized they could weaponize his newfound notoriety. By invoking the clan's legal framework, the Camellia Palace could effectively lock him down, forcing the Rose Palace to bow before the iron influence of the Troyvin bloodline. A cruel, triumphant smile spread across her face as she realized the plan was nearly foolproof. Turning her eyes back to Ed, she demanded to know exactly how long it would take to prepare the trap. Ed offered a confident, sinister bow, assuring her that every necessary arrangement had already been finalized in the shadows. He promised that when she awoke tomorrow, the very first thing she would hear would be the news of her victory. The heavy, stifling silence in the room finally breaks as he turns toward Amel, his voice shifting into a soothing, velvet-smooth tone that seems to wrap around her like a blanket. He leans in slightly, his posture open and reassuring as he encourages her to finally set aside the burdens she's been carrying all day. With a gentle, knowing smile, he suggests she wash away the day's exhaustion with a long, warm soak, promising her a night of truly undisturbed rest. Then, he gestures to a rare, exquisitely crafted aromatic candle, explaining with a touch of pride that he personally sourced it from the volcanic regions of South Akron, just for her to help her unwind. Amel looks up, her gaze meeting his, and she can physically feel the tension draining from her shoulders as a profound sense of relief washes over her. She decides in that very heartbeat to fully let go and lean on the strength of her dependable older brother. Her expression softens, eyes glistening slightly as she voices her sincere, heartfelt gratitude for the warmth and safety he so effortlessly provides. Across town, the mood is jarringly different. Inside a crowded, dimly lit tavern, the air is thick with the scent of ale and boisterous chatter. Remington suddenly slams his heavy cup down on the scarred wooden table, his face flushed and eyes swimming with raw, unfiltered emotion. He's completely overwhelmed, his words tripping over each other as he loudly confesses how shocked he was by today's events, slurring his speech as he admits he never truly understood how deeply Theo valued their bond until now. Theo sits perfectly still on the opposite side of the table, his expression a mixture of confusion and mild amusement. He watches his friend's dramatic outburst with a blink of bewilderment, genuinely struggling to grasp why Remington is spiraling into such an emotional state. It's almost comedic to him. He can't help but find it hilarious to witness Remington acting like he's hammered, especially considering the poor guy has been nursing nothing but a glass of sweet orange juice all night long. Remington stares blankly down into his half-empty cup, his voice dropping to a low, heavy murmur. He recounts how earlier today, Theo had stood there, an unmoving wall, while those vile thugs spat cruel insults right into his face, and he didn't even flinch. But the second those same parasites turned their toxic, venomous words toward Remington, Theo didn't hesitate. He struck back instantly. A wave of bitter regret washes over Remington's face, his head hanging low as he feels the sharp, stinging shame of his own past inaction. Looking back up, Remington fixes his gaze on the young master, his eyes wide and burning with newfound awe. He's finally piecing it together, realizing the sheer magnitude of the hidden, agonizing pain Theo must have been forced to endure all those years. For so long, the world had callously looked down on him, sneering and dismissing him as nothing more than a talentless, useless child, and Remington realizes just how heavy that cross must have been to bear. And yet, despite being crushed under the relentless weight of everyone's scornful expectations, the boy never buckled. He didn't crumble under the pressure. Instead, he chose to grit his teeth, silently defying the hand fate had dealt him, and poured his soul into tempering his body and spirit until he emerged as someone truly formidable. He even stood his ground against opponents that anyone else would have deemed unbeatable, enemies against whom Theo should have had zero chance of survival. He displayed a terrifying, iron-willed resolve to force a victory, even going as far as to wage an open, daring war against the mighty Camellia Palace, an authority so powerful that not a single other soul in the land would dare challenge them. Remington gazes at him with profound, unadulterated respect, openly acknowledging that Theo possesses the rare, cold courage required to draw his steel at a moment's notice. He is visibly moved, his chest heaving as he realizes that his friend essentially placed his entire life on the altar of war just to stand in his defense. As thick, dramatic tears of pure gratitude well up in Remington's eyes, Theo can only sit there, staring back with a blank, hollow expression. A thin layer of cold sweat begins to prickle at his hairline as the realization dawns on him. His friend is completely drunk on his own emotions and has fundamentally misunderstood every single aspect of the situation. The emotional youth suddenly surges to his feet, the legs of his chair scraping harshly against the floor. He stares directly at Theo with a burning, fierce determination in his eyes, declaring to the entire room that no matter what the strict, iron-fisted orders of his own clan might be, he is choosing a different path, a path where he pledges his life to follow wherever Theo leads. The room erupts. That passionate, ringing declaration hits the other tavern patrons like a shockwave. People who had been quietly watching the two of them suddenly rise to their feet, letting out loud cheers and thunderous applause. The air is thick with praise as the crowd shouts their admiration for the two young warriors, completely swept up in the intensity of the moment. Theo feels a wave of panic wash over him as he realizes he's now the center of unwanted attention. He opens his mouth, desperate to shout over the noise and clear up the massive, escalating misunderstanding, but Evelyn's voice suddenly resonates directly inside his mind via telepathy. It's sharp, commanding, and tells him to shut his mouth and let his friend play out this emotional scene for all it's worth. Theo glances over at her corner, meeting her gaze. She looks entirely unbothered, her expression casual as she sends another mental message. This isn't a problem at all. If anything, seeing how inspired and hyped the crowd is, it's clear that everyone in the tavern is now practically lining up to get on his good side. Hearing her amusement, a faint, fleeting smile touches the corner of Theo's lips. Yet, behind those eyes, he maintains a cold, analytical clarity. He knows the truth better than anyone. There isn't anything inherently special about him. Every drop of the power he possesses, every ounce of strength that has terrified his enemies, is nothing more than a gift provided by his status window. He pulls up the glowing, translucent blue interface, the text hovering in his vision. He stares intently at the stats, fully acknowledging that every victory, every growth milestone, is a direct result of this system. For a fleeting second, he recalls how, at the very start of his journey, he had been naive enough to assume this magical interface was just a hallucination born from the desperate, lingering regrets of his previous life. But now, as his eyes scan the incredibly complex, precise, and structural data presented before him, he knows with absolute certainty that this status window is far more than a psychological fragment. It is something deeply mysterious and profoundly powerful. A strange, eerie sensation of déjà vu brushes against his consciousness, like a ghost of a memory he can't quite grasp. He shakes it off, forcing his shoulders to relax. It's not worth dwelling on right now. The system is the tool he needs, and it is actively handing him the power to ascend, and that is all that matters. Now that the dust has finally settled on the Scaled Dragon Society incident, a new prompt flashes brightly in his field of vision, notifying him that his level has successfully ticked upward. He notes with satisfaction that each level up grants him those vital, precious stat points, which he can freely distribute to push his physical capabilities to the next tier. A wicked smirk creeps across his face. Theo fully realizes he now possesses the terrifying, godlike ability to manipulate his own attributes at will. A dark, cold thrill runs down his spine, as he contemplates what a monster with effectively limitless potential will do to the future of this world. Across the table, Evelyn catches a glimpse of that sinister, villainous smile, and she can't help but shiver, a look of genuine worry clouding her features. Quickly reining in his thoughts and returning to the immediate reality, Theo decides his top priority must be establishing a defensive line against the inevitable, brutal retaliation of the Camellia Palace. He leans in closer across the table, his demeanor shifting back to business as he asks Remington if he is truly ready to assist him with a vital, dangerous task. Without even a second of hesitation, his loyal friend straightens up, his posture becoming rigid and firm. He gives his word with total conviction, swearing that he is prepared to do whatever Theo asks, regardless of the danger or the cost. Yet, beneath that veneer of confident, unwavering loyalty, Remington is clearly caught off guard. A faint, visible blush of surprise creeps up his cheeks when he hears Theo address him so casually and affectionately by his nickname, Remy. Theo reaches into the inner pocket of his coat, producing a securely folded piece of parchment. As he slides it across the wooden table into Remy's waiting hands, his tone turns ice-cold and deadly serious. He explains that the bloody, all-out war for the Grand Throne between himself and Axion is on the verge of igniting, and they have to start laying their foundation before the storm arrives. Remy falls completely silent, the gravity of the situation sinking in. Theo stares at him, lost in a sudden recollection of his past life. A time when Remington rose to become the undisputed, legendary head of the Narcio clan, commanding forces so incredibly formidable they were capable of going toe-to-toe with the Ragnars themselves. Looking at the young man sitting before him, our protagonist understands exactly how monumental this moment is. He realizes that by pulling a future powerhouse like Remy permanently into his camp right now, he is fundamentally rewriting the entire board and shifting the balance of power decisively in his favor. He presses the document firmly into Remington's palm. The young warrior grips the paper tightly, locking eyes with Theo, and swears with a fierce intensity that since his loyalty is now bound to him, he will unleash every ounce of his strength to ensure their success. A genuine look of appreciation warms Theo's face as he softly voices his thanks. But before they can exchange another word, the heavy, reinforced wooden doors of the tavern are violently kicked open. A booming, authoritative voice bellows Theo's name, shattering the tavern's atmosphere instantly. The entire tavern goes deathly quiet. A heavily armed squad of elite knights marches in, the rhythmic, heavy clanking of their armor echoing off the walls. The lead officer strides to the front, his expression stern as he announces with supreme authority, by the law of the sword, that Theo is officially under arrest, facing charges of assault, lethal threats, and unlawful intimidation. Hearing such absurd, fabricated charges, Evelyn slams her hands onto the table, her face flushing a deep crimson with pure, unadulterated rage. She starts to bark out that the entire situation is total garbage, but Theo calmly raises a hand, signaling her to stand down. He steps forward, his expression completely unfazed, and demands to see the official warrant. He inspects the document held before him, his eyes narrowing as he scans the text. The seal is legitimate, but he notes with dark amusement that the ink on the parchment hasn't even fully dried yet. A blatant, sloppy sign that his desperate enemies rushed this paperwork through in a panicked, uncoordinated frenzy. Knowing exactly how to play this game, he decides to offer no resistance, choosing to cooperate perfectly to bait his enemies. He calmly extends his wrists forward, his movements relaxed and fluid, as the anxious knights move in to secure the heavy, iron-forged shackles around his wrists. As the guards grip his shoulders and begin forcefully escorting him out into the street, Theo casts one last, casual glance back over his shoulder. He flashes a reassuring, confident smile toward his companions, a silent signal that he trusts them implicitly to handle everything perfectly while he is away. Left behind in the middle of the suddenly silent and disrupted tavern, Remington and Evelyn stand frozen. They remain there in the center of the room, staring blankly at the empty, gaping doorway, their faces pale and paralyzed in a state of absolute, breathless shock. Finally snapping out of his daze, Remington looks down at his own trembling hands. He forcefully redirects his entire, scattered focus toward the tightly folded piece of paper that Theo had securely handed him just seconds before the chaos descended. The explosive news of the young master's sudden arrest ripples through the estate with lightning speed, eventually reaching the elegant, opulent halls of the Rose Palace. Theo's mother, Lady Cecilia, goes deathly pale as she hears that her beloved son has been dragged away to the high tribunal. Her legs give out beneath her, and she collapses onto her knees in sheer, overwhelming terror. Her loyal personal servant rushes to her side, his voice thick with deep concern. She waves him off with a weak, trembling hand, insisting she is all right while desperately demanding to know on what absurd grounds they could possibly justify taking her boy away. The servant bows his head, revealing the grim reality. It stems from the destruction of the Scaled Dragon Society, and her son is now being formally accused of inciting a violent, unlawful rebellion. Her breath hitches in her throat. Her eyes widen as she tries to process the sheer gravity of the claim, asking with a strained, trembling voice if they truly intend to put her young son through the nightmare of a full, hostile trial. With a heavy, sinking heart, the servant lowers his gaze further, quietly admitting that because Theo so thoroughly and utterly obliterated the Scaled Dragon Society, The powerful, shadowy factions pulling the strings are ensuring he cannot easily escape this carefully laid trap. Cecilia closes her eyes, struggling to comprehend how a simple, innocent invitation could have unraveled into such a dangerous, life-altering mess. Yet, as she takes a deep, steadying breath, a flicker of fierce, maternal pride returns to her gaze. She firmly believes her son will undoubtedly shatter this trial, because she knows exactly what kind of resilient, extraordinary child he truly is. Clasping her hands tightly against her chest, Cecilia stares out the window toward the distant courtyard. She sends out a silent, heartfelt prayer into the air, pleading that her boy will endure the coming storm and return home to her completely unharmed. Meanwhile, the massive, heavy wooden wheels of an armored carriage rumble loudly against the stone pavement as our protagonist is transported under heavy guard toward the intimidating, fortress-like grounds of the tribunal. As the carriage finally screeches to a halt, Theo looks out through the thick iron grates. A cold, chilling wave of familiarity washes over him as he realizes it has been an incredibly long time since he last stood before this ominous, stone-faced place. Reflecting on his recent actions, Theo understands the situation perfectly, because he didn't just defeat the Scale Dragon Society but completely wiped them off the face of the earth. His enemies aren't going to settle for a simple slap on the wrist. They are going to throw everything they have at him, forcing him into a grand, televised trial specifically designed to destroy his reputation and his life. He understands the political game being played. Since he carries the blood and the title of a legitimate successor of Ragnar, this entire tribunal isn't just about a broken law. It is a calculated, cold-blooded trap meant to ruthlessly interrogate and dissect his legal qualifications to ascend to the throne. The heavy carriage doors slam open, and the armored knights loudly command him to step out. As his boots hit the cold, unforgiving stone floor, Theo walks forward with a steady, unhurried pace. He is fully aware that his enemies are aiming to crush his existence into dust. Yet a sharp, knowing smile forms on his lips, because every single piece on the board is moving exactly according to his own grand, hidden design. They march him up to the massive, ornate entrance of the High Court. The leading knights strike the ground with their spears, boisterously announcing to the guards inside that the high-profile prisoner, Theo, has been successfully escorted. They wait a brief moment in the shadow of the gates before receiving official, hushed permission to lead him into the main chamber. Stepping through the threshold, the protagonist's eyes scan the immense, towering room. A dark, calculated thought crosses his mind. If he is finally going to unveil the overwhelming power and the meticulous preparations he has been hoarding in the shadows, there is no better stage in the entire world than a grand, spotlighted event of this immense magnitude. As he is led to the center of the floor, he stops before a raised dais where several legendary, imposing figures sit, looking down at him. The sheer weight of their collective aura and their piercing, predatory gazes causes even someone as composed as Theo to feel a sudden, sharp spike of intense pressure in his chest. Glancing across the panel of judges, his eyes first lock onto the terrifying, battle-hardened form of Julius Ragnar, the notorious demon dragon captain who commands the elite white-armored dragon cavalry. His gaze then shifts toward one of the fabled 9 dragons tasked with protecting the entire Ragnar bloodline, the formidable, legendary sky dragon, Ed Troyvin. Theo silently admits to himself that if he were still living his previous life, the crushing, suffocating pressure radiating from these living legends would have completely overwhelmed him and broken his spirit on the spot. His eyes narrow as he notes that the legendary sword dragon lady of the Plum Blossom Palace, Osa Ragnar, is sitting right beside the venerable elder dragon head counselor himself, Wolfgang Ragnar, all of them gathered in one room, specifically to break him. Wolfgang's cold, piercing gaze locked onto Theo, and the instant their eyes met, a flood of memories rushed through Theo's mind. He realized with a start just how much time had passed since they were last in the same room. Of all the places he might have anticipated crossing paths with Wolfgang again, this high-stakes tribunal was certainly not one of them. Theo knew exactly the kind of man Wolfgang was, someone who valued pure, untainted bloodlines above all else. To a man of his stature, an illegitimate, half-blooded youth like Theo likely resembled little more than a stain on the glorious lineage of the Ragnar clan. Wolfgang didn't bother to hide his disdain. His lip curled in open, undisguised disgust the moment he looked at him. Fixing Theo with a frigid, unrelenting stare, Wolfgang demanded to know if he truly grasped the gravity of why he'd been summoned here today. This wasn't merely a formal meeting or a casual chat. Theo had been hauled before the tribunal to face the consequences for the trail of destruction he'd left in his wake. Wolfgang began ticking off the mounting consequences, his voice growing heavier and more severe with every name he rattled off. Because of Theo's reckless, violent outbursts, powerful allies like the Byron clan, the Ceres Merchant Guild, the Red and White Mercenary Corps, and the Hanavi clan were all officially severing their ties with the main family. Wolfgang's composure finally snapped. He barked at Theo, calling him a bastard and demanding to know if he possessed any shred of awareness regarding the scale of the damage he'd caused. In his eyes, Theo had dragged the sacred honor of the Ragnar name through the filth, and he made it crystal clear that Theo would be held personally responsible for this disaster. Surprisingly, Theo didn't fight back or try to deflect the blame. He offered a calm, steady nod, momentarily deflating the intense pressure in the room as he admitted that, yes, he had perhaps been a bit too careless. Then, Theo's tone shifted, his next words slicing through the heavy air of the tribunal like a razor-sharp blade. He coolly added that if he had truly been careful as they suggested, he shouldn't have stopped at merely breaking their limbs. He should have gone all the way and severed their heads instead. The chamber went deathly silent, the atmosphere turning brittle with shock, but Theo didn't skip a beat. He reminded them that those clans were all vassals of the Ragnar house. Their lands and their prestige were gifts granted by their lord, and in exchange, it was their bounden duty to offer Ragnar their absolute loyalty, their service, and, when necessary, their lives. That unwavering dedication, Theo noted, was the very bedrock of chivalry. And yet, even knowing full well what their obligations were, those clans had the audacity to openly defy the very lord they were sworn to serve. Theo's gaze intensified, his frustration sharpening as he continued his defense. If he had known they would behave with such unmitigated arrogance and disrespect, he declared, he wouldn't have hesitated to take their heads on the spot. Turning his gaze directly toward Wolfgang, he insisted that people who spat on their oaths deserved severe punishment to uphold the true principles of chivalry. After all, Theo argued, how could he, as a member of this clan, just sit idly by and watch the honor of Ragnar be trampled into the dirt? It was a legacy built over centuries, and he refused to watch it be dragged through the mud while he stood by as a spectator. For a heartbeat, the room was stunned into total silence, everyone weighing the logic of Theo's bold argument. Julius watched him with a look of quiet, thoughtful admiration. He realized that Theo's justification was so sound that he would likely avoid any truly catastrophic punishment. Wolfgang, however, took the opposite view. He felt Theo was merely twisting words and mocking the tribunal with clever, empty sophistry. But then, OSA Ragnar calmly interjected, demonstrating that she had clearly grasped the core of Theo's argument and admitting, to everyone's surprise, that he wasn't wrong. Wolfgang's face betrayed his confusion as his expression shifted. He hadn't expected OSA to jump to Theo's defense, and seeing her take his side in front of the others clearly threw him off balance. OSA explained her reasoning, noting that while the Ragnar house was undeniably a titan of power, that strength alone didn't define their greatness. If they intended to remain worthy of their name, they were obligated to listen to the voices of their vassals and knights. She warned that a clan that chose to rule the world through brute force alone would eventually find itself hollowed out and destined to collapse. Wolfgang absorbed her words, processing the weight of her critique. Though his expression remained stern and rigid, he conceded that he would take her warning into account. Theo observed OSA from across the floor. As the first wife of the clan head and widely revered as the most powerful swordswoman in the north, she was a terrifying figure. To his relief, she didn't seem hostile toward him. In fact, she seemed to be quietly aligning herself with his position. This only deepened Theo's confusion. He hadn't counted on OSA acting in his favor, and he couldn't for the life of him figure out what had compelled her to support him so publicly in front of the entire assembly. OSA turned her eyes back to Theo, her gaze stern, hoping he understood one crucial detail. Even if she agreed with his logic, the disciplinary action he was about to face remained a necessary formality. Theo didn't hesitate to ask what that punishment would be. Wolfgang delivered the verdict in a flat, cold, and entirely unforgiving tone. Theo would be sentenced to 3 months of probation. Theo immediately pushed back, declaring that he still intended to participate in the upcoming ceremony. Wolfgang's temper flared again, viewing it as blatant insolence, but OSA stepped in to consider the request. Ultimately, she granted Theo permission to take part in the awakening ceremony the following year. Ed stood silently, absorbing the implications. The children Theo had wounded were already scheduled to participate next year, so the decision was essentially sealed. The stage was set for future conflict. Still, due to the unexpected intervention of the demon dragon, Theo had escaped with a much lighter sentence than he'd initially anticipated. Ed was pleased with how his long-term plan was unfolding. He knew that delaying the ceremony would still cast a long, dark shadow of dishonor over the Ragnar name. And since Theo was the one representing the Rose Palace, burdening him with that disgrace would give the Camellia Palace the perfect opening to eclipse them. A subtle, cold smile played on Ed's lips as he felt his plan finally gaining momentum. From this point forward, he was certain Theo would have no choice but to succumb to his defeat. Ed understood one other thing as well. If Theo attempted to appeal this ruling, he would effectively be walking into a death trap. But Ed didn't for a moment think Theo would be foolish enough to commit such an act of recklessness. Then, Theo shattered that expectation before everyone's eyes. With a voice that was perfectly calm and steady, he announced that he did, in fact, intend to appeal. The entire room, Ed included, was instantly blindsided by the bold proclamation. Ed had to struggle to keep his expression neutral. Internally, he mocked Theo as an insufferable fool, becoming even more convinced that there was truly no bottom to the boy's arrogance. As the situation pivoted further in his favor, Ed could barely contain his satisfaction. Meanwhile, Julius looked at Theo with a concerned gaze, asking if he fully understood the gravity of what he was doing by launching such an appeal. Theo replied that his understanding was absolute. He knew this wasn't a matter that could simply be swept under the rug with 3 months of probation, and he knew full well the demon dragon had been pulling strings behind the scenes. Regardless, Theo was committed to his own agenda, declaring that within the mighty and proud halls of Ragnar, to appeal was to declare war. Theo had no intention of accepting even a light slap on the wrist. In the Ragnar clan, he stated, the ultimate truth was only spoken by those who possessed the strength to prove it on the battlefield. He pushed his luck even further, asserting that rather than being punished, he believed he deserved to be rewarded for his actions. Once again, the surrounding figures were left completely speechless by his audacity. Meanwhile, in a hidden northern hideout of the series' merchant guild, the structure was being consumed by a hellish inferno. Amidst the swirling smoke and burning debris, Evelyn fought her way through the last of the enemy ranks, cutting down the final line of resistance standing in her path. Remington surveyed the wreckage and realized that this had indeed been their secret lair all along. Just as Theo had predicted, the enemy had been hiding in plain sight this entire time. After smashing through the compound and leaving the site in ruins, Remington and Evelyn finally unearthed something significant hidden deep within the rubble. Back at the tribunal, Ed's eyes sparkled with malicious delight. From his viewpoint, Troyvin of the Camellia Palace was finished, and the entire board was shifting exactly the way he had orchestrated. With Theo standing as the focal point for all the high-ranking figures, Wolfgang grilled him with a sharp, interrogative edge. Was he really prepared to take a minor dispute that would be over in 3 months and ignite a full-scale, all-out war? Wolfgang labeled it as pure, unadulterated arrogance. He pressed Theo further, questioning whether he was truly delusional enough to believe he could survive the combined wrath of 15 different clans all on his own. Theo didn't even flinch. He replied simply and directly that this was a matter he was fully prepared to handle. In cases where the power disparity between opposing parties was overwhelming, Theo understood that seeking an appeal through a proxy battle was a standard, legitimate method of conflict resolution. Theo knew the rules of an appeal within the Ragnar clan perfectly. It wasn't just a grievance or a request for a second chance. It was a formal declaration to decide right from wrong through trial by combat. However, when a direct, clan-wide war was impossible to win due to a massive gap in strength, each side was permitted to designate a representative. The final judgment would be determined by a one-on-one sword duel. That was the mechanism of a proxy battle. And in this specific instance, Theo intended to stand as his own representative. Julius immediately realized the lethal danger of this maneuver. There was an incredibly high probability that the plaintiff's chosen representative would be Axion, and if events moved in that direction, Theo's defeat was virtually guaranteed. He searched Theo's face, wondering if there was some master plan behind that icy, calm exterior. If Theo believed for a second that someone would step forward to fight for him, Julius thought he was in for a rude awakening. Theo then formally submitted his request to have the proxy battle held in 1 week's time, adhering strictly to the established rules of the house. Ed felt he could see through Theo's calculations like glass. He assumed that Theo was pinning his hopes on Julius or Evelyn stepping in as his champion. But Ed knew no one would dare agree to such a thing, leaving Theo with no alternative but to step into the ring and face his own doom. Ed decided he would send Axion to be his representative. That way, Axion would have the satisfaction of personally crushing Theo and showing him exactly where he belonged in the hierarchy. Just as Ed was preparing to announce his chosen warrior, a voice suddenly cut through the tension of the room. The moment the sound hit the air, everyone froze, falling into an eerie, total silence. A man walked into the chamber, carrying an aura of authority that instantly shifted the atmosphere. He offered a word of praise for the sheer cleverness of Theo's strategy. Fixing his gaze on the boy, he remarked that Theo had changed quite a bit since the last time they'd crossed paths. The man who had just arrived at the center of the tribunal was none other than the clan head himself, Kyle Ragnar. The moment Kyle Ragnar stepped into the tribunal, the very air in the room seemed to shift, thickening with an overwhelming, oppressive weight. Every single person present, from the high-ranking officials to the guards, bowed low in a show of profound respect. Theo, acting on instinct, dropped to his knees as well, pressing his head toward the cold stone floor to greet the man known as the living incarnation of the great dragon god. Just as the tension hit its peak, a shimmering system window flickered into existence directly in Theo's line of sight. A cold, mechanical quest notification flashed, commanding him to seize control of the Camellia Palace and unearth the dark, treacherous secrets buried deep within its foundation. Theo's eyes narrowed, his gaze locked onto the glowing blue text. This was the first true, high-stakes quest he had received since completing the initial tutorial, and he immediately began to wonder if this mission was connected to that strange, pulsing blue light he had witnessed earlier. A realization struck him. He had completely pushed the memory of that mysterious light to the back of his mind. Between the chaos of the recent trials and the constant threats surrounding him, he had almost forgotten the bizarre, supernatural phenomenon he'd encountered. Theo forcibly reined in his wandering thoughts before they could spiral out of control. He couldn't afford to be distracted by mysteries right now. His father stood only a few feet away, and the immediate crisis at hand demanded his absolute, undivided attention. He had to navigate this situation with precision. The unexpected arrival of the clan leader himself was a massive, game-changing variable that threatened to destabilize his entire strategy and potentially derail his carefully laid plans for the Camellia Palace. Maintaining a disciplined, controlled posture, Theo lifted his gaze toward his father, his voice steady as he asked the reason for his sudden appearance. Kyle commanded him to rise, his tone regal and detached. With the entire room hanging on his every word, Kyle addressed the assembly, stating that he had already been briefed on the situation and was fully aware of Theo's bold attempt to demand an appeal through a proxy battle. Theo confirmed the accuracy of the statement with a sharp nod. Kyle followed up by pointing out the practical difficulty of his son fighting his own battles. He fixed his gaze on Theo and demanded to know who he had chosen to serve as his champion for the proxy duel. Theo instantly recognized this as a calculated test of his resolve. He stood his ground, refusing to hide behind any allies, and answered firmly that there was no one else worthy of standing in his place. He made his intent clear. He was prepared to act as his own representative and fight his own battle for the appeal. Kyle's expression suggested he believed Theo would suffer a humiliating defeat if he stepped into the ring personally. Theo, however, refused to accept that preordained judgment, silently noting that his father had no logical reason to declare the outcome before he'd even been given a chance to prove his worth. In that fleeting moment, Theo's resolve turned to iron. No matter the caliber of the opponent standing before him, he had no intention of lowering his head or compromising his ambition for anyone, not even his own father. Upon hearing his son's defiance, Kyle suddenly broke into a boisterous, echoing laugh. The sound reverberated off the stone walls of the trial room as he turned to the stunned onlookers, asking them with a smirk if they had heard the sheer audacity of his son's declaration. Kyle seemed genuinely impressed by the display. Theo's refusal to bow or back down was the exact kind of untamed spirit he expected from a true scion of the Ragnar bloodline. To him, this stubborn, arrogant attitude was a perfect reflection of the clan's predatory nature. With a satisfied, almost proud look on his face, Kyle openly praised Theo, remarking that such a fierce, unyielding attitude was truly remarkable. A wave of relief and secret triumph washed over Theo, a faint, confident smile tugging at his lips. Everything was still perfectly aligned with his grand design. The proxy battle was little more than a piece of bait, and since he didn't actually need to win through steel, it felt exhilarating to speak with such confidence without having to worry about his lack of combat skill. He recalled the high-stakes task he'd assigned to Remington and Evelyn. Once they successfully recovered the ironclad evidence of the Camellia Palace's treason, his victory would be absolute, and he wouldn't even need to draw his blade to dismantle his enemies. Then Kyle decided to raise the stakes. Speaking with the absolute authority of the Ragnar clan master, he announced his intention to test his son personally with a single, devastating strike. Theo's eyes widened in surprise as Kyle dismissed the ongoing trial. The clan leader promised that if Theo could somehow survive just one blow from him, then every single charge against him would be dropped immediately, and he would be cleared of all punishment. Kyle ordered Theo to step forward into the center of the floor, but before he could take a single step, Ed roared out an objection, desperate to halt the proceedings. Ed understood the implications all too well. If Kyle personally tested Theo, that act alone served as a public mark of approval. And if, by some miracle, Theo endured it, he would gain the direct validation of the clan head, effectively cementing his status. Ed was certain Theo would be pulverized by such a strike, but even the remote possibility of success made his skin crawl. He stammered out a protest, questioning how mere vassals could interfere with the clan leader's decision, while desperately trying to cling to the original rules of the proxy battle. Kyle Ragnar silenced him with a single lethal command to shut his mouth. he made it brutally and unequivocally clear. If any vassal dared to challenge the will of the Ragnars, the solution was as simple as it was violent. They would just have to be eliminated. Ed had no choice but to swallow his protests and fall into a tense, terrified silence. Kyle then turned his attention toward Julius, demanding to know if he had anything to contribute, as the demon dragon had been smirking quietly to himself for quite a while. Julius responded with a light, mocking tone, claiming he was simply surprised. He added that, after such a long absence, it was truly unexpected to see the king take a personal interest in anyone once again. Kyle didn't see the need to prolong the suspense. He locked his gaze onto Theo and asked, with simple, terrifying directness, if his son was prepared to accept the challenge. Theo understood that the situation had just undergone a violent, unpredictable pivot. This was far from the outcome he had anticipated, but after a brief, tense pause, he broke into a grin and accepted the challenge head-on. Even so, Theo spoke up, asserting that the terms were far too lopsided. He pointed out that comparing a single strike from the clan leader himself to a long-term proxy war against petty vassals was entirely unreasonable. Kyle asked if Theo was attempting to back out of the deal, but Theo denied it instantly. He maintained that he only wanted a fair exchange, noting that the stakes of the trial had suddenly become significantly more hazardous. With a playful, confident smile ghosting his lips, Theo added that if the risk was being drastically increased, it only followed that the compensation for surviving should rise accordingly. Kyle asked what specific reward Theo desired. Theo shifted his gaze toward Ed, letting the weight of his words linger before stating clearly that he wanted something of value, perhaps something comparable to the Camellia Palace itself. Watching the interaction, Ed was rendered completely speechless, frozen by the audacity of Theo's outrageous demand. Ed's fury bubbled over, while Wolfgang reacted with open, sputtering disbelief. To his mind, attempting to negotiate such a deal with the clan leader was absolute, unadulterated madness. Wolfgang firmly believed someone needed to put this arrogant bastard in his place. After all, binding agreements were meant to be made between equals, and Theo had absolutely no right to act as if he stood on the same level as Kyle. Wolfgang was certain that Theo's unchecked arrogance would result in a swift, humiliating failure. To everyone's utter shock, Kyle reasoned that if Theo truly aspired to be his successor, he needed at least this much boldness and reckless courage. Anything less would be beneath the dignity of the Ragnar house. Kyle turned his head to ask if the Sky Dragon had any further objections. The man bowed low, replying that everything, including the Camellia Palace, belonged to his lord Kyle, so he dared not comment on the clan leader's final decision. Satisfied, Kyle ordered the immediate preparation of a stage, eager to test his son's mettle personally. Theo felt a momentary flicker of hesitation, but he quickly steeled himself, stepping forward to face his father. The surrounding vassals retreated to the sidelines, their eyes wide as they silently observed the confrontation that was about to unfold. Ed stood by, his face contorted with frustration and rage. The meticulously crafted trap he had set to ensnare Theo had somehow morphed into a public stage that might actually grant the boy everything he wanted. Even so, Ed forced himself to stay calm. No matter how much Theo had leveled up, there was simply no way he could physically withstand a single strike from the clan head. Even the most elite, high-ranking swordsman would have struggled to survive such an overwhelming blow. Ed convinced himself that Theo was walking toward his own execution. But Theo had already seen through Ed's pathetic intentions, and thanks to the substantial rewards he'd reaped from the tutorial, he was quietly confident that his death wouldn't be coming anytime soon. Kyle took note of the subtle shift in his son's presence. He wondered to himself if Theo had managed to secretly consume a rare elixir. Even then, he knew a simple elixir shouldn't have been enough to trigger such a profound physical transformation, but ultimately, he decided it didn't matter how the boy had achieved this strength, only that he had it. Theo realized with a jolt that his father had analyzed him almost instantly. Even the formidable 9 dragons hadn't detected that he had used an experience elixir, yet Kyle had perceived the change with unsettling ease. Kyle scrutinized Theo, asking in a low, resonant voice if he felt sufficiently warmed up for the challenge. Theo affirmed that he was ready. Kyle remarked that he would typically draw his greatsword for such a display, but since Theo hadn't yet learned how to wield mana, he would show some mercy and use a simple rusty steel blade instead. He asked once more if Theo had any objections. Theo shook his head, confirming he had no issues with the terms. The next moment, Kyle's expression shifted, his casual demeanor evaporating as the air around him grew heavy and sharp with the aura of a true warrior preparing for battle. A massive, suffocating pressure exploded from Kyle as he took a deliberate step forward. The raw, terrifying intensity of his fighting spirit filled the entire chamber, and Theo felt a surge of genuine anxiety coil in his gut, despite his calculated resolve. Theo stared at the overwhelming force radiating from his father's sheer fighting spirit. Kyle looked pleased, offering a rare word of praise as he expressed genuine surprise that his son was managing to remain standing firmly under such intense pressure. Theo, however, remained rooted in his confidence. After consuming the experience elixir he earned as his tutorial reward, his core physical strength had nearly tripled. The elixir had boosted his level by 5, and Theo had meticulously poured every single gained stat point directly into strength. With that massive surge of raw power surging through his muscles, Theo felt a profound sense of liberation. He was no longer shackled to the realm of the weak. He had finally crossed the threshold and stepped into the realm of the extraordinary. Theo planted his feet, gripping the earth with every ounce of his resolve. He held onto the unwavering belief that, even if it was just by a hair's breadth, he could survive at least one blow from the man who commanded the clan. The moment Kal Ragnar began his swing, the entire assembly fell into a suffocating, deathly silence. No one dared to breathe, let alone speak, while Ed watched from the sidelines with a chilling, predatory certainty. He was convinced that this singular, devastating strike would be the absolute end of Theo. Theo funneled every sliver of his focus into his defensive stance, mentally blocking out the surrounding whispers and the crushing weight of the gaze of the 9 dragons. His eyes locked onto the arc of his father's weapon with an intensity that burned. He refused to succumb to the paralysis of fear. Instead, he tracked the incoming movement with terrifying clarity, watching the lethal strike as it tore through the air directly toward him. A brilliant, blood-red beam of energy erupted from above, crashing down upon the stage like the absolute judgment of a god. The impact was cataclysmic, shattering the stone foundation and sending a massive plume of dust and debris billowing into the air, completely engulfing the arena. But as the haze gradually settled, Kal Ragnar wore a thin, enigmatic smile. Standing in the center of the wreckage, miraculously still on his feet, was the son he had finally recognized. The sight left every witness in the room completely staggered, their jaws hitting the floor. Through a display of sheer, iron-willed stubbornness and unfathomable determination, Theo shattered the doubts of his critics. He hadn't bothered to defend his innocence with pathetic pleas or sycophantic excuses. Instead, he let his survival, standing tall amidst the ruins of his father's terrifying assault, speak for him. The moment Theo stood through that singular, world-shaking strike, the trial reached its inevitable conclusion. Simultaneously, the familiar, sharp chime of the system echoed in his mind, alerting him that his sudden quest, single strike from Kal Ragnar, had been marked as a resounding success. As a reward for surviving the ordeal, the system unlocked a specialized inventory feature for Theo. Tucked inside this new digital space lay a mysterious blue key, humming with an arcane, pulsing light that signaled its immense importance. It was clearly no mere trinket. Time seemed to slip away until Theo finally drifted back to consciousness, his mind heavy and sluggish as he tried to piece together his surroundings. A wave of confusion clouded his vision, and he quietly murmured to himself, wondering where in the world he had been brought. The moment Cecilia caught sight of her son's fluttering eyelids, her expression shifted from dread to pure, overwhelming relief. Her voice hitched as she told him, with tears of joy streaming down her face, that he had actually fainted while standing bolt upright after the trial's conclusion. Cecilia's composure crumbled entirely. She gripped Theo's hand with trembling fingers, sobbing as she confessed the living nightmare she had endured, terrified of the news that the clan leader had challenged her boy to a duel. Her eyes darted over him with frantic, motherly concern, and she demanded to know if he was hiding any hidden injuries. She was prepared to summon every physician in the territory the instant she saw so much as a bruise, a fracture, or a dislocation. Theo offered a soft, calming smile to soothe his mother's panic, though his gaze continued to drift around the unfamiliar room. He felt physically sound, yet he couldn't shake the nagging sensation of not recognizing the opulence surrounding him. Just then, Julius stepped into the room, his voice calm as he laid out the situation. By the direct, ironclad order of the clan leader, the mistress of the Camellia Palace, Axion, and the chief of intelligence had all been summarily evicted from the estate. The realization hit Theo like a physical blow, and his expression lit up with sudden, vivid clarity. He finally understood where he was, and a deep, quiet satisfaction surged through him. They were currently occupying the very heart of the Camellia Palace. The system pinged again, updating Theo on his status and confirming that his next objective was well within reach. With his foot now firmly planted inside the Camellia Palace, the only task left was to peel back the layers of the estate and uncover the dark, hidden secret buried in its depths. Out in the manicured gardens of the Camellia Palace, Imel was creating a spectacular scene. Her frustration had boiled over into a public tantrum, and she shrieked at the top of her lungs, demanding to know by what right she was being forced to abandon what she considered her own private property. The household staff scrambled around her, white-faced and trembling as they attempted to mitigate the disaster before her screeching drew more unwanted attention. They begged her, with frantic gestures, to keep her voice down and stop making such a spectacle in the middle of the courtyard. At a distance, hidden by the shadows of a stone pillar, Ed watched the chaos unfold with a cold, hollow stare. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned his attention to Axion and issued a grim, lethal command. Theo Ragnar had to be silenced permanently. Axion acknowledged the order with a slight dip of his head, outlining a calculated strategy for the upcoming awakening ceremony, hinting that he already had a foolproof method to dispose of Theo when the moment presented itself. But Ed's patience had worn thin, and he wasn't interested in drawn-out plans. His voice deepened with murderous intent as he told Axion to simply sever Theo's head from his shoulders and finish the job once and for all, ensuring there was absolutely no chance of survival. Axion locked eyes with Ed, catching the jagged, raw edge of the hatred burning there. Those eyes were incinerated with a hunger for vengeance, making it painfully obvious that Ed wouldn't find a single moment of peace until he saw Theo lifeless at his feet. Once the initial dust at the Camellia Palace had finally settled, Theo took a moment to reflect on the sequence of events. Even though the path he had taken hadn't always mirrored his initial strategy, the outcome he had secured was far more lucrative than he had ever dared to hope. He had successfully pried the Camellia Palace out of his enemy's grasp without ever needing to rely on his ultimate ace in the hole, which in itself was a massive strategic victory. To sweeten the deal, he had also solidified a new, potent form of authority. Intrigued by the potential of his new capability, Theo channeled his focus and activated the inventory skill. A split second later, he reached into thin air and pulled out an object, as if he were plucking it from a hidden, extra-dimensional pocket that only he could touch. Theo stood there, casually crunching on an apple he had just manifested, still wrestling with the impossible reality of the inventory system. It felt like a fever dream, yet he couldn't ignore the sheer, practical genius of having a portable storage space at his beck and call. Next, he drew the blue key he had earned from his inventory. As he rotated the object between his fingers, he grew increasingly convinced that it held the key, quite literally, to a deep, guarded secret tucked away somewhere in this very palace. As Theo approached a heavy, ornate door, the keyhole began to pulse with a low, rhythmic light. The door seemed to recognize the blue key, reacting to its presence with an eerie, magical resonance. Theo inserted the key and twisted, the lock clicking open with a heavy, satisfying thud. As the door swung wide, he froze, his breath catching in his throat. Instead of a standard storage room, he was staring down into a yawning, subterranean tunnel that stretched into absolute darkness. The system chimed, informing him that he had successfully discovered a hidden dungeon. As a reward for being the first to find this secret location, the system granted him a permanent experience boost. All EXP gained within these walls would be doubled. Staring at a literal cave system concealed beneath the flooring of the Camellia Palace, Theo realized this was clearly another unique challenge. He had no intention of walking away from a double experience bonus, so he concluded that conquering this dungeon was a gamble worth taking. Before he took his first step into the abyss, Theo reined in his excitement. He reminded himself that plunging into a dungeon without proper equipment was the hallmark of an amateur. He deliberately took a step back, opting to prioritize preparation over reckless speed. After some time had passed, Theo returned fully armed and armored, his inventory bulging with a wide array of weaponry. Confident that he had covered all his bases, he finally crossed the threshold to begin his investigation of the dungeon. As Theo ventured deeper into the damp, narrow tunnels, a pair of glowing eyes suddenly locked onto him from the darkness ahead. A massive wolf, far larger than any natural creature, stepped into his path, snarling with a primal, predatory intensity that marked it as a dangerous demonic beast. The wolf didn't hesitate. It lunged, covering the distance in a single, blurring flash of fur and teeth. Theo's reactions were sharp. He snapped his shield into place just in time, absorbing the brunt of the collision before the beast could clamp its jaws around his throat. The sheer force of the impact vibrating through his arm told Theo exactly what he was up against. Digging his heels into the cold stone, he summoned every ounce of his core strength and shoved the creature back, refusing to let the monster dominate their exchange. Theo refused to be outclassed in a test of pure power. With his posture anchored and his grip tightened, he bared his teeth, signaling to the beast that he wouldn't be bullied by a simple monster. Confronted by Theo's stubbornness, the wolf let out a jagged, ear-piercing shriek and launched itself forward once more. Its massive frame filled the tunnel, crushing the space between them with terrifying momentum. Theo pivoted and swung his sword in a swift, practiced arc, but the blade barely skated across the wolf's hide, leaving no significant scratch. The realization dawned on him. The creature's hide was dense as steel, and given its blistering speed, tentative or half-measured strikes were essentially useless. Theo's mind raced as he analyzed the fight. This wasn't a wild animal. It was a true demonic beast, possessing a combination of unnatural toughness and raw agility that he had never encountered before. He braced himself for the inevitable, knowing the uphill battle he was facing. Before he could formulate a solid game plan, the wolf pounced again, rearing up and swinging its obsidian claws, intent on shredding him to pieces. In that desperate, heart-pounding moment, Theo's mind flashed back to the searing arc of light he had witnessed when he faced his father's single strike. He thought to himself if he could just replicate even a sliver of that refined, absolute power, he could flip the script on this battle. He vividly remembered the overwhelming majesty of that strike and attempted to channel a pure, white arc of energy toward the wolf. The attempt fizzled out instantly, and Theo had to accept the harsh reality. Copying his father's technique was going to be infinitely harder than it looked. The single strike wasn't just a fancy name. It was a title for a technique that guaranteed total lethality. It wasn't about showy theatrics or complex swordplay. It was the art of funneling everything into one, singular, decisive moment of destruction. The missing piece of the puzzle finally clicked into place. To mimic his father's mastery, he couldn't rely on flashy tricks. He had to strip his fighting style down to the bone and focus on pouring every last bit of his intent into one perfect strike. Theo sheathed his shield and shifted his focus, sharpening his mind toward the art of the blade. He recalled the secret sword techniques Evelyn had shared with him, forms that prioritized lightning-fast precision over blunt, overwhelming force. He exploded forward, a burst of speed catching the wolf off guard, and drove his blade directly into the beast's eye. The monster let out a guttural, wounded roar, stumbling backward as it desperately tried to distance itself from the stinging, precise pain. Seeing the beast retreat, Theo knew his shift in strategy was finally yielding results. A surge of confidence ignited in his chest as he prepared for a follow-up attack, certain that victory was now within his grasp. 2 months later, back at the bustling clan training grounds, Ed scanned the area and noted that the crowd was far more bloated than it had been in previous weeks. Sybil nodded in agreement, pointing out that with this many disciples crowding the area, they were going to have to find a much larger space for their training sessions. Lately, an irresistible rumor had been sweeping through the clan, that the young Master Theo had actually been personally trained by the clan head himself to master the single strike. Because of this legend, disciples were flooding the area, all hoping to catch a glimpse of him or even score a sparring session. While Sybil was deep in a discussion about Theo, a voice suddenly cut in from behind, thick with mocking derision. The speaker addressed Sybil with such casual, biting disrespect that the entire atmosphere turned sour instantly. Standing there was Henry Morris from the Plum Blossom Palace, a sneer plastered on his face. He asked, with dripping sarcasm, when their legendary young master was planning to finally grace them with his presence, noting that it had been 2 full months of waiting. Morris sounded genuinely annoyed as he claimed he had assumed Theo was the type of dedicated warrior who never missed a single day of training. Henry Morris snorted and labeled Theo a spineless coward. In his mind, Theo had merely fabricated a fake story about his training and had now gone into hiding because he was terrified to face the music in front of everyone. Sybil's face twisted into a mask of pure, indignant rage, but Henry wasn't even slightly intimidated. He just kept running his mouth. He sneered at the group, brazenly suggesting that the entire legend of Theo's single strike was likely nothing more than a fabricated lie, pointing out the suspicious lack of any real witnesses to verify the claim. He insisted that Theo had probably just spun a tall tale and exaggerated his own feats until the rest of the clan was gullible enough to believe it. Henry's arrogance reached a breaking point when he dismissed the destruction of the Sacred Dragon Society as yet another piece of fake news. That was the final straw for Sybil. With his patience completely evaporated, he lunged forward, throwing his entire body weight behind a vicious, crunching punch that slammed directly into Henry's face, instantly wiping the smug, mocking grin right off his lips. The moment Henry hit the floor, one of his cohorts from the Plum Blossom Palace erupted in fury, shrieking insults and branding Sybil nothing more than a pathetic dropout. But as the words echoed across the training ground, the air grew heavy. Every nearby disciple turned, their eyes narrowing as they pinned the loudmouth with sharp, hostile glares that made him recoil. Sybil didn't pull a single punch, firing back with a cutting insult, calling the guy a total eyesore. He then planted his feet, making his position crystal clear. None of the people standing here, especially those arrogant fools from the Plum Blossom Palace, had any business comparing themselves to their young master, Theo. Eddie stared at his friend, momentarily stunned by the sheer gall of the comment. Seeing Sybil, who wasn't exactly a beauty himself, standing there and deadpanning an insult about someone else's face was almost too absurd for Adi to wrap his head around. Sybil let out a long, pent-up breath, venting months of buried frustration. He confessed that he'd been sick and tired of the Plum Blossom Palace lackeys constantly skulking around to stir up trouble. He declared with unwavering conviction that he would never just sit back and watch while some lowlife disrespected their young master. The fuse had finally burned down to nothing. Sybil and his comrades didn't wait for a formal challenge. They drew their steel in one fluid motion, the blades gleaming under the sunlight as they openly declared war on the Plum Blossom Palace group. The opposition was just as bloodthirsty, eager to finally crush these so-called dropout losers and put them in their place. But just as the two sides were about to collide in a lethal frenzy, a figure suddenly blurred into the space between them. In the blink of an eye, every sword raised for the attack froze mid-air, locked in place by a sudden, invisible pressure. The fighters were paralyzed by the unexpected intervention, their heads snapping toward the intruder. Sybil recognized him in a heartbeat. It was Ray Ragnar, one of the elite 4 hounds of the clan. Before the tension could even begin to dissipate, another voice cut through the stillness, cackling with dark, amused laughter, as if they were witnessing a comedy routine rather than an imminent bloodbath. Emerging from the shadows was Hulchu's Lanka, another formidable member of the 4 hounds. His presence immediately ratcheted the danger level up, casting a suffocating pall over the entire courtyard. Sybil felt his blood run cold, barely able to process the sight. Not one, but 2 members of the 4 hounds had descended upon the training grounds simultaneously. While everyone stood in stunned silence, trying to figure out why these high-ranking elites were here, Hulchus scanned the crowd, his eyes narrowing as he noted a glaring absence. Hulchus whipped his head toward a cowering man from the Plum Blossom Palace and demanded to know the location of the Luster Tiger. The man looked back in total confusion, clearly having no idea who or what Hulchus was referring to. Hulchus grew visibly agitated, his voice rising into a sharp, booming roar that echoed off the surrounding walls. He demanded to know if everyone here had suddenly gone deaf, making it explicitly clear that he wasn't interested in the riffraff. He was hunting for the true master of this training ground. With no further preamble, Hulchus announced his intentions with chilling simplicity. He hadn't come to watch, he had come to hunt. He was here to issue a direct challenge to Theo Ragnar. Meanwhile, in the depths of the hidden dungeon, far removed from the petty politics of the training ground, Theo was operating at his absolute limit. His body was pushed to the brink of collapse, and his weapon finally gave up the ghost, the steel shattering into fragments from the sheer strain of endless, relentless combat. Just as the blade splintered, a familiar chime rang through his mind. The system interface materialized in front of him, glowing in the darkness with a notification that he had, once again, achieved a new level. A cascade of system windows flooded his vision, one after another, detailing the significant boost to his base stats. The numbers were a testament to his grueling progress, and among them, the kill count for demonic beasts sat at a staggering 170. Theo slumped onto the cold dungeon floor, surrounded by the cooling carcasses of the monsters he'd slaughtered. A grim, hard-won throne. The system updated his status, indicating that only a single, final target remained before his mission was complete. He uncorked a health potion and downed it in one go, the liquid coolly washing away the worst of his exhaustion. As the medicinal warmth coursed through his veins, he reflected on the countless times he'd been on the razor's edge of death, saved time and time again only by these precious, life-saving vials. Back at the start of this hellish trial, even a single monster had felt like a mountain he couldn't climb. But as his strength grew, the battles had become increasingly manageable. Still, he couldn't help but feel a strange sense of vertigo. The 2 months he'd spent inside this void had passed in what felt like a blink. The system pinged again, a stark reminder that only one demonic beast was left standing between him and the exit. After weeks of unending warfare, the final enemy was all that separated him from the end of this journey. Theo intuitively understood the weight of that message. Seeing the stairs carved into the stone ahead, he realized that the last remaining beast was almost certainly the dungeon boss, lurking in the darkness below. With his resolve hardened and his eyes fixed on the path ahead, Theo stepped forward, descending into the depths. Before long, he crossed the threshold into the 5th floor of the dungeon. He glanced down at the jagged hilt of his broken sword, knowing it was utterly useless now. Since his primary weapon was beyond any hope of repair, Theo accessed his internal inventory, searching for a suitable replacement. A search of his remaining gear revealed that he was down to his very last blade. As he pulled it into his hand, a surge of recognition hit him. This was the very same sword his mother had given him as a birthday present so long ago. Holding the weapon pulled him back into the bitter, regretful memories of his past life. Back then, as the awakening ceremony loomed, he'd been constantly fighting with his mother, eventually tossing this very sword into a corner of his room, ignoring it completely. Now, inspecting the quality of the white snow steel, he realized it was a masterful piece of craftsmanship. He stood there in the silent dungeon, weighed down by the crushing guilt of how he had treated that gift. In that memory, he recalled his mother rushing into his room, her face radiating pure, infectious joy. She'd been so excited, having stayed up until midnight just to be the first to shower him with birthday love and gifts the moment his special day began. But he'd been a bitter, angry child. Instead of accepting her affection, he'd snapped at her, his words sharp and cruel, telling her that he had no time or interest in birthday toys when the pressures of the awakening ceremony were right on his doorstep. Back then, his heart had been poisoned by unrealistic expectations, and he'd lashed out, blinded by his own disappointment. He had made it clear to her that it didn't matter how finely forged his equipment was, it wouldn't change the mediocre bloodline he had been cursed with. He remembered the look on her face when he told her to just leave him alone, shutting her out when all she'd wanted was to celebrate him. But now, clutching that same sword in the heart of the dungeon, Theo swore silently to himself that he would not walk that same path of regret again. Before long, he reached the imposing entrance of the boss chamber. The system immediately flashed a bright warning, urging him to exercise extreme caution as a gargantuan, powerful demonic beast was lying in wait. Theo stepped inside and came face to face with the final guardian. It was a dragon, resting quietly in the center of the hall, slumbering with the casual confidence of an apex predator that feared absolutely nothing. A wave of relief flooded Theo as he got a clearer look. It wasn't a true dragon, but a lesser drake. It was still a monster of incredible power, but the realization took the edge off his initial terror. Still, he couldn't help but wonder why the final boss was draconic. The lore of the land claimed the Ragnars were descended from dragons, and the coincidence felt too specific, too meaningful to just be a random occurrence. He toyed with the idea that it might be a coincidence, but he shoved the doubt away. Whether there was a deeper, hidden meaning or not, he was trapped in this dungeon until he put this monster down for good. The system projected the quest requirements again, highlighting the final target. The message was clear. This drake was the final barrier standing between him and his escape. A small, lingering doubt whispered in the back of his mind, questioning if he could actually take this thing down. Even if it was only a lesser drake, it was a creature imbued with draconic power, and that alone made it a nightmare scenario. Theo steadied his breathing, the frantic beating of his heart slowing as he locked into a state of total focus. He tightened his grip on the sword and prepared to unleash his signature technique, single flash. He recalled every grueling hour he had spent perfecting the move against the wolves in this dungeon. It might not yet match his father's legendary dragon flash, but he surged toward the beast with a roar of intent, pushing his dragon heart to its absolute threshold, desperate to land one decisive, crippling blow. Theo drove the white snow steel blade deep into the drake's eye, a clean, agonizing strike. The creature shrieked, a chaotic eruption of pain and rage as it recoiled from the sudden wound. The drake whipped its thick tail around in a blind, savage counterattack. Theo pivoted, dodging the blow by a fraction of an inch, but a cold wave of disappointment settled in his chest when he realized the strike hadn't gone deep enough to pierce the brain and end it immediately. The beast roared, its golden eyes burning with the singular, feral need to shred him. Theo didn't flinch. He watched the monster's movements, his mind dissecting the battlefield for potential paths, and with a surge of renewed confidence, he prepared to rush it once more. Theo darted in, landing a series of quick, stinging slashes. He wasn't trying to deliver a killing blow just yet. He was keeping the beast occupied, dancing around its frantic swings while his eyes searched for the fatal weak point that would end the match. Suddenly, the lesser drake opened its maw and unleashed a second, earth-shaking roar. The sonic pressure rolled through the chamber like a physical wave, and an involuntary shudder of primal fear paralyzed Theo's nerves. His muscles locked up under the sheer force of the dragon's aura, trapping him even as he saw the incoming strike hurtling toward him. With no time to dash away, he braced his feet and held his sword up in a desperate, last-ditch effort to parry the blow. The impact was like being hit by a boulder. He was sent soaring across the room, his body slamming into the solid stone wall with a bone-jarring thud. Agony flared through him as he registered the terrifying gap in their physical strength. Theo acknowledged the cold fact that he couldn't survive a prolonged exchange like this. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he forced himself to rise, pushing back against the encroaching darkness. He knew he had to bait the monster, find an opening, and strike for the kill before his remaining energy bottomed out. He knew the anatomy of a dragon's weakness, the reverse scale. Keeping that singular point in his mind, Theo leaped directly onto the drake's back, scrambling along its armored hide while barely dodging the massive, clawed limbs swiping to peel him off. Finally, he spotted the shimmering, vulnerable reverse scale. He threw every ounce of his remaining stamina into a final thrust, burying his sword deep into the mark. Blood geysered from the wound, and the lesser drake collapsed, reeling as the life bled out of it. He keeps driving his blade into that exact, vulnerable weak spot over and over again. Every single time his strike lands true, the beast erupts in a sharp, guttural shriek as pure, agonizing pain courses through its massive frame. For a split second, Theo is absolutely convinced that his calculated strategy has finally paid off, and he braces himself, expecting the lesser drake to collapse right at his feet. But to his shock, the creature refuses to go down. It digs its claws into the ground and stands its ground, and that sudden, unexpected resistance catches Theo completely off guard. Meanwhile, over at the training grounds, the tension is boiling over. Hulkus is visibly losing his patience with Ray, his brow furrowing as his face tightens with mounting frustration. He makes his stance crystal clear. He has no intention of backing down, because he's determined to be the very first one to cross blades with the young master. Ray narrows her eyes at him, looking at him with nothing but pure, unadulterated contempt, and she bluntly dismisses him as a total loser, telling him to get out of her way. Hulkus, however, refuses to let the insult slide. He immediately fires back, his voice rising as he reminds her that the only time he suffered a defeat was 3 long years ago. Ever since that bitter loss, Hulkus has dedicated every single waking moment to pushing his limits and sharpening his combat skills. In his mind, those 3 years of grueling, relentless training are more than enough to bridge the gap and finally prove his worth. Ray, however, doesn't spare a second to take him seriously. She brushes off his newfound confidence as if it were meaningless drivel, mocking him by calling him a loser once again. That dismissive attitude only causes Hulkus's anger to flare up even hotter, turning his face a shade of deep, irate crimson. At this point, Hulkus realizes that words are completely useless. He snaps and challenges her to a duel right then and there, declaring that whoever emerges victorious will earn the sole right to challenge Theo Ragnar to a fight. Without wasting a second or holding anything back, Hulkus heaves his massive, heavy weapon toward her with enough force to crush stone. Ray, however, barely even flinches. She intercepts the strike with such effortless grace that it seems as though the powerful blow didn't even register as a threat to her. Sybil and Henry watch from the sidelines, looking completely bewildered by how quickly the situation spiraled into chaos. But the moment the reality hits them, that 2 members of the elite 4 hounds are genuinely about to go to war with each other, their confusion rapidly morphs into genuine, palpable fear. Just as the 2 combatants tense up, ready to lunge at one another, Remington suddenly steps right into the fray. He plants himself firmly between them, radiating a cold, authoritative presence as he commands them to take their quarrel elsewhere, firmly stating that this space belongs to young Master Theo. Remington makes his position perfectly clear to everyone watching. He stands like an immovable wall, refusing to allow anyone, regardless of their status, to stir up trouble or bring chaos into his young master's domain. Instead of backing down in the face of Remington's authority, Hulkus actually beams with excitement at the prospect of a challenge. He admits he's been itching to fight Remington too, but the older warrior just stares him down, calmly telling him to quiet his tongue and listen closely to what he's saying. Suddenly, a suffocating, crushing pressure radiates across the entire training yard, pinning everyone in place. A collective chill runs through the onlookers, and even Remington's composure falters as he looks around, wide-eyed, wondering where such a dark, dangerous killing intent could possibly be originating. The very second that terrifying aura hits them, every head turns instinctively toward the main entrance. And there, walking with a steady, imposing gait into the heart of the training ground, is Theo himself. Remington stands there, visibly stunned by the raw, heavy pressure cascading off of Theo's frame. As he tracks the young master's approach, he can't help but be plagued by the question of what on earth could have happened to him during his intense, secluded training sessions. Ray and Hulkus, meanwhile, react in a completely different way. Their faces light up with pure, electric excitement. The moment they lay eyes on Theo, their gazes sharpen to a point, knowing that the master they've been so desperately waiting for has finally arrived. With one solitary, powerful step onto the grounds, Theo floods the entire area with his newly acquired skill, Lesser Drake's Fear. The atmosphere in the training yard turns heavy, dense, and instantly suffocating for everyone nearby. Back inside the dark, oppressive silence of the dungeon, Theo had finally managed to plunge his blade through the lesser drake's protected reverse scales. That fatal strike spelled the end for the monster, and the system immediately flashed a notification, congratulating him on successfully bringing down the beast. The instant Theo's steel made contact with those sensitive reverse scales, the lesser drake completely lost its sense of composure. The creature's massive body began to thrash uncontrollably, rampaging through the narrow space as if it had been driven into a state of blind, frantic madness. For a terrifying stretch of time, Theo genuinely believed that he was going to meet his end in that dark hole. But after several grueling minutes of dodging and weaving, the monster finally reached its limit and collapsed, proving beyond a shadow of a doubt that those scales were indeed its only fatal weakness. Once the dust settled and the battle finally reached its conclusion, the system chimed in again, informing Theo that he had successfully harvested 2 incredibly valuable items from the corpse: the lesser drake's tooth and its jagged claw. The tooth, as he discovered, was a high-grade material perfect for weapon enhancement, while the claw possessed a unique, innate property capable of honing and sharpening a blade's edge far beyond normal limits. After carefully reviewing the spoils of war, Theo makes the decision to use them to repair the sword currently at his hip. That blade, after all, was a heartfelt gift from his mother, and losing it was simply an outcome he refused to accept. But the rewards didn't end there. To his surprise, Theo also gains a brand new ability, Lesser Drake's Fear. As the text of the skill manifests before his eyes, he stands there, genuinely taken aback by the revelation. He hurriedly pulls up the detailed description to see what he's actually working with. He quickly realizes that this isn't just a combat maneuver. If his target happens to be weaker than him, Lesser Drake's Fear can physically force that opponent into a state of absolute, cowering terror. The discovery leaves Theo reeling with shock. In his understanding of the world, a skill with such potent psychological effects wasn't something just anyone could master. He had always been under the impression that only the exceptionally gifted, the chosen ones, could ever hope to wield such terrifying power. Nevertheless, a smile tugs at the corner of his lips at the thought of testing it out in the real world. As he tucks his belongings away into his inventory, he finds himself wondering if such a specialized skill will actually be practical within the walls of Ragnar, a place already teeming with incredibly powerful individuals. With the Camellia Palace dungeon finally cleared and the loot secured, Theo steps out into the open air at last, successfully completing the daunting quest to uncover the deep-buried secrets of the palace. As a reward for clearing the very first scenario quest, the system bestows upon Theo an additional mysterious item, a peculiar object known as a nest compass. Theo turns the strange, ornate device over in his hands, studying it from every angle, but he's left completely in the dark regarding its intended function. He can only speculate whether this compass is destined to play a pivotal role in the next quest he faces. Deciding to shelf the mystery for now, Theo stores the nest compass safely in his inventory and resolves that his top priority is rest. After the absolute hell he just went through, his body feels like lead, completely drained of all its energy. But fate, it seems, has other plans. Before he can even make a move toward his quarters, a maid comes sprinting toward him in a frantic panic. She is clearly out of breath and visibly distressed, telling him that an emergency has erupted and requires his immediate intervention. The maid stops short when she catches sight of the nasty wounds littering Theo's body, her face twisted in genuine concern and hesitation. Theo, however, simply waves off her worry as if it's a trivial matter, his expression neutral as he asks her to get to the point and explain the situation. The maid quickly gathers her courage and explains the source of the chaos. A massive, heated brawl has broken out in Training Ground 4, and things have escalated to the point where they are spiraling dangerously out of control. Upon hearing the news, Theo makes a beeline for the training grounds without a moment's hesitation. The instant he crosses the threshold, he releases his newly acquired skill, Lesser Drake's Fear, and the invisible wave of terror ripples through the air, instantly silencing every person present. Theo's patience is completely spent. His voice carries a sharp, dangerous edge born from both anger and bone-deep exhaustion as he orders everyone to clear out, stating flatly that he needs his rest. The sheer intensity of his aura is so overwhelming that several onlookers immediately lose their footing and pass out cold. Hulkus, however, is a different breed. He responds to the terrifying killing intent with a surge of adrenaline. His excitement peaked as he charges straight at Theo, desperate to see who among them is truly the stronger warrior. Hulkus swings his heavy sword with everything he's got, aiming a lethal strike directly at Theo. But Theo meets the incoming attack with eerie, absolute calm, parrying it with a single, fluid swing of his own blade, leaving everyone in the surrounding crowd frozen in utter disbelief. The force of the impact sends Hulkus stumbling backward, his heels skidding across the dirt. For a few heartbeats, he just stands there, trying to process what on earth just occurred, unable to fathom how his full power strike was brushed aside so casually. Even Theo is caught off guard by the massive difference in his own strength following his dungeon training. Yet, despite the shock, Hulkus refuses to retreat, his eyes gleaming with an even more intense fighting spirit than before. Hulkus has always held the reputation as the weakest member of the Four Hounds of the North, largely because of his reckless, one-track mind and his stubborn refusal to adapt his fighting style. Despite that label, he lunges at Theo again, howling for him to properly block his next blow. Even though others might call him the weak link, nobody in their right mind has ever dared to underestimate the raw, brute physical strength Hulkus possesses. That's exactly why Theo is genuinely stunned to find that he can keep pace with him so easily. He delivers one clean, decisive counterstrike, cutting through Hulkus's defense and bringing him down. An incredible, exhilarating rush floods through Theo as he realizes the sheer magnitude of his newfound power. Across the way, Hulkus lets out a ragged cough, blood speckling his lips as his body finally reaches its limit, causing him to collapse and fall unconscious to the hard ground. Watching Hulkus go down, a flash of regret hits Theo. He realizes he might have been a bit too careless and perhaps should have held back a little more. Still, he feels a sense of relief that his opponent was none other than Hulkus, a man legendary for his insane toughness and ability to soak up heavy punishment. Theo quickly confirms that Hulkus is merely unconscious, not dead. Sybil stares at the scene in absolute astonishment, and within moments, the entire training ground erupts into a thunderous chorus of cheers for the young master who managed to floor the Black Bear of the Four Hounds with a single, clean strike. Theo immediately moves to reassure the crowd, clearly announcing that Hulkus is still alive and well, ensuring they understand that his strike, while frightening, was not intended to be lethal. But then, disaster strikes in a different way. Theo's own sword suddenly snaps in two. The sight is an immediate, crushing blow to his spirits, as that blade wasn't just a simple tool. It was a precious, irreplaceable gift his mother had given him. Despite his personal dismay, the crowd continues to roar in wild celebration. To them, the sight of his broken sword only serves to make the moment look even more legendary, as they praise him for his raw, overwhelming strength that shattered his own weapon in a single blow. Theo gazes at their ecstatic reactions with a look of utter confusion on his face. He simply cannot wrap his head around why everyone is celebrating so loudly when, in his hands, his mother's precious memento has just been destroyed. Meanwhile, lurking off to the side, Ray watches the entire scene play out in complete silence. As she stares at Theo, a long-forgotten memory from her past begins to bubble to the surface of her mind, stirring up emotions she thought were buried deep away. Flashback to the past. Back when Ray was nothing more than a small, vulnerable child, Theo happened to stumble upon her while she was wandering alone through the biting, desolate cold. Her attire was woefully thin, offering almost no protection against the freezing winter air, and, struck by confusion, Theo gazed at her and tenderly asked why she was wandering about unprotected in the middle of the driving snow. Moved by her plight, Theo didn't hesitate. He reached up, unraveled his own scarf, and wrapped it securely around Ray to shield her from the elements. Yet, even with that small gesture, she was still shivering violently, so he made the choice to bring her back to his home. As they walked, he spoke to her with a gentle, reassuring tone, promising her that once the blizzard finally let up, he would see to it that she was returned to her own home safely. As that long-buried memory fades and the present reality settles back in, Ray's hard, combat-ready expression softens in a way she doesn't even notice. A fleeting, genuine smile graces her lips, and with that soft, lingering warmth still shining in her eyes, she turns on her heel and begins to walk away from the battlefield, leaving the tension behind. Remington, who has been watching the exchange closely, immediately picks up on the shift in her demeanor. Seeing Ray display such a rare, tender smile, especially given the intensity of the situation they just faced, leaves him genuinely surprised, his eyes widening slightly as he processes the change. Sometime later, within the opulent confines of the Camellia Palace, Theo finds himself sitting there, looking visibly flustered and embarrassed. A group of maids has gathered around him, their faces bright with excitement as they chatter away, happily congratulating him on earning a brand new, prestigious title, the Luster Tiger. One of the maids beams with unconcealed pride, clearly delighted to witness the fruits of Theo's grueling labor finally paying off. She leans in with an encouraging grin, urging him to keep pushing his limits and to maintain this incredible momentum all the way until the upcoming awakening ceremony. She gazes at Theo with unwavering faith, telling him that she has no doubt he will succeed. However, before he can even properly absorb the praise, his mother suddenly materializes at his side, taking him by surprise as she begins forcefully feeding him a freshly prepared dish of abalone. At first, Theo instinctively tries to fend her off, completely caught off guard by this aggressive display of culinary affection. But his mother is undeterred. She doesn't slow down for a second, continuing to pile more food into his mouth while he can do nothing but helplessly beg her to take it easy. As Theo resignedly continues to eat, fragments of memories from his previous life begin to bubble up to the surface of his mind. Immersed in this quiet, domestic moment and surrounded by his mother's sincere care, he finds himself overcome by a profound, growing sense of gratitude. Theo manages to choke out a compliment, telling his mother that the meal is absolutely delicious, which earns him a pleased, satisfied look. However, almost immediately after, her gaze drifts downward and lands on the broken sword he has resting nearby. The very moment her eyes register the damaged state of the blade, a look of utter shock washes across her face. Theo feels his body instantly stiffen, and cold sweat begins to prickle on his skin as a wave of nervous, anxious tension overtakes the room. Theo quickly rushes to explain, stuttering out that the sword snapped during his intense training session. He starts apologizing profusely, well aware that this blade wasn't just some standard equipment. It was a precious, irreplaceable birthday gift his mother had handpicked for him. Instead of pointing the finger at Theo, his mother's mood shifts rapidly into a burning, white-hot fury directed at the smith who had sworn the sword would never break. According to their claims, it was forged using rare white snow steel and sturdy ebony steel wood, so it should have been far more durable than this. Theo cautiously asks if she's referring to the exotic steel wood imported from the southern jungles, and she confirms it with a sharp, indignant nod. She explains that it's an incredibly rare and costly material, and seeing the sword shattered leaves her feeling deeply betrayed and disappointed. If the smith had been telling the truth, the weapon should never have snapped so easily. Only now does the full reality of the situation dawn on Theo regarding how truly valuable the materials in his weapon actually were. He stares at the fragments in surprise, coming to the realization that he had completely underestimated the worth of the gift his mother had bestowed upon him. The revelation sparks even more questions in Theo's mind. He can't help but ponder how on earth his mother managed to secure such rare, high-end materials and commission such an impressive sword in the first place. With fire in her eyes, his mother declares she's going to march directly to the workshop and demand a full, thorough explanation from the maker. Furthermore, she fully intends to force them to forge a replacement that is actually worth a damn, one that is truly fitting for her beloved son. Theo attempts to defuse the situation, trying to calm her down by assuring her that it's really no big deal and that he can just pick up any other sword to use. She, however, point-blank refuses to entertain the idea, sternly telling him that the world is finally starting to acknowledge his true potential, which means he needs to be more careful and well-equipped than ever before. With the all-important awakening ceremony looming just around the corner, she makes her position crystal clear. She will absolutely not allow Theo to step into such a high-stakes event while carrying some pathetic, shabbily broken weapon. Theo experiences a quiet, warm sense of happiness at seeing just how much his mother dotes on him and worries for his reputation. But then, Cecilia abruptly announces that they need to get moving immediately now that the debate is settled, leaving Theo completely confused about where she actually plans on dragging him. Cecilia reveals their destination with a flourish. They are heading straight to the premier workshop in all of Winterra, a world-renowned establishment known as the Basque Workshop. The Basque Workshop is widely recognized as one of the top 3 manufacturing powerhouses in the entirety of Winterra. A huge part of its legendary status stems from its sheer massive scale, which is large enough to rival an entire industrial factory. Yet, even with that enormous facility and its sterling reputation, the most extraordinary thing about the workshop isn't the steel or the steam. It's the master artisan who runs the entire operation. That master is a woman ranked as a special-class individual by the intelligence agency, and she holds the prestigious title of Master Craftsman, a rare, coveted honor shared by only 2 other artisans in the entirety of the Ragnar territory. When Theo finally lays eyes on her, he is rendered speechless. Standing right there in front of him is the elf often whispered about as the literal incarnation of capitalism, the formidable and famous demon craftsman herself, Kirsten. Theo had never in his wildest dreams imagined he'd meet such a high-powered tycoon in person, and he immediately starts wondering how on earth his mother could possibly have any ties to someone like the demon craftsman. Before he can find an answer, Cecilia abruptly snaps at her, demanding to know why she's still puffing away on that pipe. The instant those words land, Cecilia calling Kirsten her mother, Theo's brain completely grinds to a halt. He stands there in stunned silence, his jaw slightly ajar, totally unable to process the bizarre revelation he just heard. Kirsten immediately bristles, telling Cecilia in no uncertain terms to stop calling her mother, insisting that their dynamic is far more complicated than a simple parent-child bond. Theo vividly remembers being told, back when Cecilia first fled home, that his mother was an orphan with no family left in the world. So finding out she's connected to a high elf like Curson leaves him utterly floored. Then, a sudden, secondary realization strikes Theo like a bolt of lightning. If Cecilia truly has blood ties to a high elf, that would mean his own strikingly handsome features might actually be inherited because he's part high elf, a quarter elf to be exact. Curson shifts the conversation, demanding to know why Cecilia has suddenly decided to pay her a visit after all this time. Instead of offering a polite greeting, Theo's mother marches up and throws the shattered sword right back at her, declaring it a piece of defective garbage. Curson's pride is stung, and she immediately flares up in anger, refusing to believe the accusation. Hearing her own daughter insult the sword is offensive enough, but it cuts especially deep because Curson takes immense pride in the fact that she personally forged it with her own 2 hands. However, the moment Curson snatches up the blade to inspect it, the reality of the situation hits her. She runs her eyes over the steel and finally sees the undeniable truth. The blade is well and truly broken. Cecilia presses the advantage immediately, challenging her with a sharp look, asking if she still wants to sit there and claim the weapon wasn't defective. Faced with the undeniable proof of the snapped steel in her grasp, Curson is rendered completely and utterly speechless. The high elf quickly pivots, demanding to know who exactly was wielding the sword when this happened. Cecilia answers her without missing a beat, telling her point-blank that Theo was the one who used it. Curson shoots a skeptical, piercing glance toward the boy standing behind Cecilia and asks if she's talking about that kid. Cecilia immediately barks at her mother to watch her tone, proudly declaring that Theo is a rare genius who is destined to rule over Ragnar from this day forward. Theo steps forward, maintaining his composure, and introduces himself to the legendary high elf with impeccable, polite etiquette. With a respectful bow, he expresses his genuine gratitude for the rare opportunity to meet the renowned master of the Basque workshop face to face. Curson seems to recall who he is, offering a begrudging nod of approval and even praising Cecilia for doing a good job raising such a boy. She then pivots back to business, asking if Theo was the only one who had used the blade, and Theo confirms that indeed, he was the sole user. Cecilia remains adamant that the sword was a defective piece of junk, but Curson grows visibly intrigued and surprised by Theo's confirmation. Realizing that the situation is far more nuanced than a typical customer complaint, she signals for them to step inside to discuss it properly. As they collectively shuffle into the workshop, curiosity gets the better of Theo, and he turns to his mother to ask point-blank if she's actually related to this infamous demon craftsman. Cecilia nods, admitting that he's hit the nail on the head. Theo, now even more intrigued, presses to know if Curson is her biological mother, but Cecilia brushes it off, telling him he wouldn't understand the complexities of it, since she's rarely ever spoken about that chapter of her life. She elaborates just a bit, explaining that although it was only for a relatively short period, Curson did once take her under her wing and acted as her foster mother during her formative years. Cecilia then adds with a slight, knowing smile that Curson has always been obsessed with collecting anything she finds aesthetically pleasing, whether it be fine music, exquisite jewels, the theater, or even people. According to her, that peculiar trait was exactly why Curson had chosen to take her in as a foster child in the first place. Curson abruptly cuts the conversation short, telling them to stop digging up the past, dismissing it as a pointless waste of time that really doesn't need to be hashed out in public. Cecilia lets out a quiet, knowing sigh, sensing that Curson is being intentionally evasive. Meanwhile, Theo's interest is piqued even further, and he asks his mother how she eventually ended up leaving this place behind. Curson chimes in to answer for her, dryly revealing that Cecilia ran off because she was head over heels in love and wanted to marry the leader of the Ragnar clan. Curson admits with a hint of bitterness that she never in a million years expected her daughter to willingly uproot herself and move to such a desolate, miserable place. In fact, she seems genuinely baffled that Cecilia managed to hold on and survive there for as long as she has. Cecilia, however, doesn't show a shred of shame or regret. She says she simply couldn't help herself. She was utterly drawn to the clan leader's rugged manliness and handsome looks, especially considering how deeply and devotedly he loved her in return. Curson looks genuinely disappointed, leaning back as she recalls the memory of Cecilia running away from home, only to eventually show up again last year, begging her to forge a special sword as a gift for her son, Theo. Curson calls Cecilia shameless for having the nerve to ask for such a favor after everything, but Cecilia immediately snaps back in annoyance, clearly deeply unhappy that Curson would choose to air their dirty laundry right in front of her son. The two women soon descend into a heated, bickering argument, and Theo stands there, watching them with a faint, small smile. He's never seen his mother display this side of herself before, and as he listens to their history, he can't help but reflect on his past life. how he never truly made the effort to learn anything about who she was as a person. And he feels a pang of guilt, realizing just how ungrateful he had been as her son. Theo finds himself lost in thought, quietly wondering if his past self was so blinded by an all-consuming obsession with the clan that he was completely oblivious to everything else. Looking at Kirsten now, he can clearly see that she harbors a deep, genuine care for his mother. This realization only leaves him with more questions, specifically why she chose to stay on the sidelines and never stepped in to help back when things were at their worst. They venture further into the labyrinthine depths of the workshop, moving past bustling work tables and roaring furnaces until they finally reach their destination. Kirsten comes to a halt in front of a heavy, unassuming door and casually informs them that this is her private residence. Cecilia immediately furrows her brow, annoyed, and demands to know why Kirsten has dragged them into such a secluded, deep part of the facility. Without softening her tone or holding anything back, she insists that Kirsten forged the absolute finest sword imaginable for Theo. A necessary measure, she argues, to properly atone for the failure that cost him his previous blade. Kirsten doesn't even bother to acknowledge Cecilia's outburst. Instead, she abruptly waves a hand, ordering her to wait out in the hall. She then grabs Theo, firmly pulls him into the room, and slams the heavy door shut, leaving a completely stunned and frustrated Cecilia cut off on the other side. Inside the sanctuary of her room, Kirsten completely ignores the sound of Cecilia calling her name from behind the door. She shuts out the noise, turning her full, intense focus onto Theo, clearly aiming to get straight to the bottom of the mystery. Without wasting a second on pleasantries, Kirsten looks Theo straight in the eye and asks the million-dollar question. Does he possess a relic of the primordial dragon? Caught off guard by the gravity of the question, Theo pauses and asks if she's referring to the ancestor of the guardian dragon that watches over the clan. He tries to clarify, noting that he's only ever heard old, dusty legends about various treasures scattered across Windterra specifically for the descendants of Ragnar. Kirsten's expression hardens instantly as she makes it abundantly clear that this is no mere fairy tale. Her gaze intensifies as she presses him again, demanding to know for certain whether he truly doesn't have any kind of relic on his person. Frustration begins to bubble over, and her eyes even grow glossy with unshed tears. She simply cannot comprehend how Theo managed to shatter the sword she poured her heart and soul into, because in her professional estimation, that blade should have been indestructible unless it had collided with something of relic-tier power. She asks him, with a hint of desperation, if he even has a clue how priceless that weapon actually was. Theo tries to offer an apology, recalling that the blade was damaged during his high-stakes battle with the Lesser Drake. He still hasn't the faintest idea what a relic is, but Kirsten eventually tires of trying to explain it through conversation. She sighs, realizing it would be far faster to just show him what she means. Kirsten reaches into the shadows of the room and produces a heavy, ornate casket that is completely sealed shut, bound tight by thick, iron-forged chains. She nudges it toward him and asks if he notices anything inherently unusual about it. As Theo fixes his gaze on the casket, a faint, ethereal blue glow begins to manifest in his field of vision. He immediately wonders if this is linked to an active quest, as the shimmer is identical to the magical light he witnessed on the secret dungeon door inside the palace. Kirsten admits that, to her own eyes, the casket looks perfectly ordinary. However, based on the subtle shift in Theo's reaction, she can tell with certainty that he has detected something that remains hidden from her. She begins dragging the heavy, sealed box forward, explaining that she has spent years trying to break the lock and claim the treasure within. No matter what technique, tool, or spell she employed, every single attempt ended in total failure. Kirsten plants the casket firmly in front of him and finally reveals the true nature of its contents. It is, as she suspected, a genuine relic of the primordial dragon. She recounts an ancient tale to explain its origin, describing how the primordial dragon once pulled one of its own fangs and worked it into a lethal blade. That legendary weapon became known throughout history as the Monster Sword, or more commonly, the White Moonlight Blade. Kirsten then proposes a high-stakes, dangerous gamble. If Theo can successfully break the seal on the casket and claim the item, she will surrender the White Moonlight Blade to him, acknowledging it as his own. Theo looks slightly perplexed by the intensity of her tone. That's when Kirsten drops the real bombshell, warning him that the task is not just difficult, it is life-threatening, and if he fails to open the casket, he might very well lose his life in the process. Kirsten waits for him to back down, but instead, a confident, excited smile tugs at the corner of Theo's lips. He makes his position crystal clear. As far as he is concerned, that sword is already as good as his. At that precise moment, a system window flickers into view before Theo, detailing the next scenario in his quest. The objective is clear. He must be deemed worthy by the primordial dragon's relic, the White Moonlight Blade. The white moonlight blade isn't just a powerful weapon. It is the signature blade of the leader of Black Snow, one of the legendary 9 dragons, whispered about in the criminal underworld as the Black Dragon. Hardly anyone in the world knows the truth about this blade, mostly because the vast majority of people who have ever laid eyes on it, or even spoken its name, have either died or vanished into thin air without a trace. A memory flickers in Theo's mind. A mysterious man from his past who had locked eyes with him, clearly shocked that Theo could see him at all. By some bizarre stroke of fate, Theo had once caught a glimpse of the blade's true form, though he still struggles to understand why the Black Dragon had spared his life back then. It is for that very reason that Theo is absolutely stunned to find the Black Dragon's blade sitting right here in front of him, and even more so, to learn that it is an authentic relic of the primordial dragon itself. He thinks back to his encounter with the Black Dragon 4 years ago, and the timeline suddenly clicks. Even back then, Kirsten must have been in possession of this sword all along. Kirsten narrows her eyes at Theo, asking one final time if he is truly prepared to open it, ensuring he understands the magnitude of the danger he is about to invite. Theo's smile only widens, his resolve hardening like steel. No matter what kind of nightmare is lurking inside that box, he tells Kirsten with absolute, unwavering conviction that the sword already belongs to him. As Theo leans in to examine the seal, something about the casket's structure catches his attention. The way the energy radiates from it feels strangely, hauntingly familiar, mirroring the sensation he felt back at the Camellia Palace. Trusting his instincts, Theo pulls out the mysterious blue key and presses it against the casket, hoping that the connection he senses will bridge the gap. Kirsten watches in stunned silence as the lock begins to click and shift right before her eyes, a feat she hadn't been able to accomplish despite years of relentless effort. Suddenly, a strange, volatile energy begins to churn from within the casket. A ghostly, ethereal light begins to spill out from the cracks, quickly filling the room with an eerie, rhythmic pulse. Kirsten's expression shifts from surprise to genuine alarm as a thick, pitch-black fog starts to coil around Theo, acting like a tether that begins pulling him directly toward the casket. Theo struggles to maintain his footing, fighting against the supernatural force that is trying to drag him in. He digs his heels in, but the pull is too strong. He is hoisted off his feet and swallowed into a dark, incomprehensible void. When Theo finally forces his eyes open, he finds himself in a place he doesn't recognize. He scans the horizon, his expression clouded with confusion as he tries to pinpoint where he has been transported. Then, the realization hits him like a blow to the gut. Before him stands the Rose Palace, but the structure is completely engulfed in a sea of raging, hellish flames. He struggles to comprehend why he's being forced to relive this nightmare. As the memories of his past life play out like a cursed reel before his eyes, he is struck by just how thoroughly he had managed to suppress the memory of how weak and pathetic he once was. That sharp, painful sting only fuels his burning desire for strength. He knows he needs the power to eventually crush Rendon and tear down the Camellia Palace, but as that thought takes root, a spectral griffin begins to warp his surroundings, lunging toward him as if to tear his soul apart. Just as the beast is about to make its move, Theo snaps out of his stupor and springs into action. His hand flashes upward, clamping tightly around the griffin's beak, successfully catching the monster completely off guard. In that flash of a second, Theo deciphers the creature's trick. It's attempting to invade his mind, weaponizing his own desperate hunger for power against him, and he finally understands why this weapon carries the title of Monster Sword. The griffin lets out a low, menacing growl, calling him an insolent worm as it writhes and thrashes about, trying desperately to pry itself from his iron grip. Theo, however, doesn't blink. With calm confidence, he tells the beast that the despair it's trying to force upon him is something he conquered a lifetime ago. He mocks the creature, asking if it truly believed he would be swayed by such hollow power after all the trials he has already survived. The griffin seems genuinely bewildered by his defiance, and Theo uses this window to study it more closely. That's when he notices a detail he had missed. This creature looks nothing like the massive beast from his memories. The monster continues to fight to break free, but Theo's grip remains like a vice. He remembers the griffin of old being at least 10 meters tall, yet in this space they seem to be evenly matched in size. Theo briefly wonders if the creature shrank due to being sealed away for an eternity, but he dismisses the thought. The reason hardly matters now. His eyes flash with a dangerous, cold intent as he declares that the Moonlight Sword is now his property. He pulls his fist back, winding up to deliver a merciless punch to the beast's face. The creature immediately drops the hostility, scrambling to negotiate, clearly terrified of the impending blow. Meanwhile, back in the real world, things are taking a turn for the worse. Inside Kirsten's workshop, Cecilia lets out a blood-curdling scream of panic the instant she sees her son slumped on the floor, completely unconscious. She dives to Theo's side, desperately shaking him and calling his name, begging him to open his eyes. No matter how much she cries or how hard she tries to rouse him, he remains unresponsive. Cecilia's composure completely shatters under the weight of her terror. Tears stream freely down her cheeks as she rounds on Curson, her voice trembling and laced with desperation, as she demands to know why her son has fallen into such a deathly, unconscious state. Curson stands frozen, utterly at a loss for words, as she watches Cecilia weep uncontrollably before her. Through her sobs, Cecilia pleads, her voice shaking as she insists that she never wanted Theo to be put through this kind of ordeal. All she had asked for was a reliable weapon for her son. Curson leans in, studying Theo's pale, unresponsive form with newfound intensity, and the realization that dawns on her is chilling. She can see a violent, monstrous energy pulsing directly through Theo's bloodstream. It's an anomaly that, even with her centuries of craft and experience, she has never once encountered. The only reason Curson had allowed this perilous situation to unfold was her underlying assumption that Theo's possession of a relic would act as a safety net. She had been fully convinced that such an item would be more than enough to shield him from any backlash. Cecilia's expression shifts from sorrow to a sharp, icy resolve. Through her tear-blurred eyes, she fixes her mother with a warning that leaves no room for debate. If any permanent harm comes to her son, she will never, under any circumstances, forgive Curson for this. No amount of excuses or complex explanations will bridge that divide. Suddenly, a twitch of movement breaks the suffocating tension in the room. Theo's fingers curl, and he firmly, instinctively locks his grip around the hilt of the moonlight sword. In that same heartbeat, a bizarre, ethereal radiance begins to pulse from deep within his chest, glowing brightly as if some dormant, ancient power has finally been stirred to life. The sight of the strange light enveloping him sends a fresh jolt of alarm through Cecilia. She leans over him, frantically trying to rouse him, her voice thick with panic as she calls his name over and over again. Finally, after the long, agonizing silence of his trance, Theo's eyelids flutter, and he slowly brings his eyes back into focus. The relief that washes over Cecilia is instantaneous. The moment she realizes he is truly conscious, she throws her arms around him, pulling him into a desperate, bone-crushing hug, unable to stem the tide of her relief. Still gripping him tightly, Cecilia pours out her heart, telling him how utterly terrified she was and admitting that she had been driven to the edge of madness with worry. Theo offers her a gentle, tired smile, patting her back to reassure her. He tells her not to dwell on it too much, insisting that despite the chaotic events that just transpired, he is feeling perfectly fine. At that exact moment, the system interface manifests in his vision, chime ringing with success. He has successfully bested the Griffin and brought the quest to a close. As his reward for the trial, Theo is officially recognized by the system as the owner of the White Moonlight Sword, cementing his claim over the legendary blade. Theo reflects on his victory, well aware that fortune had played a significant role. The Griffin had only just been unshackled from its long imprisonment, leaving its strength dampened enough for him to seize the advantage. Furthermore, the monster's attempts to break him with psychological warfare had proven futile. The specific fears and temptations it tried to plant in his mind were phantoms he had already vanquished long ago. The system continues to feed him information, noting that because he has observed the monster-class energy within the White Moonlight Sword, his own internal magic capacity has surged significantly. His magical energy reserves break through the 200 threshold, vaulting him into a tier of power he could only have dreamed of reaching before. Simultaneously, an aura begins to emanate from Theo's entire frame, as if the sheer volume of his newly awakened power is literally trying to burst out through his skin. Theo realizes with a start that his magic is beginning to manifest divine properties, elevating his overall combat level to that of a high-ranking master swordsman. Yet, instead of feeling pure, unadulterated joy, a cloud of disappointment hangs over him. He possesses this incredible strength, but it's essentially useless to him. He's forced to keep it bottled up and restrained until he successfully passes his awakening ceremony. Curson stares at him, genuinely taken aback, and offers him a rare, genuine congratulation on his success. Theo wastes no time in holding her to her word, asking if she intends to honor their deal, and she nods, assuring him that a high elf's word is bond. Even now, clutching his prize, Theo can feel the sword humming with a restless, defiant energy, clearly not yet ready to fully obey his command. A flicker of anxiety takes hold of him, and he wonders if the blade refuses to acknowledge him as its true master. Curson quickly steps in to allay his fears, explaining that the sword isn't rejecting him. It's merely suffering from 400 years of confinement. Now that it's finally back in the open air, it's desperately trying to purge all that pent-up, dormant frustration. She gestures to the thick, reinforced workshop wall and suggests that he try swinging the blade at it with every ounce of his strength. Theo hesitates, asking if that's really wise, but Curson instantly scoffs at his caution. To her, even a legendary weapon in the hands of a boy, especially one who hasn't even hit his awakening ceremony yet, couldn't possibly do any meaningful damage to her fortress-like workshop. Theo feels a bit uneasy about her bravado, but curiosity wins out. Knowing he can suppress his dragon heart's output at will, he decides this is the perfect, safe environment to test the limits of his new legendary acquisition. He steps toward the wall, calling upon his magical reserves. In a voice that is respectful yet tinged with a serious, sharp edge, Theo gives a quick warning before committing to the swing. Theo whips the cloth covering away, the moonlight sword's blade catching the light as he chambers his stance, bracing for a single, decisive strike. Curson watches him with a critical eye, but as she senses the sheer density of the power flowing into his hands, her expression abruptly freezes into one of pure panic. Realizing the situation has spiraled far beyond what she anticipated, Curson lunges forward, desperate to call him off before the strike lands. But she's far too late. Theo has already pivoted, launching a technique he calls the single flash. The shockwave of the strike tears through the air with terrifying velocity, carving directly through the reinforced wall of the workshop. Cecilia stands rooted to the spot, aghast at the sheer, raw destruction, while Curson's eyes grow wide, welling up with tears of disbelief as she stares at the wreckage. Every single assumption Curson had made about this boy's limits was decimated in that singular, violent instant. With one careless flick of his wrist, Theo had sheared the massive wall in half, despite having no intention to cause such havoc. Curson can only collapse into a state of despair at the cost of this new disaster, especially on the heels of the last one. Theo stares at the carnage, stunned by the result. It was massive overkill. He feels his body sag as the sword greedily drains the last of his magical reserves to execute that devastating slash. Quick as a flash, Curson is at his side, channeling her own mana into him to prevent a magical collapse. She moves with such inhuman speed that Theo doesn't even perceive the moment she arrived. As she supports him, she's hit with the startling realization that Theo, for all his destructive potential, has absolutely no fine-tuned control over his magic. Regardless of that technical failure, when she casts her eyes back at the gaping, jagged crack carved through the thick stone wall, the truth is undeniable. She is looking at a genuine, once-in-a-generation genius. A flash of pride ignites in her heart at the thought of having such a talented grandson, yet the predatory glint in her eyes tells a different story. She is already calculating how to exploit Theo's immense talent for her own gain. Curson rests a hand on Theo's shoulder, declaring with authority that she is officially taking him under her wing as his patron. According to her, all he has to do now is spread his wings, show the world his strength, and let his name ring out across the continent. In reality, Curson intends to leverage him as a walking, breathing billboard for her workshop, using his meteoric rise to ensure the Basque name becomes synonymous with supreme power. Theo sees right through it instantly. The naked, ambitious hunger in Curson's gaze is far too transparent to be mistaken for anything else. Theo doesn't even bother hiding the amused smirk tugging at his lips. He looks straight at Curson, bluntly pointing out that he can practically see bright, glittering dollar signs sparkling inside her eyes as she stares back at him, completely transparent about her greed. Later that evening, the heavy shroud of darkness outside grows deeper, casting long shadows across the grounds as the chaotic, clanging noise inside the workshop slowly quiets down into a calm silence. With their business concluded, Theo and his mother prepare to depart from the Basque workshop. Standing near the entrance after everything that transpired, they face Curson one last time to exchange their final, polite goodbyes. Once those parting words are finished, Theo and Cecilia finally turn around, parting ways with the eccentric blacksmith and leaving the quieted workshop behind them as they walk into the night. After their figures fade into the distance, Curson is left standing alone, holding the heavy monster fangs in her hands. It turns out Theo had left them behind as a surprise payment, covering the costly repairs for the stone wall he had completely destroyed earlier. Looking down, Curson is absolutely thrilled, her face lighting up at the sight of rare materials harvested directly from a drake. In her mind, she reasons that Theo must have boldly seized this loot while conquering the ruin to obtain his relic, which only makes the precious prize feel even more valuable to her. At the exact same time, a warm sense of pride rises deep inside her chest as her thoughts shift toward Cecilia. She can't help but smile, thinking that her dear friend managed to raise a truly incredible and formidable son. Just then, the atmosphere shifts as a figure suddenly materializes from the shadows, greeting her aloud by her legendary title, the Demon Craftsman. The very moment that familiar, ominous voice strikes Curson's ears, Her entire body instantly freezes in place for a tense, brief second. Breathing heavily, Kirsten slowly turns her head around, her eyes narrowing as she demands to know exactly why he has broken his silence to come to a place like this. But the mysterious, cloaked crow of Rober Ragnar merely stands there like a statue. His eyes glow with a sharp, piercing red glint through the darkness, utterly refusing to utter a single word and leaving the entire room hanging in a thick, suffocating suspense. 5 full days pass by in a flash after that fateful night. At long last, the highly anticipated and long-awaited day of the Grand Awakening ceremony finally arrives, bringing an electric energy to the air. As is their usual routine, Evelyn and Theo are spending the early morning hours out on the training grounds, deep in the middle of an intense sparring match with their training blades moving like lightning between them. After trading several heavy blows with Theo in rapid succession, catching the vibrations traveling up her arms and feeling the sheer, crushing force behind each of his strikes, Evelyn can immediately tell from this clash alone that his swordsmanship has drastically improved yet again. His footwork is sharper, his thrusts are visibly faster, and his overall physical strength has clearly risen to a whole new level. Lowering his guard slightly, Theo flashes her a highly pleased, confident grin. He admits he is genuinely happy to hear such high praise, especially since he never imagined a strict mentor like Evelyn would actually pay him a compliment. Meanwhile, the regular clan members watching the match from nearby are left sweating nervously, wiping their brows because standing anywhere near Theo makes them feel painfully weak and inadequate by comparison. Only half a year has flown by since Theo first began to turn his life around, yet Evelyn is completely amazed by how breakneck his growth has been. He has already reached a terrifying threshold where he can actively push her back during a serious sparring session. And if Theo successfully awakens his latent magic power during the ritual today, Evelyn knows with absolute certainty that the world might just witness the birth of a true, unstoppable monster. After their fierce spar continues for a little while longer, Evelyn steps back and finally gives him her full, proper recognition. She looks him in the eye, telling him he has done an excellent job and even suggesting he should aim straight for the coveted top position at the ceremony. She softly adds that her earnest prayers will be with him, offering him her most sincere, heartfelt support before the critical, life-altering event gets underway. Theo responds by flashing a broad, arrogant smirk, tossing out a quick thank you for the kind words. Then, he playfully jokes that if he ends up becoming the valedictorian, he'll be sure to loudly mention her name in his grand speech in front of the entire assembly. Evelyn's face immediately drops into a tired, thoroughly unimpressed expression, squinting her eyes as she silently wonders to herself whether making a public scene like that is really necessary at all. Meanwhile, hearing the banter, Theo's loyal companions quickly swarm around him in an excited huddle, eagerly shouting and begging him to make sure he mentions their names in his big victory speech as well. Seeing them clamor, Theo can't help but puff out his chest with a bit of pride, sighing drama-filled thoughts about how being so popular is truly a troublesome burden. Evelyn, however, just glares at him with a thoroughly creeped-out expression, clearly thinking he is letting his ego get far too out of hand. The scene then dramatically shifts away from the dusty outdoor training fields, panning over toward the grand architecture of the clan's central headquarters. There, amidst the rising tension of the hall, Theo makes his grand entrance, walking through the massive doors with a perfectly calm, poised, and confident presence that commands attention. When he reaches the heavily armored checkpoint guards, he stops, standing tall as he introduces himself properly and clearly as Theo Ragnar of the Camellia Palace. The moment Theo steps past the threshold and into the main arena, the very first thing that catches his attention is the staggering, massive crowd gathered from all corners of the estate for the ceremony. The sheer scale of the turnout makes perfect sense, considering the awakening ceremony stands as the single most critical and prestigious yearly event held by the entire Ragnar clan. Every single young participant has arrived here today desperately hoping to produce spectacular results. For the ambitious swordsmen of Ragnar, this exact ritual serves as their primary chance to earn true recognition, eternal honor, and a rightful place in the High Elder's eyes. With hundreds of elite members of the Ragnar clan watching intently from the towering balconies on all sides, and with the terrifying clan head himself, Khal Ragnar, sitting high above them, the heavy atmospheric pressure weighing down on the floor is incredibly intense, making it hard to breathe. Even some of the most legendary, high-ranking figures have personally come to witness the new generation, including famed members of the mythical Nine Dragons, as well as the legendary former clan head from 2 whole generations ago, the ancient Hilda Ragnar. The more Theo gazes up at Hilda's youthful features, the harder it is for him to believe the rumors that she is actually 150 years old. Still, putting her defying appearance aside, he feels a wave of relief seeing her attending the ceremony once again in this timeline. Suddenly, the head conductor strikes a massive ritual drum. The deep, heavy thud echoes like thunder through the stone arena, instantly drawing everyone's wandering attention to the front. The stern man standing before the crowd is Vanna Ragnar, the chief judge tasked with overseeing the trial and a renowned master swordsman of the prestigious Dragon Gate. Vanna barks an order that instantly snaps the restless crowd to absolute silence, announcing that the preliminary examination will now officially begin. He explains that the test is deceptive in its simplicity. Each youth must pick up one of the basic iron swords laid out on the ground, step onto the stone platform, and leave a visible mark on the massive steel wall. However, he sharply reveals that the wall before them is forged from a dense alloy of white snow steel, meaning any ordinary, non-magical swing won't even leave a microscopic scratch on its surface. But Vanna notes that everything changes the moment the participants successfully learn to channel raw magic power into their weapons, transforming a standard physical slash into an empowered strike capable of cleaving through the hardened metal. In order to grant them the spark needed to awaken that dormant inner energy, Vanna gestures to his assistants, preparing to distribute a rare soma pill to every single participant in the room. He explains that each concentrated soma pill contains the dense essence of 10 full years' worth of pure magic, making it a miraculous elixir designed specifically to force open their tightly sealed mana halls. Vanna strictly instructs the youth to swallow the pill immediately and focus their minds entirely on unlocking the mana hall located deep within their dantian. He warns them that only after successfully breaking that internal seal will they possess the necessary magical shroud to cut deep into the white snow steel wall with their blades. Their performance and future standing in the clan will be strictly judged based on the exact depth and precision of the cut they manage to leave behind on the metal. Vanna then raises his booming voice, projecting across the entire hall as he announces that from this exact moment forward, the participants whose names are called must step out of line, claim their soma pill, and climb up onto the testing platform. Without waiting, the very first name called out by the judge is Theo Ragnar, and he is loudly ordered to step forward to begin the trial. Theo steps out from the crowd without a single shred of hesitation. As he extends his hand to receive the glowing pill, his mind flashes back to the memories of his tragic past life, recalling vividly that his fierce rival Axion was the one who claimed the valedictorian title during that original timeline. After firmly swallowing the bitter soma pill, Theo reaches down toward the rack and wraps his fingers around the hilt of one of the standard iron swords prepared for the examination. With the weapon resting in his grip, he walks toward the towering white wall with a quiet, icy determination, his heart firmly resolved that this time around, history will absolutely not repeat itself. The moment Theo takes his first step toward the platform, a glowing blue system window suddenly materializes right before his eyes, displaying Scenario Quest 3. Achieve the rank of valedictorian at the awakening ceremony in order to successfully clear the quest rewards. Meanwhile, up in the high VIP stands, the 150-year-old Hilda shifts her gaze toward Kyle. Her eyes narrow with intrigue as she asks the clan head if this particular boy is the fascinating anomaly he had mentioned to her before. Kyle responds with a confident smile, leaning back slightly as he gives a positive, knowing nod. He smoothly turns the question right back on her, a playful glint in his eye as he asks if the boy has finally managed to pique her notorious interest as well. Hilda nods slowly, admitting that after hearing endless whispers and unbelievable stories about this peculiar youth, she couldn't help but feel a spark of curiosity. Now that she's here, she wants to witness his true nature with her own eyes and see exactly what kind of power this intriguing descendant of theirs possesses. Down on the floor, Theo rolls his shoulders back, stretching his arms to shake out the stubborn tension tight in his muscles. But even as he tries to loosen his posture and breathe smoothly, a strange, cold wave of nervousness quietly creeps its way into his chest. Before he can overthink, the imposing Judge Vanna steps into his field of view without an ounce of delay. Looking straight down at the young man, Vanna firmly reminds Theo that the time has come, signaling for him to swallow the soma pill in his hand. Theo raises his hand and tosses the potent pill directly into his mouth. The moment the medicine touches his tongue, horrific memories from his tragic past life flash vividly behind his eyes, recalling how he had choked down the soma back then, lost control of the surging mana, and permanently shattered his own dantian. His jaw tightens as he vows that this time, he will never let the same disaster repeat itself. The very instant the smooth pill slides down his throat and settles into his stomach, a violently powerful surge of energy erupts deep within his core, rushing wildly through his veins as if an ancient, sleeping beast had suddenly been shocked awake. The overflowing mana quickly begins spilling outward from his skin, scattering in chaotic, visible ripples through the immediate area and heavily stirring the air until a miniature gale whips around his feet. Watching from the side, Vanna's eyes widen as he stares in absolute bewilderment, completely unable to comprehend how a mere brat could unleash such a staggering, massive wave of raw mana. The sheer, unbridled volume of the energy makes the judge clench his fists, suddenly terrified that Theo will lose his grip and be torn apart by the pressure. After all, Everyone in the clan knows that consuming soma is an incredibly volatile process that can never be handled carelessly without paying a steep price. For the newly formed mana hall to safely anchor itself into the Danteon, especially for naturally gifted Ragnars who already harbor immense reserves of internal energy, the awakening requires flawless, absolute precision. If a candidate makes even a single microscopic error during the breakthrough, they risk blowing their veins apart and becoming permanently disabled for the rest of their days. Sensing the wild, untamed pressure exploding from the boy's body, Vanna's expression darkens, already entirely convinced in his mind that this reckless brat has completely ruined his own future. But then, shattering everyone's grim expectations in an instant, Theo plants his feet, steadies his breathing, and almost effortlessly brings the wildly thrashing, unstable power under his absolute, iron control. Feeling the energy lock perfectly into place, a profound wave of pure elation washes over Theo as the incredible truth sinks in. His body now simultaneously plays host to both a legendary Dragonheart and a perfectly formed mana hall. When he compares this to the agonizing, bloody struggle of his previous life, it almost feels comically disappointing how smoothly and flawlessly everything went this time around. But none of that matters now. From this glorious moment forward, the path of magic is officially open to him, and he no longer has to painfully suppress the colossal, sleeping power hidden away inside his Dragonheart. Theo centers himself, taking a deep breath to align his focus as every muscle in his body coils like a tight spring, preparing for the ultimate strike. Then, with a sharp, deafening burst of physical force that cracks the stone beneath his boots, he launches himself high into the air above the platform. And in the very next heartbeat, as he hovers at the apex of his leap, he opens the floodgates and lets every ounce of his hidden power loose without holding back a single thing. The massive torrent of his awakened mana instantly takes physical form before the stunned audience, twisting and condensing into the terrifying, majestic image of a roaring dragon. The ethereal dragon of pure mana surges forward through the air, screaming straight toward the towering white wall with an overwhelming, world-shaking momentum. In one blinding, cataclysmic flash of light that forces the spectators to shield their eyes, the spectral beast slams dead center into the reinforced structure. A massive, jagged fissure instantly tears across the dense white snow steel, leaving behind a colossal, deeply carved scar so prominent that not a single soul in the arena can possibly deny its existence. Vanna is left standing frozen, his mouth hanging agape, completely paralyzed by the impossible spectacle he just witnessed. Shaking off his shock, he points a trembling hand forward and barks out without a second thought that Theo Ragnar has, without a shadow of a doubt, passed the trial with flying colors. The crowded stands erupt into chaotic murmurs as the spectators sit frozen in sheer disbelief, their minds reeling after bearing witness to such an explosive, unprecedented display of raw destructive power from a discarded prince. Right then, a glowing blue system notification materializes directly in front of Theo's face, warmly informing him that the crippling curse of terrible misfortune that had plagued his entire existence has finally been permanently lifted. At the exact same time, across the lands, the heavy weight of his name and the legendary tales of his staggering performance begin to spread like wildfire to every corner of the martial world. A genuinely bright, deeply relieved smile spreads across Theo's face as he lowers his sword. At long last, after all his suffering, he has finally broken his chains and stood at the exact same starting line as everyone else. The system interface continues to scroll before him, revealing that a multitude of powerful individuals have now fixed their intense gaze upon him after witnessing his spectacular feat. The Grand Master Osa Ragnar Plunis immediately desires to claim the boy and take him in as a personal disciple, while over in the shadows Julius Ragnar glares at the arena, his chest tightening with bitter displeasure at the massive mountain of attention suddenly gathering around Theo. Meanwhile, the calculating Rober Ragnar keeps his guard up completely, narrowing his eyes as he studies Theo with deep, calculated caution rather than falling into simple, mindless admiration. And finally, perched high above the rest, the ancient and legendary Hilda Ragnar has also locked her eyes onto him with a newfound, profound fascination. Theo feels a surge of thrill knowing that both the feared Black Dragon and the renowned Sword Dragon are now actively tracking his progress. But the realization that he has managed to capture the elusive attention of Hilda makes his heart soar even higher. After all, it is common knowledge that Hilda possesses the mythical heart of Garuda, and Theo can't help but let his mind race with the intoxicating thought of how incredible it would be if he could somehow claim that godlike power for his own arsenal. Following Theo's terrifying, act-defining display, the rest of the young contestants shake off their fear and step forward one by one, desperately trying their luck against the imposing white wall. The next hopeful contestant unleashes everything he has, but only manages to leave behind the most pathetic, microscopic scratch. A mark so incredibly thin it looks no wider than a stray strand of hair. Staring blankly at his own miserable result, The boy drops to his knees and cries out in pure, bitter frustration, realizing with agonizing clarity just how immense the gap is before he can even dream of approaching the level of the monstrous Master Theo. Stepping out from the ranks next, Ray Ragnar marches up to the platform with a stern look, drawing his weapon to give the steel challenge his own best attempt. Right after him, Hulkus Lanka steps into the spotlight, squaring his shoulders as he faces the daunting white wall with every ounce of physical strength he can muster. Then, Remington Nacrio follows close behind, gripping his sword tightly as he tries his absolute hardest to prove his worth to the watching elders, just like all the rest. Each and every one of them pours their absolute soul into their strikes, yet despite their frantic efforts, not a single person manages to even spark a comparison to the catastrophic, Deep Canyon Theo left violently carved into the steel. One exhausted contestant nearby slumps over, his spirit absolutely crushed into dust, crying out that all 4 of the legendary hounds of the North have put on a monstrous, terrifying show. And yet, even when combining all of their fearsome elite strength together, not a single one of those praised prodigies managed to create a mark that surpassed the breathtaking achievement of the young Master Theo. At long last, a heavy silence falls over the stadium as the announcer calls the name of Axion Ragnar, prompting the crowd's favorite to finally step forward into the ring. The moment his boots click against the stone and he begins his slow, deliberate walk toward the daunting testing wall, the massive crowd of spectators starts whispering frantically among themselves. Voices in the stands buzz with claims that the entire ceremony has officially devolved into a legendary clash between the Luster Tiger and the Dark Tiger, though many skeptics openly doubt whether Axion can truly match Theo's god-tier performance. Hearing the surrounding crowd speak of Theo with such reverent awe and high praise only serves to fan the flames of Axion's deep-seated hatred, pushing his simmering irritation past its absolute boiling point. With his knuckles turning stark white around the hilt of his sword, Axion strides toward the white wall, radiating a fierce, suffocating, and bloodthirsty presence that chills the air. Then, tossing his head back, he swallows the golden soma pill in one aggressive gulp, and in an instant, his entire physical frame seems to violently ignite, bathed in a scorching aura of pure, unadulterated fighting spirit. Crackling arcs of dense mana begin to sparks and snap wildly around his limbs, flickering aggressively through the air as his terrifying pressure starts to skyrocket to its absolute limit. The violent energy coils fiercely around Axion's frame like a gathering storm. From the center of that blazing, crackling surge, a massive presence begins to manifest out of thin air, materializing in a blinding flash of crimson light. A gigantic crimson dragon, woven entirely from concentrated mana, bursts out from his aura. It lets loose a deafening roar as it drives forward, its ethereal claws slashing straight toward the white snow steel wall with absolutely terrifying, destructive force. The sheer, raw power behind that explosive strike leaves the Chief Judge Vanna completely speechless. He can only stare with wide eyes, having never once expected to be thoroughly shocked this many times in a single day by a single generation. A massive, deep crack instantly spreads across the reinforced surface of the wall, the heavy scar carved so deep into the white metal that even the spectators sitting in the furthest rows of the arena can see it plain as day. Without wasting a single moment to let the dust settle, Vanna raises his booming voice across the stadium, announcing to the tense crowd that Axion Ragnar has also successfully passed the first stage of the trial. The crowd instantly loses all control, leaping to their feet and shouting in pure excitement. The stadium echoes with cheers because Axion's devastating slash has left behind a fractured crack that looks every bit as enormous and deep as the one Theo made. Now, a heavy layer of tension settles over the entire arena. Everyone present understands that the casual eyes cannot tell the difference, meaning the judge's final, precise grading is the only thing that will decide who truly stands above the other as the absolute best. As the afternoon sun dips below the horizon, dusk slowly begins to fall over the massive stone arena, casting long shadows across the scarred testing ground. Vanna steps forward to the edge of the elevated platform, raising his hands as he loudly declares that the opening stage of the Grand Awakening ceremony has officially come to an end. Looking over the roster, the judge notes that he is especially pleased this year, since an unprecedented number of young participants have managed to raise their metrics and scores by a remarkable margin. He instructs every single candidate who successfully passed the wall test to immediately begin preparing themselves, warning them that the even more grueling second stage of the awakening ceremony will commence in exactly 4 days. Then, a hush falls over the crowd as the final official rankings that everyone has been anxiously waiting for are finally about to be revealed on the central boards. And sitting right at the very top of those highly anticipated results is the name of the lone valedictorian for this first stage of the awakening ceremony. Every single person in the crowded arena falls into a dead silence, holding their breath in collective suspense as they wait for the official voice to announce the winner. The two clear frontrunners of the day, Axion and Theo, stand perfectly still at the center of everyone's intense gaze. Each one silently waiting and hoping to hear his own name called out as the victor. When the final verdict is read aloud, it is Theo Ragnar who has defied all odds, successfully managing to seize the ultimate victory for himself. Hearing the announcement, Theo stands completely stunned in place for a brief moment, while the entire arena around him suddenly erupts into an absolute frenzy of thunderous cheers and applause. Vanna Ragnar reads off the official evaluation with clear satisfaction, announcing that Theo's spectacular performance earned a perfect 10 out of 10 from every single judge. He explains that whether it came down to technique, raw magic power, precision control, or execution speed, every single facet of his attempt was deemed entirely flawless. While Theo's small circle of loyal followers bursts into ecstatic celebration, most of the elite candidates from the mainstream branches struggle to accept reality, whispering in disbelief that the infamous Flash Tiger has somehow taken first place over the favored Axion. Then, a shocking detail is leaked from the judging table. The actual physical depth of Theo's deep sword mark was incredibly close to the legendary evaluation record, once held by the young Master Thorkel. That single piece of information sends the crowd into an even greater, roaring uproar. After all, Thorkel Ragnar is an absolute enigma within the clan, one of the 5 major candidates of the entire Ragnar family, and a figure many believe is currently the closest to the ultimate line of succession. The second-place salutatorian award goes to Axion Ragnar, but the deep, toxic displeasure written across his face is impossible for anyone to ignore. Even though he also received a mathematically perfect 10 out of 10 score from the panel, he is ultimately pushed down into second place simply because the physical length of his sword mark was just a fraction shorter than Theo's. Realizing that this single, microscopic difference cost him everything makes his blood boil with pure, unfiltered rage. Further down the board, Remington Narcio secures a proud 3rd place, Ray Ragnar takes 4th, and Hulkus Lanka claims the 5th spot, leaving the formidable Hounds of the North firmly locked into the elite top ranks of the generation. Meanwhile, the clumsy rookie from the Southern Inspection Post, and Theo's very first dedicated follower Sybil Dree, barely manages to scrape into the final passing bracket, landing right at 87th place. The crowd is informed that the perilous second stage of the awakening ceremony is set to take place in 4 days within the frozen reaches of the dangerous winter mountains. All 87 examinees who passed are strictly advised to spend that time preparing as thoroughly as humanly possible. With that final, ominous announcement, the assembly is officially dismissed, and the dramatic first day of the ceremony comes to a close in a far more unexpected and historic way than anyone could have imagined. That very night, Theo's rapidly growing faction wastes absolutely no time heading straight to a local tavern, eager to raise their glasses and celebrate their massive, collective success at the trials. The entire establishment practically shakes down to its foundations with roaring cheers for the top-ranking members of their group, filling the smoky tavern with loud, jovial voices and chaotic excitement. Every single warrior present feels completely vindicated now that the true, undeniable strength of Training Ground Number 4 has been proudly shown to the world. Endless praise and rowdy applause for their leaders, Sir Theo and Sir Remington, flow freely through the room, right alongside the endless casks of liquor. Theo smiles warmly, raising his hand to thank his men for standing loyally by his side. But deep down, he knows better than anyone that these trials are far from over. His real, true goal is to ensure that every single person in this room survives and passes the second stage together. He leans over, clapping a hand onto the shoulder of his close friend Remington and pulling him in tight beside him. With absolute, ringing confidence in his voice, he announces to the entire roaring table that the two of them will collectively aim to become the absolute valedictorian and salutatorian of their entire graduation batch. Even the usually strict Evelyn finds herself completely swept up in the warm, festive mood of the tavern, looking at the two young men and genuinely believing that, somehow, they might actually have what it takes to make that impossible dream a reality. Remington raises his own mug, personally congratulating his young master for the brilliant, jaw-dropping display of power he unleashed on the platform earlier. Watching Theo's relentless, agonizing hard work finally bear such magnificent fruit fills everyone at the table with genuine, profound pride. But even amidst the joy, Remington can't completely stop a heavy, lingering feeling of shame from settling deep into his chest, secretly feeling as though he has already fallen far behind the rapid pace of his brilliant friend. Sensing his mood, Theo offers Remy a gentle, reassuring smile. He quiet matches his tone, telling him that he only got a little bit lucky with the measurements this time around, and reminds him that arbitrary ranks and titles like that should never matter between true friends. Those sincere words instantly clear away the useless, heavy worries that were beginning to cloud Remington's mind, allowing the young warrior to finally relax his shoulders and smile genuinely. With their spirits lifted, the two of them clink their glasses of orange juice together in a firm toast, locking eyes as they promise each other that they will give absolutely everything they have in the dangerous second stage ahead. Some time later, after the party begins to wind down, Theo finds himself walking completely alone along a quiet path through the nearby snowy mountains, his boots crunching softly in the fresh powder. Now that he is finally away from the deafening noise of the tavern and the staring eyes of the crowd, his mind begins to truly process the monumental weight of what it means to have taken first place in a Ragnar awakening ceremony. He looks up at the starry sky, remembering how in his miserable past life, this was the exact kind of legendary achievement he would have never even dared to dream about, let alone accomplish. Even though it wasn't a life-or-death battle to the finish, the fact remained that he had just defeated the prodigy Axion fair and square in a contest of pure skill and power. He looks down at his open palms, able to barely believe just how incredibly far he has managed to push himself in such a short amount of time. Theo slowly clenches his hands into tight fists, his eyes burning with intense anticipation, as he declares to himself that this historic day is merely the opening chapter of his true story. Defeating and beheading that treacherous fraud Rendon was a necessary step, but it is nowhere near enough. That man was nothing more than a pathetic lackey serving the real masterminds pulling the strings from above. Theo's true, ultimate enemies are the psychopathic Axion and the cunning Sky Dragon supporting him from the safety of the shadows, and Theo is entirely ready to use every single ruthless tool he can get his hands on to tear them down. No matter how many years it takes or what sacrifices must be made, he is fiercely determined to exact his absolute, ultimate revenge in the future. For the time being, however, there is another highly critical matter that requires his immediate attention: the mysterious Nest Compass he recently received as a scenario quest reward. Pulling the strange artifact out from his cloak, he watches as its magical needle spins around, pointing directly toward the frozen, jagged peaks of the Winter Mountains, the exact same perilous location where the next stage of the clan trial is about to be held. During the upcoming second stage, deep within the freezing terrain, Theo will finally gain the golden opportunity to uncover the truth and discover exactly what secrets that mysterious compass is guiding him toward. But while he is standing out there alone, buried deep in his own thoughts beneath the falling snow, his finely tuned senses suddenly catch a faint, strange ripple in the freezing air nearby. His survival instincts react at once, and his posture instantly shifts into a low, defensive stance, ready to unleash a fatal counterattack against whatever hidden presence is lurking close by. Someone has been stealthily tracking his movements, and if there's one thing Theo absolutely despises, it's being watched. The hooded spy freezes in sheer surprise as the target right in front of his eyes suddenly vanishes into thin air like a wisp of smoke. A mere heartbeat later, before the stalker can even process what happened, he feels the biting, icy edge of a sharp blade flashing dangerously close against the bare skin of the back of his neck. Pressing the steel closer, Theo coldly demands to know his identity, causing the terrified man to quickly stammer out an explanation to save his own skin, desperately insisting that he is not a hostile Seuss agent. Trembling, the man introduces himself as Gatsby Jotun, a scout from the famous and highly respected Gale Sword platoon. According to Gatsby, his captain personally sent him to track Theo down after witnessing the boy's breathtaking, monstrous performance during the first phase of the awakening ceremony. Theo keeps his facial expression completely unreadable, staring down at the trembling scout with a piercing gaze that seems to look straight through his soul. He muses internally that the grand scouting offers from the various elite factions are arriving much earlier than he had anticipated in this life. Gatsby quickly swallows his nerves and explains that his captain is willing to grant Theo the rare privilege of taking their exclusive admittance qualification test, an elitist offer that catches Theo completely off guard due to its sheer arrogance. Theo feels deeply insulted that the Gale Sword platoon would have the audacity to offer him some pointless, conditional test instead of a formal, direct invitation. Gatsby, however, missing the tension entirely, proudly boasts about his platoon's prestigious reputation, claiming that merely being considered for the exam is an immense honor most swordsmen could never dream of achieving. Before the scout can keep running his mouth and singing praises about his faction, a fiery, mocking voice cuts straight through the quiet woods, loudly calling the Gale Sword platoon a bunch of brainless, complete morons. A muscular woman with a massive greatsword strapped securely across her back steps out from the trees, addressing Theo respectfully as young master, before immediately offering him a direct deal that is light years better than whatever garbage the Gale Sword platoon brought. This fierce, imposing warrior is none other than Ian Sosili, a famous figure widely feared on the battlefield as the Fire Goblin, and known officially as the brutal vice-commander of the Black Iron Cavalry. She explains that she didn't bother sending a low-ranking scout. She has come here in person to hand Theo a direct, unconditional invitation to join their elite frontline ranks. The moment Gatsby realizes exactly who has just walked into the clearing, his jaw drops and he starts stumbling blindly over his own words. Anyone in the clan who recognizes the terrifying name of the fire goblin knows very well that angering her is a one-way ticket to an early grave. But before Ian can take another step closer to Theo, the bushes rustle violently as several hidden scouts from various other rival factions reveal themselves, clearly terrified that such a once-in-a-generation candidate might get snatched up before they can pitch their own offers. They rush into the clearing all at once, throwing all dignity aside as they loudly shout out their frantic proposals over one another. One desperate scout screams that the elite Black Sword platoon is fully prepared to guarantee Theo a promotion to squad leader within 3 short years. Not wanting to be left out of the historic hall, representatives from the prestigious Swords of Law and the Strict Security Bureau also jump headfirst into the chaotic competition, eagerly throwing their own massive benefits into the noisy pile. Thoroughly annoyed by the pathetic bidding war breaking out right in front of her eyes, the fire goblin snaps, her veins bulging in anger. These scouts are supposed to be tempting the young master with grand promises to advance his martial career, yet here they are, bickering and barking among themselves like mindless fools in an open market. Theo simply stands back and watches with a detached, amused expression as the gathered idiots curse at one another and trade petty verbal jabs. At this point, he figures it would be much better to quietly slip away into the shadows before they turn their annoying attention back to him. But his plan to stealthily depart comes to a sudden, grinding halt. Beautiful, pink plum blossoms inexplicably begin drifting through the freezing mountain air, slowly filling the space with a sweet fragrance as a seductive, echoing voice, backed by an absolutely crushing spiritual aura, instantly silences every single person in the clearing. The powerful newcomer acknowledges with a soft chuckle that people will likely criticize her for being far too greedy, but she simply could not bring herself to stay away from a diamond in the rough. She declares that if slightly staining her flawless reputation is the price for securing an extraordinarily talented individual for her palace, then she will gladly pay it. The legendary lady of the Plum Blossom Palace, the feared sword dragon herself, Osa Ragnar Plunis, gracefully steps into the snow, officially entering the scouting war and shocking every single person present into a state of paralyzed, breathless silence. Ian is the only warrior bold enough to break the quiet, narrowing her eyes as she demands to know what business the clan head's esteemed first wife has in a backwood place like this. Lady Osa merely offers a serene, chilly smile, calmly admitting that she has traveled out here for the exact same reason as everyone else. She has gone completely out of her way to meet the young Theo Ragnar personally. But while Theo finds himself trapped in the middle of this absurd, high-level recruitment standoff in the mountains, over on the other side of the estate, the humiliated salutatorian is currently releasing his psychotic frustration by brutally slicing off the heads of his own subordinates. To call Axion Ragnar a sore loser for throwing a tantrum after the results would honestly be putting the horrific situation far too lightly. He is actively slaughtering his own loyal men without a shred of restraint or mercy, cold-bloodedly using their lives as nothing more than stress balls to vent his humiliation before his mind completely snaps from the rage. Axion moves like a demon across the blood-slicked training ground, effortlessly maneuvering between terrified young swordsmen and hacking them down one after another, treating their living bodies like nothing more than disposable flesh-and-blood training dummies. Axion Ragnar is starving for blood to wash away his shame, and right now, the warm blood of his own followers is exactly what is painting the stone floor. With every vicious dash and every gory slash of his sword, his mind flashes back to Theo's smug, arrogant face, remembering the time the bastard left behind that bloody, armless mess at the Scaled Dragon Society banquet. Furthermore, the unbearable sight of Theo unleashing such an impossibly dense, authentic draconic aura during his single slash at the trial wall has burned itself deep into Axion's twisted, envious mind, driving him mad. The excruciating fact that he lost the valedictorian title by a matter of a few measly inches makes this sudden defeat completely unacceptable to his ego. The only thought violently pounding through his skull over and over is the desperate, burning desire to wrap his hands around Theo Ragnar's throat, rip him apart, and tear his chest wide open, until he can actually get his hands on the real target. Butchering his own helpless, screaming subordinates will just have to suffice. By the bloody end of his horrific rampage, Axion has completely tossed his notched blade aside, switching to an even more primal, brutal, and hands-on method of ripping bodies apart to satisfy his psychotic rage. When the heavy breathing settles and he finally begins to calm down, the entire training courtyard is littered with the mangled, lifeless corpses of young swordsmen who had foolishly thought they were just coming out today for a routine sparring session with their young master. Suddenly, the heavy iron gates creak open, and another lone individual calmly steps into the gory arena. Axion's bloodshot eyes instantly snap in that direction, his body tensing like a wild animal cornered in its cage. Without even pausing to look or check who has actually entered the courtyard, he blindly reaches down, snatches a discarded sword from a corpse, and moves with explosive, murderous intent. He hurls the heavy iron blade with lethal, whistling accuracy, sending it spinning through the air straight toward the intruder's skull. But for a legendary powerhouse of his caliber, someone like the Sky Dragon, stopping such a simplistic, childish outburst requires absolutely zero effort. With a bored look, he casually extends 2 fingers and catches the flying sword by the very tip, freezing its deadly momentum right out of the air. Ed Troyvin tosses the weapon aside and spits on the ground, loudly cursing his nephew for acting so pathetically, reminding him that slaughtering random trash out of spite will never change the final scoreboard. Once Axion rubs the blood from his eyes and finally gets a clear look at his uncle standing before him, the wild, manic madness clouding his expression begins to settle back down into a cold simmer. The Sky Dragon narrows his eyes and advises the boy that in critical moments like this, a true warrior needs to cool his head and formulate a calculated plan. Ed Troyvin reveals with a dark smile that he has already set certain lethal chess pieces in motion behind the scenes, and all Axion needs to do now is play his part perfectly. Standing amidst the corpses, the wicked uncle and his unhinged nephew lock eyes, fiercely determined to transform the second stage of the awakening ceremony into Theo Ragnar's permanent funeral ground. Meanwhile, back in the quiet, snow-covered woods, the gathered military scouts quickly step aside for the Lady of the Plum Blossom Palace, hurriedly clearing a path for her with a thick mixture of profound fear and absolute political respect. Every single one of them understands in their hearts that whatever luxury benefits they had planned to offer Theo will look completely laughable and meaningless now that a literal dragon is directly competing for him. Just as the frustrated scouts are about to quietly open their mouths to complain about how deeply unfair the situation has become, before the frustrated scouts can even open their mouths to voice their complaints, the atmospheric pressure twists violently, and the entire space surrounding Theo and Lady OSA is suddenly cut off from the outside world. In a blink of an eye, the technique seals the two of them safely inside a private, shimmering domain that belongs exclusively to her. Standing frozen on the outside, Ayan's eyes widen as she immediately understands exactly what that phenomenon means. After all, a legendary master manifesting an absolute isolation zone in a sudden situation like this can only point to one extraordinary conclusion. Within that swirling, impenetrable mass of vibrant energy, the legendary Lady OSA is likely planning to personally pass down some of her highly coveted, closely guarded martial teachings directly to the young Ragnar prodigy. To the frustrated scouts watching from the outside, the barrier appears to be nothing more than a small, spherical, enclosed space. However, the moment Theo steps past the threshold, the interior boundaries stretch endlessly, expanding so impossibly wide that the horizon seems to go on forever in every direction. Theo recognizes the breathtaking environment at once as one of Lady Plum Blossom's absolute signature techniques, a reality warping skill where she can freely manifest a perfectly sealed space completely severed from the world beyond it. He had only ever heard mythical campfire stories about this legendary move in his past life. Yet now he is standing right inside it himself, making him realize with a wry smile just how quickly his growing reputation is catching up to him. Observing his wide-eyed astonishment, Lady Plum Blossom lets out a soft, melodic laugh that echoes through the void. She acknowledges with amusement that the tyrannical demon dragon will undoubtedly be absolutely furious once he learns what she is doing behind his back. But she confidently notes that if she decides to bestow a personal gift upon a promising youth, then absolutely no one in the clan has the right to stop her. And when a legendary figure of her caliber refers to an action as a gift, there is only one priceless thing it could possibly mean to a swordsman. With a fluid, graceful motion, she slowly draws her slender blade from its ornate sheath, and as the cold steel comes free with a sharp hiss, she begins speaking in a calm, analytical tone about the fierce, overbearing intensity of the current clan head's signature swordsmanship. She explains that his particular brand of swordsmanship is akin to a raging dragon fire falling straight from the heavens, a cataclysmic, unyielding destructive force that exists solely to burn, crush, and completely incinerate every single obstacle in its path. But as she raises her weapon, she notes that Lady Plum Blossom's sword could not possibly be more different. Rather than attempting to overwhelm everything with a single blast of destructive power, her personal style fully embraces endless shifts, fluid variations, and infinite possibilities woven into every microscopic movement. Theo blinks and looks around in absolute awe, realizing that the frozen, snowy trail he had been walking on just moments ago has completely transformed into a breathtaking, peaceful field filled to the brim with bright, blooming plum trees as far as the eye can see. Lady Plum Blossom begins to step forward with a perfectly calm, rhythmic grace, and each of her elegant strides sends gentle, glowing ripples spreading across the surface of the crystal-clear, mirror-like water beneath her bare feet. This ethereal display represents the true form of the dragon that she relentlessly pursues, not a beast of simple, mindless destruction, but a divine entity defined by constant change, illusion, and infinite variation. As the legendary sword dragon begins marching forward at a slow, mesmerizingly steady pace, her unsheathed blade starts to flow through the empty air like liquid silver, With every effortless swing and twist of her wrist, vibrant plum blossoms miraculously begin to bloom along the path of her steel, causing countless pink petals to drift down softly around them like a quiet, fragrant rain. Her razor-sharp sword glides with impossible gentleness directly through those falling petals, moving in perfect tandem with them, as though the deadly blade and the delicate blossoms are dancing together as a single entity. The mesmerizing flow of her physical movements is incredibly strange and beautiful, bending and twisting in spatial ways that look almost completely impossible for a human eye to track or follow. She slashes, thrusts, and chops through the air in an unusual, hypnotic rhythm, each masterfully executed motion carrying a distinct tempo that feels simultaneously delicate as a whisper and deadly as a guillotine. By the time the breathtaking demonstration finally comes to a seamless end, she slowly lowers her sword to her side, watching as the remaining petals spiral elegantly along the flat edge of the blade before settling beautifully onto the ground. For a martial fanatic like Theo, the visual sight is nothing short of breathtaking, an experience so overwhelmingly beautiful and pure that he can only stare in a daze, feeling as if his eyes have just been treated to a priceless, divine treasure. What makes the entire performance even more utterly absurd is that this complex sequence of movements took place within the span of a single, fleeting breath. What she has just personally shown him is the celestial flower rain, the legendary first full-bloom technique of the plum blossom style, and as the First Lady slowly opens her eyes, her deep, piercing gaze turns directly toward Theo to gauge his understanding. Theo is left completely speechless, his mouth slightly agape as his heart pounds loudly against his ribs after witnessing something that truly transcends the boundaries of ordinary, mortal swordsmanship. In that one continuous, blinding movement, his sharp eyes managed to count an astounding 120 intricate circles and hidden variations, proving precisely why the elders whisper that when it comes to pure, unadulterated swordsmanship, she may actually stand a step above the clan head himself. He realizes that if he can absorb even a small fraction part of what he just witnessed and successfully apply those fluid principles to his own single flash technique, his combat power will skyrocket. Bowing his head with genuine, deep humility, he quietly asks her whether someone of his low standing truly deserves to receive such an incredible, priceless gift. Lady Plum Blossom merely lets out a light, musical laugh, waving her hand dismissively as she gently tells him not to worry about such trivial debts, stating that it is more than fine as long as he thoroughly enjoyed watching her perform. With those final words, Lady Plum Blossom officially releases the restrictions of the isolation zone. The peaceful, blooming field of plum trees instantly dissolves into mist, and the bitter cold of the snowy woods returns to surround them once more. Before turning to leave, she looks back over her shoulder and informs Theo that if he ever wishes to learn what lies beyond that first introductory technique, he is welcome to come find her at her palace at any time after the awakening ceremony concludes. Hearing such an open, direct, and unprecedented mentorship offer from the First Lady leaves every single high-ranking scout standing nearby completely stunned, their minds going blank with shock. The First Lady simply smiles, noting that she merely wishes for Theo to become a fresh, unyielding new wind in this desolate, rigid clan, and after saying her piece, her physical body beautifully scatters into a cloud of plum petals that drifts away on the winter breeze. Theo stands alone in the snow, knowing better than anyone that he has just been handed something far too valuable to quantify. Even someone as fiercely independent and calculating as him would find it impossible to act shamelessly and show zero gratitude toward the kindness of the First Lady. Now, however, his long-term political situation has become delightfully complicated. He scratches his chin, reasoning that it would likely be viewed as far too greedy and provocative if he attempted to become Lady Plum Blossom's personal disciple while simultaneously trying to join the ranks of the white-armored dragon cavalry. 3 days fly by in a flash of intense preparation, and at long last, the highly anticipated second phase of the clan trial finally begins in earnest. All 87 of the qualified candidates who survived the initial wall test gather at the base of the jagged winter mountains near the northern Great Wall, weapons in hand and ready to face the next brutal challenge. This notoriously dangerous, frozen location is perfectly suited for the ruthless trial ahead. The massive winter mountains stretch across an enormous, unforgiving distance, reaching all the way from their icy clan homeland toward the dark horizons of the treacherous Demon Sea. Here, in this incredibly hostile, frozen wasteland, generations of the Ragnar family have stood on the front lines, protecting the rest of humanity from extinction with everything they have. For more than 1,000 bloody years, they have continuously waged a brutal war of attrition against the cursed land beyond the Great Wall, constantly cutting down the countless demonic fiends that crawl out from the depths of the Demon Sea. Standing atop a stone outcropping, the high-ranking swordsman and official second stage exam overseer, Jackie Ragnar, barks out a warning, reminding the youths that their generation will one day inherit this grim duty, which is exactly why the dangerous winter mountains serve as the ideal testing ground for them. However, he notes that since the examinees are still technically just apprentice swordsmen, They are strictly forbidden from crossing past the fortifications into the actual Demon Sea, meaning the active exam boundaries will be strictly limited to the inner valleys of the Great Wall. Jackie clears his throat and projects his voice, announcing that the core rules of today's exam are deceptively simple on the surface. For the next 15 days straight, the candidates must survive in the wild, hunt down the dangerous demonic monsters roaming the frozen peaks of the Winter Mountains, and successfully retrieve the physical bells securely fastened around the beasts' necks. He explains that there are exactly 7 differently colored bells scattered out there in the wilderness. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet, perfectly matching the traditional colors of the rainbow. Predictably, the official point value awarded for each retrieved token rises significantly in that exact chronological order. Of course, a higher point value directly translates to facing a significantly stronger, more lethal demonic fiend. Overseer Jackie makes sure to heavily emphasize just how suicidal the Violet Bell fiends are, bluntly warning the crowd that those specific abominations possess a power level that is far beyond the capabilities of any apprentice swordsman. Even so, despite the extreme risk of death, the legendary Violet Bells are worth an absolutely enormous, game-changing number of points on the leaderboard. As for the specific tactics they employ to track and hunt down their targets, the Overseer states that the choice is left entirely to the discretion of the examinees. The exact method matters absolutely not at all to the High Elders, as long as the candidates physically bring the bells back to the camp to be counted before the 15-day timer expires. Hearing this, every single candidate in the clearing immediately understands what the Overseer is really implying. If absolutely any method is allowed, it means that tracking down another participant, stealing their hard-earned prey, or violently snatching their collected bells is perfectly valid. In fact, the rule is practically an open encouragement, showing that the exam itself is explicitly designed to sow bloody conflict and internal betrayal among them. But to Theo, this ruthless setup is simply another perfect reflection of the Ragnar clan's uncompromising, law of the jungle philosophy of survival of the fittest. As a final critical warning, the Overseer points toward the maps, explaining the mechanics of the ancient warding totems placed throughout the mountains, which are specifically designed to repel high-level demonic fiends with their holy energy. He reveals that near these safe zones, caches of survival supplies and rations have been buried for the examinees to unearth, and he strongly encourages everyone to utilize them as effectively as they possibly can to stay alive. With every single rule thoroughly laid out and the tension reaching its absolute boiling point, Overseer Jackie formally drops his hand, giving the booming signal for the second trial to officially begin. The absolute second Overseer Jackie gave the word and dismissed the crowd. The silence shattered as a handful of candidates bolted in completely different directions without a single moment of hesitation. Most of them were operating on the exact same logic as Sybil. With this grueling exam stretching out over 15 whole days, hoarding supplies right out of the gate was the absolute key to making it out alive. Before they could even think about hunting for points, they needed to lock down their basic resources, securing a foothold before executing the rest of their personal strategies. Even though the trial had only just begun, Hulkus Lanka looked like he was already having the absolute time of his life, savoring every single passing second. Out here in the raw, untamed wilderness, where lethal danger and massive opportunity were tangled together, he moved with absolute confidence, looking completely and utterly in his element. Axion, however, was in a completely different headspace as he stepped into the testing grounds, a vicious thirst for vengeance burning hot inside his chest and a far more sinister, cold-blooded objective already firmly rooted in his mind. His uncle from the prestigious Sky Dragon branch had pounded the warning into his head over and over again, emphasizing that he absolutely could not deviate from the script and had to execute every phase of the plan with flawless precision. The instructions were simple but absolute. As long as Axion played his part perfectly and didn't stray from his assigned role, it was only a matter of time before Theo was brought crashing down to earth. With that singular, obsessive goal dominating his every thought, Axion tore ahead through the terrain at a breakneck, reckless pace, completely blind to the fact that someone was ghosting his movements, silently tracking him from the shadows. And the shadowy figure glued to his trail was none other than the perpetually enigmatic and unpredictable Ray Ragnar. Watching the rest of the crowd scatter and fan out toward the massive mountain range, Theo took a breath and set off at a steady pace toward the dense tree line, ready to kick off his own strategy for the trial. But he hadn't even made it a few yards into the brush when a deeply familiar voice suddenly cut through the cold air, calling out to him from right behind his back. Remington came jogging up to match his stride, closing the distance quickly before turning to Theo with a serious look, asking if he still remembered the time he had openly called the two of them friends. It turned out that over the frantic 3 days of preparation leading up to this exam, the Silver Lion had been doing some serious soul-searching, turning those exact words over and over in his head. Now, looking at Theo, it was clear he didn't just see him as a companion anymore. He saw him as a true, formidable rival, and that profound realization had planted a fierce new ambition deep in his heart. It was a burning desire to push himself until the day he could finally look down and surpass young Master Theo in raw strength. Hearing such a raw, unexpected confession, the young dragon's eyes widened slightly, visibly caught off guard by the sudden declaration. But the shock lasted only a second, and Theo's stunned expression quickly melted into a warm, genuinely delighted grin. He knew that feeling intimately, understanding the exact weight of what Remington was trying to say. After all, ever since the moment their blades had clashed violently against each other back at the training grounds, a deep, unspoken bond of mutual respect had quietly taken root and blossomed between the two warriors. In reality, Theo harbored those exact same sentiments toward the Silver Lion, viewing Remington not just as a trusted comrade, but as a worthy competitor he fully acknowledged. Catching that response, Remington let out a booming, relieved laugh, rubbing the back of his neck as he confessed he'd been sweating bullets thinking the whole dynamic was just wishful thinking on his part. With that heavy weight finally lifted from his chest and his mind crystal clear, Remington locked eyes with Theo and boldly laid down the gauntlet, declaring that he fully intended to take him down when they reached the second stage of the selection. Without a hint of mockery, Theo accepted the challenge with absolute sincerity, offering a genuine smile as he wished him the best of luck in actually chasing that goal down. Then, determined not to squander another single heartbeat of their time, Remington pivoted, exploded forward with blinding speed, and vanished into the dense, snow-draped shadows of the winter mountains. Theo remained standing in place for a beat, just watching the empty path and letting the profound weight of the moment sink in. A powerhouse as incredible as Remington had actively chosen him as the gold standard, the ultimate benchmark to overcome. Sensing that reality sent an electric shock of pure excitement racing through Theo's veins, unlike any thrill he had ever experienced before. It was undeniable proof that he was finally carving his path to becoming a genuinely powerful entity, and the sheer realization of it was intoxicating. Exhaling slowly, Theo mentally called up his system inventory, forcibly tucking those warm emotions away for later because he knew, first and foremost, he had a brutal trial he needed to conquer right now. Reaching into the interface, he pulled out the nest compass, gripping the device firmly as he officially launched his hunt for the elusive dragon's nest. The glowing needle within the casing flickered and locked onto a rough heading, giving him just enough of a baseline trajectory to start making his move through the frozen terrain. Meanwhile, far off along the jagged, vertical face of one of the mountain's most perilous cliffs, the distinct, pulsing blue radiance of the system was softly illuminating the interior of a well-hidden, shadowed cavern. Steered entirely by the subtle vibrations of the nest compass, Theo found himself tracking a path that led deeper toward the harsh, treacherous outer fringes of the winter mountains. But the moment he finally arrived at the exact coordinate where the artifact signaled him to stop, he blinked in utter confusion, looking around the bleak landscape only to find absolutely nothing that seemed remotely out of the ordinary or important. Glancing down at the device, he noticed the needle had suddenly tilted sharply downward, pointing dead into the frozen earth beneath his boots, forcing Theo to realize the prize had to be right under his feet. He stared at the snow, realizing with a slight grimace that if he wanted to uncover whatever secret the compass was screaming about, he was going to have to physically excavate the spot. Leaning on his heels, he couldn't help but think that if this was going to be the trend, he seriously blundered by not packing a basic shovel into his inventory. Because drawing a masterpiece like the white moonlight blade just to hack away at frozen dirt and gravel would be an absolutely insulting, criminal misuse of a legendary weapon. Right as Theo was weighing his options on how to tackle the hard ground, his finely tuned combat instincts suddenly flared violently, sending a sharp prickle across his skin that screamed an enemy was closing in fast. Without changing his posture or betraying his alarm, he smoothly slid his hand down to the hilt of his blade, drawing it from its sheath with a faint, metallic hiss. In the next fraction of a second, he spun on his heel with explosive force, his piercing glare locking instantly onto the clumsy, unwanted presence lurking back in the treeline. Realizing the thick brush was obscuring his line of sight, Theo decided that if the mountain wind wouldn't clear the view for him, he'd just have to force the issue. Unraveling his strength, he unleashed a massive, horizontal sweeping strike, sending a pressurized wave of air tearing outward that leveled everything in its path. The dense cluster of trees was cleanly sheared apart in a perfect, terrifying straight line, the raw impact of the vacuum slashing open the frozen earth itself, letting a cold, suffocating drop of pure killing intent leak into the air toward the rats who had been playing spy. Theo's tone dropped to a menacing, gravelly pitch as he barked an order for them to show themselves immediately. The brush rustled as a few shadowy, unsavory figures stepped out into the open, their faces twisted in genuine confusion over how their carefully masked presence had been blown so effortlessly. The moment Theo's eyes registered the face of the man leading the group, his breath caught, a flash of genuine recognition catching him off guard. But as the shadows parted, It wasn't just a lone stalker. There were 3 of them standing shoulder to shoulder. In the timeline of his previous life, Theo knew these monstrous criminals all too well. They were the infamous, blood-soaked trio known as the 3 Scoundrels of Vuk Mountain: Hyde, Cow, and Rune. Those degenerate mercenaries more than earned every bit of their revolting reputation, living as absolute, irredeemable garbage who made a habit of slaughtering innocent civilians during their contract runs and framing the butchery as unfortunate accidents. They were precisely the kind of human cancer that naturally spawned under the Ragnar clan's corrupt, brutal doctrine of might makes right. Theo, in particular, could never scrub the horrific memory of the Vuk village massacre from his brain. Back when he was grinding away as a cleaner for Black Snow, he was the unfortunate soul specifically tasked with sanitizing the grotesque crime scene those exact bastards left behind. Because of that, he understood with absolute certainty the sheer, unmitigated horror these 3 psychopaths were destined to unleash upon the world if left unchecked. The falsified public records claimed the tragedy took 761 innocent lives, with another 220 souls permanently lost to the missing persons list. Yet the truly sickening detail omitted from the files was that not a single victim's body could be identified by their families, solely because the trio's favorite method of execution involved completely pulverizing the heads of their prey for nothing more than sick amusement. Theo had already marked them down as a problem he'd have to put in the dirt eventually before they could cause harm, but he never anticipated crossing paths with them this early in the timeline. Noting how precisely they had managed to track him through the mountains, Theo tilted his head, asking flatly if Axion was the petty fool who paid them to pull off this ambush. Hearing the question, one of the thugs just burst into a mocking, arrogant sneer, making it loudly clear that professionals of their caliber didn't take marching orders from wet-behind-the-ears brats. Naturally, they hinted that their true benefactor sat on a throne far higher up the food chain. Someone so insulated and powerful that a kid like Theo supposedly couldn't even conceive of them pulling the strings. But the young dragon didn't even blink, his mind instantly locking onto the pieces of the puzzle until he narrowed the identity down to one absolute certainty: the head counselor himself. The sudden, tense twitch in the scoundrel's expressions gave away the game instantly, letting Theo know with absolute certainty that he had hit the bullseye on his very first guess. The way these arrogant hitmen kept bragging about pure bloodlines and noble heritage made it painfully easy for Theo to piece together the larger conspiracy at play. When he scanned the horizon and confirmed there wasn't a single exam proctor anywhere in sight, the chilling reality clicked perfectly into place. Whoever was assigned to monitor this specific sector of the wilderness had either been ordered to look the other way, or even worse, had already been bought and paid for by the conspirators. Theo's razor-sharp intuition was rapidly turning into a massive headache for these killers, as he had unraveled their entire setup far quicker than they ever anticipated. Yet, despite being totally exposed, the 3 lowlifes didn't show even a flicker of panic or concern on their faces. In their twisted minds, the final outcome of this encounter was already a done deal, and they remained entirely convinced that no matter how clever the boy was, this contract would still end with his corpse buried in the snow. The sneering leader of the trio curled his lip into a grotesque, mocking grin, tauntingly telling Theo that there was nothing in this world he relished more than shattering the flawless face of a handsome young master. At that point, his words crossed the line from a standard intimidation tactic into a bizarre, narcissistic fixation on Theo's appearance, masking his deep-seated malice with a sick, lingering stare. But the young flash tiger didn't show a single trace of fear, remaining completely unshaken by the vile threats being hurled his way. His cold gaze stayed locked onto the 3 targets positioned right in front of him, his posture perfectly balanced and alert as he ensured not a single one of them could make a sudden movement out of his line of sight. Rather than standing around and letting the loudmouth thug waste more breath on childish insults, Theo decided to end the conversation right then and there. In a fraction of a second, his sword tore through the frozen air with an explosive, deafening roar, summoning the terrifying, towering silhouette of an ancient dragon that seemed to manifest from his sheer aura. The 3 scoundrels didn't even have enough time to take a single step forward to launch their coordinated assault. Before they could close the physical gap between them, and before their drawn weapons could pose even a minor threat to his safety, they found themselves staring directly into the jaws of absolute death. Theo's legendary blade carved through the air 3 times in a seamless, lightning-fast sequence, with each precise slash being executed with perfect, lethal control. Relying on that flawless, unbroken rhythm, he unleashed his newly forged technique, the Triple Dragon's Claw, sending a wave of compressed, razor-sharp energy flying directly toward each of the 3 targets simultaneously. When the situation called for violence, Theo had never been the type to hesitate or hold back his true strength. Even so, he felt a profound disgust at the thought of lowering himself to the level of the human garbage standing before him, men who treated senseless cruelty and murder as badges of honor to boast about. In their foolish ignorance, these mercenaries were trying to execute him for a future political crime he wouldn't even commit until years down the line. Because of that irony, Theo resolved to handle this encounter in a way that completely inverted the signature, gruesome methodology these very scumbags were famous for employing. When the dust settled, only their intact heads would remain untouched amidst the carnage. The raw, concentrated power behind the dragon's claw was truly that terrifying, engineered to pulverize and mangle a target's physical body into an unrecognizable slurry, while miraculously leaving the head completely preserved and pristine. This wasn't just a simple victory. Theo had completely and utterly neutralized them, demonstrating the massive, unbridgeable gulf in power that existed between them as he handed down their final judgment. Even Theo himself felt a small wave of surprise at how effortlessly their defenses crumbled under his blade, though he reasoned that at this specific point in the timeline, they were still just young, unrefined thugs, far weaker than the legendary monsters they were destined to become in the future. The successful execution of this newly born sword technique was only possible because of the celestial flower rain concept that Lady Plumblossom had briefly demonstrated to him. That short, enigmatic lesson had left an indelible mark on his subconscious, fundamentally altering the way he structured his flows of energy. Over the course of the last 3 days of intense preparation, Theo had meticulously broken that advanced style down to its core components, analyzing its internal physics before rebuilding it into a customized form that perfectly complemented his own body. Through that grueling process, he finally unlocked the secret to chaining 3 separate, independent flashes of speed together without losing a single ounce of momentum. Weaving high-speed slashes through intricate circular paths and fluid arcs proved to be exponentially more difficult than standard linear strikes, requiring an absurd level of fine muscle control. Yet, as he mastered the precision, an entirely new horizon of tactical variations and lethal applications began to unravel before his eyes, even though he knew he was still a far cry from matching the First Lady, who could flawlessly string together 120 of those complex transitions without breaking a sweat. Stooping down, Theo quickly collected the 3 severed heads, noting that the grotesque expressions on the scoundrels' faces were permanently frozen in time. The raw agony, blinding shock, and total disbelief were still etched perfectly into their features, proving they hadn't even realized they were dead until the light completely left their eyes. With a cold, indifferent shrug, he carelessly tossed the grim trophies right over the sheer edge of the cliffside, leaving the flesh for the wild scavengers roaming the valleys below. Turning his back on the drop, his focus immediately shifted back to the primary logistical puzzle at hand, figuring out exactly how to bypass the solid ground and access the subterranean cavern. However, just a second after the severed heads tumbled a few meters down the steep rocky drop, a heavy, distinct thud echoed back up the mountainside. The metallic, solid echo was far too close and structured to be a random boulder, causing Theo to instantly narrow his eyes in sharp suspicion. Shifting his position to peer closely over the edge, the hidden mechanism of the mountain finally revealed itself to his gaze. A completely invisible staircase was built directly into the vertical cliff face, masked by powerful illusion magic, and its hidden steps were now clearly outlined by the bright crimson blood dripping from the scoundrel's remains. With that bloody trail lighting the way, the secret quest to locate the hidden stairs and infiltrate the mysterious blue cave had officially commenced. The restricted path, which had remained totally hidden from every other candidate in the exam, now lay completely exposed and accessible to Theo alone. A sudden rush of adrenaline surged through Theo's chest, prompting him to leap boldly off the cliff's edge without a single moment of hesitation, descending rapidly toward the hidden treasure room he had been hunting for. But as he focused entirely on his descent, completely oblivious to his surroundings, a bizarre, unnatural bird perched on a distant crag watched his every movement with unblinking eyes. Meanwhile, far away within the grand halls of the royal palace, the high-ranking clan officials were just beginning to receive the initial data packets from the opening hours of the trial. Sitting comfortably at the absolute top of the live leaderboards was Axion Ragnar, who had already managed to secure a staggering 41 demon bells by aggressively spearheading a ruthless squad of 20 elite underlings. Holding down the second-place slot with absolute stability was the quiet prodigy, Ray Ragnar, who maintained a razor-thin margin right behind Axion's inflated score as the live updates continued to scroll across the central monitor. Despite the high scores at the top, there was only one specific name that every single politician around the grand table was genuinely dying to see. Everyone wanted to know how Theo Ragnar was performing, forcing the panicked messenger to frantically flip through pages of data, scrolling all the way down to the absolute bottom of the final sheet before finally spotting Theo's official tally. According to the official tracking ledger, Theo's current score sat at an absolute 0, without a single demon bell to his name. To make matters worse, the data indicated he was operating entirely as a solo wolf, with 0 allies supporting him, leading the officials to whisper that he was either completely overwhelmed or hiding out in the brush, desperately waiting for an opportunity to scavenge a kill. Of course, all of this speculative guesswork could have been cleared up in an instant if the local proctors were actually checking in to report the ground reality. Sitting at the head of the table, The entire room could feel the suffocating wave of irritation leaking from Lady Plum Blossom as she grew increasingly impatient with the lack of transparency. The head counselor maintained a perfectly calm facade, smoothly pointing out that a candidate who dominated a structured theoretical stage won't necessarily replicate that success in a dynamic, live combat environment. He went so far as to suggest that Theo's mental fortitude was simply too fragile for the harsh realities of real warfare, where even a millisecond of hesitation results in a gruesome death. He sneered quietly, reminding the room that such a failure was entirely expected from a low-born, illegitimate child who lacked the pure, unadulterated blood of the true Ragnar lineage. As he spun his smooth lies, the head counselor secretly gloated to himself, fully confident that his hand-picked assassins had already thoroughly butchered the boy in the wilderness ahead of schedule. But right in the middle of his silent celebration, the old man's mind jarred as a sharp, high-level telepathic transmission from Ed Troyven cut straight into his subconscious. Ed's mental voice slammed into his thoughts with immense pressure, demanding to know if the old fool had gone behind his back to interfere with the trial. Rather than trying to play dumb or dodge the accusation, the head counselor didn't even bother to deny his involvement. If anything, he projected a wave of mild annoyance through the link, simply frustrated that the tight timeline had prevented him from coordinating the assassination with the rest of the alliance beforehand, though he remained confident the permanent elimination of the boy was all that truly mattered. Even a seasoned powerhouse like the Sky Dragon was briefly stunned by the old man's utterly shameless, arrogant demeanor. The casual, unapologetic way the counselor spoke about wiping out an illegitimate child of the throne was so completely brazen that it threw away any attempt at political subtlety. Ed was absolutely seething with rage inside. This fanatical, bloodline-obsessed old relic had authorized a wetwork operation without his clearance, without a single warning, and without checking to see how it impacted the broader strategy. Even worse, this reckless, uncoordinated hit risked completely derailing the elaborate long-term trap that Ed had spent months meticulously setting up behind the scenes. Ever since the tragic day Camellia had been forcibly stripped away from his household, the Sky Dragon had been aggressively maneuvering to seize absolute administrative control over the fabled Rose Palace. Yet, despite utilizing every single intelligence asset at his disposal, he had continuously failed to unearth the precise coordinates of the primordial dragon's ancient relic. Because of that prolonged dead end, Ed Troyven had recently developed a highly compelling alternative theory. He became convinced that somewhere in his sudden rise to power, young Theo had somehow stumbled upon a concrete, physical key directly linked to that long-lost Rose Palace treasure. The Sky Dragon could feel the absolute certainty of it vibrating deep down in his very bones. A boy like Theo didn't just magic his way into high-tier swordsmanship out of nowhere. He was entirely certain the brat was actively carrying an invaluable clue regarding the relic's whereabouts at this very moment. Knowing the boy had evolved far too quickly into a genuine existential threat to his ambitions, Ed immediately severed the link and initiated a new telepathic command. Forcing his mental voice into the mind of a high-ranking guard stationed at the testing grounds, he issued a strict order to contact Axion and tell him to accelerate his operations immediately. Back at the council table, Lady Plum Blossom's sharp eyes didn't miss a beat, easily deducing that the head counselor and the director of Central Intelligence were silently exchanging secret signals. They clearly fancied themselves master manipulators, but from her perspective, their poorly hidden glances and tense body language were painfully obvious. Recognizing the shift in the room, she leaned slightly toward her faction, noting that the group backing Theo's ascension needed to immediately deploy their own countermeasures. If their political adversaries were already taking active steps to rig the board, they couldn't afford the luxury of sitting idly by and hoping for the best. While the concern was entirely logical, Julius Ragnar immediately put his foot down, flatly rejecting any outside interference on the boy's behalf. Living up to his terrifying moniker as the Demon Dragon, he firmly believed that Theo possessed a fierce, unbreakable spirit that wouldn't shatter just because a few unexpected obstacles were tossed into his path. Julius trusted his warrior instincts above all else, remaining completely unbothered by the 0-point score on the board. As far as he was concerned, the kid was perfectly fine, likely just embroiled in a hidden variable of the mountain that the palace's standard monitoring arrays weren't advanced enough to see yet. Changing the subject, Julius narrowed his eyes as he brought up the lingering irritation that Lady Plum Blossom had secretly arranged a private rendezvous with Theo without consulting him first. Faced with the sudden interrogation, the First Lady merely offered an innocent, beautiful smile, completely brushing off the tension with a soft, teasing laugh. Meanwhile, deep within the frozen valleys of the Winter Mountain, Theo finally reached the base of the sheer drop, the hidden staircase terminating directly in front of his destination. The cloaked pathway had guided him straight to the entrance of a subterranean world, completely buried away from the sight of ordinary mortals. Stepping inside the cavern, he quickly noted that the geological layout of the cave itself wasn't overly complex or labyrinthine. The internal structure was relatively straightforward, but the rocky terrain surrounding the outer threshold was absolutely crawling with ancient, animated skeletons, pacing back and forth like a tireless vanguard of undead guards. The moment his boots crossed the threshold, the skeletal guardians lunged forward in relentless waves, accompanied by a powerful, localized mental illusion spell designed to break an intruder's psyche. Under normal circumstances, a standard warrior caught in such a dual assault would find their sanity shattered within minutes, but after surviving the agonizing soul-tempering process of the white moonlight blade, Theo found this level of mental pressure completely laughable. Refusing to let the weak monsters distract him, Theo kept his gaze firmly fixed on the rotating needle of the nest compass. Navigating deeper into the dark recesses of the cave under its flawless guidance, he finally spotted an unnatural, hidden structure tucked away behind a false rock wall. To ensure no other hidden threats or candidates were creeping up on his position, Theo closed his eyes and unleashed a massive wave of pure sensory perception outward across the entire subterranean sector. The very instant his overwhelming aura swept through the dark cracks and crevices, the localized cave wildlife completely panicked, scurrying away in total terror, as if an apex predator had suddenly materialized in their nesting grounds. In tight, unpredictable environments like this, his specialized divinity skill felt almost like a cheat code. Relying on its passive radar, Theo could perceive things far beyond the physical limitations of human eyesight, effortlessly tracking the heat signatures of monsters, lurking deep around blind corners long before they ever had a chance to spring an ambush. Shaking off the momentary distraction, Theo tightened his grip on his hilt and pushed deeper into the damp dark. When all was said and done, his knowledge had ensured he was the absolute first soul to set foot in this forgotten sanctuary, meaning the historical honor of facing whatever ancient test lay ahead belonged to him alone. At long last, his boots stepped into a massive hollow chamber, revealing the magnificent, untouched lair of the dragon hatchling. He stood in silence, well aware that if the timeline proceeded along the exact course of the memories etched in his mind, this entire cavern would look drastically different 3 years from now. In that original, bloody future, the elite strike teams of Black Snow would eventually launch a massive raid here, slaughtering the majestic hatchling and looting a priceless, legendary tier artifact hidden deep within its nest. As Theo quietly strode toward the heart of the nesting grounds, he offered a silent, apologetic thought to the future version of Black Snow. He knew full well that by changing the timeline today, he was permanently rewriting their most celebrated historical achievement, but he had absolutely no intention of walking away empty-handed when absolute power was within his grasp. Beyond the threshold of that heavy gate lay the Amon Grimoire, a legendary artifact so exceptionally rare and flooded with raw magical power that simply labeling it as valuable felt like a massive understatement. It was precisely the kind of unique, paradigm-shifting treasure that possessed the absolute potential to rewrite the entire trajectory of a person's destiny. The exact microsecond Theo crossed the threshold and stepped into the chamber beyond. His legs locked up and his entire body ground to a sudden, involuntary halt. He stood completely frozen in his tracks, his eyes stretching wide in sheer astonishment as the staggering, impossible sight before him completely hijacked his senses and wiped every prior thought from his mind. Piled high into the cavernous air right in front of him were literal mountains of solid gold, casting off a reflection so brilliant and intense that the entire subterranean chamber seemed to be radiating light from the inside out. Masterpiece weapons of ancient lore, priceless uncut gems, exotic artifacts, and shimmering trinkets were carelessly littered across every square inch of space, looking as though someone had ransacked the treasuries of multiple fallen empires and dumped the entire hall into a single, chaotic pile. One undeniable truth forced its way into Theo's mind almost immediately. No matter what the initial reports had claimed, there was absolutely no way this massive vault was the simple, unadorned nesting ground of a mere dragon hatchling. The sheer, breathtaking scale of the wealth and the heavy, ancient atmosphere dominating the air were far too magnificent for a mere beast. Right at the dead center of that Colosseum-sized cavern, coiled directly atop the endless, glittering sea of gold coins, rested a colossal, slumbering draconic beast. An ancient powerhouse that was casually using a fortune large enough to buy nations as the most absurdly decadent bed in existence. Shifting his weight to get a closer, more analytical look through the golden glare, Theo could see that the Titan was buried in an incredibly profound, heavy sleep. It showed absolutely zero awareness of or concern for the mortal world outside its vault, its mountain-like silhouette remaining completely motionless amidst the hills of glittering treasure. Theo was far too sharp a survivalist to delude himself about the catastrophic danger he was currently flirting with. If that mythological engine of destruction so much as cracked an eyelid and decided to purge the intruder, the grimoire, the gold, and every priceless artifact in the room would instantly become irrelevant, because he would be turned to ash before he could even process his own failure. For a tense moment, Theo couldn't stop his mind from aggressively questioning the validity of his own historical memories. Had the intelligence reports compiled by Black Snow been fundamentally flawed from the start, Or was there some hidden variable explaining why a fully matured, ancient dragon was occupying a den meant for a hatchling? Perhaps he had been sabotaged by inaccurate data, or maybe the true, glaring issue was that his regression had brought him to this exact coordinate 3 whole years ahead of schedule. No matter what the underlying cause was, this wildly volatile curveball forced Theo to freeze and calculate his next move with extreme caution. The suffocating pressure radiating from the sleeping beast was so utterly overwhelming that a strong instinct inside him screamed to turn right back around and slip out of the cavern without disturbing a single coin. It was a bitter pill to swallow, but he reasoned that he could always mark this location down and return a few years later to claim the prize right before Black Snow's historical raid was set to happen. Unfortunately, that tactical retreat evaporated into thin air the exact moment the massive, armored eyelids of the dragon slowly began to part. As Theo instinctively tensed his muscles, his breath caught squarely in his throat, a cold sweat breaking out as he realized with absolute certainty that the titanic creature was no longer dreaming. In the heartbeat that followed, Theo found himself pinned beneath the direct, unblinking glare of one of the most ancient and primordial living entities in the entire world. The atmospheric pressure between man and beast instantly ratcheted up to a suffocating degree, yet neither side broke eye contact or flinched away. To Theo's absolute bewilderment, the great beast suddenly vibrated the air, speaking in a flawlessly articulate human language that rumbled through the bedrock as she noted he was the first true selector to successfully breach her inner sanctum in a very long time. Despite possessing a physical mass and a terrifying aura that could easily crush a man's spirit, the ancient dragon displayed a bizarre, almost serene composure. There was no trace of immediate bloodlust or wild hostility bleeding into her deep tone, and she went so far as to introduce herself with the casual grace of an old acquaintance hosting an overdue chat. The great beast explained that within the formal annals of the Ragnar clan, she was officially revered as the legendary guardian dragon and the undisputed sovereign of the Winter Mountain. It was a name so deeply woven into the lineage that any child reared anywhere near the clan's territories would have had the moniker of Lodbrok beaten into their heads since infancy. Refusing to commit even the slightest tactical or diplomatic blunder in front of such a force, Theo didn't hesitate for a second, immediately dropping down onto both knees. Lowering his head flush against the stone floor, he executed a flawless, deeply respectful bow to the living myth he had only ever known through stories as a divine ancestor. Lodbrok's golden eyes narrowed slightly, a spark of genuine curiosity lighting up her ancient features the moment that specific word echoed through the vault. The fact that this tiny, unassuming human youth had just unironically addressed her as his ancestor clearly grabbed her full attention. After all, from the very moment he could walk, Theo had been taught the foundational myth that the guardian dragon Lodbrok had served as the direct battle companion to Sigurd, the progenitor who raised the Ragnar clan, and that she was also the literal biological mother of Friedreif. The primordial beast immediately snorted in heavy derision at the statement, scoffing aloud that Friedreif, that ungrateful, deceptive bastard, must have been spreading absolutely ridiculous, self-aggrandizing fiction out in the human world. Lodbrok openly clarified that while she and Sigurd had indeed run in the same circles as temporary allies for a brief era, that historical association was merely a professional sign of mutual respect toward a mortal contractor who had literally bartered his soul away to the dragon race. There had never been even a shred of genuine emotional intimacy or familial warmth between them. Furthermore, she laid down the cold biological fact that humans and true dragons were fundamentally incapable of crossbreeding or producing offspring. That definitive declaration left Theo's mind racing in shock, forcing him to question whether the entire Ragnar dynasty actually carried a single drop of real draconic blood, or if their entire divine history was just a massive web of fabricated propaganda designed to elevate their political authority to godlike status. Lodbrok smoothly corrected his spiraling doubts before they could completely unmoor him, stating that the core legend itself wasn't an outright lie. Thanks to the absolute, high-level blood covenant forged between her and Sigurd, a physical portion of her own divine dragon essence had indeed been permanently grafted into the man's genetic line. Just as Theo's mind lit up with a dozen new inquiries, his lips parting to press her for the deeper, darker secrets regarding the true origin of his family's bloodline, Lodbrok raised a massive clawed hand, cutting him off instantly and signaling with cold finality that the casual, introductory pleasantries were now officially over. From this millisecond forward, she would exclusively operate under her sacred mandate as the guardian dragon appointed to test the worth of the selectors. In accordance with the unbreakable blood pact sworn during the absolute dawn of the clan's creation, Lodbrok would now execute her ancient obligation. Any true selector who possessed the skill and fortitude to successfully endure her trial would be granted the absolute right to demand answers to 3 separate questions of their choosing. Hearing those terms, Theo finally let out a slow, quiet breath, silently offering a wave of relief to the heavens, as he realized this encounter wouldn't degenerate into a hopeless, suicidal brawl to the death. Since his long-term grand strategy required him to eventually dismantle the current hierarchy and stand at the absolute apex of the clan, unearthing the suppressed, foundational lore of his lineage was an invaluable asset. With only 3 precious inquiries allotted to him, he knew he had to analyze his options flawlessly, crafting questions that would extract the maximum possible strategic leverage. Meanwhile, far outside the subterranean vault, the chaotic storm of the second phase of the awakening ceremony was still raging violently across the peaks. Axion continued to absolutely terrorize the competitive rankings, butchering the high-tier monsters roaming the frozen tundra with terrifying ease, his devastating Thousand Dragons roar technique having already evolved to a level of lethality where it could vaporize waves of enemies in a single roaring blast. A massive, predatory white tiger beast collapsed heavily into the blood-soaked snow, its muscular frame completely torn open and devoid of life. As the monstrous creature's final twitches ground to a halt, Axion stepped over the debris, walking calmly toward the carcass without showing a single ounce of fatigue or hesitation. His hyper-focused gaze was glued entirely to the vibrant green demon bell fastened tightly around the dead beast's neck. That small, metallic token of progression was the absolute only thing of value to him as he closed the remaining distance and reached down. With that latest bell torn from the corpse and secured in his possession, Axion's verified body count officially skyrocketed to a staggering 57 high-grade targets. His score was accumulating at a genuinely terrifying velocity, widening the gap between him and the rest of the candidates with every single beast he slaughtered. Yet, despite his mechanical efficiency at hunting monsters, stacking points was never his true objective for this trial. Axion was consumed by a far more desperate, burning urge to track down and butcher Theo, but every single advanced scout he had deployed into the surrounding valleys kept returning with the exact same infuriating update. Theo's signature had completely vanished from the map. Standing nearby, one of Axion's most sycophantic lackeys, Orion Gardner, let out a smug, condescending chuckle as he confidently theorized that the cowardly trash Theo had simply lost his nerve the moment the exam forced him into a real-world scenario where he actually had to risk his life against genuine monsters. Orion had already made up his mind that he was going to tether his own survival and political future to Axion's coattails for the entire duration of the selection, no matter how brutal things got. He was secretly terrified of the unstable madness rippling off the young master, but at the same time, he possessed an almost religious faith in the absolute, monstrous strength that very same madness provided. Unfortunately for him, Orion's arrogant mouth ran away with his brain, causing him to overstep his bounds as he carelessly admitted that while Theo had admittedly shown a freakish spike in power recently, the guy had still spent his entire formative existence living like a pathetic, brainless idiot. Before the final syllable could fully exit his mouth or give him a chance to walk the insult back, the cocky smirk vanished from Orion's face, his eyes welling up with instant tears of pure terror as his breathing choked out into ragged, desperate gasps. With blinding speed, Axion's iron grip had clamped around his throat, his fingers digging deep into the soft tissue and slowly, methodically crushing his windpipe in a remorseless chokehold. Glancing down at the suffocating boy with eyes devoid of human warmth, Axion sneered, stating that a worthless, low-tier parasite like him clearly couldn't comprehend one fundamental truth of the world, likely because he had spent his entire pathetic life being weak. Within the brutal architecture of the Ragnar clan, possessing genuine, absolute power meant you never had to waste energy fearing anything or anyone. The Dark Leopard was visibly teetering on the absolute razor's edge of a severe psychological break, yet his profound cruelty and deep-seated paranoia remained as razor-sharp and inherently lethal as ever. Orion kicked and clawed weakly at the iron arm, desperately trying to force out a coherent apology, but each frantic syllable was instantly strangled into a pathetic wheeze before it could clear his throat. This ugly, unhinged display of internal violence would have undoubtedly ended in a broken neck if another intelligence runner hadn't chosen that exact second to sprint into the clearing, bearing a priority encrypted transmission straight from Ed Troyvin, the Supreme Director of the Central Intelligence Bureau. The contents of the dispatch were incredibly brief, blunt, and entirely devoid of pleasantries. Ed was issuing a stern, unyielding reminder for Axion to stop wasting time playing games and immediately accelerate the execution of their coordinated assassination plot. With a bored huff, Axion carelessly dropped Orion into the dirt like a discarded piece of trash, shifting his icy attention fully onto the trembling messenger. He locked eyes with the runner, telling him to relay a direct response back to his uncle, making it crystal clear that Ed needed to shut his mouth and stop micromanaging his movements. Axion didn't need a single soul breathing down his neck to remind him of what the target was. In this entire godforsaken world, there wasn't a single person who harbored a more psychotic, obsessive desire to violently end that bastard Theo's life than his own half-brother. Meanwhile, completely insulated from Axion's unhinged rampage across the surface, Theo remained deep within the silent, glittering sanctuary of the ancient dragon's lair. He stood perfectly still against a hill of gold coins, his mind working at maximum capacity as he systematically analyzed what specific line of questioning would yield the highest concentration of strategic data. After taking a long, deliberate pause to carefully weigh every potential angle and downstream consequence, Theo finally settled his focus and prepared to deliver his opening inquiry. Observing his shifting posture, Lodbrok let out a massive, rumbling yawn that shook the cavern walls, visibly relieved that the tiny human had finally managed to make up his mind. The oppressive silence had dragged on for so long that sheer, unadulterated boredom had very nearly pulled her consciousness right back down into another multi-year slumber. Theo kept his delivery exceptionally clean, stripping away any unnecessary rhetorical flair as he looked the ancient god in the eyes. For his very first question, he asked bluntly, why was the legendary guardian dragon still lingering in this physical world? Lodbrok's golden eyes flashed with instant amusement as she effortlessly saw through the structural trap of his words. She noted that while he was technically posing a basic geographical question on the surface, his true intent was to peel back the layers and expose the entire hidden cosmic framework underlying her presence, prompting her to openly praise him for selecting his phrasing with such calculated precision. Regarding the absolute truth of why she chose to anchor her immortal physical form to the depths of this frozen mountain range, Lodbrok stated that the core reality was actually surprisingly elegant and straightforward. Far beyond the charted horizons, at the absolute, desolate edge of existence, there lurked an apocalyptic entity that defied the conventional laws of mortal comprehension. Its titanic, shifting mass stretched across entire oceans, becoming a terrifying, omnipresent threat that ancient civilizations eventually came to whisper about as the Nameless Monarch. For roughly the span of the last 1,000 consecutive years, Lodbrok had voluntarily sealed herself within this subterranean vault, remaining in a state of constant, vigilant readiness without ever abandoning her post. Her ultimate cosmic directive was to act as a shield for the preservation of the mortal world itself, and that heavy, unyielding burden was the sole reason she had chained herself to this mountain for centuries. The Winter Mountain and this entire, sprawling subterranean lair were merely a distant, isolated outpost in the grand scheme of things. As that revelation left Lodbrok's lips, a profound silence descended, leaving Theo rooted to the spot as he struggled to process the sheer gravity of what his ancestor had just unloaded onto him. Yet, deep down, Theo was absolutely certain of one thing. The chilling sensation he had caught in that split second wasn't a trick of the light, nor was it some paranoid projection of his own stressed imagination. For one fleeting, impossible moment, buried deep within the infinite depths of Lodbrok's ancient eyes, Theo had witnessed something that defied all logic. He had seen genuine, unmistakable fear. Who could have ever conceived that an entity like Lodbrok, a prehistoric dragon whose power rivaled that of the gods themselves, could be shaken by such a primitive emotion? The realization caused the ambient air in the chamber to thicken, turning heavy with dread. Somewhere out there in the vast unknown lurked a presence so utterly catastrophic that it could petrify a deity-like dragon who had endured and reigned for over a millennium. Whatever the Nameless Monarch truly was, Theo knew by now that it was a monstrosity that completely shattered all known laws of nature and common sense. Theo felt a burning, insatiable urge to keep pushing, to dig deeper into the forbidden history and isolate exactly what kind of horror could elicit such a visceral reaction from Lodbrok. But he forced himself to hold back. There were other, more immediate mysteries he had to unravel first. For his second question, Theo pivoted to the topic of the ancient dragon relics that had haunted his life like ghosts. He was finished with the vague whispers and fragmentary lore he'd scraped together until now. He needed the raw, unvarnished truth of what they actually were. Lodbrok mused that there were roughly 3 such relics recognized in the world. While she admitted that even her ancient memory didn't hold every minute detail, she could tell from the aura Theo was projecting that the young selector had been struck by an extraordinary stroke of fate. Of the relics she could personally identify, the first 2 were the sprawling dungeon beneath Camellia Palace and the legendary White Moonlight Blade. But when the conversation shifted to the final piece of the puzzle, the situation became far more complex. That final relic, Lodbrok noted, was the lost heritage of the ancient dragon Papnir. It had originally been birthed from the very soul of a supreme ancient dragon, a spirit so exponentially powerful that upon death, it had shattered and dispersed into 31 distinct, autonomous fragments. Those shards were then bestowed upon chosen humans with a singular, grim purpose: to serve as the ultimate bulwark against the darkness and resist the terrifying existential threat known as the Nameless Monarch. However, Lodbrok cautioned that ancient dragon relics didn't always manifest in one static, predictable form. Some solidified into physical items, others crystallized into transformative experiences, and in the rarest, most volatile cases, they dissolved into intangible, abstract phenomena that couldn't be held by any mortal hand. The moment those words settled into his consciousness, a long-missing cog inside Theo's mind clicked into place. All the disjointed, scattered clues began to align with terrifying clarity, forming a picture he had never dared to consider until this moment. Finally, the truth dawned on him. The final relic had been in his possession all along, disguised not as a sharp blade or a pile of gold, but embedded within the very impossible miracle that had defined his second life. Every experience he had endured since waking up in the past flooded his mind simultaneously, rushing forward like a panoramic montage of a life already lived and lost. Surviving 20 grueling years, standing at the precipice of a final, lonely death, only to be yanked back through the folds of time to that desperate, defining moment. That was as bizarre and unnatural a phenomenon as anyone could ever experience. His regression wasn't just a twist of fate. It was the relic itself. It dawned on him that he was the vessel, carrying within his very being one of the 31 shattered fragments of Papner's soul. But a single, glaring contradiction still refused to lock into place. Every known relic was inextricably tethered to a guardian dragon that watched over it. Yet, in the case of his regression, there was absolutely no guardian to be found. As that dissonance rattled in his brain, a sudden, chilling realization hit him. With that grim answer taking root in his heart, he steeled himself and finalized his third and final question. Theo locked his gaze onto Lodbrok's piercing, golden eyes, refusing to wither under her titanic presence. With unwavering resolve, he asked the ultimate question. Why had he been chosen as the vessel? Why would the cold hand of fate decide to elevate a man once mocked as the Ragnar clan's greatest imbecile, a supposed talentless failure, to stand as the only line of defense against a nightmare as absolute as the nameless monarch? Lodbrok returned his stare with a fierce, unwavering intensity. Instead of offering a simple, comforting answer, she tilted her massive head and countered his final question with a searing one of her own. She asked Theo point-blank why he was so incredibly arrogant to assume that he was the only soul out there who had been chosen. That sharp, sudden rejoinder hit Theo harder than any physical blow. In that single instant, he realized his entire worldview had been tragically narrow, blinded by his own limited perspective. There was zero guarantee that he was the sole recipient of these relic powers. In reality, the tapestry of fate might be infinitely larger, more chaotic, and far more lethal than he had ever dared to calculate. Men like the Sky Dragon Ed Troyvin, the demon craftsman Curson, and even the mysterious Black Dragon were all intimately aware of the relic's existence, and they weren't just observing them from afar, they were actively hunting, hoarding, and weaponizing them. If that was the case, the horrifying reality was that they, too, might have been chosen by other fragments of Papner's soul. If that possibility held water, even darker questions emerged. Were they seeing the same cryptic omens he was? Had any of them also been granted the power of regression, allowing them to carve through time just like he had? These revelations pushed Theo closer to the forbidden truth of their reality, yet they simultaneously rendered the world a far more dangerous and tangled web. The path ahead was no longer a straightforward climb to power. It was a minefield. The cold, hard facts were sobering. A nameless monarch sat at the edge of the planet, powerful enough to terrorize an ancient dragon, and Theo was likely just one player in a high-stakes game played by multiple regressors. With Lodbrok's 3 answers finalized, the trial was officially brought to a close, entitling Theo to his prize. Yet, he was so profoundly lost in the implications of what he had just learned that he nearly forgot the original reason he had braved this den, to seize the Amon Grimoire. However, his priorities had shifted entirely. Now that his understanding of the stakes had expanded, he no longer cared for a mere item from the hoard. He hungered for something with true, world-altering significance. As his reward for conquering the trial, Lodbrok granted him the absolute right to demand any single object or desire from her vast, legendary collection. Lodbrok spoke with a rumble of immense pride, detailing the sheer, overflowing scale of her hoard. Across the vast stretch of history, she had pilfered treasures from every corner of the earth, and the dizzying array of wealth before Theo was nothing short of obscene. Mountains of iridescent gems, arcane relics humming with power, and rare elixirs that could cure any mortal ailment lay scattered among the piles. Ancient skill manuals, master-forged weapons, impenetrable dragon-scale armor. If a human could imagine it, Lodbrok had almost certainly stashed it away in her endless stockpile. Whatever Theo requested, it would be a fortune that dwarfed the dreams of emperors and gods alike. Lodbrok gestured grandly, urging him to name his desire with care, promising that her word was bond and she would provide whatever he named. At that exact moment, the corner of Theo's mouth twitched, curving into a subtle, sly smile. He looked like a gambler who had just realized he held every winning card at the table. When the ancient dragon finally prompted him to declare his chosen desire, Theo Ragnar straightened his posture, looked her directly in the eyes, and announced with chilling confidence that he wanted none of her gold. He wanted Lodbrok herself. The request was so wildly outside the bounds of anything the Dragon Queen had anticipated that even she paused, genuinely caught off guard. To the dragon, his words registered as a crude, audacious joke. She looked at him as if he were a petulant child testing her frayed nerves. She moved to dismiss his answer, commanding the Ragnar descendant to drop the theatrics and state his real choice. But Theo didn't back down an inch. He stood his ground, meeting her gaze steadily, and reiterated that he had already been crystal clear about exactly what he wanted. For a long, heavy moment, Lodbrok froze. Then, her eyes narrowed into dangerous slits as she pressed him again, ensuring he wasn't just hallucinating the gravity of what he was asking for. Once Theo gave a curt, final nod to confirm his seriousness, the ancient dragon erupted. A terrifying, uncontrolled aura detonated throughout the chamber, and the ground beneath Theo's feet began to fracture and quake as the pressure surged outward like a tidal wave. Lodbrok unleashed the primal, soul-crushing weight of her full dragon fear, pinning him to the spot with enough force to turn a lesser man to jelly. She viewed his audacity as a supreme insult, a mortal daring to overstep the eternal boundaries between man and dragon. Theo felt the massive, suffocating weight slam into his chest, his very bones creaking under the strain. But even as his internal organs screamed in agony, he forced his trembling legs to stay planted. With a roar of her own, the dragon unleashed a psychic attack so potent it forced blood to burst from the pores of Theo's face. Refusing to yield, Theo countered by summoning his own pathetic, budding Drake's fear, projecting every scrap of defiance he could muster against the tsunami of her power. It was a futile, almost comical gesture. Even Lodbrok watched him with a mix of annoyance and pity, looking at him as if he were a complete fool for daring to challenge an ancient dragon's majesty with such an infantile and inadequate imitation. Planting his feet firmly against the shivering stone floor, Theo projected his voice, ringing it out through the cavernous space to reiterate his demand. He threw Lodbrok's own promise back at her. She had declared he could claim any treasure within her sanctuary, and by her own logic, there wasn't a single word in their agreement that explicitly forbade him from claiming the dragon herself. Though his tone remained steady and resolute, Theo was acutely aware that this was the most reckless gamble of his entire life. This wasn't some minor tactical maneuver. It was an all-or-nothing bet where the slightest misstep would see him pulverized into dust against these very walls. The guardian dragon Lodbrok was far more than just a primordial beast hibernating in the deep. Alongside the legendary founder Sigurd, she had been a primary architect of the entire Ragnar clan's legacy. If Theo could actually secure her as his partner, he wouldn't just be an outcast and a failure. He would be undeniably recognized as a warrior worthy of the bloodline. To ensure the nightmarish trajectory of his previous life could never repeat itself, Theo was prepared to stake his very soul on this outcome. If this absurd, perilous path was the only way to rewrite his destiny, he refused to blink. Pouring every ounce of his willpower into his plea, Theo commanded the guardian dragon to surrender herself to his service as she had sworn. If her ancient vows carried even the slightest shred of integrity, she had no choice but to honor his request. Beneath the bravado of his demand, however, lay a deep, aching desperation. He wasn't just baiting the dragon's pride. He was a desperate soldier pleading for the raw strength required to survive the catastrophe looming on the horizon. In that intense, suspended moment, something strange flickered behind Theo's silhouette. For one surreal heartbeat, his shadow seemed to distort, briefly mirroring the outline of the legendary progenitor, Sigurd. Lodbrok's eyes widened, the golden irises sharpening with an ancient, predatory focus as if she were witnessing a ghost from the distant past manifest in the living, breathing present. Then, a tectonic roar exploded from her throat, rattling the entire mountain and shattering the silence of the vault. And to Theo's utter disbelief, she gave him her answer. She accepted. The ground seemed to stop vibrating, leaving Theo standing in a state of absolute shock. Despite his ironclad determination, deep down, he never truly expected this ancient, godlike being to yield to his terms. Before the echoes of her roar had even died away, the atmosphere in the cavern shifted violently. The titanic, mountain-like mass of the dragon began to rapidly contract, the scales and talons blurring as she folded her form down, eventually settling into a silhouette that mirrored the structure of a human. Even contained in this smaller, mortal frame, her golden eyes retained their terrifying, piercing intensity, tracking Theo's every movement as if she were dissecting his very soul. Lodbrok conceded that Theo had managed to pique her interest, and because of that, she would indulge this experiment. She stood before him, exuding a regal, otherworldly beauty that held all the latent, crushing dignity of an ancient dragon. For several long, breathless seconds, Theo couldn't muster a single word. He was completely paralyzed, blindsided by the sudden transition and her daunting physical presence. Lodbrok cut through his hesitation with a dry quip, reminding him that she had lived for over 2 millennia, so he'd best keep his wandering, inappropriate thoughts in check. As Theo finally scrambled to collect his composure, he stepped forward to address her again. He raised a steady hand, pointing directly toward her chest, not in an attempt to be vulgar, but to highlight a grim underlying truth. He was highlighting the jagged, hollow wound she had carried since a catastrophic battle half a century ago. She had lost her heart in that duel, and ever since, she had been a lingering spirit waiting for the inevitable. At most, she had perhaps 3 years left before her life force completely withered away. This was the core reason she was anchored to this den. No matter how celestial her power remained, her internal decay prevented her from physically venturing into the outside world to aid him. Armed with that grim knowledge, Lodbrok gave him one final opportunity to back out. She demanded to know if he still intended to claim her as his reward, knowing full well she was essentially a dying relic, shackled to this cave and incapable of moving freely in the outside world. Theo simply offered a knowing smile, as if the question were redundant, and reaffirmed that his resolve had not wavered for a single second. He reiterated his desire to claim her, regardless of her condition. Under any other context, it would have sounded like the ramblings of a lunatic, but in that moment, his conviction was absolute and chillingly serious. In that instant, the pact was sealed. The guardian dragon was officially bound to Theo as his prize. Lodbrok labeled his decision pure folly, but there was no malice in her tone, more of a begrudging acknowledgement that such irrational, suicidal bravery was precisely what made a chosen one tick. In that moment, new titles were etched into Theo's status: the guardian dragon's partner and the direct heir to the clan's progenitor. These were names that carried a suffocating amount of weight, tying his destiny irrevocably to the deepest roots of the Ragnar dynasty. Theo made a solemn vow. He would not just survive, he would scale mountains of power far higher than his current reach, and he would hunt down the remaining relics of the primordial dragon Fafnir. A shimmering, invisible thread, a soul link, snapped into existence between the dragon and the human, weaving their destinies together far more intimately than any standard reward could imply. Through that neural connection, Theo swore he would find the ultimate medicine, something capable of repairing or replacing the heart Lodbrok had lost. After all, among the scattered, world-shaking relics of the primordial dragons, he was certain a miracle existed that could save her from her slow death. As the trial concluded and the bond synchronized, a wave of energy rushed through Theo, leveling him up and leaving him feeling the sharp, refined change in his core. To Theo, this was the bare minimum required to bear the title of her partner. Lodbrok offered a faint, imperceptible smirk, noting that she would see how well he lived up to the task of caring for her. However, she tempered his enthusiasm with a hard reality. She couldn't leave the domain yet. Until she hit her hibernation cycle, he was on his own to navigate the hostile politics and threats waiting outside. Then, with a casual gesture, she produced an ancient tome from thin air, a heavy, weathered volume that felt as if it possessed a pulse of its own. Lodbrok explained that if their souls were to truly synchronize, Theo would need to master the secrets within this artifact to unlock his mind gate. She estimated he had roughly a month of rigorous study ahead of him, advising him to pace himself rather than rushing headlong into such a volatile process. Then, the system flashed a notification. He had secured an additional, secondary reward. He had gained the Amon Grimoire. As Theo skimmed the properties, he was genuinely breathless. It was a repository of magical theories dating back to the genesis of the world. It was a treasure map to the fundamental laws of the universe, and he felt a profound wave of relief knowing he had actually managed to secure it. But the time frame she mentioned hit him like a bucket of ice water. He questioned the 1-month requirement, and Lodbrok explained that opening a mind gate was no trivial feat. She tilted her head, curious if he had something more pressing on his calendar. Theo groaned in frustration, explaining that the second phase of the awakening ceremony was currently unfolding, and it only lasted 15 days total. With less than half a month remaining, he was desperate to finish the exam before diving into the training. Lodbrok watched him quietly, her eyes narrowing as she mentally calculated the situation, already reaching a conclusion that would dash his hopes. She admitted that, in theory, his plan was logical. Unfortunately, she had absolutely no intention of letting him walk out the door. After all, she hadn't just chosen a partner to let him run off immediately. For his own survival, she insisted he open that mind gate before the second stage of the ceremony ended. Until that was accomplished, she made it clear he wasn't going anywhere. Her tone was serene, yet the implication behind it was cold and absolute. She was keeping him locked in. With only 13 days left on the clock, Theo had roughly 300 hours to achieve the impossible. To understand why this training was so critical, we have to look back at what was happening on the surface. 3 days before the second phase of the ceremony kicked off, Axion's uncle had been busy detailing the secret mechanics behind the totems and how they established safe zones against the encroaching fiends. The secret wasn't the totem itself. It was the fiend summoning marble hidden at its core. That marble was essentially a miniature battery, saturated with high-intensity fiend energy. Because of the sheer potency of the signal it emitted, local monsters were naturally repelled, leaving the area around the totem effectively quarantined from the chaos. With a sharp, clinical squeeze of his fingers, he grinds the tiny marble into dust right before their eyes. The debris drifts through the air, a silent but terrifying demonstration of the pure, unadulterated catastrophe packed inside such a minuscule object. The instant the marble shatters, a grotesque fiend erupts into existence, materializing out of thin air without a second of hesitation. It's a chilling reminder that, regardless of the location or the hour, this summoning method ignores all boundaries, unleashing chaos on command. In a matter of moments, a cluster of these twisted fiends begins to congregate around the man. The sight serves as a brutal testament to the utility and the lethal danger of these specialized summoning marbles. Without a flicker of doubt or a wasted motion, he taps into the raw energy of his dragon spirit, crushing more marbles one after another to swell the ranks of his summoned army. He calmly outlines the mechanics. The entire second stage of the exam is built around the culling of these fiends to rack up points. The implication is crystal clear. If Theo wants to climb the scoreboard and secure his future, he has absolutely no choice but to hunt down every single one of these monsters released in his path. Watching the scene unfold, Axion begins to grasp the sheer scope of his uncle's machinations. He realizes that these marbles aren't just for show. They are sophisticated bait, meticulously designed to lure Theo into a deadly, prearranged slaughterhouse. His uncle is quick to interject, reminding him that this is merely the opening move of a much larger scheme. They aren't interested in a simple, pathetic kill. They need secrets, the lost knowledge of the Rose Palace. Axion's own hatred for Tegai has curdled into something far more toxic and obsessive, and he hungers to drag the information out of Theo through his own hands, savoring every moment of the torture. However, the uncle shatters that arrogance with a single, cutting remark, a calculated jab intended to pull Axion back from his descent into reckless vanity. He spells it out bluntly. There is no massive, insurmountable wall of power separating Axion from Theo. Despite the fantasies Axion clings to about being the puppet master, the situation remains volatile and is certainly not guaranteed to play out according to his ego. Simultaneously, he points out a fatal flaw in Theo's character, his capacity for compassion. It is this very softness that will be his undoing. The uncle suggests a cold, calculated strategy, using the vulnerable dropouts languishing at the fourth training ground as the ultimate bait. To the uncle, these people are nothing more than hostages, leverage that will force Theo to crawl out of hiding and surrender his secrets. It's a cowardly, indirect approach that doesn't rely on brute strength, and while Axion clearly bristles at the lack of a fair fight, he eventually bows to the efficiency of the plan. The narrative shifts back to the present, where the gears of this trap are already turning. The Dark Leopard recalls how Theo managed to vanish completely, leaving the audience stunned as the clock ticked down. Only 12 hours remaining before the second stage concludes. The prodigy from Ragnar had already surged into the lead with a massive 860 points. Even with that cushion, the Dark Leopard can't shake the growing anxiety that all this effort might be for nothing if their intricate trap falls apart at the finish line. One of his subordinates murmurs a theory. Perhaps the council scoundrels found Theo first? It seems the only logical explanation for his total disappearance from the map. Felix Ragnar, currently holding the 7th rank, decides to step into the conversation, offering his own observations on the current situation. Axion, however, shuts him down instantly, snapping at him with sharp, biting impatience. He sneers, labeling Felix's input as nothing short of moronic. To twist the blade further, he mockingly reminds Felix why Lady Plum Blossom chose to take a personal interest in Theo instead of looking his way. Felix is left reeling, his face flushed with fury. He can't fathom why Axion is being so needlessly vicious when he was only trying to assist in tracking their common target. The insult lands deep, and the humiliation begins to boil over, turning into a potent, simmering anger within Felix. Axion couldn't care less. He has absolutely zero regard for Felix's wounded pride or his bruised ego. With a slow, chilling grin, he rises to his feet. He declares with icy resolve that if Theo won't show his face voluntarily, he will simply drag him out into the light by force. And make no mistake, he already has everything required to do just that. He has at his beck and call the elite members of both the Scale Dragon Society and the Plum Blossom Palace. His plan is simple and monstrous. March forward and slaughter the failed examinees gathered at the 4th training ground. This sociopath intends to turn the area into a graveyard, keeping up the butchery until Theo has no choice but to emerge. Unseen in the shadows nearby, Ragnar remains completely still, eavesdropping on every single word of their dark plot. She remains focused and silent, holding the third-place position as she weighs the gravity of what she's just heard. Elsewhere, the scene cuts to a battle in progress. A frost lizard fiend being systematically carved up by a group of warriors. The yellow-bellied creature falls, and the group erupts into cheers, treating the kill like a monumental triumph. But the grim reality is that their point tally is pathetic, and with the clock counting down to the final 12 hours, they are running dangerously low on time. Their thoughts drift back to Theo, weighted down by the concern of their own preparations to support him. One of them tries to keep spirits high, speculating that maybe Theo is off on some far more important mission. After all, simply surviving the hell of the exam is the real hurdle. The rankings themselves are just secondary. Even so, deep down, they all harbor the same hope. To see Theo soar to the top once again and claim the valedictorian spot he clearly deserves. As they continue their light-hearted banter, entirely unaware of their surroundings, a cold-blooded blade suddenly pierces through their ranks. In a single, ruthless motion, Orion Gardner has executed Sybil in cold blood. The remaining group members freeze in absolute terror, their voices trembling as they demand to know why the Scaled Dragon Society would commit such a vile act. The horror deepens as they realize the truth. They aren't enemies or obstacles. They are bait. They are about to suffer a gruesome end solely to force Theo out of his hiding place. All for the crime of being in the wrong place at the wrong time. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to the glittering, treasure-filled vault of Lodbrok's nest. The guardian dragon watches with genuine amazement at the speed of Theo's progress, particularly his success in breaching his own mind's gate. To pull this off in less than half a month is nothing short of extraordinary. The system confirms he has officially made his first real breakthrough into the fundamental principles of magic, a feat fueled by the knowledge he carried over from his past life. Mastering the Aemon Grimoire hinges on two things: the raw volume of one's mana and the inherent quality of that power. Thanks to his unique mana haul and the dragon heart, the process is practically instinctive. He is internalizing techniques at nearly double the speed of an ordinary mage. The result is the manifestation of a lower-ranked skill, Hatchling Synchro. This technique grants him the uncanny ability to perceive the inner workings of objects using psychokinesis. Lodbrok finally acknowledges it. Theo has proven his worth as her partner. With these core fundamentals locked in, he now has the foundation to build something truly formidable through relentless refinement. She hints that as he ascends to higher tiers of power, the threshold will eventually break, and he will begin to hear her voice clearly. The ultimate reward will be when Theo becomes capable of channeling Lodbrok's own power, inheriting the same devastating strength once held by the clan's progenitor. But there is a ticking clock for her, too. The guardian dragon only has 3 years to recover. Even so, Theo stands ready and focused, eager to show her just how quickly he can bridge that gap. Seeing that his resolve is ironclad, Lodbrok formally declares that the primordial covenant is now complete. With a final, gentle farewell, she bids him leave, clearly looking forward to the day their paths inevitably cross again. Finally, Theo steps back out into the world, back to the reality of the exam. He's secured the pack, yes, but he is far from being in the clear. He's sitting on 0 points with only 12 hours of the exam remaining, and he has no idea what kind of storm is waiting for him on the outside. Even to someone as seasoned as Theo, it feels as if life has deliberately cranked the difficulty to the absolute limit. At every turn, he's confronted with an insurmountable barrier, forcing him to navigate a gauntlet where every single decision carries the weight of potential catastrophe. Theo's mind races as he quickly audits his remaining options. He realizes with cold clarity that continuing to hunt fiends through traditional means is a dead end. There's simply no mathematical way to claw his way to the top spot in the 12 hours he has left. As the clock ticks down, he realizes the old strategy won't cut it. He needs to deviate from the established rules and pivot to something far more aggressive. The solution is to forcibly liberate Bells from the other candidates. He recalls the methodology Axion used to seize first place in his previous life, and he deduces that the same logic holds true now. The most efficient path to the top isn't killing monsters, it's hunting his own rivals. The strategy crystallizes in Theo's mind with sharp, dangerous focus. Hunt down the rival from Ragnar, seize the points he requires, and violently carve his way into the number 1 rank. Of course, sketching out a high-stakes strategy in one's head is a world away from actually executing it on the battlefield. Just then, a figure stumbles out from the dense tree line behind him, fighting through the foliage with a battered, broken gait. Theo's attention snaps toward the sound, his senses locking onto the intruder the moment they collapse into view. Their ruined state is simply too jarring to ignore. The figure resolves into Ray Ragnar, and the atmosphere around Theo shifts instantly from calculated planning to volatile concern. She looks shredded, her frame marked by such severe trauma that Theo's immediate instinct is to blame some monstrous, high-level fiend. Yet, As he scans the damage, a nagging intuition tells him that this doesn't add up. Try as he might to make sense of it, his gut refuses to accept that a warrior of Rei's caliber could be brought low by a mindless monster in a standard skirmish. Then he spots the damning evidence. A clean, deliberate sword wound carved across her frame. The realization hits him like a physical blow. This wasn't a beast's rampage. This was an act of human malice. Panic flaring in his chest, Theo rushes to her side, his voice tight and strained with desperate questions. Rei, however, is teetering on the edge of consciousness. She barely manages to choke out a single, frantic command. He has to head west. Before she can offer any further context, her resolve finally fractures, and the last of her energy vanishes. She collapses forward, dead weight, into Theo's waiting arms. Calling upon his newfound skill, the uncanny ability to commune with the residual memories clinging to objects, Theo reaches for the sword she carried, grasping at the weapon in hopes of unearthing the truth buried within. As the ability takes hold, sensory fragments flood into Theo's consciousness, as if the weapon itself is a window dragging him backward into the scene of the crime. The first flash he perceives is Rei, moving with ghostly precision, keeping herself expertly concealed. She had been lurking in the shadows, tailing a dangerous, organized group that had gathered with the singular, malicious intent of entrapping Theo's allies. The candidates who had failed at the 4th training ground were already restrained, helpless, stripped of their dignity, and suffering under a barrage of brutal violence. Having reduced them to this pathetic state, their tormentors were already debating whether or not to end their lives permanently. One of the goons challenges Orion, sneering at why he'd bothered capturing 9 of these useless clowns, when a couple would have sufficed for leverage. But just as these psychopaths are poised to cross the line into murder, Rei finally breaks cover, stepping out from the shadows with reckless bravery to confront Axion head-on. The Dark Leopard urges Axion to handle this as a private affair, signaling that she has no intention of intervening in his personal vendetta. Rei refuses to be a bystander to this atrocity. Defying the overwhelming odds, she steels herself, drawing her blade to challenge Axion directly. Axion wears an expression of profound disappointment, as if Rei's very existence is an insult to him. Convinced she's become a pawn for Theo, he readies his own weapon, prepared to strike her down without mercy. The skirmish ignites instantly, turning into a blur of chaotic violence the moment they launch themselves at one another. Steel shrieks against steel as they trade a massive opening blow, the sheer force of the collision proving that neither is holding anything back. When the dust settles on their exchange, it's Rei who is left reeling, bleeding out from a savage, deep tissue slash that has brought her to the brink of death. At that point, the vision cuts to black. The memories refuse to yield further. Theo's mastery of the skill is still too shallow, and everything beyond that decisive blow remains locked away. Theo is left seething, consumed by a cocktail of burning rage and confusion. How could Axion sink so low as to use his friends as human collateral just to lure him out? Rei, meanwhile, is floored that Theo managed to deduce the reality of the situation without a word from her. Desperate to piece together the rest of the puzzle, Theo presses her, begging for the truth behind Axion's ultimate objective. Barely clinging to consciousness, Rei wheezes out the answer. Axion had been hunting for Theo from the very beginning. Capturing him was always the primary mission. When Theo proved impossible to track, Axion pivoted to this cruel strategy, banking on the fact that taking his friends hostage would be the only way to force his hand. The realization lands like a hammer blow, and Theo's fury surges to a boiling point. The same enemies who made his past life a living hell are back at it. Only this time, they've drastically underestimated him. He is not the broken, helpless boy he once was. With a voice vibrating with icy, controlled rage, he demands to know Axion's exact location and what the next phase of his twisted plan looks like. Simultaneously, one of Axion's subordinates delivers the update. Theo has been spotted at the northern cliffside. The news hits Axion like a jolt, his attention locking onto the intel with predatory hunger. His men are certain of their assessment. Since Theo has already made contact with Rei Ragnar, they're betting their lives he'll be heading their way any second. The prospect of finally getting his hands on Theo fills Axion with a sick, twisted joy. A cruel, jagged grin stretches across his face as he settles in to await his prey. A subordinate quickly reminds him, however, that there's absolutely no reason for him to risk a fair one-on-one duel. After all, his true priority here isn't the petty satisfaction of revenge. It's securing the clues related to the relics. They suggest that Axion's men handle the Theo problem, instead, leaving Axion free to focus on the high-priority objective that will actually secure their success. They advise him to trigger the summoning marbles, seeding the surrounding area with monsters to create a massive, chaotic distraction. Axion doesn't hesitate for a second, signaling his complete and total approval of the plan. Back with Ray, she is clinging to her last reserves, physically gripping Theo as she begs him to reconsider. She warns him that even the Central Intelligence proctors have been pulled into this, revealing the sheer scale of the conspiracy working to see him destroyed. To Ray, this is a death trap far beyond what Theo can handle in his current state, regardless of how much sheer willpower he possesses. She insists that the exam has effectively ceased to be a test and has morphed into a literal slaughterhouse designed for his execution. Charging in is the definition of suicide, and she pleads with him to seek out the proctors for an official intervention instead. Even hearing the danger, Theo knows the clock is against him. There's simply no time for the safe play. He offers her a word of genuine, hard-won gratitude for the risks she took to bring him this warning. Yet, gratitude won't override his moral compass. He can't simply turn his back and let his friends face the fire alone. The second Ray coughs up the location, Theo is already in motion, his mind made up to execute this reckless plan regardless of the consequences. Watching him go, Ray can only stare in disbelief, certain that Theo has completely abandoned his senses. The risk-to-reward ratio is disastrous, and from her vantage point, he's sprinting directly into a shallow grave. She continues to scream at him to pull back, to take the path of least resistance. Theo snaps back, his composure finally shattering to reveal the raw emotion underneath. He declares that he refuses to watch anyone else precious to him be discarded, not for a second time. They had a pact to finish this second stage together, and Theo is absolutely not going to let that promise die here in the dirt. Ray speaks in a hushed, weary tone about the cursed destiny that seems to dog the heels of every Ragnar, reminding Theo that for people born into their station, sacrifice is merely the cost of doing business. In the harsh reality they inhabit, losing everything is rarely a tragedy. It's just an inevitable preordained choice. Theo isn't having any of it. He instantly pushes back, throwing her own recent history right in her face. He highlights the glaring contradiction in her fatalism, noting that she herself couldn't remain a passive observer when Axian's casual cruelty was erupting right before her eyes. Deep down, even Ray couldn't stomach the sight of that unfolding terror. No matter the lethal risk involved, her instincts overrode her logic, and she moved to intervene before she could even convince herself it wasn't her problem. That specific moment pulls Theo violently back into the haunting memories of his previous life, a time when everything he held dear was consumed by infernos and torn limb from limb while he watched in helpless silence. He was a prisoner of his own weakness back then, trapped inside a clan that obsessed over absolute strength, yet he was utterly incapable of guarding the few things that actually mattered to him. Theo has finally hit his limit. He is done being the man who stands by while others are stolen away, and he is certainly finished with being a puppet forced to dance at the whim of others. With every searing memory of his past failures weighing on his heart, he makes his stance crystal clear. He will not, under any circumstances, repeat the disastrous mistakes that cost him his world once before. That potent cocktail of long-buried regret and white-hot resolve ignites within him. His face becomes a mask of iron, and his voice carries a dangerous, sharp-edged finality. Theo demands the location of Axian, and he says it with the weight of a man who has fully committed to the point of no return. He is finished with playing defense. The narrative lens pulls away from Theo's urgent, tense confrontation to follow the movements of Remington Narcio. Remington has just stumbled upon a scene that puts his survival instincts on immediate high alert. Scattered haphazardly across the forest floor are the abandoned supplies that Sybil had been carrying just moments ago. And the items aren't just Sybil's. As Remington looks closer, he realizes these supplies belong to the entirety of Theo's inner circle. The fresh, dark stains of blood splattered across the dirt tell Remington everything he needs to know. A brutal atrocity occurred here, and based on the state of the scene, it happened only a short while ago. His eyes track up from the gore-soaked gear, and he pivots his focus toward the two warriors standing watch in the distance, bracing himself for a confrontation. One of them is Hulkus Lanka, the contestant currently holding the 5th rank in the overall standings. Standing firmly beside him is Erica Lanka, who commands an even higher level of respect as the 4th-ranked participant, making the air around them feel significantly more lethal. And then the true nature of this group becomes clear. Remington Narcio himself is revealed to be the lackey standing directly behind Axian, guarding the coveted second-place spot. Back in the thick of the woods, Theo is already in the midst of a violent, high-speed struggle against a frost-bound fiend that has dared to block his path. The beast lunges with lethal intent, but Theo avoids its reach with sharp, fluid motion, refusing to grant the monster the dignity of wasting more than a second of his time. The instant the creature leaves an opening, Theo ends the fight with a single brutal and decisive strike. He doesn't pause to appreciate the kill. His mind is entirely consumed by the urgent, frantic need to reach his friends. Theo begins to sprint in the direction of Axian's position, fueled by the desperate, clawing hope that at least some of his companions are still drawing breath. He pieces the puzzle together. Ed is masterfully pulling Axian's strings, using the boy's volatile emotions to ensure Theo is purged from the exam without triggering an all-out war with the clan. Adding to the nightmare is the chilling confirmation that the Intelligence Bureau proctors are actively colluding with Axian. For Theo, that collaboration is the final piece of evidence proving that the entire system has been rigged to ensure his destruction. As more monstrosities swarm him, Theo cuts through the horde with his triple dragon's claw strike, all while calculating that these proctors are likely keeping a tight leash on Axian to ensure he doesn't lose his mind before the trap is fully sprung. Even so, Theo ignores the risk, prioritizing raw speed above all else because he knows how easily Axian breaks. The guy is a powder keg of insecurity and ego, and once his emotions spike, he loses all capability for rational thought. Theo launches himself into the air toward yet another fiend, readying an aerial blow while simultaneously plotting how he might weaponize that impulsivity to turn Axian's own flaws into his downfall. His blade descends, finding the monster's skull with clinical, bone-shattering precision. A hot spray of blood erupts from the wound, painting the pristine snow crimson as the massive beast collapses into a heap beneath him. Elsewhere, Ray struggles to gather her scattered senses, her thoughts drifting to the image of Theo. After all these years, she realizes that deep down, he hasn't fundamentally changed from the boy she once knew. Even with her vitality ebbing away and her body screaming from the trauma, Ray's core desire is still to assist him, even if it's the very last thing she ever does. Meanwhile, the hostages are being subjected to a merciless beating under Axian's command, tossed aside as if their lives have the value of dirt. Axian stands ready to butcher them for so much as a stray noise, acting as if the slightest plea for mercy would be sufficient grounds to end their lives. Once again, the supervising proctors step in to warn him against acting unilaterally and inciting an unnecessary incident before the plan hits its critical phase. Obeying the order, Axian halts his blade millimeters from his target and forces himself to stand down, though the effort of holding back his bloodlust is clearly eating him alive. He is well aware that 4 elite proctor swordsmen have already been deployed to carry out a silent, clean assassination of Theo. Axian's uncle clearly doesn't trust him to do the job personally, a fact that stings and fuels his bottomless frustration. To Axian, Theo is nothing more than a pest, yet he's being denied the pleasure of squashing him. Just as the conspirators prepare for the trap to close, the very person they've been hunting finally steps onto the stage. Axian locks eyes with Theo as he emerges from the treeline, his clothes soaked in gore like a seasoned executioner. Theo's expression is an icy void, his gaze locked onto his targets with a terrifying, absolute focus. Then, Theo's eyes scan the ground to find his companions, beaten and broken in the dirt, and the sight tears through his composure like a jagged blade. His gaze shifts slowly to the vermin responsible for orchestrating this scene, cataloging each one of them with a silent, simmering, and lethal fury. Only after he has marked his enemies does Theo finally direct his full, undivided attention back toward Axian. Axian has clearly been anticipating this moment, posing with his weapon drawn as if this death trap was the specific confrontation he had been craving. Finally, Theo's vision settles on the still, silent forms of his friends, and the finality of their state hits him. His hand white-knuckles his weapon, the muscles in his forearm rippling with a rage he is barely managing to leash. Axian mirrors the motion, whipping his own sword out with an eager, manic energy, desperate to charge into the fray. But yet again, a curt warning stops him in his tracks, commanding him to hold his position and avoid any reckless engagement. With a sneer of frustration, Axian eases his blade down, breaking his stance, even though the violent urge to lash out is written all over his face. To keep the negotiation from spiraling, Axian fixates on his demands, chillingly ordering Theo to spill every secret he holds regarding the artifacts if he wants his comrades to survive the hour. But instead of the fearful submission he expects, Theo Ragnar locks eyes with him, his expression cool and steady, and drops a question that completely shifts the momentum. He asks, with biting curiosity, if Axian is actually afraid of him. This isn't just a reckless jab, it's a calculated strike at the heart of Axian's insecurities. Theo is ruthlessly manipulating the man's fragile ego, baiting him into a trap of his own making. With a sneer of performative arrogance, Theo mocks him for being a total coward, arguing that he's gone to such pathetic, extreme lengths, hiding behind hostages, simply because he is terrified of suffering a humiliating public defeat. Axian's temper is already redlining, his face twisting with mounting fury, but Theo doesn't give him a moment to breathe. He presses the attack verbally, twisting the knife with every syllable to ensure the insult lands deep. Theo scathingly points out that the only reason Axian needs this army of sycophants hovering around him is to safeguard his own fragile reputation and pride. And what's more, he is hunkering down behind this disgusting hostage game, using battered, defenseless allies as a meat shield because he lacks the backbone to face Theo in an honest, one-on-one clash. To Theo, the whole display is just a frantic, transparent attempt to stave off a loss against someone he's convinced is beneath him. A pathetic truth that proves Axion isn't fit to hold the title of one of the four hounds. By now, Axion is absolutely livid, vibrating with a rage that is exactly what Theo hoped to provoke. Theo continues to needle him, leveling a direct, icy dare for him to step up and resolve this like a real member of the Ragnar clan. Unless, of course, Axion would prefer to tuck tail and run, proving to everyone present that he is exactly the coward Theo claims he is. That final, stinging challenge shatters Axion's restraint, and the pressure cooker of his rage finally bursts wide open. Theo calmly lays out the stakes of the duel. If he loses, he yields the artifact intel and his own life. But if he emerges victorious, his friends walk away free and alive. The Black Leopard is completely consumed by his bloodlust now. He sneers at the Ragnar fool, arrogantly reminding him of his place in the clan hierarchy before narrowing his eyes into a lethal, predatory glare, seemingly blind to the fact that Theo is leading him straight into the lion's den. The CBI observers try to intervene, fully aware that Theo is masterfully using his words to drag Axion off the rails and onto a path that doesn't fit their script. They shout for Axion to stick to the pre-approved strategy, but he has reached his breaking point. He's completely finished with their careful, bureaucratic maneuvering. With a snarl, Axion accepts the challenge and marches forward to meet Theo head-on, falling right into the singular, deadly confrontation Theo has been orchestrating from the start. The watching proctors realize with dawning horror that the situation is veering into chaos, the exact opposite of their design. Still, they stand by, hands ready to intervene with lethal force if it looks like Axion is about to face a total, crushing defeat. Axion barks a sharp order to his men. Do not interfere. He insists that a Ragnar duel must be governed by tradition and honor. For the moment, he also commands them to leave the hostages untouched. The duel ignites with Theo striking first, a lightning-fast blade arc that catches Axion entirely off guard and forces him to scramble back. With the duel officially sanctioned, the gloves are off. Both combatants stop playing games, their steel meeting in a deafening, serious clash that levels the playing field. Axion tries to maintain his superiority, talking down to Theo while unleashing a barrage of heavy, bone-crushing strikes designed to overwhelm him through sheer, brute force. He is determined to make Theo feel the vast disparity between them, so he calls upon the Heaven Dragon Shout, unleashing a fierce, roaring surge of mana packed with devastating, raw power. The shockwave of that attack is so immense that even Theo senses his mortality flickering. His instincts scream that one slight miscalculation here will be his last. In a heartbeat, Theo channels his own inner fire and readies a charged, vicious counterslash, refusing to yield an inch of ground to the incoming blast. He meets Axion's force with his own, the Triple Dragon's Claw. Theo's strike slices through the middle of Axion's attack, shattering the energy wave and leaving Axion visibly stunned, his eyes wide with disbelief at what he's just witnessed. Standing before him now isn't the easy target he expected, but a hardened, confident warrior capable of weathering, and even shattering, the strongest techniques Axion can muster. Theo flings the insult right back, sneering at Axion's audacity for trying to lecture him on strength when this is the pathetic best he has to offer. Watching the exchange from the sidelines, Orion breaks into a cold sweat, staring at the aftermath of Theo's strike. His initial contempt has vanished. He is beginning to realize that the man he called an imbecile is harboring a terrifying, hidden power. The air grows suffocatingly heavy. The fight is no longer one-sided. For the first time, it's dawning on everyone present that Axion might actually lose this. Staring at his own uncertain survival, Orion starts to weigh his options, wondering if he should jump ship to the winning side while he still has the chance. He also realizes with newfound clarity that Axion has committed the ultimate mistake. He has fundamentally underestimated his opponent. Ultimately, Orion decides to stay the course. Those damn proctors are lurking everywhere, eyes fixed on the battle, and he is certain they will find a way to dispose of Theo regardless of who wins this specific duel. Relieved of the need to choose, Orion turns back to his subordinates to issue new instructions. He orders them to scatter and track down the remaining proctors, ensuring they stay well clear of the blast zone where Theo and Axion are tearing each other apart. The ugly truth of Axion's history begins to bleed out. He was groomed from birth to seize the clan throne, with his mother and uncle acting as puppet masters, dangling him like a lure because their own influence relied entirely on his success. But the Ragnar name was just a thin, convenient veil. Behind closed doors, they knew exactly what he was. A Troivan. Even amidst his growing frustration, Axion is forced to begrudgingly acknowledge Theo's performance, shouting his praise for the way he has managed to hold the line. He lunges forward, throwing his entire body into a desperate, final effort strike aimed at ending Theo's life. But Theo intercepts it with zero surprise, wearing a confident, mocking smile that suggests he had anticipated this exact move seconds ago. Axion is dancing exactly to Theo's rhythm, blinded by the very anger Theo worked so hard to trigger. Miles away from the front lines, the situation within the council has erupted. News of Theo's return and his direct, violent engagement with Axion is spreading like wildfire. Theo's few supporters are electrified by the word that he's alive, their relief palpable as they track the developments. Meanwhile, the factions that wanted him erased are stunned, openly frustrated that their hired thugs failed to finish the job as instructed. Axion's uncle, curiously, seems satisfied to hear Theo is still breathing, even if his true endgame remains obscured. Keeping Theo alive provides a crucial window to squeeze the secrets they need out of him. He's playing a waiting game. Once the information finally surfaces, he'll order the elite swordsman to execute a clean, definitive strike to eliminate Theo for good. Then, without warning, a fresh report arrives detailing the savage intensity of the brawl currently playing out between Theo and Axion. As one might expect, the news sends him into a panic. This level of exposure is a direct contradiction to his carefully laid plans. Back in the thick of the combat, Theo taps into the jester's footwork, a secret, high-level technique. This ability grants him a massive edge in mobility and evasion, allowing him to weave through the combat zone with impossible erratic speed. Axion swings his blade again and again, his frustration mounting, but he's swinging at air. Not a single one of his savage attacks can find its mark. With every failed strike, the cold, hard reality settles over Axion. Theo's power has soared to a level he never thought possible. Axion's features harden into a mask of cold intensity. His gaze narrows, turning into a predatory, dangerous glare as he meticulously tracks and analyzes every subtle shift in Theo's posture and movement. With a smirk of arrogant superiority, he dismisses his opponent, remarking that Theo's speed is nowhere near as formidable as common gossip would have the world believe. Now that he feels he has successfully synced with the rhythm of Theo's footwork and spotted a barely perceptible flaw in his defensive technique, he abruptly launches his sword forward with blistering speed. The blade rockets across the gap, transformed into a lethal projectile aimed squarely at Theo's skull. The maneuver catches Theo completely off guard, not merely due to its raw velocity, but because the sight of the flying steel instantly triggers a suppressed, agonizing memory from his past life. Back then, he had been trapped in a fog of confusion and indecision, utterly paralyzed and unable to process the danger closing in on him, when a razor-sharp blade suddenly tore into his flank, striking him down before he could even register where the assault had originated. Axion gloats, explaining that no matter how sophisticated a secret technique might be, it's bound by physical laws and predictable patterns. Once those patterns become transparent, he can pinpoint exactly where his target will materialize. Blood begins to streak down the steel, but Theo has narrowly cheated death. He has managed to catch the projectile with his bare hands, stopping the momentum just an inch from a fatal wound. In that split second, as his hands lock onto the weapon, the final piece of the puzzle clicks into place. Theo finally confirms the identity of the person who orchestrated his execution in his first life. Axion was a key traitor, one of the architects who set the destruction of the Ragnar clan in motion. A wave of raw, unfiltered hatred surges through Theo's veins, tempered by a cold, grim satisfaction. He now knows for a fact that Axion was the parasite who delivered the killing blow all those years ago. On the day he died, Theo hadn't even scratched the surface of the conspiracy. He hadn't uncovered the true monsters lurking behind the fall of the Rose Palace. He had been utterly defenseless back then, scrambling through the wreckage of his life, lacking the strength, the intelligence, and the agency to mount any kind of resistance. It was only after Rendon removed his mask that Theo began to peel back the layers of the lie. Later, Evelyn's investigation connected the dots between Rendon and the shadowy figures of the Camellia Palace. From that starting point, the remaining fragments of the conspiracy fell into place with chilling logical precision. The strike team that led the assault was comprised entirely of agents loyal to the Troyven clan. And among those treacherous dogs, only one individual was known for wielding such an obscure, unconventional throwing technique. The man standing before him now, the sly, manipulative traitor, was none other than Axion Ragnar. His ego was so bloated, his arrogance so immense, that he would casually discard his own blade just to land a finishing blow on his prey. Theo had entered this fight with only a suspicion, a whisper of a doubt. But now, the ugly reality stands manifested in the flesh right before his eyes. His grip tightens around the sword blade, his fingers digging into the sharpened metal with a terrifying, superhuman force. Then, fueled by a volcano of pure, unadulterated fury, Theo wrenches his hand closed and shatters the blade, snapping the steel into pieces with his bare strength. Theo is burning to understand their endgame. What possible motive could drive them to such lengths, orchestrating these elaborate, soul-crushing schemes just to extinguish his life and the lives of his companions? Witnessing such raw, visceral power exerted by someone he considered weak, Axion is left completely speechless, momentarily stunned by the feat. But the tragedy for Axion is that Theo is no longer the broken, helpless man he remembers from his previous life. This time, he is a fortress, fully committed to defending not just his own existence, but the lives of the allies standing with him. Theo flings the mangled shards of the broken blade back at their owner, hurling them toward Axion with deadly accuracy. Axion bats them away with a flick of his wrist, sneering at the attempt and mocking the move as a pathetic, amateurish imitation of his own skill. But suddenly, the air shifts. Axion feels a massive, oppressive wave of anger radiating off Theo. That agitation rapidly transmutes into something far more dangerous as a palpable bloodlust begins to bleed out from his opponent. It is a murderous intent so thick and suffocating that it feels like the oxygen is being vacuumed out of the air around them. Accompanying that presence is a massive, surging column of mana, outputting a level of power that Axion never dreamed Theo possessed. Axion's pupils dilate as the realization crashes into him. Theo has been concealing his true depth of skill this entire time. In the blink of an eye, Theo vanishes from Axion's field of vision, moving with such unnatural speed that he appears to have simply dissolved into the air. He rematerializes in a crouch directly beneath Axion, already coiling his muscles for a devastating upward thrusting strike. The sheer, kinetic weight behind the blow connects solidly, sending Axion reeling backward and forcing him into a desperate, backpedaling defense. Now, the roles have reversed. Axion is on the ropes, his movements frantic as he struggles to parry Theo's relentless, high-pressure onslaught. Theo successfully slices through the air, grazing Axion's face with a precise, razor-sharp cut, a bloody testament that the man's guard has been breached. With a mocking smirk directed at the volatile warrior, Theo asks exactly when he intends to stop playing around and actually unleash his full potential. The barb sinks deep, further unhinging Axion and stoking the fires of his already volatile temper. But then, in a sudden, violent reversal of fortune, Theo's arm is snatched mid-swing before he can retreat. Axion retaliates instantly, raking his own blade across Theo's face and carving a jagged mark of his own. The duel has leveled out. This is no longer a one-sided slaughter. They are locked in a high-stakes dance, trading lethal blows that could end the fight at any heartbeat. Theo opts to vanish from sight once more, executing a feint that leaves his opponent striking at empty space. He reappears with a slash so forceful, so overwhelmingly potent, that it hammers the sword right out of Axion's grip. For a singular, agonizing second, Axion is left completely defenseless, utterly exposed to whatever Theo decides to do next. Theo levels one final, cold question at his opponent as he pulls his blade back, coiling his body to plunge the steel deep into Axion's gut. The final execution is poised to land. At this range, Axion is completely trapped with no path to evade the strike. Meanwhile, over in Remington's sector, he meticulously traces the blood splatter and realizes, with a sense of dread, that the patterns were left by a broken body being dragged across the terrain. The first name that flickers into Remington's mind is Axion. It feels bizarre, almost nonsensical, but it's the only answer that fits. After all, Axion has already locked down first place. There shouldn't be a single logical reason for him to be acting this reckless and desperate. But Remington's intuition is sharp, and he starts connecting the dots. He realizes with a sinking feeling that their true objective wasn't just the ranking. It was to hunt Theo down the moment the second stage of the exam kicked off. Hulkus is practically seething with rage, openly disgusted that Axion would stoop so low as to use such a cowardly, underhanded method. Erica, however, doesn't even blink. Her face remains unervingly calm. She speaks with a chilling level of composure, noting that these kinds of devious schemes are exactly what they should have anticipated from the very first day of the clan's awakening ceremony. Remington knows she's right, and the realization only deepens his frustration. Because he understands the nature of the Ragnar clan all too well, he doesn't hold back his disdain. He detests their entire philosophy, how they worship raw, unbridled power and use that warped belief as a convenient excuse to cross moral lines that should never be touched. Erica's eyes narrow instantly, her expression sharpening into a warning. She snaps at Remington, telling him to watch his tongue before he says something that lands him in serious trouble. Remington couldn't care less about offending her. His priorities are clear. He has to save his friends' lives, and he's acting exactly how he imagines Theo would if he were standing right in his shoes. He makes his plea for help, and to his relief, Hulkus doesn't hesitate for a second, nodding in agreement and bracing himself to move. Erica, however, remains completely detached, showing absolutely no interest in helping them. She turns her back on them with a cold dismissiveness, remarking that she only showed up hoping to encounter Theo. Since he's nowhere to be seen, she sees no point in wasting her valuable time playing hero for a bunch of weaklings. Her brother just stares at her, completely baffled, and asks if she really has to be such a cold-hearted jerk about the whole situation. Remington sees that Erica still has a flicker of curiosity about Theo, so he plays that card. He tells her that if she truly wants to meet him later, helping them right now is the best move she could possibly make. That does the trick. With the trio now united, they set off at a sprint, determined to track down exactly where those hostages are being held. As they rush through the terrain, Remington can't help but pray that everyone is still safe and breathing by the time they reach their destination. They don't get very far before a wall of figures suddenly cuts them off, blocking their path entirely. The warriors of the Scaled Dragon Society emerge from the shadows to confront them, leaving no doubt that the betrayal they feared is now a grim reality. Orion looks downright irritated, sneering at the white-haired punk for running to Theo's side and gathering a group of muscle-brained fighters to back him up. Hulkus is immediately insulted by the remark, but Remington keeps his tone low and steady, warning Orion that he'd be much smarter to just step aside and let them pass. Orion clearly has no intention of backing down. He squares his shoulders, itching for a fight and looking ready to bring the violence straight to their doorstep. With all diplomatic options off the table and the path ahead blocked, Remington unsheathes his blade with a sharp metallic ring, signaling that the time for talking has officially ended. All three of them surge forward in unison, launching themselves into the fray to carve a path through the members of the Scaled Dragon Society. Meanwhile, the scene shifts, focusing back on the hostages held in captivity. One of the captives manages to snag the shattered piece of a blade that Theo had discarded during the heat of their battle. Suddenly clicks. Theo hadn't thrown that broken weapon just to lash out at Axion. It was a calculated move. He had intentionally aimed for it to land right near the hostage. That jagged piece of steel is their only lifeline, a tiny, concealed opening hidden within the chaotic blur of the combat. With trembling hands and strained knees, the hostage wiggles into position, meticulously trying to saw through the thick ropes binding his wrists. Back at the epicenter of the fight, Axion's life has been saved at the 11th hour by one of the higher-ranking swordsmen. Having observed the fight spiraling into a total disaster, they finally decided to intervene. The man stepping into the fray is Liam Troyven. Even as he steps forward, Liam looks fully prepared to deal with whatever disciplinary fallout comes from interrupting a private duel. Liam forcibly thrusts himself between the two combatants, shattering the intensity of the clash just before Theo can deliver his final blow. He barks orders to his subordinates, telling them to attend to Axion, effectively shifting the focus away from the duel. Liam immediately turns his aggression toward Theo, while the surrounding proctors chime in, singing the praises of the young master for managing to hold his own in such a lethal encounter. They waste no time handing Axion's blade back to him, ensuring their young master is rearmed and ready. Axion doesn't look murderous because of the interruption. If anything, his expression is one of profound disappointment, as if his toy has been taken away. Meanwhile, Liam's savage slashes begin to put heavy pressure on Theo, each blow carrying a weight that makes the battle significantly more grueling. Even so, Theo maintains his rhythm, parrying and countering Liam's strikes in a tense, near-equal exchange. Liam drives forward with a lightning-fast strike, but Theo blocks it with a clean, precise motion, refusing to give an inch. From that short, intense exchange, the high-ranking swordsman is visibly impressed by Theo's ability to defend against both him and Axion. Still, the reality is clear. Theo's raw skill isn't enough to match Liam in a direct, head-on collision. With the other proctors distracted and out of view, Liam realizes this is the golden opportunity to permanently eliminate this budding prodigy. For the sake of the Troyven clan, Liam leaps into the air for a devastating overhead strike, intending to end Theo Ragnar's life with one final, lethal blow. But then, the situation takes an incredibly twisted turn that absolutely no one saw coming. It isn't Theo who gets run through. Out of nowhere, a blade pierces straight through Liam's chest. The person holding the hilt is none other than Axion himself, his expression cold and detached. Axion speaks with icy calm, reminding his own men that he had explicitly warned them from the very start. They were never to interfere in his battle. In a heartbeat, the battlefield descends into total chaos, as Axion turns his blade against his own allies, betraying the very men who had rushed in to protect him. The other swordsmen stare at the young master in absolute shock, demanding to know why he would lash out so viciously against one of their own comrades. Axion jerks his gaze toward them, his features twisting into a mask of pure, unadulterated fury. The mere realization that they actually harbored doubts, that they truly believed he might falter or fall here, strikes him like a physical blow. To his warped sense of ego, their hesitation isn't just a tactical concern. It's a vile insult, a mockery of the immense power and the ancestral pride he wields as the rightful heir. Theo watches the scene unfold, witnessing Axion completely unravel in real time. In that quiet observation, the grim reality settles over him. Axion has finally snapped. The man is no longer thinking like a calculated warrior. His mental state has completely spiraled into the depths of total madness. Yet, amidst that insanity, a sliver of acknowledgement breaks through. For the first time, Axion begins to accept something he had desperately fought against. The person standing across from him is not just some upstart. He possesses the genuine skill, the terrifying aura, and the undeniable presence worthy of the Ragnar name. From his earliest childhood, Axion's mind was corrupted by his uncle's twisted influence. He was force-fed grand, intoxicating dreams and poisoned promises, constantly spurred to climb over the heads of others until he alone could claim the coveted Ragnar throne. Even now, with his world crumbling, Axion insists that Theo's current display of strength is a fluke. In his own distorted perception, when he compares their potential, he remains the superior force. That fundamental hierarchy, in his mind, has not changed one bit. He roars his conviction into the air, declaring that destiny has marked him to be the greatest warrior alive and the rightful master of the throne. To him, the idea that he could be defeated in a skirmish like this is a logical impossibility. With that lethal obsession burning bright in his eyes, Axion makes his stance clear. Any obstacle, any soul foolish enough to stand between him and his grand ambition, will be cut down without mercy. Without a single moment of hesitation, he hurls himself forward. He unleashes a vicious, desperate slash, pouring every last ounce of his remaining strength and manic energy into the strike. But the blade cuts through nothing but thin air. Axion's sword whistles through the empty space, missing his target by a wide margin. Theo had already vanished, utilizing his incredible speed to propel himself straight upward. He's hovering high above the battlefield before Axion can even register that his opponent has abandoned the ground. From that elevated vantage point, Theo launches his counterassault. The blow lands with sickening precision, and for the first time, a look of genuine, bone-chilling shock crosses Axion's face as the impact rattles his entire frame. Meanwhile, the situation for Liam has turned dire. He isn't dead yet, but he is hanging on by a thread. His body is broken, riddled with severe injuries that would have dropped a lesser man instantly. Fighting through the haze of agony, Liam gasps out orders for his men to swarm in and protect Axion, regardless of the cost. To him, this is the final, desperate gamble to eliminate Theo before their entire operation collapses into ruin. But the high-ranking swordsmen hesitate. They plant their feet, clearly recoiling from the order. They witnessed firsthand what happened to Liam the moment he dared to step into the heat of the duel. Liam has no patience for their cowardice. He screams at them to move, his voice raspy and desperate, warning them that if the young master fails to survive this, every single one of them will face execution. Axion, meanwhile, is being pushed back inch by agonizing inch. He looks utterly bewildered, his eyes wide as he struggles to grasp why, despite all his power, he is the one being dismantled in this fight. In the crushing weight of this moment, his uncle's teachings echo in the back of his mind. A grim reminder that within the cutthroat environment of the Ragnar clan, outcomes can shift in a heartbeat. He remembers the lesson that no matter how insurmountable the odds appear, an unexpected force can always arrive to turn the entire board upside down in an instant. But Axion refuses to accept the truth unfolding before him. Even as total defeat looms large, he clings to a desperate, shattered sense of denial. He had spent years looking down on Theo, treating him as a nuisance, beneath his notice, labeling him as a lowly worm or an annoying insect. He had even mocked him as a pathetic fool who failed to understand his place, insisting that Theo should never have even dared to stand on the same stage as him. Yet, the current reality proves his uncle was right all along about the widening gap between them. Despite this, Axion remains trapped in the suffocating fantasy of his own superiority, refusing to let that delusional belief break. Even after sustaining brutal, debilitating wounds, Axion lashes out again. He forces his mangled, broken body to move, as if sheer, unadulterated rage can serve as a substitute for actual vitality. His strikes have become wild, reckless, and entirely blind. He is no longer fighting with technique. He is driven by pure insanity, ranting incoherently about destiny, fate, and the glorious future that he still insists belongs to him alone. Theo, however, holds no space for such grandiose nonsense. To him, concepts like destiny and fate are utterly hollow when weighed against the cold, hard reality of their current situation. He realizes that it was precisely this toxic ambition of Axion's that dragged down everyone he held dear, turning that singular obsession into the primary engine of their destruction. Since Axion is clearly too far gone to ever surrender, Theo makes a cold, final decision. He will dismantle this threat once and for all by force. With that resolve hardening like stone in his chest, Theo taps into his core one last time, drawing out the final reserves of his power to fuel a single, decisive strike. A majestic, shimmering blue dragon manifests around him. Its radiant form pulses with raw energy, coiling through the air like a living, breathing avatar of his intent. For one last, thunderous moment, Theo unleashes the full roar of his triple dragon's claw, hurling the concentrated power forward with devastating velocity. As he strikes, he declares with ironclad certainty that he will become strong enough to cut down anyone at all, who dares to block his path. The attack rips through Axion without a shred of mercy. In one jarring, cinematic frame, Axion's body is pierced cleanly, his form rupturing and coming apart under the sheer, unbridled force of Theo's onslaught. Then, as the thick cloud of dust and debris begins to drift away from the scarred battlefield, a lifeless, mangled shape drops heavily to the earth. The corpse lies there, grotesque and final, with its head completely severed from the torso, leaving absolutely no question as to the lethality of that final strike. Axion's head falls separately from the heights above, tumbling through the air long after his body has already collapsed into the dirt. It hits the ground with a sickening, heavy thud, crashing into the earth until the features are reduced to an unrecognizable, ruined mess. A dark trail of blood begins to pool across the arena floor, but it's far too late. The deed is done, and history has been set in stone. Following that grueling and vicious confrontation, the lone figure left standing is Theo Ragnar, planted firmly on the ground, having finally exacted his long-awaited vengeance. Liam can only stare on in a dazed, catatonic state at the horrifying spectacle of the young master's decapitated remains, utterly unable to process the total disaster unfolding before his eyes. For a man as insufferably arrogant as Axion, it is a cruel and fitting conclusion, one that leaves his shattered pride strewn across the dirt right alongside his lifeless body. Liam knows full well the hellish fate that awaits him if news of this colossal failure reaches the ears of the Sky Dragon. Driven by pure panic, he rallies his remaining men, demanding they exact revenge and kill Theo, no matter the cost. The Troivan protectors, all veteran, high-ranking swordsmen, finally shake themselves from their state of paralyzed shock and advance as a unit. Ahead of them, Theo stands his ground, weary but unyielding. A faint ghost of a smile plays on Theo's lips. It is a mix of deep satisfaction and bitter fatigue, as if he is acutely aware of how perilous the coming moments will be. And he isn't wrong. He is walking on the edge of a blade. Even in peak condition, surviving a coordinated assault from 4 senior proctors would have been a near impossible feat in his current, exhausted state. The outlook is bleak. His physical stamina has hit a hard wall, and the massive amount of mana he expended to put Axion down has drained his internal reserves until they are essentially running on empty. Realistically, there is only one option left. With the meager scraps of strength left in his limbs, he must find a way to stall, to buy just a few more precious seconds. Based on his own tactical assessment, help is on the horizon and should arrive any heartbeat now, making every second he manages to hold out absolutely vital. The proctors finally close the gap, entering his striking range. They ready themselves for one final, desperate charge, determined to avenge their fallen young master with everything they have. But just as the situation reaches its breaking point, salvation emerges. The courageous Remington Narcio and the lanky siblings rally together, bursting onto the scene just in time to intercept the threat. The group moved in a blur, swiftly encircling Theo to form a protective, impenetrable formation. With their bodies positioned as a solid, unified barricade, they effectively cut him off from the line of advancing proctors, holding the defensive line with grim determination. For Remington, the choice was simple and required no hesitation. To him, there was nothing unusual about standing your ground in this manner. When a comrade's life is dangling by a thread, backing them up is the only path that makes sense for true allies. Theo shifted his gaze toward the reliable Silver Lion, and the second his eyes landed on Remington, a palpable wave of calm washed over him. The crushing weight of the fight finally began to lift, replaced by a quiet, grounding sense of relief. Erica Lanka stole a fleeting glance at Theo, her expression shifting into one of pleasant surprise. She seemed genuinely impressed, clearly satisfied that the legendary rising star she'd been hearing about was actually handsome, too. Meanwhile, her brother Hulkus wore a look of pure, adrenaline-fueled excitement, visibly thrilled to be standing in the presence of someone powerful enough to execute Axion and still have the grit to face down a squad of veteran swordsmen. With reinforcements arriving at the perfect, life-saving moment, the fire in Sibaldree's eyes ignited once more. Despite the fact that his body was battered and screaming in protest, he forced himself to stand, gripping his sword with shaking hands to fight alongside his young master. Remington leveled his blade toward the band of corrupt proctors, his face hardening into a mask of righteous fury as he began systematically cataloging their litany of crimes. He didn't mince his words, declaring with absolute certainty that he would take great pleasure in delivering judgment upon scum like them, especially since they had the audacity to defile such a sacred and hallowed tradition. The situation had devolved into a chaotic mess, and with a growing number of witnesses standing by to document their treachery, the proctors all whipped their heads toward Liam Troyven. They were paralyzed, looking to him for some kind of directive, waiting to see what his next gambit would be. But if they dared to be honest with themselves, every available path was a dead end. They were backed into a corner, and no matter which way they turned, the walls were closing in tight. Their mission had been a total disaster. They had failed to unearth a single scrap of useful information regarding the Rose Palace's artifacts, which had been the primary objective behind this entire elaborate scheme. On top of their failure to secure the relics, they had completely botched the assassination of Theo, the single biggest threat to their agenda, and in a twist of irony, their own young master had been slaughtered while under their supposed protection. With this many eyes on them, so much incriminating evidence left in the wake of the battle, and such a catastrophic failure to account for, the game was effectively over. Even so, the proctors remained stubbornly hooked on the delusion that Sir Liam would somehow conjure a miracle to wriggle out of this hopeless nightmare, just as he had successfully done a dozen times before. And when the knot became too tangled to undo, Liam's logic remained cruelly, brutally simple. If there were too many witnesses left to testify against them, the solution was easy. Kill every last one of them. Liam still had his ace in the hole, the hidden marbles. If he could trigger them correctly, they could fabricate a story about an abnormal monster outbreak and claim that all the candidates on the site had been tragically wiped out in the carnage. By reframing their failed torture session and botched assassination plot as a freak natural disaster, they could scrub the scene clean, burying every last piece of evidence that tied the Troyven family to this atrocity. Driven by pure, unadulterated desperation, Liam fumbled and dropped the 25th grade monster marbles onto the ground. If they could just stage the aftermath with enough skill, there was still a slim, haunting chance they might escape. Even as their world disintegrated around them, the proctors chose to prioritize the family's interests above their own lives, fully prepared to slaughter everyone present just to preserve the reputation of the Troyven name. But before the marbles could fully activate and unleash their true, monstrous forms, Liam was rocked by a sudden, searing jolt of agony that ripped through his stomach for the second time that night. The wretched man had been blindsided with another vicious strike from behind, taking a brutal, bone-crushing blow that robbed him of his chance to complete his final, desperate plan. This time, the blade came from none other than the White Dragon Clan's supervisor, Selford Gardner, and standing resolutely by his side was another supervisor, Aaron Bacchus. And they weren't alone in this arrival. Behind the White Dragons, the Plum Blossom and Daffodil Palaces had also joined the fray, bringing two more high-ranking supervisors with them, Natasha Koppel and Sally Gardner. Finally, Liam, that conniving, treacherous snake, lost his footing entirely, his knees buckling as he collapsed face-first into the cold, unforgiving dirt. Supervisor Selford immediately leveled a stern warning to the remaining traitors, ordering them to drop their weapons instantly. He made it terrifyingly clear that any refusal would be met with immediate execution right where they stood. The Troyven proctors went rigid, utterly trapped, with nowhere left to run and no path left that didn't lead to their own destruction. Behind them stood the most brilliant young prodigy the Ragnar line had seen in ages, while directly in front of them stood veteran supervisors who had lived through a lifetime of brutal conflict. When Theo realized that the suffocating shadow of danger had finally retreated and that his safety was officially guaranteed, the final, flicking embers of energy that had kept him upright finally sputtered and died. Before he could faceplant into the ground, Ray Ragnar was there, catching him, the very woman who, only a short time ago, had warned him not to walk into this trap. Just as the velvet darkness of unconsciousness began to pull him under, Theo managed to rasp out a final word of thanks to her for the warning she had given. As the criminals were rounded up and shackled, Remington finally dropped his heroic, battle-hardened demeanor, sprinting over to his comrade with a face etched in genuine, raw concern. The Lanka siblings didn't waste a second, shoving their way through the crowd. Erica was clearly intent on making sure she left a lasting impression, while Hulkus was already fantasizing about scheduling a future rematch. Soon, the remaining boys from the training grounds flooded in, pushing the others aside as they wept openly, pouring out their heartfelt gratitude to the young master with tears streaming down their faces. Bathed in the chorus of their voices, their deep worry, and the warmth of their genuine care, Theo Ragnar let a soft, exhausted smile grace his lips. This was the true weight of the strength he had always craved, not just the raw destructive power of his blade, but having people who would stand firm at his side through the fire. And perhaps more than anyone else in that circle, Ray was the one who truly understood that quiet, hidden side of him. As his consciousness drifted away into the void, Theo murmured a final, groggy request for the bells, reminding them that he only needed enough to secure his place in the top rank. Not long after the treacherous proctors were hauled away in chains, the explosive news reached Ragnar headquarters and filtered up to the highest tiers of the organization. Ed Troyvin, predictably, looked like he'd been struck by a ghost. He stood there staring at the messenger, his mind completely unable to reconcile the words he was hearing. Around the grand round table, the most influential figures in the Ragnar clan sat in a deafening, heavy silence as the messenger delivered the grim report before them. The revelation that Axion Ragnar was dead hit the room like a thunderbolt. The sheer weight of disbelief etched onto every single face in the chamber. For the Sky Dragon, the news that his own nephew had been slain in a trial where he himself had orchestrated the assassination of a fledgling was almost too much. He barely managed to keep from losing his composure right then and there. While Unkt fought with every fiber of his being to contain his volcanic rage, the formal announcement for the second round of the blooming ceremony began to echo out. Back at the starting line, the survivors of that hellish test slowly drifted together, every one of them looking worn down, their bodies and spirits clearly pushed to the absolute limit. A man stepped forward to take the stage, his presence instantly drawing every eye in the clearing as the restless crowd finally quieted down. An elderly man began to offer praise for the candidates' grueling efforts. The man tasked with officially declaring the end of the ceremony was none other than one of the 9 dragons, the legendary Zenith Dragon, Pharaoh Ragnar. Everyone in the clan knew the fabled reputation of the Zenith Dragon, so the younger generation stood in stunned, wide-eyed silence. They could barely believe their eyes, as the old man was a phantom who rarely graced even the most formal of clan events with his presence. Old Man Pharaoh cleared his throat and began reading the final tallies, announcing that 45 of the original 87 candidates had successfully made it through. While that might seem like a harsh cull at first glance, compared to historical averages, the survival rate was impressively high, solidifying the fact that this year's group was incredibly gifted, perhaps even the strongest crop of recruits in the clan's long history. And even amongst such a formidable and talented generation, a few select individuals had risen to the top, shining with a brilliance that made the others look dim by comparison. So here we are at the final moment of truth. Can you take a guess at who walked away with the highest score? The atmosphere in the arena shifted as the gravity of the second round's results truly sank in. This wasn't just a basic assessment anymore. Anyone who had managed to endure the trials and come out on the other side was no longer just some nameless apprentice. From this moment forward, they would be automatically promoted to entry-level status, marking their first real step into the family's ranks. The survivors had every reason to stand tall and take pride in what they had achieved. By successfully navigating the carnage of the exam, they had finally earned the legitimate credentials to serve as official Ragnar inspectors, ready to be deployed under the banners of the family's various internal factions. Just as the energy in the crowd reached a fever pitch, the Zenith Dragon stepped forward. The hum of anticipation turned into a collective hush as he turned to the part everyone had been waiting for, the official tally of the scores. It came as little surprise to those watching closely. First place was claimed by Theo Ragnar, who had amassed a staggering, near-impossible total of 1,121 points. Looking back at his journey, the figure felt almost surreal. This was the same individual who had languished at 0 points for the vast majority of the test, only to mount a meteoric, late-game comeback that propelled him straight to the summit of the rankings. But once the crowd recalled the grisly climax of his duel, the moment he personally claimed Axion's head, that sudden, violent spike in his score began to make perfect, terrifying sense. The rest of the leaderboard solidified shortly after. Remington Narcio secured second place with 926 points, followed closely by Erika Lanka in third with 843. Ray Ragnar took a solid fourth with 789 points, while Hulkus Lanka barely scraped into the top 5, clinching the final spot in the upper tier. The old man's voice echoed through the clearing as he continued to rattle off the standings all the way down to the 45th position, the final cutoff for those deemed worthy. For these elite survivors, lucrative and prestigious assignments were essentially waiting on their doorstep. Yet, even after all that, the blooming ceremony had one final card to play. Beyond the public rankings, a third round remained, a clandestine ultimate stage reserved exclusively for the absolute best of the best. When the candidates who had successfully gathered enough bells to enter the secret trial were prompted to identify themselves, the familiar faces of the top performers immediately stepped forward, their hands held high with pride. In the end, only the top 4 contenders had demonstrated the monster-like tenacity required to earn a path into this final, hidden crucible. This secret segment of the ceremony focused on the mastery of the quality breathing method. Once a candidate possessed enough bells, they were meant to study the intricate, ancient inscriptions etched into the metal, attempting to decode the wisdom hidden within those cryptic messages. It sounded like a straightforward academic task, but in reality, it was anything but. To actually read the etchings, decipher their deeper meaning, and extract genuine insight from them demanded an incredibly refined level of discernment. Only those sharp enough to bridge that gap could integrate the resulting visions into their own fighting style, securing their qualification for the final assessment. In his previous life, Theo had managed to scrounge up a single bell, and even then, it was purely by the grace of blind luck. Even with that relic in his possession back then, he had been utterly unable to grasp even the smallest fragment of the secrets hidden inside it. This time, however, the playing field was vastly different. Theo wielded the power of hatchling synchronization, an extraordinary ability that allowed him to reach past the surface and commune directly with the essence and intent of inanimate objects. Because of this innate talent, the encrypted characters were no longer mere static text. Their true, hidden meaning bloomed within his consciousness as a series of vivid, high-definition visions and lived experiences. He found himself an observer of countless historical scenes, watching legendary warriors and masters refine their craft across different eras. In the span of a few heartbeats, these visions funneled a profound, deep-seated understanding of the truth directly into his mind. Under normal circumstances, having even a single candidate qualify for this final hurdle was considered a rare event. Yet, this year, 4 of them stood ready. To the best of Theo's recollection, Ray and Remington were not supposed to have mastered the quality breathing method on this particular night. It left him wondering just how deeply his own intervention had shifted the gears of their progress. As the icy floor of the arena slid open, the Zenith Dragon gestured for the top 4 to step onto the stage, challenging them to put their new enlightenment on display. When his turn finally arrived, Theo Ragnar stepped into the spotlight. With Axion now permanently erased from the equation, he understood that the tides of the future would begin to shift with unprecedented speed. But instead of feeling a sense of looming dread regarding the path ahead, Theo felt a profound, anchored calm settle over his spirit. This time, the outcome would be different. He possessed the wisdom and the tools to finally take hold of the wheel and shape a better future with his own 2 hands. As he paced toward the center of the clearing, faint, electric sparks began to dance around his boots, snapping against the frost-covered ground with a sharp, ozone-tinged glow. The sparks escalated in intensity, quickly swelling into the sound of rolling thunder. After sifting through the memories and essence of so many bells, Theo had finally resonated with his true, natural attribute. To prove the depth of his newfound mastery, he entered the first stage, saturating his internal mana with the primal, volatile energy of the roaring thunder. The second stage was the expression, a moment where the thunderous mana ceased to be a contained force, manifesting outward in a visual display that left the observers breathless. As the boys from the training grounds watched their leader standing there, crackling with the raw, untamed fury of a thunderstorm, they could barely suppress their collective awe. Usually, a top-tier candidate would be celebrated as a generational genius for reaching this milestone. But Theo Ragnar was operating on a level that defied all conventional metrics. There wasn't a single term in their vocabulary that could truly encapsulate the sheer scale of his potential. With the dragon heart thrumming rhythmically and powerfully within his ribcage, Theo advanced to the 3rd level of comprehension, demonstrating an absolute, iron-fisted control over the chaotic energy he had just unleashed. In the shadows of the crowd, Erika Lanka watched with wide-eyed fascination, captivated by the strongest man of her era, while her brother stared on like a wide-eyed child witnessing a myth come to life. Even the Zenith Dragon, a man who had seen it all, couldn't help but acknowledge that he had never anticipated such a meteoric rise in comprehension speed from any candidate. At this point, the audience was certain they had seen the crescendo of the demonstration. Control was considered the absolute ceiling for the vast majority of prodigies at this stage of their training. But Theo had zero interest in settling for mediocrity or sharing the glory. With flawless control already proven, his mana surged with renewed, explosive vigor, climbing to an entirely different altitude. In a heartbeat, the arena was drowned in a blinding, golden-yellow luminescence, as if an ancient power was stirring beneath the surface. Theo's eyes flared open, his focus sharpened to a razor's edge. In one fluid, practiced motion, he unsheathed his blade while jagged bolts of lightning danced violently across his skin. With a forceful, sweeping swing of his sword, he manifested a lightning strike that took the form of a pressurized wind blade. Finally, Theo had unlocked a ranged offensive. The strike didn't just dissipate. It solidified, taking the terrifying, distinct shape of a ravenous thunder dragon as it roared through the air. Among the 5 stages of comprehension, he had hit the 4th, expansion. The surrounding candidates were rendered completely speechless. They stood frozen, their mouths agape in raw, unadulterated astonishment. Theo Ragnar didn't hold back. He aimed the thunderous technique directly at Old Man Pharaoh. The old man merely offered a chuckle, his eyes twinkling with amusement. Far from being offended, he seemed genuinely pleased to be on the receiving end of such a display of generational talent. Just before the dragon could make contact, the zenith dragon casually raised a single finger, pulling ambient water molecules from the air to form tiny, crystalline dewdrops. Those innocuous drops compressed themselves with terrifying density, hardening into a defensive wall that met the thunder dragon head-on and halted its momentum entirely. The zenith dragon wasn't even slightly perturbed by a candidate having the audacity to test his might so brazenly. On the contrary, he looked absolutely delighted, as if he had just unearthed a priceless, flawless diamond buried deep within the common gravel of this year's ceremony. The silence from the spectators was heavy. A single, haunting question seemed to circulate through every mind in the arena. Was this guy actually one of us? Sporting a much warmer, livelier expression, Old Man Pharaoh formally awarded Theo an additional 1,000 points as a testament to his bold mastery. Of course, Theo had calculated that the old man's affinity for true prodigies would likely net him a bonus, making that final, dangerous stunt a perfectly executed gamble. Following that breathtaking display of power, Theo's final score surged to an eye-watering 2,121 points. For the vast majority of the other candidates, even cresting the 1,000-point threshold would have been a near-impossible feat. Yet Theo had not only cleared that bar, he had effectively doubled it, leaving the rest of the field in the dust. The sheer magnitude of his performance was so staggering that the only name anyone could reasonably mention in the same breath was the legendary Lord Thorkel himself. Evidently satisfied and in high spirits after witnessing such a fearless exhibition, the Zenith Dragon gestured for the remaining 3 top-tier candidates to take their places on the stage. Remington Narcio stepped up next, having successfully harmonized his mana with the element of water and attained the 3rd stage of comprehension, control. He was awarded an additional 500 points for his efforts. Ray Ragnar followed, demonstrating the 2nd stage of comprehension, expression, which netted her another 300 points. The frigid, icy nature of her attribute was a perfect, chilling reflection of her composed demeanor. Erica Lanka mirrored Ray's success, reaching the same level of expression to secure her own 300-point bonus. Much like her explosive and fiery personality, her attribute manifested in brilliant, searing flames. The old man wore an expression of profound satisfaction as he looked over the exceptional pool of talent gathered this year. Under any normal circumstances, shattering the 1,000-point ceiling would be the hallmark of a champion. In truth, this particular batch of recruits boasted 4 individuals who could have easily claimed the top spot in almost any other era of the ceremony. Even so, the gap between 1st and 2nd place remained an absolute chasm, simply because Theo Ragnar could not be judged by the conventional yardsticks used to measure even the most gifted geniuses. With that, the General Assembly was dismissed, leaving the rest of the candidates to depart so that the staff could begin the heavy preparations for the prestigious nomination ceremony slated for the following week. Only the 4 finalists remained in the arena, waiting in a tense, expectant silence for the briefing on the final leg of their journey. Suddenly, from the jagged, snow-dusted peak of the mountain, a wave of pure, bone-chilling killing intent cascaded downward, blanketing the entire region in an oppressive weight. The pressure slammed into the 4 candidates with such physical force that their knees buckled. They were forced to fight just to remain standing beneath the crushing intensity of that hostile aura. The Zenith Dragon's expression grew grave and solemn as he formally announced the commencement of the next stage, a trial that would fundamentally alter the trajectory of their lives. Despite all the foreknowledge Theo held regarding the future, he found himself completely blindsided. He had never once heard of a development like this in any of his previous memories. His confusion deepened as he recognized the distinct, surging power resonating from the mountain peak. The force raining down on them, demanding that they break or bow, bore the unmistakable signature of Lodbrok's energy. The final act of the blooming ceremony was a tightly guarded secret, a privilege bestowed upon only a handful of chosen elites, an audience with the patriarch of the Ragnar family himself. The nature of this meeting was a total mystery to the outside world, as its outcome was dictated entirely by the patriarch's temperament and cold judgment. However, it was the definitive proving ground where a candidate could be elevated to a true contender in the brutal war for the throne. At this very moment, all 5 of the primary frontrunners for the family head position could trace their rise back to this exact final trial. Selection for the family head battle was the ultimate indicator of legitimacy. That meant Kyle Ragnar was currently waiting for these 4 at the summit. Even with that fact clear, it still failed to explain why Theo could detect the residual energy of Lodbrok radiating from up above. Then, in a chilling flash of insight, a terrifying possibility clawed its way into his thoughts. Could the man who had laid claim to the ancient dragon's heart actually be his own father? Old Man Pharaoh finally signaled the 4 to begin their ascent, commanding them to conquer their fear and climb the peak to face the Lord. Easier said than done. Under the weight of that suffocating pressure, The group found themselves paralyzed, unable to muster the strength for even a single step forward. Observing their struggle, Theo interjected, advising them to stop fighting the pressure with raw, brute force. Instead, they needed to tune their own mana to match the exact wavelength of the force bearing down on them. Remington's eyes lit up as the concept took root. He grasped the tactical nuance instantly. It would be a delicate operation, but if they could generate an anti-phase wave to cancel out the incoming pressure, the path ahead would open up. In essence, this stage served as a brutal filter, discarding any candidate who lacked the finesse to manipulate their magic power under extreme, life-threatening conditions. Erica stood by, her brow furrowed in confusion, clearly lost as the two smart guys traded technical jargon. Remington, never one to miss an opportunity to teach, launched into a sprawling, intricate breakdown of mana's vibrational properties. Erica just stared at him blankly, as if he were an alien broadcasting on a frequency she couldn't possibly decode. To put it in layman's terms, they had to project a mana frequency that acted as the exact inverse of the burden crushing them. Erica finally snapped, scolding Remington for being a goody two-shoes, and insisting that he was intentionally overcomplicating a solution that was inherently simple. While the others continued their bickering, Theo had already shut his eyes, focusing his mind on sculpting his own counter-resonance in total silence. Within a few seconds, a dense, formidable aura began to bleed out from his frame. The aura steadily bled off the pressure that had pinned him to the earth, granting him his mobility back. When the others finally looked over, stunned at the speed of his success, Theo replied with a cool, absolute confidence, remarking that such feats were merely expected for the next head of the clan. The candidates were visibly shaken by his sheer audacity, while the Zenith Dragon stood like a statue, his expression completely unreadable. Leaving the rest of them in his wake, Theo exploded into a sprint, diving straight into the thick of the snow-covered woods. Old Man Pharaoh called out, warning the stragglers to pick up the pace, as the points for this final stage would be awarded based on who reached the summit first. That singular instruction acted like a spark in a powder keg. The atmosphere of the group transformed instantly from confusion to cutthroat competition. As the last candidate vanished into the treeline, the Zenith Dragon fell into a rare state of quiet contemplation. A faint, wry chuckle escaped him. Even after all his years, he had never felt such a fierce, burning desire to mentor a young talent as he did for this boy. Meanwhile, over at the Camellia Palace, a boisterous elf burst through the entrance, her laughter echoing through the halls as she hunted for her daughter. Curson, the master demon craftsman, stormed through the corridors, kicking doors open with unceremonious force as she frantically searched for Cecilia. Judging by the weary, resigned looks on the maids' faces, this was far from an isolated incident. Ever since Theo's rise to prominence as a rising star, Curson had been a fixture at the palace, showing up nearly every day. Finally, Curson blew past the security of an important meeting, throwing open a door and erupting into cheers the moment she caught sight of her daughter. For what felt like the 100th time, Cecilia pleaded with her mother to observe at least a modicum of palace decorum. Curson simply didn't care. She had no interest in empty displays of etiquette when she was on the verge of making an absolute fortune. She was already wealthy by any reasonable standard, but the upcoming influx of treasure promised to be obscene. After all, Curson was widely regarded as the living, breathing, elven embodiment of pure capitalism. Ever since Theo had captured the spotlight, the demand for her custom work had skyrocketed, pushing her workshop into the mainstream and making her brand a household name. Cecilia was genuinely happy for her mother's success, but deep down, she took even greater pride in the fact that her son had finally begun to live up to the immense potential she had always known he possessed. Previously, Cecilia's only hope was to watch Theo find his footing and prove his worth to the world. But now, seeing her boy constantly thrust into life-or-death situations, her heart is trapped in a perpetual cycle of dread. She's haunted by the worst-case scenarios. What if he gets seriously injured? What if the overwhelming weight of expectation finally breaks him? Forced to watch from the sidelines with her hands tied, Cecilia is consumed by a painful, gnawing sense of helplessness. Unable to keep that mounting anxiety and frustration locked away any longer, Cecilia decided she had to shift her energy towards something constructive, something she could actually control for her son's sake. If she was destined to stand on the sidelines while he fought his battles, then she would be damned if she let him head into danger looking anything less than perfection. She made a silent vow. Theo would at least look absolutely impeccable, no matter what challenges he faced. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Curson was practically vibrating with excitement, rambling on about her grand ambitions to scale up her business operations. Her forge, which had long been dedicated solely to weaponry, was about to undergo a massive transformation. She was preparing to pivot and start crafting exquisite accessories as well. And it wasn't just a small change, either. This single strategic expansion promised to boost her revenue by tenfold. Given those kinds of numbers, it's easy to see why she was so incredibly worked up and enthusiastic. Sensing an opportunity to better support her son, Cecilia approached her mother with a serious, calculated request. She wanted to commission a custom-made, specialized prosthetic arm for Theo. Far above the lowlands, atop the freezing, jagged peak of the mountain, Karl Ragnar erupted into a boisterous, echoing laugh the moment his son boldly declared his intention to claim the throne. The clan head then turned his attention to a small, dark bird perched nearby, offering a calm, chilling assurance to the creature that he wasn't the type of father to stand in the way of a child's grandest dreams. Moreover, he understood the fire of youth better than anyone. After all, back when Kyle was a younger man, he had burned with that very same hunger and ambition as Theo. Indeed, the very summit where they stood, littered with the abandoned, rusting blades of countless challengers, served as a grim monument to that undying drive. This graveyard of swords was the physical legacy of every goal he had once chased down. For a man like Kyle Ragnar, the only thing that truly carried any weight was the continued, absolute prosperity of the Ragnar family name. And he was prepared to ruthlessly eliminate any person or obstacle that threatened that stability. Looking out over a sea of blades that stretched toward the horizon, he reasoned that one more corpse on the pile wouldn't make a bit of difference. Strangely, the little black bird seemed to shift its weight, appearing noticeably uneasy, as if it were genuinely concerned about the survival of this year's crop of contenders. Kyle Ragnar cut that sentiment down immediately, making his position crystal clear. When the future of the clan is hanging in the balance, his sword knows no mercy, not even for blood kin. He had known all along that his own son was a regressor, and that knowledge changed the stakes entirely. The air turned thick and oppressive in an instant. Finally, the long-dreaded moment had arrived. The definitive confrontation between father and son at the summit. But as Kyle's gaze landed on Theo's battered, trembling form, the mocking smirk that had graced his lips vanished without a trace. The jovial, carefree demeanor of a proud father evaporated into thin air in a heartbeat. Standing in his place was a specter of war, a guardian of the grave surrounded by the jagged steel of enemies he had cut down in his prime. It had taken Theo a grueling 4 hours to fight his way up the mountain, a climb that should have taken him an hour at most. That crushing, suffocating aura emanating from his father had pushed him to his absolute physical limit. Kyle gestured for his son to step closer, his eyes narrowing as he demanded to know if Theo truly grasped what this graveyard of blades signified. Every child born to the Ragnar line had grown up hearing the dark legends about their patriarch and the gruesome mythos surrounding this final resting place. This spot was the ultimate symbol of the Ragnar headship. It was a seat of power that required one person to shoulder the world's threats entirely alone, with nobody to turn to for help. The throne bowed to only one law, the law of absolute strength. A true leader had to stand above all other mortals, unshakable and cold. So, when Kyle put the question to his son, asking if he really possessed the resolve to claim such a throne, Theo didn't hesitate for a second. His answer was a firm, resonant yes, cutting through the mountain silence. His father scoffed, warning him that such a heavy declaration shouldn't be made so lightly. To carve his own path to the top, Kyle had sent thousands of souls screaming into the afterlife, and not many possessed the stomach to handle the weight of that much lingering resentment. Standing here among the dead, Kyle was forced to confront the bloody, winding road that had defined his entire existence. Even now, he could still feel the phantom echoes of his victims' curses, the vengeful threats ringing out from beyond the grave. Yet, Theo's resolve remained like tempered steel. The boy knew exactly who he was and what he was striving to become. His determination was rooted in the agony of his past life and a bottomless thirst for vengeance. If he could only seize that throne, he could finally sever the cycle of bloodshed strangling the clan, a mission that outweighed his own life. Of course, Theo couldn't simply confess that truth to his father. So, true to the Ragnar way, he decided to let his sword provide the only response that mattered. A jagged, dangerous grin spread across Kyle Ragnar's face. His boy knew exactly how to speak the language of the strong. Since Theo chose to express himself through steel, Kyle would no longer view him as a son, but as a challenger. He was genuinely curious to see what the brat had managed to learn from that mysterious mentor of his. Theo immediately understood the implication behind his father's words. He was almost certain that Kyle was referring to Lodbrok. That revelation all but confirmed Theo's suspicion. His own father had been the one to claim the ancient dragon's heart. Theo's muscles coiled as he desperately tried to raise his guard, but it was already far too late. In the blink of an eye, his father moved, a blur of motion that sliced him clean in two. Before his brain could even register the agony, the sensation of his lower body vanished entirely. Death began to wrap its cold fingers around him, and as his torso was separated with the clinical precision of a butcher's knife, his grip on existence began to rapidly slip away. Karl Ragnar hadn't been holding back at all. This was the raw, terrifying power of his signature technique, the heart sword. Having cut his own son down, the patriarch turned back to the agitated black bird, calmly telling the creature that there was no reason to fret over the boy's fate. Only someone with an iron will and an absolute, unshakable resolve could ever hope to survive his heart sword. It was an undeniably brutal test for a newcomer in the midst of an awakening ceremony, but if Theo was truly the man he claimed to be, he would find a way to return. But if his determination proved to be hollow, Karl reasoned it was better for him to expire right there as a soulless husk. The patriarch had no interest in nurturing a regressor who might, one day, become a liability to the clan. Theo's consciousness was plunged into an infinite, silent void, a purgatory hovering between the living world and the afterlife. He felt that grim, familiar weight once again, the crushing pressure of death grinding his very soul to dust. Strangely, he felt a weird sense of acceptance. After all, not many could boast of surviving a strike from someone approaching the power of a demigod. As his awareness began to drift, Theo looked back on his current life, trying to console himself with the fact that he had done everything in his power. He had successfully snatched the Camellia Palace from the grip of the Troivans. He had also successfully taken down Rendon and that rabid Cur Axion, the very bastards who had cut his first life short. Compared to those hard-won victories, anything else he might have accomplished would have just been a stroke of fortune. Compared to the hell of his first life, this second attempt had been cut short, sure, but at the very least it had been a life worth living. For a fleeting, quiet moment, the thought crossed his mind that perhaps it would be easier to just let go, to stop the endless struggle, to cease the fighting, and to finally slip away into a peaceful, eternal slumber that no one could ever interrupt again. As the fire in Theo's spirit began to flicker and wane, he started to accept that this might truly be the end of the road. With that final, agonizing surrender, the last fragile remnants of his consciousness began to dissipate, much like a single dewdrop vanishing under the scorching heat of the morning sun. But just as those final threads of his existence were about to fray completely, and before the very last traces of who he was could be wiped into the abyss, the great griffin's spirit dormant within his blade suddenly intervened, refusing to stand by while his host simply faded away. That massive, majestic creature forced its way into the void, cutting through the encroaching darkness just to scold its own master. The message was clear. If the kid seriously thought he could just roll over and die after climbing this far, the griffin was going to be absolutely furious. The moment that familiar, razor-sharp voice echoed in his mind, dripping with mockery and biting insults, something deep within Theo's soul sparked, like a dying coal catching a sudden, desperate gust of wind. That single, tiny flicker of life, paired with the griffin's brutal honesty, was exactly what Theo needed. It jolted him out of that pathetic, defeated mindset and dragged his consciousness back from the brink. No matter how deep this void tried to pull him, it would not become the graveyard of Theo Ragnar. He wouldn't allow it. Fueled by a stubborn, burning refusal to die, Theo's soul began to mend itself, rapidly pulling back into its original shape. He had already experienced the tragedy of surrender in his first life, and there was no way in hell he was going to let this new story end before it had even reached its peak. With his essence reconstructed, Theo pushed beyond every boundary he had ever known, channeling every ounce of his remaining strength to manifest a blade capable of severing the very fabric of that endless, suffocating void. In that critical moment, the vow he had etched into his own soul surged to the surface. His physical body could shatter, his mind could be crushed, and his soul could be torn to shreds. But Theo Ragnar would never bow his head and surrender to destiny. Within that absolute vacuum where nothing else existed, Theo gripped his sword and unleashed a desperate singular swing. It was a movement fueled by total defiance, a physical rejection of death itself. That strike was sharper and more pure than anything he had ever executed before, carrying the sheer, concentrated force required to cut through the very concept of erasure. The false, suffocating illusion of death shattered like glass around him. Suddenly, the light of reality poured through the cracks, washing over Theo's soul like the first golden rays of dawn breaking through a long, dark nightmare. Theo's eyes snapped open. The familiar, frozen landscape of the mountain peak rushed back into his view. He had done it. He had successfully pierced through the lethal manifestation of the heart sword Jinjitsu. If not for the griffin sealed within his blade, Theo would have undoubtedly ended up as a hollow shell, his body left behind on the mountain while his soul was snuffed out. Karl Ragnar stood there, looming directly over him, his eyes scanning Theo with a sharp, piercing intensity. Then, with the cold, detached arrogance of a demigod who had seen it all, he offered a single, sneering grunt of approval. His son had officially passed. This had been a lethal test where failure meant instant death, yet somehow, through sheer force of will, Theo had carved his path through the impossible. Following the conclusion of the blooming ceremony, a full week evaporated in what felt like a blink of an eye. Finally, the monumental day of nominations had arrived at the heart of the clan. The Lanka siblings, Hulkus and Erica, stood among the throngs of candidates, waiting with bated breath for their names to be called by the masters of the clan. Hulkus clearly looked out of place, his visible discomfort in such a crowded arena drawing immediate teasing from Erica, who mocked him for acting like a panicked child. But in fairness, it was hard to blame him. The place was crawling with unit commanders, the legendary 9 dragons, and even the former and current clan heads, all watching their every move. Erica hissed at her brother to wipe the fear off his face, warning him that no respectable faction would recruit someone who looked like they were shaking in their boots. Besides, she reminded him, after gathering all those bells, he still hadn't managed to master elemental breathing. That remark hit home, and the look on Hulkus's face proved that the failure still cut him deeper than he wanted to admit. To make matters worse, his sister remained tight-lipped, refusing to breathe a word about what reward she had received from the clan head after her own ascent up the mountain. Hulkus grumbled, lamenting that Theo would have been much cooler about the whole thing. He probably would have just spilled the beans if someone had asked him nicely. In his heart, the life of a Lanka was defined by one singular purpose: to act as the sharpest sword for the Ragnar family. Driven by that philosophy, Hulkus had already made his choice. He was ready to pledge his absolute loyalty to the most impressive figure in their entire graduating class. The young man who seemed to embody the perfect blend of raw power, sharp character, and limitless ambition. It was a staggering level of hero worship. Hulkus was prepared to gamble his entire future on this young master, despite having barely exchanged a handful of words with him. His strategy was simple. By quietly embedding himself into whatever unit Theo chose, he could naturally fall into the young master's circle without needing to make a scene. The most surprising part of the whole situation was that, for reasons known only to the patriarch, Theo wasn't being taken directly into the inner sanctum of the clan head's manor. That detail meant that small fry hopefuls like Hulkus, along with the growing crowd of students idolizing Theo, still had a fighting chance to follow their rising star into whatever faction he picked. Suddenly, the ambient roar of the arena and the anxious chatter of the candidates were cut short, as the rhythmic, thunderous boom of the ceremonial drum signaled that the long-awaited nominations were finally starting. Without a second to spare, the announcer called for the overall valedictorian of the year, Theo Ragnar, to step forward and claim the honors he had so violently earned. The stands were packed with both commoners and elite swordsmen, and a collective cheer erupted, all of them rooting for the boy who, until recently, had been the most mocked and underestimated soul in the entire clan. Theo stepped forward before the high-ranking pillars of the Ragnar clan. He accepted the acclaim with a calm, steady smile, letting the roar of the crowd wash over him without losing his cool for a single second. Tucked away in the middle of the spectators, Evelyn Nereville watched him with a quiet, knowing gaze, offering a silent cheer for the young man she had helped nurture. If she were acting purely on her own desires, she would have loved to see Theo join the white armored dragon cavalry. But she knew better. That was just her own selfish, private wish. As the undisputed valedictorian, Theo had proven his excellence across the board, completely overshadowing every single one of his peers in every test that had been thrown his way. Just as the moment arrived for him to state his preferred faction, a shocking movement rippled through the gallery of the 9 dragons. Ed Troyvin, the Sky Dragon and head of the Central Intelligence Bureau, stood up in silence, instantly freezing the entire arena in place. The atmosphere turned icy. A ripple of nervous whispers spread through the crowd. Was this madman about to throw his life away to avenge his nephew? Doing so would be pure suicide, especially with so many powerful figures watching from the dais. The announcer, refusing to let the tension boil over, quickly stepped in, firmly signaling for the Sky Dragon to sit back down. Theo suspected that Ed Troyvin was still reeling from the loss of Axion, but considering the sheer weight of the power currently watching him, he didn't feel particularly worried about a personal attack. Then, to everyone's utter disbelief, Ed Troyvin flashed a brilliant, albeit obviously fake, smile, and extended an invitation to Theo. He wanted the boy to join the Central Intelligence Bureau as its new deputy director. Theo had killed the man's own nephew, yet here he was, being offered a high-ranking post instead of a death sentence. Within the ranks of the Ragnar clan, being named valedictorian meant everything, but for Theo, it carried an even deeper significance. Only a short while ago, he had been at the absolute nadir of the succession line, fighting just to survive. Now he had finally cracked that shell, emerging into the world as if he were spreading his wings for the very first time. Word of Theo's exploits tore through the clan like wildfire. Everywhere people gathered, They whispered about how he had eliminated Axion and successfully held his ground against a proctor. His meteoric rise from the lowest of the low to the very top touched something deep within the hearts of the apprentice swordsmen. Now, more than ever, they were beginning to see him as a leader worth following into the fire. The collective perception of Theo shifted dramatically, almost overnight. The biting mockery and dismissive contempt that had once followed him everywhere were replaced by a wave of genuine, wide-eyed admiration and a newfound, begrudging respect from the very people who had once looked down on him. The label of the Ragnar imbecile had been completely scrubbed from the public consciousness, as if it had never existed at all. In its place, the clan now saw a once-in-a-generation prodigy. A young monster of a man whose terrifying potential was only just beginning to reveal itself. As Theo stood firmly in the spotlight, basking in the sea of expectant gazes, the familiar, chime-like notification of the system echoed clearly within his mind. The third scenario quest had been officially cleared, and as his spoils, he was granted the ether core. Theo was caught completely off guard, though in the best possible way. The system had been silent for so long that he'd nearly forgotten the quest was even active, and given the sheer amount of time and effort it took to secure, this ether core had to be a reward of massive significance. But before he could even begin to process his latest boon, he was interrupted by that two-faced snake Ed Troyven, who stood there offering him a seat as a deputy director in one of the family's most prestigious and influential factions. Theo didn't respond immediately. Instead, he coolly activated his observation skill, fixing his gaze on Ed Troyven and peering intently past that thin, artificial mask of a smile. One single look was enough for the truth to crystallize. Theo saw exactly what this man was angling for. Ed wanted to leash him, turning him into a pliable puppet who could be exploited to uncover the hidden secrets of the primordial dragon relics. Theo had already sensed this was a possibility, but having it confirmed was crucial. The Sky Dragon likely believed Theo had already stumbled upon one of those relics, but unfortunately for Ed, Theo had absolutely no intention of bowing to any member of the treacherous Troyven clan. For Theo, dismantling that wretched, cursed family with his bare hands wasn't just some casual, lingering grudge. It was a core pillar of his existence, a mission he had sworn to carry out at any cost. The demon dragon, Julius Ragnar, refused to stay silent, his voice booming as he called out Ed's transparent attempt at coercion. He didn't bother wrapping his disdain in pleasantries, flatly accusing the snake of trying to dress up a blatant revenge plot as a legitimate job offer. The Sky Dragon simply waved off the outburst with a sharp, mocking laugh. He conceded that, as an uncle, he might harbor some lingering resentment, but he framed his actions as purely professional. He just wanted to recruit the most capable talent for the Bureau. Julius clicked his tongue, clearly unimpressed and thoroughly irritated by the charade. Ed Troyven was as slick and deceptive as they came, and even under the intense scrutiny of the entire assembly, he continued to weave his web toward his own hidden agenda. Before the verbal sparring could escalate into something more volatile, the official announcer intervened, firmly calling for order and directing the 9 dragons to hold their tongues so the nomination process could proceed. When the question was put to him which faction he intended to join, Theo maintained his composure, answering calmly that he hadn't yet settled on a path. In reality, Theo was playing a much deeper game. He wanted to hear the terms each faction was prepared to put on the table. He was effectively turning the nomination ceremony into a bidding war, forcing them to compete for his services. The Sword Dragon, Osa Ragnar Plunis, the formidable director of the Plum Blossom Palace, was the first to strike. She promised to take Theo on as her direct disciple and immediately install him as a junior lord. Since Lady Plum Blossom had no heirs of her own, the position of direct disciple and junior lord wasn't merely a title. It was a gilded, clear-cut path toward inheriting her entire, legendary legacy. In essence, she was offering to adopt Theo as her successor, essentially handing him the keys to the Sword Dragon's throne. By now, 2 of the 9 dragons had already thrown their hats into the ring, which only made sense. For a talent as potent and rare as Theo, such intensity was to be expected. Facing conditions this absurdly generous, the average commander or bureau director knew they didn't stand a ghost of a chance in the competition. Even as the bidding war reached a fever pitch, one more heavyweight decided to crash the party. He made a grand, thunderous entrance, descending from the heavens with the explosive force of a storm, his arrival silencing the entire arena. Wrapped in layers of bandages and obscured by a haunting mask, Robert Ragnar, the dreaded leader of Black Snow, better known as the Black Dragon, had arrived to join the hunt for Theo. The audience watched in paralyzed shock. Most of these people had never seen the man in the flesh, yet it was clear he'd been lurking in the shadows, observing every second of the awakening ceremony since it began. Robert conceded that Kyle had been correct all along. This boy, Theo, was infinitely more intriguing than he had initially gambled on. The Black Dragon made his pitch, If Theo pledged his loyalty to Black Snow, he would be granted the rank of Null Snow right out of the gate. Black Snow was a shadow organization where agents typically lived and died in total obscurity. The Null Snows were the rare exception, the highest-ranking officers, permitted to maintain public identities and bask in the glory and fame of the wider world. In Theo's previous cycle, only 8 people in history had ever held that rank. Back then, he had clawed at the walls of reality trying to reach it, only to fail repeatedly. To have it handed to him now immediately was staggering. Just as the Black Dragon seemed to have silenced the room, Old Man Pharaoh, the Zenith Dragon, interjected with a calm, steady voice, pulling everyone's focus back to him. Theo Ragnar had left an indelible mark on him during the 3rd stage, and because of that, he felt compelled to state that Zenith Academy would be honored to accept such an extraordinary talent. That marked 4 of the 9 dragons who had personally stepped forward to plead their case to Theo. And, naturally, the demon dragon Julius Ragnar was not about to be left out. As the commander of the elite white armored dragon cavalry, Julius wasn't the type to sit on the sidelines while others scrambled to secure Theo's allegiance. Yet, despite the extravagant, tempting bribes offered by the others, Julius held fast to his code of honor, refusing to promise Theo even a shred of special treatment. His own men were practically frothing at the mouth, furious that their commander would insist on playing fair during such a critical recruitment window. But Evelyn had anticipated this. For the white armored dragon cavalry, honor was something you bled for, and Julius refused to undermine that by giving anyone a free pass. Still, Julius offered a proud, rock-solid guarantee. If Theo chose his faction, he would receive every resource and support needed to sharpen his edge, along with the immense pride of serving as a true dragoon. Theo understood the commander's stance perfectly, and he couldn't help but respect that unwavering honesty. He was just about to deliver his final decision when a sultry, intimate voice, smooth as silk and seemingly spoken directly against the shell of his ear, rippled through his mind. It was the former clan head, Hilda Ragnar, and the question she posed stopped Theo's heart. "Are you a regressor?" The sheer, unshakable confidence in her tone left no room for doubt. She wasn't guessing. She knew. Fighting to keep his facial expression from betraying his inner turmoil, Theo channeled his thoughts into a telepathic reply, feigning ignorance and pretending not to grasp the gravity of her question. Hilda let out a low, amused chuckle at his flawless performance before wondering aloud what kind of hell he must have endured in his previous life. When she specifically mentioned cycles, Theo's mind reeled. That single word landed like a physical blow, forcing him to consider a terrifying possibility, that the phenomenon of regression might not be a one-time occurrence. With the entire arena holding its breath waiting for his announcement, Theo was reeling from the existential shock of her revelation, so he asked for a brief moment to collect his scattered thoughts. Hilda's smirk grew as she observed his visible panic. She told him to drop the act as she was a fellow regressor, the only difference being that her own allotted cycles had long since been exhausted. In other words, this dangerously elegant, centuries-old grandmother of his was casually dropping the bombshell that she had walked this path of regression multiple times over. The weight of that revelation was almost too much to process in the middle of a ceremony, and Theo immediately realized he needed to corner her later for a real explanation. When he pressed her for the meaning behind these cycles, Hilda sounded genuinely taken aback by his ignorance. She lamented that her son, Kyle, must have left the poor boy completely in the dark. It wasn't entirely surprising, given that Kyle held a visceral, burning hatred for regressors. The only real mystery was why he had allowed one to keep breathing, even if they were his own flesh and blood. Perhaps that was the true, hidden reason Theo had been subjected to such a suicidal trial at the mountain peak all along. Hilda seemed genuinely amused, even a little pleased, to sense the burning hunger for answers in the boy's eyes. However, she knew full well that this bustling arena was neither the time nor the place to peel back the layers of such a complex history. If Theo really wanted to uncover the deepest, darkest secrets of the Ragnar clan, and the terrifying truth of the world beyond, he would have to seek her out in private to continue this conversation. Reflecting on the final leg of the awakening ceremony, the image of his father's gift stood out in sharp relief. That merciless, cold-blooded heart sword. It had been a trial explicitly designed to break him, a test of spirit that offered zero mercy or paternal warmth. At the very least, one crucial truth had been hammered home. If Kyle Ragnar truly harbored such a deep-seated, visceral hatred for regressors, then Theo needed to be twice as careful, guarding his tongue and his thoughts whenever he stood in his father's presence. Perhaps this was precisely why the patriarch had moved to claim Lodbrok's heart. The ancient dragon had been notoriously tolerant, even welcoming, toward the existence of regressors, a trait that, in Kyle's eyes, likely made the dragon a liability to be eliminated. To think that a mere human could bring down a legendary, godlike being of that stature sounded like a fever dream, an act of defiance that no sane person would even dare to contemplate. But then again, they didn't call Kyle Ragnar a demigod for nothing. With a man like that, the impossible had a habit of manifesting as cold, hard reality. His father moved through life with the relentless, unbreakable momentum of an apex monster. If Theo was ever going to peel back the curtain on the true nature of regression, he would eventually have to sit down eye to eye with grandmother Hilda and force a complete, uncut explanation out of her. Setting that mental turmoil aside, there was one final, pressing task at hand. The moment of truth had arrived. Theo Ragnar had finally reached his verdict on which faction to call his home. With his head held high and a look of absolute certainty etched into his features, Theo stepped forward to announce his decision. The declaration was made with unshakable conviction, leaving no room for doubt about the path he had chosen. Remington Narcio, who had secured a respectable second place in the rankings, made his move, opting to join Zenith Academy as the chosen disciple of the Zenith Dragon. It was a harmonious pairing. Both the master and the student shared the same underlying mastery of the water current breathing technique, making it a natural fit for his growth. In the timeline Theo remembered, Remington had returned to the fold of the Narcio clan, choosing to forge his path in isolation. That solitary, volatile road had eventually spiraled into a bloody, ruinous rebellion against the House of Ragnar. And everyone knew that making an enemy out of the Silver Lion was a death sentence. It was the kind of colossal mistake that nobody walked away from unscathed. But this time, the script had flipped. Remington stayed within the clan, a fundamental change sparked by Theo's own trajectory and influence. For the moment, the two rivals were forced to go their separate ways, but it was merely a temporary parting of the seas. They would dive into the challenges of their respective factions, sharpening their skills on different fronts, united by the unspoken promise that they would cross blades again, once they had both ascended to a higher level of power. In such a remarkably short span of time, their dynamic had shifted from hostile rivalry to something akin to brotherhood, a bond forged in the heat of battle and cemented by mutual respect and high-reaching ambition. As everyone had anticipated, Rey Ragnar made her return to the Daffodil Palace, the icy domain where her mother, the Ice Dragon, reigned supreme. For a figure as cold and commanding as Rey, there truly was no theater in the entire clan better suited for her talents than that frost-covered palace. Sybil and the other hopefuls from Training Ground 4 had desperately hoped to follow in their young master's footsteps, but their test scores simply weren't high enough to qualify them for the prestigious faction Theo had picked. Parting ways with the allies who had stood shoulder to shoulder with him was a bitter pill to swallow, but it was a necessary sacrifice. Theo felt a genuine, quiet anticipation to see his friends evolve and spread their wings in their own directions. As the formal ceremony concluded and the tension in the arena began to dissipate, the Lanka siblings navigated through the dispersing crowd to find Theo. Hulkus immediately put on a facade of nonchalance, pretending that it was a total fluke, a stroke of pure coincidence, that they had all ended up choosing the exact same faction. Theo, playing along with the social grace expected of him, offered them a polite, warm greeting, making sure to voice his sincere gratitude for their support during the second stage. Erica, however, made her stance clear. She wouldn't be forgetting that debt anytime soon. She had a soft spot for strong men, and apparently her giant brother shared the same affinity. Suddenly, a supervisor's voice cracked through the air, barking a warning for the new recruits to stand at attention and prepare themselves. The commander was making his approach. Honestly, looking back, it shouldn't have been a surprise to anyone that Theo would gravitate toward the most esteemed, honorable unit in the entire Ragnar organization. It was the ultimate launchpad, the perfect environment to polish his standing, solidify his reputation, and lay the groundwork for his eventual campaign to seize the position of clan head. The White Armored Dragon Cavalry, a unit held under the iron-fisted command of the relentless demon dragon himself. Any further, deeper probing into Grandmother Hilda's revelations would simply have to be shelved for another day. Right now, the fresh recruits had a different mission to attend to. It was time to stand tall and announce their visions for the future. Hulkus Lanka bellowed his declaration, his voice ringing out with raw, unbridled enthusiasm as he vowed to become one of the greatest dragoons to ever serve. Some of the other rookies were driven by the allure of fame, dreaming of hearing their names whispered with reverence across the breadth of the clan. Erica, meanwhile, set the bar high, declaring her intent to eclipse everyone else and become the undisputed strongest of her generation. A claim that promised a long, brutal road ahead. One nervous, young recruit stammered out that he simply wanted to earn the commander's personal acknowledgement, an awkwardly sincere wish that drew a few puzzled glances from those nearby. Finally, the moment arrived. It was time for the golden boy to step into the spotlight and share his own map for the future. With eyes fixed on the horizon, preparing for the cataclysmic war that was fated to erupt in exactly 5 years, Theo issued his vow. Within half a decade, he would rise to lead the ranks and claim the title of commander of the White Armored Dragon Cavalry. To stand directly before the current commander and plant such a bold, ambitious flag took an almost supernatural level of nerve. But Julius didn't interpret Theo's direct challenge as a slight. On the contrary, he seemed to take a grim pleasure in witnessing such massive, unyielding ambition from a green recruit. Regardless of the varied motives that had led these rookies to choose the cavalry, Julius had one final, non-negotiable lesson for them. Every drop of sweat and blood they left on the battlefield would, in time, be etched into the annals of legend. The agony of today would ripen into the pride of tomorrow. The cavalry's shield would remain unbreakable, and its blade would never know the meaning of surrender. From this instant forward, they were bound by a single unbreakable creed, tasked with protecting one another's backs without a moment of hesitation. They were embarking on a path forged through grit and sacrifice, and at the end of that road, the sweet, heavy scent of glory awaited them. With that closing decree, the demon dragon offered his formal congratulations, officially inducting his new rookies into the fold of the cavalry. As if to demonstrate the sheer, terrifying power of the brotherhood they had just joined, the commander's mount made a sudden, overwhelming entrance. His partner was Gullah, a majestic flying dragon whose massive, hulking presence served as the living, breathing symbol of the Dragoon Corps. Hard on Gullah's heels, the rest of the draconic pack swept across the sky, their wings spreading with such colossal force that they nearly swallowed the afternoon sun in shadow. Mounted atop these beasts were the senior cavalrymen, descending with the heavy, seasoned pride of true veterans. For the remainder of the day, each rookie was paired with one of these seniors, who would act as their personal mentor and guide them through the grueling first steps of their life in the White Armored Dragon Cavalry. The highly anticipated admittance test was finally about to begin, signaling that the anxious fresh recruits would at last head out into the treacherous, wild nesting grounds to search for flying partners of their very own. The breathtaking sight unfolding before the rookies was almost overwhelming, with seasoned dragoons soaring high through the open sky in perfect formation, their massive wings cutting sharply across the clouds in a spectacular display of raw power and strict discipline. Looking up at that sky, it was easy to see why every single child born into the prestigious Ragnar clan had dreamed of standing in that exact spot one day, with a loyal flying dragon partner of their own waiting proudly and patiently at their side. As the groups were divided, the person officially assigned to guide young Theo through the dangers of this trial turned out to be none other than Evelyn herself. Theo was genuinely surprised to see her standing here, completely away from her usual post at Training Ground 4 and back among the active cavalry once again. Unable to hide his curiosity, he looked up at her and directly asked whether she had finally returned to active frontline duty. Hearing his question, Evelyn answered with a bright, genuinely relieved smile warming her face, happily telling the young master that she was indeed taking up that proud mantle once more. Thanks to a brand new, masterfully crafted prosthetic arm provided by the legendary demon craftsman, Evelyn could at long last return to the one thing she loved above all else, serving as a true dragoon and riding freely through the endless skies. In truth, just a few days earlier, Mommy Cecilia and Kirsten had suddenly paid Evelyn a surprise visit, coming to see her in person at her quarters, just so they could express their deepest gratitude. At the exact moment they arrived, Evelyn had been right in the middle of putting the rowdy boys from Training Ground 4 through another incredibly harsh and grueling training lesson. As was her nature, Evelyn humbly tried to brush off all the high praise and thank yous, politely insisting that Theo's spectacular success came entirely from the young master's own natural talent, rather than anything special she had done as an instructor. But Cecilia firmly believed otherwise. In her eyes, Evelyn's early recognition, unwavering support, and strict guidance had clearly played a monumental role in her son's rapid growth. And knowing Theo had someone so incredibly dependable by his side made Cecilia determined to repay her in a truly meaningful way. Even as they spoke, Evelyn continued to talk about herself with deep humility, as though she had done nothing out of the ordinary, and Cecilia's expression softened into a look that showed she clearly did not like hearing the skilled swordswoman put herself down like that. Stepping forward, Kirsten then gently remarked that the bright lights guiding others through the pitch-black darkness often have absolutely no idea just how brilliantly they themselves are shining. The wise elf could see that exact, radiant light glowing inside this fierce, one-armed swordswoman, and she genuinely wanted to help Evelyn shine even more brilliantly across the entire world. And so, back in the present moment, Evelyn's life as one of the cavalry's premier dragoons had been fully reignited. Cecilia had given Theo all the credit for the miracle, telling Evelyn that her son was the one who had ultimately called in such an enormous favor from the craftsman, allowing Evelyn to finally grip the leather reins of her beloved dragon once more. Theo had absolutely no idea that any of this emotional scheming had taken place behind the scenes, but even without him knowing a thing, his doting mother had once again proven to the world that she truly was the best mom anyone could ever ask for. Deeply moved and eager to repay that life-changing favor, Evelyn Nereville formally swore herself to Theo's service, solemnly pledging to become the young master's loyal, unbreakable sword from that day forward. Theo accepted her earnest vow without a single shred of hesitation, and together, the two of them flew straight toward the perilous, rocky nest of the white armored dragon cavalry. The infamous nest of white dragons was definitely not the kind of hospitable place where ordinary human beings could ever hope to settle down comfortably. Despite what the grand name suggested, the craggy territory was actually home mostly to vicious flying wyverns, and it served perfectly as the rugged testing ground where the cavalry held its ruthless admittance trial. Technically speaking, any recruit who failed to find a compatible beastly partner during the time limit would fail to be inducted into the cavalry altogether, though in practical reality, that kind of total failure almost never happened to Ragnar recruits. Theo wasn't especially worried about his own performance, but as he looked around, he couldn't help but feel a little bit concerned about the notoriously brutish Lanka siblings, and how they would manage to handle the delicate nature of this test. Noticing his gaze, Evelyn explained that choosing a dragon partner usually came down to raw instinct, natural chemistry, and a rare kind of sixth sense. Once the absolute right one appeared before you, a person simply knew it in their heart. Stepping up to the edge, their first observation point overlooked the dusty stomping ground of the Opteryx, a massive, brown-scaled wyvern species widely known across the land as a tyrannical and relentless predator. Moving along, next came the damp, treacherous den of the poisonous aviary, bizarre creatures with long serpentine bodies that could spray a deadly violet poison mist and strike with razor-sharp tail stingers fully capable of becoming lethal weapons in an instant. Peering downward, they also spotted the blade dragons known as Sigia, which were surprisingly docile herbivores that usually preferred to burrow deep underground and build their secure nests beneath the earth, relying purely on sudden ambush tactics only when dangerous enemies wandered too close. Then, looking much higher up in the windy skies, they saw the speed dragons, often called velociraptors, small, lightning-fast, and incredibly intelligent creatures that hunted in highly coordinated packs and spat bursts of searing fire from their snapping jaws. While most of the diverse wyvern species managed by the cavalry fell neatly into these four distinct groups, unfortunately, absolutely none of them gave Theo that sudden, instinctive feeling of a deep connection that he was desperately looking for. But then, as Theo closed his eyes and searched carefully through the dark memories of his previous, first life, one particularly infamous and terrifying wyvern suddenly came to mind. He remembered it clearly. Exactly 6 years after the devastating Great War first began, a massive, horribly mutated wyvern would descend without warning upon the white dragon's nest and launch a terrible, bloody raid, ruthlessly slaughtering hundreds of precious mounts raised by the white armored dragon cavalry. That unstoppable monster was eventually given the fittingly terrifying name of the evil shadow dragon. On that dreadful, historic day, 8 entire villages were burned completely to the ground, and dozens of brave warriors lost their lives trying to halt its rampage. The sheer scale of the disaster was so alarming that the higher-ups of the Ragnar clan would later officially classify the evil shadow dragon as a dangerous Class 2 calamity. A demonic, chaotic fiend that could absolutely not be ignored. In the end, finally defeating that vile creature required the sheer power of both the demon dragon and the sword dragon to be deployed together in combat, and the beast had earned its dark name precisely because of its terrifying, supernatural ability to melt completely into the shadows. Thinking about it, this trial was basically a bloody, high-stakes version of training your dragon, and Theo, being the ambitious person he was, realized he would absolutely love to form a partnership with that exact abnormal, legendary beast. From what he could recall of the old historical records, the young beast currently had one incredibly obvious physical feature that completely set it apart from all the other ordinary wyverns in the nest. After flying around the vast nesting grounds on horseback for some time, Theo's patience finally paid off, and he got incredibly lucky, spotting that glaring, unique distinction with his very own eyes down in a dark ravine. Meanwhile, while the frantic rookies down below were each doing their absolute best to somehow secure a flying partner of their own, the formidable commander was relaxing atop the deadly, wind-swept cliffs with the loyal Gullah standing silently at his side, calmly watching over the entire training area in his usual composed, authoritative manner. However, his rare moment of quiet peace was suddenly interrupted when the powerful presence of the sword dragon entered his immediate territory. On this particular day, however, Commander Julius didn't seem to mind the unannounced interruption at all. After all, his faction had just secured the most insanely talented prospect in the clan's entire history, meaning a dragon he had never realistically expected to catch had fallen right into his grasp. And as the heavy silence broke, it turned out that checking in on this development was exactly the reason why OSA had come up the mountain to see him. With her sharp intuition, she already knew that Commander Julius fully intended to establish young Theo as one of the cavalry faction's main foundational pillars much sooner rather than later. Of course, Julius remained a fortress, neither openly confirming nor explicitly denying her bold claim. He knew all too well that a man who ran his mouth too easily could quickly bring about his own messy downfall, and he was definitely not about to make that rookie mistake here. Even without him uttering a single incriminating word, the perceptive sword dragon could easily tell just by his posture that Julius was painting a much larger, more ambitious political picture than she had first assumed. The commander had not spoken a single careless sentence, but the grand direction of his inner thoughts was still clear enough for a veteran like OSA to easily sense. Still, OSA had not climbed all the way up here just to stir up petty trouble between factions. On the contrary, she had arrived bearing a serious, official proposal meant entirely for the ultimate sake of the Golden Boy's future growth. Hearing this, Julius kept his spoken answer incredibly short and blunt. He stated that Theo was already firmly integrated into his faction, so transferring the boy over to the Plum Blossom Palace was completely out of the question. Still, he narrowed his eyes, wanting to hear what kind of unique proposal this plump woman had actually brought him. Without softening her tone or dancing around the point any longer, OSA looked him dead in the eye and boldly suggested that their two rival factions should jointly mentor the rising young star together. It was a radical, shocking idea completely without precedent. The fiercely competitive factions within the Ragnar clan did not normally mix their secret teachings or bend long-standing traditions for a single recruit, no matter how exceptionally talented he might be. Shifting the focus back to Theo and Evelyn, the two riders skillfully guided their large flying mount downward, steering it closer toward that isolated, distant corner of the nesting grounds that Theo had expertly picked out from high up in the sky. As they descended, a frustrating sight unfolded down below on the rocky ledge, where four rowdy, aggressive little troublemakers had completely surrounded a single, smaller wyvern covered in unique bluish-white scales, ruthlessly ganging up on the poor creature from every single side. Peering over the edge of the saddle, Evelyn sighed, already well aware of this particular white wyvern's miserable situation and the relentless way it constantly kept getting bullied by the rest of the pack. She explained that the cavalry's handlers had tried absolutely every solution they could think of to intervene, but no matter what tactics they employed, nothing had managed to fix the deep-seated problem. The harsh reality of the nest was that all the other wyverns kept aggressively rejecting him at every turn because, in their strictly instinctual eyes, this outcast was simply not a pure-blood creature of their kind. The unfortunate, solitary creature had actually been born from an accidental union between a captive female wyvern and a wild male viper, making him a strange hybrid that the ordinary beasts completely refused to accept as one of their own. Viper, as Theo quickly recalled from his vast knowledge, were highly dangerous Class 1 demonic fiends that usually lurked deep within the treacherous waters of the Demon Sea. Honestly, the cavalry's researchers didn't even understand how one of those shadowy monsters could have possibly reproduced with a standard wyvern in the first place. By all accounts of magical biology, a bizarre union like that should never have been physically possible, and the mere idea that such an unnatural pairing could actually produce a living, healthy offspring sounded completely absurd to anyone who heard it. Theo could barely believe the bizarre piece of beast history he was currently listening to, and the more Evelyn explained the circumstances of the creature's birth, the more completely wild and unprecedented the whole situation became to him. After all, Class 1 demonic fiends were definitely not just your average dangerous monsters. They were literal disasters to human civilization itself, living, breathing calamities that existed solely to spread terror and destruction. If a single full-grown viper ever managed to breach the defensive line of the Great Wall, the catastrophic damage it would unleash would be completely unimaginable, and to make matters worse, they were notoriously hideous, terrifying creatures to behold. Viper were well documented as ghost-type monsters that lived and lurked entirely within the shadows, and the moment Theo heard that specific detail, the grand truth behind his future memories immediately clicked into place. It all made sense now. The infamous evil shadow dragon from his past life must have gained its incredibly rare, terrifying stealth abilities from the latent viper blood flowing through its veins right now. Evelyn continued her story, noting that the initial birth of this white hybrid had caused a massive, chaotic uproar within the ranks of the dragon cavalry. There had been plenty of heavy internal resistance from the traditionalists at first, but after a long debate, the leadership finally decided to keep him in the nest rather than destroy him, hoping they could closely observe his unique development. But almost immediately after he hatched, the relentless bullying began, with the purebred wyverns utterly refusing to acknowledge a half-blood as part of their territory. The handlers knew that keeping him entirely isolated in a cage wouldn't solve anything either, leaving even the veteran leaders of the cavalry with no clear answer for what they should do with the growing outcast. After listening quietly to the long list of hardships the little guy had endured, constantly being pushed away, bitten, and abandoned simply because of where he came from, Theo felt those heavy words hit him much harder than he ever expected they would. With no official rank to give him, the sympathetic handlers of the cavalry had simply given the lonely hybrid the name Umbra, a solemn word that literally translated to shadow in the ancient language of the world. A knowing smile gradually spread across Theo's face as he looked straight down at the bruised, lonely wyvern standing its ground below, and a powerful, undeniable feeling suddenly settled deep within his chest. His perfect flying partner had finally appeared right before him. Without giving the unsuspecting Evelyn a single second of warning, Theo suddenly stood straight up from his secure leather saddle and loudly announced his final choice right then and there. Instead of waiting patiently for Evelyn to guide their giant mount down to a safe landing spot, the absolute madman simply threw his body directly off the side of the flying beast into the open air. With zero physical preparation, no parachute, and absolutely no hesitation holding him back, he was simply far too excited to drop down and meet Umbra properly. Evelyn's heart practically leapt right out of her chest as she watched the young master placed under her direct care suddenly decide to skydive from a lethal altitude on a chaotic whim. But Theo didn't care about the danger. He was just that fiercely determined to step in, change the course of destiny, and help Umbra live a completely different, happier life this time around. After all, Theo himself had been miraculously granted a second chance at life to rewrite his failures. So why shouldn't the future evil shadow dragon be allowed that exact same golden opportunity at a fresh new beginning? Mid-fall, Theo instantly stirred his internal mana, cutting through the wind currents as he dropped straight from the heavens like a brilliant bolt of blue lightning, leaving Evelyn standing stunned by his sheer recklessness, with absolutely no time to reach out and stop him. As his body plunged at a terrifying speed toward the jagged cliff face looming down below, Theo smoothly drew out multiple sharp throwing blades from his gear and sent them flying violently through the empty air ahead of him, each weapon launched at a precisely calculated speed and a slightly different downward angle. Right on cue, his eyes lit up with a sharp glow as his specialized hatchling synchro skill activated, allowing him to instantly seize absolute control over the falling blades through pure psychokinesis. Utilizing that incredibly clever mechanical trick, he managed to forcefully arrest his terminal velocity, turning the hovering, stationary blades into a series of makeshift, floating footholds right in the middle of the open air. To anyone watching the spectacle from a distance, it almost looked as if Theo was gracefully running downward through the empty sky, casually stepping against gravity itself as if he were on a solid staircase. For a young recruit, mastering the complex art of psychokinesis was already deeply impressive on its own, but utilizing it in such a wildly creative, death-defying way was on a completely different level of genius, leaving Evelyn to do nothing but stare down in absolute amazement. As she watched him manipulate the blades with flawless precision, she couldn't help but realize that this young monster's true growth speed was becoming something completely beyond belief. Down on the rocky cliff below, the aggressive wyverns surrounding Umbra continued to hiss, spit, and screech with open territorial hostility, their powerful bodies completely tense as they slowly closed their circle around the lone hybrid. Even with the overwhelming odds stacked against him, the heavily bullied beast utterly refused to lower his head in submission, fiercely meeting their low snarls with his own defiant, albeit raspy, growl. Watching that incredibly unfair, cruel scene unfold right in front of his eyes as he neared the ground, Theo was suddenly reminded of his own painful past, specifically the dark days of his childhood when he had been universally mocked and cast aside as the pathetic imbecile of the Ragnar clan. Back in those bitter days, his own peers and relatives had constantly sneered at him for being nothing more than an incompetent, worthless bastard, and all he could do back then was tightly grit his teeth, swallow the burning humiliation, and quietly endure every cruel insult thrown his way. But those days of weakness were long gone. Now, Theo was no longer that helpless, crying boy. Through sheer blood and effort, he had transformed into someone entirely different, the undeniable, terrifyingly greatest warrior of his entire generation. Bright, volatile sparks began to crackle and pop wildly around his limbs, as his signature thunder dragon breathing roared to life within his core, wrapping his entire descending figure in a surging shroud of electric power. The instant Theo finally entered his effective combat range above the ledge, he redirected the hovering blades for their true purpose, sending them rocketing forward through the air straight toward the aggressive wyverns that were bullying Umbra. The thrown weapons blazed with an absolutely absurd, blinding amount of blue electricity as Theo intentionally unleashed the full weight of his oppressive dragon mark across the area. If he had truly desired to, he could have effortlessly slaughtered those 4 bully wyverns on the spot, but showing immense restraint, he held his lethal power back, letting the shockwaves burst just close enough to terrify them out of their minds. It worked perfectly. As the terrified bullies instantly scattered into the air with their tails practically tucked between their legs, shrieking in fear, Theo Ragnar executed a flawless, heavy landing right on the center of the cliff, glaring up to coldly scold the fleeing beasts, calling them pathetic cowards who only ever dared to act tough because they had superior numbers on their side. Once the skies were clear, his intense gaze shifted back downward toward the trembling Umbra, and the fierce sharpness in his eyes instantly softened into a quiet look of genuine concern. But Umbra, having known nothing but cruelty from others, only saw this powerful human as a dangerous new threat. The wounded, bleeding beast growled warily from deep in its throat, lowering its front posture as if ready to desperately pounce the instant Theo showed even the slightest hint of hostility. And the moment Theo took a gentle step closer, Umbra chose to completely retreat instead of fighting, abruptly spreading his tattered wings and taking off into the foggy ravines to hide who knew where. Evelyn finally brought her mount down onto the cliffside, catching up to Theo and quickly explaining that the poor hybrid was extremely on edge from years of abuse, meaning approaching him would be a long, difficult process. However, when she gently advised Theo to take things slow and try again another day, he immediately voiced his disagreement. To Theo's mind, what Umbra needed more than anything right now wasn't space, but someone willing to stubbornly stay by his side through the fear. After all, if the creature truly wanted to be alone, why would he keep lingering around this dangerous nest despite being ostracized and beaten time and time again? The heartbreaking answer was incredibly simple to Theo. Umbra was desperately lonely, and the invisible, deep wounds currently carved into his heart were far harder for him to endure than any physical injuries on his scales. Considering Umbra's exhausted, wounded condition, Theo knew the little guy couldn't have flown very far into the upper peaks, so he and Evelyn quickly climbed back into the saddle of their mount and immediately set out to track down the fleeing creature. Just as Theo had smartly calculated, Umbra very quickly ran out of physical stamina due to his existing injuries, forcing him to halt and rest his shaking body on one of the jagged, isolated rocky peaks nearby. Yet, even though he was completely weak, panting, and entirely exhausted, the very instant his sharp senses detected the humans approaching through the mist, he gritted his teeth and forced himself back up onto his wounded feet to face them. He stood there, terrified but defiant. Over the years, many highly skilled dragoons from the cavalry had confidently tried to tame this particular shadowborn wyvern, but because they lacked true understanding, every single one of them had ultimately failed. Throughout his entire miserable life, Umbra had always been extremely cautious whenever humans ventured anywhere near him, and now, with his battered body covered in freshly bleeding, painful wounds, that basic instinct to stay guarded and defensive was sharper than ever before. Recognizing the creature's immense distress, Theo turned and quietly asked Evelyn to fly back and fetch something substantial that could feed the poor, starving beast. While she took off to handle that task, he decided to stay behind on the rocky ledge, determined to take his time and try to truly understand Umbra not merely as some wild monster, but as an individual with its own soul. Taking a deep breath, Theo began walking forward toward the defensive beast at a slow, deliberate and careful pace. However, the moment his boots drew too close, Umbra snapped and released the crushing, oppressive fear aura of a true apex wyvern. Theo didn't flinch for a second, answering the threat immediately by pushing right back with the dominant, overwhelming fear aura of a lesser drake. In that incredibly tense, localized space between them, beast and man faced each other completely head-on, each stubbornly trying to overpower and break the other using nothing but raw presence and an invisible torrent of psychological pressure. But as the seconds ticked by, Theo's cultivated aura ultimately proved to be the stronger of the two. Step by agonizing step, his heavy presence pressed relentlessly forward across the stone until Umbra's posture faltered, and the hybrid was steadily forced down beneath its weight. Sensing that he had lost the battle of wills, Umbra tightly braced his wounded frame and closed his eyes, fully expecting a wave of agonizing pain to follow, absolutely certain that this powerful human was about to brutally strike him down while he was weakened. But the expected blow never came. Instead of hurting him, Theo gently uncorked a high-grade healing potion, stepped right up to the shivering creature, and poured the soothing liquid carefully over the beast's deeply wounded body. The very moment the magical medicine soaked deep into his raw injuries, Umbra could feel the burning pain fading away into nothingness, his torn flesh and broken scales recovering bit by bit as a small but noticeable amount of physical strength returned to his limbs. Once the absolute worst of those terrible, throbbing wounds had been properly treated, Theo reached out with an open hand and gently stroked the side of the poor wyvern hybrid's head, keeping his touch entirely calm, warm, and careful. Completely stunned by the sensation, Umbra could only open his eyes wide and stare at the boy in utter confusion. For as long as he could remember, his entire existence had been filled with nothing but raw pain, bitter rejection, endless suffering, and the constant reminder that he never belonged anywhere. And yet right now, a completely strange human was standing right beside him in the dirt, unconditionally offering him genuine warmth instead of cruel violence, and heartfelt kindness instead of terrifying fear. Because of the literal dragon heart beating powerfully inside his own chest, Theo found that he could feel Umbra's raw emotions echoing clearly within his mind the moment he established close physical contact with the wounded beast. Through that spiritual connection, he first sensed the fierce, burning rage bubbling inside Umbra, a red-hot, explosive anger directed entirely at the arrogant herd that had violently thrown him away like garbage. But tightly intertwined with that explosive rage was a deep, crushing sadness, born from Umbra's desperate, childlike wish to simply be accepted by the very same group that constantly rejected him. And beneath absolutely everything else, the clearest, Most heartbreaking feeling of all was the long, aching loneliness that had been buried for years deep inside the lonely wyvern's heart. Even now, Umbra's immediate feelings toward Theo himself were painfully conflicted and tangled up. The hybrid was still deeply wary of this mysterious man who had suddenly appeared out of nowhere to offer him unprecedented warmth. But at the exact same time, a quiet, vulnerable part of his soul desperately hoped that this incredible warmth would stay for just a little while longer, silently praying that this human would not simply turn around and walk away like everyone else. Reading those thoughts perfectly, Theo looked into Umbra's glowing eyes with a completely serious heart and made a solemn, unshakable vow that he would never abandon him, nor would he ever turn his back on him no matter what happened in the future. To make that grand promise feel tangible and real to the creature, Theo reached into his pouch, pulled out the sparkling gem he had received as a reward from his previous mission, and held it out as a personal gift to his brand new friend. The absolute millisecond Umbra saw the incredibly shiny gem gleaming brightly in Theo's open palm, its polished surface sparkling under the sunlight with a beautiful, eye-catching luster. The half-blood beast became completely and utterly captivated by the sight, his eyes going wide as he found himself physically unable to tear his intense gaze away from the treasure. Even so, the young wyvern still possessed a fiercely stubborn side, and acting like a true textbook tsundere, he quickly jerked his head slightly to the side, trying his absolute best to pretend that he wasn't interested or tempted at all. But there really wasn't much resistance his pride could offer when Theo simply chuckled, leaned forward, and gently fastened the glittering gem directly around his scaly, bluish-white neck. Gently patting the beast's neck, Theo then looked him in the eye and confidently promised Umbra that if he chose to follow him from this day onward, the two of them would go out and find plenty more of these shiny, priceless treasures together. For Umbra, who was already staring back down at the heavy gem against his chest with barely hidden, pure desire, an enticing offer like that was becoming almost physically impossible to refuse. To make the lifetime deal sound even more ridiculously tempting, Theo grinned and playfully suggested that they could eventually craft custom reins and riding saddles completely covered in rare gems. Something so dazzling, flashy, and beautiful that it would easily turn every single head in the clan. Of course, he noted with a smirk, pulling off a luxury upgrade like that might require them to go and rob someone's wealthy grandma. And the specific wealthy grandma he happened to have in mind at that exact moment was none other than his own doting relative Kurson. Far away from the nesting grounds, deep inside the safety of her personal crafting workshop, the legendary elf artisan Kurson suddenly shuddered as a chilling, ominous sense of impending doom washed over her, making her feel as though a very large, catastrophic amount of her personal savings was about to suddenly vanish into thin air. Completely surrounded by these incredible promises of loyal companionship, boundless treasure, and a grand future filled with glittering things, Umbra finally let go of all his doubt, throwing his head high into the air and letting out a booming roar of pure, unadulterated joy. With that roar, Theo Ragnar was officially systematically recognized as the true master of the unique Viper wyvern. At that exact same moment, a familiar notification chimed in his mind, confirming he had successfully unlocked the specialized wyvern taming skill. This powerful passive skill would grant him significantly greater riding mastery depending entirely on how much absolute trust his partner placed in him, while simultaneously providing both the rider and the mount a permanent 10% attribute boost in overall combat power. A few minutes after the contract was sealed, Evelyn finally made her way back down into the rocky ravine to return to the area. She arrived walking on foot, casually dragging two massive, heavy bulls by their thick horns, while her own personal wyvern mount stood nearby, heavily panting and still catching its breath after the immense physical effort of transporting the cargo. But the moment she looked over, she froze in absolute shock. The very same aggressive beast that not a single elite dragoon in the entire cavalry had been able to successfully tame over the years was now curled up peacefully close to the young master, practically cuddling with him like a giant pet. Quickly breaking her out of her daze, they handed the massive bulls directly over to Umbra, and the hungry wyvern happily dug into the heavy, fresh meal, tearing into his lunch with clear, absolute satisfaction. When Evelyn looked over at Theo with immense curiosity and directly asked him how on earth he had managed to pull off such an impossible taming feat, Theo simply smiled and casually explained that he had merely taken proper care of Umbra's deeply wounded heart first. After establishing that emotional foundation, he added, the glittering gemstone gift had easily stepped in and finished the job. Indeed, the vicious, terrifying outcast from before now looked almost exactly like an adorable, over-eager puppy, even happily nudging and offering some of the raw bull meat back to his new master. By this point, watching the bizarre scene play out, Evelyn had absolutely no choice but to shake her head and accept reality. Whether the young master was dealing with stubborn, difficult people or wild, dangerous beasts, Theo possessed a strange, magnetic charm that simply worked miracles. Then, when Umbra smoothly lowered his long neck and broad back toward the ground in front of Theo as a clear, submissive sign of absolute trust, Evelyn smiled warmly and formally congratulated the young master for officially passing his admittance test. But just a mere moment later, her smile completely vanished as she noticed his movements, suddenly realizing that Theo was absolutely not planning to make this some simple, slow, ceremonial first ride on his new mount's bare back. Evelyn immediately threw her hands up and panicked. She reminded him frantically that Theo had not received a single hour of proper high-altitude flight training yet, and trying to ride a wild, powerful wyvern without any reins or a safety saddle was practically inviting a horrific, fatal accident. Theo only flashed a confident, wide grin at her maternal concern, waving his hand off as he calmly assured Lady Evelyn that he would be perfectly fine up there. With the passive benefits of his newly acquired wyvern training skill surging through his muscles, he firmly believed he could easily make up for any formal riding experience he still technically lacked. And just like that, without waiting for another lecture, the two new partners powerfully launched themselves straight up into the air, leaving a speechless Evelyn standing frozen on the ground below, staring up as they took off into the clouds. As Umbra soared upward through the wind currents with obvious, overwhelming excitement, Theo could feel his thoughts through the bond, guessing that his new partner must have been incredibly eager to fly out and show his savior something deeply special. For the absolute first time in his entire miserable, tormented life, Umbra looked genuinely, completely happy as he spread his wings under the open sun. Watching his giant partner fly through the air with almost childlike wonder and innocence, Theo couldn't help but quietly wonder to himself how such a pure-hearted, gentle creature could have ever evolved into the terrifying, bloodthirsty demonic fiend known in his past timeline by the dreaded name of the evil shadow dragon. After effortlessly crossing all the way through the entire mountainous nest, the two of them finally reached the outer edge of a massive, roaring waterfall, where an endless torrent of mountain water came crashing down into the abyss in a deafening, massive curtain. Without slowing his terrifying flying speed for even a fraction of a second, Umbra plunged straight through the heavy downpour, expertly flying them right into a hidden, massive cave concealed perfectly behind the roaring wall of falling water. Up until this very second, Theo had genuinely believed that he knew the geography of the winter mountains inside and out, especially after everything he had personally experienced and mapped out during his time in the black snow. But even with his vast knowledge, he had never known that a breathtaking, ancient crystal cave was hidden right behind this waterfall. And looking around at the entire cavern subterranean chamber glittering so brilliantly with millions of colorful reflections, it was incredibly easy to understand exactly why the lonely Umbra loved this secret sanctuary so much. As Theo stepped off Umbra's back and cast his gaze around the brilliantly glittering cavern, the missing pieces of the puzzle clicked together, and he finally understood what had driven Umbra toward becoming the apocalyptic, mutated evil shadow dragon in his previous timeline. Scattered throughout the pristine crystal cave were patches of eerie ghost spirit flowers, and it was blindly obvious that the isolated Umbra had been surviving in this dark sanctuary by eating nothing but these forbidden plants. Looking closer at the pale petals, Theo felt a chill run down his spine, knowing these unnatural flowers were not supposed to grow in a terrestrial environment like the winter mountains at all. Under normal circumstances, they only bloomed in the crushing, dark depths of the demon sea, anchoring their roots in soil that was entirely saturated with pure demonic energy. According to ancient lore, dragons and demons carried primordial energies that opposed each other on a fundamental level, leaving Theo deeply baffled as to how a wyvern hybrid like Umbra had managed to survive on something so inherently toxic to his draconic nature. Whatever the biological miracle behind it might be, one immediate priority took shape in his mind. These corrupting, dangerous flowers had to be systematically burned away for Umbra's own safety. The moment Theo kindled a small flame in his hand, Umbra let out a low, defensive growl, instantly making it clear that he did not like the idea of his only food source being destroyed. But Theo gently patted his snout and managed to calm him down by softly promising that he would only target the vegetation and wouldn't touch or damage a single beautiful crystal. Accepting the reassurance, the young wyvern stepped deeper into the subterranean shadows, and as Theo followed him past a thick cluster of glowing pillars, another completely shocking, macabre sight slowly came into view against the far rock face. There, suspended high off the ground and tightly chained against the damp cavern wall, hung a horrifying, desiccated human corpse, its frame incredibly thin, withered, and rotting away in the absolute freezing darkness of the hidden cave. Theo stepped closer, using his trained eyes to analyze the state of the remains, estimating that the mysterious man had been dead for at least 10 whole years, yet strangely enough, the flesh had barely decayed as much as it naturally should have over a decade. The sub-zero temperature deep within the icy cave had certainly played a physical part in preserving the body, but raw cold alone could not possibly account for this level of flawless preservation. To Theo, a corpse remaining this intact after so long pointed directly to an enormous, lingering pool of high-density magical power built up within the dead man's cells. In life, This prisoner must have been an absolute monster. A high-ranking martial expert possessing terrifying, world-shaking strength. Realizing that a complex anomaly like this was not something he could fully examine or dissect while stranded in the middle of an admittance test, Theo made a mental note to return here another time to investigate the dead man's identity properly. But the exact millisecond Theo turned his back on the chained remains to walk away, the frozen air in the cave violently shifted, and the withered face of the corpse suddenly stirred as its sunken eyelids snapped open, revealing a dead glare burning with absolute, murderous resentment. An unholy aura burst from the wall as the rotting entity began to shriek a name over and over again, its raspy, dried voice echoing off the crystals as it desperately screamed the name of the current Ragnar clan head, Kyle. Umbra reacted with lightning-fast animal instincts to the sudden threat, instantly lunging forward through the air and throwing his heavy shoulder into the reanimated corpse, slamming it deep into the stone wall before it could break its chains and move freely. Positioning his entire scaly body as a physical shield between the thrashing monster and his master, Umbra bared his teeth and roared furiously at the undead enemy that had dared to project its malicious hostility toward Theo. Even while pinned flat against the solid rock by the wyvern's immense weight, the frenzied corpse refused to stop, continuing to spew Kyle's name from its decaying, black-veined mouth along with a torrent of dark energy. At that exact flash of movement, Theo felt a sharp, icy sense of impending danger wash over him, realizing in a heartbeat that his new dragon friend was about to walk right into a serious, fatal trap. The maddened corpse suddenly lunged its head forward, trying to sink its rotten, cursed teeth straight into Umbra's exposed foot, but Theo didn't hesitate for a second, throwing his own bare arm directly into the trajectory and taking the brutal bite instead of his partner. The dead jaws clamped down with unnatural, bone-crushing force and utterly refused to release his flesh, while the entity hissed, cursing the names of Kyle and Robert Ragnar with a multi-generational hatred that seemed to crawl straight out from beyond the grave. Hearing those two names uttered in the same breath was more than enough for Theo to realize something was deeply, dangerously wrong with the clan's history. His powerful father and the legendary Black Dragon had to be intimately connected somehow to this random, chained corpse hidden away in the dark. At that critical, life-threatening moment, a loud crash echoed from the waterfall entrance as Evelyn finally burst into the cavern, taking in the bloody sight and instantly sprinting forward to come to Theo's rescue. Drawing her weapon with her new prosthetic arm, she unleashed the signature high-tier technique of the elite white-armored dragon cavalry, the Blade Barrage, striking the target with ruthless, blinding precision. Countless piercing thrusts rained down upon the wall in a fraction of a second, completely shredding the corpse's head until it was practically erased into dust, and only when the skull collapsed did the dead jaws finally go slack, freeing Theo from the horrific bite. Theo staggered backward away from the wall, his vision swimming as his legs completely gave out beneath him, and he dropped heavily onto his knees in the dirt, breathlessly apologizing to Evelyn for letting his guard down and allowing the situation to go so terribly wrong. The moment he spoke, an absolute, unbearable agony began to spread violently outward from the puncture wounds on his arm, racing through his veins like liquid fire burning beneath his skin. As it turned out, the corpse's desperate bite had been deeply infused with a lethal, ancient toxin manufactured from pure demonic energy, and Theo knew that without a highly specific immediate antidote, he would end up dying a slow, excruciating death right here on the cave floor. Evelyn completely panicked at the sight of his blackening veins and immediately tried to lift his limp body onto her shoulder so she could rush him back to the medical bay at headquarters, but Umbra aggressively stepped into her path, spreading his wings and flatly refusing to let her take his master away. The panicked wyvern used his head to firmly push her back, then kept gently nudging Evelyn away from the dying young master, whining loudly as if desperately trying to make the human understand that moving him now would kill him. Sensing the sheer, intelligent urgency in Umbra's behavior, Theo gripped his burning chest and forced himself to look up into his partner's eyes, weakly asking him if he truly knew a way to save his life. Without a single shred of hesitation, Theo made his choice, choosing to place his entire life completely in Umbra's hands. Even as the agonizing poison threatened to tear him apart, he managed to flash a reckless, trusting grin, leaving the Viper Wyvern to decide his ultimate fate. Evelyn immediately rejected the crazy idea, horrified by how utterly suicidal it sounded to trust an untamed beast. She yelled at him that a concentrated corpse toxin mixed with concentrated demonic energy was basically an uncurable death sentence if it wasn't treated by professional clan doctors immediately. But Theo understood his own body better than anyone. He wheezed out that even if they miraculously made it back to headquarters for ordinary treatment, his survival rate would still be less than a dismal 30%. That was exactly why he preferred to gamble everything right here on Umbra's cryptic instincts. His logic was sound. After all, Umbra had successfully evolved into a powerful Class 2 demonic hybrid precisely by eating those toxic ghost spirit flowers for years. The beast must have faced off against that demonic corpse before, meaning he had somehow discovered the secret method to suppress both volatile demonic energy and lethal corpse toxins within a living body. Before the darkness took over and his consciousness slipped away completely, Theo looked up at Evelyn one last time, begging her with his final breath to please put her fears aside and follow Umbra's lead completely. The moment Theo passed out, the Viper Wyvern whirled around, scanning the layout of the cave before moving with incredible speed, deftly harvesting a specific bundle of the pale ghost spirit flowers from where they grew along the jagged rocks. Next, he slammed his tail against the cavern walls, intentionally breaking off several glowing pieces of the surrounding raw crystals and gathering the fragments off the ground with an urgent, desperate purpose. Umbra scrambled back over and dropped the scattered materials directly at Evelyn's boots, nudging them forward while looking at her, clearly gesturing for her to crush the elements together and feed the resulting mixture to the young master. Evelyn clenched her teeth until they nearly bled, swallowing her immense fear of the unknown, as she chose to honor Theo's dying request and place her faith in his dragon partner. Reaching down with a shaking breath, she grabbed the fragile stalks of the ghost spirit flowers and the sharp, glowing chunks of the broken crystal in her hands. Then, channeling her internal mana down into her palms, she forcefully crushed the materials into a fine paste, blending the raw magical elements and the demonic petals together into one harsh, swirling mixture. What formed from the synthesis was a viscous, dark purple liquid radiating a strange warmth, and Evelyn carefully tilted Theo's head back, slowly dripping the concoction down into his open mouth. The moment the fluid disappeared down his throat, the loyal soldier and the terrified beast both froze in a tense, agonizing silence, completely holding their breath as they stared at the boy's pale face, waiting to see if the strange medicine would save him or kill him. The exact millisecond the dark purple mixture reached the center of Theo's chest, the powerful dragon heart resting inside his core reacted, giving off a sudden, thunderous, and deafening thrum that rattled his ribs. With that mythical heart acting like a high-powered engine inside his chest, Theo's dying body began to visibly and violently recover, and an absolute torrent of pure mana started overflowing from his skin in visible waves. The massive pressure of that overflowing mana gradually shifted into the elemental form most natural to his soul, taking on the violent, crackling blue force of his innate electric affinity. Little by little, the surging currents of his lightning began to forcefully absorb the extracted corpse poison, twisting and braiding together with the corruptive demonic power inside his bloodstream rather than fighting it. As the two opposing forces fused, the very color of his electrical magical attribute started to mutate, darkening rapidly until it was no longer an ordinary blue lightning storm, but a terrifying, absolute shade of pitch black. Once the elemental transformation finally finished its course, the newly born black lightning surged backward, flowing straight back into Theo's core and completely restarting his entire life support system from within. A comprehensive, full-body cleansing purification erupted throughout his meridians, and through surviving that terrifying, agonizing process, Theo successfully conquered the demonic toxin and permanently obtained the terrifying trait of the evil shadow dragon itself. Meanwhile, while Theo was literally fighting on the brink of death inside that hidden crystal cave, the powerful commander Julius Ragnar was sitting far away from the mountains, inside the quiet safety of his personal faction office. As he reviewed his documents, a shadowy operative stepped into the room, delivering a piece of incredibly grim news that the elite intelligence network, the Black Snow, had already cross-checked with absolute, meticulous care. And according to the highly classified report placed directly before his eyes, the terrifying, world-altering information had just been officially confirmed with an overwhelming 89% authenticity. The heavy silence in the room was violently shattered as Julius's emotions completely boiled over. In a sudden, explosive burst of unbridled fury, the demon dragon slammed his fist down with such terrifying force that his massive wooden office desk splintered and exploded into a shower of broken shards. He stood breathing heavily among the wreckage, bitterly reflecting on how he had been riding a phenomenal wave of success and momentum lately. With things going so smoothly, a cynical part of him supposed he should have anticipated that a catastrophic piece of news would eventually come crashing down to ruin everything he built. Yet, even with his lifelong cynicism and strategic preparation, the sheer, devastating scale of the disaster detailed in the intelligence report was far beyond anything he had ever braced himself to hear. There, written in cold, uncompromising ink, was the nightmare scenario. Trainer Isvin, the highly decorated captain of the White Armored Dragon Cavalry's elite 5th platoon, had tragically fallen in the line of duty, and 15 of his finest, most loyal soldiers had been slaughtered right alongside him. Meanwhile, deep inside the hidden cavern, a miraculous biological restructuring was taking place within Theo. The legendary body-cleansing purification was an ancient, mythical secret art that violently purged every single impurity from a cultivator's veins, entirely rewriting their physical constitution so their core could channel and multiply magical power with unparalleled efficiency. Under ordinary circumstances, executing such a flawless transmutation required a circle of incredibly powerful masters to continuously pour their own life force into the recipient for days on end without a single moment of rest. To make it even more impossible, historical records proved the agonizing process only ever succeeded on fragile children under the age of 5, whose pathways hadn't yet hardened. For an adult like Theo to successfully undergo such a priceless, mythic transformation, an absolutely unbelievable one-in-a-million chain of cosmic coincidences had to line up flawlessly in real time. The first critical factor was the hyperlethal corpse toxin raging through his circulatory system, which, despite its deadliness, carried a staggering, densely concentrated reservoir of ancient magical power. Furthermore, that residual power had been heavily warped and intensified by raw demonic essence, which had grown exponentially stronger over a decade by feeding directly on the ghost spirit flowers that bloomed in the dark. And right when the toxic energy was about to dissolve his organs, Umbra's improvised herbal antidote was introduced to his bloodstream, acting as the perfect, volatile catalyst capable of anchoring and stabilizing the rampaging chaos. All of these terrible, conflicting elements miraculously coalesced into a state of absolute equilibrium, creating a flawless balance where Theo was neither consumed by the shadow toxin nor simply cleansed of its beneficial properties. Instead of succumbing, his resilient draconic cells managed to completely dominate and absorb the endless stream of raw energy, entirely rewriting the deadly poison and turning it into a permanent extension of his own power. With a sudden, violent gasp, Theo's body jolted awake on the cavern floor. As his eyelids blinked open and his blurred vision cleared, the very first things he saw were the anxious, pale faces of Evelyn and Umbra, both hovering right beside him in the dim light. Every muscle in his body felt completely hollowed out and exhausted from the sheer physical trauma of the purification. Looking up at his companions with a tired, weary smile, Theo weakly apologized for scaring them and making them worry so much. Hearing his steady voice, the battle-hardened female soldier and the fiercely loyal wyvern finally let go of the heavy breath they had been holding for what felt like hours, their shoulders slumping in immense relief. But the moment Theo mentally summoned his glowing status window to check his vitals, his eyes widened in sheer disbelief. There, blinking in front of him, was an impossible system notification. Somehow, he had officially awakened as the second coming of the mythical evil shadow dragon. The sheer impact of the purification process alone had permanently gifted him an astronomical 85 additional attribute points. It was a statistical jump so massive and unprecedented that even someone with Theo's vast past life knowledge had to stand in awe of how truly extraordinary it was. Gazing around at the glittering environment, he was now absolutely certain of one profound geological fact. The glowing crystals blanketing this cavern were no mere stones, but physical, condensed manifestations of pure, unadulterated elemental energy. It was this ambient purity that had constantly filtered and neutralized the malevolent toxicity of the ghost spirit flowers over the years, transforming what should have been a horrific, flesh-melting poison into the ultimate, boundary-breaking medicine. Looking over at the massive wyvern resting nearby, Theo felt a profound wave of gratitude wash over his heart, incredibly thankful that he had trusted his gut and placed his literal life entirely in Umbra's hands. To begin with, anyone carrying the blood of the Ragnar family possessed a physical vessel that was already considered genetically flawless and close to perfection from the moment of their birth. But now that Theo had miraculously survived a complete body-cleansing purification and awakened the legendary legacy of the evil shadow dragon, his ultimate trajectory toward the absolute zenith of martial power had become clearer and more undeniable than ever before. With his condition stabilized, their attention naturally drifted back to the biggest mystery remaining in the cave, the true identity of the tragic man who had become nothing more than a chained, vengeful phantom rotting in the dark. Evelyn stepped carefully over the rubble, moving closer to the section of the wall where the corpse had been pinned. As she brushed away the dust and examined the stone face more intently, she noticed a complex network of fascinating markings intentionally carved into the rock. Stretching across the entire surface of the stone were rows of remarkably clean, precise, and disciplined inscriptions, effectively forming a hidden historical journal left behind by a legendary master of the martial arts. Reading the faded characters aloud, she discovered the writing recorded how the desperate man had crawled into this secret cave to hide after suffering a crushing, humiliating defeat at the collective hands of Kyle and Robert Ragnar. He had fully intended to nurse his wounds in absolute silence, slowly rebuilding his shattered strength over the years to carefully plan a flawless campaign of bloody vengeance before his mortal shell finally gave out on him. Tragically, his physical condition only deteriorated further with each passing month, because Robert Ragnar's final strike had completely ruptured his mana hall, utterly obliterating the foundational core that his entire martial power depended on. To make matters worse, The toxic ghost spirit flowers he was forced to eat, just to stave off starvation, only accelerated his internal decay, systematically poisoning his mind and dragging him closer to the grave. In the bitter end, his sanity completely shattered into a million pieces long before he could ever take his first step toward enacting his grand revenge plan against the clan. With absolutely no escape from the icy tomb, the dying warrior was forced to accept the agonizingly bitter reality that he would pass away trapped in the dark, forever burdened by an unquenchable, burning grievance. In his final hour of clarity, the man chose to leave a legacy behind. Using his remaining energy, he melted down his legendary personal weapon, the Emerald Serpent Sword, transforming the priceless metal into unbreakable bindings to chain himself to the wall, praying that a future generation would find the sanctuary and fulfill his dying wish. As Evelyn wiped away another layer of moss, the next section of the wall revealed something even more jaw-dropping: the legendary, lost flying sword manual belonging to the mythic god of Tempest. The presence of that legendary art meant the ruined corpse could be none other than the mythical swordsman of old who once commanded the sky itself, the tragic, betrayed prince who had lost to Kyle Ragnar during the bloody war for succession 40 years ago. History books claimed that the legendary Wind Baron, Hector Ragnar, had met a glorious end on that ancient battlefield. But the terrifying truth was that he had survived the slaughter, only to suffer a lonely, miserable, and forgotten death deep inside this dark cavern. As a fiercely traditional and loyal knight of the Ragnar family, Evelyn Nareville's face went completely pale. Without a word, she immediately dropped to both knees on the cold stone, bowing her head to offer the tragic, fallen elder the absolute highest level of military respect. Even though the Wind Baron had ultimately lost the war to the current clan head, he was still a direct royal Ragnar of the older generation, possessing a fully legitimate, blood-right claim to the throne of the family. According to her strict vassal code, by assisting in the destruction of his remains, Evelyn had technically raised her blade against a legitimate successor to the clan, a supreme, unforgivable act of treason that carried the immediate penalty of public execution. Tears of shame welling in her eyes, she begged Theo to execute her on the spot. Theo, however, looked down at her kneeling form and completely rejected her dramatic plea without a moment's hesitation. He flatly pointed out that what her blade had struck down was no longer a true noble of Ragnar, but merely a mindless, hollow phantom completely consumed by ancient hatred. More importantly, she had acted out of pure necessity to protect him, the current living successor. Invoking the absolute authority of his royal lineage, Theo looked into her eyes and strictly commanded Evelyn to wipe this day from her mind and forget every single detail that had transpired inside this hidden cave. And if her rigid, overbearing sense of knightly duty still wasn't satisfied by that order, he gestured toward the wall with a smirk, suggesting that she take the Wind Baron's secret flying sword techniques and claim them for herself. Evelyn gasped and immediately protested the idea, frantically insisting that a mere vassal like her was nowhere near worthy of inheriting an ancient power that historically rivaled the legendary arts of the Nine Dragons. But Theo remained completely unmoved by her protests. Standing tall and firm in his decision, he looked her straight in the eye and imperiously declared that from this day forward, Evelyn would officially become the sole legacy successor of Hector Ragnar. In his grand vision for the future, there was absolutely no one else in the entire empire more competent, loyal, or deserving of carrying that legendary Tempest legacy into the new era. He calmly reasoned that by accepting the inheritance, she would ensure the Wind Baron's ultimate techniques wouldn't rot in the dark, allowing his soul to finally rest in peace. Furthermore, as his designated legacy disciple, absolutely no one in the clan could ever question her actions or label it a crime. As the sworn personal sword of Theo Ragnar, this was the exact evolutionary path that made the most sense for her growth, and it was the destiny he firmly believed she was always meant to walk. Deeply moved and overwhelmed by the young master's profound trust and wisdom, Evelyn Nareville, one of the most prideful high-ranking swordsmen in the entire Ragnar military, deeply prostrated herself before Theo with absolute, undying reverence. Placing her hand over her heart, she solemnly pledged her eternal life and blade to his cause as his ultimate, faithful vassal, humbly begging him to officially accept her lifelong oath of fealty. Looking down at her intensely serious expression, Theo couldn't help but let out a soft, amused smirk. After all, this girl had always been hilariously rigid, painfully serious, and completely obsessed with doing absolutely everything by the literal book. Watching how desperately Evelyn craved to have her devotion acknowledged in accordance with proper knightly tradition, Theo realized he couldn't simply brush her earnestness aside. Deciding to fully honor her deep sincerity, he reached down with a quiet, solemn resolve and smoothly drew his gleaming blade from its scabbard. With a fluid and incredibly graceful motion, Theo lightly tapped her shoulders and officially knighted Evelyn right then and there on the open field. As he accepted her solemn oath of fidelity, he swore a silent vow of his own, carving her promise deep into the very fabric of his heart and soul. From that defining moment onward, she was no longer just a follower. She had officially become the first true sword of her esteemed lord. And with the massive shadow of Umbra looming quietly beside them as the sole, silent witness to their sacred pact, the profound bond between vassal and master was no longer just empty words spoken into the wind. It had been permanently sealed, officially recognized, and bound by a gravity that neither of them would ever break. Hours passed, and by the time the blazing sun began its slow descent, painting the horizon in deep hues of orange and crimson, the vast majority of the weary rookies had already made their way back to the expansive grounds of the White Armored Dragon Cavalry headquarters. Among them, Hulkus was practically beaming with a smug sense of self-satisfaction. He felt incredibly proud of his performance, puffing out his chest with extra delight after scanning the grounds and realizing that he had actually managed to touch down well before Theo. However, that fleeting moment of triumph vanished instantly. Both Hulkus and his bizarre, frog-like mount completely froze in absolute shock, their eyes widening in utter disbelief as they looked up and saw the final rookie of the day gracefully descending through the clouds and onto the training field. It was Theo Ragnar, and he had returned from the test accompanied by the single most terrifying and utterly bizarre partner out of every single beast captured by the examinees. As the dust settled, a few of the veteran cavalrymen standing on the sidelines recognized the massive creature almost immediately. Whispers broke out as they remembered the beast as Umbra, the infamous, violently disobedient brat of a dragon that absolutely no rider in the history of the Order had ever been able to control. But once the initial shock passed and they saw Theo standing calmly beside it, the veterans simply shrugged and chalked it up as yet another unbelievable miracle performed by the Millennium's greatest prodigy. Meanwhile, poor Hulkus could only watch in despair as his newfound confidence was completely and utterly crushed on the spot. Stepping forward and ignoring the murmurs of the crowd, Evelyn maintained her perfect military posture as she formally submitted their official written report, marking the successful completion of their grueling aptitude test. After handing the documents over to the officer on duty, she paused to scan the immediate area, a slight frown crossing her face as she casually inquired about where the commander had gone, noticing his conspicuous absence from the grounds. The seasoned dragoons nearby quickly spoke up to explain the situation, mentioning that their formidable boss had abruptly rushed off to his private office just a few minutes prior, looking incredibly grim after receiving an incredibly urgent, high-priority magical message. And almost as if on cue to answer her question himself, the legendary demon dragon suddenly tore through the sky, reappearing above the field astride his terrifying, massive partner. They slammed down onto the earth with a violent, heavy force, sending a shockwave through the dirt that instantly caused the light-hearted atmosphere to turn deathly serious. Stepping down from his mount, Julius Ragnar wasted no time on pleasantries. He began his address by grimly apologizing to the gathered crowd for having to deliver incredibly grim news to them so soon after their grueling admittance test had officially concluded. Without a hint of hesitation in his booming voice, he loudly announced that every single soldier present on the field, veterans and brand new rookies alike, was being ordered to mobilize and deploy to the remote Fort Blanky without a moment's delay. The suddenness of that single, sweeping command hit the ranks like a physical blow, sending an immediate wave of intense confusion and palpable worry, whispering through the entire headquarters as soldiers exchanged frantic glances. Amidst the rising panic, Theo stood perfectly still, acting as the sole individual in the courtyard who actually comprehended the true weight of what was coming. In his mind, he realized the pieces were moving. The infamous series Merchant Guild hostage crisis at Fort Blanky was finally kicking off exactly as history dictated. This meant they were about to head directly into a hornet's nest, actively interfering with a deeply rooted clandestine scheme designed to secure the legendary, dragon-killing blade known as Bamung for the orchestration of an upcoming military coup. And pulling the strings from the darkness behind this entire elaborate treasonous plot was none other than the fiercely despised, treacherous sky dragon himself, Ed Troyven. Unable to hold back his confusion, one of the veteran dragoons quickly stepped forward to ask for further clarification, pointing out that deploying completely green recruits who hadn't even gone through basic combat formation training was an incredibly irregular and highly dangerous breach of protocol. Julius met the soldier's gaze and delivered the brutal, unvarnished truth without a shred of sugarcoating. He revealed that Trainer Isvin, the veteran captain of the elite 5th platoon, along with every single soldier under his direct command, had completely vanished off the grid while on patrol. A heavy silence fell over the crowd at those words, because absolutely everyone knew Captain Isvin. As the longest-serving and most resilient knight within the White Armored Dragon Cavalry, it was completely unthinkable to the men that someone of his immense strength could be taken down so easily. Standing in the back, Theo's expression darkened as he contemplated the grim news. To him, this sudden and violent deviation felt like yet another massive butterfly effect, a direct and chaotic consequence triggered by his own interference in the timeline. According to the highly calculated intelligence provided by Black Snow, there was a staggering 89% probability that the entire 5th platoon had already been wiped out. Julius firmly stated that even if by some miracle they were still breathing, they would be in absolutely no condition to fulfill their duties, meaning every able-bodied soldier present would temporarily operate under the 5th platoon's banner to execute the mission in their stead. To lead this ragtag force, Evelyn Nereville was abruptly appointed as the acting captain for the operation. With the official deployment set for exactly 3 days from now, the pressure was immense, forcing the fresh rookies to desperately cram a standard month's worth of basic combat and riding training into a dangerously narrow 72-hour window. Even after reading through the bleak official reports and looking at the hard data, Julius's fierce pride made it impossible for him to truly accept that an old, battle-hardened warrior like Isfin could have fallen into an enemy trap so easily. Yet, his stubborn disbelief did absolutely nothing to extinguish the roaring fire of pure rage burning hot inside his chest. Thirsting for blood and absolute vengeance against whoever had touched his men, the commander finished his harsh announcement and made a sharp, incredibly forceful exit from the field. In the original timeline, the whole affair had begun relatively simply, with the notorious Black Skull Bandits taking a high-ranking representative from the powerful Ceres Merchant Guild hostage. Under normal circumstances, with an elite cavalry unit sent to intervene, the entire incident should have been resolved swiftly without a single military casualty. But Theo knew better than anyone that the true, sinister motive underlying this entire chaotic situation had absolutely nothing to do with a simple hostage negotiation or a mere ransom demand. All of those loud, public distractions and bandit skirmishes were nothing more than a carefully coordinated smokescreen, deliberately orchestrated to mask the illicit theft and secret transportation of the priceless Dragonslayer sword, Bamong. The second Ed Troyvin successfully wrapped his greedy fingers around the hilt of that legendary, god-killing blade, the signal would be given, and the devastating coup to overthrow the kingdom would officially plunge the world into fire. However, as Theo looked around at the frantic preparations of the soldiers, he couldn't help but notice that when compared to the memories of his previous life, the flow of events was already beginning to warp into a completely uncharted direction. If this dangerous deviation was truly a ripple effect caused by his own actions, then he knew he had a responsibility to witness it unfold with his own eyes and see it through to the bitter end. And with that heavy realization weighing on his shoulders, the hidden, high-stakes quest to intercept and claim the Dragonslayer sword officially commenced. Following 3 grueling, sleepless days of incredibly rushed and intense basic training, the newly formed unit finally mobilized, moving their operations far into the northern stronghold, where the howling winds and freezing climate were harsh enough to bite straight through leather armor and freeze a man's bones. High up on the perimeter, a solitary soul bandit watchman stationed inside the wooden guard tower suddenly squinted into the distance, his eyes catching an unsettling anomaly far away, a massive, pitch-black shape rapidly expanding across the night sky and completely blotting out the pale light of the moon. A second later, his breath caught in his throat and his eyes threatened to pop out of his skull as the horrific reality sank in. He wasn't looking at a storm cloud. He was staring directly at a massive, heavily armed battalion of wyverns belonging to the legendary white armored dragon cavalry. But before the terrified sentry could even raise his horn to sound a proper alarm, a brilliant flash of light illuminated the sky, and the entire wooden watchtower was instantly blasted into a million splinters by a violently explosive magical strike. Sailing high above the chaos on her mount, Evelyn looked down at the sprawling enemy base with cold, calculating eyes before cutting her hand through the air, loudly barking out the order for her airborne vanguard to begin raining explosive payloads directly onto the stronghold below. In an instant, the formations of massive wyverns swept through the midnight sky like a terrifying fleet of World War II heavy bomber planes, carrying absolute destruction beneath their leathery wings and unleashing hell upon the earth. The highly coordinated aerial bombardment struck the bandit stronghold with terrifying, surgical precision, tearing through massive stone walls, shattering defensive turrets, and spreading widespread devastation exactly where the enemy's infrastructure was most vulnerable. As fire and debris rained down from above, the panicked bandits scrambled across the courtyards like rats, shrieking in terror as they desperately tried to push their way into the deep inner castle walls just to avoid being blown to pieces by the unrelenting assault. Unfortunately for them, their desperate retreat was already far too late. Having already leaped down from their flying mounts mid-air, the elite dragoons touched down gracefully on the snowy ground with their heavy blades already drawn, instantly cutting down every single straggler left stumbling in the smoke and chaos. Evelyn moved through the battlefield like a whirlwind, directing her advancing ground troops without missing a single beat, systematically leading them forward to ruthlessly slaughter every single bandit that dared to cross their path. This absolute, unmitigated destruction was the steep, bloody price anyone had to pay for foolishly daring to provoke the wrath of the white armored dragon cavalry. Meanwhile, deep in the dark woods just outside the chaos, the corrupt merchant responsible for sneaking the legendary sword out of the armory was breathing a massive sigh of relief, silently thanking his lucky stars that he had managed to slip away from the stronghold just minutes before the explosive attack began. Clutching his cargo tight, he smiled greedily in the dark, thinking that all he had to do now was safely hand over the divine blade to his contact, collect his insanely generous payday, and then spend the remainder of his days lounging in absolute luxury with his newfound riches. But unfortunately for the treacherous merchant, his fate had already been written in stone, and he had been completely doomed to fail from the very second he decided to participate in this treasonous plot. His overwhelming avarice led him straight into a quiet, completely unceremonious dead end, as a mysterious hooded figure stepped out from the shadows of the trees and severed his head with a single silent flash of steel. With the dead merchant's body hitting the crimson snow, the hooded figures carefully retrieved Bameng, securing it safely for transit out of the war zone. Now that the legendary sword was finally in their possession, they were free to take complete control of the surrounding area. With their primary, high-value objective now firmly locked away in their grasp, the stage was perfectly set, and the next terrifying phase of their sinister, kingdom-shaking plan could finally begin. Out in the freezing darkness beyond the perimeter, the sinister hooded figures began rolling out their massive, long-range siege cannons. With a heavy metallic clank, they locked the terrifying weapons into place, aiming the barrels directly toward the unsuspecting stronghold. The time had finally come to wipe those arrogant, wyvern-riding pests completely off the face of the earth. Meanwhile, inside the stone walls of the fortress, the elite cavalrymen had already made incredibly short work of the localized resistance. They effortlessly cut down the frontline attackers and subdued every low-life bandit who had been foolishly occupying the stronghold, leaving the courtyard littered with disarmed criminals. The battle-hardened veterans were already laughing smugly among themselves, treating this entire emergency deployment like it had been nothing more than a routine, low-stakes cleanup job. But while the older soldiers let their guard down and relaxed, Theo stood in the center of the yard, unable to shake a deeply unsettling feeling that everything about this victory had gone far too smoothly. When he really thought about it, the scenario simply didn't add up. It was completely hard to believe that the highly trained, original 5th platoon could have ever been completely wiped out by a disorganized pack of amateurs who could barely put up a proper fight against their vanguard. Determined to uncover the hidden truth, Theo quietly activated his hatchling's synchro ability. He closed his eyes, focusing his heightened spiritual senses to pierce directly into the raw, unguarded memories of one of the heavily bound, captured bandits groveling on the floor. What he discovered deep within the man's mind confirmed his worst fears. The legendary sword Bameng had definitely been stolen and smuggled through here. Yet, strangely enough, not a single one of these frontline bandits had ever actually laid eyes on the blade with their own two eyes. While such extreme secrecy might have been understandable for the low-ranking pawns of the organization, the truly disturbing part was that even the high-level bandit executives had been carrying out their specific smuggling logistics completely in the dark, acting as blind instruments for a master they didn't know. Noticing the young prodigy standing stiffly in the courtyard, one of the senior dragoons caught sight of Theo's incredibly tense expression and walked over, asking him with a casual smirk what could possibly be wrong after such an easy win. Before Theo could answer, another senior soldier chimed in, telling him to just relax and calm down, assuming the famous Flash Tiger was simply letting his nerves get the better of him on his very first real deployment. In truth, the older veterans mostly just wanted to wrap up the administrative paperwork quickly so they could head back to the warm barracks. Right at that second, a horrifyingly grim premonition struck Theo's mind like a shard of ice. Without wasting a single breath to explain himself, he abruptly spun on his heel and broke away from the senior knights, leaving them staring blankly at his retreating back in utter confusion. Theo silently gripped the hilt of his weapon, drawing his razor-sharp blade in one fluid motion before swinging it with full force toward a section of the stone wall that looked completely ordinary and unassuming at first glance. The thick, solid bricks shattered and split apart under the impact, revealing a hollow hidden chamber packed to the brim with rows upon rows of wooden kegs, each one stuffed with highly volatile, military-grade explosives hidden right beneath their feet. The realization hit him instantly. From the very second they marched in, this entire stronghold had been a massive, meticulously calculated trap. Theo immediately took total charge of the situation, raising his voice to an authoritative shout as he urged everyone to drop what they were doing and begin a full-scale evacuation. And then, as if to confirm his sudden warning, a sharp, terrifying whistle of incoming artillery fire began cutting through the freezing night air from somewhere out in the distant hills, growing deafeningly louder with every passing microsecond. Realizing the sheer scale of the danger, Theo lunged forward, shouting at his stunned comrades with absolutely everything he had left in his lungs to get down and run. But his desperate warning was instantly swallowed whole by the deafening, earth-shattering roar of fire and iron as the opening heavy bombardment crashed directly into the heart of the stronghold, obliterating the stone structures into dust. The devastating first round of detonations struck dead center, hitting the primary target buildings with terrifying accuracy, and the attackers out in the dark immediately began reloading the massive iron barrels without losing a single second. From every conceivable angle on the surrounding ridges, the mysterious hooded figures ruthlessly continued hammering the explosive-filled fortress, unleashing an unrelenting rain of cannon fire designed to trigger the hidden kegs. Their directive from on high was chillingly simple and entirely merciless. Wipe out the newly formed 5th platoon from existence, and ensure that not even a single solitary ant walked out of those burning ruins alive. Meanwhile, far away from the screaming and the flames, the wealthy mastermind who had personally ordered this brutal assassination sat completely alone in a silent, suffocating room, her pale skin bathed in the cold light of the moon. It was Lady Amel Ragnar, the disgraced former mistress of the luxurious Camellia Palace. Her eyes were vacant and bloodshot as she rocked back and forth, tenderly cradling the horrific, headless corpse of her deranged son, Axion, tightly against her chest. The execution of her child had caused the woman's fragile sanity to completely fracture, and now, consumed by an all-consuming madness, she wanted Theo Ragnar's severed head brought to her feet, no matter how many lives or resources it cost to achieve it. Back at the fortress, taking full advantage of the absolute chaos and blinding smoke caused by the cascading explosions, the remaining captured bandits tried to break away from their bindings and flee into the night for their lives. But Evelyn had absolutely no intention of letting these criminals slip away under the cover of the attack. Gritting her teeth against the heat, she immediately ordered her nearby troops to execute the escaping prisoners on the spot. As the massive stronghold burned furiously and crumbled into pieces around them, the disciplined dragoons went straight to work, drawing their sidearms and cutting down the fleeing criminals without showing a single shred of hesitation. Even amidst the flying debris, Evelyn's sharp mind was putting the pieces together. She could easily tell that something was deeply wrong with the story regarding the original 5th platoon's demise, especially considering how utterly helpless and weak these bandits looked under real pressure. Suddenly, another explosive cannonball came screaming down from the heavens right in her direction. Evelyn's survival instincts flared, and she barely managed to throw herself to the side in the nick of time to avoid being roasted alive by the fiery shockwave. With the second, even more intense wave of the enemy's coordinated bombardment already underway, Evelyn wisely prioritized her remaining troops' survival over the mission parameters, loudly giving the definitive order to retreat from the courtyard. After all, with the sheer volume of artillery raining down, the trapped bandits would inevitably be blown to pieces by the explosion soon enough, even if the cavalry abandoned them and left them to their fates. Sprinting through the collapsing corridors, the scattered rookie group finally managed to successfully reunite with Evelyn's main battalion amidst the thick smoke and falling rocks. Now that the fractured pieces of the 5th platoon had successfully gathered together under one banner again, their singular, burning priority shifted entirely to finding a viable escape route out of this crumbling, fiery hellhole. As they paused to catch their breath, Theo stepped forward and urgently proposed that they move directly toward the outer perimeter walls, intentionally picking the path that ran opposite from the direction of the devastating artillery fire. Under the crushing, near-impossible stress of the deadly situation, something profound hidden deep within Theo's consciousness suddenly snapped open. His legendary mind gate awakened with a surge of energy, shattering past the standard biological limits of his brain to drastically accelerate his thinking speed and sharpen his sensory perception to a godlike degree. When he opened his eyes and looked around the burning courtyard again, the complex architectural structure of the surrounding stone buildings seemed to magically unfold before his vision, completely exposing their internal layouts and hidden blueprints in terrifying, crystalline detail. The sheer, overwhelming flood of spatial information rushing into his consciousness left him visibly dazed for a split second, his chest heaving as his human brain struggled to keep up with the sheer volume of data it was absorbing. Seeing him freeze in the line of fire, Evelyn rushed forward to snap him back to reality, firmly grabbing hold of his shoulder as she desperately tried to pull him toward the outer gates in accordance with their original evacuation route. However, Theo planted his feet firmly into the dirt, stopping her dead in her tracks for a brief second before she could drag his body a single step farther into the open yard. With an expression of absolute, unshakable decisiveness, Theo looked her in the eyes and declared that running toward the main exits would be suicide. Instead, he claimed they had to do the exact opposite and head deeper into the heart of the stronghold. Evelyn trusted her master's tactical judgment with her entire soul, so without a single moment of hesitation or questioning, she spun around and fiercely ordered the rest of the surviving troops to follow his lead into the dark. Right now, there were exactly 21 human lives hanging precariously in the balance, and every single one of those terrified soldiers was now relying entirely on the golden prodigy to guide them out of the jaws of death alive. Utilizing his newly heightened perception, Theo could clearly see that the obvious exit gates were not a path to salvation at all. Waiting right outside the threshold was a secondary line of artillery fire and a heavily armed, carefully coordinated ambush party. That was meant to be the final, inescapable trap prepared specifically to catch any survivors. Relying heavily on his newly open mind gait in perfect tandem with his hatchling synchro, Theo began rapidly reading the ancient memories embedded within the stone walls of the fortress itself, mapping out the architecture until the entire stronghold appeared in his mind's eye like a living, breathing web of pure information. The unseen enemy commanders outside had confidently assumed that no one could possibly survive staying inside the burning castle, but with Theo now completely seeing through the stronghold's secret layout, a narrow path forward revealed itself. Focusing on the corridor to the left, his heightened senses immediately picked up the faint, ticking danger of even more hidden explosive caches just waiting to erupt into a fireball. Shifting his attention to the path on the right, he calculated that another massive wave of external artillery bombardment was scheduled to come crashing down on that exact position within seconds. That meant the single safe route left available to them in the entire fortress was the ancient, central stone staircase that led directly downward into the dark belly of the castle. Without losing another second, Theo turned and led his weary comrades down the central stairs, every single one of them sprinting with desperate speed as the entire mountain stronghold shook violently around them. True to her duty, Evelyn deliberately stayed at the very back of the rushing line, keeping her blade drawn as she made absolutely sure that none of her younger troops fell behind or were swallowed up by the encroaching chaos. But the exact moment their boots hit the floor at the very bottom of the flight, all of their desperate hopes for survival seemed to instantly vanish into thin air, because the dark stone corridor ahead of them ended abruptly in a solid, impenetrable dead end. An immediate wave of blind panic swept through the ranks, the cold reality of their situation settling heavily over the rookies. With their hearts hammering against their ribs, every eye instinctively turned toward Theo, their wide, desperate gazes silently pleading for the young prodigy to pull some brilliant miracle out of thin air. Turning back to retrace their steps up the stairs was completely out of the question, and with every ticking second they wasted frozen in hesitation, the invisible noose around their necks only tightened. And then, as if the universe determined they hadn't faced enough disaster today, the structural damage from the relentless surface explosions finally reached a catastrophic breaking point. The heavy stone ceiling directly above their heads began to groan under an immense, unyielding weight, cracking violently as the compromised roof foundations started to buckle and collapse inward. Massive, jagged slabs of ancient masonry and thick, splintered support beams tore free from the structure, plunging downward in a chaotic avalanche of debris that sent a thick, blinding cloud of dust billowing through the air. The newly formed 5th Platoon found themselves mere heartbeats away from being completely crushed and buried alive beneath tons of falling stone. Meanwhile, just outside the perimeter of the crumbling fortress, the hooded, shadow-dwelling agents of the Troivan faction stood atop the ridges, watching the spreading sea of flames with twisted, sadistic satisfaction. They openly relished the absolute chaos and ruin their heavy artillery bombardment had successfully unleashed upon the valley. With a final, earth-shaking thud, the very last artillery shells they had brought along were launched into the sky, leaving their massive munitions arsenal completely depleted. Their heavy weapons were empty, but the apocalyptic level of total destruction they had set out to achieve already blankets every single corner of the burning stronghold. In their twisted minds, this merciless slaughter was nothing less than divine justice for the execution of their fallen young master, Axion. Freeing their sleek, cold blades from their scabbards and letting their raw, suffocating killing intent flood the snowy air, the elite Troivan agents fanned out and prepared to storm the ruins to finish whatever survivors the bombardment might have missed. They were completely unbothered by the brutality of the task. Even if Theo Ragnar had been blown into unrecognizable pieces by the artillery, these zealots were fully prepared to dig through the river of blood, shredded flesh, and smoldering rubble piece by piece, just to drag out the physical proof that his life had been snuffed out. But unfortunately for the approaching executioners, that easy victory would not be handed to them today. The young 5th Platoon had just cheated death by the absolute narrowest of margins. At the exact microsecond the roof caved in above them, the stone floor beneath their boots suddenly gave way as well, shattered entirely because Theo had delivered a single, desperate, full-powered downward slash at the final, crucial instant. The entire group plummeted through the newly made breach, dropping like stones into a hidden, deep underground lair that none of them could have ever anticipated existed. But as they scrambled to their feet in the dark, they quickly realized they weren't alone. Waiting in the shadows of the subterranean cavern was another hostile contingent of armed bandits. Theo hadn't just struck the floor blindly out of raw panic. Using his enhanced perception, his mind had mapped out a vast, hollow space resting deep beneath the lower hallway, and that single, split-second observation became the miraculous reason anyone survived the structural collapse above. As Theo raised his weapon and peered past the defensive line of shocked bandits blocking their immediate path, his eyes locked onto something hidden even deeper within the murky recesses of the underground chamber. A massive, heavily reinforced subterranean prison colony, sealed shut behind thick, rusted steel bars. Peering through the gloom at the prisoners huddled together behind those cold bars, the group gasped as they recognized a familiar face. It was the missing Captain Trainer Isavin, battered but alive, trapped alongside the survivors of his platoon in the dark belly of the earth. With their presence discovered, the remaining bandit jailers rushed forward, but they were hilariously outmatched by Evelyn's furious vanguard troops. In fact, Hulkus actively charged ahead and handled the final 2 guards entirely by himself, cutting them down with a pair of aggressive strikes before they could even pose a threat to the rookies. The moment the heavy cell doors were pried open and the prisoners secured, Evelyn rushed to the old knight's side, quickly receiving the full, horrifying breakdown of the situation from Captain Isavin. Absolutely no one in the Order could have guessed that the Central Intelligence Bureau itself was the shadow entity secretly orchestrating this entire treasonous web from behind the scenes. With the guards dealt with, the members of the original 5th Platoon were finally released from their heavy iron shackles, the cold restraints clattering loudly onto the stone floor after what felt like an eternity of agonizing captivity. Yet, the sweetness of freedom brought very little joy to the rescued soldiers. A grim glance revealed that nearly every single one of them had been brutally missing limbs from their torture, and even the indomitable old captain himself had been left permanently, severely crippled by his captors. Evelyn had strongly suspected from the very beginning that the treacherous Ed Troyvin was pulling the strings of this disaster, but even her darkest theories hadn't prepared her for a conspiracy running this deep into the bedrock of the nation. These disgusting turncoats had gone so far as to raise their military blades against their own flesh and blood, violating every sacred oath of the clan. There was absolutely no point in using softer political language to describe the scene before them. This was textbook, high-level treason, and under the unyielding weight of ancient Ragnar law, treason demanded the absolute harshest, most irreversible punishment a knight could deliver. Captain Isvin looked up, instantly recognizing the dangerous, white-hot fury burning in the eyes of the younger generation, but he raised a trembling hand, warning them not to let raw emotion blind their tactical judgment. Their enemies were calculated killers whose plot had been seamlessly prepared from start to finish, and with their current wounded numbers, rushing into a head-on clash up there would be nothing short of suicide. For the exact present moment, their single most intelligent, high-priority objective had to be establishing a secure line of communication to contact the elite Black Snow intelligence agents who were supposedly stationed in the surrounding wilderness. Theo stepped forward, his voice cutting through the gloom as he pointed out that since no reinforcements had arrived despite the massive bombardment, it was highly probable the enemy had already quietly eliminated the Black Snow scouts hidden nearby. The tactical situation looked completely bleak, but looking closely at the young rising star's eyes, an ingenious counter-strategy was already taking shape in his mind. He reasoned that since the Troyvin agents had deliberately tried to bury even their own criminal bandit pawns under that heavy artillery fire, it proved they wanted every single loose end erased to ensure a flawless, untraceable political cover-up. And because of that obsessive need for absolute certainty, they would undoubtedly march directly into the ruins to visually confirm whether their main targets had been reduced to ash. They would be completely drunk on their assumed triumph, carelessly sorting through the bodies without ever realizing the lethal danger lingering right beside them. That exact blind overconfidence was the perfect weapon the cavalry could exploit. If they quickly moved back upstairs, concealed their presence within the smoldering wreckage, and organized a perfectly coordinated ambush of their own, the arrogant traitors would walk straight into the jaws of their trap. Only by weaponizing that single, unexpected element of surprise would they possess even the slimmest mathematical chance of completely turning this horrific disaster on its head and surviving the night. Listening to the flawless tactical breakdown, Captain Isvin quietly studied the young man, his sharp, battle-hardened old eyes measuring Theo from head to toe with a profound sense of awe. With his immense experience, the old captain could easily tell that Theo had only recently unlocked the legendary power of his mind gate, and to achieve a feat of that caliber at such an incredibly tender age was nothing short of a historical anomaly. For a long, quiet moment, the old warrior could only bitterly lament the advanced age of his own body, feeling a twinge of shame that when faced with this sudden crisis, he had nearly given up and accepted defeat far too quickly. But fortunately for the future of the Order, the fierce younger generation standing tall before him still possessed unshakable courage, absolute tactical clarity, and more than enough survival instinct to keep pushing forward through the flames. As though a dying, cold ember had suddenly been blasted with pure oxygen, a fierce martial flame reignited inside the veteran. Captain Isvin gritted his teeth, forcefully pushing his battered body upright onto his single remaining leg as he rallied his remaining men through pure, unadulterated force of will. The proud warriors of the white armored dragon cavalry, both the battle-weary survivors of the original platoon and the fierce rookies of the new one, would stand shoulder to shoulder, moving in perfect unison to execute the ambush exactly as Theo had brilliantly laid it out. With the trap set, an all-out, no-holds-barred deathmatch between two opposing factions of the mighty Ragnar house was about to violently erupt within the burning ruins. Not long after, The arrogant Troivan strike team poured through the shattered gates of the ruined stronghold, fanning out carelessly across the smoldering wreckage as they casually began searching for the charred bodies of their targets. They lazily overturned heavy stones, kicked aside fractured wooden beams, and poked through every single collapsed corner, fully expecting to easily identify the mangled victims left behind by their flawless artillery strike. Their cold intent was clear. Anyone they managed to find who was still miraculously drawing breath was to be executed immediately, dispatched on the spot without even the slightest, most microscopic trace of human mercy. But after picking through the debris for quite some time, a heavy wave of unease began to settle over the search parties. They had found absolutely no physical remains belonging to the cavalry. The squads inspecting the western sector reported 0 corpses, and the eastern division wasn't finding anything useful to confirm their kills either. To make matters worse, the scout team monitoring the outer perimeter exits radioed in with the exact same frustrating update. Not a single fleeing dragoon had been spotted breaking past their line of sight. Across the entirety of the burning, flattened landscape of the stronghold, the only dead bodies scattered through the rubble belonged exclusively to the disposable pawns of the Black Skull bandits. Suddenly realizing that something was horribly, terribly wrong, the veteran leader's combat instincts flared. His eyes narrowed in suspicion, and he sharply barked at his men to halt, stopping them before they wasted another second wandering blindly through the ruins. But in the very next millisecond, the trap sprung, and fresh blood splattered across the snow. The hidden dragoons erupted from the smoldering rubble like ghosts, unleashing the lethal ambush they had flawlessly prepared right beneath the enemy's feet. The traitorous Troivan commander's reflexes were the only reason he survived the opening salvo, barely throwing his head back in time to avoid having his skull pierced clean through by the lightning-fast thrust of Evelyn's blade. With the element of surprise spent, the 2 opposing captains, standing on completely opposite sides of this bloody military betrayal, locked eyes and prepared to clash directly in single combat. Desperate to regain the upper hand, the Troivan captain immediately tried to fight dirty, throwing low kicks and utilizing underhanded combat tricks to break Evelyn's guard and throw her off balance. But Evelyn was a masterclass warrior. Her mind remained entirely composed, far too skilled to be thrown off by such petty tactics. With a breathtaking, incredibly sharp acrobatic twist, she effortlessly slipped out of his strike zone, flipping backward to create just enough physical space to completely reset the rhythm of the duel on her own elite terms. Realizing the sheer gravity of their blunder, the Troivan captain screamed at the top of his lungs, desperately warning his scattered units that they had walked directly into a counter-ambush, but his frantic warning came far, far too late. He fiercely barked out an order for the survivors to immediately shift into a defensive ring formation. Yet by the time the words actually left his mouth, half of his elite vanguard had already stopped breathing entirely. They had been systematically, ruthlessly cut down in the blink of an eye by the highly trained dragoons who had been patiently lying in wait within the shadows of the wreckage. With this illegal, treasonous Black Ops operation now dragged fully into the light of day, Evelyn stood tall amidst the fire as the literal enforcer of Ragnar law. Brandishing her weapon, she coldly used that absolute legal authority to sentence every single traitor present to immediate death. The cornered Troivan captain, however, had absolutely no intention of laying down and dying quietly. Snarling in defiance, he charged forward to meet Evelyn head-on, their weapons colliding with a shower of sparks as they traded a rapid, fierce exchange of lethal strikes. Relying on his raw power, he managed to temporarily check her fluid movements, even turning the tide to launch several sharp, incredibly dangerous counterattacks of his own, proving to everyone watching that he still possessed more than enough military skill to make this a fight to the death. Deep down inside, the Troivan captain was reeling, his mind unable to process the impossible sight before him. After an absolutely relentless aerial bombardment, enough to reduce an entire mountain fortress to nothing but dust and gravel, these supposedly doomed wyvern-riding bastards were somehow still standing upright, blades drawn and eyes defiant, staring him down. That creeping shadow of sheer disbelief shattered his concentration for a single, critical moment. In the high-stakes dance of a life-or-death battle, that tiny flicker of hesitation was all it took for the tide to turn from a struggle into a death sentence. Evelyn, with her hunter's instincts honed to a razor's edge, instantly identified that microscopic opening in his defense. Her eyes narrowed into predatory slits, and she lunged forward with explosive speed before he could even dream of recovering his guard. She moved for a clean, efficient kill, her steel flashing in a lethal arc toward his exposed neck. The turncoat barely managed to jerk his body to the side at the last possible millisecond, saving his head from being severed cleanly from his shoulders. But Evelyn wasn't the type to offer second chances. She pressed her relentless assault, driving him back step by agonizing step, her blade carving through his defenses and opening fresh, jagged wounds that forced crimson blood to spray with every single desperate exchange. As she forced him into a corner, Evelyn's voice boomed across the ruins, warning the remaining stragglers of the Central Intelligence Bureau that their only path to survival was to drop their weapons and surrender immediately. She made it clear that at this stage of the operation, any further resistance was nothing more than a pathetic, meaningless struggle against an outcome that had already been sealed in stone. The moment Theo's perfectly timed ambush had sprung and the hidden cavalry surged forth from the rubble, the entire battlefield had been locked into a terminal checkmate. She offered a path of mercy. Those who chose to cast aside their blades and submit willingly would be allowed to breathe for the time being, so they could eventually face a proper, fair judgment in a lawful military trial. But before his terrified subordinates could even consider clutching at that lifeline, the Troivan captain roared a final, desperate command across the chaotic battlefield, giving them the authorization to ignite their ultimate, forbidden technique. Every dragoon on the field froze in their tracks for a breathless second, startled not just by the sudden shout, but by the horrific, ominous weight behind those specific orders. It was instantly obvious that the Troivan agents had been clutching one final, dirty card against their chests, a last-ditch gamble they had preserved for the exact moment the walls closed in. Then, without warning, one of the Troivan agents completely snapped. Abandoning all reason and discipline, he turned feral, his eyes bulging as he lunged straight for Theo like a starved beast finally unshackled from its heavy iron chains. Theo felt the shift in the air immediately. The man's aura didn't just grow. It spiked with a sharp, distorted intensity that felt profoundly unnatural and far too volatile to ignore. These fanatics had actually triggered the forbidden reverse blood surge technique, a dark, ancient power that grants explosive, godlike strength by forcibly draining the user's own life force to fuel the flames. Even with Theo's formidable training, keeping pace with an agent empowered by such a twisted, taboo art was an absolute nightmare. Every single strike he exchanged was heavier and faster than humanly possible. One crazed assailant was already a handful, but then the rest of those brainwashed bastards started swarming toward him in a frenzied pack, all of them hungry to claim his head as a trophy for their cause. Seeing Theo caught in the center of a lethal vortex of blades, one of the severely injured officers from the original 5th platoon surged forward, physically throwing himself into the path of the enemy to absorb the crazed strikes with his own body. As his life began to ebb away, the officer offered no screams of agony or curses against his killers. Instead, wearing a calm, almost serene expression, he simply looked at Theo and urged him to run. Watching such a brave, honorable man willingly sacrifice his life right before his eyes, all for the sake of his own survival, hit something profound and fragile deep inside Theo's heart. That singular, crushing moment of loss ignited a raw, primal furnace of fury within Theo, a cold, focused wrath so intense it seemed to erupt from the very center of his soul. With that white-hot rage fueling his movements, Theo unleashed the most devastating, lightning-quick triple dragon's claw he had ever channeled in his life, carving a path through the fanatics in a single, brutal, sweeping strike. But he wasn't finished. Pushing far beyond the boundaries of his physical capacity, the young master dove deeper into his own consciousness, forcefully tapping into the absolute limit of his mind gate. In that suspended second, the world around him seemed to grind to a crawl. Theo's eyes tracked dozens of moving objects at once, marking the exact position of every frenzied enemy pulsing with that unnatural, forbidden power. He released a second triple dragon's claw, a technique even more terrifyingly powerful and refined than the first, surging with focused, jagged intent. His blade moved in a complex, twisting dance, weaving through the chaotic battlefield with a lethal, terrifying precision that effortlessly sidestepped his own allies while shredding the enemy into ribbons. The sheer, overwhelming synthesis of raw power, perfect control, and elite swordsmanship left even the battle-hardened veterans standing in the background paralyzed with absolute shock. When the churning dust finally began to settle, the very ground of the ruined stronghold was scarred with deep, terrifying grooves, as if the concept of destruction itself had been physically carved into the stone. Of all the treasonous agents caught in that horrific, overwhelming display of martial arts, the only one left standing was the Troivan captain. Seeing that the annoying thorn in his family's side had evolved into a threat of this magnitude, the captain hardened his resolve. Even if it required his own life, he would drag Theo down into the grave with him. With a guttural shout, the captain surged into his own reverse blood surge, his body launching forward like a steel-tipped arrow loosed from a tensioned bow. Meanwhile, Theo's platoon seniors were still frozen in place, standing there in stunned, slack-jawed admiration, completely useless as they continued to stare at the rookie's monstrous exhibition of skill. But Theo was not basking in the glory of his victory. He was barely holding himself upright, his knees trembling as he fought to remain conscious after dangerously overdrawing the power of his mind gate. A technique possessing that much force and structural complexity was still well beyond his ability to use comfortably, and the massive internal strain had pushed his body far past his safe threshold. To make matters catastrophically worse, the last remaining lunatic was now diving toward him like an enraged, burning meteor, incinerating his own life force with every frantic microsecond. As a devoted vassal of the Troivan house, he was ready to drag the young man straight to the pits of hell. Theo desperately tried to coil his mana for a defensive parry, but after the intensity of his last assault, his internal mana hall had become hopelessly twisted and dangerously unstable. The Loyalist's own mana hall was beginning to fracture and glow with the heat of impending detonation. He wasn't just trying to strike a blow anymore. He was literally transforming himself into a living bomb to vaporize the entire area. Thankfully, Theo's official first sword reached the scene in the nick of time to shield her master. For the very first time, Evelyn unleashed the legendary God of Tempest technique, utilizing a massive, localized squall to catch the suicide bomber and send him soaring high into the night sky. After propelling that rat into the firmament and keeping him suspended in the air, Evelyn dashed upward, gathering pure, concentrated wind pressure at her fingertips. With a sharp thrust, she pushed that gathered energy outward, knitting the raging winds into a crushing, suffocating maelstrom that completely entombed him. Theo watched in absolute awe as Evelyn's power clamped down around the traitor's fracturing mana hall, forcefully suppressing the unstable energy and nullifying the suicidal explosion before it could rip through the air. Once the detonation had been successfully smothered and neutralized, sending the Troivan captain crashing back down to the hard earth like a discarded ragdoll was an easy task. With the final remnant of the enemy force handled with such lethal cleanliness and the immediate threat neutralized, Theo finally felt the crushing, mountainous weight of total exhaustion crash down on him. His body finally shutting down to demand the rest he had been so ruthlessly denying it. Hulkuz, Erica, and the rest of the seniors rushed toward him in a frantic blur, their faces washed with overwhelming relief and genuine gratitude toward the young master who had single-handedly secured all of their lives. Right then, the sun finally crested over the horizon, its brilliant, warm rays spilling across the scarred battlefield and illuminating Theo's exhausted, yet genuinely contented smile. There was absolutely no debate regarding who had dominated this operation. Theo and Evelyn had carried the entire burden of the battle with breathtaking skill, transforming what should have been an easy massacre into a resounding, historic victory. For the first time in what felt like an eternity of tension, everyone was finally able to breathe, and the suffocating atmosphere of the battlefield slowly faded into a warmer, almost celebratory vibe. The long, treacherous night had reached its end, and as the morning light touched the ruins, it signaled the rise of a truly dazzling new leader for the next generation. Inside the cold, miserable, and suffocating walls of the distant Rose Palace, deep within the suffocating, shadow-drenched corridors of the palace, Lady Amel Ragnar was completely unraveling. She was pacing frantically, her composure shattered, spiraling into a hysterical, furious breakdown that made her seem like a woman who had finally stepped beyond the edge of reason. Ed Troivan had her pinned, his hand locked in a suffocating, lethal grip around her throat. He loomed over her, his eyes blazing with a barely contained, murderous intensity as he spat vitriolic curses directly into her face. From the sound of his blistering tirade, it was clear that Amel had acted entirely on her own initiative, inserting reckless, ill-conceived maneuvers into the stronghold operation without waiting for the strategic timing he had mandated. She had even brazenly stolen the Sky Dragon's own seal, using it to forge official documents and force the operation forward under a false, stolen authority. The total annihilation of the white-armored dragon cavalry, along with that illegitimate Ragnar brat, was never supposed to happen this early in the game. Because of her short-sighted, impatient tantrum, the entire Troivan faction was now teetering in a precarious and dangerous position. To Ed Troivan, this deranged woman had just single-handedly dismantled decades of meticulous, cold-blooded planning in one fit of sheer, unadulterated madness. Lady Amel snarled back through the pain of his grip, her voice trembling with raw spite. She insisted that all she had ever wanted was vengeance for her precious, fallen Axion. She demanded that Theo be torn apart, limb from limb, and not just him. Everyone, absolutely everyone connected to that bastard, had to suffer until there was nothing left, so her dead son could finally find peace in the grave. Ed found her emotional excuse completely and utterly unforgivable. In his frigid, calculating eyes, casting aside her duty to the greater family lineage just to mourn one worthless, failed child was beyond pathetic. In a sudden, explosive burst of rage, he stomped down upon Axion's rotting, severed head without a single flicker of hesitation. They had lost the Dragonslayer sword, the single most crucial piece of their entire grand design, and because of this, Amel was effectively stripped of her status. She would no longer be recognized as a daughter of the Troivans. As Amel looked up into her brother's ice-cold, lifeless eyes, it felt as though their arrogant, tyrannical father was standing there himself, peering down at her with that same measure of soul-crushing, merciless contempt. Before turning to leave, the Sky Dragon commanded his palace attendants to drag Amel away and lock her in a chamber where she would never again see the light of day. Because the risk of information leaking was now too great, he ordered that every single servant present be executed to tie up the loose ends. Only when the reality of his order truly sank in, faced with the prospect of being entombed in total darkness and erased from history, did Amel finally snap back to her senses, dropping her defiance to beg him for mercy. But Ed Troyvin had already exhausted the last of his patience. To vent the boiling, volatile rage that had been building inside him ever since his painstaking coup began to crumble, he drew his weapon and wiped out every single attendant standing in the palace hall. And as the silence returned, his mind drifted back to the root of all his recent failures. That one single bastard, Theo Ragnar. The Sky Dragon could feel the primal ache in his hands, desperate to stain them with the boy's blood and tear him apart from the inside out. With his first major mission now successfully behind him, Theo finally found a rare, quiet moment in his quarters to sort through the various spoils he had scavenged from the battlefield's chaos. Amidst the carnage, he had managed to secure the fabled Dragonslayer sword, Bamung. However, he quickly discovered that the legendary blade was currently encased in a powerful, stubborn magical seal. Theo attempted to grip the hilt firmly to test the weapon's true weight and balance, but the blade immediately repelled his touch with an almost violent resistance. An electric, jarring shock surged from the steel, forcing Theo to flinch and drop the sword onto the floor before he could even attempt to maintain his hold. It was abundantly clear that this weapon wasn't named a Dragonslayer, just for poetic flavor. Its very essence seemed to run diametrically opposed to the blood flowing through Theo's veins, as if the blade itself were sentient, actively designed to resist everything his lineage stood for. Still, Theo remained undeterred. If he could only uncover the secrets hidden within its mystic properties, there might eventually be a way to force Bamung to bend to his will. Mystics were relics left behind from the primordial mythic age, rare, elusive, and fleeting like desert mirages, almost never found in the hands of common men. Once such an item was obtained and properly unlocked, a mystic could bestow upon its wielder a power truly of legend, the kind of strength possessed by the ancient heroes who had literally reshaped the course of history. In his previous life, Ed Troyvin had eventually succeeded in unraveling the secrets of the mystic Bamung. And as Theo sat there, meticulously recalling Ed's specific movements and combat patterns from that time, he managed to piece together a fairly solid theory regarding the exact location where the Sky Dragon had truly achieved his ascension. Until Theo could personally travel to that coordinates and solve the enigma for himself, Bamung would simply have to remain locked away, dormant in his inventory. Just as Theo was becoming lost in his deep, contemplative thoughts, a sudden, sharp knock at the door shattered the quiet of his room. It was Evelyn. Even though the hour was late and the moon was high, she had come bearing an urgent request that couldn't wait until the dawn. The commander was demanding to see Theo immediately, and the tone of the message made it clear that this was not a meeting that could be delayed. Inside Julius Ragnar's personal office, the air hung heavy and thick with an unspoken gravity, even as the conversation initially drifted through the motions of standard, polite formalities. Sitting directly across from him was the weary captain trainer Isvin. With a heavy sigh, the old man finally broached the subject of his retirement. He felt a deep sense of shame in admitting it, but after losing both his leg and his loyal wyvern Rocinante during the recent mission, he knew he was no longer fit for the front lines. He confessed that the march of time had finally caught up to his bones. He no longer possessed the raw strength required for duty. He wished to spend his final years in his quiet hometown, mourning the brothers-in-arms he had outlived. Julius could see the unwavering determination etched into the old man's face. He knew no amount of pleading would sway him. Respectfully, he offered his approval for Captain Isvin's formal retirement. As the old captain calmly sipped his tea, the topic shifted, steering toward the brilliant, rising rookie, Theo Ragnar. He reported that the boy had successfully shattered his mind gate. Julius leaned back, clearly gratified to hear that his chosen star had finally crossed the invisible threshold between ordinary men and true superhumans. Isvin was certain of one thing. Theo was not one of those rare, natural-born prodigies who entered the world with their mind gate already wide open. All the evidence indicated something far more impressive. Theo had forced that brutal bottleneck to open through sheer, unadulterated willpower and relentless personal effort. This meant that Theo's internal vessel of power was now on the precipice of a massive, structural expansion. That expansion, Isvin noted, might eventually grow so vast and deep that even Theo himself could not yet fathom the true scale of the potential resting inside him. Julius was visibly animated by the prospect of filling that larger vessel, eager to push Theo's already rapid, exponential growth to its absolute zenith. With those observations concluded, Isvin's final report drew to a close, delivered as a piece of parting wisdom from a battle-hardened veteran to his successor. From this day forward, the survival of the cavalry and the entire future of the clan would rest on Julius's shoulders to hone, guide, and forge into greatness. That very night, the demon dragon met Theo at the central training grounds, enveloped by the cool, hushed darkness of the compound. Commander Julius offered high praise for every feat Theo had accomplished during their recent deployment, but Theo remained characteristically humble, redirecting all the credit to the bravery of his comrades. Then, the commander steered the dialogue toward much deeper waters, questioning Theo on how far his personal martial theory had matured. Theo hesitated, initially misunderstanding the question, assuming Julius was referencing his raw combat efficiency or technique proficiency. He responded from that purely tactical angle. Julius cut him off instantly. He wasn't inquiring about the level of Theo's sword forms or his fighting style. That was merely the superficial skin of a warrior. Martial theory referred to the very nature of the world his sword was attempting to carve out for itself. Struck by the question, Theo suddenly realized he didn't have an answer. Until this very moment, he had focused every fiber of his being solely on mimicking the clan head's sword, chasing the shadow of that overwhelming godly swordsmanship he had once witnessed with his own eyes. Julius had already anticipated that Theo would give him that exact answer. It's a common trap. When beginners first start out, almost everyone views the path of the sword through that same narrow, restricted lens. Determined to broaden the boy's limited perspective, the demon dragon moved with silent precision. He unsheathed his blade, preparing to demonstrate to Theo a completely different, darker philosophy behind the art of swordsmanship. The moment Julius Ragnar exerted his will, the atmosphere in the arena warped instantly. The surrounding space bent and distorted, pulled into the demon dragon's personal isolation zone. A harrowing, nightmarish landscape manifested directly from the depths of his own overwhelming power. This was worlds apart from the sword dragon's isolation zone, where that one had felt vibrant, graceful, and possessed an almost poetic beauty. This felt like an affront to the senses. This dark realm was the physical embodiment of the commander's unique martial theory, a suffocating personal domain that hungrily consumed everything caught within its reach. Julius Ragnar spoke plainly, his voice cutting through the tension as he explained that his blade was, at its very essence, inherently demonic. Theo didn't need a long-winded explanation to grasp the gravity of the situation. Simply standing under the weight of that killing intent made his chest tighten. The air itself felt heavy, thick, and difficult to draw into his lungs. Then, the commander settled into his battle stance. He began to move, his body executing heavy, punishing attack sequences with a fluidity that was as terrifying as it was impressive. His sword didn't just swing. It carved massive, bone-crushing arcs through the air. He spun with lethal momentum, driving forward in brutal, piercing thrusts designed to punch through any defense and obliterate whatever stood in his way. Every movement was saturated with the singular, chilling intent to kill, each strike seamlessly chaining into the next like an unrelenting series of executions. Theo could only watch, frozen in a tense mixture of paralyzing fear and absolute awe, as the commander's immense power and honed skill bore down on him from every conceivable angle. Once the momentum reached its apex, Julius Ragnar drove his sequence to a climactic, terrifying peak and shattered the very fabric of the world he had conjured. From the shards of that broken space, a violent, crimson tidal wave surged upward, rising like a tide of pure, blood-colored destruction given tangible form. The wave coiled around Theo, leaving him feeling utterly helpless and small, as if he were being swallowed whole by a force far beyond his comprehension. Only after the final strike did Julius allow the crimson tide to dissipate. He then turned his piercing gaze toward the boy, asking Theo what he had gleaned from the demon dragon's unique martial philosophy. Theo desperately tried to organize his thoughts, searching for the perfect words, but only two concepts managed to break through the shock: pure strength and total destruction. He wasn't off the mark at all. In truth, he had hit the nail on the head. Strength and destruction were the beating heart of the demonic sword, raw, primal concepts that required no complex flowery language to understand. Even if the blade is pushed to the point of shattering, it must still drive straight ahead, fueled by a bottomless hunger to crush everything in its path. That explosive, destructive force formed the bedrock of the commander's style, making him seem less like a man and more like the living personification of death. Julius then shifted the focus, his eyes narrowing slightly as he asked Theo what he had felt when witnessing the sword of the plum blossom. Theo reflected for a moment before answering that her swordsmanship felt dazzling, elegant, and possessed a natural grace that was beautiful to behold. Julius nodded, seemingly satisfied with that interpretation. It made sense. After all, the sword of Lady Plum Blossom embodied the very essence of life. Her style mirrored the life cycle of a seed, taking root, breaking through the soil, and unfurling into a vibrant, blooming flower. It was a pure, undeniable expression of living, breathing existence. It was slow, gentle, and overflowing with endless variations, refusing to be constrained by a single, rigid path or predictable trajectory. It ebbed and flowed, twisting and adapting to whatever obstacle stood before it, spreading outward in every direction until it reached its full, brilliant bloom. In that short, intense span of time, 2 of the 9 dragons had shown Theo 2 radically different interpretations of martial theory. Seeing Theo fall into a state of deep contemplation, Julius posed a final, lingering question. Were life and death truly separate, diametrically opposed concepts? Most people would automatically say yes, but the way the commander asked suggested that the answer might be far more complex than a simple yes or no. However, Julius had no intention of spoon-feeding the truth to the boy. That would just ruin the fun of discovery. With a wave of his hand, he dispelled the isolation zone and prepared to walk away. Before he departed, he reached into his robe and tossed a bound book toward Theo with a careless, casual flick of his wrist. Within those pages was recorded a long, heated, and incredibly detailed debate between Commander Julius and Lady OSA regarding the fundamental principles of the sword. It was, by all accounts, a highly unusual situation for anyone to find themselves in. In some strange twist of fate, Theo had somehow ended up in a position where he was effectively a disciple to both the sword dragon and the demon dragon simultaneously. Of course, that debate hadn't been a recent conversation. It had occurred on that fateful, monumental day inside the white dragon's nest, and the text had been written right there as well. After Julius penned the final word and snapped the book shut, he had pouted, clearly annoyed by the realization that he would no longer have the exclusive right to mold Theo's immense potential. But Lady Plum Blossom only wanted what was truly best for the young man, and even a man as stubborn as the commander couldn't find a reason to argue with that intent. By this point, the expectations placed upon Theo Ragnar were immense, enough to rival or even surpass the other candidates vying for the succession. His talent was monstrous, and he was progressing at a speed the world had rarely seen. Yet, that rapid growth came with its own set of dangers. He was bound to hit his next wall much sooner than any ordinary cultivator. This book was intended as a bridge, a way to help him hurdle that wall far faster than anyone would have ever deemed possible. Even so, Julius couldn't shake a quiet, nagging fear that one day, Theo might rise to become a sworn enemy of their clan. Those who stood at the absolute pinnacle understood the truth better than anyone. Prodigies who ascend too quickly often meet tragic, untimely ends, one way or another. If history were to repeat itself, the very knowledge they were gifting him could one day be turned against the Ragnars in a wave of bloodshed. Hearing Julius voice those dark premonitions aloud, Lady OSA became entirely convinced of one thing. Commander Julius was, without a doubt, the right individual to guard that book and keep a watchful eye on Theo's development. The moment Julius felt certain the boy's heart would not be corrupted by greed or ambition, he would feel ready to pass those secret teachings onto the young dragon. As it turned out, that day arrived much sooner than anyone had dared to hope. Now, the gathered wisdom of the 2 dragons, considered first and second in the world of the sword, was finally resting in Theo's own hands. Theo couldn't help but feel a wave of humility, wondering if he truly deserved something so profoundly valuable. But Julius had already made his assessment. He had judged Theo's worth and deemed him worthy of the challenge. So, Theo accepted the book with deep, sincere gratitude, feeling the weight of the pages, a weight far greater than paper and ink should possess. Looking back, he realized his meteoric rise hadn't been a solitary journey. It was only made possible by the handful of mentors who had constantly nudged and guided him toward the light. They had offered him their support without demanding payment, repeatedly picking him up and setting him on the right path as he climbed toward the summit of power. From the chaos of the Rendon incident all the way to this very moment, Commander Julius had consistently favored him. For that kindness, Theo silently swore a vow that he would find a way to repay the debt. As it happened, an opportunity to repay that favor was already presenting itself, though for Theo it was hardly going to be a pleasant or easy experience. The demon dragon had developed a sudden craving for a specific jewel, and it had been far too long since he'd come across a new toy, interesting enough to satisfy his boredom. That book was certainly a valuable roadmap for Theo's future, but that was just the gentle introduction to his education. The truly grueling, painful side of the lesson was about to commence right there on the arena floor. Watching from the sidelines, Evelyn quietly turned her head away, unable to bear the sight of her master's struggle without feeling a deep, aching sympathy for him. Before she retreated, she took extra care to ensure the arena was completely locked up, leaving absolutely no room for Theo to attempt a desperate escape. She even went as far as wrapping heavy chains around the door from the outside, murmuring apologies under her breath while effectively sealing him inside to face the impending nightmare. The brutal, relentless training session dragged on through the entire night, the sounds of struggle only finally ceasing when the first pale light of dawn began to creep across the sky. When the heavy chains finally hit the ground with a loud clatter and the massive gate groaned open, Evelyn stood at the threshold, the first to lay eyes on what remained inside the arena. Her master, usually so vibrant and composed, looked as though he had single-handedly survived an entire battlefield overnight, his body completely battered and exhausted from head to toe. Looking at the state of him, there was simply no denying the truth. The commander had definitely taken his training methods a few steps too far. But there was more to focus on than just recovery. Evelyn had already completed the mission she was tasked with. The next vital piece of the puzzle was hidden deep within the underground detention cells. The defeated captain of the Troivan squad had been left crippled and tossed into that dark hole, effectively stripped of any remaining capacity to flee or put up a fight. Yet, he was clearly not the type to break under pressure, regardless of what interrogation tactics they might employ. Understanding this, they left him to languish in his cell while Theo began drafting a different, more effective strategy to force the situation wide open. Theo spoke to Evelyn in low, measured tones, detailing the precise sequence of events he anticipated over the coming days, carefully outlining exactly how each step needed to unfold. A few days later, once his preparations were complete, Theo finally made his way toward the training grounds of the Plum Blossom Palace. Upon entering, he approached the Lady of Plum Blossoms, offering her a formal, respectful greeting while maintaining a perfectly humble and poised posture. OSA Ragnar Plunus had been expecting his arrival, especially considering the heavy weight of the knowledge she had already entrusted to him. That book had proven to be an invaluable asset, sharpening Theo's insight and deepening his comprehension far beyond what he had originally dared to hope. Determined to gauge exactly how much he had internalized, Lady Plum Blossom summoned a practice sword, the weapon appearing instantly in her grip. The instant she held the blade, the air in the training yard shifted. Her unique martial presence expanded, blooming outward like a sudden, sweeping floral gale. She intended to continue guiding him through the bedrock of her technique. Those seemingly small, essential nuances that most practitioners overlook, which truly serve as the roots of master-level swordsmanship. As the session drew toward its conclusion, she hoped to have a serious conversation with Theo about the philosophy of making life itself blossom through the edge of a blade. For the second time, she formally extended the invitation for Theo to become her official, direct disciple. However, before committing to a final answer, Theo felt it was necessary to pose a single, pointed question. He wanted to know, with absolute clarity, if she was extending this offer in her capacity as the legendary Heaven Dragon Swordmaster. Lady OSA's expression shifted, her surprise clearly visible. That title was a well-guarded secret, known by only a tiny handful of people. The Heaven Dragon Sword was an ancient, secretive school that permitted only a single successor at any given time, and at this moment, she stood as the sole, mysterious heir to that legacy. Lady Plum Blossom instantly realized that Theo wasn't asking out of mere curiosity. He was digging deeper, attempting to uncover the true nature of her underlying intentions. She chose to answer him with total candor. There was no ulterior motive, no hidden trap, and no complex scheme disguised by her warmth. From the blossoming path of the plum blossoms to the secret arts of the Heaven Dragon Sword, she held a genuine desire to pass every ounce of her knowledge and power down to Theo. Minutes later, Theo emerged from the training grounds, finally having arrived at a definitive decision. As he navigated the elegantly manicured corridors of the Plum Blossom Palace, a group of members from the Flower faction intercepted him, closing in to surround him with smug, challenging expressions on their faces. Theo had never been one to tolerate insolence, and the moment he delivered a blunt, curt response, those arrogant men instantly took offense. Assuming that Theo had just officially become Lady Plum Blossom's newest disciple, they haughtily demanded that he show proper, subservient respect to them as his new seniors. Theo could only look at them with mild irritation, wondering why these people were making such an aggressive fuss. It was nothing more than a desperate, childish attempt to shield their own crumbling egos. It was the same old song and dance. None of them were his direct superiors, meaning their pathetic attempt to throw rank around was completely hollow. Even so, these sycophants were determined to act superior, hoping to use the clan's rising star to bolster their own lack of status and reputation. But there was one critical fact they were completely oblivious to. While Theo had indeed been granted the incredible honor of becoming Lady Plum Blossom's direct disciple, he had actually declined the offer. When he was initially presented with the chance to inherit two of the most precious, legendary legacies in the world, he was naturally tempted to accept. Yet, He still struggled to comprehend why Lady Osa held him in such high regard when he had done nothing to provide her with a tangible benefit. She had confessed that there was no grand, calculated reason for it, no hidden agenda waiting to be sprung. Lady Osa simply wanted to support him because seeing Theo felt like looking back at Kyle during his younger, more idealistic years. In his appearance, and even more so in his spirit, he was an almost perfect reflection of the clan head during his youth. A man who once pursued his dreams and ideals with an unyielding, relentless intensity. And perhaps, even now, that same man remained a dreamer, still reaching for something that lay just beyond the horizon. Back then, Kyle never surrendered to despair. No matter what brutal trials or obstacles were thrown in his way, he always fought to overcome them through his own raw strength and perseverance. Every single day of his life had been a gauntlet of one hardship after another, a grueling, endless road that would have snapped the spirit of any ordinary man. Despite that, Kyle Ragnar never faltered, and he never once compromised the core principles he held in his heart. Whenever Lady Osa cast her eyes upon Theo, she saw that younger version of Kyle, the man she had once fallen deeply in love with. With those memories rushing back, it was impossible for her to simply stand by and remain indifferent. Having been completely honest about her motives, the choice now lay entirely in Theo's hands. Even though the offer was prestige incarnate, the kind of legacy most practitioners would kill to inherit, Theo remained composed. He weighed the weight of the proposal against his own path and, with quiet conviction, chose to turn it down. Right now, his life was already crowded with influential figures. Everywhere he turned, there were mentors watching him, correcting his stance, refining his technique, and actively steering his journey. Lady Plum Blossom was certainly a monumental part of that, but she was merely one thread in a much larger tapestry. So many individuals had scrutinized Theo, shaping his spirit through their own unique perspectives, and leaving indelible marks upon his character. The demon dragon had taken him under his wing, personally overseeing his development, while his senior dragoons, Evelyn, Selford, and Aaron, remained relentless, pushing him toward the next level, day in and day out. Even those who stood beside him as peers had helped forge the man he was becoming. Remington, Hulkus, Erica, and the boys from Training Ground 4 had all contributed to his growth. Honestly, Theo would even credit people like Axion and Ed Troyvin. Even their interference had taught him vital lessons. That admission clearly caught Lady Osa off guard. It was common knowledge throughout the clan just how deep and bitter the conflict between Theo and the Troyvins truly ran. But from Theo's vantage point, the suffering those villains inflicted had only served to sharpen his resolve, forcing him to evolve and constructing the resilient version of himself standing in her presence today. His sword had been refined by every person who had touched his life, those who loved him, those who guided him, those who challenged him, and even those who wronged him. Because of this, he couldn't say with a clear conscience that he was the right fit to carry one school's traditions into the next generation. Lady Plum Blossom fully grasped the intent behind his words. Theo's swordsmanship was inherently restless, fluid, and far too dynamic to be shackled by a single rigid form. While his independence made him all the more captivating to her, it simultaneously left a lingering, quiet regret in her heart. Nevertheless, even if Theo could not stand before her as a traditional disciple, he looked at her and offered a different, more personal proposal. He would be honored to stand by her side as her son. Those words struck a deep chord within Lady Plum Blossom, igniting a warmth in her heart she had never expected to feel, let alone acknowledge. After Theo departed, Osa Ragnar Plunis returned to the quietude of her quarters, settling back into her peaceful ritual of enjoying a glass of wine. Yet, the atmosphere around her felt transformed. There was a vibrant brightness that hadn't been there before. Her attendant noticed immediately. The master's mood had shifted in a way that was impossible to overlook. The heavens had decreed long ago that Osa would never bear a child of her own. And now, a youth like Theo had pledged to become her son. With such a precious gift offered to her, it was only natural that she felt completely overwhelmed with joy. For her loyal attendant, simply witnessing her master's radiant smile was enough to bring genuine happiness to her own day. Lady Osa wanted to express her gratitude to Theo for granting her the opportunity to finally experience the feeling of motherhood. With that resolve in mind, she decided she would draft a letter to her husband immediately. The primary objective of that missive was to request that Theo's promotion examination be fast-tracked as soon as possible. Upon hearing this, her attendant urged caution, gently advising Lady Osa not to move too recklessly. Theo was still a rookie, having only just concluded his awakening ceremony. Drawing even more intense scrutiny to him at such a tender age might expose him to far greater dangers than those he was already facing. But to Lady Osa, that was exactly why they had to accelerate his advancement rather than holding him back. Before the great, Encroaching winds of the Ragnar clan swept in to devour everything. They had to help Theo climb to the summit. As his new mother, she would ensure her son had every advantage within her power to survive. Meanwhile, far removed from the serenity of that room, buried deep within the cavalry's subterranean detention ward, the sole occupant of the cells slowly cracked his eyes open. He sensed an arrival, convinced that the rescue he had been desperately waiting for was finally at hand. But the help that had arrived wasn't there for a rescue. It was a cold-blooded assassin deployed by the Troivans to excise the rot and eliminate every loose end that could lead back to them. The captain offered his neck without a hint of resistance, accepting his end with a stoic resignation, as if this final sacrifice was the last service he could render to his masters. But in the heartbeat before the assassin's steel could claim his life, a violent, localized cyclone of sword energy tore through the dungeon, shattering the tense atmosphere. Evelyn came crashing down from the ceiling, a blur of motion as she lunged to intercept the killer before he could finish his gruesome task. She had been waiting for this exact moment for what felt like an eternity, keeping a vigilant watch for the enemy to show his hand. From the very beginning, this entire sequence had been a trap meticulously set by her young master. With Evelyn's superior command of the blade, an assassin who had lost the element of surprise stood absolutely no chance against her onslaught. The Troivans had foolishly dismissed her as a non-factor, and now they were about to pay the ultimate price for that arrogance. It was a disaster that Captain Sidra couldn't be silenced as planned, but if their cleanup operative was also captured, the situation for the Troivans would plummet from bad to catastrophic. The assassin's mind scrambled, frantically searching for any possible exit strategy to make it out of the dungeon alive. However, Evelyn had no intention of allowing him to walk away. She struck instantly, channeling a forbidden secret technique of the god of tempest. She unleashed the whirling squall, summoning a raging, pressurized current of air that pinned the assassin in place, stripping him of all mobility. Within the claustrophobic confines of the underground cell, there was zero room for him to evade or countermaneuver. Facing total entrapment, the assassin turned to a final, desperate gambit. He attempted to incinerate the evidence by detonating his own mana core. But Evelyn didn't yield an inch, raining down pressure that disrupted his focus and cut off his ability to trigger the volatile technique. She had witnessed this exact maneuver before. Since it had failed once, she was absolutely certain she wouldn't let it succeed here. Ultimately, Evelyn decisively overpowered and shackled the cleanup operative sent by the Troivan family. Deep within the heart of a secluded, uncharted forest, far away from civilization, stood a hidden black site facility. Inside that clandestine bunker, high-ranking operatives convened to discuss the failed hit in the underground dungeon and the subsequent capture of the assassin. They confirmed that the assailant held ties to Serpent Season, a shadow organization under the command of the Eastern elite clan, the Troivans. The briefing included Theo, Evelyn, Commander Julius, and a covert agent from Black Snow. This failed operation proved one thing beyond a shadow of a doubt. Their suspicions were correct. There was indeed a mole embedded deep within the cavalry. This was exactly why such a high-stakes meeting was held in this desolate, remote location. They couldn't afford a single word of this to leak back to the enemy. According to Black Snow's intel, Serpent Season was currently operating out of a fortified ancient castle in the Cal Helm region. In 3 hours, the mission would be flagged as a failure, the files would be burned, and they would vanish into thin air. Before that window closed, they had to storm the base, neutralize their forces, and secure every scrap of evidence and intel before it was lost forever. The Black Snow operative delivering this briefing was Cleve, a high-ranking Null Snow agent. Theo hadn't anticipated coming face-to-face with an operative of such caliber so soon. Before the strategy session could officially conclude and the tactical execution of the ambush could begin, Commander Julius interjected. He raised one final, critical matter, making it abundantly clear that there was still unfinished business that demanded their attention. This operation was to be no mere assignment. Beyond the strategic importance of the raid, it was to serve as the formal venue for Theo Ragnar's official promotion examination. For a heartbeat, Theo was certain he had misheard the commander's words. In his own estimation, he was far too inexperienced and green to be considered for such a significant advancement in rank. Commander Julius didn't bother to argue with that assessment. In fact, he validated Theo's hesitation. That precise lack of readiness was exactly why the stakes, and the difficulty, of this test had been cranked up to an absurd, borderline lethal degree. Ordinarily, as a warrior ascends the ladder of power, the trials become progressively more grueling. This time, however, the higher-ups were using a mission that threatened to spiral into a full-blown civil war as the testing ground for a mere mid-rank promotion. The Demon Dragon had already been briefed that Theo was the primary architect behind Evelyn's surveillance and the entire capture operation. Since Theo had been the one to set these gears in motion, it was only fitting that he be the one to see the machinery through to its conclusion. Even with his status as an heir, conducting secret operations without first consulting the commander was a breach of protocol. If he truly wanted that promotion, he had to see this mission through to the end with absolute, flawless precision. Julius made sure the gravity of the moment weighed on Theo. Once he achieved the rank of mid-rank swordsman, he would earn the autonomy to undertake solo missions, granting him unprecedented freedom. With the current trajectory of events, the young man was being pulled inexorably toward the eye of the storm. It felt as if the threads of history itself were converging upon his name. As if to test his resolve further, the system chimed to life, triggering the fourth scenario quest. It provided Theo with a long-awaited chance to sever the dark, lingering tendrils of the conspiracies that had plagued his previous life. Theo felt a surge of cold, focused heat running through his veins. He was determined to tear away the facade and expose the rot eating away at the core of the decaying clan. With that grim conviction burning in his gaze, he swore a silent oath. No matter what obstacles or horrors stood in his path, he would bring this mission to an absolute close. With that declaration, the mission codenamed Operation Snake Cleanup was officially put into motion. Due to the lingering, high-probability concern that a traitor was embedded somewhere within the cavalry's ranks, they had to maintain the strictest operational security. The strike team was restricted to a bare minimum. Only 3 operatives. Those 3 were Cleve, Theo, and Evelyn. As highly skilled swordsmen, they held a distinct advantage should the situation devolve into a close-quarter skirmish, but in terms of pure numbers, they were venturing deep into hostile territory at a severe disadvantage. Regardless of the risks, there was no time for hesitation. Whatever conditions awaited them inside that enemy stronghold, they would have to adapt on the fly to ensure the operation's success. Meanwhile, deep within the shadows of the Serpent Season headquarters, the assassins had just finished gathering every sensitive document and ledger that linked their shadowy network directly to the Troyven family. As they were finalizing their contingency plans for an emergency evacuation, a small, spherical object suddenly tumbled across the floor and rolled into the center of the room. The moment it came to a rest, its purpose was obvious. A thick cloud of smoke billowed out, signaling the start of the ambush. Before the assassins could even gather their wits or draw their steel, heads were already parting from shoulders, rolling through the haze. Cleve clearly earned her reputation as a high-tier Null Snow operative. Only one of the assassins managed to survive the initial onslaught, but he was in dire straits, blood gushing rhythmically from a gaping, jagged wound across his throat. Cleve wasn't the sort to let wounded prey escape simply because it had stumbled out of her direct line of sight. She pivoted sharply, intent on finishing what she had started. With her sector neutralized, Cleve and Evelyn moved to secure the intelligence documents, while Theo was dispatched to investigate the subterranean levels. Even while he was on the move, Theo couldn't help but feel a lingering sense of awe after witnessing a combatant of Cleve's caliber in action. According to the structural blueprints they had been provided during the briefing, the staircase leading down to the basement should have been just around the next corner. But for a split second, Theo's vigilance wavered. He was moving with too much haste, driven by a need for speed, and his boot snagged a nearly invisible tripwire. The second the wire tensioned, a concealed mechanism triggered, propelling a lethal array of projectiles directly toward his face, aiming to skewer his eyes. Had Theo's reaction time been even a fraction of a second slower, he wouldn't have been able to dodge the strike. He drew his blade in a blurred flash of motion, the steel ringing as he parried the sudden, point-blank storm of hidden stingers. Quickly activating hatchling synchro to parse the weave of the environment, Theo's vision expanded, highlighting every hidden danger in the hallway. A web of tripwires and deadly traps sprang into view, and beyond the inanimate threats, several hidden assailants were lying in wait, prepared for a surprise attack. To eliminate the entire nest of threats in one stroke, Theo unsheathed multiple blades, flooding them with crackling black lightning. His thunder dragon breathing technique had reached a new level of potency following his recent upgrade, making the discharge far more devastating than before. The unfortunate assassins lurking in the shadows were erased in an instant. The blades carved through them, and the surging black lightning incinerated their nervous systems simultaneously. With those obstacles cleared, Theo bypassed the remaining tripwires and traps with significantly greater ease. The security measures here were far more rigorous than expected, almost aggressively so. To Theo, this was a glaring indicator that something of high importance was stashed away in the basement. Finally, Theo reached the lowest subterranean level of the ancient castle. The second he crossed the threshold, the nauseating, heavy stench of fresh blood and the horrific sight of mangled flesh and gore flooded his senses. Standing amidst the carnage was a lone figure, a man cloaked in a vivid red robe and hat, calmly chanting as if he were leading a holy, solemn prayer. The blood-stained priest did not seem pleased by Theo's interruption of his crimson ceremony. Theo recognized the nature of the man instantly. This was a practitioner from the infamous Holy Demon Church. That putrid organization peddled a twisted, nihilistic doctrine, prophesying that an inevitable apocalypse would soon descend to swallow the world whole. They promised their brainwashed followers that a Messiah would arrive from the heavens, using that saccharine lie of salvation to exploit and capture the hearts of the desperate masses. In just a few short years, this very cult would serve as the spark for the Great War, the catastrophic conflict that would herald the Empire's ultimate collapse. Maintaining a tight defensive stance, Theo activated hatchling synchro, focusing his sensory perception on the disturbing priest before him. What he observed was a repulsive, crimson aura fueled by anomalous mana that defied the standard laws of nature, pulsing through what appeared to be a fractured mind gate. Theo surmised that this was the divine grace the blood priests were so fond of praising. To them, however, Theo was nothing more than an insolent, unenlightened heretic. Because of that, the priests declared that Theo would be granted the singular honor of serving as a blood sacrifice for their one and only god. The blood priest abruptly bridged the gap, lunging toward Theo with both of his gore-streaked, clawed hands. Theo managed to parry the grab just in time, but the moment their force collided, a chill ran down his spine. The priest's flesh was unnaturally dense, far harder than anything that should be possible for a human body. Theo and the blood priest engaged in a frantic dance of death, their blades and bodies clashing repeatedly. Every heavy exchange of force echoed through the cramped confines of the basement, creating a deafening rhythm of combat. But no matter how Theo pivoted to adjust his angle or poured every ounce of his remaining strength into his strikes, every single attack he launched was casually brushed aside, rendered utterly ineffective against the priest's bizarre defense. Theo could feel the overwhelming, terrifying weight behind each of the priest's movements. He realized with a sinking heart that if even one grab landed, or if that monster managed to lock him down for a single, fleeting second, his life would surely come to an end. Then, at the worst possible moment, disaster struck. The blood priest caught Theo's sword dead in his tracks, clamping down on the cold steel with nothing but his bare, calloused hand. A desperate strike, one into which Theo had poured the absolute limit of his power, was brought to a dead stop with a casual, almost insulting ease. With his weapon completely neutralized and his guard shattered, the priest retaliated with a brutal shove, sending Theo flying through the air until he slammed hard into the cold basement wall. Blood priests were supposed to be low-level fodder within the hierarchy of the Holy Demon Church, yet even this minor zealot possessed a monstrous, overwhelming power that defied all logic. Theo's options were evaporating rapidly. If he unleashed the triple dragon's claw in such a confined space, the resulting blast might collapse the entire foundation and bury him alive, but his standard mana-infused strikes simply weren't penetrating the priest's hide. Trapped in this impossible deadlock, he had to wonder, what move could he possibly have left with only a sword in his hand? In that split second of desperation, time seemed to dilate around him. The sage advice and brutal lessons once imparted by the demon dragon bubbled up to the surface of his consciousness. He remembered the demon dragon's philosophy, a style defined by explosive, absolute destruction, a force so pure and overwhelming that it mirrored the finality of death itself. The sword dragon, conversely, had offered him a different perspective, one that focused on the pulsing, vital root buried at the core of true swordsmanship. Life and death were not binary, opposing forces standing isolated from one another. They were intertwined parts of a singular, greater whole. Before Theo could fully process this revelation, the maddened priest roared and charged again, his intent clear. He wanted to crush Theo's skull and paint the floor with his lifeblood. Theo barely managed to scramble out of the way at the very last microsecond, his motion ragged, desperate, and devoid of grace. He continued to slip past one lethal blow after another, flirting with death on every turn, and the priest's mounting irritation began to manifest in his increasingly erratic, aggressive attacks. It was in the midst of this life-or-death struggle that Theo's epiphany finally crystallized. Life and death did not reject one another. They existed in a perpetual cycle, with death acting as the necessary precursor to the end of life. And from that ending, life could germinate once more, utilizing the remnants of what had passed as the catalyst for a new beginning. Superficially, they looked like disparate powers, but in reality, they were a single, unified force. Theo realized he had been dispersing his mana too thinly. He needed to condense every drop of his potential into a single, focused flash of light, something faster, more refined, and infinitely more destructive. The priest, still anchored in the arrogant belief that his skin was utterly invulnerable, stood his ground against Theo's incoming strike without a shred of hesitation or fear. Theo tested this newfound clarity in the heat of battle, and in that singular heartbeat, he successfully awakened a brand new technique, Dragon Flash. Initially, the priest only chortled, completely unbothered by the sharp, high-pitched whine emanating from Theo's blade. But that smug, mocking laughter rapidly devolved into pure panic as the skin he had trusted so implicitly was suddenly shredded to ribbons. The technique carved through him with a life of its own, rampaging through the priest's anatomy and tearing him apart from the inside out. This time, the roles were reversed. Theo delivered a crushing counterstrike, sending that pale, wretched bastard crashing violently into the basement stonework. The priest snarled, his eyes wild with malice as he labeled Theo a seed of evil for achieving a breakthrough in the middle of a slaughter, an existence that could never be permitted to draw breath. Theo couldn't care less about the priest's deranged, apocalyptic ranting. At that moment, his focus was entirely locked onto finishing the fight. Seizing the blood priest by the face with a crushing grip, Theo triggered hatchling synchro, forcibly breaching the defenses of the lunatic's mind to pry into his memories. This was his golden opportunity to pull back the curtain and expose the true origin of the uncanny, dark power wielded by the holy demon church. The instant he pushed deeper, the world around Theo began to warp and swirl, as if his very consciousness was being unmoored from reality and dragged into a nightmare dimension. It was a sensation he was familiar with, the eerie weightlessness of his soul drifting through an expansive, infinite void. Yet, this felt entirely unlike his previous memory dives. This experience was profoundly deeper, more alien, and infinitely more perilous than anything he had encountered before. Suddenly, his system pinged with an alert, but the holographic interface was flickering, glitching, and riddled with a chaotic mess of unreadable, corrupted text. As if the very framework of the system were struggling under the strain, it issued a desperate warning. He was on the verge of confronting an entity of an exponentially higher order. The system urged him to flee immediately, but where could Theo possibly run when he was adrift in an endless, suffocating darkness that stretched to eternity? Then, a deep, primal voice boomed through the void, vibrating through Theo's very soul as it demanded to know the identity and essence of the intruder. As his perspective seemed to recede, Theo realized with horror that the infinite darkness surrounding him was merely a tiny, microscopic fragment of a single eye belonging to a being far beyond human comprehension. Theo had landed himself in a catastrophic mess. Without intention, he had disturbed the tranquil, ancient slumber of what felt like the final boss of the entire universe. The deity worshipped by the holy demon church had finally fixated its attention upon Theo's existence. Exasperated by Theo's terrified silence, that godlike entity exerted its presence once more, demanding an answer with crushing force. Forced to confront the very grace that the cultists spent their lives praising, Theo found himself entirely paralyzed, robbed of the ability to move or even gasp for air. It felt as though that entity was peering directly through his flesh and soul. Then, with an aura of terrifying, absolute certainty, it whispered his name, Theo Ragnar. As it turned out, this primordial force had already been actively hunting for him. To that supreme existence, Theo was nothing more than an ugly blight upon the fabric of reality, an error that had to be purged. The deity's massive, shifting form began to coil and reshape itself, constricting around Theo's soul from every conceivable direction. It bent, twisted, and mutated into non-Euclidean forms that no mortal mind could hope to grasp. And just as Theo's consciousness was about to be extinguished, a brilliant, blinding golden light suddenly erupted around him, acting as a bulwark against the suffocating gloom. An avatar of the ancient, primordial dragon, Lodbrok, tore through the fleshy, abyssal form of the god, shattering its hold and hauling Theo to safety. Theo could only look on in dumbfounded awe, witnessing two titanic existences far beyond the scope of his world locked in a standoff. Lodbrok addressed him with a strange, intimate sweetness, yet her warning was cold and absolute. This entity was a threat that Theo was nowhere near ready to confront. Even if Theo somehow miraculously bridged the gap and reached the towering heights of Sigurd Ragnar's power, Lodbrok made it chillingly clear. Defeating that cosmic entity was far from a sure thing. For this moment, at least, it was Lodbrok who would have to bear the burden and stand firm against such a terrifying, world-altering disturbance. She didn't give Theo even a heartbeat to protest or argue his case. With a swift, dismissive flick of her massive tail, she sent his soul hurtling back toward his physical body. Theo's mind was still reeling, a chaotic storm of unanswered questions and desperate curiosities swirling within him, begging for clarity. Yet, before he could utter a single word or voice any of his inquiries, the force of her command slammed him back into the cold, oppressive atmosphere of the blood-stained basement. Back in the driver's seat of his own body, the young man found himself trembling uncontrollably, his entire psyche rattled to its core by the ancient, soul-crushing terror he'd just narrowly escaped. A heavy, suffocating realization settled over him as he processed the scene. Lodbrok had been standing as a lonely, solitary bulwark against that incomprehensible horror for an eternity. Theo gripped his chest, fighting to steady his ragged, shallow breathing, while trying to make sense of the impossible cosmic spectacle he'd just witnessed firsthand. Across the room, the blood priest had completely snapped, his composure crumbling into unhinged rage as he grappled with the bitter irony that a non-believer like Theo had been granted an audience with the Lord, while he, a lifelong fanatic, had been ignored. Theo didn't entertain the man's madness a second longer. He moved with cold precision, striking the bald zealot down and swiftly severing his head. The cultists might have hailed that entity as a god, but to Theo it was an abomination, not a deity. More than the kill itself, Theo was now possessed of a terrifying certainty. The Holy Demon Church was actively serving the nameless sovereign, the very entity Lodbrok had cryptically warned him about. It became painfully evident that safeguarding the realm from that looming, nightmarish presence had been Lodbrok's silent, lonely responsibility for countless generations. But the grim reality remained. Without her heart to sustain her, Lodbrok's own existence was ticking away, limited to a mere 3 years. And the clock was already counting down to the Great War in 5 years' time, with the impending death of the Guardian Dragon serving as the first grim bell tolling the end of the world. The pieces of this jagged puzzle finally clicked into place. The rise of the Holy Demon Church, Ed Troiven's treacherous rebellion, and the encroaching chaos. It was all inextricably linked. Theo's legs felt like lead, and his equilibrium was shattered, his consciousness still trying to recover from the violent whiplash of his out-of-body encounter. Thankfully, Evelyn was already by his side, sensing his instability and stepping in to offer her shoulder as a sturdy support for him to lean on. Cleve watched the scene unfold with genuine shock and dawning respect. She was honestly impressed that her young master had managed to dismantle such a formidable blood priest all on his own. With such a lethal display of skill under his belt, there was no doubt left. Theo had shattered the requirements for his promotion exam with room to spare. Once the trio finished purging the castle of every remaining threat, they finally had the breathing room to scour the debris for the incriminating evidence they needed. But as they sifted through the mess, the reality hit. Everything they had gathered so far was little more than circumstantial chatter. It wasn't nearly enough to seal the deal in a formal prosecution. So Theo reached into his pockets and produced a mysterious, familiar-looking box he claimed to have uncovered in the deep recesses of the basement. The second her eyes landed on that box, a flash of recognition crossed Evelyn's face. She knew exactly what that was. It was the very same container she and Remington had been tasked to retrieve back before the awakening ceremony had even begun. Inside lay the secret ledgers detailing the illicit trade between the Ceres Merchant Guild and the House of Troiven. Evelyn marveled at her master's cunning. He'd kept this explosive secret tucked away, waiting for the perfect, most damaging moment to reveal it. Cleve pored over the documents, her eyes widening as she spotted formal transaction records tied directly to Ed Troiven, verified by official seals that made the evidence impossible to refute. With these documents in hand, they finally held the smoking gun needed to expose the Sky Dragon's treason and their dirty dealings with the Holy Demon Church. The weight of the proof was undeniable. They finally had the ammunition required to move against that snake, Ed, and drag his schemes into the light. Their first strike would be a targeted assault against the Ceres Guild, signaling that the time had finally come to derail history and crush Ed Troiven once and for all. Back at headquarters, when word of the Sky Dragon's wretched betrayal finally reached the Demon Dragon, his fury ignited, barely contained behind a wall of cold, lethal intent. For now, however, they only possessed enough evidence to cast suspicion, which meant they needed to conduct a much deeper, more meticulous investigation. Julius received the intel directly from the Black Dragon himself. Once Robert Ragnar stepped into the fray, the situation shifted instantly from a mere suspicion to a full-blown crisis. Given Robert's immense power and reach, it was impossible to believe he had been blind to these undercurrents all along. He'd likely known the truth for ages and had simply let the game play out. Sensing the tension, the Black Dragon gracefully pivoted away from that awkward line of inquiry, instead turning his attention to heaping praise on Theo Ragnar for his solo victory against the Blood Priest. Robert boldly asserted that the boy's natural talents were far more aligned with the Black Snow Division, and that Theo belonged where his skills would truly be sharpened, under his watch. He lauded Theo's sharp perception and his uncanny ability to synthesize complex details from the smallest clues, noting that his methodology mirrored a veteran Black Snow operative, almost as if he'd been groomed for the shadows from birth. Julius, however, had no intention of letting the Black Dragon poach his prize recruit. OSA had already tried her hand at stealing Theo, and now Big Brother Robert was circling like a shark, too. Hearing the title Big Brother cross Julius's lips caused the Black Dragon's stoic features to soften with a flicker of genuine nostalgia. After all, long before they became the titans of power they were today, the quartet of Kyle, OSA, Robert, and Julius had shared a bond as close as blood siblings. Julius wasn't fooled for a second, though. He could see right through the act. Robert was weaponizing their shared history just to get his hooks into Theo. Regardless of the skepticism in the air, Robert persisted, keeping up the facade of the doting older brother simply looking out for his younger kin. Just before taking his leave, he casually pilfered several of the commander's most prized wine bottles as if it were nothing, demanding that Julius stock something even more expensive for his next visit. Julius could do nothing but offer a string of quiet curses as he watched Robert Ragnar saunter off, disappearing cheerfully into the shadows. The Black Dragon's visit had also served to verify the loyalty of the cavalry. He was visibly relieved to find that this unit had managed to remain untainted by the Sky Dragon's reach. As Robert stepped toward the threshold, his very existence began to dissipate, his form fragmenting and drifting away like dust caught in a sudden breeze. He was already relishing the thought of watching the series guild's impending collapse. And, as fate would have it, that very day marked a grand occasion for the corrupt family. They were in the middle of a lavish wedding ceremony. Every high-ranking official within the organization had congregated inside the central branch's opulent wedding chapel. The groom, Naven Bacchus, strode forward, puffing his chest out as he formally presented himself as the second son of the powerful Bacchus clan. It was Quadric Ceres, the guildmaster himself, who had been the primary architect behind this strategic marriage alliance between their two families. His fourth daughter, Lily Ceres, was intended to serve a singular, cold purpose, acting as a living, breathing bridge to fuse two formidable factions into one singular entity. This marriage was never meant to be a simple handshake deal. Through the binding force of this union, the Ceres family and the Bacchus clan were to be fused together, officially linked by blood and oath from this day forward. Quadric Ceres could barely contain the avaricious hunger bubbling under his skin. His features twitched with a hideous, satisfied grin as he surveyed the scene. To Quadric, this wedding was the key that unlocked the status of an elite noble. But he was just getting started. He was already internally orchestrating a dark scheme to make the Ragnar suffer for ever daring to cast a disdainful glance his way. It was only a matter of time before he unleashed a torrent of vengeance that would paint the streets red. While Quadric basked in his own porcine delight, the patriarch of the Bacchus clan sat in icy silence, his blood boiling. As one of the prestigious 6 pillars of Ragnar, being forced into this union felt like a stain of humiliation on his house's honor. Yet, the iron grip of financial ruin left him cornered. They desperately needed the dowry from this alliance just to keep their family from spiraling into total insolvency. It was a desperate measure born of desperation. The bitter patriarch had sent Naven, a mere illegitimate child, to stand in as the sacrificial groom. Naven, however, found the whole spectacle darkly amusing. He scanned the room, easily picking up on the visible, bubbling rage radiating from the stiff-backed elders of his own clan. Still, he was no fool. He harbored deep-seated doubts, knowing that merchant families as calculating and ruthless as the Ceres clan would never offer a helping hand out of simple, altruistic goodwill. Despite those suspicions, the Ceres store had been put on the line as collateral, giving this entire transaction a very tangible, high-stakes price. But Naven was operating on a different wavelength. He was quietly mapping out his own design, a path to immense wealth paved with the spilled blood of his allies. In reality, he had arrived here to watch this wretched, cursed family crumble into dust, and he played his part with such chillingly convincing acting skills that no one suspected a thing. Naven flashed a winning smile, vowing with practiced sincerity that he would cherish his bride-to-be with the deepest, most devoted affection. To his surprise, Lily Ceres wasn't swayed by his polished rhetoric. Instead, she countered by demanding proof that he truly intended to stand by his promises. Sensing that she had a specific, dark agenda in mind, Naven leaned in, listening with rapt attention as she finally laid her cards on the table. He offered a cavalier concession, promising he would aid her in any task, provided that it didn't involve digging into his own pockets for money. In a move clearly designed to twist the knife in the pride of the bald patriarch, Naven even pledged to hand over the sacred Bacchus family seal. But Lily Ceres couldn't have cared less about a meaningless family heirloom or a decorative seal. Her hunger was singular and violent. She demanded the head of Theo Ragnar, the man who had left her with a sickening, jagged scar where her arm had once been. Naven had to struggle to keep his composure, privately dismissing the woman as a complete lunatic. She was effectively asking him to commit a public assassination of a Ragnar heir in broad daylight. Quadric scrambled to intervene, trying to silence his daughter before she could dig an even deeper grave, but Naven's subsequent response was arguably even more deranged. He agreed, offering his bride exactly what she craved, promising with a cold grin that he would gladly sever Theo Ragnar's head to cement their union. Outside the chapel, the citizens of the central branch were jolted out of their mundane affairs as they looked up, eyes widening at the swarm of wyverns blackening the sky above them. The creatures descended rapidly, and before they even touched the ground, Theo, Evelyn, and Cleve abandoned their mounts mid-air, dropping down in a daring, dramatic arrival that demanded total attention. This was a far cry from their previous tactical, covert operations. There were no shadows to hide in today, They had arrived openly, marching proudly under the regal, intimidating banner of the Ragnar clan. From this second forward, they were executing justice in the name of the clan, broadcasting their intent to the entire world. Cleve stepped forward, her voice ringing out as she publicly enumerated the treacherous crimes the series merchant group had committed against the Ragnars, presenting the legal warrant that authorized them to tear apart every corner of the guild for proof. She laid down a cold, uncompromising law. Anyone who dared to stand in their way would be dealt with lethal force, no exceptions made. She then offered the targets a final, slim window of opportunity to surrender quietly and allow the authorities to conduct their search without further bloodshed. Quadric was fully aware of the mountain of crimes he had buried, but rather than crumble, he chose to puff out his chest and project a wall of feigned innocence. Cleve began a slow, deliberate countdown, giving these criminals one last chance to step away from the brink of total annihilation. However, Quadric sneered, dismissing the warrant as a cheap, fabricated scrap of paper, loudly insisting that his family would never bow to such a transparent attempt at intimidation. He played the victim with alarming confidence, accusing the investigators of engaging in a dirty, underhanded frame-up to destroy a loyal family. Quadric remained obstinate, swearing that his clan's loyalty to the Ragnars was beyond reproach. Then, to combat what he labeled unreasonable harassment, he barked orders for his soldiers to slaughter the law enforcers. He certainly put on a masterclass in feigning innocence, but nearby, the Bacchus patriarch felt the walls closing in. Realizing he was being dragged into this criminal mess, he scrambled to distance himself. Seeing that the situation was plummeting into a bloodbath, he desperately tried to nullify the marriage agreement right then and there. But the pig Quadric had no intention of letting his golden ticket slip away. He had come too far to allow for such a convenient, quiet escape. It was far too late for excuses. In the eyes of the enforcement team, the marriage had already bound these two families into a single, treasonous entity. Quadric scoffed, arguing that if the cavalry truly held ironclad proof, they wouldn't have brought just 3 people. They would have blacked out the sun with an entire army. Armed with that twisted logic, he intended to manipulate the Bacchus clan, force them to draw their blades, and carve a path of escape through the enforcement squad. Before the two masters could continue their frantic debate, Naven calmly inserted himself into the fray, moving with the casual air of a spectator enjoying a show. For him, this chaotic turn of events was merely the perfect stage to hand over a gruesome wedding gift to his new bride. Disregarding the furious protests of his own patriarch, Naven drew his blade, darting through the city with predatory agility as he locked onto the law enforcers. The moment that steel cleared its scabbard, the Bacchus house was officially and irreversibly branded an accomplice to the Ceres family's crimes. Trapped by the situation, the bald patriarch had no choice but to bite his tongue and order his men to back Naven up in the assault. Meanwhile, the tension had reached a fever pitch. Theo, Evelyn, and Cleve found themselves ringed by city guards, a forest of lethal spear tips bristling toward them from every direction. Cleve cast a final, heavy look at the panicked civilians, warning them to scatter immediately unless they wanted to risk being executed alongside the traitors. Suddenly, Naven vaulted into the center of the standoff, landing right between the factions and seizing the entirety of the room's focus for his own dramatic reveal. Naven muttered under his breath, his tone laced with cynical amusement, remarking that the folks over at the Ragnar clan always seemed itching to drag someone to the executioner's block the second they found even the flimsiest excuse. The air between them instantly chilled. Theo and Evelyn both went rigid, their expressions hardening as the same sobering realization struck them simultaneously. This man was not just a typical brawler, he was genuinely dangerous. Then, with a fluid, lethal motion, Naven swung his blade in a wide circular arc, forcing all 3 of them to scramble and scatter in different directions, raising their weapons in a desperate bid to survive the immense pressure of his strike. That violent, opening slash was apparently how Naven Bacchus chose to welcome the Ragnar entourage to his little party. It was clear, however, that the greeting was tailor-made for the young master, Theo. For a split second, Theo was rendered completely motionless, his mind reeling because he knew exactly who stood before him. The name Naven Bacchus might not ring a bell for the common folk right now, but in the dark chapters of the future, his name would become impossible to ignore. During the chaos of the Great War, Naven had been a walking catastrophe, a natural force of pure destruction who repeatedly threw the Ragnar clan into disarray. Years down the line, he would integrate into the Sarah merchant group and lock shields alongside Ed Troyvin, cementing his place in history with a legacy written in blood. They would come to fear him as Ghost Sword Naven, a nightmare of a swordsman whose blade seemed to materialize from thin air. And for some maddening reason, this very legend in the making was currently dead set on claiming Theo's head. He barely spared a glance for the women standing alongside Theo. Ghost Sword Naven's predatory gaze remained locked onto the Ragnar heir with single-minded focus, as if ending Theo's life was the only thing that gave him purpose. Theo's mind began to race, calculating every angle. If he could leverage his knowledge of the future, this terrifying confrontation could be flipped on its head, turning a brush with death into a massive opportunity to elevate his own strength to an entirely new tier. With a sharp command, Theo signaled for ISO to engage Naven, then ordered the ladies to press on with their mission without him. As they pushed forward, Theo would stand his ground to face this eccentric, deadly swordsman alone. Evelyn clearly hated the sound of that. Her hesitation was instantaneous. She looked back with palpable reluctance, clearly unwilling to leave Theo to fend for himself against such a lethal threat. Cleve, however, respected Theo's tactical call. She knew the Sarah crooks were likely scrubbing evidence as they spoke, leaving them no time to spare. They had to move, and they had to trust that Theo possessed the grit to stall a monster like Naven. Naven offered the young master a playful, mocking warning, his tone light and jocular as he remarked that he might not look like much, but he was actually quite a handful in a fight. Theo didn't flinch. Instead, he met that strange, volatile energy with a faint, amused smirk of his own, expertly matching Naven's bizarre temperament without missing a beat. Before their steel could clash again, Theo interjected, stating he had one question he needed answered. Naven, still cloaked in his unpredictable air, gestured for him to speak. Theo didn't mince words, bluntly asking if Naven was committing such blatant treason solely because he wanted to dismantle the Bacchus family and avenge his tragic, mistreated mother. The effect was immediate. The moment the words left Theo's lips, Ghost Sword Naven's grip tightened white-knuckled around his hilt. Theo had ripped open a memory he loathed to touch, a psychic wound he preferred to keep buried under layers of iron and hate. Just like that, Naven's resolve hardened. He had found yet another justification to lop the young man's head off. But Theo didn't cower. Instead of bowing to the surge of hostility, he maintained his steady composure and urged Naven to hear out his proposal. Theo pledged that he would gladly lend his own strength to dismantle the rotting Bacchus clan from the inside. At that precise moment, a hidden recruitment quest flickered into existence, showing Theo the path to turning Ghost Sword Naven into an ally, though he knew he'd have to use every ounce of his silver-tongued charm to pull it off. Naven Bacchus had never been just another face in his family. He was an anomaly, the unofficial, undisputed strongest blade the Bacchus clan had ever produced. Despite possessing talent that could stand shoulder to shoulder with the likes of Thorkel Ragnar, Naven had never received a shred of the recognition he was owed. The reason was as cold as it was brutal. He was a bastard, the son of a woman who worked in a brothel. His overwhelming talent didn't earn him glory. It only served to amplify the grief of his mother, a burden of pain she eventually couldn't bear to carry any longer. While still just a young boy, Naven was forced to endure the horror of watching his mother take her own life right before his eyes. From that dark day on, his loathing for his own bloodline had burned with an inextinguishable intensity. Theo understood this jagged part of Naven's past, and he gambled that if he played his cards correctly, that hatred could be the key to securing an incredibly powerful comrade. Unfortunately, Theo had severely underestimated how explosive Naven's reaction would be when his mother's memory was dragged into the fray. Before Theo could regain his footing, he was hammered by another ferocious, deadly strike from Ghost Sword Naven. It was no playful spar. The force of the impact was staggering, nearly lifting Theo off his feet and rattling him to his very marrow. Naven saw zero incentive to entertain such an absurd offer from a total stranger, especially not from some pompous Ragnar brat who stood there radiating such misplaced confidence. In Naven's eyes, the Bacchus clan was already careening toward a cliff, and he didn't need to partner with some arrogant punk just to watch them hit the bottom. That may have been true, but Theo pointed out the obvious. If Naven just stood by and let the ship sink, he would inevitably be dragged into the abyss with the very family he despised. Even that warning barely moved the needle for Naven. As far as he was concerned, he had zero regrets, no future to speak of, and nothing tying him to the living world. Theo, however, understood that Naven's bleak resignation wasn't just personality. It was the symptom of the ether fever, silently devouring him from the inside out. Naven was dying. His body had remained frail and youthful, far too weak to handle the immense, crushing weight of the mana he carried. Ether fever was treatable if caught early with rigorous care, but Naven had long missed that critical window, sealing his fate to a life that was rapidly evaporating. His incompetent family had essentially broken him before he could ever truly begin. At this rate, Naven had only about 5 miserable years left on this earth. For a brief moment, even Naven was taken aback. It wasn't every day that some noble young master managed to excavate such buried, painful secrets from his past. Even so, Naven remained unmoved. In his mind, the Bacchus collapse was inevitable, and when it finally happened, he was more than content to be buried in the rubble. Theo's lips curled into a smug, confident smile as he dangled the ultimate bait. Would Naven change his tune if Theo offered him a cure? For the first time, Naven's icy veneer cracked. His expression shifted into pure shock as he snapped back that such a thing was impossible. There was no cure for ether fever. Technically, Naven was right. In the current era, nobody knew the secret to curing it. But Theo carried the memory of his past life, where a cure had eventually been discovered and released to the public. And in a twist of cruel irony, that discovery had been made just days after Ghost Sword Naven had finally succumbed to his illness. In this timeline, however, Theo was likely the only living soul who knew that a cure existed. With unwavering conviction in his voice, Theo assured Naven that they could purge that wretched ether fever from his system entirely. Not a maybe, not a possibility, but 100% certainty. As they had already established, the corrupt Bacchus clan was going to be razed to the ground no matter what, with or without Naven's help. But if Naven chose to join forces with Theo, he wouldn't have to vanish along with them. He could survive, live a full life, and rise to become a figure of genuine importance. He could leave a lasting, meaningful mark on the world, not as a doomed, forgotten blade of Bacchus, but as a hero who had helped reshape the future for the Ragnar house. All Naven had to do was trust Theo's word just once and take that terrifying leap of faith. Meanwhile, moving closer to the chapel, the city guards had hastily cobbled together defensive measures intended to stall Evelyn and Agent Cleve. Of course, against combatants of their caliber, those standard mortal traps and barricades were almost laughably pathetic. The real nuisance was just the constant annoyance of swatting away arrows. Deflecting them one by one was less about genuine danger and more about the sheer irritation of the interruption. From their vantage point, Evelyn and Cleve watched as the violent clash between Theo and Naven suddenly came to a dead halt. Instead of continuing their dance of steel, the two men stood motionless, locked in an intense, low-voiced conversation. Cleve's grip tightened on her weapon, her patience frayed to the breaking point. Every wasted second only fed her desire to settle this mess the old-fashioned way, by butchering every hostile target within her reach. The only thing tethering her bloodlust was the weight of her superior's orders. Her mission wasn't simply to clear the field. She was tasked with observing Theo Ragnar and determining, once and for all, if he possessed the caliber required for recruitment. The Black Dragon demanded cold, hard intel, not guesswork. They needed to see exactly how the boy would react when his back was against the wall and the pressure became suffocating. After all, one of the primary functions of Black Snow was the ruthless vetting of those who might one day stand at the vanguard of the Ragnar clan's future. As a member of Null Snow, Cleve bore that responsibility heavily. Before they had even breached the castle, she had grilled her superiors on the exact criteria for when she would be permitted to remove her self-imposed limiters. With the demonic cult now firmly entangled in the plot, the protocol was absolute. If an entity of bishop rank or higher manifested, Cleve was authorized to unleash her full, unrestrained power. So, despite every fiber of her being screaming for a release of violence, Cleve remained a disciplined blade, keeping her involvement strictly calculated, even though she despised the restraint. Her biggest grievance with the setup, however, was purely practical. The delay. If this operation dragged on, it would bleed into her unpaid overtime, and that prospect irritated her far more than the flying projectiles of the enemy. While Cleve stewed in her own annoyance, Naven Bacchus abruptly vaulted across the gap, touching down on their side of the fray as if defecting were the most natural maneuver in the world. Evelyn's gaze immediately darted across the battlefield, her face etched with sudden, sharp anxiety as she scanned for the young master, fearful that Theo had been cut down in the exchange. But the reality was far from her fears. Theo hadn't fallen. Somehow, he and Naven were standing as allies, the tension between them completely diffused. Following that brief, hurried parley between lethal sword strikes, Naven Bacchus had effectively jumped ship. Honestly, having a monster of his caliber fighting at their backs rather than aiming for their throats made the entire battlefield feel significantly less like a death trap. He even took the time to offer a stiff, sincere apology to the women for his earlier hostility, an act of grace almost more jarring than his betrayal of his own family. With that bridge built, they were moving forward as a unified front. It would be disastrous to let lingering resentment fester while they barreled toward the same target. With that final gesture, Theo's hidden system quest successfully clicked into place as completed. Naven didn't waste a single heartbeat proving his worth as an asset. The moment he aligned with them, he tore into the enemy formation like a demon unleashed, weaving through their conventional defenses without taking so much as a scratch. With a single explosive burst of speed, he launched himself skyward, soaring high above the defensive line. The hapless soldiers below assumed his aerial position made him a sitting duck, blindly believing he'd be helpless while suspended in the air. Naven only looked bored by their amateurish contraptions. With one devastating, sweeping arc of his blade, He shredded their rows of anti-siege equipment as if he were harvesting dry wheat. The soldiers unfortunate enough to be within range of those machines were punished with total annihilation, their bodies torn asunder before they could even register the threat. While Naven was busy turning the battlefield into a slaughterhouse, the bald patriarch bellowed at him, screeching in outrage that an illegitimate whelp would dare turn steel against his own blood. Naven spat out a laugh the moment that word, family, hit his ears. Hearing that sentiment crawl out of that man's mouth caused his blood to boil over, focusing years of suppressed agony into one razor-sharp edge. Naven finally delivered the judgment he had been craving for years. He swung his blade in one fluid, merciless motion, bisecting the shouting patriarch before he could let out another breath. The man's bald skull split open under the force of the strike like ripe fruit hitting pavement, denying him even a shred of dignity in his final moments. Evelyn stood rooted to the spot, staring in stunned awe. The rumors hadn't been exaggerated. The man truly moved with the lethality of young Lord Thorkel himself. Theo didn't give them time to dwell. He barked an order for the women to seize the momentum of Naven's rampage and push through the crumbling enemy formation. With Naven carving a bloody road through the chaos, they finally held a clear, unblocked path to seize that gluttonous pig, Quadric Ceres. And as for Quadric, the man was rapidly unraveling, his composure shattering as reports flooded in that his defenses were being dismantled layer by layer. Only now, with the wolves at his door, did he finally panic and consider disposing of the incriminating documents that could bury his guild. One of his attendants, face drained of color, frantically urged him to start by incinerating the files linked to the House of Troyven. But the pig erupted in a fit of rage, violently rejecting the advice. In his twisted mind, those documents were his personal property, and no one else dared touch them. The terrified subordinate had only been trying to speak logic, hoping to stem the tide of casualties and mitigate the inevitable disaster. Quadric, however, had no ears for common sense. If he torched the Troyven connection, how would he recoup the fortune he'd sunk into them? Even with the noose tightening around his neck, he was still clawing at every last copper he thought he could squeeze out of the world. Suddenly, a new voice cut through the room, dripping with disdain as it mocked Quadric for being a pathetic creature drowning in vulgar, short-sighted greed. Quadric's eyes bulged in desperate hope. The one man capable of handling the encroaching cavalry had arrived exactly when he needed him most. Outside, the momentum of the four-person strike team had become an unstoppable tide. Everywhere they marched, a carpet of fallen bodies marked their progress. Theo, still maintaining a relentless pace, suddenly throttled back when he spotted a massive crowd pouring out of the doorway ahead. Leading the pack was a high-ranking official of the Holy Demon Church, and behind him, a sea of hundreds of hooded fanatics lined the chapel entrance, ready to enact the bloody will of their god. Quadric practically fell to his knees in relief, offering thanks to the Abyss for sending him a bishop of the cult at the 11th hour. Given that these lunatics were also chained to the Troyven conspiracy, he calculated that they might be willing to intervene to save their own interests. The bishop deigned to offer assistance, though not out of loyalty. He simply saw the pig as a tool that might still be useful when the final day of judgment arrived. However, the moment the bishop demanded the handover of the Troyven records, the pig's greed flared up, and he immediately tightened his grip on his stash. His obsession with his hoard was jeopardizing their larger agenda. And at this point, the bishop decided that a little physical correction was in order. The bishop lacked the temperament to coddle the ego of an arrogant fool. Furthermore, Quadric was nothing more than a wretched, expendable non-believer. Without hesitation, the bishop issued the order for Quadric's execution. He had no more use for the pig's coin or his life. As callous hands clamped around his windpipe, crushing his trachea, the pig miraculously managed to wheeze out a pathetic, desperate apology. He stammered that he'd been far too rude and frantically cautioned them that killing him now would only make the messy ties with the Troyven faction infinitely more complicated to unravel. Quadric might have been a gluttonous, bottom-feeding pig, but when he felt the cold steel of death hovering over his neck, his instinct for survival kicked in, forcing him to grovel and beg with every ounce of his pathetic being. The bishop, deciding that the worm still held some utility, granted him a temporary reprieve, giving him one final, strict ultimatum: incinerate every trace of the evidence before their window of opportunity slammed shut. He followed that directive with a chilling warning, his voice devoid of warmth. Don't even think about running. Their Dark Lord's gaze was fixed upon all of them, and there was nowhere in this world for a rat like Quadric to scurry into hiding. Paralyzed by the terrifying thought that the bishop might retract his mercy at any moment, Quadric scrambled toward the basement entrance, his body trembling as he dragged himself forward in a frantic race against time. Outside the chapel, Theo's strike team was about to be greeted by a harrowing welcome committee, curated specifically for them by the Blood Bishop and his army of fanatical zealots. The cultists began to fan out, their ranks unfurling like a surging crimson tide. The hour had arrived for them to unleash their fanatical holy war upon the world. The sickly, gaunt bishop of the demonic cult projected his voice, preaching of the imminent arrival of their god, a deity that would manifest in a cataclysm of blood and ruin. All around him, the brainwashed masses mimicked his demented sermons, their voices chanting those twisted dogmas with the hollow, haunting devotion of the truly lost. On Theo's front, the math was grim. Only 4 warriors stood against an encroaching ocean of cultists, who were packed together so tightly they formed a wall of flesh. They had suspected the demonic cult was pulling the strings, but the premature appearance of a high-ranking bishop was a complication that shattered their expectations. Peering past the folds of those blood-red hoods, Theo locked eyes with the cultists. He saw only empty, glazed stares. Their humanity had been utterly stripped away, leaving them devoid of even a shred of fear. He didn't wait for a signal or a second thought. Theo plowed straight into the thick of them, his weapon singing as he hacked open a gruesome passage through the sea of bodies. These fanatics were entirely indifferent to their own survival. They flung themselves into the fray without hesitation, driven by a single suicidal impulse to strike, no matter the cost to their own lives. Even veterans like Evelyn and Naven, who had stood knee-deep in battlefields before, found themselves rattled by the sheer, relentless stampede of zealots throwing themselves toward their blades. Cleve, however, remained on the periphery, her reaction starkly different as she assessed the developing carnage. She offered a silent prayer of gratitude that a bishop had finally shown his face. It complicated the mission, certainly, but more importantly, it released her from her chains. She could finally stop holding back and unleash the full extent of her power. Cleve unsheathed both of her blades, her stance shifting instantly. It was as if she had been waiting for this exact permission to carve her way through the waves of demonic worshippers. Just as Theo began to feel the mounting pressure and sensed their forward momentum beginning to falter, Cleve vaulted into the center of the slaughter, transforming the battlefield into a gore-slicked stage for her lethal blade dance. From this second onward, her days of observing from the sidelines were over. She wasn't here to audit the fight. She was here to dominate it. Ready to exact a brutal price from anyone foolish enough to block Ragnar's path, Cleve was prepared to tear through the entire city limits with her bare hands if that was what it demanded. Before she could descend entirely into the bloodbath, Theo urgently reminded the Null Snow operative that their primary directive remained the securing of the evidence before it was reduced to ash. Cleve shot him a look of utter disdain, unimpressed by his narrow focus on paperwork. Now that the demonic cult had unmasked themselves in such a public spectacle, she argued that any further pursuit of physical evidence was a redundant waste of effort. Theo stood his ground, shaking his head. In his mind, the evidence was now more vital than ever. If the demonic church was desperate enough to deploy a bishop, then something hidden inside that chapel was clearly too dangerous to allow them to keep. Cleve finally yielded, her eyes burning with intensity as she demanded to know what his next tactical move would be. The priority was straightforward. They had to punch through the crimson mass of believers with the velocity of a lightning strike, effectively speed-running the encounter. To pull it off, Theo prepared to bridge his lightning gate with hatchling synchro, drastically expanding his effective range far beyond his usual capacity. Simultaneously, he pushed his mind gate to its breaking point, sweeping and scanning the terrain like a master surveyor mapping out the anatomy of the battlefield. Intrigued by the sheer scale of the technique Theo was preparing, Cleve backed off half a step, yielding the lead to see how the young master would execute his plan. The moment her guard wavered, a blood priest spotted a gap and lunged, attempting to land a dirty blow while her attention appeared momentarily diverted. Cleve pivoted in a blur, shredding the hulking, muscular preacher into ribbons of meat. With her and the others containing the cultists, Theo could finally focus on the mission objective. After mapping the layout of the chaos, the young master swiftly identified the most efficient corridor leading directly into the chapel. He lunged into the sea of fanatics, appearing to surf over the waves of violence, but their numbers seemed infinite. The more he felled, the more surged into his path. A seemingly bottomless tidal wave of brainwashed sycophants loomed ahead, pressing toward him as if their ranks were inexhaustible. To provide him with the necessary cover, Evelyn and Naven began ruthlessly clearing the filth that dared to obstruct his optimal route. The pair moved in perfect, lethal synchronization, carving out precious space for Theo's advance. However, when Evelyn overheard Naven buttering up her lord, her competitive fire flared to life. Theo didn't stop for a breath. Utilizing psychokinesis with surgical precision, he turned his electrified daggers into mid-air platforms, literally stepping through the atmosphere using his signature, Lightning Dragon rapid protection. Theo calculated that the duty of destroying the incriminating records had almost certainly been offloaded to the High Commander Quadric series. After projecting his senses through the solid masonry of the chapel walls, he was able to triangulate the pig's location with relative ease. With that insight, the fourth scenario quest continued to unfold, driving them deeper into the heart of the enemy's den. Back on the front lines, Evelyn and Naven had truly gelled into a devastatingly efficient combat duo. Ever the arrogant showman, Ghost Sword Naven swaggered, introducing himself as Lord Theo's new first-string sword, as if the vacancy had been permanently filled. Evelyn's reaction was immediate. Naven could read her features like a book. He had successfully ruffled her feathers by casually staking a claim to that rank. He added, with a smirk, that he might consider stepping down to second sword status, provided that the Null Snow Girl was the one stepping up to challenge him for the spot. But when it came to matching Evelyn's skill, Naven Bacchus projected an unwavering confidence in his own superiority. To back up his bravado, he moved with effortless grace, slicing down several cultists who had tried to capitalize on Evelyn's momentary distraction. Since they were supposedly on the same side now, Naven suggested they drop the petty bickering. He proposed a simple contest. The one with the highest kill count would earn the title of Theo's first sword. Evelyn, possessing a rigid sense of decorum, outright dismissed his childish proposition. But the second Naven taunted her as a coward afraid of the scoreboard. Evelyn's composure nearly disintegrated, her temper igniting on the spot. Accepting the challenge in the most aggressive way possible, Evelyn moved with a sharp, decisive strike, snatching a kill right from under the nose of Ghost Sword Naven. Evelyn struck with absolute precision, her movements sharp, vicious, and utterly decisive. As Naven watched her cut through the chaos, the grim reality finally settled in. He had walked right into a confrontation with someone far more dangerous and skilled than he'd initially dared to imagine. Channeling the formidable legacy of the Tempest God, Evelyn stood her ground amidst the carnage. She was determined to prove, here and now on the blood-soaked battlefield, that she was worthy of being named Theo Ragnar's first sword. Naven, however, looked less concerned by the danger and more exhilarated by it. Even with the gore and chaos surrounding them, he felt a spark of genuine excitement in his eyes. He had finally found a rival worthy of his attention, and the thrill was written all over his face. Deep within the dark, silent walls of the chapel, Quadric Ceres was struggling to keep his composure. He hobbled frantically, scrambling deeper underground toward the lowest floor, his breath hitching as a mounting, suffocating panic gnawed relentlessly at his sanity. He snatched up burning torches along the damp walls, shattering lock after lock in his desperate flight, until he finally reached the most heavily fortified, guarded chamber in the entire subterranean structure. At the center of that vault sat a heavy, sealed chest. Hidden away inside were documents so explosive and damning that they possessed the power to shatter nations and bring mighty, untouchable empires crashing into the dust. But Quadric didn't view those papers as earth-shattering evidence of treason. To his greedy, narrow mind, they were nothing more than bargaining chips, a way to squeeze even more coin out of the Troivans. He rationalized that if he burned them now, he might be able to wipe his hands clean and avoid the crushing weight of the treason charges looming over his head. Yet, even as the truth of his predicament clawed at him, his insatiable greed fought back, refusing to let him drop the torch onto what he still stubbornly viewed as his ultimate future payday. He had already poured an obscene amount of capital into the Sky Dragon's elaborate plans. The mere thought of losing the revenue streams tied to those documents twisted his stomach in knots, an agony even sharper than his terror of facing the law. The bishop's chilling threats suddenly echoed through the back of his mind. Quadric knew that twisted fanatic wasn't bluffing. While his money was precious to him, he realized with a jolt that staying alive was, perhaps, just a little bit more important. With fingers trembling so violently that he could barely hold the handle, Quadric finally surrendered and let the torch fall toward the pile. But at that exact, critical second, Theo burst into the room like a streak of dark, crackling lightning, moving with such speed that he stopped the precious evidence from being claimed by the flames. As soon as Quadric laid eyes on Theo Ragnar, his face contorted through a whirlwind of terror and disbelief. Theo stood there like a grim harbinger of death, and this time, he hadn't just come to reclaim property. He had come to exact a final, brutal judgment. The corrupt, stubborn businessman understood perfectly well that he had run out of road. Seeing no way out, he immediately groveled, desperation staining his voice as he begged for even a shred of mercy. Theo had absolutely no patience left for such pathetic, hollow pleas. Veins of violent electric energy began to flood the cramped room, the air humming and crackling with a lethal, sharpened pressure that made the very atmosphere feel heavy. For his blatant rebellion against the honor of the Ragnar clan, Quadric Ceres received his ultimate sentence right there in the dark: death. With that repulsive, greedy man finally purged from existence, a notification shimmered in the air. Theo's fourth scenario quest, Ties of Evil from a Past Life, was officially marked as complete. Theo began sifting through the scattered paperwork, but his brow furrowed as he scanned the documents. No matter how closely he examined the pages, he couldn't immediately grasp why these specific records were valuable enough to mobilize a demonic cult and a high-ranking bishop. He had already handed the secret ledger to Cleve. That should have been more than enough to condemn Ed Troyvin for his crimes. Still, Theo knew how the game was played. The Sky Dragon connection could easily be brushed off as a disposable lie, a scapegoat the Troyvin clan would eagerly sacrifice if it meant saving their own necks. Theo wasn't looking for a minor win. He wanted the total, irreversible destruction of that treacherous, arrogant house. With a literal library's worth of incriminating evidence sprawled out before him, the potential to drag the entire Troyvin clan into the abyss was there. The challenge, however, was sifting through thousands of pages of drivel to find the smoking gun. Then, by some stroke of intuition he couldn't quite explain, one specific, dusty book caught his attention, as if an invisible force had guided his hand straight toward it. He pulled it from the stack, reading the title aloud. Rose Palace Investigation Report. As he flipped through the pages, he found detailed records concerning the pursuit of primordial dragon relics. Every single word handwritten in the distinctive, arrogant script of Ed Troyvin himself. Theo read in silence, his eyes widening. The Sky Dragon had already secured 2 relics, and their research concluded that yet another one was hidden deep within the foundations of the Rose Palace. The Rose Palace, the place he once called home. In an instant, the puzzle pieces fell into place with agonizing clarity. The systemic discrimination, the fabricated accusations, the hollow ruin of his mother, and his own pathetic end in his past life. It all happened because of this. The book contained explicit, cold-blooded orders to remove Cecilia and Theo Ragnar from the board, all to keep a potentially game-changing relic from being discovered. For the first time in his new life, the cold hatred Theo felt toward Ed Troyvin surged into a boiling, uncontrollable rage he had never experienced before. Acting on pure instinct, his hands blurred as he ripped the incriminating pages mentioning his name and his mother's name directly out of that wretched, history-altering book. Then, Theo forced a long, jagged breath, fighting to calm the turbulent storm inside his chest, desperate to center his focus back onto the mission at hand. To ensure his final, perfect revenge, he knew there were 2 vital items hidden within this hoard that could inflict the most devastating pain imaginable upon the Troyvin clan. They had been arrogant enough to keep the very relics they had spilled so much blood to obtain hidden away in this forgotten basement. And just like that, with a grim sense of satisfaction, 2 more cube-shaped relics of the primordial dragon were safely stowed away in Theo's possession. Outside the vault, the battle raged on. Naven and Evelyn remained locked in a fierce, unwavering struggle against the relentless, screaming horde of blood cult fanatics. In the heat of the fight, Evelyn was pulled back by a flicker of memory. 7 years ago, she had watched Naven claim second place at the blooming ceremony, only to see him fade into obscurity immediately afterward. Naven seemed genuinely touched, even honored, that someone had actually remembered his name from those days. But he was quick to shake it off. This was hardly the time to get sentimental. After all, his current kill count was rising rapidly, putting him firmly in the lead for the coveted title of Lord Theo's first sword. Determined to wipe that cocky, self-assured smirk off his face, Evelyn gathered her strength and unleashed a series of ferocious, whistling blasts of wind, drawing directly from the Wind Thunder God technique. With one sweeping, wide-area assault, she carved a path through the enemy lines, cutting down cultists in droves and dragging their little rivalry right back to a dead heat. But before their friendly competition could take another turn, the bishop's right-hand man exploited the distraction, darting from the shadows to launch a lethal, surprise strike at Naven. Naven was nearly caught off guard and pulverized into the earth, but with lightning-fast reflexes, he threw himself sideways at the last possible microsecond, narrowly dodging the crushing blow. The cultist loomed over him, gripping a massive, gore-stained axe, snarling with fanatical rage that he would not let his god's grand design be derailed by mere mortals. Naven and Evelyn locked eyes, and they reached the same unspoken conclusion in an instant. The winner of their duel would be the one who ended this freak's life first. Evelyn, bolstered by the lingering strength of the Wind Baron's legacy, and Naven, the genius who had once been forgotten but was now reclaiming his brilliance. Both lunged forward with hungry intensity, each racing to deliver the killing blow before the other could even twitch. But before either could claim the final kill, Selford made an explosive cinematic entrance, crashing into the fray atop his powerful wyvern and crushing the enemy underfoot in a shower of debris. Pinned beneath the massive, suffocating claws of the wyvern, the bishop's right-hand man could only let out a choked, desperate growl of pure agony. Selford surveyed the wreckage, looking incredibly pleased with himself, clearly basking in the glory of an entrance he deemed absolutely legendary. However, instead of receiving the enthusiastic applause or recognition he clearly anticipated, Selford was met with nothing but icy, murderous glares from both Evelyn and Naven. They felt as though their hard-earned prey had been snatched away at the final moment, and the two warriors instantly erupted with lethal frustration, their killing intent shifting aggressively from the cultists toward the unwelcome intruder. Marching in right behind Selford, the rest of the white armored dragon cavalry's 5th platoon stormed into the square, their disciplined formation trailing close on his heels. They had been mobilized with top-priority intelligence revealing that the demonic cult and the Ceres merchant guild were locked in a deep, clandestine alliance. Fueled by that urgent report, the entire platoon had been deployed in a desperate rush, managed to arrive just in time to stop the chaos from spilling over into the surrounding districts. In a matter of heartbeats, the once orderly central square of the Ceres territory devolved into a chaotic, full-scale war zone, with armored dragoons clashing in a violent, steel-shattering struggle against the fanatical cultists. And once the bloodthirsty, massive wyverns were unleashed into the fray, the cultists' sheer numerical advantage became completely irrelevant in the face of such raw, overwhelming power. While his disciples were being systematically slaughtered by the dozens, the bishop remained disturbingly detached, continuing to pray for a new sun to rise beneath the crimson, blood-stained sky, chanting calls for the ultimate end of all creation. That twisted, fanatical freak continued to preach his demented gospel at the top of his lungs, while nearby, Cleve sat quietly on the sidelines to catch her breath. Truth be told, after finally cutting loose and going all out, she felt she had rightfully earned a momentary respite from the endless cycle of slaughter. Unbeknownst to the combatants, the Null Snow operative had already silently incapacitated the bishop, leaving the man broken, hollowed out, and rapidly spiraling into a state of total, irreversible madness. Once the cavalry had fully asserted control, it took only a few grueling hours to mop up the remaining remnants of the cult and finally restore a semblance of peace across the battered region. Now, however, the real struggle began. Everyone, including a clearly exhausted Evelyn, was forced into the tedious nightmare of processing paperwork for the citizens displaced or harmed by the short-lived conflict. The very same dragoons who, only moments ago, had been heroically carving through lines of cultists, now looked like they would gladly charge back into a suicidal battle rather than suffer through this mind-numbing, endless desk work. It felt as though everyone was being subjected to a special form of bureaucratic torture, with the notable exception of Erika Lanka. She might have projected the image of a savage warrior on the battlefield, but when it came to organization and logistics, she proved to be surprisingly reliable. Her brother, Hulkus, seemed to be thriving in the environment as well, calmly and efficiently navigating compensation requests for the civilians who had suffered property damage during the skirmish. Evelyn, on the other hand, was rapidly nearing her breaking point, her frustration mounting because it seemed like everyone in the room kept turning to her for help with their own assigned tasks. Every single redundant question, every new stack of forms, and every confused, incompetent subordinate was pushing her closer to an absolute mental collapse. When she finally reached her limit and snapped, she cast her subordinates away with a sudden burst of energy, conjuring a localized, violent storm of wind that whipped through the office. While the cavalry remained trapped in their own administrative hell, Cleve and Theo sequestered themselves in a separate area to meticulously organize the massive, dangerous pile of evidence they had successfully recovered. From clear traces linking back to Ragnar's stolen relics to Ironclad, detailed plans for full-scale treason, every piece of information had been carefully preserved within those incriminating documents. Recognizing Theo's indispensable contributions throughout the operation, Cleve was the first to offer her sincere congratulations on his promotion to the intermediate rank. She further noted, with a knowing look, that someone with his caliber and potential would undoubtedly flourish if he decided to join the ranks of Black Snow. Theo immediately grew visibly uncomfortable, shifting in his seat as he tried to gracefully dodge the conversation. It was obvious he had no interest in being drawn into a serious recruitment pitch by the Black Dragon. Shifting gears, Cleve delivered one final piece of promising news. The operation to finally hunt down and capture the Sky Dragon had officially been set into motion. The secret ledger they had recovered from the chapel was deemed sufficient, concrete proof to justify the commencement of the hunt. That meant Black Snow's elite, high-stakes arrest team had already been dispatched, and was currently making a rapid, determined push toward the capital. But before they could even bask in the success of their progress, a breathless messenger burst into the temporary encampment, bearing an urgent, game-changing update. The elite arrest team had run into an unforeseen, brutal complication. Ed Troyvin had been masterfully concealing his true level of power the entire time. And now that the facade had crumbled and he no longer felt the need to operate from the shadows, the Sky Dragon was finally unleashing his full, terrifying strength. Ed was sharp enough to understand that exposing all of his hidden cards at such a volatile stage was far from a strategic masterstroke. However, he calculated that if he could leave a high enough trail of bodies in his wake, he might still manage to cripple Black Snow to a significant degree. In his own warped, arrogant fashion, Ed Troyvin even offered a mocking nod of respect to Theo Ragnar for forcing him into such a desperate corner. The Camellia Palace, the incident at Axion, the loss of the Dragonslayer sword, and now the total collapse of the Ceres Guild. Every painstaking preparation Ed had made had been unraveled by the actions of that one wretched imbecile. Ed Troyvin was beginning to slip into a state of unhinged, dramatic madness, his sanity fracturing under the weight of one crushing failure after another. Even so, deep down in the dark, he remained a hater to his very core. He decided he would allow Theo a moment to celebrate his small victories, but he knew with cold certainty that the master plan of the Troyvin clan was far from finished. The Dragonslayer sword might have been lost, but Ed had already managed to secure a formidable replacement contingency. He was already moving, heading back to his father to leverage resources that might just turn the tide back in his favor. With the chaos in the Ceres territory finally addressed, Theo was finally able to return home to the quiet of the Camellia Palace. The palace, however, was anything but quiet. It was bustling with frantic energy, packed with nobles getting measured for custom garments while attendants rushed back and forth in a blurry, chaotic dance. Kirsten stood at the entrance, scanning the environment in genuine surprise, visibly taken aback by the overwhelming, hectic atmosphere unfolding before her eyes. Simply trying to navigate the hallway felt like marching through the middle of a battlefield. Only instead of clashing swords and fresh blood, the air was filled with flying fabrics, measuring tapes, and frantic garment cutters. She surely would have been swallowed up and lost in the middle of that frantic, busy crowd if her daughter hadn't spotted her and made her way through the workers. Cecilia was practically beaming as she excitedly explained that she was in the middle of launching a new business venture, a high-end, luxury brand centered around exquisite fabrics and dazzling, rare jewels. She continued to talk at length, pouring out the finer, intricate details of her business plan, while Kirsten listened in a soft, dazed, and slightly absent-minded state. The elf mother found herself far too distracted by her daughter's infectious, bright smile and her overflowing, youthful enthusiasm to actually process any of the technical details. To Kirsten, the sheer radiance of Cecilia's genuine happiness made her shine brighter than any of the precious, shimmering jewels on display in the estate. However, Kirsten hadn't traveled all this distance simply to bask in her daughter's joy. She had arrived in person because she carried news that demanded urgent delivery. Concerning whispers regarding the Rose Palace had finally reached her ears, and the rumors were grave enough that she couldn't in good conscience ignore them. The moment the words left her mother's lips, Cecilia's anxious mind spiraled toward the darkest possible outcome, and she immediately stammered, asking if her son was safe. Watching her daughter's expression shift instantly from radiant, carefree happiness to a trembling, fragile mess of pure worry made Kirsten's heart ache with a heavy, protective sorrow. She acted immediately to soothe Cecilia's mounting anxiety, speaking with a gentle but firm tone to make it clear that she hadn't brought news of some impending catastrophe. In fact, the information she carried was the absolute antithesis of a tragedy. Amel, that spiteful, manipulative woman who had brought so much darkness into their lives, had finally met her end. She had been discovered dead, and she wasn't alone. Her entire camp had been decimated along with her, wiped out to the very last follower. To ensure there was no mistake, their severed heads had been publicly displayed along the outer walls of the Rose Palace. It served as a gruesome, unmistakable message. The threat she posed had been definitively and violently crushed. The moment the words hit her ears, a visible shift occurred in Cecilia's posture. It was as if an immense, crushing weight that had been pinning her down for years had suddenly been lifted, allowing her to draw a full, steady breath for the first time in an eternity. A wave of pure, overwhelming relief flooded over her features. After living on the edge of the abyss, she could finally permit herself to believe that this terrifying nightmare had truly reached its conclusion. She had mastered the art of hiding her terror behind a calm facade, but beneath the surface, every single day had felt like an agonizing trek across a path of razor-sharp blades. Because of that vile woman, Cecilia had been systematically framed, falsely accused, backed into corners, and even hunted by hired assassins. Through it all, she had been paralyzed, terrified that even a single cry for help would drag her own son into the center of the scandal and ruin his future. With that rotten, treacherous mistress now dead, the long, constricting chain of suffering that had held Cecilia's life captive had finally been shattered. While Theo Ragnar remained secluded, buried deep in his recovery, the world outside his walls had begun to warp and shift, with the political landscape curdling into something significantly more volatile. And this transformation wasn't arriving with quiet diplomacy. It was being carved into reality through sheer bloodshed, with high-ranking heads rolling and historic strongholds being drenched in deep, unforgiving crimson. The Troyvin family had blatantly ignored the Draker family's official summons, failing to respond to their appeals before the deadline passed. In the brutal, unforgiving language of the nobility, that silence was nothing short of an explicit declaration of war. That night, the Nine Dragons Council Chamber was forced into an emergency session. They had severely underestimated Ed Troyvin's tactical cunning. It was now clear that he had been weaving this grand, manipulative scheme for far longer than anyone had suspected. To make matters worse, the suspicious, aggressive movements of the warlords across the northern continent now appeared to be inextricably linked to his endgame. Even so, some of the more traditionalist members of the council wanted absolutely no part of the Troyvin conflict. To them, the minor posturing of a few northern warlords was hardly cause for a full-scale panic. Their true anxiety lay in the glaring, empty seat previously occupied by the Sky Dragon. The head of the family maintained a stoic silence, yet beneath the surface, several of the elders were becoming restless, clearly eager to reopen the long-festering, unresolved question of succession. Then, in a move that caught everyone off guard, the Black Dragon interjected, insisting that there was no better moment than the present to finalize their next leader. He argued that if the heirs were allowed to turn on each other right before a major war broke out, the consequences would be nothing short of catastrophic. He was clearly attempting to mitigate the chaotic, unpredictable variables that would explode once the fighting started, but the conservative heads in the room snapped back instantly, characterizing his suggestion as absolute blasphemy. Fortunately, one of the Nine Dragons eventually intervened, his authoritative command slicing through the mounting friction and forcing the room into a tense, begrudging silence. He proposed that what they really needed was a formal, structured gathering where every involved faction could be brought to the table. He signaled that he would begin the orchestration of such an event immediately. Conveniently, he already had a pre-existing event on the calendar that would serve as the perfect staging ground to test the political waters. Once they observed how the situation played out there, they could determine exactly which crisis demanded their immediate, undivided attention. Meanwhile, Theo remained safely tucked away within the hidden sanctuary of Lodbrok's lair, effectively insulated from the toxic political schemes currently spreading across the outer world. Having been pushed to his absolute physical limit by his father, he was mending at an impressive pace. With no external pressures or petty distractions to cloud his focus, he spent his waking hours refining his technique and honing the edge of his blade. The welts and bruising left by the patriarch's brutal training were still vibrant across his skin, vivid, painful reminders of that encounter. Yet, in spite of the damage, Theo's physical state had arguably never been better. His movements were fluid, blisteringly fast, and terrifyingly precise. Every strike he executed sliced through the air with lethal intent, systematically snuffing out the flames of a perfectly aligned row of candlesticks, one after another. While he had transformed his body into a weapon as honed and dangerous as the relic blade in his grasp, the battlefield within his own mind was far from peaceful. The haunting, spectral voices that had once dragged his grandfather into the depths of insanity continued to infiltrate Theo's subconscious, sliding in through the cracks whenever his mental defenses faltered. They hissed with ancient malice, flooding his consciousness with violent, impulsive urges, goading him to lash out, destroy everyone in his vicinity, and claim absolute dominion with his own two hands. Time and again, these whispers urged him to surrender to his darkest, most predatory instincts, to cut down anyone standing in his path without the slightest hesitation or shred of remorse. Following that grueling and profoundly unsettling training session, with the remnants of those mental echoes still rattling through his mind, Theo still managed to project an aura of effortless confidence as he showed off his flawless physique, looking significantly less like a survivor of a brutal beating and more like a battle-hardened, mythical warrior forged in the heat of conflict. As he finally deactivated his aura and lowered his sword, a familiar, resonant voice reached him, cutting through the silence to ask if those internal voices were beginning to impose a heavy, unbearable weight. The guardian dragon, Lodbrok, stepped forward, her presence exuding a calm that was nonetheless piercing, as she contemplated the enduring vengeful grudge left behind by the mad dragon emperor. Trusting Dragon Mommy with a vulnerability he showed no one else, Theo answered with total honesty. The voices had been gnawing at his focus more than he cared to admit, and despite the time that had elapsed since he first wielded that half-sword, the lingering grudge anchored to it refused to fade. He hadn't reached a breaking point where he could no longer function, but he was acutely aware that any power originating from the Mad Dragon Emperor was nothing to be trifled with. Even so, Theo couldn't bring himself to label the experience as entirely a curse. After all, it was precisely because of that corrupted power that he had managed to steal a glimpse into the Emperor's own realm, even if that realization had only lasted for a fleeting, terrifying moment. Lodbrok fully grasped the gravity of the trial he was enduring. No matter how many eons drifted by, the Emperor's name remained etched into her memory, a scar that time could never hope to heal. After all, he was the one who had once laid claim to her heart. She had recounted bits of that history to him before, a truth that only made Theo's internal conflicts more knotted. He remained haunted by questions. Why had his father spared his life, and why go as far as to bestow such a dangerous weapon upon him? Noticing Theo's mind beginning to race down a path of reckless speculation, Lodbrok stepped in with a firm reminder to temper his pace. If he continued to charge headlong into his own psyche without caution, he would inevitably collide with forces far exceeding his current capabilities, just as he had in the past. For the present, they still possessed the luxury of time. Thanks to the immediate intervention of the High Priest, even the trauma of his severed arm had been mended without any lasting, debilitating complications. Even so, Lodbrok wasn't about to leave his recovery to the whims of fate. She leaned in, conducting a meticulous, hands-on examination to ensure that every muscle and sinew had knitted back together correctly. Once she was entirely satisfied that her diagnostic check was thorough, Lodbrok signaled for Theo to take his leave for the day. She could sense, through the subtle shifts in the air, that someone else was already actively searching for him. Before he could depart, however, Lodbrok issued one final, sharp reprimand. He needed to cease the habit of wrecking her sanctuary every time he came over to practice his swordplay. After all, the pattern of their little routine had become painfully, humorously obvious. Theo created the chaos, and invariably, someone else was left to mop up the wreckage. No sooner had Theo navigated his way back to the grounds of the Camellia Palace than he was intercepted by a face he hadn't encountered in quite some time. His devoted, energetic fanboy, Sybil Dree. Sybil approached with his usual, palpable excitement, practically vibrating as he delivered an important, formal message to his young lord. It was an official invitation. The letter detailed that the Daffodil Palace was formally requesting the honor of Theo Ragnar's presence at a banquet, held to commemorate the 18th birthday of Lady Ray Ragnar. Sybil, however, couldn't suppress his bewilderment regarding the timing. With the specter of war looming heavily over their borders, holding a lavish birthday celebration for Lady Ray felt bizarrely disconnected from the dire reality of the world. Furthermore, based on the frantic rumors surrounding the event, it was shaping up to be an unusually grand affair. Theo, however, viewed the matter through a different lens. To him, it was highly probable that the banquet was being blown up to such ostentatious proportions precisely because they were living through such precarious and turbulent times. The fallout from Troyvin's betrayal had shattered the internal stability of the family, destabilizing its foundations from within and leaving every competing faction on edge, waiting for the first sign of further collapse. Instead of Axion, the golden child who had spent his entire life being carefully groomed and polished under the Sky Dragon's own watchful guidance, it was Theo who had defied all expectations to seize the mantle of the sixth successor. As if that singular, massive upset hadn't been enough to rattle the foundation of the clan, the revelation that one of the 9 dragons had been deceiving them all, secretly orchestrating treasonous plots right beneath their very noses, had plunged the organization into total chaos. The council chamber now faced a dangerous, yawning power vacuum. This reality transformed the upcoming birthday banquet from a simple evening of wine, music, and celebration into something far more calculated and sinister. It was being presented as a carefully choreographed display of strength, designed to signal to every outside entity that the Ragnar clan remained unified, powerful, and utterly unshakable. Beneath the surface, however, it served as a high-stakes arena where the various successors and their supporting factions could size one another up in person. Sybil watched his young lord with thinly veiled admiration, noting how effortlessly Theo parsed the true intent behind the gala. The mere prospect of Theo stepping into the center of such a high-profile stage left the young man practically vibrating with anticipation. If those aging, arrogant relics of the past were truly desperate to gauge the true extent of Theo's capabilities, he was more than happy to oblige them with a performance that would be burned into their memories forever. In the heart of winter, the Daffodil Palace radiated a cold, regal beauty. Its massive, ornate architecture loomed against the frigid sky as if it had been chiseled directly out of solid frost and ancient stone. Inside the cavernous banquet hall, a veritable sea of affluent families, all tied to the Ragnar lineage in one form or another, had gathered to pay their respects. Dignitaries and nobles swirled through the room, lifting flutes of vintage wine and picking at decadent displays of food, their faces fixed in polite, practiced smiles. Yet, the moment the newly named heir appeared in the doorway, the entire room seemed to hold its breath. Wine glasses were frozen in midair, half-eaten morsels were forgotten on plates, and the hum of polite gossip died out instantly, replaced by a suffocating, collective silence as every single gaze swiveled toward the candidate. Young Lord Theo Ragnar commanded the room's absolute attention from the second he crossed the threshold. Dressed in sharp, dark winter attire that highlighted his silhouette, his eyes were cold and piercing, projecting an aura of authority that made him impossible to look away from. He looked polished, lethal, and entirely composed. Theo allowed his gaze to drift slowly and calmly across the expanse of the hall, methodically cataloging the crowd and confirming that every single noble in the vicinity was locked onto his every move, just as he had anticipated. Of course, everyone in attendance understood the unspoken truth. The birthday festivities were merely a thin veil. They had all come to get a look at this dark horse, this new heir who had suddenly crashed into the race for the throne. Theo was fully prepared to leave an indelible mark on their minds. As luck would have it, the person who strode into the hall immediately behind him was about to make that task significantly easier. From over his shoulder, Theo heard the rhythmic, confident gait of someone approaching. Then, a voice cut through the stagnant air with perfect clarity, and the moment the words rang out, a palpable wave of shock rippled through the gathered nobility. Naven Bacchus approached Theo with an air of complete reverence, lowering his body in a formal bow and addressing him openly and clearly as his lord. He made absolutely certain that his voice projected to every corner of the hall, ensuring that no one could claim they had failed to hear his pledge of allegiance. Theo's face broke into a genuine, warm expression of recognition. For a fleeting second, he almost didn't recognize the rascal. Even back during the day of his chaotic, sham wedding, Naven hadn't bothered to shave, but here he stood, clean-shaven and radiating an entirely different level of authority. The nosy, self-important nobles immediately erupted into hushed whispers. Everyone had caught wind of the bloody, brutal purge that had swept through the Bacchus family, and how the sole survivor had emerged from the carnage as the new head of the house. Even after the clan's near collapse, the Bacchus name remained one of the 6 pillars of power. So, when the new family head publicly addressed the 6th successor as Lord, it ignited exactly the kind of firestorm Theo had been hoping for. With nothing but a perfectly timed arrival and a few deliberate sentences, the entire atmosphere of the gala had been irrevocably altered. Just as Theo was about to lean in to give Naven the next set of instructions, a man built like a literal mountain of muscle materialized silently behind him, moving with the practiced ease of a predator. The instant Theo and Naven sensed the looming threat at their backs, their survival instincts flared in tandem, both of them tensing up as if a mortal blade had suddenly been pressed against their throats. The massive man retracted the suffocating pressure of his presence, deliberately softening that crushing intensity before offering a polite, disarming introduction. With a laid-back, almost jovial smirk on his face, he casually dropped the bombshell that he was, in fact, the 5th successor. Theo was momentarily thrown off his game. He knew that crossing paths with this beast was inevitable, but he hadn't anticipated the confrontation happening this soon. This was Thorkel Ragnar, the legendary commander of the Black Iron Cavalry, and one of Theo's primary adversaries in the race for succession. Towering over Theo and making him seem small by comparison, Thorkel extended a massive hand with a broad, seemingly generous gesture, inviting a handshake as if they were merely 2 acquaintances exchanging pleasantries. The 2 most prominent faces in the new generation of successors had finally locked eyes, and a breathless tension seemed to seize everyone in the banquet hall. One represented the heir who had previously stood at the vanguard of the competition, while the other was the newly ascended successor whose rapid rise had sent tremors through the entire clan. The question on everyone's mind hung thick in the air. When the dust finally settled, who would remain standing at the summit? Wearing a smile that seemed calculated to be entirely disarming, Thorkel urged Theo not to be so stiff. He laughed, claiming he had simply wandered over to pay his respects to the rising star that everyone was currently obsessed with. He even chuckled, remarking that he was personally relieved to see that the immature Axion had finally been discarded, and that someone with actual potential had secured the patriarch's favor in his stead. The tone was breezy and sounded almost sincere, but Theo didn't let his mental guard slip for even a fraction of a second. Within the ranks of the Ragnar, where raw might dictated respect and any sign of weakness invited an immediate, vicious strike, only a fool would accept a rival's offer of friendship with open, trusting arms. Therefore, keeping his senses dialed to the limit while masking his vigilance behind a veneer of formal courtesy, Theo reached out to meet Thorkel's grip. He recited the appropriate polite pleasantries, remarking on how deep an honor it was to finally meet the celebrated commander of the Black Iron Cavalry, while carefully reminding the man that he himself served with the White Dragon Squad. Thorkel's eyes twinkled with amusement. He clearly appreciated how carefully the boy navigated the conversation, drawing a firm, respectful line between them without resorting to open aggression. Then, Thorkel's grip hardened into an iron vice, and his aura flared outward, swelling and wrapping around Theo in a heavy, suffocating shroud of pressure. He utilized that raw, overwhelming power to demonstrate the chasm between them, forcibly pressing the clan's youngest rising star down until he was forced onto one knee, all while framing it to the surrounding nobles as a mere display of formal etiquette. Looking down at a kneeling Theo, Thorkel told him to stay relaxed, smoothly suggesting that, from this day forward, Theo should address him simply as Big Brother. This was exactly how a true, terrifyingly competent Ragnar heir conducted himself. Clever, inscrutable, dangerous, and backed by a level of power that commanded submission. However, when it came to a direct confrontation of raw power and will, Theo was never the sort of man to crumble under pressure or accept humiliation lying down. And to Thorkell's genuine surprise, the little brother actually possessed the inner fortitude to push back against that smothering, oppressive aura. Theo willed himself back to his feet, maintaining his composure far better than his rival had anticipated, and with a voice marked by a bold, eerie calmness, he returned the greeting and called Thorkell brother. Elsewhere in the opulent hall, the lanky siblings arrived, with Hulkus audibly groaning about the misery of being forced into a stiff suit for a formal function. His sister was frantically trying to repair their family's reputation for being wild barbarians, but with his blatant lack of decorum, she clearly had a massive hill to climb. As Hulkus continued to look as if he were being slowly strangled by his own necktie, another familiar figure sauntered into the grand hall. Remington Narcio, widely known as the Silver Lion, walked in with an easy, fluid stride, his eyes scanning the room to find his old comrades. The pretty boy of the West had cultivated a massive reputation over the last few months, with rumors circulating that he was giving the Ascendant Dragon a run for his money. Yet, Remington remained fundamentally unchanged. He was still the same humble, reliable knight he had always been. He had made the long trek all the way north simply to reconnect with Lord Theo and see how the men of the white-armored dragon cavalry were faring, which created a moment of excruciating, painful awkwardness when the birthday girl herself happened to wander close enough to overhear his comment perfectly. The Silver Lion instantly lost his cool, looking less like a proud, gallant knight and more like a guilty, caught-in-the-act stray cat, bowing his head and offering a barrage of frantic apologies to Lady Ray. Lady Ray simply chuckled, waving a hand to dismiss the tension as if it were nothing more than a passing breeze. She was far too astute to be offended, fully aware that this extravagant birthday gala was merely a facade, a stage for far more serious political theater than mere celebration. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the room shifted violently. Every guest within the vicinity felt the shockwave of two opposing auras slamming into one another right at the heart of the banquet hall. Two distinct, overwhelming powers were locked in a fierce contest, radiating outward from the center. The sheer pressure of their collision was so intense that the very air seemed to thicken and grow suffocating, forcing the onlookers to gasp for breath. The northern hounds gathered nearby recognized the signature of that power instantly. They knew Theo well enough to guess that he was at the eye of this storm. If there was any trouble to be found or a scene to be made, Theo was inevitably the catalyst. To any casual observer, Theo and Thorkell appeared to be engaged in nothing more than a friendly, masculine handshake. However, the crushing weight of their clashing auras revealed the true nature of their interaction, creating a dead zone around them that kept even the boldest of nobles at a respectful distance. At long last, Thorkell pulled his hand away and let out a boisterous laugh. With a charismatic, carefree grin, he jokingly conceded that he couldn't compete with his own little brother, effectively declaring his surrender for the sake of the moment. Theo didn't miss a beat, matching his older brother's relaxed demeanor perfectly. With a modest smile, he deflected the credit, insisting that any success he'd shown was merely a reflection of the guidance his big brother had provided him. Thorkell mused aloud, noting that excessive humility could sometimes be perceived as a slight against one's opponent, though he made it crystal clear that his previous admission of defeat had been entirely earnest. He even went as far as to candidly judge that had they faced each other when they were both the same age, the outcome would have been overwhelmingly lopsided in Theo's favor. Theo fully grasped the magnitude of that admission. Coming from the most celebrated, legendary young genius in the clan's recent history, such praise carried immense weight. For Thorkell, discovering such a fascinating and formidable younger brother seemed to bring him nothing but genuine, unbridled delight, a sentiment that beamed clearly across his face. Turning away from the confrontation, he addressed the crowd of nobles who were watching the exchange with bated breath, urging them to raise their glasses in a toast to the rising star of the Ragnar lineage. As the tension dissipated and the laughter of the banquet resumed, Thorkell leaned in to ask Theo if the debut he'd orchestrated for the new successor met his expectations. Theo inclined his head, offering a polite, appreciative nod in return. Despite the pleasantries, Theo was under no illusions. He quickly realized that Thorkell was far more than just a brute with superhuman strength. Behind that infectious, carefree smile lay a razor-sharp intellect, constantly calculating and acutely aware of every move on the board. By demonstrating his overwhelming martial prowess, Thorkell had reinforced his own dominant standing. By graciously acknowledging his newfound rival, he had simultaneously cemented the favor of the watching crowd with seemingly effortless charm. Just like that, the delicate atmosphere Theo had spent the night cultivating alongside Naven was swallowed whole by Thorkell's spectacle. In just a few effortless motions, the elder brother had successfully steered public opinion firmly back into his own corner. Thorkel Ragnar might appear to be nothing more than a giant, hulking mass of muscle with a friendly demeanor, but beneath that sociable mask lurked a ruthless contender, one capable of analyzing the power struggle for the throne from every possible angle. Following that explosive contest with his brother, Theo found himself suddenly swarmed by his peers. The mood lightened as they exchanged laughter, passed around wine, and allowed the festivities to carry them into the night. What Theo failed to notice, however, was the shifting gaze of the room. After witnessing his display, a significant number of high-born noblewomen had quietly bumped him to the very top of their list of most eligible bachelors. While the main hall buzzed with music, clinking glasses, and lively social banter, an old, bitter man looked down from the balcony above, his eyes seething with barely contained rage. The elder dragon had been banking on the disgraceful behavior of a half-breed to serve as the perfect catalyst for getting Theo expelled from the gathering entirely. If that dim-witted fool Thorkel hadn't interfered and shifted the momentum, the old man could have easily hijacked the flow of the party to suit his own agenda. What truly grated on him was seeing a mere bastard act with such autonomy, disrupting the family hierarchy and meddling in clan affairs with total impunity. Since he couldn't lash out at someone as powerful as Thorkel, he began hunting for a softer, more vulnerable target. The old fossil was practically vibrating with the need to cause misery. His gaze finally locked onto Captain Evelyn Nareville, who was laughing and drinking in the company of her comrades. The elder dragon's hateful, predatory eyes lingered on her for a moment that felt like an eternity. In his warped sense of superiority, he felt he had the right to play judge and jury on who belonged in this hall and who did not. And tonight, of all nights, Evelyn had traded her rugged, utilitarian armor for a stunning, elegant dress that highlighted a side of her beauty most people had never been privileged enough to see. Her comrades were in high spirits, showering her with genuine compliments, as they rarely had the opportunity to see their captain out of her standard combat uniform. Evelyn, however, felt distinctly uncomfortable with the attention, clearly unused to being called cute. Every instinct she had was screaming at her to strip off the dress and retreat back into the comfortable, familiar safety of her plate armor. This night was meant to be a reprieve, a time to celebrate and unwind. Instead, some arrogant bastard took it upon himself to drench Evelyn in a glass of wine, ruining her dress and leaving unsightly dark stains marring her skin. The moment that vitriolic, hateful voice reached her ears, years of suppressed trauma ripped open, and the old, deep-seated fear surged back with overwhelming intensity. The elder dragon sauntered toward her with the arrogance of a man who owned the very ground he walked on. Evelyn's body began to betray her. She started to tremble, and she couldn't hide the involuntary shiver of terror that racked her frame. The old monster sneered down at her, his voice dripping with condescension as he asked how she found the audacity to crawl out of the gutter and try to mingle with the nobility. One of Evelyn's loyal comrades instinctively stepped forward, attempting to shield her. Even though the man standing before them was one of the legendary 9 dragons, such blatant, inhumane cruelty was beyond the pale. Evelyn, however, clamped a hand on Erin, holding her back before she could say or do something that would lead to her own destruction. For Erin's sake, she knew they could not afford to incite one of the most dangerous, high-ranking sociopaths in the entire clan. Evelyn fought a losing battle to mask both her white-hot rage and her paralyzing fear, but the internal struggle was painfully obvious on her wine-splattered face. This was the first time Erin had ever witnessed her indomitable captain look so utterly terrified, and she was left to wonder what kind of dark, twisted history existed between Evelyn and this elder. The elder dragon loomed over the two women, his voice cold as ice as he reminded Evelyn that he had explicitly warned her never to set foot in his presence again. Suddenly, his venomous gaze darted to a flash of metallic sheen, hidden beneath her decorative scarf. Without a second of hesitation, he lunged for her prosthetic arm, tearing it violently away from her body. With absolute disregard for human decency, the elder dragon proceeded to dismantle the intricate, thoughtful gift the young lord had bestowed upon Evelyn. He callously tossed the shattered, twisted metal to the floor, as if it were nothing more than a piece of discarded trash. The monster mocked it, sneering that it was merely a toy attached to a useless, pathetic stump of flesh. In his twisted worldview, trash deserved to be treated as trash, crushed, broken, and trampled underfoot. With that done, he issued a final, chilling ultimatum. She was to vanish from the hall at once, or he would personally ensure she was torn apart limb from limb. Not wanting to draw any more lethal attention toward her comrades, Evelyn choked down the bile of her humiliation, forced herself to endure the agony, and fled the hall. Watching her retreat like a terrified child brought a grotesque sense of satisfaction to the elder dragon. He even chuckled to himself, remarking with a smirk that now that she was gone, The stench of the filth in the room was finally beginning to clear. Erin stood there, her hands trembling with indignation. She simply couldn't bite her tongue any longer after witnessing such a blatant act of injustice. She leveled a firm gaze at the man, threatening to drag the entire incident before the office of the law to ensure he'd face the consequences. But the old bastard didn't even flinch. He just stared back at her with a condescending sneer, his eyes cold, as if she had completely lost her grip on reality for daring to challenge him. He let out a short, dismissive laugh, his expression twisted with arrogance. If she was really that desperate to run off and play the informant, he couldn't care less. In fact, he seemed perfectly happy to let her go ahead and try whatever she wanted, clearly confident that she couldn't touch him. He leaned in, his voice dripping with malice. He knew something she was about to learn the hard way. If she really decided to walk down that path, she'd quickly discover the brutal truth of Ragnar's reality, where only the strongest survive and justice is just a hollow word. Evelyn was sprinting now, her breath coming in sharp, ragged gasps. She didn't dare look back, her feet pounding against the ground with a frantic urgency. It was as if she knew, with every fiber of her being, that slowing down even for a split second would mean her end. The ghosts of her past had clawed their way back into the light, tearing through the peace she'd tried to build. She felt a surge of bitter self-loathing. How could she have been so naive to think she could just relax, laugh, and enjoy a simple evening alongside her comrades without the shadow of her history falling over her? For years, she had fought tooth and nail to bury the trauma of her childhood, forcing herself to move past the days when she was just a helpless, powerless girl. But seeing that man again, it was like all that hard-won progress, every bit of strength she'd gathered, had been shattered into pieces in a single heartbeat. The man everyone else bowed to, the one revered as the Elder Dragon, was the same man who had once rained down merciless violence upon her, all because she had dared to utter the word father in his presence. Back then, she was just a child, and the pain had been impossible to comprehend. She'd spent so many nights weeping in confusion, wondering why she was being punished so cruelly, never finding an answer to why she was forced to suffer like that. And in this moment, the years seemed to vanish. No matter how much she had grown or how strong she had become, the sensation of that past returned with sickening clarity. Deep down, under the armor and the accolades, she was still that terrified, lost little girl. She ran blindly, her vision swimming with hot, stinging tears that blurred the world around her, her chest heaving with every ragged breath. She was so consumed by her own internal panic that she completely failed to notice the figure standing directly in her path. The demon dragon watched her, his brow furrowing with genuine confusion. He couldn't understand why she was bolting from the banquet hall like a deer caught in a trap, heading in the complete opposite direction of where she was supposed to be. Then her eyes finally snapped into focus as she realized who was standing before her. Her legs gave out, her frantic momentum dying instantly, and the dam finally broke. All the fear and humiliation she had been fighting to suppress came pouring out of her at once. Back inside the banquet hall, the party was still in full swing. Theo and his circle were busy clinking glasses, laughing, and sharing stories, blissfully unaware of the cruel scene that had just unfolded. But that peaceful ignorance was quickly reaching its breaking point. The atmosphere shifted instantly. The jovial mood of the party was shattered when a sharp, agonized scream from the old bastard ripped through the hall, freezing everyone in their tracks. The scream was immediately followed by the sickening, wet crunch of bones being snapped, punctuated by the old man's hysterical, foul-mouthed curses directed right at the captain of the white-armored dragon cavalry. Julius Ragnar, the demon dragon, stood there in his most terrifying form. He had heard the truth straight from Evelyn's own lips, and now, his eyes burned with an icy, predatory rage, the kind that only stops when it's been satisfied with blood. As Julius finally unclenched his grip, releasing the mangled, useless arm from his hold, the elder dragon scrambled backward in a panic. The veneer of his confidence had cracked wide open, and his security team, seeing the danger, rushed in to surround the two of them. Julius had made his warning perfectly clear to that old fool. He had promised that any harm done to Evelyn would be returned to him in full measure, and he was a man of his word. The old bastard, gasping in pain, immediately tried to spin the narrative, shouting that this assault was a direct act of betrayal against the honorable Ragnar name, labeling Julius a dangerous criminal who needed to be apprehended before he did more damage. Yet, the demon dragon didn't budge. He stood like a statue, completely unfazed, even as the security team fanned out, their weapons drawn, circling him from every angle. The law council was moving in now, and for a moment it seemed like the pressure was mounting. Surely, even the esteemed leader of the white-armored dragon cavalry couldn't escape the consequences of his actions this time, right? With cold, official voices, the council members declared his crime, formally accusing him of assaulting the Elder Dragon's head counselor. They issued a stern warning. If he didn't submit, he was looking at serious jail time. They tried to maintain their authority, suggesting it would be better for everyone if he just cooperated with their arrest, but Julius wasn't there to play along with their bureaucratic games. The leader of the law council caught a glimpse of the molten, murderous rage burning in Julius's eyes, and a bead of cold sweat immediately began to trickle down his spine. Ignoring the council, Julius began to recite the solemn, written oath, the very words that had been sworn upon the blade during the dark days of Ragnar's autumn. 4 years ago, he had stood in front of those same decrepit old men, who were hiding behind their dusty, outdated authority, and he had made that vow on his blade. Back then, the agreement had been crystal clear. Evelyn was off limits, and nobody was to lay a hand on her. So, since the Elder Dragon had chosen to spit on that oath, Julius felt completely justified in taking his own form of vengeance. Theo, like everyone else in the hall, had moved closer to see what all the noise was about. As he listened to the exchange, the pieces began to click into place, and he finally realized what had gone down. This incident had never happened in his previous life, which could only mean one thing. He had shifted the timeline so much that the world was no longer following the path he remembered. Based on his knowledge, Evelyn Nereville was born as Wolfgang Ragnar's illegitimate child, a name that, frankly, was far too noble to be attached to a man as vile as him. Wolfgang obsessed over blood purity above all else, yet ironically, he lacked the self-control to live by his own rigid standards. To him, Evelyn was nothing more than a living, breathing contradiction. A walking stain on his reputation that he desperately wanted to sweep under the rug and hide away forever. He had been planning to disown her and cast her out for good, but he hadn't accounted for Julius stepping in to stop him. Julius had recognized the hidden spark in the girl and brought her into the white-armored dragon cavalry. That single, decisive act had completely dismantled Wolfgang's cruel plans. Under Julius's watch, Evelyn blossomed into an elite fighter and a respected leader, quickly climbing through the ranks. Just when she finally earned the title of captain and was carving out her own legacy, Wolfgang's deep-seated insecurity exploded. Terrified of his dark secret coming to light, he decided to eliminate his own daughter, framing the murder as a tragic, accidental death. He missed the killing blow, but the strike was still brutal enough to cleanly sever her left arm. She barely cheated death, but the loss of her limb meant she could no longer handle her mount, effectively ending her career. That injury forced her into an early retirement, leaving her to rot away managing the 4th training hall, exiled from the noble circles she once moved in. But after crossing paths with Theo Ragnar, her life had been pulled back toward the honor she once held. In a way, the entire chain of events leading to this explosive confrontation could be traced back to the ripples Theo had caused since his return. And if that was the case, then Theo felt a personal responsibility to step in and fix the situation before it went too far. However, stepping in wouldn't be simple. The air in the room was thick with the demon dragon's suffocating killing intent, and any wrong move could tip the scales into a bloodbath. Wolfgang turned to the surrounding nobles, trying to play the victim and sway them to his side. He railed against Julius, painting him as an arrogant villain showing zero respect for an elder who had served Ragnar for decades. He even accused the demon dragon of abusing the sacred authority of the 9 dragons just to bully a family member, labeling his actions as nothing less than treason. Listening to that old rat whine about the abuse of authority, while he himself was a walking example of moral rot, only caused Julius's temper to flare even brighter. The entire situation was teetering on the edge of a total catastrophe, and it likely would have imploded if Theo hadn't stepped forward to bridge the gap. Theo calmly interjected, reminding everyone that this event was meant to be a joyful celebration for his dear friend, not a place to terrorize innocent guests or turn the ballroom into a slaughterhouse. Because Julius held the young lord in such high regard, he finally forced himself to swallow his rage, pulling back from the brink just in time to stop the violence from erupting. Wolfgang's face darkened, his brow furrowing as he processed the situation. His earlier attempt to bait everyone into an emotional outburst had failed spectacularly. His carefully laid trap had been completely dismantled, and that realization made his blood boil with irritation. With 2 of the most powerful men in the family standing on the brink of an all-out brawl, Theo stepped into the tension. He proposed a resolution rooted in history. They should set aside their petty shouting match and settle the score through the formal tradition of a Ragnar duel trial. He made it clear that turning a festive birthday celebration into a blood-soaked arena was beneath them. Instead, he challenged them to take their grievances to the dueling grounds, where they could let their blades decide who was actually in the right. Wolfgang recoiled at the suggestion, his nose wrinkling in disgust. He was quick to play the victim, insisting that there was absolutely no reason for him to be dragged into a trial when he had done nothing wrong in the first place. Refusing to let the old man's excuses derail the plan, Theo maintained his cool, calm demeanor. He urged the old bastard to accept the duel, emphasizing that it was the only way to prevent this entire scene from escalating into a public disgrace in front of the other guests. Just then, Theo's attention was drawn to a new arrival, the Lady of Daffodil Palace. She strode into the hall, her icy gaze sweeping over the scene, and it was painfully obvious that she was absolutely livid that her daughter's special night was being tarnished by two brawling fools. With every measured step she took toward them, the ambient temperature plummeted. A layer of crystalline frost began to creep rapidly across the floor, spider webbing out from beneath her feet. This was Neil Ragnarton, the woman feared as the Ice Dragon. She was an absolute force of nature, and quite frankly, there wasn't a sane person in the room who wanted to be the target of her wrath. Wolfgang immediately tried to retreat behind his usual defense of victimhood, but Neil cut him off with a sharp, chilling command to hold his tongue. She had zero patience for his pathetic excuses or his trivial squabbles. Speaking firmly, she insisted that for the sake of her daughter, both men needed to stop acting like children and follow Theo's suggestion, settling their dispute immediately so the celebration wouldn't be dragged any further through the mud. It was clear that her patience had reached its limit, and that ultimatum was the only shred of mercy they were going to get from her. As word spread, the nobles began to murmur amongst themselves. Most of them were already betting on the outcome, assuming that Wolfgang and his circle of elders would dominate the field. After all, even in their older age, they were still seasoned, high-ranking inspectors. Wolfgang shared that exact sentiment. He was supremely confident that his own men would have no problem tearing apart whoever Julius decided to send out to face them. According to the strict protocols of the duel trial, the primary parties, the plaintiff and the defendant, were only allowed to face each other in the final, decisive round. Everything leading up to that, the first two bouts, had to be contested by hand-picked representatives. When Wolfgang scanned the opposition, he felt a surge of smug satisfaction. All Julius had to offer was a one-armed woman who had been sidelined by her injuries, and a wretched, illegitimate child who, in Wolfgang's eyes, held absolutely no standing whatsoever. Wolfgang did the math in his head and smirked. He didn't even think he'd have to draw his own weapon to settle this. His underlings were more than capable of securing a clean 2-0 sweep. So, while he put on a show of feigned reluctance, Wolfgang officially agreed to a pure blade-to-blade contest to resolve the matter once and for all. The crowd began to pour out of the banquet hall to reach the duel arena. Whispers and rumors traveled through the throngs of people as everyone debated how these high-stakes matches would play out. Among them stood Thorkel, a calm, amused smile playing on his lips. He sipped his wine slowly, watching the chaos unfold as if it were a private performance put on solely for his enjoyment. To be perfectly honest, he hadn't expected his younger brother to be the one to step up and handle the situation with such incredible boldness. Knowing the infamous, hair-trigger temper of the demon dragon, this entire confrontation had been moments away from exploding into total, uncontrollable carnage. If Theo hadn't stepped in with that quick, clever intervention, the corruption-loving dragon would have absolutely used the legal system to trap Julius, ensuring he was politically and socially ruined before the sun came up. But in one brilliant, decisive moment, Theo had defused the ticking time bomb while negotiating terms that both sides were forced to accept. Thorkel could already tell that what was about to happen next was going to be an incredibly fascinating show. Before long, the assembly had gathered outside the Daffodil Palace, surrounding a freshly cleared, snow-dusted arena. The crisp, biting night air circled them, heightening the tension. With the Law Council serving as official supervisors, the trial began. To ensure total fairness, the use of mana was strictly prohibited, and every action taken within the arena was protected under the ironclad rules of Ragnar law. Both sides were required to swear a binding, solemn oath. No matter the outcome, there would be no retaliation later, and no lingering resentment would be tolerated. Julius and Wolfgang recited the oaths with cold, formal precision, though their eyes remained locked in a glare of pure, unadulterated hostility. With the formalities concluded, the order was given for the first combatants to step into the ring. To everyone's genuine shock, it was none other than the rising star, Theo Ragnar, who confidently drew his sword and stepped into the center of the arena, bathed in the silver glow of the moonlight. Those who knew Theo understood that he was a terrifying combatant, but seeing him take center stage against such dangerous odds still made his allies wince with worry. The opponent he was facing wasn't just some random soldier. He was clearly a force to be reckoned with. Remington recognized him immediately. It was Galesword Beta, the Elder Dragon's right-hand man. Among all the high-ranking inspectors, Beta was widely feared for his lethal skill and brutal combat efficiency. Before Beta made his move, Wolfgang leaned in close, whispering an unsettling, cold-blooded pep talk into his loyal aide's ear. He gave Beta explicit permission to go for the kill, telling him not to hold anything back. Beta showed a moment of hesitation. After all, Taking the life of a successor candidate to the patriarch was no small matter. But the old bastard just waved it off, promising that any so-called accidental death during the trial would be absolved by the rules. If he couldn't get the kill, he at least wanted Beta to return with one of the boy's arms as a trophy. While that vile conversation was happening, Theo stood composed on his side of the arena, his stance rock-steady and his blade poised. Julius had regained some of his composure, but he was still deeply troubled by the weight of this decision. He hated the thought of dragging such a talented young man into his own personal war. He had actually apologized to Theo earlier for his recklessness, questioning over and over if this was truly the right call. But Theo had just looked him in the eye and told him, with absolute confidence, to trust him. This duel wasn't just about winning. For Theo, it was about settling a deep, festering grievance that had been left to rot for far too long, and perhaps carving out a bit of his own legend in the process. As both combatants locked into their starting positions, the referee from the Law Council raised a whistle to his lips and blew a sharp, piercing sound that cut through the frozen night air. Beta decided to test the waters, settling into a patient, stationary defensive stance, his eyes glued to Theo's every movement. Theo, however, refused to play the waiting game and surged forward with a sudden, explosive burst of speed. Beta stepped up to intercept him, and their weapons collided with a jarring force. With no mana to shield them, it was purely a test of raw physical strength. The impact sent a shower of sparks raining down as both men were forced back by the sheer power of the blow. The second their boots found their footing again, they were both off like a shot, launching themselves into the next rapid-fire exchange without a second of hesitation. It turned into a chaotic blur of steel. The clashes were so fast and so intense that the spectators could barely follow the movement. To most of them, the arena was just a series of flashes as blades hammered against blades. Beta might have had an unfortunate name, but his swordsmanship was anything but weak. He was a master of his craft, and he was successfully trading blow for blow, matching Theo's strength perfectly. The Elder Dragon's aide, Beta, felt his eyes widening in genuine alarm. As he tracked Theo's movements, he realized with a shock that transcended simple combat metrics. He couldn't find a single viable opening. Every time he searched for a lapse in the young lord's defense, he found only a wall of perfect, calm readiness. They were still in the early stages, merely trading light, probing strikes to gauge each other's rhythm. Yet, even these preliminary exchanges were enough to silence the skeptics. For a young, rising talent to trade blow for blow with a hardened veteran like Beta was nothing short of extraordinary. Theo was rapidly proving that he wasn't just successor material, he was a prodigy. However, Beta knew that raw talent and youthful vigor had their limits. He had clawed his way through enough brutal, real-world skirmishes to know that true battle-hardened experience offered advantages that pure speed couldn't match. Specifically, he knew how to weaponize the environment itself, turning the very ground beneath them into his greatest ally. With a sharp, calculated snap of his foot, Beta gouged the loose, sun-baked earth and scattered stones beneath him. He kicked the debris upward, sending a thick, blinding cloud of grit and jagged dust swirling directly into the young lord's face to sabotage his vision at the perfect moment. That fleeting second of disorientation was all the veteran needed. As Theo's focus faltered, Beta exploited the gap, lunging forward with a calculated, lethal strike. He felt a sickening surge of pride, convinced that his seasoned battlefield instincts had finally outclassed the boy's brute force. And, because he still recognized that Theo held the status of a successor, a position that required at least a veneer of aristocratic decorum, Beta made a choice to be merciful. He decided he would end the young lord's life with a swift, efficient decapitation, sparing him the prolonged agony of a messy, drawn-out defeat. But just as Beta's blade whistled toward his neck, Theo didn't just react, he flowed. With a display of effortless precision, he snapped his torso backward, a mocking, sharp smile etching itself across his face as the lethal strike sliced harmlessly through the empty air. The truth was, Theo had anticipated that Beta would underestimate his combat history. He had laid that opening out like a piece of cheese on a trap, and the fool had walked right into it, completely blind to the fact that he was the prey. Now, Beta's momentum had carried him too far. His arm was extended, his center of gravity was compromised, and his guard was shattered. It was a golden, absolute opportunity for a counterattack. In that final, frantic split second, Beta's primal survival instinct screamed. Every nerve and cell in his body ignited, forcing him into a desperate, contorted maneuver to throw himself clear of Theo's retaliatory strike. Yet, as he tumbled away, Beta's mind reeled from something even more disturbing than the near-death experience. Theo had pulled his punch. The young lord had intentionally aborted the killing blow at the last possible moment. It made no logical sense. Why would an ambitious star forfeit a victory that had been handed to him on a silver platter? If Theo were acting purely on his own initiative, he would have ended Beta's career or life, right then and there without a blink. Unfortunately, that was exactly when the voices in his head chose to return, surging back with a deafening, chaotic intensity. They hammered at his psyche, demanding retribution against everyone who had ever mocked, abandoned, or discarded him. His internal landscape transformed into a blood-soaked nightmare. He was no longer fighting an opponent, but lashing out at the entire world. The overwhelming, dark urge to annihilate everything began to cloud his vision, weaving a suffocating shroud of pure bloodlust around his thoughts. Beta, watching from a distance, could see the shift in the young lord's aura. He sensed that something had fundamentally snapped in Theo's demeanor, and he was too terrified to rush back in recklessly. He had already been humiliated by one feigned opening, and he now feared the strange, eerie stillness was just another calculated snare. The insult burned even deeper. He felt like he was being treated like a novice who could be manipulated twice in the same breath. But a career inspector prides himself on not falling for the same ruse twice. Convincing himself he had finally read the boy's tactic, Beta charged forward with renewed, murderous confidence, fully intent on finishing the job. Theo raised his blade, utterly unfazed. He caught Beta's full power strike head-on, stopping the heavy blade with such effortless ease that it looked like he was barely holding a feather. Still holding the lock, Theo murmured a command, directing his focus inward to the raging, discordant whispers inside his skull. Through sheer, iron-willed authority, he forced the voices into a deathly silence. If bloodshed was the price to keep them quiet, then he would pay it. He didn't need their screeching commentary to do what was necessary. In a heartbeat, the atmosphere shifted. Theo moved with terrifying, blurred speed, unleashing a relentless cascade of slashes from angles that defied physics, until one savage, decisive cut sheared cleanly through Beta's defense and severed his arm. As agony flooded his system, Beta was pinned by the crushing weight of pain and shock, frantically retreating to avoid being butchered completely by the young lord's unhinged assault. Gripping his remaining arm, Beta clawed at the air, trying to find a path out of the deadly confinement of Theo's relentless, maddened offensive. Theo turned that desperate struggle into a pathetic display of futility. With a sudden burst of overwhelming force, he struck Beta, sending the defeated man careening like a discarded doll straight out of the arena. The seated nobles on the far side of the grounds would have been caught in the crossfire of the debris if the ice dragon hadn't stepped in at the last second, shielding them behind a wall of frost. After witnessing the sheer impact of that blow, she gave a silent, grim nod of acknowledgement, recognizing both the horrifying depth of Theo's talent and the raw, explosive power contained within his strikes. What made the feat truly monstrous was that he hadn't tapped into his mana even once. With a singular, brutal slash, he had physically shattered the arena as if he were an apex predator, not a mere swordsman. As for Beta, he lay motionless in the center of a jagged crater, unconscious, missing an arm, and utterly incapable of fighting another round. His armor was shredded, his pride was in tatters, and his dignity was gone. He didn't just lose. He had been completely and utterly dismantled in front of the entire assembly. The Law Council referee took one look at the wreckage of the man and the arena, then promptly signaled the end of the first round. The verdict was official. Theo Ragnar was the victor of the opening duel. As the crowd erupted into roars of disbelief and excitement, Theo struggled internally, working to suppress the lingering, ravenous hunger for more violence. He managed to pull himself back from the brink before the madness claimed him. Still, the weight of the old grudges bubbling within him today felt heavy, heavier than usual, as if a much larger, more ominous force were guiding him toward a dark, predetermined fate. That terrifying, suppressed power only surfaced when he surrendered to that strange, echoing malice. But he knew that relying on those echoes of the past was a razor-thin path, one that could easily plunge him into an abyss of no return. The danger was blindingly obvious, yet he couldn't deny that if he learned to harness this power with precision, it would be an unparalleled engine for his growth. Truth be told, with that dark current at his beck and call, he could likely double his lethality as effortlessly as one might flip a switch. Once the crews had cleared the rubble and stabilized the arena, the atmosphere tightened for the second round, and both sides were prompted to present their next fighters. But to the total bewilderment of everyone watching, Theo stepped forward, faced the delegation, and declared that he would be fighting consecutive battles. The referee acknowledged his participation for the defense side, but Wolfgang looked as if he'd been slapped. He viewed the boy's decision to stay in the ring as an act of intolerable, arrogant hubris. Determined to crush that confidence, Wolfgang made his move, deploying one of his most trusted, elite killers. The Sword of Mystics and former Dragon Gate Swordmaster, Page Grayson. The Lanka siblings gasped in awe as the elder stepped forward, shouldering a sword of absurd, massive proportions, and he was doing it without burning even a hint of mana. Next to them, Remington was vibrating with anxiety, his nerves clearly shot, but the Lanka siblings just hushed him, telling him to breathe and stay focused. The Silver Lion noted the difference. The first round had been a matter of reputation, but sending Page Grayson was a declaration of war. Grayson wasn't just a functionary. He was a legendary elder, a master of his craft. It was obvious to everyone with eyes that Wolfgang's corner was now out for blood, determined to kill Lord Theo regardless of the cost. Still, after witnessing the sheer carnage Theo had just unleashed, nobody dared to bet against him. The moment the referee's whistle pierced the tension, signaling the start of the second round, Theo calmly, and with a surprisingly polite smile, raised his hand. Instead of rushing into another lethal exchange, he simply waved his hand in a clear sign of surrender and forfeited the match right then and there. A stunned, suffocating silence gripped the entire arena. No one, perhaps least of all the grizzled Page Grayson, could believe what they had just witnessed. Theo offered a humble, disarming explanation. As a mere mid-ranked inspector, he couldn't possibly hope to cross blades with a master elder like Grayson. He conceded the gap in their experience, choosing to walk away without ever drawing his steel. The Sword of Mystics, Page Grayson, stood in the center of the arena, his face twisted in genuine irritation. He had prepared himself for a grueling, high-stakes clash of steel, only to have the battle snatched away from him by a forfeit before he could even draw his weapon in earnest. Even the Law Council referee seemed caught off guard for a moment, his brow furrowing as he formally announced the winner of the second round. The audience, however, quickly grasped the brilliance of the move and erupted into spontaneous applause. Theo had pulled off a masterstroke. He had neutralized a dangerous, veteran threat without burning an ounce of stamina. After all, the trial rules were absolute. The plaintiff and defendant were now forced to face each other in the final, decisive third round. Wolfgang had been so blindingly focused on eliminating that troublesome young successor that he never even considered he might be the one being played. Now, caught in the web of Theo's maneuvering, he had no choice but to step into the final fight himself, all while nursing his shattered arm in a sling limb. Evelyn watched the scene unfold with a sense of profound shock. In all her years under his shadow, she had never seen her father, a man who exuded an arrogance that felt indestructible, look this rattled, as if the very foundation of his authority was turning to dust beneath his feet. As Theo strolled back to their corner, Evelyn lowered her eyes, a wave of guilt washing over her as she apologized for dragging him into her chaotic mess yet again. But Theo didn't brush it off. He met her gaze with a steady, sincere kindness that provided the anchor she so desperately needed. The genuine warmth in his voice reached something deep and frozen inside her, reminding her of the rare, beautiful moments that had miraculously survived in her life. She drifted back to the memory of when Julius Ragnar was still just an ambitious, unproven newcomer in the cavalry. Even then, he had approached her with nothing but bright, infectious enthusiasm, inviting her into his squad as if she were an equal. He was the very first person to look past her status and actually acknowledge the flickering talent that was beginning to blossom. Even after the tragedy of losing her arm, the demon dragon never once wavered or turned away. He remained her steadfast ally, repeatedly reminding her that one catastrophic setback didn't mean her story was finished. It was just a chapter, and she was capable of rising from the ashes. And then, she had encountered the charismatic young lord who completely pivoted the trajectory of her once doomed existence. Theo provided her a brand new path, and Evelyn chose to become his sword, finally securing a sense of purpose she could carry with genuine, burning pride. Lord Theo had granted her the courage to voice the desires she had stifled for years, the ones she was once far too paralyzed by fear to fight for. Her history was a dark mosaic of agony, humiliation, and loss, but she was no longer adrift in that darkness. She was surrounded by people who didn't just know her name, they genuinely cared about her survival. So, how could she remain frozen in place, shackled to a dead past and unable to take a single stride forward, when people like them placed such absolute faith in her? Perhaps, after all these agonizing years, the time had finally arrived to strike down the villain who had haunted her every waking hour. Before Julius could advance to take his place as the final participant, Evelyn stepped forward, her voice cutting through the tension. She was finished with the role of the victim. It was time to seize her own destiny, even if she had to do it with only one hand. The Law Council referee wasted no time, his voice booming across the grounds as he ordered the plaintiff and the defendant to step into the arena for the final round of the trial. Even with his broken arm heavily bound in a sling, Wolfgang Ragnar still moved with a predatory, threatening aura, strutting into the ring with his head held high, as if he could still bully the entire crowd into submission. Internally, however, he was seething, cursing that cunning successor for cornering him and stripping away his remaining scraps of reputation. Wolfgang had already calculated that Julius might kill him here, but he was driven by a single, dark obsession. He was going to take at least one of their arms before he went down. After all, dismemberment had always been his favorite way to handle disappointments. After a hushed, sharp exchange with the referee, the defense's motion to swap their final fighter was officially cleared. Dressed in her sleek, form-fitting combat gear with her blade drawn at her side, the one-armed captain strode into the arena. Her confidence was palpable. Her posture was perfectly straight, and her resolve was ironclad. The second Wolfgang laid eyes on his crippled, unlawful daughter approaching him. He erupted into a jagged, cruel laugh. With a sneer of utter contempt, he asked if she had finally returned to beg him for mercy on her knees. But his pathetic, venomous taunts didn't even land. They shattered against her composure like a dull blade striking solid stone. Evelyn raised her rapier, the tip catching the light as she locked her gaze onto the man she despised more than anyone else in the world. She didn't need a lengthy, emotional diatribe to dismantle his ego. A single, sharp word from her lips was enough to send Wolfgang into a blind, shaking rage. Because the one thing this narcissistic man absolutely loathed was being addressed as father. The entire audience plunged into a stunned, breathless silence the moment Evelyn uttered that forbidden name. Almost no one present knew the real connection between the elder dragon and Evelyn Nareville. While rumors of an illegitimate child had drifted through noble circles for years, they were almost always dismissed as petty, idle gossip that no one cared to investigate. Thrown off balance and spiraling, Wolfgang immediately tried to paint Evelyn as a lunatic, shrieking that she was just babbling nonsense. Seeing his violent, unhinged reaction, Evelyn realized that if a single word could rattle him this profoundly, she really should have used it years ago. She didn't offer him a shred of grace. She began to methodically expose every ounce of the abuse she had endured at the hands of that miserable excuse for a man. She laid out the truth. When she was just a small, defenseless girl, Wolfgang had beaten her so viciously that she had hovered on the brink of death. And even later, after she had fought her way up through the ranks of the white-armored dragon cavalry, he had tried to assassinate her, all because her very existence threatened the pristine, blood-obsessed image he spent his life curating. Wolfgang's composure finally disintegrated, his mask of nobility ripped away by his own fury. He barked that, as an esteemed elder of House Ragnar, he possessed the absolute right to clean up anything that dared to stain his history. Evelyn had baited him with surgical precision. In his uncontrollable anger, he had essentially confessed to his heinous crimes in front of the entire assembly. The nobles observing the trial couldn't help but be overcome with sympathy for Evelyn, replaced by a visceral disgust for the old bastard. Who could have imagined that the man who constantly preached about the sanctity of bloodlines was the one spreading his own seed in such a rotten, secret fashion? Those who were already familiar with Wolfgang's debauched habits maintained a deafening silence. They had warned him long ago that a day of reckoning would come if he continued to live with such reckless, hypocritical disregard for others. And Wolfgang finally realized it too. In that agonizing moment, he understood that his reputation was incinerated, stained beyond any possibility of repair. Off to the side, Julius and Theo remained still, watching the confrontation play out, allowing the ugly truth to tear through the arena on its own terms. The demon dragon still burned with the desire to step in and end it himself, desperate to shield Evelyn from further emotional damage. But Theo held him back with a firm gesture. He knew this was a burden Evelyn had to conquer with her own hands. The instant the referee's whistle pierced the air, Evelyn launched forward, immediately seizing the offensive and refusing to grant Wolfgang even a second to catch his breath. With Evelyn operating with one arm and Wolfgang burdened by his own shattered limb, the physical disparity was surprisingly balanced. However, Evelyn had navigated life with her handicap for far longer, and that adaptation gave her the edge in rhythm and flow. She controlled the tempo, forcing Wolfgang onto his back foot. Then, sensing the perfect opening, Evelyn unveiled the secret weapon she had been holding in reserve. As a battle-hardened veteran, Julius immediately felt the shift. Her stance smoothed out, and the very air around her seemed to vibrate with sudden intensity. Evelyn was tapping into the Wind Thunder God technique, Dockhart. Relying on raw, refined technique, she began to whip the air around her, quite literally conjuring a localized storm. The veteran onlookers squinted, their eyes widening as they faintly identified the signature style of the windstorm blade. To their knowledge, that technique had been lost to the ages. So, how in the name of the ancients had Evelyn not only mastered such a complex art but refined it to the point where she could deploy it in a high-stakes duel? The Wind Thunder God technique lived up to every legend attached to it. Evelyn moved through the center of the fray like the calm eye of a hurricane. Her strikes were razor-sharp and calculated, parrying Wolfgang's heavy blows while relentlessly driving him toward the edge. It was an astonishing display. Not every day did one see such a young warrior standing toe-to-toe with a veteran predator like Wolfgang. Theo observed the bout with a genuine, delighted smile, his eyes tracing Evelyn's footwork as if he were savoring every flicker of her long-overdue breakthrough. Because magic was strictly banned in the trial, pure, disciplined swordsmanship finally had the stage to itself. Stripped of the crutch of magical power, a refined technique like Evelyn's could finally display its true, devastating brilliance. The reality was simple. Wolfgang was a total fraud, a man who had coasted his entire life on the prestige of his bloodline. Without that privilege serving as a shield, his actual sword skills were embarrassingly mediocre. Still, Evelyn's relentless pressure was suffocating him, and the elder dragon eventually clawed his way out of the corner through sheer, desperate force. Even if he was a hack, he had spent decades as one of the family's premier enforcers. At the very least, he still knew how to swing a blade with the brute, unrefined violence of a caveman. After finally bashing open a gap in Evelyn's defensive screen, Wolfgang roared and charged at her with a renewed, ugly strength. Having bypassed her momentum, his arrogance surged back to the surface, and he couldn't stop his mouth from running again. He snarled, swearing he would beat Evelyn until she groveled at his feet, begging for his mercy and finally, coming back to her senses, as his obedient puppet. Evelyn had reached her breaking point with Wolfgang. She was finished listening to his vitriol. His endless threats, the poisonous insults, and the toxic weight of his words had shadowed her for years. But in this moment, they completely lost their sting. The fear that once paralyzed her had simply evaporated. For the first time, she possessed the inner fortitude to stand her ground and face him with a blade of her own. If that decrepit, cruel old man wanted to turn this confrontation into a brutal test of raw strength, then Evelyn was more than ready to meet his aggression head-on and utterly dismantle him at his own twisted game. When she was just a small, vulnerable girl, her father had been an inescapable monolith, a towering presence that eclipsed her entire world. Back in those dark days, no one in existence struck more terror into her heart than he did. Yet, everything was fundamentally different now. She no longer stood alone in the dark. She was surrounded by people who supported her. Dependable, honorable allies in whom she could place her absolute trust. These were individuals who had championed her cause and believed in her inherent worth, even during those agonizing periods when Evelyn herself couldn't muster the faith to believe that her life could ever change for the better. Because of their unwavering presence, all of those agonizing, suffocating thoughts, the self-doubt that had kept her small, were finally discarded, cast away like rusted chains that no longer had a place on her skin. The frightened, trembling child who had once clung to a monster simply because he was her parent was gone. In her place stood a woman who had come into her own, firmly grounded, holding the reins of her own destiny with an iron grip. At long last, she had finally summoned the lethal strength required to cut down the bastard who had turned her entire existence into a waking nightmare. The weak, broken girl who had been abused, treated with absolute contempt, and left with nothing had successfully forged herself into a formidable warrior, one capable of striking down the very creature that shared her own blood. The nobles gathered around the arena couldn't help but be visibly moved by the sheer intensity of Evelyn Nareville's resolve. Each strike she landed seemed to echo with years of suppressed pain, finally shattering into freedom with every swing of her sword. The intense bout finally reached its climax, and the verdict was clear. Evelyn was the undisputed victor of the final round of the duel trial. Her quest for vengeance had finally been etched into reality, and as a price for his sins, she had severed one of that scumbag's arms. Even after suffering a humiliating, undeniable defeat in front of the entire assembly, Wolfgang stubbornly refused to acknowledge reality or accept that he had been outclassed. He lurched forward, clearly intending to launch a desperate, last-ditch assault on Evelyn with whatever remnants of strength he still possessed. But before he could even begin to manifest that pathetic final surge of fury, icy, razor-sharp restraints snapped into existence, freezing him in his tracks. Thank goodness Lady Neil, the ice dragon, intervened before the situation could devolve into further chaos. She offered a scathing, sharp reprimand, calling out Wolfgang for his utter disgrace to the legacy of the 9 dragons and his blatant disregard for the rules of the duel. The moment the referee formally announced Evelyn's name as the winner, the full weight of the victory finally crashed down upon her, and the reality of her newfound freedom settled into her bones. Following the rigid, binding terms established by the duel trial, the verdict was delivered with absolute, irrevocable clarity. She was officially declared not guilty. As Evelyn made her way back toward her corner, It felt as though an invisible, crushing stone that had been strapped to her back for years was finally sliding off her shoulders. Evelyn Nareville was, at long last, truly and entirely free. Julius and Theo were waiting for her, welcoming their comrade back with expressions of unmistakable pride. They didn't offer her pity. They greeted her with the profound, hard-won respect that she had undoubtedly earned through her bravery. Finally, she was free to grow, to reach for the skies, and to flourish without the paralyzing fear that had kept her locked in a cage for so long. Deep in her heart, Evelyn recognized that this victory belonged not just to her, but also to her lord and the captain of the cavalry, who had paved the way for her to reach this momentous day. Across the wide expanse of the arena, Wolfgang's lackeys scrambled frantically to retrieve their beaten master, desperate to get him the urgent medical attention he so clearly required. They managed to recover his fallen sword as well, but when Wolfgang caught a glimpse of his own distorted, ruined reflection in the polished steel, the sting of his public humiliation only burned that much brighter. With a guttural snarl, he shoved his subordinates aside, snatched the weapon from their grip, and began a staggered, murderous march back toward Evelyn's corner, his eyes burning with a dark, menacing glare. Wolfgang roared out Evelyn's name, spitting it out as if it were a vile insult. He screamed "wretched girl" at the top of his lungs, waving his sword around like a total madman who had completely severed his connection to sanity. There was absolutely no ambiguity in his intentions. That pathetic piece of garbage was determined to strike Evelyn down once and for all, completely disregarding the fact that the duel had already concluded. But this time Julius didn't hesitate. He stepped firmly into Wolfgang's path before the old man could get anywhere near enough to threaten her. The demon dragon seized him with his one good hand, forcing him to his knees with the same ease one might use to discipline an unruly child. Wolfgang's blinding rage had clearly rotted his senses. He must have completely forgotten that he had actually gotten off lightly by losing only one arm. Julius stared the bumbling old fool down, his gaze heavy with cold, lethal pressure, and asked him if he truly had such a death wish that he wanted to lose the arm he still had left. If Wolfgang was so desperately eager to end up a limbless mannequin, then the demon dragon was more than prepared to oblige him and finish the job. The air in the arena was thick with suffocating tension, reaching an absolute breaking point as every single spectator held their breath, waiting for the explosive violence that seemed mere seconds away. The situation might have descended into an even bloodier nightmare if not for a sudden, urgent interruption. A messenger sprinted into the arena, shouting the dire news that the Troyven family had officially launched their invasion, demanding that everyone present return to their assigned posts immediately. Julius clicked his tongue, his face twisting in genuine, palpable frustration. The timing could not have been more disastrously inconvenient. He had wanted nothing more than to leave Wolfgang in a state of permanent, broken ruin, but that long-awaited vengeance would have to be set aside for now. It took every ounce of his discipline to turn away and release his grip, but he quickly signaled his trusted aides. They were now officially at war, and the white-armored dragon cavalry needed to be at the front lines. Wolfgang, being the absolute dense idiot that he was, still somehow failed to grasp that the world had moved on and left him in the dust. He kept running his mouth, whining incessantly that the duel wasn't finished yet, but by that point, the entire arena had moved on, and no one was sparing even a glance for his pathetic tantrum. In the end, it took the ice dragon herself to threaten him with cold, very literal, and very painful violence just to force him to finally shut his trap. Lady Neil delivered one final, chilling warning. If he ever dared to bring shame upon the name of the 9 dragons again, her ice blades would take great pleasure in turning him into a frozen, motionless pincushion. Wolfgang still tried to scramble for leverage, desperately leaning on his status and claiming that laying a hand on him would be an unforgivable insult to the authority of the entire Elder Council. Lady Neil simply told him to look at the council members himself. When Wolfgang swung his eyes toward them, he saw that every single one of them had already turned their backs on their disgraced leader. They had completely, irrevocably washed their hands of his shameful conduct. Not one of them could continue to support or defend a representative who had so brazenly violated the sanctity of the duel and brandished his sword like a spoiled, petulant child. By the time the night finally drew to a close, the Elder Dragon had lost far more than just a match. He had lost his arm, the backing of his council, and the last shred of respect he commanded within the Ragnar clan. Seeing Wolfgang reduced to this broken, humiliated state, stripped of everything he had held dear, gave Julius a small but distinct sense of justice. Watching a greedy, arrogant old man lose every single thing he had desperately clung to made for a deeply satisfying conclusion to the ordeal. But even as the high-ranking members of Ragnar remained hopelessly entangled in their own messy political games and internal drama, Ed Troyven was busy maneuvering in the shadows like a master villain, remaining perfectly calm and preternaturally confident as his grand plan continued to advance. His military forces had already successfully secured control over the central plateau, and from that strategic position, they were now steadily and relentlessly closing in on the walls of Castle Harmon. According to the most recent intelligence reports, the Ragnar forces, a combination of the Lord's cavalry and the private, elite troops of the Six Pillars, were frantically mobilizing to meet the Troivan army head-on at the central plateau. Ed Troivan chuckled to himself, a low, quiet sound of triumph. Those arrogant, foolish old dragons were moving exactly in the patterns he had predicted. It was almost time for them to wake up and realize that this war was merely the opening act of a much more devastating scheme, as the final piece of the puzzle was finally real. With all their focus and military might locked onto the plateau, Troivan would have the freedom to sink his teeth into the ultimate prize. Every single component of his wicked takeover had perfectly fallen into place, and all that remained now was to set the final stage of his plan into motion. Meanwhile, in a completely different sector of the map, the territory belonging to the Bacchus family remained eerily, strangely quiet. Following the absolute disaster of the Sarah's Guild, one of the Six Pillars had undergone a truly drastic and mysterious transformation. Even the veteran guards stationed along the massive stone walls couldn't help but whisper and gossip among themselves about the enigmatic new head of the house. Ever since Lord Navan took the reins of power, he'd done nothing but isolate himself from the rest of the world, spending his days and nights buried in a haze of alcohol. With the Bacchus territory standing on such shaky ground, even his own subordinates and vassals were beginning to whisper behind his back, questioning if a man so utterly spiraled could truly be called the head of the house. One of the grizzled, long-serving guards scoffed at the state of things, pointing out that with almost their entire family locked away in prison, the Bacchus domain was little more than a giant pile of debt waiting to bury them. In his eyes, a lord was completely useless, especially when even the knights and loyal servants who'd spent generations building the family name had turned their backs and abandoned ship. Still, it's hard to blame the new lord for wanting to drink his way into oblivion every single day. Given the circumstances, the ability to find even a moment of numb release might have been a mercy. To make matters stranger, the guards had recently been bolstered by reinforcements sent over by the Ragnar clan. You'd think these fresh troops would be a godsend to fix the territory's desperate manpower shortage, but instead, they proved to be nothing more than dead weight. Useless freeloaders just taking up space and eating rations. Much like the Lord himself, these soldiers spent their time hitting the bottle and letting the days drift by. And as luck would have it, the captain leading this pathetic Ragnar contingent was none other than Sybil Dree, backed by Ead Naren and the rest of Theo's die-hard fanboys. They were technically on the roster for the night watch, but without fail, every single night ended with them sprawled out in the streets in a sloppy, drunken heap. Their assignment didn't feel like military support at all. It felt like the main clan's way of politely telling them to vanish and stop bothering anyone. One of the guards patrolling the ramparts was within earshot of all this gossip, but instead of looking concerned or annoyed by the incompetence, he wore a faint, rather pleased smile, as if he just heard exactly what he was hoping for. The very instant the sun dipped beneath the horizon and darkness swallowed the walls, that guard slipped away from his post, moving stealthily until he reached someone waiting in the shadows. He whispered the report. Morale inside the Bacchus territory had completely bottomed out. With the defenses in such a pathetic, disorganized state, their mission could practically be considered a guaranteed success before it even truly began. More hooded figures detached themselves from the gloom, their faces obscured as they began their advance toward the Bacchus walls. They'd heard enough to be confident. It was go time, and with the fallen household in such a ruinous state, they were certain they could crush their objective in record time. Sure enough, they found Captain Sybil, the man tasked with guarding the gate, slumped over in a stupor with a bottle still dangling loosely from his hand. One of the hooded assassins moved in, sliding into the guard's position with a predator's grace. He twirled a combat knife between his fingers, sneering down at the drunken bastard for being so stupid as to fall asleep on the job. With a terrifying, cold-blooded precision, he lined up his strike, aiming directly for Sybil's throat, and drove the blade down without a single flicker of hesitation. Meanwhile, over at the headquarters of the White Armored Dragon Cavalry, Julius was slammed with a request so incredibly brazen that his first instinct was to reject it outright. Theo had just demanded to invoke his independent operation rights as an intermediate inspector. Captain Demon Dragon shut that down immediately, laying it out plain. In the middle of a war, military operations were the only priority, and he wasn't about to grant a special exception to the successor, no matter who he was. Unfazed, Theo kept his cool, insisting that his request was inextricably linked to their success in the war. He hadn't come to argue with empty hands, either. The documents he clutched provided cold, hard evidence to back up his claims. As Julius began scanning the files, his eyes widened, and his expression shifted from irritation to genuine shock as the gravity of what he was reading started to sink in. Theo explained that the Troivan clan's main invasion points, specifically the push toward Castle Harmon and the Central Highlands, were merely elaborate, expertly crafted diversions designed to suck up all of their attention while the real danger loomed elsewhere. He made a compelling case that the true target of the invasion was the floating archipelago, which had been paired with the already compromised and vulnerable Bacchus territory. With the mountain of reports Theo had provided spread out before him, Julius realized the young lord's assessment wasn't just a hunch, it was a logical, ironclad deduction. Thinking back to the recent series hostage crisis and the movements of the Black Skull, the pieces started falling into place. It was clear they had been acting in tandem with the Troyven family all along. Theo elaborated further, noting that the Black Skull had originally been a maritime league operating out of that very archipelago, a place once renowned as the central hub where the Empire's massive wealth circulated. That one crucial detail changed everything, explaining exactly how the Troyven clan had managed to amass such an absurdly massive war chest to fuel their campaign. And given the archipelago's strategic location, it was only a matter of time before that area became a direct, existential threat to the heart of the Ragnar territory itself. Because of the mounting threat, Theo strongly urged them to hike the priority of reinforcing the neglected Bacchus territory before it became impossible to salvage the situation. The catch, of course, was that the main bulk of Troyven's army was already locked in around the Central Highlands and Castle Harmon. The threat was immediate, and Ragnar had already committed their forces to meet that clash head-on. They simply didn't have any extra soldiers to spare for a hypothetical flank. Even so, they couldn't afford to just let these strategic points fall. That was precisely why Theo was pushing for independent command authority. He intended to lead the reinforcement effort in Bacchus while personally investigating the archipelago. If they timed it right and moved with precision, they could sever the financial artery that was pumping blood into Troyven's entire war machine. With a small, hand-picked squad and a narrow window of time, Theo was convinced he could hit them where it actually hurt and shift the entire momentum of the war. Julius found himself genuinely impressed by the young man's tactical brilliance. With a plan this audacious and backed by such clear reasoning, how could he possibly justify saying no? This wasn't some entitled personal whim. This was a mission-critical objective, and in the heat of a crisis, they needed to leverage every tactical advantage they could find. Still, Julius couldn't help but offer a word of caution. He warned Theo not to get cocky, not to overextend, and to keep the operation within his ability to manage. After the young lord departed, Julius remained standing in the silent headquarters, quietly pondering how the kid had managed to piece together such a complex puzzle on his own. Somehow, Theo had acquired highly classified intel that he should never have been able to access. Under normal circumstances, it would have been logical for Theo to hand such valuable data over to an expert like the Black Dragon. The fact that he brought it directly to his captain signaled his true intentions. It was obvious to Julius. Theo wanted to keep this mission under wraps so he could operate with complete freedom. In reality, that request for permission was little more than a polite formality. Julius surmised that Theo had likely set his plan into motion long before he even walked through the doors of headquarters, and as it turned out, that suspicion was dead on the money. Theo had already infiltrated his men into the Bacchus territory, and tonight, they finally dropped the drunken fool act to face their enemies. Captain Sybil shed his intoxicated facade in a heartbeat, catching his hooded attacker completely off guard and cutting him down with swift, brutal efficiency. As the bottle of booze flew from Sybil's grip, it spun through the air, and the liquid inside splashed out in a bright, glistening arc. The masked attacker caught a whiff of the liquid mid-air, only to realize, too late, that what had been sloshing around in the bottle wasn't alcohol at all. It was orange juice. Sybil had been stone-cold sober and sharp as a tack the entire time. In fact, he didn't even drink. After enduring days of acting like a useless, stumbling drunk, he was finally able to shake off the act, loosen his muscles, and swing his sword with the full weight of his training behind it. Without the cover of surprise, the Troyven operative stood absolutely no chance against a warrior who had honed his skills alongside Lord Theo. Sybil's squad tore through the enemy vanguard with terrifying ease. With the first wave effectively wiped out, they didn't waste a second, immediately turning their attention to lighting the signal beacon. None of them could have ever predicted that their first real field assignment would involve purging Troyven spies from the shadows. Looking back at the pageantry of the blooming ceremony, they never could have imagined their path would lead them to a mission as grim as this. While Sybil was focused on getting the signal fire roaring, the sneaky operative he'd supposedly finished off suddenly surged back to life, having laid face down in wait for the perfect opening. Sybil's team let their guard dip for just a fraction of a second, and in that split-second opening, Sybil came terrifyingly close to meeting his end. Just as the enemy's blade was about to find its mark, a figure appeared out of thin air, perfectly timed, and cleanly severed the operative's head before the strike could connect. It was Naven himself. True to form, the first thing he did was berate the boys for getting sloppy. If any of them had been maimed, he asked, how would he have been able to look Lord Theo in the eye ever again? Realizing he'd made a grave tactical error, Sybil stiffened, immediately correcting his posture and offering a respectful, deep salute to the head of the Bacchus house. Naven simply waved a hand, telling him to stop being so uptight and to just take a breath and relax a little. Of course, if these guys really wanted to kick back and finally enjoy a moment of genuine relaxation, there was still one crucial piece of business to wrap up. They had to see Lord Theo's mission through to its absolute completion. A satisfied, wide grin spread across Sybil's face. Recentering his focus, he turned back to the task at hand, pouring his efforts into getting that beacon fully lit. Naven found himself feeling an unexpected, growing warmth toward having these young soldiers stationed in his territory. Their restless energy, their loose, informal way of carrying themselves, and the strange, chaotic rhythm they brought with them actually meshed perfectly with his own mood. The moment the massive walls ringing the Naven territory were bathed in the sudden, sharp glow of the signal flames, crossbowmen materialized along the ramparts. They lined the upper stone walkways, silent and alert, their fingers resting on the triggers as they braced for the inevitable arrival of the next wave of intruders. Perched high upon the highest tower of the castle, Naven surveyed the unfolding battlefield with a cool, detached calm, his eyes tracking every flicker of movement down in the darkness. Just as his lord had predicted with chilling foresight, the enemies were indeed beginning to crawl out from the shadows of the night. Even now, Naven couldn't shake his wonder at how Theo had managed to peer through the Troivans' complex attack strategy with such pinpoint, terrifying accuracy. At this point, there was simply no other way to frame it. Theo was just built differently than the rest of them. As the beacon's fire cut through the gloom, exposing the Troivan rats skittering in the dark, Sybil bellowed a command, his voice echoing across the yard as he ordered his men to defend Bacchus Castle at any cost. As the hooded invaders desperately clawed their way up the sheer stone of the towers, a relentless rain of thousands of arrows descended upon them, hammering into the climbing figures until the entire assault dissolved into a brutal, messy bloodbath. By the time Theo descended from the sky on the back of his viper wyvern, Umbra, the battle was already raging in full, violent force. He landed just in time to peer down and watch his boys proving their worth on the field. Seeing those familiar, fierce faces brawling below, a surge of adrenaline hit Theo. He spurred Umbra forward, diving deeper into the fray, eager to finally reunite with his squad after such a long time apart. When the morning sun finally crept over the horizon to illuminate Bacchus Castle, the ground outside the fortifications was littered with the crumpled, lifeless bodies of Troivans' failed operatives. The mission to hold the territory had been an absolute success, exactly as Lord Theo had ordered, and Sybil stood there, chest puffed out, radiating the kind of hard-won pride only a leader who's seen his men survive can feel. Theo already knew Sybil was a loudmouth on any given day, but his post-battle report was on an entirely different level of enthusiasm. It seemed the rush of adrenaline from obliterating an entire enemy battalion was still coursing through his veins. Naturally, after such a stellar, decisive defense of Bacchus territory, the reinforcements were more than entitled to some serious recognition and praise. And for good old Sybil, just a single, heartfelt compliment and a moment of genuine acknowledgement from Theo was enough to make his eyes well up with instant tears. His comrades could barely contain their envy at the captain's moment in the spotlight. Naven, meanwhile, hadn't really expected Theo to show up in person, but it was a pleasant, welcome surprise, though, as it turned out, there had been no actual need for Theo to intervene in the fighting at all. Thanks to the incredible performance of the reinforcement squad, the operation had unfolded with far more grace than anyone anticipated, leaving even Naven genuinely caught off guard by their tactical competence. Theo gathered his loyal fanboys, and officially recruited them to serve with the Camellia Palace Guards. Watching how rapidly they had matured and grown into their roles filled him with delight, especially knowing their efforts had impressed someone as formidable as Naven. At the start, the family head hadn't expected much from them at all. They were, after all, only intermediate inspectors, and their practical, blood-soaked experience was still relatively thin. But when the pressure mounted and the moment truly mattered, they had stepped up, held their ground, and delivered results with absolute precision. Their combat techniques might still be a little rough around the edges, sure, but they were dependable people with fundamentally honest hearts. Listening to Naven sing their praises so highly made Theo feel like a proud older brother watching his younger juniors finally step into the light. Since Naven seemed to have developed such a genuine liking for Sybil and his crew, Theo proposed that they would be the perfect candidates to fill the vacant knight order left behind in the wake of the Bacchus family's troubles. If the Ghost Sword Naven were to personally oversee their training and mold them into a proper, disciplined knight order, then Sybil and the boys might finally find the room they needed to truly flourish. Naven seemed genuinely open to the suggestion, his expression shifting from stoic to thoughtful as he began to weigh the potential of the idea. For the first time in an age, a spark of genuine anticipation flickered to life within him. Theo was deeply gratified that his subordinates had discovered a place where they could stay together, continue to hone their strength, and remain in a position to help push his larger plans forward. With his business concluded and no further reason to linger in the territory, Lord Theo began to offer his final farewells. He had verified everything he set out to confirm, and now the time had come for him to press onward toward his next objective. That destination was the floating archipelago, a place he intended to infiltrate and investigate thoroughly, all by himself. Naven thought he would have grown accustomed to his lord's reckless, daring boldness by now, yet somehow Theo still managed to catch him completely off guard. The archipelago was notorious for its intense hostility toward outsiders, and even simply gaining entry was considered a Herculean task. Fortunately, Theo was never the type to move forward without a calculated, ironclad plan. After several days of smooth, steady travel across the open water, Theo finally pulled into the bustling port city of Dion. Pulling his hood low to mask his features and avoid drawing unwanted eyes, he steered his course straight for a local pub, wasting absolutely no time. But trouble, the kind that thrives in places like this, found him almost the second he stepped through the door. A brute of a man, nearly twice his size, deliberately slammed his shoulder into Theo as he made his way inside. The giant was clearly looking to bully someone into a brawl, but Theo remained ice-cold, tossing back a sharp, backhanded insult that cut right through the big guy's ego. Then, before the stunned troublemaker could even process what happened, Theo snatched up a full pint of ale and smashed it squarely against the man's skull. The tavern exploded into a frenzy the moment the glass shattered. Patrons immediately pivoted toward the commotion, eager to watch a good scrap, but the pub staff kept pouring drinks as if this violent outburst at the entrance was just another mundane Tuesday. Tucked away behind a door at the far end of the pub's hallway, however, lay a sterile, neatly organized office that felt like it belonged in an entirely different world from the chaos outside. Inside, the man managing the establishment listened with a grim expression as his subordinate delivered a harrowing report. They were being strong-armed into supplying the Troivans with consistent shipments of high-grade gunpowder and steel. All of these precious, vital commodities were being extorted as payment, categorized as a supposed rental fee for the legendary dragon-slaying sword. Antonio Spinola, the heir to the Spinola patriarch, had every justification to be blindingly furious. The Troivans had tried to dress their letter up as a professional request, but anyone with a brain could see it for what it truly was. A lethal, bloody threat. They had pilfered the dragon-slaying sword from its rightful keepers, and now they were having the audacity to rent it back to those very people in exchange for their most valuable resources. Antonio didn't even want to dignify the report with a response. Just hearing the extortionate terms made his blood boil, but at the end of the day, the Spinola family found themselves backed into a corner with absolutely no room to maneuver. Without the power of that dragon-slaying sword, the floating archipelago itself would plummet into the abyss. If they had never allowed that legendary blade to be stolen in the first place, they wouldn't be living under the suffocating, greedy thumbs of these ruthless overlords today. He was still frantically trying to organize his racing thoughts, grappling with the crushing, terrifying realization that the floating archipelago might already be beyond rescue. A place with no hope left for its inhabitants to hold on to. Just as that suffocating tension peaked, a burst of raw, boisterous noise erupted through the office door, cutting through the heavy, oppressive silence of the room like a physical blow. Antonio was already boiling over with fury from the constant feeling that he was being fleeced by the Troivans. The second that obnoxious racket reached his ears, he didn't hesitate. He slammed his chair back and kicked the office door wide open, determined to silence the disturbance. If these customers were here to drink, fine, they could drink until they dropped, but he expected them to have enough decency to keep their voices at a manageable volume. Deep in the shadows of his hood, a small, knowing smirk played on Theo's lips. The very man he'd been waiting for had finally stepped out of his fortress, and it had taken nothing more than a little calculated disruption to flush him out. Antonio Spinola was exactly the type of person Theo needed to encounter. For the next, highly critical phase of his grand design, this man was destined to be a pivotal piece on the board. After creating just enough of a scene upstairs to get himself promptly escorted down into the pub's private liquor storage area, Theo didn't bother with idle chatter. He cut straight to the chase, informing Antonio that his destination was the floating archipelago and that he wanted to secure a spot on Antonio's ship as a combatant for the dangerous journey ahead. He spun a convincing tale about the increasing frequency of sea monsters along that route, offering his blade as protection for the crew. After the little display he'd put on upstairs, his combat prowess was undeniable, and he'd heard enough rumors to know the Spinola family was desperate for skilled hands. From Theo's perspective, it was a perfectly mutual arrangement. Antonio didn't bother playing coy. His gaze remained sharp and suspicious as he admitted that Theo wasn't entirely wrong. They were indeed scrounging for competent crew members. Even so, that didn't mean he was about to naively let a mysterious, unvetted young man like Theo board his vessel. For a self-proclaimed mercenary hunting for odd jobs, Theo's gear looked far too pristine. There wasn't a single scratch, speck of grime, or sign of travel where that one would expect from a veteran of long journeys or brutal skirmishes. He had waltzed into the pub, provoked a fight almost immediately, and somehow appeared to possess inside knowledge that a ship was about to weigh anchor for the archipelago. Antonio wasn't reckless enough to introduce such a volatile, unpredictable element onto his ship. Theo let out a soft, appreciative laugh. In truth, he would have been deeply disappointed if Antonio had been gullible enough to fall for such a transparent act. Now that he knew he was dealing with a man of genuine intellect, the charade could end, and they could finally get down to real business. Theo slid a single coin across the wooden table and calmly broached the topic of the Black Skull, the armed resistance movement fighting for the liberation of the floating archipelago. He had journeyed to the specific port city with one singular purpose, to strike a deal with the resistance leader himself, Antonio Spinola. Antonio's expression went rigid, his eyes narrowing. The amount of classified intelligence the stranger possessed was enough to feel like a direct threat to his entire operation. Theo didn't flinch, making it perfectly clear that his methods of gathering intel were irrelevant. What truly mattered now was the nature of the information he was currently holding over Antonio's head. For instance, he was intimately aware that Antonio had been tossing and turning, unable to sleep for fear of what would happen regarding the legendary dragon-slaying sword. The very moment that sacred name passed Theo's lips, Antonio's temper finally snapped. He lurched forward, accusing Theo of being nothing more than a lapdog for the Troivan clan. Theo met the accusation with a light chuckle, gently warning the businessman to keep his head and not let his burning rage cloud his judgment. Antonio caught himself just before the situation could escalate into open violence, physically forcing the hostility he felt down into his gut. When his guards, alerted by the raised voices, approached to investigate the tension, Antonio raised a hand and gave a sharp, silent wave to dismiss them. It was clear he didn't want any interference. Theo then dropped the bombshell. The dragon-slaying sword was, in fact, already in his own hands. Antonio reacted with immediate, sharp ridicule, insisting the claim was absolute nonsense, as he believed the Troivan dogs had the blade under heavy lock and key. Theo remained unfazed, calmly pressing the advantage and driving a wedge into the fragile belief Antonio had been clinging to for his own sanity. After all, he pointed out, those Troivan goons had only claimed to possess the sword. There was absolutely no empirical proof that the legendary blade was actually in their custody. As the logic settled in, Antonio had to admit the Troivans had never actually displayed the item they were using to extort them. With the terrifying fate of the archipelago hanging in the balance, he realized his own judgment had been warped by sheer, unadulterated panic. Since he had already been backed into a corner and felt he had nothing left to lose, Antonio decided it was time to put his pride aside and listen to what this bizarre young man had to say. So, Antonio forced himself to stay grounded, swallowed his mounting anxiety, and sat back to listen as Theo began to speak of the ancient legends and secrets shrouding the floating archipelago. The tale began with the legendary hero Kriemhild, a narrative that held immense, sentimental value to Antonio, woven deep into the core of his own identity. In fact, Antonio kept a well-worn copy of that history book stashed away in his private drawer, always within arm's reach for when he needed strength. According to the ancient legend, Kriemhild had plunged his blade directly into the skull of the sea dragon that had terrorized the oceans for ages, effectively imprisoning the monstrous beast beneath the crushing depths. While the common folk viewed it as nothing more than a bedtime fairy tale, Antonio knew it for what it truly was, historical fact. Most people believed the archipelago stayed aloft due to some freak occurrence of natural currents, but that was a complete fallacy. The truth was that the mana being released by the dragon Kriemhild sealed below was still pouring out, creating a massive, continuous updraft that held the islands firmly in the sky. The dragon-slaying sword was far more than a mere weapon. It was the anchor, the very device that kept the seal intact and stabilized the volatile mana flows sustaining the archipelago. However, ever since the Troivan clan brazenly stole that blade, the mana currents had grown progressively more erratic and unstable with each passing hour. If the dragon-slaying sword wasn't returned to its sacred pedestal immediately, the archipelago was destined to face a total, inevitable catastrophe. The islands themselves would eventually fall, plummeting from the sky and dragging every soul living upon them down into the sea. This was no longer just business for Antonio. This was a fight for survival. The lives of his entire people were on the line, and a single misstep would cost them everything they held dear. Therefore, if Theo truly was in possession of the dragon-slaying sword, Antonio was prepared to offer him any price he demanded to ensure its safe return. But Theo understood that simply returning the sword wouldn't fix the underlying structural problem. Those devious Troivan scum could always strike again, and frankly, he had no desire to surrender such an incredible source of latent power so cheaply. Since Theo had walked in the door promising business, Antonio finally shed his hesitation, leaning into the negotiations and opening the path to a genuine, binding deal. If it was cold, hard currency that Theo wanted, the Spinola family was ready to pay him every single coin he named. Fortunately, Theo already had a complex plan already in motion, one that would allow him to retain control of the dragon-slaying sword while still magically preventing the collapse of the archipelago. For now, his demands were modest. He only required safe passage to those legendary islands suspended high above the clouds. With time slipping away and the situation spiraling into pure desperation, Antonio was left with no real alternative but to concede. And just like that, Theo had successfully secured his spot aboard the ship that was preparing to set sail for the floating archipelago. Of course, even after locking in his passage, Theo wasn't about to let the opportunity go to waste. He made sure to get himself a firm footing on the ship, ensuring he was ready to strike the moment they arrived. With the bustling port city of Dion now far behind them, the voyage across the open ocean unfolded with an eerie, unsettling tranquility. The ship sliced through the waves with such seamless precision that the journey felt almost too quiet, as if the sea itself were holding its breath, anticipating the storm to come. Gazing toward the horizon, the legendary floating archipelago didn't look like some mystical wonder suspended in the clouds. At first glance, it appeared remarkably mundane, just another ordinary port city resting on the water, waiting to greet them in the distance. However, this wasn't just any city. That cluster of floating rock islands was a venerable merchant federation, rich with centuries of unique customs and traditions. Its autonomy was so deeply ingrained in the region's history that even the powerful emperor himself had formally acknowledged its independence. Theo knew the dark reality, though. In his past life, these islands were the first to fall when the Great War erupted. The Troivan forces had marched in, ruthlessly erasing the island's proud heritage and transforming this historic paradise into nothing more than a heartless, industrial production hub for their war machine. The tragedy didn't end there either. By the final, desperate chapters of the Great War, the entire archipelago had been dragged down into the abyss, sinking beneath the waves and vanishing from the maps entirely, as if it had never existed at all. For the sake of Ragnar and every soul currently calling those islands home, Theo steeled his resolve. He was going to drive those invading dogs out before history had the chance to repeat its cruel cycle. Antonio had been given a promise that his homeland could be salvaged, but even with this glimmer of salvation laid out before him, he struggled to cast aside his deep-seated skepticism. He simply couldn't bring himself to fully trust this young man's wild claims. The entire strategy had sounded ludicrous from the very first word. What really gnawed at Antonio's nerves was Theo's bold assertion that he possessed the power to relocate an entire, massive landmass. Yet, Theo stood tall, meeting the businessman's anxious gaze without a single tremor of doubt. He spoke with absolute confidence, assuring Antonio that this wasn't some desperate fantasy, but a calculated, executable solution to save their people. The secret, after all, was the sea dragon sealed deep beneath the archipelago. This creature wasn't just a monstrous entity. It was a divine guardian, inextricably linked to one of the fabled, ancient dragon relics. Before the ship had even left the harbor, Theo had already grilled his own guardians regarding the dragon-slaying sword and the strange, volatile energy pulsating from it. The response from his companions had been immediate and unequivocal. They confirmed that the blade was, without a shadow of a doubt, a genuine relic of an ancient dragon. This revelation only deepened the mystery for Theo. If the sword was truly such a powerful ancient artifact, why was it so violently incompatible with the Ragnars? Every time he tried to make contact, a wave of agonizing rejection would surge through him, making the sword nearly impossible to handle. While the lesser Drake didn't have all the answers, it sensed one thing with chilling clarity. The guardian originally bound to that blade had abandoned its sacred duty and fled the relic entirely. To make matters even more complex, this wasn't the first time such an anomaly had occurred. Griffin, standing right there, had once attempted that same reckless maneuver and failed miserably. The memory piqued Theo's curiosity, so he pressed his guardians. If the price was right, could they truly escape their own relics? His guardians were firm in their reply. To abandon one's vessel and continue to exist was an act of defiance only possible because of that one specific, singular entity who had done it before. It was not a feat any ordinary guardian could replicate. This particular sea dragon was so immense that even the residual mana leaking from its seal was enough to keep an entire archipelago suspended above the ocean floor. It was at that exact moment that a daring, almost absurd realization struck Theo. If he could manage to subdue that gargantuan beast, he would effectively harness enough raw power to shift the entire landmass himself. In theory, the logic was sound, but the execution was a nightmare. Before he could do anything else, the sea dragon would have to be perfectly resealed. Even weakened from its escape from the relic, the creature remained one of the most terrifyingly powerful guardians to ever exist. Certainly nothing to be trifled with. Griffin snorted in derision, mocking Theo by pointing out that he didn't even have a way to descend into the ocean depths. Griffin was wrong, though. Theo had already mapped out a strategy for this exact kind of impossible predicament. From the physical logistics of reaching the seafloor to the intricate ritual required to reseal the beast, the entire, step-by-step operation was already crystal clear in Theo's mind. He explained to Antonio that the pivot point of this outrageous scheme was the colossal statue standing on one of the islands, a monument hiding a latent power that even the native inhabitants were completely oblivious to. Theo had even presented the sword to Antonio, yet even staring at the legendary blade, Antonio couldn't fully wrap his head around the plan. It was hard to blame the man. The fate of his entire civilization was riding on this high-stakes, desperate gamble. Regardless of the doubt, there was no point in debating it further. Once they arrived at their destination, the reality of Theo's plan would speak for itself. Right on cue, a notification shimmered in Theo's vision. A new subquest had appeared. He was to return Bamung to its rightful place, locate the precise coordinates, subdue the Guardian, and ultimately prove his worthiness as its master. Nightfall descended over the sea, casting long shadows over the water as their ship finally pulled into one of the many docks scattered across the archipelago. Acting under Antonio's direct command, the Black Skull revolutionaries assembled, receiving their final orders. They were to escort Theo to the Kriemhild statue without raising any alarms. Once they reached the designated spot, their instructions were brief and strict. They were to withdraw, stay entirely out of sight, and leave the young man to finish the job on his own. It was common knowledge that the leaders of the major families had been bought and paid for by Troyvin. Knowing the area around the statue would be under heavy guard, they opted to bypass the main roads entirely in favor of a clandestine, hidden infiltration route. The survival of their floating home was at stake. Each member of Black Skull growled the words with a fierce, burning resolve, their determination piercing through the gloom of the night. Before setting out, Antonio offered Theo a final wish for luck. Theo remained silent, his gaze coolly sweeping over the lineup of Black Skull operatives standing before him. Almost instantly, his eyes narrowed as he spotted one individual who didn't seem to fit the group's profile. As predicted, the massive statue was heavily fortified, with vigilant soldiers patrolling every approach to the historical site. The corrupt noble families hadn't skimped on security, pouring resources into turning the area surrounding the statue into a lockdown, high-surveillance zone. However, while those guards kept their focus on the main gates, the Black Skull agents were already ghosts in the system, slipping through the shadows via their secret tunnel. Following his guides through the cramped, hidden tunnel, Theo moved with practiced silence, emerging sooner than expected, finding himself dangerously close to their target. From there, the deafening roar of a nearby waterfall acted as the perfect acoustic cover, masking their movements and allowing them to operate with a newfound, terrifying freedom. Theo drew the dragon-slaying sword from his subspace. The moment the steel hit the air, that familiar, stinging rejection flared up, but he ignored it. He thanked the Black Skull agents for their escort, signaling that he would proceed alone into the final stage of the operation. The Black Skull members stood transfixed in stunned excitement, their eyes wide as they watched the blade of legends materialize out of thin air in the young man's hands, a sight they would never forget. As Theo stepped closer to the statue, he felt the sword's negative energy intensify, the blade humming with a desperate, heavy resistance that pushed back against his very will. All that remained now was to scale the intricate, winding relief of the sea dragon carved into the statue and force the situation to its inevitable climax. With fluid, athletic footwork and razor-sharp agility, Theo began his climb. He scaled the stone surface with such incredible ease that he seemed to defy gravity, moving up the statue as if he were walking on flat ground. Below him, the Black Skull agents remained motionless, still struggling to process the reality of the scene. The legendary weapon they had risked their lives to recover was now being wielded by an absolute stranger. But for those who held the flame of the revolution in their hearts, that sight sparked a new, potent sense of hope, as if, after all this time, salvation had finally reached their floating shores. That hope, however, was shattered in an instant. The man who had seemed so out of place finally dropped his facade, springing forward with a weapon drawn and cutting down his fellow Black Skull agents without a second of hesitation. It was a betrayal. The resistance had been thoroughly compromised by deep-cover spies. With Bamung finally in reach, they saw no further reason to hide their true loyalties and immediately moved to seize their prize. Unaware of the slaughter behind him, Theo reached the very crown of the statue's head, where the stone visage of Kriemhild loomed, and drove his blade deep into the monster's cold, carved skull. The rebellious energy radiating from Bameng had surged to a deafening, white-hot intensity, vibrating through Theo's hands with such violent force that it felt like his grip might shatter. Yet, despite successfully reaching the statue, he was momentarily stranded, lacking any clear instruction on the next phase of this perilous process. Taking a gamble, Theo attempted to mimic the posture of the monumental Kriemhild statue. He raised the legendary blade high and thrust it into the stone skull of the massive sculpture. To his immense frustration, the sword sank into the rock, but not a single thing changed. The structure remained perfectly still. With one palm badly charred by the intense rejection of the blade, Theo quickly downed a healing potion. As he felt the soothing magic begin to dull the searing pain, he began to mentally dissect every cryptic clue provided by the system's subquest, desperately searching for the missing piece of the puzzle. That was the precise second the concealed spies made their move. They lunged from the shadows, attempting a perfectly coordinated, lightning-fast ambush meant to catch him entirely off guard from his blind spot. It was, objectively speaking, a well-executed sneak attack, sharp and timed to perfection. Unfortunately for them, Theo's combat senses were far too finely tuned, and his instincts too honed by years of war, to fall for such a predictable, underhanded maneuver. The spy stumbled to a halt, his face frozen in a mask of genuine shock. He clearly hadn't expected his strike to miss so cleanly. He had walked into this assuming it would be a routine, low-effort hit, but as his frantic gaze swept the area, he realized with mounting dread that Bameng had vanished from sight. That split second of hesitation and panic was all the invitation Theo required. He pivoted on his heel and delivered a brutal, wind-sucking kick that drove straight into the spy's midsection with punishing force. The assailant doubled over, his expression twisting into a grimace of pure, unfiltered rage. He was absolutely furious that a momentary lapse in focus had left him battered and completely exposed before his target. The bald spy fought to regain his balance, digging his heels into the ground to remain upright. Even through the agony of the impact, he could feel the dull, throbbing ache of internal injuries taking hold, but he forced himself to stay locked in the fight. His comrades didn't wait. They scrambled toward him in a frantic rush. Their faces were tight, etched with genuine concern as they hollered out to their leader, Lord Grey, who had evidently been orchestrating this betrayal. Grey, however, raised a hand, barking a sharp warning to his men. They were not to charge Theo recklessly. He made it chillingly clear that if they just threw themselves into the fray without a strategy, they would be decimated in a single clean sweep. Beyond the boundaries of the statue grounds, the guards were suddenly jolted into a state of high alert. A sharp, rhythmic sound, like the cracking of ancient stone, echoed violently from the heart of the restricted site. Every single one of them tilted their heads, looking toward the top of the monument, and were instantly struck dumb, their eyes widening in collective horror at the unfolding spectacle. The colossal statue of Kriemhild, a landmark that had stood as a silent witness to countless generations of history, was buckling. Massive, spiderweb-like cracks raced across its surface, and the entire structure began to disintegrate, shedding chunks of stone like dead skin. At a safe distance from the chaos, Antonio and his remaining crew paced nervously, waiting for any scrap of news. Far too much time had elapsed since the infiltration squad had vanished into the tunnels, and the growing silence was becoming unbearable. Without warning, one of the agents stumbled back through the hidden passage. He was a wreck, wounded, gasping for air, and barely able to stand, and he delivered the devastating report. Grey and his brothers had revealed their true colors, turning on their own kin and slaughtering everyone in their path. The gravity of the situation slammed into Antonio with the weight of a physical blow. He had been so blind. The Troivan lackeys had not only infiltrated his ranks, they had burrowed deep into the organization's foundation, hiding in plain sight. Meanwhile, perched high upon the crumbling shoulders of the sea dragon statue, Theo was locked in a lethal dance with the very traitors who had gutted his support team. They didn't possess the raw power to actually threaten his life, but they were remarkably, irritatingly effective at getting in his way, constantly dragging out the fight to stall his progress. What made this particularly troublesome was the fact that Grey and his cohorts were clearly trained killers. They moved with the calculated, cautious rhythm of seasoned combatants who knew exactly how to manage a crowd. Even when Theo purposefully left his guard down to bait them into a mistake, they stubbornly refused to take the opening. They weren't fighting to win. They were fighting solely to waste his time. Theo's mind raced as he dodged their strikes. He quickly surmised that they had already seized control of the nearby 3rd District and were merely biding their time until reinforcements could arrive to finish the job. Since his enemies refused to take the bait, Theo realized he had to stop playing their game. He ceased the defensive dancing and surged forward, taking the offensive with overwhelming intensity. He unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks, his movements blurring as he struck at the statue's surface. Each blow tore through the masonry, sending jagged shards of stone raining down like shrapnel. As his unbridled assault chipped away at the exterior, the stone grew dangerously thin. Suddenly, the outer layers gave way, revealing an ancient, metallic container concealed deep within the statue's hollow core. The instant Gray caught sight of the narrow, deliberate slit carved into the box, clearly designed as a perfect receptacle for a blade. He let out a desperate, guttural shout, commanding his brothers to do whatever was necessary to stop Theo from reaching it. Theo gritted his teeth, inwardly cursing his own hesitation for letting the situation spiral into this mess. The subquest's instructions were etched in his memory. Bameng had to return to its origin. All he had to do was trust the pull of the blade and deliver it to the coordinates he had been chasing. Now the hollow, ancient slot sat inches from him, every fiber of his being focused on a single, final objective, slotting the tip of the sword into that ancient mechanism. Seeing the intent, Gray lunged forward, throwing his entire body weight toward Theo in a final, frantic attempt to block his path and prevent the inevitable. But the attempt was doomed from the start. Gray was far too sluggish, and Theo's movements were simply operating on a different, faster plane of existence. With a decisive motion, Theo drove the blade into the slot. The world erupted in a blinding, ethereal light that flooded the entire site, unleashing a violent shockwave that blasted the Troivan dogs backward, sending them plummeting through the air. Even as Bameng's fierce rejection tore through his nerves, and a wave of crushing magical pressure hammered against his body, Theo didn't flinch. He gritted his teeth, locking his hands firmly around the hilt, refusing to let go. At that same instant, the ear-splitting, thunderous roar of the statue shattering into pieces finally reached the ears of the useless guards stationed at the perimeter. They snapped their heads toward the monument, the very thing they had sworn to protect with their lives, and watched in stunned silence as it crumbled before them. None of them could have possibly anticipated that they would be the ones to witness the historical collapse of the great Colossus on this night. The sheer force of the fall knocked the wind out of Theo, plunging him into darkness and, for reasons he could not fathom, tearing him away to a completely foreign, unrecognizable location. When Theo finally began to claw his way back to consciousness, the first thing to greet him was a splitting, agonizing headache that made his skull feel as if it were being crushed. The pain was nearly debilitating, but it served as a brutal reminder that he was, against all odds, still alive. He slowly pushed himself up, eyes darting around to scan the bizarre new terrain. He deduced that he must have been forcibly shunted into the relic dungeon. It was lush, green, and teeming with dense, wild vegetation. Nothing like the stale, cold halls of any relic dungeon he had ever stepped foot in before. While he was still in the middle of gathering his bearings, a soft, high-pitched voice echoed from right beside him, drawing his attention. All four of his guardians had manifested outside their respective relics, each one shrunk down into a tiny, adorable, chibi-like form. The fairy dragon fluttered close, explaining that they had siphoned Theo's internal mana to project physical avatars. Because his current reserves were so taxed, however, they could only maintain these frail, miniature bodies for a short duration. She whispered that the air in this dungeon was heavy, thick with the lingering scent of profound longing and a bitter pity aimed at a specific human. The moment those words hit him, Theo's thoughts immediately flew to the tragic tale of Kriemhild. However, the Guardians couldn't offer any certainties. They were limited to reading and sensing the faded, fragmented memories left behind by the dungeon's previous master. Still, the clues painting the landscape were hard to ignore. It was a safe bet that the legendary hero shared a deep, intimate connection with this sanctuary. Since the original Relic Guardian had abandoned the post, they figured they had the luxury to explore and investigate the area at their own leisure. That assumption proved to be a fatal miscalculation, for Theo was entirely unaware that he had walked into the crosshairs of an unseen predator. A skeletal archer, hidden deep within the gloom of the shifting shadows, had already locked onto Theo, its hollow sockets fixed on him as its prey. The projectile hissed through the air, hitting with such velocity that it ignited the atmosphere, triggering a small, violent explosion upon impact. The sheer sound snapped Theo's reflexes into overdrive, just as the arrowhead whistled past his temple, within a hair's breadth of his skull. Drawing on his ultra instinct, Theo jerked his head aside at the very last microsecond, his hand lashing out like a viper to snatch the arrow right out of midair. It quickly became apparent that the intelligence Theo's guardians had provided was far from complete. This relic dungeon was not the vacant, ownerless wasteland he had been led to expect. The threats here had been lying in wait, perfectly positioned to greet him the moment he arrived. The skeletal archer was merely the precursor to a much larger nightmare. One after another, ghastly skeletal figures began to crawl out from the dark, overgrown foliage, each one instantly fixing their malevolent, hollow-eyed gaze upon the only living, breathing intruder in their domain. To these undead sentinels, Theo was nothing more than an unwelcome trespasser who needed to be violently purged from the dungeon sanctuary. The bony, rattle-boned inhabitants of this surreal dimension began to chant the name Kriemhild in a rhythmic, haunting cadence, their hollow vocal cords imbuing the name with a strange, lingering sense of reverence and undying devotion. Little Griffin was quick to deduce the grim reality. The original guardian had surely conjured these undead soldiers for a singular, eternal purpose, to guard the ownership of this domain specifically for the man known as Kriemhild. A fresh volley of arrows hissed through the humid air. One shaft flew with lethal precision toward the little bird, but Theo responded with effortless grace, swatting the projectile out of the sky before it could find its mark. He didn't just parry the attack. He redirected the arrow's momentum in one fluid motion, sending it hurtling directly into the skull of a nearby skeleton swordsman, shattering bone into fragments upon impact. Theo quickly assessed the situation. While any individual skeleton was hardly a match for his skill, their sheer, overwhelming numbers made them a persistent and deeply annoying obstacle. He toyed with the idea of obliterating them all in one massive, sweeping strike to end the trial quickly, but watching how they moved and reinforced one another, it was clear that victory wouldn't be won through sheer brute force alone. The fairy dragons sensed something deeply unnatural about their aura, quickly realizing these were no mere wandering monsters or standard reanimated corpses. These were dragon fangs, undying soldiers cursed with a singular, eternal mandate to serve, destined to fight until their objective was either achieved or their bones were turned to dust. Theo drew his blade with a smirk, his eyes glinting with a dangerous, competitive fire. The rising threat didn't intimidate him. It only made the challenge more exhilarating. With a burst of speed, he vaulted high into the dense, green canopy, forcing the clattering legion of skeletons to break their formation and chase him through the treacherous, overgrown terrain. After exhausting a significant amount of stamina cutting down wave after wave of regenerating dragon fangs, Theo came to a realization. Grinding them down in a direct, head-on confrontation was a foolish drain on his resources, so he disengaged. Watching him struggle more than he probably should have, Little Griffin offered a begrudging word of advice, reminding Theo that this Kriemhild figure was, at the end of the day, just a man of flesh and blood, just like him. He pointed out that if Theo could find a way to make that man relinquish his claim and surrender ownership of the dungeon, the entire conflict would be resolved in an instant. Theo snapped back immediately, his irritation flaring. If this Kriemhild had persisted through countless ages in this state, there was no logical way to classify him as just an ordinary human anymore. Little Griffin retreated into a sullen, ruffled huff, muttering under his breath about how much he regretted wasting such high-level strategic advice on a bone-headed stubborn youth. While Theo racked his brain for a new approach, a sudden system notification popped into his view. To focus on the text, he reached over and clamped his hand firmly over Little Griffin's beak, silencing the bird's complaints. The message confirmed that this dungeon was the final legacy left behind by Leviathan for his hero, Kriemhild. Theo's task was clear. He had to wrestle ownership of that legacy away from its spectral landlord. Processing the system's revelation, Theo had to reluctantly admit that as insufferable as that bird could be, Little Griffin had actually been right all along. Fortunately, despite how perfectly coordinated the dragon fangs were in their pursuit, they simply lacked the sheer velocity to keep up with Theo's movements. Swinging from the thick, hanging vines to maintain his momentum, Theo kept darting through the space, his mind working in overdrive to solve the impossible. How to seize power from a man who was already dead. Desperate to expand his processing power and sharpen his focus, Theo triggered his hatchling synchronization. In the blink of an eye, his perception surged, his vision sharpening far beyond the limitations of a mortal man, and every detail of the environment, every leaf, every shadow, every shift in the skeleton's movements, began to flow through his brain with terrifying clarity. If his gut was to be trusted, he was still missing one critical piece of the puzzle required to claim the dungeon for himself. Guided by the heightened focus of the synchronization, Theo finally spotted a single dragon fang hovering at the edge of the pack, carefully keeping its distance from the aggressive, mindless swarm. This specific skeleton emitted an aura distinct from the rest. It stood out from the others like a beacon of intent that Theo couldn't afford to ignore. When the main pack of fangs lunged at him in a coordinated assault, Theo noticed that this specific one broke rank and attempted to retreat. That confirmed his theory. This was no mindless drone, but the key he had been searching for. With a burst of inhuman speed, Theo closed the gap, moving so swiftly that he was upon the abnormal fang before it could even begin to flee. He unleashed his most devastating maneuver, the lightning dragon flash, covering the final distance in a flickering, electrified blur. Arcs of black, crackling lightning spiderwebbed out from his blade, and snaring the target in a cage of pure energy from which there was no possible escape. The lightning cage detonated in a violent explosion, obliterating everything trapped inside. The lightning needle was as destructive as it was fast, leaving nothing but dust in its wake. As the remains of the strange Fong vanished, a new system notification emerged. Theo was tasked with recovering 206 individual pieces of Kriemhildt's remains. After all the chaos, he had only secured one. The number was absolutely absurd, bordering on impossible, but at the very least, he finally had a concrete, clear-cut objective to pursue. The unique dragon Fong he had just shattered had yielded Kriemhildt's third cervical bone, the first step in a long, tedious process. With the path forward finally illuminated, Theo set his eyes on the long, gruesome harvest ahead. Collect every single bone of a dead man, and only then would he finally secure his exit. Meanwhile, back in the real world, a formidable sailing fleet cut through the churning waves, pulling into the archipelago's port amidst the fury of a brewing storm. Stevedores rushed to the docks as an attendant moved toward the singular passenger descending the gangplank. Peering through the dense, swirling fog, the man remarked with a cold smile that the harsh weather was actually a perfect cloak for his agenda. However, the moment the port workers stepped onto the newly arrived ship to begin their duties, they froze, their faces drained of color at the sight awaiting them. The deck was a nightmare of iron and gore. It was slick with blood, and every single member of the crew had been butchered with ruthless, systematic efficiency. The man leading the arrival had heard rumors that his previous band of bumbling spies, the ones sent to undermine the Black Skull, had let the precious dragon-slaying sword slip right through their fingers. But honestly, in the grand scheme of his plans, it didn't really matter whether those incompetent fools failed or who was currently clutching Bamung. For all intents and purposes, the floating archipelago was already a prisoner, trapped firmly within the suffocating grip of Troyvin. Noyle, the ninth of the 9 lords of Troyvin, had arrived to personally ensure that the task was finished once and for all. In the dead of that rain-lashed night, the inhabitants of the archipelago were jolted from their sleep by the terrifying, deafening roar of explosions rocking the city. They could only watch in helpless horror as the great merchant institution that had safeguarded their home for centuries finally began to crumble. Deep inside the confines of the relic dungeon, Theo had just finished his frantic, grim speedrun of bone hunting, having successfully met the system's impossible requirement by tracking down and recovering every single one of the 206 pieces of Kriemhildt's remains. The system now pushed Theo to look deeper, guiding his consciousness to peel back the layers of time and inspect the fragmented, ancient memories that had been carved into the hero's scattered remains. As the physical world around him began to dissolve into a hazy, indistinct blur, Theo couldn't help but wonder what the true, flesh and blood person behind the myth of the legendary hero actually looked like. Without warning, his perception was violently yanked into a vivid snapshot of Kriemhildt's past. She was just a child then, her feet pounding against the island soil as she made the same familiar trek over and over, her heart racing with the impatient, innocent excitement of going to visit her closest friend, Levi. Bundling up a few meager snacks for the journey, the young girl navigated the rugged tropical terrain, pushing steadily forward until she reached the entrance of a vast, gaping cavern that sat tucked away in the landscape. Tucked inside that humble, shadowy cave, the legendary Dragonslayer sword sat discarded, abandoned in the dirt as if it were a common tool rather than a divine relic, resting in the quiet, dusty gloom. The child didn't hesitate. She marched right up to the blade with a beaming smile, tapping rhythmically against the cold surface of Bamung, her voice chirping as she insisted that Levi wake up and share a conversation with her. The consciousness dwelling within that ancient relic was the mighty Leviathan, though she had affectionately dubbed him Levi. Even back then, he was the definition of a proud, haughty beast, carrying himself with an arrogance that filled the entire cavern. Over and over, he lectured the girl, demanding she address him by his full, dignified title, Leviathan, the eternal guardian of the primordial dragon's relic. He even boasted that not even the Ragnars would ever dare address him with such a casual, insulting nickname as Levi. But the little girl was completely unfazed by his sharp, condescending attitude. His real title was far too long, complicated, and frankly boring to say. In her mind, Levi was the only name that felt right. Eventually, the great guardian slumped in defeat, accepting the reality that this impossibly stubborn child was never going to learn how to properly grovel before his name. Just the effort of trying to educate such a dense little human was enough to make his jaw ache with frustration. To conserve his waning strength, Levi would often shrink down into his tiny, miniature form, sitting alongside the cheerful girl to share a piece of bread within the cool, quiet confines of the cave. They would linger there until the sun dipped below the horizon, with the girl chattering endlessly about the mundane details of her daily life. Levi had become accustomed to her constant, cheerful rambling, though at first, He'd only endured it for the sake of the bread she brought. As time ticked on, he found himself unexpectedly craving the sound of her lively voice and the vivid, colorful stories she carried with her. Year after year, Levi watched her mature, his consciousness tethered to the sword while he listened intently to every little scrap of life she wanted to entrust to him. Trapped inside the cold, metallic confines of the Dragonslayer sword, the only thing keeping his endless, hollow days from feeling utterly stagnant were these daily visits. Even while maintaining a facade of aloof indifference, it was becoming painfully obvious that, beneath all that ancient pride, Levi had developed a deep, protective affection for her. Whenever he caught the faint sound of her footsteps echoing through the cave entrance, he would pretend to be occupied or annoyed, even though he was secretly leaning in, desperate to hear what new tale she had come to share. That quiet, comfortable anticipation was shattered in an instant when the metallic, cloying scent of fresh blood drifted into the cave. Kriemhild had suffered a brutal, fatal wound, yet she was still forcing her failing, trembling body to crawl toward her friend, desperate for salvation. As she gasped for air, she sobbed that strangers, terrible, ruthless people, had descended upon her village, slaughtering her neighbors without a single shred of mercy. Before she could reach the safety of the cave, one of the soldiers caught up to her, grabbed her by her hair, and slammed her into the ground. He didn't hesitate, driving a blade into her with calculated cruelty, pushing it deeper even as she screamed, treating the young girl as if she were little more than a wild animal. These soldiers were carrying out the direct mandate of the Empire's emperor, claiming that this bloodshed was simply their way of civilizing a remote, primitive island. Seeing the girl broken and bleeding on the ground, the soldier decided to take his depravity a step further, hungrily eyeing her as if he were about to indulge in something truly vile. As he loomed over her, his intent clear and repulsive, the restraint that Levi had maintained for centuries finally snapped. His rage hit a boiling point. The eternal guardian of the relic burst forth, shattering the internal barriers that had kept him bound to the sword for so long. Blind, red-hot fury surged through him, and Levi unleashed his massive power, pulverizing the very cavern that had been his home for generations. By that point, Kriemhild's village had been thoroughly occupied by the Empire's dogs, who were holding the surviving citizens at sword point, promising them a slow death by fire if they dared to resist. That cycle of cruel, systematic destruction would have continued indefinitely had a colossal beast not descended upon the village, carried on the wings of absolute vengeance. Levi let out a roar that shook the heavens, launching a counterattack so swift and devastating that the Empire's soldiers were vaporized, erased from the face of the earth in a heartbeat. And sitting regally atop the crown of Leviathan's head was a single, defiant human. By some miracle, Kriemhild had survived her brush with death. On that day of fire and blood, she awakened the latent strength required to wield the Dragonslayer sword, officially becoming its master. The instant the remaining Imperial soldiers caught sight of her, perched high on the dragon's head, they pivoted, focusing all their remaining firepower on trying to snipe the girl down. But they were nothing against a force of nature that overwhelming. As the Imperial soldiers fell like wheat before a scythe, Kriemhild wove protective barrier spells that kept the terrified villagers shielded from the carnage. When the dust of battle finally settled, the Empire's forces were completely annihilated, though the village itself had sadly been reduced to smoldering ash. Kriemhild wept, apologizing to Levi over and over for daring to pick up the blade, convinced that she had ruined his destiny by failing to wait for the true, chosen one to claim the sword. Levi shifted, gently soothing her fears, reassuring the girl that, in his eyes, things had turned out exactly as they were meant to. He draped her in the same shimmering, protective barrier that had guarded the villagers, then carefully lowered her to the ground, presenting the hero to her people. A roar of joy erupted from the villagers. They began chanting her name, praising the brave girl who had risen up to shatter the chains of the Empire's greed and cruelty. Levi admitted to himself that he might have abandoned his ancient, sacred duty, but he felt an unexpected, profound peace settling in his heart because of the choice he had made. For the first time in his vast, eternal existence, he had acted entirely on his own volition, casting aside the stale, rigid commands of the primordial dragon. If protecting that radiant smile of hers meant defying his own creator, Levi was ready to take that path without a single regret. It wasn't long before word reached the capital that the Empire's elite army had been crushed by a savage girl riding a sea dragon. Incensed by this humiliating loss, the emperor refused to let his pride be dented, and he immediately mobilized his royal guards to reclaim the island and exterminate the threat. Against all expectations, the Empire's royal guards achieved the unthinkable. They managed to wound Leviathan and, through sheer numbers and brutal coordination, finally succeeded in pinning him down. They only managed it by using the most despicable, cowardly tactics, kidnapping the innocent villagers and threatening to butcher every last one of them if Levi dared to fight back. The Imperial dogs then swarmed Kriemhild, relentless in their pressure, demanding she reveal the secret method that would finally allow them to put the beast down for good. Levi begged her to save herself and give them what they wanted, reminding her that he was an eternal guardian. To him, death was not an end, but merely a return to a deeper, more peaceful sleep. The residual magic humming within the Dragonslayer sword after his emergence should have been more than enough to anchor him back into that eternal slumber. For the sake of Kriemhild and the villagers she cherished, Levi was more than willing to accept the end of his watch. When compared to the eons he had already spent drifting through time, the moments he'd shared with her were painfully, tragically short. Yet, even in that brief window he had never felt so human, so connected to anyone else. Kriemhild climbed onto the head of her dearest, oldest friend, her hands trembling as she took a firm, final grip on the hilt of Bamung. Using the water to force his limbs to obey, Levi guided the hero, compelling her to carry out something that felt agonizingly cruel. Levi understood, with a clarity that only a being of his age could, that from the very second he chose to escape the fate written for him, an ending as tragic as this had become inevitable. Still, with his final strength, he urged Kriemhild to discard her guilt for shielding her people. This would be the last service he could ever perform for her, his final act of love. Those final years had been the most radiant, blissful period of his entire existence, a stretch of time bathed in a warmth and joy he never dared dream he would be permitted to experience. Yet, after all that serenity, it was all cruelly snatched away, forced to a conclusion in the most gut-wrenching and tragic manner imaginable. Ultimately, the sea dragon chose to surrender his own life. It wasn't because he had been bested by an enemy, but because he was desperate to shield his hero, and the innocent souls she cherished, from being utterly decimated by the Empire's cold, calculated retaliation. The royal guards were left paralyzed, rooted to the spot as they watched in absolute, stunned silence. They could only gawk as the colossal beast collapsed before them, falling to the earth without a single soldier even needing to draw their blade to strike him down. Watching this monumental tragedy unfold, the mastermind behind the entire operation couldn't contain his twisted delight. He threw his head back and erupted into wild, mocking laughter, as if the destruction of such a majestic creature was the most hilarious spectacle he had ever witnessed. But that grating, arrogant cackle was cut short, dying instantly in his throat the very second the heavens above began to churn. High overhead, a massive, ominous storm front was swirling into existence, gathering its fury directly over their heads. In a final, earth-shaking act of defiance, Levi summoned a gargantuan tidal wave. It rose like a wall of roaring, frothing seawater, possessing enough raw power to swallow the entire encroaching army in one gulp. The soldiers shrieked and scrambled, reaching out with desperate, trembling hands for any semblance of mercy, but their pleas were silenced as the crashing surf surged over them, dragging them down into a watery grave. Yet, with a precision that seemed almost sentient, those terrifying, army-crushing waves curled away from the villagers. It was as if the water itself possessed a will to protect, parting around the innocent civilians and sparing them from being snatched away by the ocean's icy, lethal grip. Then, the very bedrock of the seafloor was violently torn loose, ripped upward by an unimaginable, localized force that dragged the heavy earth all the way to the surface of the sea. Only in that chaotic moment did the truth finally click into place for Theo, revealing the secret origin of the floating archipelago and understanding exactly how these scattered, suspended islands had first come to be. As the full scope of that ancient memory washed over him, it became painfully clear that Kriemhild was never the glorious, stainless hero depicted in the grand, embellished legends the people so fondly cherished. She had been nothing more than another casualty of a heartless world, a young girl dealt a rotten hand by fate, who had somehow formed an unlikely, genuine bond with a relic guardian, finding friendship in the most desolate, unexpected of places. While Theo remained deeply entrenched within that spectral vision of the distant past, the fading, ethereal silhouette of Kriemhild began to drift slowly toward him. With a demeanor that was both hauntingly calm and heavy with sorrow, she spoke to him, identifying him as the chosen individual that Levi had been waiting for all these long, lonely years. Even from beyond the veil of death, Kriemhild was still burdened by the crushing guilt of knowing she had prevented Levi from fulfilling the sacred, singular duty he had been forged to complete. But now, at the end of all things, she finally held the chance to set the scales right. She released her lingering claim over the Dragonslayer sword and offered the relic to Theo, clinging to the hope that he might succeed where she had failed and finally bring some measure of solace and happiness to that stubborn, lonely beast. Theo accepted the hallowed relic with a solemn, quiet gratitude. He then reached out to soothe the spirit of the girl, gently assuring Kriemhild's soul that Levi had, in fact, known true joy in his life, all because she had been by his side. Upon hearing that sincere and heartfelt reassurance, the heavy, invisible weight that had anchored her spirit seemed to dissolve, and Kriemhildt's long-troubled soul finally drifted into a state of long-overdue peace. Back in the reality of the present, the useless, disorganized guards had swarmed the ruins of the Colossus. They navigated the jagged landscape of wreckage with extreme caution, desperately poking through the debris as they scrambled to inspect the damage and prevent any further sections of the broken architecture from toppling over. Then, without a single sound of warning, a lone silhouette materialized above them, standing defiantly atop the highest, most jagged mound of shattered stone and twisted rubble. High overhead, the oppressive, dark storm clouds were finally beginning to fracture and tear apart, and after the long, punishing violence of the tempest, brilliant rays of sunlight poured through the opening in the sky. When the guards squinted up and caught sight of that lone figure brandishing the familiar blade, the image struck them with the force of a revelation. To their eyes, it was an exact mirror of the legend of Kriemhild. They fell to their knees, convinced it was a divine omen that a savior had finally descended to rescue their sinking, hopeless homeland. Meanwhile, far removed from the clamor of the hopeful crowds, the ultra-wealthy elites who truly pulled the strings of the floating archipelago had gathered in a dark, secluded chamber for a panicked emergency meeting, frantically debating their next strategic move. Troivin's ninth dragon, Noil, watched these parasitic aristocrats assemble with unsettling speed. The sight of them scurrying about like frightened rodents seemed to afford him a dark sense of amusement. One of the elderly leaders spoke up, his voice trembling as he insisted that this was absolutely no time for lethargy, especially with a catastrophic disruption having just shattered their carefully laid plans. For as long as the islanders could remember, the dogma had been clear. The dragon-slaying sword was supposed to be securely under the lock and key of Troivin's control. But now, a complete foreigner had suddenly emerged from the wreckage of the Colossus, brandishing that very weapon. Because of his appearance, the commoners had begun to rally around him, crying out in hope that he was the second coming of Kriemhild. If this trend wasn't checked immediately, the immense authority held by the three merchant shipping clans would evaporate, slipping through their fingers and landing squarely in the hands of this mysterious outsider. This was never the deal they had signed up for when they formed their alliance with the Troivins. They had bartered away their integrity, personally handing over the blade Bomung, all for the sake of securing their own luxurious, untouchable positions. Noil dismissed their mounting dread as if it were nothing more than a buzzing fly. The constant, high-pitched whining of their complaints was already beginning to grate on his nerves. Even so, one of the more powerful merchants dared to push back, his face flushing with indignation. He was clearly offended that a mere emissary of the Troivin bloodline would treat the heads of the three shipping clans with such blatant disrespect. That sliver of defiance proved to be a fatal miscalculation. Noil didn't even blink. He simply raised a hand, and in the next heartbeat, the arrogant merchant was reduced to a sickening, airborne mist of pulverized bone and blood. Noil hadn't journeyed to this floating rock to coddle the egos of these bloated, greedy pigs. As for the general populace, he viewed them with even less regard. They were nothing more than insects, meant to be crushed under the heel of his boot whenever they became a nuisance. Truthfully, Noil found these merchant lords utterly repulsive. In his cold estimation, they were nothing more than spineless traders who had eagerly sold out their own birthplace just to protect their profit margins and social standing. If these fools had managed to follow their simple instructions, none of this chaotic mess would have ever seen the light of day. But now that their stranglehold on the sinking archipelago was loosening, they were panicking like cornered animals, completely blind to their own failures. One of the moguls, scraping together the remnants of his shattered courage, called out Noil for his blatant hypocrisy. They all were well aware of just how deeply the treacherous Troivin family relied on the very resources of the archipelago they were currently destroying. The ninth dragon immediately closed the distance, looming over the old man and crowding his personal space. He used his sheer, overwhelming presence alone to force the man into silence for the crime of speaking an inconvenient truth. Then, Noil stripped away all their pretense and narrowed their entire existence down to one brutal, singular command: keep their mouths shut and follow the orders they were given. If the three clans wanted to continue drawing breath, they would coordinate their efforts and retrieve that dragon-slaying sword immediately, without offering another word of protest. With a posture of rigid, trembling respect, one of Noil's subordinates stepped forward, cautiously questioning whether it was truly a sound strategy to entrust such a critical mission to merchant clans that had already proven their total incompetence. Noil acknowledged the validity of his soldiers' concern with a curt nod. He would have preferred to oversee the recovery personally, but the current geopolitical landscape made it impossible for him to vacate his post just yet. He had just received intel that one of Ragnar's 9 dragons, the formidable hegemony dragon, was already en route to this very archipelago. Compared to this brewing crisis, suppressing the commoners had to take a backseat to neutralizing a threat of that magnitude. Outside, almost every single citizen of the archipelago had swarmed the plaza, all of them craning their necks, desperate for even the briefest glimpse of the man they now fervently believed to be their long-awaited hero. The collective sound of their voices rose into a singular, rhythmic chant, repeating Kriemhildt's name with absolute, unbridled admiration. A display of reverence that mirrored the ancient devotion of their ancestors. Theo had been aware that Kriemhild was idolized almost like a deity throughout the centuries, but even he was taken aback by the intensity of it. He hadn't expected their devotion to evolve into such a feverish, near-fanatical state. Perhaps Theo was the only living person left who truly knew the real Kriemhild. She hadn't been a goddess, and she certainly hadn't been the flawless, invincible hero of the nursery rhymes. She had been a kind, vulnerable girl shackled to a destiny far too heavy for her to carry alone. Furthermore, the dragon-slaying sword itself was no mere heroic trinket. It was a potent, primordial artifact of the dragon species. A weapon fundamentally crafted to be wielded by a Ragnar, not a human. Then, from the deep, surging mass of the crowd, a single, frustrated citizen abruptly broke the chanting, his voice cracking as he bellowed out a desperate, tearful plea. Everyone was painfully aware that since the arrival of those Troivan vultures, their homeland had been slowly, inexorably sinking. To make matters worse, the people were now being caged in, forbidden from fleeing their own doomed, watery tomb. Their unified, desperate request was simple. They begged this reincarnation of the hero to intervene and save their floating archipelago before it was swallowed whole by the endless ocean. Choosing to capitalize on this massive misunderstanding and weaponize the atmosphere in his favor, Theo hoisted the legendary blade high above his head, capturing the eyes of every person below, and began to address the desperate masses. With the entire crowd's collective gaze locked firmly onto him, Theo stood his ground and uttered a solemn, binding vow right there in the heart of their home. He made a promise that he would be their savior, declaring that the very sword he wielded would serve as the instrument of salvation for their entire, precarious, and sinking archipelago. After managing to peel himself away from the deafening, frantic energy of the district, Theo finally found a quiet moment to catch his breath. However, he barely had time to recover before he was greeted by a rather peculiar-looking individual who had clearly been waiting for his arrival. The man, a priest with delicate, refined features, stood flanked by a solemn group of priestesses. He introduced himself as Marty, the primary overseer tasked with the sacred duty of maintaining Kriemhildt's ancient temple. With a formal bow, Marty stepped forward and made a startling declaration. From this moment forward, he and every single soul serving under the temple's guidance would pledge their absolute, unwavering devotion to Theo. With Marty leading the way, Theo began his steady pilgrimage toward the sacred temple grounds. The exhilarated crowd, refusing to let their newfound beacon of hope slip out of sight, trailed behind them in a massive, buzzing throng all the way to the arched bridge that served as the gateway to the holy site. Once they successfully navigated the bridge, Marty signaled for the others to remain behind, choosing to continue the path with Theo in total solitude. As they ventured deeper into the tranquil, hallowed grounds, he revealed that Theo's sudden emergence had been divinely foretold ages ago, and that the temple's long lineage of guardians had meticulously preserved this sanctuary for this exact, pivotal day. Inside the hushed, cavernous halls of the sanctuary, Marty produced a necklace that had been worn by Kriemhild herself hundreds of years in the past. The system instantly pulsed, identifying the piece as a potent enchanted accessory, and a specialized key designed to unlock a hidden, subterranean gate. Marty emphasized that this specific necklace was an absolute necessity. Without it, there would be no way for Theo to reach the sea dragon that lay dormant in the crushing depths far beneath the archipelago. Observing the profound, almost overwhelming reverence with which this delicate priest treated him, the kind of honor usually reserved for a long-lost hero, Theo realized he could no longer stay quiet or hide behind their hopeful misunderstanding. Before Theo could stammer out an explanation, Marty offered a calm, knowing smile, reassuring him that he already understood exactly who Lord Theo Ragnar was. The weight of that unexpected answer hit Theo with such force that he could only stare back, completely taken aback by the priest's insight. The priest calmly elaborated, explaining that he was well-versed in the history of Ba-Mung, recognizing it as a genuine artifact forged from a primordial dragon. Furthermore, he was acutely aware that a relic of that immense caliber could only ever be awakened by someone who carried the bloodline of Ragnar. Yet, despite possessing all that knowledge, Marty persisted in referring to Theo as the reincarnation of Kriemhild. He shared that the generations of temple guardians knew the real, unvarnished history of their hero, including the crushing agony she felt when she was forced into a scenario where harming a cherished friend was her only remaining option. Because Theo had been recognized by their reluctant savior, the temple hierarchy believed he was fully entitled to the same deep respect, loyalty, and meticulous care that they had been preparing to offer for centuries. They reached the far end of the temple, arriving at the brink of a staircase that plunged into the darkness. seeming to descend into an endless abyss toward the base of the archipelago. Marty instructed Theo to cast the necklace into the void below, explaining that the act would trigger the opening of the long-sealed gate to the sea dragon. He added a vital detail. As long as Theo remained attuned to the artifact's resonant power, he would be granted the ability to move through the pressurized depths of the water as easily as if he were on dry land. With a look of profound trust, the priest placed the weight of the entire temple, the future of his people, and the destiny of the sleeping guardian firmly onto Theo's shoulders. Lord Theo Ragnar accepted this heavy mantle of trust without a moment of hesitation, vowing to the priest that he would see this mission through to its absolute conclusion. Outside the sanctuary, the citizens had huddled together in a mass of solemn, desperate prayer. Heads bowed and voices trembling, they whispered pleas for Kriemhildt's blessing, hoping against hope for the safety and salvation of their vanishing archipelago. But that fragile, quiet vigil was abruptly shattered by the sounds of aggressive, encroaching hostility. The forces of the three merchant clans had marched onto the scene, their objective glaringly obvious. They were there to forcibly scatter the gathering crowd and squash their hopes. They began shouting declarations, claiming that after an official investigation, they had identified the man who presented himself as a hero as nothing more than a dangerous, radical terrorist. The coalition of the three clans was hell-bent on framing this supposed terrorist for the theft of the Dragonslayer sword. With that poisonous accusation echoing through the plaza, they issued a stern, threatening order for all citizens to disperse immediately. Umberto Spinola, the patriarch of the Spinola shipping clan, was convinced his judgment was sound. He conceded that Antonio might have shared the same family name as this insect, Theo, but in Umberto's cruel worldview, the two couldn't have been further apart. Umberto knew full well that this heavy-handed move would likely shatter his reputation, but prestige was meaningless when his own life was balancing on a knife's edge. If he failed to retrieve the blade, he knew the ruthless Noil would end him in an instant. Consequently, public opinion had become entirely irrelevant. Even if the cost meant drenching the plaza in the blood of every man, woman, and child present, Umberto was prepared to trade their lives to ensure his own survival. Driven by that cold, ruthless resolve, he gave the signal to his kill squad, commanding them to mercilessly cut down anyone who dared to defy his orders. While the seeds of chaos and slaughter were being sown on the surface, Theo was far beneath the temple, navigating the long, treacherous descent into the crushing depths of the archipelago. After what felt like an eternity of trekking downward through the dim, cold stone passages, he finally felt the first touch of freezing water washing over his boots. He had reached the very floor of the foundation. The space here was eerily still and silent. This had to be the exact location where the hidden gate was meant to be triggered. Theo pulled out Kriemhildt's necklace, holding it for a brief, reflective moment, before gently tossing it into the dark pool. It hit the surface with a soft splash, sending rhythmic ripples expanding across the black water. That solitary ripple began to amplify, twisting and churning with unnatural energy until it erupted into a violent, bubbling whirlpool. As a surge of immense, ancient power welled up from the deep. As the necklace was accepted by the depths, the current swirled and coalesced, carving out a glowing, shimmering doorway that manifested directly before Theo's eyes. Without wasting a single second, Theo took a breath and leapt into the swirling water, letting his body go limp as the powerful current sucked him into a realm that was entirely alien to him. In an instant, he found himself drifting in the silent, pressurized heart of the sea. Countless schools of marine life darted through the currents, but beneath that deceptive serenity, something massive, vicious, and starving was lurking in the shadows. With Bamung gripped tightly in his hand, Theo scanned the murky, shifting waters. He knew he was in the vicinity of the slumbering guardian, but he had no clear path forward. It was becoming painfully obvious that reaching his goal would be a far from simple task. Suddenly, Theo felt a prickle of lethal intent radiating through the water. Something had locked onto him, marking him as prey, and whatever it was colossal. When the creature finally drifted into his line of sight, even he couldn't help but be stunned by its scale. An entire school of starved, jagged-toothed sea serpents had surrounded him, tightening their formation from every conceivable angle. Every single one of the beasts fixed their gaze on Theo with an intensity of hunger that suggested he was the only morsel of meat left for a pack of ravenous monsters. As the serpentine swarm circled him again and again, systematically carving away his escape routes, Theo Ragnar merely offered a calm, sharp smile. No matter how formidable they appeared in their own aquatic domain, these serpents were far from enough to rattle his nerves. Back on the surface, the Spinola Patriarch had officially signaled the start of the slaughter, commanding his men to crush all opposition. However, rather than scattering in a panic, the crowd instinctively locked arms, preparing to stand their ground and defend themselves. They tried to appeal to the soldiers' humanity, pleading for them to stand down and listen to reason. But their voices were ignored, treated with the same indifference as the crashing waves. The armed forces' momentum finally faltered only when Marty, the delicate priest, stepped to the forefront, his voice cutting through the tension with a sharp, authoritative shout. He was absolutely livid that these base thugs would have the audacity to brand the temple and its peaceful, innocent followers as terrorists without a shred of evidence. Marty stepped forward and boldly declared that the man he had ushered into the depths was the true reincarnation of Kriemhild. He swore it on the sacred honor of every priest who had served before him, asserting that if anyone here needed to answer for their crimes, it was the 3 clans and the hired scum they had dragged into the sanctuary. Marty then ripped the mask off the Spinola patriarch in front of the entire assembly, loudly accusing him of trafficking Troivan mercenaries to defile the archipelago's most sacred religious site. The moment the realization hit the crowd, that the very same forces responsible for stealing the dragon-slaying sword were once again orchestrating chaos, their resentment flared into a white-hot rage. That collective anger instantly turned the tense standoff into a chaotic, full-blown brawl. After everything the archipelago had suffered, the people's long-repressed fury was finally boiling over. The faithful believers of the temple locked arms, forming a human barricade. They pressed their shoulders together, determined to put their own bodies on the line to shield the hero they had sworn to support. Umberto had arrogantly assumed he could just bulldoze his way through the peasants without meeting meaningful resistance, but he had catastrophically miscalculated the resilience of their faith. Even the men within Umberto's own ranks began to whisper, urging him to halt this reckless, embarrassing display. From their perspective, it was a tactical necessity to retreat and regroup with a much more calculated plan rather than forcing the issue here. When Umberto's own local soldiers hesitated, visibly shrinking back and refusing to raise their steel against the innocent citizens of the archipelago, the patriarch's face twisted. His expression hardened into a mask of chilling, icy impatience as he watched his men falter. Deciding he had no time for their moral quandaries, Umberto pivoted and handed off the dirty work to the Troivan mercenary corps that had been lurking within their ranks all along. For these professional killers, innocent blood was just another payment. They moved with terrifying practice speed, striking with a brutality that marked them as a true, cold-blooded execution squad. What unfolded across the plaza outside the holy sanctuary was nothing less than a waking nightmare. It was a vile, disgraceful slaughter that shamelessly stained the sacred ground with the vibrant red blood of the defenseless people. Umberto's most trusted aides, witnessing the carnage, desperately tried to pull the senile patriarch back from the brink. They warned him, voices frantic, that unleashing such mindless violence would only deepen the public's hatred and completely incinerate the final remnants of their family's standing. But the cruel old man snapped back, his eyes burning with a twisted resolve. He insisted he was only doing what was necessary, and that anyone hoping to see tomorrow needed to fall in line immediately. To him, honor and reputation were meaningless concepts. Dead men, after all, have no need for a good name. In his warped vision, once the floating archipelago was reduced to nothing more than a mindless resource processing factory for Troivan, the 3 merchant clans would have no choice but to bend the knee. They would be forced to lower their heads and accept their new lives as obedient, whimpering hunting dogs. The common soldiers, who had initially believed they were being deployed to apprehend a singular terrorist, stood frozen in shock. Their faces paled as they watched their own allies, men wearing their exact same uniforms, methodically butcher civilians right before their horrified eyes. The Troivan mercenaries waded deep into the dense crowd, carving through the people without a shred of mercy. They indulged in the senseless violence as if every scream of agony served as a sick kind of fuel for their rampaging cruelty. Even as the chaos reached a fever pitch, Marty refused to yield his ground. He stood firm, anchored by the realization that his sacred duty in this dark hour was to remain shoulder to shoulder with the citizens, fighting alongside them against the encroaching tide of death. The civilians mirrored his steadfast resolve. They planted their feet firmly against the stone, refusing to retreat even a single inch, despite the overwhelming reality that each passing second brought the cold steel of their attackers closer to their hearts. They burned with the desire to strike back against this outrageous, bloodthirsty tyranny with every ounce of strength they possessed. Yet, that flicker of courage was incredibly difficult to maintain when a sharpened spear was already whistling through the air, aimed directly at an innocent person's chest. Just as the situation reached its most dire breaking point, Antonio Spinola, the prodigal son himself, burst onto the scene, arriving at the absolute perfect moment to halt his father's insane slaughter before the tragedy reached the point of no return. He had arrived with his elite resistance force, the Black Skull, in tow. They moved with lethal efficiency, immediately engaging the Troivan mercenaries and systematically picking them off as they moved through the panicked crowd. Umberto clearly had not anticipated that his own flesh and blood would crash this horrific spectacle. The moment his gaze locked onto Antonio, he erupted into a vein-popping, infantile tantrum, screaming in fury like a spoiled child denied his favorite toy. Antonio ignored the screeching, advancing with a measured, lethal calm toward his father's position. He cut through the madness with surgical precision, effortlessly parrying blades and neutralizing attackers without ever losing his focus. Umberto stood there, utterly unable to comprehend how his son could possibly cast aside the glorious status of the heir apparent for something he deemed so pathetic as the defense of common lives. Antonio, by contrast, was boiling over with a righteous, white-hot fury. He was utterly disgusted that his father had stooped to the level of a lapdog, shamelessly selling out their entire country to villains without even a flicker of guilt or hesitation. And what was even more unforgivable to him was that Umberto had crossed the line into mass murder, all to chase after the meager, pathetic scraps thrown his way by the Troivans. Driven by that searing rage and the desperate need to atone for the horrific sins his father had unleashed upon the world, Antonio roared a command to his Black Skull soldiers, ordering them to subdue every last one of those Troivan curs, while emphasizing with every word that the safety of the citizens was their absolute highest priority. His fierce order cut through the noise like a thunderclap, temporarily lifting the spirits of the battered crowd. But even with that surge of morale, the grim reality remained. They were vastly outnumbered and outmatched in every way. If the battle continued to drag on like this, they would not be able to hold the line for very long. Their final, best hope still lay far beneath the surface, hidden in the crushing depths of the ocean, where the true battle was unfolding surrounded by a swarm of hungry, prehistoric sea serpents. To be completely honest, even a warrior of Theo Ragnar's caliber felt a slight ripple of concern as he watched the sheer number of serpents closing in, sizing him up with their predatory, unblinking eyes. He had intentionally left his guard down more than once, providing these creatures with countless openings to strike. Yet to his surprise, not a single one had signaled an overt, killing intent. In fact, the way they drifted in the water around him didn't look like an attack. It felt more like they were observing him with a strange, cautious curiosity. Theo surmised that the lingering, potent aura of the Leviathan, currently sealed within the dragon-slaying sword at his hip, must have been acting as a calming influence, keeping the serpent's violent instincts firmly in check. Deciding to bank everything on that hunch, he steeled himself and put his faith in his intuition. Slowly, with measured movements, he reached out a hand toward one of the massive serpents looming nearby. He pressed his palm firmly against its sleek, cold snout, stroking the creature with a touch that remained steady and unafraid, despite the danger. In that exact second, the system chimed in his mind, officially notifying him that the sea serpents had acknowledged him as their undisputed master. Who could have possibly guessed that his specialized wyvern-taming abilities would translate so perfectly to the ancient, draconic entities of the deep sea? The sensation that washed over him was eerily similar to the bond he had forged with Umbra only a short time ago. He could feel their raw emotions flooding into his own dragon heart, knitting together a powerful, intimate connection between master and beast. Through the minds of the serpents, Theo began to pick up on the residual emotions the Leviathan had harbored when it first descended into these lightless depths. He sensed a complex cocktail of curiosity, deep-seated fear, and profound awe. Levi's journey clearly hadn't been a simple nap. It was something far more traumatic and complicated than anyone could have imagined. These serpents had been drawn to this place originally by the Leviathan's immense power, and over the ages, they had laid claim to these waters. It made perfect sense why they had gathered to observe Theo. He was a mirror of the very power that had created their home. Now that he had unlocked the ability to converse and commune with the serpents, Theo finally began to grasp the true, unsettling nature of what was transpiring in this submerged domain. Armed with that newfound insight, Theo felt a surge of absolute confidence. He finally held the means to right these wrongs and set the world back on its proper course. He clambered onto the back of one of the largest serpents, and without a moment's hesitation, the entire aquatic army surged forward, dutifully guiding their new master toward the heart of the mystery. As they plunged into even deeper, darker reaches, Theo noted with concern that the deeper they descended, the more volatile and violent the underwater currents became. Trying to navigate this hellscape alone would have been a suicide mission. The warped, corrupted mana was churning the water into a chaotic mess, pulling and twisting the currents in directions that defied all logic. Determined not to let a single detail slip past him in the suffocating darkness, Theo triggered his hatchling synchronization, heightening his senses to the extreme. Once they had finally descended far enough, the oppressive, thrashing currents abruptly died down, and the water around them fell into an eerie, unnatural silence. Then there it was, revealed right before his eyes, one of the most powerful relic guardians to ever walk the earth, the Leviathan. It rested on the abyssal seafloor just as they had hoped, but even in its comatose state, The colossal scale of its body and the sheer density of its mana were staggering. However, unlike the clean, rhythmic pulse of energy he'd felt from other guardians, the mana swirling around the Leviathan felt jagged, muddy, and deeply corrupted. This had to be it, the primary source of the anomaly that the sea serpents had been desperately trying to communicate. Griffin scrambled out from his hiding spot, immediately recoiling in disgust at the rotting, diseased state of their fellow guardian. Usually, the fairy dragon was careful with her language, but even she found herself speechless, fully validating the bird's visceral reaction. She turned to Theo, her eyes wide, realizing that he had already pieced together the root of the disaster, primarily because he carried the exact same resonant aura deep within the core of his own soul. And she was spot on. The Leviathan wasn't just resting. It was being eaten alive by a severe, spreading case of demonic corruption. Levi the Leviathan had been exposed to this malignant demonic influence for far too long. That prolonged, agonizing exposure had completely compromised its existence, leaving it a hollow shell of its former glory. With Levi the Leviathan currently corrupted and spiraling toward instability, the wild, chaotic currents churned into existence beneath the archipelago, manifesting as the massive, devastating tidal waves currently wreaking havoc on the coast above. Hidden away within the labyrinth of islands that make up the floating archipelago, a deeply sinister meeting was unfolding behind heavy, locked doors inside what should have been a serene, holy sanctuary of worship. Noel, the ninth vassal of the Troivan bloodline, stepped into the hallowed building. His expression was as cold as ice. He had arrived with one singular, heavy purpose: to confront a key player regarding the rapidly escalating war between two catastrophic global powers. Despite the fact that these two individuals stood on opposite sides of the conflict, they were bound by a shared necessity to hold this conversation in complete secrecy, far removed from the prying eyes and listening ears of the public. His secret partner in this conspiracy, Baryon, offered a greeting marked by a careless, infuriatingly casual smile, acting as though the monumental tension of the moment was nothing more than an impromptu social call. It had been a considerable amount of time since Noel had last stood face to face with this barefoot, absurdly muscular wanderer to settle their mutual business. The moment Noel's eyes locked onto that smug, irritating grin, his composure began to fracture. He hadn't trekked all this way for pleasantries or small talk. Their alliance existed solely because both parties had found it pragmatically essential to their own goals. The agreement was straightforward. Baryon was meant to seize the northern territories, while the Troivan legions occupied themselves with the Ragnar clan. In return, Troivan's takeover of the archipelago was supposed to remain a silent, surgical operation. While the muscular nomad couldn't recall violating their pact, the lethal glare radiating from Noel made it painfully obvious that a massive problem had emerged. Noel's composure was teetering on the edge of a total collapse. To him, Baryon's laid-back, nonchalant posture felt less like a misunderstanding and more like a deliberate, provocative display of ignorance. Theo Ragnar, that unpredictable, meddlesome outsider, had somehow stumbled upon the archipelago and begun throwing a wrench into their carefully laid plans. There was simply no way that Baryon, himself an heir to the throne, could have remained oblivious to the movements of a rival of that caliber. His voice saturated with a sharp, undeniable menace, Noel leaned into the space between them, demanding that Baryon drop the act and start offering some real, honest answers. To prove he had absolutely zero patience left for these games, the ninth vassal unleashed a thick, suffocating aura of murderous intent, pinning the pressure directly onto Baryon. Since the elusive, mischievous heir seemed determined to play the fool and dance around the ugly truth, Noel reached a swift, cold conclusion. Their current arrangement was officially at an end. Deep below the crushing pressure of the sea, Theo Ragnar was still struggling to process the sheer, terrifying extent of the Leviathan's degradation. This legendary guardian, a creature that should have been virtually invincible, had been decimated by a potent demonic sea poison, and its gargantuan form was rapidly being consumed by the encroaching, vile toxin. Based on the subdued, primal, and savage aura pulsing from the beast, Theo could tell that its capacity for reason had likely been whittled away to nothing. While he lacked a smoking gun at this very second, Theo was becoming increasingly certain that the wretched Troivan scum were the ones responsible for poisoning the Guardian. The fairy dragon chimed in, noting that under normal, natural circumstances, the moment the dragon-slaying sword was unsheathed and its seal shattered, the Leviathan should have instantly roused to defend the archipelago. What defied all logic for her was how mere, fragile mortals could have successfully dosed a relic guardian of this magnitude with such a foul demonic poison. It must have required some truly grotesque, forbidden, and twisted ritual to make the impossible possible. Regardless of the how, the reality was dire. The Leviathan was seconds away from a total system failure. With its consciousness twisted and corrupted by demonic influence, It was poised to unleash a wave of destruction on a scale that would wipe the archipelago from the map. Fortunately, it appeared Theo had yet to be detected by the beast. The most logical, safe maneuver would have been to retreat, keep a safe distance, and craft a more calculated, foolproof strategy. But the chosen one was never one to sit on his hands. With Bamung gripped firmly in his hand, he surged forward, determined to seize this microscopic window of opportunity before the beast could catch his scent. He engaged his hatchling synchronization, hyper-focusing his senses to track the trajectory of the toxin and pinpoint the precise epicenter where the corruption had first taken root. Thanks to that heightened, supernatural perception, Theo successfully isolated the source. It was pulsating right at the summit of the Guardian's massive head. The toxin had already burrowed deep beneath the surface, effectively seizing the nervous system around its brain and polluting the core of its very awareness. If Theo could shatter that anchor of infection, he might just stand a chance at reversing the damage and preventing the contamination from finalizing its lethal takeover. The tip of Bamung hissed through the water toward the crystallized nexus of the sickness, infused with a concentrated, lethal force capable of punching straight through the obstruction. But just a few centimeters before his blade could connect with the target, an invisible, overwhelming wall of force slammed into him, stopping his momentum dead. A heartbeat later, that same defensive wave rebounded with explosive power, blasting Theo backward and hurling him helplessly out of striking range. The shockwave of that repelling force held no quarter. It caught the chosen one in the chest, sending him spinning backward until he slammed violently into the jagged rock formations of the seafloor. Theo grimaced, realizing his tactical error. Whoever had orchestrated this calamity had also reinforced the source with a protective ward, acting as a failsafe to ensure the corruption would remain undisturbed. The silver lining was that he now knew exactly where the weak point was located. The devastating reality, however, was that the gargantuan dragon had finally registered his presence. He had barely survived the recoil of that protective ward. Trying to trade blows head-on with a rampaging leviathan was clearly not a winning strategy. The guardian shifted its mass across the abyss, its movements generating such monstrous pressure that the surrounding waters churned into a violent, chaotic storm of currents. Now that he had effectively poked the sleeping dragon, retreat was no longer an option. His only path forward was to commit to another desperate gamble, aiming once again for the festering wound on its forehead. Failure at this juncture was simply not on the table. The objective was agonizingly simple, but the execution under these conditions was a nightmare waiting to happen. The creature before him was incomprehensibly massive, a living calamity pulled straight from a dark fairy tale. Theo's mind raced, scrambling for an approach that would allow him to survive this overwhelming onslaught. Before he could finalize his plan, the Leviathan cranked its massive jaws wide open, and a terrifying amount of concentrated energy began to coalesce within its maw. It unleashed a torrent of pure, condensed energy, a blast of such calamitous power that it could have easily erased entire coastal cities with a single, devastating strike. Theo poured every ounce of his remaining strength into a frantic evasion, barely scraping past the outer radius of the blast just as it tore through the space he had occupied a second before. As he felt the sheer wake of the Guardian's power reverberating through the sea around him, a new, daring idea flickered into existence. He kicked off the ground, springing backward to maximize the distance, baiting the Leviathan into a pursuit. Salvation arrived from an unexpected quarter. One of the sea serpents he had previously tamed caught the psychic disturbance and whipped over to provide critical support in the skirmish. While Theo was fully capable of breathing and fighting underwater, maneuvering through the heavy brine was still inherently sluggish. With the sea serpent's lightning-fast mobility, that disadvantage vanished instantly. Now powered by the serpent's incredible aquatic speed, Theo took the helm and commanded the beast to bank hard, diving straight back into the fray with his sights locked onto the wound on the Leviathan's brow. As they closed the gap with the crystal, the water became thick and suffocating, choked by the miasma of demonic corruption. Once Theo reached the apex of his effective combat range, he pushed off the serpent's back, launching himself forward like a cannonball. It was time to execute the maneuvers he had honed during his grueling battle with the griffin. His eyes surged with black and red energy, and his human features began to warp, taking on a more lethal, draconic appearance. With the support of his guardians, Theo pushed his physical and magical stats into the stratosphere. He invoked Griffin's innate power to suppress foes that vastly outweighed him in strength, then layered on Fairy's defensive veil to bolster his immunity to the demonic miasma, Flame Eater's aggressive output to nullify demonic energy, and Lesser Drake's aura of absolute dread. To best a corrupted guardian, one must channel the might of another guardian altogether. Pushing his body and soul to the absolute breaking point, Theo unleashed a magnificent, earth-shaking dragon's 5 talons, striking directly at the black heart of the corruption. Theo's supercharged strike reached the crystal at long last, driving forward with every ounce of momentum he had built up, aiming directly for the pulsating core of that corruption. This time, his strike possessed enough force to finally bypass the protective ward, shattering the shimmering, invisible barrier that had stubbornly blocked his previous attempts. With his teeth gritted in intense concentration, Theo poured every bit of his physical strength into the movement, gambling everything he had on this single, decisive slash as Bameng's edge tore through the air. With that protective ward effectively reduced to dust, nothing stood between his blade and the toxic source anymore. The moment Bameng breached the core, the annihilation of the corruption became an absolute certainty. Even as the crystal began to crack, Theo refused to let up for even a heartbeat, driving his blade deeper with unrelenting ferocity until he was completely satisfied that the mission had been brought to its end. A massive, thunderous explosion roared through the watery depths, the shockwave rippling outward across the deep sea. It was a discharge that drained nearly every shred of energy Theo had left in his reserves. Yet, in that breathless, climactic moment, Theo had executed the strike with the exact same precision and spirit that Kriemhild herself would have displayed. As soon as the heart of the demonic sea poison was crushed into countless floating fragments, Levi's own innate power began to surge through the dragon's body, effectively scrubbing away the foul toxins that had been slowly consuming him. Moments later, the guardian's spirit flickered back to life, and a clearer, more focused light began to return to his weary eyes. Still visibly disoriented and struggling to shake off the lingering, heavy haze of the demonic corruption, Levi gazed at Theo, his vision momentarily playing tricks on him as he mistook the young man for an old friend. When Levi's eyes landed on the legendary dragon-slaying sword gripped in Theo's hand, his perspective shifted, and the image before him blurred into a ghostly memory of Kriemhild standing in that very spot once again. Theo had to firmly ground him back in the present reality, clarifying his own identity as the chosen successor meant to carry the Guardian's legacy. He had traveled this treacherous path specifically to deliver the hero's final words. As Levi absorbed Theo's message, a flood of memories involving Kriemhild rushed back to him all at once, the warmth of their most beautiful shared moments, mingled with the sharp, lingering ache of their final parting. Levi quietly accepted the weight of Theo's words, bowing his head to mourn the ultimate sacrifice of his dearest friend, finally realizing that her consciousness had stayed anchored to this world solely for his sake. Griffin stepped in to break the heavy, bittersweet atmosphere, urging the sea dragon to return to the relic without delay. Fairy chimed in right after, adding her persuasive voice to convince Levi that Theo was indeed the chosen one worthy of their combined strength. Even though Levi had spent centuries yearning for this exact moment, he knew deep down that returning to the traditional cycle was no longer an option. He had long ago defied the ancient dragon's decree by abandoning his vessel of his own volition. The moment he stepped away from his relic, his station as a guardian was stripped from him, and while Theo's intervention had cleared his mind, the demonic taint had already left his physical vessel far too damaged to survive much longer. So, before his time ran out, Levi offered Theo a different path forward. As he prepared to fade away into nothingness, he chose to entrust Theo Ragnar with every last drop of the power he had left. Levi gave a solemn warning to the Chosen One. This transfer of power would be agonizing, a process so intense that few could survive the strain without shattering entirely. Nevertheless, Theo didn't hesitate for a single second. After coming this far, he wasn't about to turn away from the chance to inherit the immense mantle of a sea dragon. That display of fearless, unwavering confidence was exactly the answer the sea dragon had hoped to hear. In exchange for his power, Levi asked only one thing: that Theo use this newfound strength to protect the people that Kriemhild had cherished during her own lifetime. Since that had been Theo's core mission from the very beginning, he swore upon the blade of the hero that he would honor that request with his life. For one final time, the sea dragon offered his sincere gratitude to the Chosen One who had finally granted him his release. Levi's massive physical form began to dissolve, breaking down into a shimmering, ethereal mass of pure energy and life force. Thanks to Theo's timely arrival, he could finally leave his prison and reunite with his long-lost friend. However, the moment Levi's physical presence vanished, the magical currents that had kept the floating archipelago suspended in the sky began to falter. If Theo failed to act now, the entire landmass would plummet into the ocean. There was no room for doubt or hesitation. Theo knew he had to absorb the Leviathan's final, swirling gift as quickly as he possibly could. He dove headlong into the center of the vortex, right where the concentrated, crystallized power of the sea dragon remained. Theo grabbed hold of that surging energy, clutching it tight with all the willpower he could muster. He was determined to lift the entire archipelago himself, and having just cleansed the corruption from Levi, his resolve was burning brighter than it ever had before. Yet, the instant he attempted to fully internalize the sea dragon's remnants, That surge of confidence was nearly crushed into dust. The raw, unbridled force flooding into him began to tear at his own flesh, a sharp and painful reminder that he might have been far too arrogant in his approach. His guardians had warned him that the Leviathan existed on a tier of power far beyond any other relic guardian. But even with those warnings, Theo hadn't imagined it would be this devastatingly overwhelming. The vortex of Levi's lingering power towered over him like a raging storm, making Theo appear minuscule in comparison. It was obvious that he could never hope to absorb all of it directly without being consumed. His body was clearly reaching its breaking point, and he would surely perish long before he could contain even a fraction of the energy. Just then, Levi's deep, thunderous voice resonated directly inside his consciousness, commanding him to utilize the power of the sword. Theo acted on instinct, drawing Bameng and using the legendary blade as a conduit instead of trying to force all that raw, chaotic energy straight into his own body. Due to the ancient and profound connection between the sea dragon and the relic, Bameng successfully acted as a buffer, softening the destructive damage that had been tearing through Theo's veins. With the sword acting as a stabilizer, the enormous, swirling vortex of pure power suddenly felt just a little more manageable for him to handle. Bracing his stance and holding his position firm, Theo began to siphon every last remnant of that energy through the blade and into his core. Griffin, though clearly struggling to maintain his pride, begrudgingly praised his master for actually using his head for once, and Fairy quickly voiced her agreement with his assessment. By channeling that overwhelming force through the dragon-slaying sword, the physical strain on Theo's body was mitigated significantly. It was as if, even after his passing, the Leviathan was still offering his support during this final, desperate trial. After what felt like an eternity of holding against that immense pressure, Theo finally succeeded in claiming every ounce of the sea dragon's gift. A massive torrent of mana now surged through his veins, feeling as though the Leviathan's very essence had settled within him. The agonizing struggle he had endured at the start was more than justified by this incredible infusion of power. Fairy quickly snapped him out of his moment of triumph, reminding him that there was no time to sit back and relax. If he truly intended to guide the archipelago to safety, he needed to act now while he still held the sea dragon's power under his complete control. Taking her advice to heart, Theo reached out with that newfound strength and commanded the very currents of the sea to obey his will. He seized authority over the wild, raging waters, taming their chaotic flow and forcing them to act as a foundation to lift the massive landmass upward. Theo had already fixed his target in his mind, choosing the only location that felt truly right for this monumental task. The floating archipelago would be guided back to the northeastern region of Ragnar, reclaiming its place in the lands where it had originally belonged. Backed by the might of a dragon, the blessing of a godlike guardian, and his own unshakable, burning willpower, Theo bent the power of the sea to serve as his own instrument. Meanwhile, far away in front of the hero temple, the chaotic, high-stakes battle between the three clans' army and the forces of the Black Skull continued to rage on with unrelenting intensity. The brutal clash on the battlefield ground to a sudden, jarring halt as massive, towering tidal waves rose up from the depths, crashing down with overwhelming force onto the already blood-stained earth. The citizens, trapped helplessly in the epicenter of this calamity, could only turn their eyes toward their hero and offer up silent prayers, their faces drained of color and twisted in sheer terror, as they feared their entire world was about to be swallowed by the ocean forever. At this moment, the previous allegiances meant absolutely nothing. Across the length and breadth of the archipelago, a singular, cold grip of dread took hold of every single person present. Then, amidst the panic, a lone soldier squinted, noticing something impossible. The coastline wasn't sinking beneath the waves at all. Instead, the entire landmass was shifting. Propelled by the sheer, unbridled force of the surging tides, the sprawling island had begun to inch away from the coordinates it had occupied for as long as any living memory could recall. Mountains, bustling city districts, quiet homes and winding streets. Everything and everyone residing on the land was being carried together, drifting steadily toward the northeastern region. As the archipelago made its grand, tectonic migration across the sea, the dilapidated, ruined place of worship where Noel and Baryon were positioned began to buckle, its stone structure cracking and raining debris around them. The ninth vassal felt the violent shuddering of the ground beneath his boots, and for a fleeting second, he was completely overtaken by absolute bewilderment. To his calculating mind, there was only one possible reason for this seismic shift. That meddlesome outsider had finally succeeded in tapping into the raw, forbidden power sealed within the dragon-slaying sword. Baryon wore a sly, mocking smirk as he offered a nonchalant, sarcastic apology for cutting their meeting short, remarking with a shrug that this was hardly the time to be loitering in such a collapsing ruin. Noel, however, wasn't about to let this slide so easily. He stood his ground, his expression dark and simmering with fury, clearly agitated by Baryon's infuriating lack of serious commitment. The heir offered a calm, detached reasoning, admitting that even he hadn't foreseen Theo Ragnar's sudden intervention. Regardless, he noted that their grand plan was reaching its climax, and in Baryon's eyes, Theo's mastery of the sword could simply be repurposed to serve their own ends. With Bamung now fully awakened, their only remaining hurdle was to slaughter Theo and reclaim the blade. Ultimately, Baryon was using Noil as a blunt instrument to eliminate a rising political threat while ensuring his own hands remained pristine. The rugged, battle-hardened wanderer completely ignored Noil's continuous, bitter complaints, sharply urging him to stop wasting precious time and start moving. After all, if they navigated the fallout of this event with enough care, it could yield a massive windfall for the House of Troyven. Back on the front lines, Antonia Spinola instantly pieced it together. Theo was the catalyst behind the island's miraculous movement. The mad lad had actually pulled it off, proving his promise wasn't just empty words. Realizing the immediate threat of the island's sinking had been nullified, he bellowed an urgent order for his men to cease hostilities. With the imminent extinction of his people no longer a concern, there was no logical reason left to spill another drop of blood on the battlefield. But that singular moment of ceasefire, meant for peace, became the golden, opportunistic opening for a hidden predator. From the shadows, a glinting blade lunged forward with lethal intent, aiming a treacherous, unseen strike directly at the head of the Black Skull leader. Yet, in a display of impossible timing, the hero's successor materialized out of the chaos, intercepting the threat and saving Antonio's life for the second time that day. As for the cowardly soldier who had attempted to assassinate the man striving to end the bloodshed, Theo felt absolutely no inclination to offer mercy. With his radiant, newly claimed sword gripped tight, he swung with clinical precision, cleaving that miserable wretch in half before his strike could even fully manifest. The faithful onlookers erupted into ecstatic cheers, fully convinced that Kriemhild had descended from the heavens to stand by their side, having finally shackled the sea dragon and secured their homeland's survival. Antonio quickly seized the moment to ask if the existential crisis had truly been averted and if the people were finally out of danger. Once Theo offered him a definitive nod, the crushing, insurmountable weight that had been pinning Antonio down seemed to vanish at once. With genuine, profound gratitude ringing in his voice, he thanked their unexpected savior from the deepest reaches of his heart, only to immediately and quite shamelessly press him for one final, crucial favor. Theo didn't even require a formal request. A single, sweeping glance at the carnage around them was more than enough to understand exactly what Antonio was silently pleading for. All across the blood-soaked terrain, the bodies of innocent civilians lay discarded like refuse, while the survivors, suffering from agonizing wounds, clung to their final shreds of consciousness. It was a grim, harrowing testament to the atrocities that had unfolded in this place which was supposed to be a sanctuary. The members of the Black Skull and the local citizens had fought for him, sacrificing everything to defend both their floating home and their hero. It was only natural for Theo to settle that mounting debt of honor. The moment the soldiers of the three-clan coalition caught sight of Theo marching toward them, a wave of primal fear hit them so hard that many seriously considered tossing their weapons aside and fleeing. But their master, Umberto Spinola, possessed a much more twisted perspective. To his greedy eyes, the legendary dragon-slaying sword itself was walking right into his trap, and he barked an order for his men to suppress their fear and seize the prize. Paralyzed by their fear of the Spinola patriarch, the soldiers forced themselves to obey, charging forward at Theo. But before their blades could even hope to graze him, a true, visceral menace descended upon the battlefield, blanketing the area in a thick, suffocating aura of slaughter. In the brief time he'd been away, his incompetent pawns had managed to turn everything into an absolute catastrophe. Theo's instincts flared like a lightning strike. A presence of immense, monstrous danger had just intruded into the fight. With every ounce of power he could summon, he roared at the top of his lungs, demanding that everyone in the vicinity, friend or foe, drop to the ground immediately. A singular, terrifying slash tore across the bridge, drawing one perfectly straight, lethal line through reality itself. Those caught in the wake of that horrific attack never even processed their deaths. For that heartbeat, it was as if the world had simply hit the pause button. The first casualties were the sturdy banisters of the bridge, sliced through with such effortless precision that they simply slid off their bases. Next came the scalps of every soldier who had been foolish enough to ignore Theo's urgent warning. At best, they were left clinging to their lives with missing cranial matter, while the battlefield was painted in a sickening, fresh coat of crimson. In the span of a single, breathless instant, the entirety of the three-clan coalition had been utterly erased from existence. The only reason anyone behind Theo remained alive was because he had actively intervened, shielding them, and because they had trusted his warning enough to hit the dirt. Nobles, mercenaries, and soldiers alike were cut down in the most helpless, pathetic display of slaughter imaginable. The perpetrator was, predictably, Noil, the ninth vassal of the House of Troyvin. He hissed a vile curse at those worm-like pirate bastards, furious that they had failed to finish off one insignificant brat, allowing his plans to spiral into such a monumental mess. Among the carnage lay the cooling corpse of Umberto Spinola. Like every other victim, his head had been neatly sliced open, leaving his impeccably groomed mustache the only thing somehow still intact. Antonio despised his father with every fiber of his being, yet seeing the old man reduced to such a gruesome, lifeless husk still filled him with a bone-chilling sense of dread. Theo had to snap him back to reality, his voice firm and grounding. The leader of the Black Skull had to regain his composure and lead the evacuation, as the floating archipelago would depend entirely on him when the time finally came to rebuild. For the sake of his people, Antonio pushed his turbulent emotions deep down and immediately sprang into action. As the others retreated toward the safety of the temple, Theo stood his ground. His eyes narrowed as he locked onto the butcher who had just revealed himself. Noil's hatred for the House of Ragnar burned with an even brighter, more malevolent intensity. He wanted nothing more than to carve the life out of the insolent whelp who kept placing obstacles in the path of Troyvin's grand design. He was absolutely boiling with a murderous intent so intense it felt like he wanted to dismantle the young lord piece by piece, ensuring that not even his own father could recognize the mangled remains. With every slow, deliberate step Noil took, his blood-soaked aura radiated outward, hanging heavy and suffocating in the air. Theo Ragnar gritted his teeth, his jaw muscles tight. If a combatant possessing this level of overwhelming, monstrous power had suddenly materialized on the battlefield, the odds were high that the Troyvins had finally deployed one of their elite noble servitors. Based on everything Theo had learned, these warriors weren't mere humans at all. They were artificially enhanced beings, crafted with the singular, terrifying purpose of standing toe-to-toe against the legendary 9 dragons of Ragnar. During the chaos of the Great War, their combat prowess had proven itself formidable enough to rival the 9 dragons, and in several historical engagements, they had even managed to surpass them entirely. The truly unsettling part for Theo was that he hadn't anticipated encountering such nightmarish monstrosities this early in the timeline. But while Theo was still frantically processing the tactical implications of this man's sudden appearance, another long-range slash whistled toward him, and he only barely managed to dodge the path of destruction. He no longer had the luxury of standing still to analyze the situation. The masked assailant had effectively forced the pace of the battle, leaving Theo no choice but to engage. Noil displayed a level of speed and grace that defied the laws of human motion, instantly blinking out of sight and reappearing high above Theo's head before the young lord could even adjust his stance. It was the precise level of lethality one would expect from a strategic bioweapon specifically engineered to counter the 9 dragons. If Noil truly willed it, he could carve through almost anything in his wake. That realization made it painfully obvious that it wasn't just raw speed Theo had to be worried about. It was the absolute crushing power behind every strike. Noil's raw physical output was on a scale far superior to anyone Theo had ever faced in a one-on-one duel. As he stood there, Theo could feel the cold reality settling deep into his bones. He didn't have a prayer of defeating a noble servitor in a head-on clash. And after taking a moment to probe Theo's defenses, Noil finally surged forward, closing the remaining distance between himself and the young lord. Theo hauled the dragon-slaying sword upward at the final possible microsecond, successfully blocking the strike, but the sheer force of the impact sent him skidding violently backward across the ground. A jolt of searing pain raced through his limbs as he absorbed the full brunt of that testing blow. The shock of it rattled his very skeleton. Noil's eyes widened slightly. He was genuinely taken aback that Theo, at his current stage of development, had managed to tank that much power without shattering. The noble servitor quickly surmised that such an unexpected display of durability could only be attributed to the unique, defensive properties of Bamong. Without allowing even a single second to catch his breath, Noil lunged back into the fray, relentlessly closing the gap and denying Theo any semblance of a recovery period. Troyvin's extensive research had long claimed that anyone harboring dragon blood could never wield Bamong. Theo had just shattered that theory, but Noil couldn't care less about scientific inconsistencies. He only cared about the kill. After raining down a flurry of brutal, heavy attacks, Noil finally eased his pressure, coldly commanding Theo to give up now before he decided to inflict even more agonizing trauma. Hiding his next move behind the swirling clouds of dust, Theo launched several mana-infused blades crackling with lightning directly at his opponent. Noil saw right through the deception, effortlessly plucking the crackling blades out of the air as if they were nothing more than harmless toys. He mocked Theo for relying on such cheap, predictable tricks, never suspecting that the projectile attack was merely a diversion designed to mask Theo's true intent, closing the distance. Unfortunately, Noel's perception was sharp enough to track Theo's movements even through the feint, and he responded with a dismissive, arrogant scoff. For one fleeting, terrifying instant, their eyes locked, and every warning bell in Theo's head shrieked simultaneously. Before Theo could complete his swing and drive Bamung into his opponent's side, Noel's own blade arrived first, knocking the young lord to the ground. In that moment, the noble servitor finally understood exactly why Lord Ed Troyven had issued such grave warnings regarding this boy named Theo. Among the entire rising generation of the Ragnar clan, Ed had tracked Theo with a level of scrutiny he gave to no one else, going so far as to command his servitors to treat the boy with extreme caution. If they were ever to cross paths with Theo Ragnar, their instructions were absolute and non-negotiable. They were to ensure the boy was terminated, once and for all. Noel was determined to execute his master's order right here, right now, amidst the ruins of this floating archipelago. He cleared the immediate area with a wide, sweeping circular slash, but as the dust began to settle, he realized with a start that Theo was nowhere to be found. By now, Noel was completely convinced that the young lord would inevitably become a catastrophic, uncontrollable wild card in the upcoming war. At the very tip of his blade, a droplet of Theo's blood gathered and traced a slow, red path downward. His final strike must have caught Theo just as the boy made his narrow escape. And at that exact moment, Theo was clutching a deep, jagged wound with one hand, desperately struggling to stem the tide of blood, while failing to trigger the fairy dragon's restorative support. His guardians simply needed more time before they were ready to rush to the Chosen One's aid. Even so, Theo refused to collapse, his spirit hardening against an enemy who seemed completely and utterly invincible. According to the system, he was required to hang on for another 2 minutes and 15 seconds until Bamung fully stabilized. If he could survive that long, he could tap into Leviathan's power again, but Noel had no intention of letting him stall for even a second. As Theo caught his reflection in a pool of water, he saw the noble servitor looming above him, already locking onto his new location with lethal focus. For hundreds of years, the harbor of this floating archipelago had remained untouched, completely oblivious to the ravages of war. That peace was obliterated in an instant, as the very same harbor was shattered into countless fragments by a single, powerful attack from Noel. Theo continued to rack up injuries, his blood loss growing more critical by the second. Yet through a display of desperate, high-stakes maneuvering, he somehow managed to keep himself in the fight. He kept his eyes peeled, heart hammering, refusing to miss the slightest twitch or precursor to another lightning-fast assault. As expected, Noel unleashed a fresh wave of destruction, gunning for Theo's head. This time, Theo arched his body backward with uncanny flexibility, barely evading a clean strike that shredded the structures standing behind him. Carefully tracking the chaos around him, Theo executed an acrobatic roll through the sliced-open building and, as he sprinted through, snatched a nearby chair to use on his way out. He flung the chair at Noel with everything he had, using the object as a temporary, irritating distraction to buy himself a window for his next maneuver. Meanwhile, Theo launched himself backward to widen the gap between them. That small delay was all he needed to turn the building's impending collapse to his advantage. Screened by the massive storm of falling debris, he poured a titanic surge of mana into the dragon-slaying sword. Then, he unleashed a brilliant, blinding blade attack, a radiant arc of energy that carved through every single obstacle in its path. Theo fired off the technique without a hint of hesitation, utterly disregarding the massive path of destruction he was carving through the already devastated battlefield. Theo had bet everything on that single, overwhelming strike, hoping that such a massive expenditure of force would be enough to bury Noel under a mountain of rubble and finally break the servitor's suffocating momentum. But the instant the swirling smoke and flying wreckage settled, the grim reality became clear. He had severely miscalculated. Standing tall amidst the complete ruin of the port, the servitor remained entirely unfazed by Theo's full-power assault, his blade now flickering with a menacing, dark crimson aura. In the blink of an eye, Noel vanished from the small patch of terrain that had miraculously survived the brunt of Theo's radiant blade attack. He had bypassed Theo's perception entirely, slipping into the young lord's blind spot with impossible speed. The servitor materialized directly above him, plummeting downward like a bolt of lightning, unleashing a merciless, non-stop storm of jagged, destructive swordsmanship. Theo was forced to channel every fiber of his being just to parry that relentless barrage of lethal strikes. He knew that if his concentration wavered for even a fraction of a second, he would be carved in two, just like the surrounding stone buildings. Even when he managed to lock his blade against Noel's, the impact failed to dampen the terrifying force behind the servitor's swings, sending Theo skidding across the water's surface like a skipping stone. The moment Theo plunged into the sea, Noel was already closing in with predatory precision, diving after him and allowing him absolutely zero room to catch his breath. Utilizing his eerie, unnatural aerial movement, the servitor pelted the water with a hail of aura-infused slashes. The attacks crisscrossed, creating a massive web of death across the sea that left almost no gap to dodge through, until the harbor was unrecognizable. With splintered debris floating everywhere across the churned-up water, the young lord had seemingly vanished from view. But a few heartbeats after the barrage ceased, Theo broke the surface, gasping for air and miraculously free of any new wounds. Somehow, hidden beneath the surface, he had navigated the deadly web of aura blades. Even so, narrowly escaping that lethal combination had utterly drained his remaining reserves. Theo was trembling with exhaustion, his physical body pushed to the absolute edge of collapse. Thankfully, those desperate, death-defying maneuvers had bought him the time he needed. According to the system's readout, Bameng would reach full stabilization in exactly 17 seconds. Unfortunately, Noel's patience had evaporated. He was visibly irritated by Theo's persistent, slippery style of combat. Determined to bring this hunt to a swift and brutal close, Theo felt a surge of terrifying, concentrated energy crackling within the servitor's blade. He knew, with absolute certainty, that he could not afford to fall here. He needed just a few more seconds, a moment of distraction, to unlock the final threshold of his potential. The only desperate gambit Theo could muster was to bait the servitor with the sword itself. Since Noel had clearly been dispatched to retrieve the legendary blade, Theo wound up and hurled Bameng away with every ounce of his remaining strength, effectively forcing the Troivan lapdog to scramble after it like a pet chasing a toy. But just as the servitor reached out to grasp the dragon-slaying weapon, Theo signaled his newly contracted sea serpents, ordering them to intercept the blade. Noel's reaction was instantaneous. His face contorted into a mask of pure, unadulterated rage at the childish trick Theo had just pulled. Theo, meanwhile, couldn't help but flash a smug, shameless grin, looking far more pleased with himself than his dire situation warranted. Behind Theo, the rest of the pack of sea serpents breached the water. They were clearly ready to fight to the death for their new master, and inside their wide-open jaws, massive spheres of compressed water power began to swell. Noel stared in disbelief. He possessed superior speed, overwhelming strength, and a clear power advantage. Yet this boy continued to drag the conflict out with one annoying distraction after another. Finally, the sea serpents unleashed their concentrated blast. Individually, these shots were trivial to someone of Noel's caliber, but converged into a single point, they forced the servitor to stop his advance and focus entirely on deflection. He was livid that the brat thought a few measly beasts could hinder his mission. With a single, devastating swing of his blade, Noel shattered the serpent's combined assault into nothingness. Theo had spent the entire fight dancing around, running, and creating distance, but now, he surged forward with reckless abandon, leaving his defenses wide open. Noel couldn't immediately decipher what the young lord was plotting. Even so, the servitor wasn't one to back down. He expanded his aura to its limit, daring Theo to throw everything he had into a final, desperate clash. Then, right at the apex of their collision, Theo's countdown timer finally hit 0. The dragon-slaying sword, Bameng, had finally achieved full stabilization. For a split second, the world seemed to freeze. Deep within the recesses of his consciousness, Leviathan's voice resonated. He thanked the Chosen One, expressing his final wish that his remaining power would serve to protect Theo. For the very first time since the duel commenced, Noel felt a genuine shiver of danger creeping up his spine. The young lord had finally unlocked Nibelung, the hidden skill embedded within the blade's core. Theo triggered the ability by pure instinct, and Nibelung surged forward, coalescing into the form of a massive, vengeful dragon that perfectly mirrored the wrath of Leviathan. The colossal, draconic construct plowed directly through Noel and his blade, tearing into his defenses with the crushing, insurmountable weight of the deep ocean. The sheer impact launched Noel off his feet, sending him spiraling violently toward the open sea. Theo's plan had paid off perfectly. He had bought exactly enough time to survive, and in doing so, he had unveiled a devastating new weapon for his growing arsenal. Nibelung was, without hyperbole, a manifestation of nature's own fury. The strike, fueled by the will of a guardian, shredded Noel's body, fracturing his bones and leaving him in a state of grievous, life-threatening injury. Noel plummeted downward, disappearing into the dark, churning depths. And as he sank, the water seemed to turn against him, pressing him harder and deeper toward the ocean floor. Theo landed back on the ruined remains of the harbor, his fingers gripped tightly around the hilt of Bameng. As an artificially enhanced warrior, Noel possessed monstrous durability. Even after enduring a direct hit, he clawed at the water, fighting the vortex with his final dregs of strength to swim back toward the surface. He broke the surface, gasping for air, and let out a manic, mocking laugh at Theo for failing to seal his fate with one final blow. But his mask had been blasted away, exposing a grotesque face and a body horribly warped by the side effects of human experimentation. Thankfully, Theo had never been naive enough to assume a single strike would be enough to permanently down a monster of this caliber. Regardless of how monstrous and deformed Noel appeared, he was still a noble servitor capable of challenging the 9 dragons, beings renowned for their terrifying resilience. Even so, Theo felt a surge of cold confidence. He was certain that this newly awakened power could pierce through the artificial limits imposed by the Troivan's dark science. Using the ocean itself as an extension of his will, Theo commanded Nibelung to reshape itself, forming a gigantic, ethereal hand that loomed directly behind Noel. If he couldn't vaporize that artificially enhanced monstrosity in one go, he would simply grab it, drag it down, and bury it at the bottom of the sea forever. Noel felt the ocean's heavy currents closing in, slamming against him from every conceivable angle. The immense pressure squeezed his body so tightly that he was effectively paralyzed, rendered unable to even twitch as that colossal hand loomed closer and closer, blotting out the light. He was completely trapped, and to ensure the noble servitor wouldn't have a single opening to mount a counterattack, Theo channeled every ounce of his remaining strength, forcing the crushing weight of the deep sea to wrap tightly around the entire expanse of the archipelago. With a final, earth-shaking roar that echoed across the surface, he commanded the massive body of water to rise up and swallow the noble servitor whole, dragging him down into the depths. Noel was hauled under the waves, plunging toward the dark, unforgiving seafloor. As those suffocating currents locked his limbs into place, the terrifying reality finally set in. There was no escape from this watery tomb. A violent, churning vortex manifested, fueled by a relentless and terrifying suction force that snagged him, dragging his thrashing body deeper into the cold, silent abyss of the ocean. The moment Noel's life force and presence were completely extinguished beneath the dark tides, the tension left Theo's frame. His shoulders slumped forward in exhaustion, and the searing, sharp pain from his previous wounds slammed back into him all at once. His legs simply couldn't hold his weight any longer. His knees buckled instantly, and he collapsed heavily onto his back, gasping for breath. As he gulped down ragged mouthfuls of air, a wave of relief washed over him. He had finally managed to fulfill his promise to the Leviathan, no matter the cost. Yet, as he lay there, a grim thought crossed his mind. If that massive dragon ever dared to ask him for another favor, Theo honestly doubted he'd have enough life left in him to see it through again. Having successfully put an end to his clash with one of the 9 noble servitors of Troivan, Theo turned his focus toward the urgent task of steering the drifting archipelago to safety. Standing nearby, observing the scene, his navigator, Antonio Spinola, cautiously adjusted their trajectory. At a steady pace of 2 knots, they were on track to hit the coastline without any major incidents. Still, just a few days prior, when the young lord first announced his intention to physically move the entire floating archipelago, Antonio had dismissed it as a flight of fancy. Now, even as he watched this impossible feat unfold before his very eyes, it still felt like a surreal dream. Some of the residents were rightfully curious, questioning why Theo had gone to such exhausting lengths to relocate the entire landmass when legend suggested simply sealing the dragon would have been a far simpler path to safety. Theo understood their confusion, but he knew the truth. If the archipelago stayed where it was, today's nightmare was doomed to repeat itself. He explained to the people that true peace in this harsh world always demanded a sacrifice. Enemies like the Troivan faction would never stop hunting the dragon-slaying sword. Consequently, moving the archipelago was the only way to eliminate the constant danger of their home sinking into the depths. From this day forward, the floating landmass would find a new permanent home in the calm, shallow waters of the northeastern bay, deep within Ragnar territory. It would be a place where the citizens could finally start rebuilding their lives and slowly piece back together the stability they had so tragically lost. And with their home no longer aimlessly drifting across the unforgiving seas, they might even need to consider adopting a new name to suit their fresh beginning. As Antonio watched Theo pour his entire heart into helping his people recover from the devastation, a heavy, suffocating blanket of guilt began to weigh down on his chest. He bowed his head low, standing before the young lord, and earnestly begged for his forgiveness. Antonio finally confessed the truth. The hostage crisis involving the Ceres Merchant Guild had been the work of his own organization, the Black Skull. It was that very operation that had resulted in such catastrophic losses for the white-armored dragon cavalry. Although he had been coerced into the job by the threats of the Troivans, Antonio didn't try to hide behind excuses, taking full responsibility for the tragedy he had helped facilitate. Theo reached out, placing a firm, steadying hand on Antonio's shoulder, confirming that yes, he would indeed have to pay the price for his actions. Antonio stood braced for the consequences, prepared to face whatever punishment awaited him, even if it meant paying with his life. Instead of calling for his head, however, Theo stunned him by declaring that he intended to promote him. In Theo's eyes, Antonio Spinola possessed the exact qualities required to evolve into a powerful, capable leader for the Northern Maritime Alliance. With the Ragnars having successfully dismantled the Ceres Merchant Guild, the North had been left with a glaring void where its major distribution hubs used to be. Theo was convinced that the archipelago's new maritime alliance could step up and fill that space perfectly. And just before Antonio could protest that he was unworthy of such a grand responsibility, Theo pivoted toward the survivors of the archipelago, putting the decision directly into their hands. The temple priest was the very first to step forward and raise his hand. He openly championed Antonio, highlighting the genuine remorse and sincerity the man had displayed throughout this ordeal. A few other citizens followed his lead, and in a matter of moments, the entire crowd of survivors voiced their unanimous support, officially choosing Antonio as their new leader. After all, he had fought to protect them when it mattered most. Theo had already anticipated this outcome. Antonio was far from a perfect man, but in these dark, uncertain times, Theo believed he had the grit to be a capable leader. The Northern Maritime Alliance would serve as the conduit for supplies and capital into Ragnar territory, and in exchange, Theo pledged to take full responsibility for the security and autonomy of the archipelago. He gave his word, swearing the oath under the noble and honorable banner of House Ragnar. And for Antonio, it was abundantly clear that even at the very end, he was once again on the receiving end of the young lord's immense grace and generosity. Speaking for the Maritime Alliance, Antonio Spinola formally vowed to cooperate with House Ragnar, pledging to serve their interests with every ounce of his ability. With a firm, resolute handshake between them, an unbreakable bond was forged. The citizens watched in awe as their land seemed to be reborn, a miracle made possible only by the young Ragnar who had never once thought of abandoning them. Then, right on cue, the ground beneath their feet let out a deep rhythmic rumble. They had finally reached their destination. The archipelago glided effortlessly into the bay, nestling into its new spot against the island as if it had been anchored there for 1,000 years. While the people of the famed archipelago erupted in cheers, celebrating their survival, far out in the vast, open sea, the waters were still churning in turmoil. At such a great distance, Theo could no longer channel the power required to maintain that crushing pressure. His whirlpool trap began to falter and lose its grip, and miraculously Noel survived. The battered noble servitor drifted through the water until he found a jagged piece of land, finally dragging his ugly head above the surface to inhale a desperate breath of air. His lungs were burning, filled with freezing seawater after being mercilessly tossed and battered by the elements. But the deepest wound was the damage to his ego. More than anything, he was consumed by a singular, burning desire to tear that Ragnar brat limb from limb and rip his insides out. Noel's volcanic rage was abruptly cut short, however, when a familiar, mocking voice echoed through the air, belittling the very idea that a mere servitor could stand toe-to-toe with the 9 dragons. His supposed co-conspirator, the tyrant dragon, stood looming over him, gazing down at Noel's pathetic, half-drowned state with a look of pure, unadulterated disappointment. Noel stammered through the pain, his body a ruin of battered flesh and broken pride. Even now, he desperately insisted that the plan could still be salvaged if only Baryon would deign to lend him a hand. It was becoming painfully clear that the hulking, disheveled man had perhaps granted this pathetic excuse for a monster far more respect and status than he had ever deserved. Yet, despite the gravity of the situation, Noel remained hopelessly oblivious to the true, cold-blooded agenda that Baryon had been nursing from the very beginning. To Baryon, the entire charade had never been about cooperation. His sole, unwavering ambition was to seize the archipelago for his own gain. Humoring the pathetic Troivan dog had been nothing more than a momentary, passing distraction. What he craved was absolute and total dominion. He wanted the entire, massive landmass under his iron grip, every single square inch of it. Baryon had concocted a tidy narrative, framing the whole operation as a noble crusade to liberate stolen territory. It was a convenient excuse that sounded heroic enough, and if things had played out in his favor, he would have conveniently disposed of that meddlesome brat as well. The only real miscalculation in his grand design was that he had tragically overestimated Noel's competence. In the end, this genetically modified worm couldn't even manage to finish off a single dragon-blooded brat. Feeling cornered and stung by the tyrant dragon's scathing mockery, Noel threw his arm out. With a sickening, wet sound, his limb began to twist in a grotesque fashion, warping and distorting from the inside out. He let out a defiant declaration, claiming that the era of the 9 dragons was a relic of the past, and that the true, terrifying power of the 9 noble servitors would rise to claim the throne. As he shrieked, his skin shredded open, forced apart by the emergence of a monstrous, jagged blade composed of bone and raw muscle that looked utterly alien and far too unnatural to be part of any human form. The tyrant dragon made him regret that theatrical display of power almost instantly. With one casual, blurring punch, Baryon obliterated the servitor's upper torso, turning the arrogant creature into a fine, bloody mist that hung in the air. He scoffed, his face contorted in pure, unadulterated disgust. These Eastern fools were always far too obsessed with posturing and talking their way through a conflict instead of simply stepping into the fray and fighting with their fists. The ancient, senile relics among the 9 dragons might have grown soft and dull, but Baryon was a creature of an entirely different caliber. In his cold estimation, the old man or that miserable, pathetic lizard might actually struggle to contend with these mutated, enhanced freaks. But for the tyrant dragon, the most compelling prize to emerge from this entire catastrophe wasn't Noel at all. It was his burgeoning, dark fascination with Theo Ragnar. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away, deep within the frozen, unforgiving reaches of the north, Troivan soldiers were carving a bloody path through the Ragnar camp, engaging in a series of swift, brutal skirmishes. With Ed Troivan himself leading the charge, these conflicts were essentially over before they had truly even begun. No matter how ferociously the remaining Ragnar troops screamed their defiance or hurled insults at the disgusting traitors, their resistance was futile. They were already broken, bound, and left completely helpless. Lord Ed possessed zero patience for prisoners who insisted on loudly chanting about the supposed pride and honor of Ragnar. With a single, effortless motion, he slashed their throats, finally silencing their incessant noise. Without so much as blinking an eye, he callously severed their heads, already weary and sickened by the repetitive, stubborn final words that kept spilling from their dying lips. While Ed was busy overseeing the slaughter, a breathless messenger arrived, frantic and disheveled, bearing dire news concerning the complete collapse of the floating archipelago operation. To make matters even worse, every single line of communication with Noel had been severed, and he was officially considered lost. Suddenly, another noble servitor emerged from the shadows and bowed deeply, trembling as he apologized for the sheer incompetence displayed by that defective piece of filth. The servitor, his face hidden behind a cold, metallic plague doctor's mask, clearly understood that the loss of their primary distribution hub could fundamentally alter the trajectory of the entire war. As the top-ranking servitor in Troivan's service, Ein was eager to seize this opportunity and personally rectify such a monumental, embarrassing mistake. That was precisely why he was so completely blindsided when his master issued the order to abandon the archipelago entirely. They had already secured the massive capital of the landmass, and while losing it would certainly deal a painful financial blow, they simply could not afford to let such a setback distract them from their true, ultimate goals. Ed Troivan commanded his remaining forces to consolidate at the heart of the battlefield, maintaining the outward appearance of a prolonged, stalemated war, even though it was nothing more than a calculated smokescreen to divert those stubborn Ragnar bastards. He shot his subordinate a piercing look, reminding the noble servitor that they possessed only one true objective. Every single action they took was fueled by one single purpose, the resurrection of the Mad Dragon Emperor. Back at the newly relocated archipelago, the dust of chaos was finally settling, and the reconstruction efforts were proceeding with a truly impressive and efficient pace. The newly established Northern Maritime Alliance should have been perfectly positioned to capitalize on the trade routes formerly held by the Ceres Merchant Guild, yet, curiously, they had heard absolutely nothing back from the Southern Guild. Inside his dimly lit office, Antonio was completely buried, nearly disappearing behind what looked like a daunting, never-ending mountain of administrative paperwork. Theo slipped inside, his eyes immediately locking onto the deeply troubled, furrowed expression weighing heavily on the new leader's face. Thankfully, the distribution of supplies for the Ragnar territory was no longer their most pressing crisis. Transporting essential goods ought to be infinitely simpler now that they were no longer dealing with the constant, unpredictable dangers of the open sea. Still, if Antonio were to speak his mind completely honestly, the sheer, encroaching influence of Ragnar terrified him. He was profoundly grateful that his people had managed to slip from the suffocating grip of Troivan, but he also recognized the harsh truth. In this world, nothing ever comes free. With just a single, dismissive flick of Theo's finger, they could find themselves trapped in the exact same predicament as before, only this time, they would be trading one master for another. Antonio hesitated, grappling with the fear of voicing such a dangerous sentiment directly to Theo, but he couldn't stop the nagging, intrusive thought of whether they were actually safer when they were drifting aimlessly in the middle of the sea. The young lord, however, seemed to read his mind, perfectly understanding why Antonio was plagued by such deep-seated doubts. After all, any competent and responsible leader should naturally be wary of the threat of a hostile takeover. But Theo approached the situation from a completely different perspective. In his view, the floating archipelago had been at its most vulnerable precisely because it was isolated out in the vast expanse of the ocean. That sense of isolation had created a false illusion that no enemy would ever dare to strike. But that same distance had also tragically dulled their capacity to defend themselves when the fires of war finally reached their doorstep. The recent Troivan takeover had ripped that weakness wide open for everyone to see. They could never hope to solve the fundamental issue of national security by perpetually relying on someone else to play the hero and save them. Even if their current, static location presented its own unique set of risks, any nation that had even the slightest ambition to survive simply had to develop the strength to defend itself. In fact, Theo interpreted Antonio's hesitation as a positive sign. It demonstrated that he was finally starting to think like a true leader, and Theo already had a few tactical ideas that might help soothe those worries, one of which was directly tied to the legendary white-armored dragon cavalry. That world-renowned cavalry owed its power to the use of airborne wyverns, and, as luck would have it, the waters surrounding the archipelago were teeming with creatures possessing a very similar latent potential. Antonio's eyes widened as he instantly realized Theo was suggesting they domesticate the sea serpents. But those beasts were infamous for swarming anything that dared enter their territory, tearing ships apart and causing nothing but constant, life-threatening emergencies for the local people. As if the very mention of them had summoned them to the scene, sea serpents suddenly broke the surface right by the docks. Civilians scrambled, diving for cover as panic rippled through the crowd, while the local fighters scrambled to prepare themselves for a brutal clash. Before Antonio could even manage to spin around in his chair to address the developing disaster, Theo remained perfectly, hauntingly composed, calmly assuring him that there was absolutely no reason for him to panic. The young lord threw open the gates of his floating archipelago, welcoming the sea serpents as if they were honored, long-awaited guests, clearing the path for their arrival without a hint of hesitation. Antonio, however, stood nearby, his brow furrowed in deep suspicion as he scrutinized the entire scene. After all, for as long as Antonio had walked this earth, those beasts had been nothing more than monstrous, violent terrors of the deep, vicious ocean thugs that brought only chaos and devastation wherever they reared their heads. Theo, meanwhile, remained unbothered, calmly promising the concerned onlookers that he would personally instruct the people of the archipelago on how to manage, tame, and eventually transform these lethal creatures into something far more valuable than a simple maritime threat. He reasoned that if the white-armored dragon cavalry could exist, there was absolutely no reason why the archipelago couldn't establish its own specialized force, a legendary troop of riders soaring across the crests of the waves on the backs of tamed dragons. To the average citizen, the entire concept sounded like utter madness. As far as they were concerned, charging into battle on the back of a dragon was the kind of fantasy strictly reserved for bedtime stories, not something that people actually dared to do in the real world. But to Theo, that very absurdity was exactly what made the idea so fitting. Their own local folklore centered on the hero Kriemhild, who had fought while mounted on a sea serpent. Thus, dubbing this future unit the Kriemhild Knight Order felt like an act of destiny. And as if fate itself were trying to validate his vision, one of the massive serpents had already begun to display a clear, almost uncanny affection for Antonio, hovering persistently nearby as if he were the one it had chosen to serve. As Theo stood by, savoring the sight of his people cautiously stepping forward to interact with the sea serpents, watching as the sharp edge of their primal fear slowly began to dull, replaced by budding curiosity, a messenger suddenly darted toward him, cutting through the lively atmosphere of the docks with an expression of urgent concern. The messenger breathlessly informed Theo that a mysterious guest had arrived and was already waiting impatiently for an audience. Theo wasted no time, steering his course toward a nearby warehouse overlooking the docks, where the thick, salty scent of the ocean still hung heavy in the humid air. Inside, he discovered a woman meticulously sifting through piles of documents, her fingers dancing over the stacks, as if she had been obsessively digging through them for hours. She was struggling to reconcile how this young lord had managed to pull off such an impossible feat in just a matter of days. Cleve, an operative of Black Snow, felt a migraine blooming behind her eyes, especially considering the archipelago's true status was meant to be a closely guarded secret, known only to the highest ranks of their order. Cleve went on to reveal that her team had been covertly investigating what they strongly suspected to be the Troivan's primary floating distribution hub, a massive, hidden vein of their financial power. They understood perfectly well that the loss of the archipelago would deal a crippling blow to the enemy's long-term war effort, and yet, in spite of knowing this, they had inexplicably chosen to remain idle. Before Theo could lean in and demand the truth behind their hesitation, a man burst into the warehouse, shoving past the entrance and interrupting their tense, private conversation without a moment's notice. The intruder bellowed for Theo Ragnar, his presence filling the room. It was none other than Baryon himself. The legendary 9 Dragon Lords had been whispering about this kid incessantly, so naturally, he had arrived with sky-high expectations. But now, laying eyes on the boy wonder, in the flesh, Baryon saw nothing more than a handsome, pampered brat who didn't look capable of doing a single useful thing. Theo identified him instantly. This was the Tyrant Dragon, a man known to the Ragnars as Dante Roll, though most of the world feared him by the name Baryon. Theo immediately snapped into a polite, disciplined salute, maintaining a posture of total respect, though Dante just waved a hand, lazily telling the boy to relax and stand at ease. Cleve's reaction made it clear that she had been expecting his arrival. The Tyrant Dragon, his tone dripping with insincerity, offered a half-hearted, dismissive apology for his tardiness. Cleve refused to let him off that easily, launching into a sharp, scathing reprimand for Lord Dante's failure to report the deteriorating situation of the archipelago to Black Snow. From their bitter back and forth, Theo realized that both Black Snow and the Tyrant Dragon had been tangled in this purportedly top-secret operation. Cleve made it abundantly clear that Dante's silence had left their entire organization hanging by a thread. Dante's eyes narrowed, his expression darkening just enough to signal that he found her lecture tiresome and incredibly insulting. Without lifting so much as a finger, he flooded the warehouse with a suffocating, dense aura, letting his lethal pressure ripple outward like an invisible, crushing tide. In a heartbeat, both Theo and Cleve were locked in place, their bodies seizing up as they struggled to breathe under the sheer, physical weight of that overwhelming power. Instead of offering a shred of humility or a genuine apology, Dante simply pinned them down, forcing them onto their knees with the sheer force of his intent. The intensity of the pressure spiked so violently that the structural integrity of the warehouse failed, and the windows shattered outward into a shower of glass under the strain. Theo had always been aware of the Tyrant Dragon's reputation, but feeling that raw, unrestrained strength in person made him realize just how monstrously far above mortal limits this man really was. In that suffocating moment, Theo finally understood why, in his previous life, the Ragnars had failed so miserably in their attempt to liberate the archipelago. The man might have passed for a rugged, unkempt vagrant in a crowd, but the aura radiating from his soul was terrifying. It was heavy, primal, and utterly tyrannical. After subjecting Theo and Cleve to what could only be described as a display of psychological torture, Dante finally retracted his aura and barked out a harsh laugh, claiming he had only been testing them and simply hadn't found the right moment to file his report. He insisted he had been keeping a watchful eye on the Troivan encampment the entire time, meticulously cataloging their every shift and movement. From Dante's arrogant perspective, the 9 dragons had no reason to lower themselves by chasing after mere scraps. He had intended to let the conflict boil over, then arrive at the perfect, decisive moment to wipe the board clean with one stroke. But then, the Ragnar kid had appeared and spoiled his plans by cleaning up the mess prematurely. Laughing off his annoyance, Dante delivered a heavy slap to Theo's back that nearly sent the young lord sprawling into the dirt. The Tyrant Dragon might have been putting on a show of relaxed humor, but Theo could see the truth beneath the act. Dante was genuinely, dangerously irritated. Dante Roll was not just a member of the 9 dragons. He was a titan even among that elite, terrifying group, standing firmly in the upper echelons of power. At his very core, he was a creature driven by a single unquenchable obsession, the insatiable hunger for more power. The only reason he had bothered to attach himself to the Ragnar name was to further that singular desire. Every shred of authority he cultivated was a stepping stone toward even greater might. And as Theo recalled from his previous life, Dante Roll had wielded a suspiciously astronomical amount of wealth. Now the pieces finally fit together. Back then, he must have seized control of the floating archipelago for his own gain. Among the 9 dragons, this man was, without question, a nightmare to deal with. Theo knew that, for now, playing along was the only sane path forward. Theo adopted the demeanor of a humble, obedient soldier, offering a respectful apology for having inadvertently meddled in the Tyrant Dragon's grand designs. Dante threw his head back in a thunderous laugh, waving it off by saying that no real damage had been done. During this inaugural meeting with the 6th heir candidate, Theo Ragnar, Dante found himself unexpectedly amused by the young lord's calculated humility. He extended a calloused hand toward Theo, offering him a begrudging, but clear sign of approval as a legitimate heir candidate. Yet, the more Theo interacted with this mercurial, muscle-bound enigma, the more difficult it became to discern what was churning behind those predatory eyes. Regardless, Theo clasped the offered hand with a polite, enigmatic smile and responded with even more soft-spoken deference, which seemed to strike a chord of genuine satisfaction in Dante. Their delicate diplomatic dance was cut short when Cleve stepped forward to deliver Theo's next set of formal orders. With the mission to secure the archipelago successfully concluded and no further defensive deployment required, all active operatives were being immediately reassigned to the central front lines of the war. Dante gave his approval to the new assignment without a second thought. In his twisted worldview, the kid belonged on the front lines, getting drenched in blood to defend the home base while he did the real heavy lifting. But before Dante turned to leave, there was still one lingering piece of business he intended to address first. The tyrant dragon's massive frame suddenly went rigid, and the entire atmosphere in the room turned sharp as glass. Slowly, he shifted his piercing gaze directly onto Cleve, his voice dropping to a low, menacing rumble as he demanded to know if this order to interrogate him about the archipelago scouting mission truly came straight from the mouth of the Black Dragon himself. He wasn't even trying to hide the burning hostility rolling off him, practically spitting the name of Black Snow's leader across the room, referring to him with pure, unadulterated contempt as that damn Robert Ragnar. Standing before him, Cleve felt the overwhelming pressure in the air grow suffocatingly heavy, as if an invisible, crushing weight was pressing down directly on her shoulders and chest. Yet, grinding her teeth, she forced herself to maintain eye contact and firmly confirmed that yes, those were indeed the orders. Dante sneered, telling her to carry a direct message back to that arrogant black rascal. He barked out that if Robert was so desperate for answers, the bastard should have dragged his own feet all the way out here to look him in the eye and ask face to face. Meanwhile, Theo wasted absolutely no time acting on his newly received directives. Leaving the crashing waves of the archipelago behind, he set off immediately to rendezvous with his comrades on the frozen, brutal northern front to join the war against Troyvin. Up on the central plateau, the main battlefield was already a roaring hellscape cutting right through the jagged peaks of the Blade Mountain range. The deafening screech of clashing steel echoed everywhere as waves of soldiers slammed head-on into each other, while violent explosions and heavy magical bombardments tore through the smoke-filled skies above. Griping the reins of his loyal, massive beast Umbra, Theo Ragnar sat tall in his pristine white armored dragon cavalry uniform, looking down at the chaos for only a split second before throwing himself headfirst into the meat grinder below. Like a bolt of lightning, he tore through the sky and dove straight into the fray, slicing deep into the Troyvin vanguard and scattering their front lines into absolute panic. Fighting shoulder to shoulder with his airborne brothers and sisters, Theo showed zero mercy, his blade reaping enemy heads left and right as the chaotic tide of war surged wildly around them. Meanwhile, far above the bloody carnage of the ground war, where the freezing mountain winds whipped violently against the scales of the massive beasts, Captain Evelyn Narraville was confidently orchestrating the aerial assault. Her sharp eyes scanned the sprawling battlefield, carefully reading every shift in the enemy's movement, while monitoring the devastating psychological toll their great fear tactic was inflicting on the weakened troops below. The absolute second Evelyn spotted a critical flaw in the enemy's defensive line. She raised her hand, and every single unit of the white armored dragon cavalry moved in perfect unison with her signal, tilting their wings and diving out of the clouds in a terrifying, coordinated drop. Yet, positioned far away from the blood-soaked center of the battlefield, another massive military force stood in total silence, their cold eyes tracking the aerial slaughter as it unfolded effortlessly across the horizon. At the front of this line stood Thorkel Ragnar, the legendary commander of the Black Iron Cavalry. A dark, amused smile crept onto his face as he watched the flying units tear through the enemy ranks with cold, mechanical efficiency. Seeing that look, his vice commander immediately barked at him, loudly scolding the general for always making their own ground troops and mounts feel inferior by comparing them to the flyers. Thorkel just let out a booming laugh, waving his hand dismissively while insisting he was only playfully teasing his men. Slowly lifting his heavy steel helmet and sliding it into place, Thorkel assured his second-in-command that the men of his unit weren't so fragile or weak-minded that they'd lose their fighting spirit over a little friendly mockery. Besides, in his arrogant eyes, the Black Iron Cavalry was light years ahead of those glorified, oversized birds circling around up in the clouds anyway. But the exact moment the metal helmet locked into place over Thorkel's face, the relaxed, playful aura around him vanished instantly. His voice snapped like a whip, turning incredibly sharp as he called his massive legion to absolute attention and delivered one brutal, unmistakable directive. He ordered them to utterly pulverize anything and everything that dared to stand in their path, declaring that only when every single enemy before them was reduced to ash and rubble would they earn the right to march forward into a glorious tomorrow. Acting as the single sharpest spearhead in the entire empire, the Black Iron Cavalry let out a collective roar and surged forward, trampling into the chaotic battlefield with absolutely no regard for human life, friend or foe alike. Right away, Lord Thorkel demonstrated to everyone why he was considered an absolute demon in a total war scenario. Every single wide, sweeping arc of his massive spear sent Troyvan soldiers flying by the dozens, and the terrifying battle maniac actually burst into a wide grin as he effortlessly severed head after enemy head. With the Ragnar aerial cavalry raining death from the skies and the unstoppable ground cavalry shattering the front lines below, the terrifying pincer movement brought that entire day's bloody conflict to an incredibly sudden and savage conclusion. By the time the pitch-black night finally blanketed the mountains, the Empire had aggressively pushed their front lines forward, and the dark battlefield was eerie illuminated by the towering, roaring flames of a massive pyre where hundreds of dead bodies were being tossed to burn. Over in the temporary camps, the loud, boisterous sounds of victory celebrations echoed through the dark, rising high above the crackle of the burning wood and the thick, iron scent of fresh blood that still hung in the air. Thorkel personally walked over to his younger brother's tent to hand-deliver his praise. Theo accepted his commander's booming compliments with a quiet, humble nod, and as the two brothers stood face-to-face in the firelight, the striking physical resemblance between them was suddenly impossible for anyone to ignore. Thorkel slapped him on the shoulder, loudly insisting that Theo stop being so formal and just call him Big Bro from now on, even going so far as to eagerly invite his lil bro to pull up a chair and share a few heavy drinks with him in the near future. Theo and the rest of his squad maintained their rigid, respectful postures as Commander Thorkel finally turned and left the tent. But the absolute second that terrifying monster of the battlefield was out of earshot, Selford immediately let out a loud snicker and bombarded Theo with relentless jeers, loudly mocking his squeaky clean act and teasing him for playing the role of the perfect, loving little brother to the most feared commander in the realm. The obnoxious senior kept crowding into Theo's space, aggressively trying to force the young lord to spill all the juicy details about what had actually gone down out on the archipelago. Fortunately, before the annoying pestering could cross the line, Aaron stepped in and delivered a swift, brutal smack right to the back of Selford's head, shutting him up instantly. Senior Aaron showed a lot more empathy toward Theo's exhausting situation, pointing out that the young lord had literally just marched onto a brutal battlefield this very morning, so the absolute least they could do was back off and give the kid a single goddamn second to catch his breath. Grateful for the save, Theo turned to Aaron and asked for a serious update on how the war had actually been progressing. Since he had only just been deployed to the front lines, there was still a massive amount of crucial operational data about the current layout that he was completely blind to. Aaron sighed, explaining that on paper, the war was heavily tilting in their favor, but there were still a few deeply unsettling anomalies that had been keeping her up at night. She noted that even though their forces had been steadily choking the perimeter and moving closer to the main Troyvan stronghold, the traitors hadn't made a single aggressive counterpush. It felt disturbingly deliberate, almost as if they were just quietly biding their time, waiting for a specific trigger. And by this point, Aaron knew that every single high-ranking officer and veteran soldier in their ranks had to be chewing on the exact same paranoid thought. The high command strategists had almost certainly mapped out Troyvan's purely defensive, reactive tactics as a classic setup, assuming they were just laying a massive trap to lure the Empire's main army in. But Theo possessed a terrifying hidden advantage, the detailed memories of his past life, which allowed him to look straight past the basic conclusions that everyone else had blindly settled on. He knew the terrifying truth. Troyvan's actual target wasn't a tactical victory on this field at all, but rather to seize control of the ancient White Tower ruins, the sacred ground where the long-lost relic of the primordial dragon lay silently sleeping. Every single drop of blood spilled across these chaotic battlefields wasn't a standard war. It was nothing more than a massive, calculated smokescreen designed to keep the entire empire looking the wrong way while Troyvan stole the real prize. And speaking of calculated bloodshed, under the heavy cover of the pitch-black night, a shadowy, lone figure was currently slipping through the perimeter of a completely separate Troyvan encampment, silently and effortlessly slitting the throats of unsuspecting guards one after another without making a sound. Stepping over a fresh corpse, the killer looked up at the moonlit night sky and openly sighed, wishing aloud that he would finally run into one of the legendary 9 servitors. He muttered that after spending so many boring days cutting down worthless small fries, he was getting completely sick of this unchallenging, repetitive slaughter. Moving in perfect synchronization with a deadly woman at his flank, the duo wiped out an entire armed platoon in a matter of minutes as if they were taking a stroll. For Ragnar candidates number 3 and 4, Anshio and Guishar Ragnar, this level of horrific carnage was just another mundane daily routine. Anshio rolled her eyes and immediately called her brother out on his blatant lie. She knew him better than anyone, and she knew perfectly well that this sadistic maniac actually got a massive thrill out of hunting down and butchering helpless, unsuspecting grunts. Right then, a heavy, familiar silhouette strode out from the shadows into the camp light, backing up her words without a single shred of hesitation. It was none other than the tyrant dragon, Dante Roll. Dante had sternly scolded the undisciplined Guishar in the past for swinging his sword around like a reckless child, and he was clearly irritated to see the young lord still indulging in those exact same sloppy, distasteful habits. Guishar immediately bowed his head, respectfully addressing Dante as master. He then carefully brought up the fact that some nobody had taken all the official credit for Dante's hard work back in the archipelago, but the tyrant dragon just waved his hand, completely unbothered by the stolen glory. To a monster like Dante, that minor political setback was nothing more than the cheap admission ticket for a highly entertaining show that was about to kick off. He looked at Guishar with a dark glint in his eye, warning him that someone unexpected was about to start climbing the ranks at a terrifying speed. Guishar scoffed, naturally assuming his master was talking about the powerhouse Thorkel. Anchio's eyes widened, however, as she instantly put the pieces together and realized Dante was actually talking about the newly arrived 6th heir. The mere thought of a fresh target made Gisher's eyes light up with sudden, psychotic excitement. He grinned widely, boasting that as long as they had the legendary tyrant dragon backing them as their master, there was absolutely no way some rookie could ever hope to surpass them. Dante Roll didn't argue. He just stared off into the dark distance and suggested, in an almost eerily casual tone, that Theo Ragnar might actually be the true chosen one of this era. The very instant those heavy words dropped from Dante's lips, the playful, arrogant expressions on both Guishar and Anchio's faces vanished completely, turning deadly, stone-cold serious. Their master offered them no lengthy explanation, no comforting words, and absolutely no room for hesitation. He simply left them with a cold, direct mandate to stay sharp and remain ready, because the chaotic days ahead would demand immediate, ruthless action. And when the perfect window of opportunity finally presented itself, their ultimate objective was crystal clear. They were to completely and utterly crush Theo Ragnar, ensuring the young upstart would never have another chance to rise through the ranks again. Meanwhile, several hours before Theo ever set foot on that blood-soaked battlefield, he was tucked away inside a heavy military carriage. The wheels groaned as it rolled steadily northward, carrying him closer by the minute to the front lines where the brutal war awaited his arrival. During that long, bumpy journey, the small fairy dragon had been quietly explaining the hidden history of the White Tower, revealing to Theo that its ancient walls served as a sanctuary housing the sleeping relic of the primordial dragon itself. Leaning back against the carriage wall, Theo pieced the strategy together. The territory surrounding that ancient White Tower was the exact region the Troivans had aggressively seized at the very start of their rebellion. Fortunately, though, they still had an edge. Because the ancient guardians shared a deep spiritual bond, they were capable of sensing one another's general locations. Even if it was faint, this mystical connection gave Theo and his companions a reliable trace to track down exactly where the enemy was keeping the relic. However, the fairy dragon's expression turned incredibly grim, as it warned him that the guardian bound to the White Tower had inherited the single largest fragment of the primordial dragon's fractured divine power. The other guardians resting within Theo's inner sanctum hummed in solemn agreement with that warning. Though every relic shared the exact same divine origin, it didn't mean they were created equal in strength or purpose. Each individual guardian relic had been forged to fulfill a specific, unique role in the world, and with those distinct duties came vastly different types of attributes, mystical traits, and raw power. Some of these ancient entities had been blessed with destructive capabilities far exceeding the others, but that terrifying strength also meant they carried responsibilities that were just as staggering. And out of every relic scattered across the land, the mighty guardian of the White Tower stood as the most extreme, terrifying example of that lopsided power dynamic. The devastating news was that this incredibly dominant relic was currently sitting dead center inside hostile Troivan territory, and there was no telling what kind of twisted experiments those rebels were planning to conduct with it. Theo's fist tightened as he recalled the horrific state of the Leviathan. He had already witnessed firsthand how far those bastards would go. They possessed a vile, unnatural method to poison the guardians, forcefully bleeding out the primordial dragon's raw power for their own selfish gain. No matter the cost or the danger, they absolutely had to breach the perimeter of the White Tower before the Troivans could finalize their preparations. They had to strike hard and fast before those greedy, treacherous hands could fully grasp the most powerful relic in existence and corrupt its pure energy for their own dark schemes. Fast forward back to the present on the war-torn Central Plateau. Theo quietly marched straight into the Demon Dragon's command tent. Stepping forward, he formally requested permission to break away from the main force to personally scout the rugged Rocky Mountains, pointing out that the enemy troops were bottlenecking there in a highly suspicious, dense formation. However, Theo couldn't just openly blurt out the secret knowledge he possessed from his past life. Because he had to keep his sources hidden, his strategic explanation came across as far too vague and speculative, prompting Julius Ragnar to cross his arms and instantly shoot down the proposal. The Demon Dragon made it clear that he couldn't just allow one of his most lethal frontline assets to abandon the vanguard for some sketchy, unverified personal hunch. He firmly reminded Theo that even if he had recently climbed the ranks to become an official heir candidate, that didn't give him a free pass to ignore his military obligations. Theo opened his mouth to press the issue, his eyes burning with determination. From his perspective, he wasn't trying to dodge his duties at all. In fact, he was fully prepared to double his combat output to make up for any time he spent away from the main camp. Watching the young lord's jaw tighten as visible frustration washed over his face, Julius didn't get angry. Instead, a sharp, amused smirk tugged at the corner of his lips. In reality, the seasoned commander was just pulling the kid's leg to see how he'd react. Theo had already proven his absolute loyalty and lethal competence time and time again, showing he was more than capable of handling highly sensitive missions on his own. The general chuckled and promised to personally handle the paperwork and cover his absence so Theo could slip away without worrying about a court-martial. After all, the legendary white armored dragon cavalry wasn't so pathetic that they'd crumble just because a single soldier went off-grid. Even so, Julius's eyes turned dead serious as he leveled a final gaze at the young man, warning him that he wasn't allowed to show his face back at this camp empty-handed. Theo felt a surge of genuine gratitude for the immense trust his commander was placing in him. Bowing his head, he gave his word that he would rather die than let those heavy expectations down. Without letting a single second go to waste, Theo vaulted onto Umbra's broad back. With a powerful leap, the shadow beast took to the sky, quietly gliding through the dark clouds toward the distant white tower, which was now completely swarming with hostile Troivan battalions. As they drew closer, Theo peered down to see the valleys surrounding the tower completely choked with enemy tents and campfires. It was a massive military blockade, and he knew that if they kept flying through the open sky, the lookouts would spot them in an instant. To avoid detection, Theo commanded his mount to dive low, weaving through the jagged peaks and using the massive mountain ranges as a physical shield to obscure their approach while his eyes scanned the rocky terrain for a blind spot to land. Even in such a high-stress situation, Theo couldn't help but marvel at Umbra's incredible stealth capabilities. The unique, pitch-black traits of an evil shadow dragon blended seamlessly with his toxic viper blood, making him virtually invisible as they melted into the midnight shadows. Riding on the back of those dark traits, they managed to penetrate deep behind the enemy's front lines in record time. But looking at the heavy patrol patterns ahead, Theo knew that from this point forward, a massive dragon would only draw attention. He had to move on foot. Leaning in close, he gave Umbra a quiet command to wheel around and head back to the safety of the Imperial base camp, leaving Theo standing alone in the darkness, ready to brave the rest of the path on his own 2 feet. Muting his footsteps until he didn't make so much as a whisper against the dirt, Theo began fluidly parkouring down the treacherous, crumbling cliffs, expertly using the jagged terrain and uneven rocks to mask his descent. He kept his presence completely suppressed, ensuring not a single drop of his aura leaked out, and he had even checked over his specialized spy equipment to guarantee he could slip past the heavy surveillance undetected. Crouching low at the base of the mountain to survey the entrance of the tower, he realized the security layout was just as brutal and airtight as his worst-case scenarios had predicted. Even though Theo was still a considerable distance away from the main perimeter, the sheer paranoia of the elite patrolling guards was next level. A few of them suddenly paused, their eyes darting toward the exact ridge where he was hiding, having sensed the microscopic shift in the air currents. One guard frowned, a heavy wave of unease washing over him as he unclipped his torch and decided to personally investigate the cluster of massive rocks Theo was currently using as a visual shield. The sentry advanced with agonizingly slow, calculated steps, circling the ordinary-looking boulder with his eyes locked on the shadows, his knuckles turning white around the hilt of his sword as he gradually slid the sharp blade from its scabbard. Taking a deep breath, the soldier suddenly lunged forward, leaning his upper body around the heavy stone pillar to catch the intruder red-handed. But as he stared into the empty space, his eyes blinked in confusion. There was absolutely nothing there but dust and cold wind. Sweeping his blade through the empty air a few more times to be absolutely certain, the patrolman finally let out a frustrated sigh, sheathing his weapon and letting his shoulders drop as he cursed himself for letting his mind play tricks on him. That drop in vigilance was the last mistake he would ever make. While his entire focus had been glued to checking behind that boulder, his partner who had been standing guard just a few paces back had already been silently neutralized by a shadow slipping through the dark. The guard's instincts suddenly screamed that something was horribly wrong. Snapping his head around, he opened his mouth to follow basic emergency protocol, drawing in a breath to scream a warning to the rest of the camp. But Theo was already moving at a terrifying speed. Before a single syllable could escape the man's throat, Theo closed the distance like a ghost, striking him with a brutal, crushing blow that sent the soldier crashing silently into the dirt alongside his partner. Meanwhile, just a few miles away inside a hidden chamber near the tower, Ed Troivan stood motionless before a dark shrine that was completely drenched in a wide, pooling lake of fresh blood. His eyes wide with twisted admiration as he stared at the ominous, pulsating mass of flesh resting atop the altar. From the deep shadows behind him, the silent, shuffling footsteps of a hermit priest approached, bringing an incredibly foul, distorted aura into the room. The priest let out a sickening, high-pitched giggle as his eyes scanned the horrific altar, muttering that he never would have dreamed the proud Troivan clan would willingly join hands with the forbidden Holy Demon Church to execute a ritual meant to resurrect the long-dead Mad Dragon Emperor. Deep inside that translucent, grotesque clump of raw meat, a shadowy humanoid figure could be seen curled tightly in a disturbing fetal position, its veins black as it greedily absorbed the corrupted sacrifices. The entire mass throbbed and heaved like an exposed, living heart, existing in the most unnatural, stomach-turning way possible. Ed's face darkened, and he didn't appreciate the cultist's casual, mocking tone while standing in the presence of greatness. And more than anything, he absolutely loathed hearing the word dethroned, used to describe his master. Turning his fierce gaze toward the priest, Ed snarled that there was only ever one true master of the Ragnar clan, and the fraudulent king currently sitting on the throne was nothing but a pathetic impostor. He declared that very soon, the Mad Dragon Emperor would rise to tear down the false king and reclaim his rightful crown. Ed Troivan made it clear that they were all merely humble servants waiting to welcome the true rulers back, and he expected the holy demon priest to keep that hierarchy locked in his twisted head. As if responding to his fanatical words, the horrific resurrection ritual he had sacrificed so much to orchestrate began to pulse with a blinding, dark energy, finally drawing near its terrifying completion. But to actually drag their great and mighty master back from the depths of the underworld, the dark ritual was still missing one single, irreplaceable ingredient. To anchor that ancient soul, they desperately needed the proper material, the perfect physical vessel, which could only be a pure Ragnar body that already carried the active, waking power of the primordial dragon. Ed wasn't the least bit worried about tracking down and securing that final living sacrifice. In his mind, hunting down a suitable vessel was an absolute certainty that would happen in due time. What was actually eating away at his patience was finding a way to shatter the stubborn, ancient defenses protecting the White Tower. According to the chaotic battle updates flooding in from the front lines, the raw, mystical power sealed deep within the tower's core was far too massive to easily suppress. Even though his squads had been relentlessly pumping wave after wave of the deadly shadow demon toxin into the structure, the magical resistance surging from inside remained overwhelmingly intense. Even with the most powerful high priests of the Holy Demon Church burning through their own life force, pushing themselves to the absolute brink of collapse just to keep the unstable ritual from tearing itself apart, completely conquering the tower before their narrow window of time ran out was starting to look like an impossible nightmare. Ed did not take the grim status report well at all. The agonizingly slow progress rubbed against his raw nerves like a jagged blade, causing a dark, dangerous scowl to twist across his sharp features as he glared at the trembling messenger. Completely unable to bottle up his exploding rage, he unleashed a massive wave of his suffocating aura, violently crushing the messenger into the dirt right then and there. As the poor bastard choked on the dust, Ed snorted in disgust. He had already sacrificed far too much blood and committed too many atrocities to let the Mad Dragon Emperor's grand resurrection grind to a halt over a little resistance. He barked that all he required to finalize the awakening was the primordial dragon's raw power, and he flat out refused to hear the word impossible ever again. Narrowing his eyes, Ed Troivan issued a chilling warning to his subordinates to exhaust every hidden resource and employ the most depraved tactics necessary to breach those walls. Absolutely terrified that a single wrong word would result in his head rolling across the 10th floor, the bruised messenger scrambled to his knees, frantically begging for forgiveness for his lack of foresight while swearing on his life that he would find a way to make the breakthrough happen. In the end, instead of losing his life for being the bearer of bad news, the man managed to stumble out of the command tent with nothing worse than a shattered, bleeding nose. Given the sheer magnitude of Ed's psychotic temper, walking away with his head still attached to his neck was a massive victory. Moments later, the heavy tent flaps burst open again as a second scout rushed inside, completely out of breath, to deliver a piece of critical intelligence to the junior clan head. An incredibly elusive intruder had somehow breached the perimeter and slipped directly into the main White Tower encampment. The scout explained that whoever this ghost was, they had swiftly ambushed an isolated sentry, stripped him of his armor, and used the stolen uniform to blend seamlessly into the ranks of the garrison. However, the clever disguise began to unravel the exact moment a nearby patrol stumbled across their naked, unconscious comrade dumped unceremoniously behind a row of supply crates. Realizing a spy was walking among them, the officers immediately began hammering the heavy alarm bells, sending a wave of panic through the base as search parties scrambled to lock down the area. Yet, from a high, shadowed ridge overlooking the valley, a hidden pair of eyes quietly watched the chaotic scramble unfold. Scanning the frantic crowds below with predatory focus, The observer's gaze eventually locked onto a lone, armored infantryman wearing a standard-issue face mask. The disguised figure was matching the exact stride of the frantic search party around him, moving with such flawless composure and natural timing that not a single regular soldier suspected a thing. Utilizing his advanced, long-range optical vision, Gueshar let out a low whistle of genuine surprise as he recognized the face behind the mask, realizing the newly appointed 6th heir candidate had actually managed to infiltrate the belly of the beast entirely on his own. He chuckled to himself, figuring out that Theo must have precisely executed only the bare minimum of targets to steal a uniform without raising a flag. The terrifyingly clean, professional methodology strongly mirrored the signature style of Black Snow, leaving Gueshar to wonder if the kid had secretly operated within that shadowy organization during his mysterious past life. He had to grudgingly admit that the young upstart was turning out to be a hell of a lot more entertaining than he initially gave him credit for, and he could feel his blood pumping with an eager desire to test the kid's limits himself. Anchio sharply smacked his shoulder, telling him to stop drooling like a rabid dog and keep his eyes glued to their target, reminding him that they had already monumentally screwed up their assignment with Thorkel. Gueshar rolled his eyes, well aware of how much was riding on this stalker mission, and promised his sister that he'd stay on his best behavior, though the twisted, bloodthirsty grin stretching across his face made that promise look incredibly thin. Meanwhile, back inside the command hub, the moment the news of a security breach at the White Tower reached Ed's ears, the young commander nearly snapped his own quill in half, his face contorting as he threatened to murder everyone on watch. A slip-up of this magnitude should have been statistically impossible given the sheer volume of troops stationed there. Only a tiny, elite circle of individuals knew the true, world-altering objective hidden beneath this military campaign, since the entire bloody war on the plateau was supposed to be a massive, elaborate distraction to keep the main Ragnar forces occupied elsewhere. And yet, despite all his meticulous planning, a heavy, sinking feeling began to knot deep within Ed's stomach. There was only one specific, infuriating anomaly in the entire world capable of throwing a wrench into his completely airtight operations. Time and time again, Theo Ragnar had consistently materialized out of nowhere to act as a direct thorn in Ed's side. But just as his explosive rage threatened to completely cloud his judgment, the chilling, calculating intellect of Ed Troyvin forced its way back to the surface, instantly freezing his emotions. The messenger, still shaking like a leaf on the floor, nervously squeaked out a suggestion to double the perimeter guards, expand the search grid, and use overwhelming numbers to hunt down and capture the intruder before he could escape. Ed, however, raised a hand to silence him, a dark smirk replacing his anger as a completely inverted strategy formed in his mind. From this exact second onward, they were going to play a different game. He shockingly ordered a massive, immediate evacuation of the White Tower lines. He commanded them to pull back the legions, leaving behind nothing but a skeleton crew of low-level grunts on the ground. It was an incredibly bizarre and reckless order on paper, since drastically lowering their defenses only multiplied the risk of losing the primordial dragon's relic to whoever had broken in. But an intentional vulnerability was exactly what Ed Troyvin was banking on. He was completely, undeniably certain that the ghost creeping through his camp was indeed that troublesome brat, Theo, and analyzing how freakishly fast the kid's power had been multiplying over the last few weeks, Theo would undoubtedly find a way to break through the tower's ancient internal security on his own, ultimately emerging from the ruins with the coveted power of the primordial dragon resting in his palms. With a casual, lazy flick of his wrist toward the heavy shadows of his chamber, Ed summoned his most lethal, fiercely loyal inner circle, the elite noble servitors who answered exclusively to his personal commands. He reasoned that if breaking the tower seal was proving to be a logistical nightmare for his regular army, they would simply sit back, let the rookie do all the heavy lifting, and then execute the kid to harvest the prize the moment he stepped outside. To guarantee that this cold-blooded assassination went off without a single hitch, Ed pointed his finger directly at his most dependable asset, his number one servitor, the eerie, masked figure known as Ein. Stepping out from the darkness right beside the plague doctor was a towering, heavily armored Goliath resting a ridiculously massive, skull-crushing warhammer against his shoulder, Ed's lethal number 2 Sway. Rounding out the strike team was Ed's vicious number 3, Dre, a dangerously dominant, sharp-eyed woman whose suffocating, bloodthirsty presence made it instantly clear to everyone in the room that crossing her meant a horrific death. The absolute millisecond they received confirmation that the young Ragnar heir had successfully extracted the primordial dragon's divine essence, they were to butcher him like cattle and tear the power from his corpse. Those were their explicit orders, and they intended to execute them with mechanical precision. Meanwhile, down in the courtyard of the White Tower, the completely clueless regular soldiers were still running around in circles, lifting their blazing torches high into the night as they frantically combed through the dense shadows for the phantom spy. With the garrison's numbers drastically thinning out due to Ed's sudden, unexplained retreat order, The panicked outpost captain decided to split their remaining manpower into two small squads, one to circle the immediate base of the tower, and the other to sweep the jagged cliffs on the southern side. Playing his cards perfectly, Theo quietly shuffled his feet and smoothly integrated himself into the specific group tasked with guarding the immediate threshold of the White Tower. The frantic, simple-minded guards surrounding him were so stressed by the alarm bells that they didn't even stop to question why one of their own infantrymen was walking around with a thick cloth mask pulled tightly over his face. Yet, as Theo marched in step with the enemy, a heavy sense of suspicion began to coil in his chest over just how ridiculously easy it had been to slip past the gates. While it certainly made his objective a lot less bloody, a deeply nagging, paranoid thought refused to leave his mind. These Troivan troops were clearly highly disciplined veterans, yet they hadn't implemented a basic daily countersign to vet their units, and the massive wave of reinforcements he expected to block the entrance had completely failed to materialize. In fact, comparing the current situation to the tight layout he had mapped out during his initial scouting run, the overall security of the entire camp had become laughably worse. It felt almost as if an unseen hand was intentionally parting the sea, guiding him straight toward the grand doors of the ancient structure. But the exact moment his boots stepped onto the glowing stone plaza right before the primary archway, his internal systems suddenly flared to life, sending a searing, unmistakable alert through his consciousness, confirming the immediate presence of a primordial dragon relic nearby. Even though his tactical mind screamed that this entire setup was a beautifully wrapped, lethal trap, the sheer proximity of the prize meant that potential consequences no longer mattered to Theo. Stepping away from the oblivious patrol, he held his breath, stretched out his arm, and firmly pressed his palm against the cold, weathered masonry of the ancient tower walls. Instantly, the tower's deep, draconic resonance roared to life, vibrating in perfect harmony with the divine dragon blood surging through his own veins. Even if the heavy steel doors slammed shut and sealed him inside a trap afterward, Theo's eyes blazed with absolute resolve. He would tear the primordial dragon's power from its altar before Ed Troivan ever got the chance to touch it. Without hesitating for even a single fraction of a second, Theo let the blazing torch slip loosely from his fingers, letting it clatter to the cold ground. Taking a deep breath, he took a firm step forward and walked directly through the colossal gateway that the White Tower had willingly thrown open to receive him. As the heavy echo of his footsteps resonated deep within the ancient stone walls, the grand and treacherous trial of the White Tower officially began at long last. Meanwhile, just outside the towering perimeter, the ruthless hunters who had been tracking his every move from the deep shadows of the jagged cliffs finally broke their silence and began to make their move, closing in like wolves on a lone prey. Even though their master had already briefed them extensively about the legends of the White Tower, Gizhar had never truly believed they would stumble across a genuine, active primordial dragon relic hidden away in such a desolate, remote wasteland. Seeing it now, the puzzle pieces clicked, and he finally understood exactly why the tyrant dragon had been so deeply entangled with the rebel Troivan clan lately. The absolute second Gizhar witnessed the so-called Chosen One effortlessly pass through the barrier and enter the tower, he threw his head back and burst into a crazed, ecstatic laugh, his bloodthirsty excitement spilling out into the cold night air completely without restraint. Anchio rolled her eyes, begrudgingly admitting that being hailed as the Chosen One was certainly a title grand enough to make anyone envious. But in her cold, calculating eyes, fancy titles meant absolutely nothing the moment someone allowed themselves to be cornered inside an inescapable lethal trap. Creeping along the trail, the twins stooped down to pick up the discarded military uniform Theo had stripped off to blend in. They realized they could easily use this fabric to stir up absolute chaos among the ranks later, though the way he left it behind felt a bit too convenient, almost like a piece of deliberate bait. Still, shaking her head, Anchio knew that whether it was a trap or not, it didn't change the absolute finality of what they had to execute. She insisted that, for the time being, they needed to fall back, construct a proper perimeter, and thoroughly prepare the execution stage before the Chosen One could find a way back out of the tower. But Gizhar dug his heels in, having absolutely no intention of retreating to the rear lines. He crossed his arms, stubbornly declaring his desire to camp out right here at the threshold to ambush Theo the second he stepped outside. A reckless decision that instantly caused a deep, vein-popping look of pure irritation to flash across Anchio's face. That unhinged battle maniac was simply driven by an insatiable, twisted curiosity. He desperately wanted to see firsthand what kind of despairing, broken expression the golden boy would make when his life was violently snuffed out by the blade of a fellow Ragnar candidate. Meanwhile, the moment Theo crossed the threshold and firmly planted his boots inside the legendary White Tower, the blinding, ethereal aura of light that had completely engulfed his vision slowly began to recede and fade away. Theo blinked rapidly, his eyes gradually adapting to the shifting brightness, and when he finally opened them fully, he found himself standing in the center of a breathtaking, colossal superstructure crafted entirely from pristine white materials, with endless rows of massive pillars and winding chambers stretching out into the distance as far as the eye could see. Well aware that the ancient architecture itself could harbor traps designed to end his life, Theo didn't lower his guard for a second. He immediately gripped the hilt of the white moonlight blade, drawing the brilliant weapon and holding it tightly in a defensive stance. Knowing from the legends that the guardian of this sacred sanctuary had inherited the single largest portion of the primordial dragon's raw power, Theo tensed up, fully expecting some massive, bloodthirsty beast to lunge from the shadows at any given moment. Right on cue, a sudden draconic silhouette with two glowing, fiercely burning red eyes materialized from the dark archway of one of the many surrounding doors. Theo's knuckles turned white as he tightened his grip around the hilt of his sword, every single muscle in his body coiling like a spring, fully prepared to unleash his absolute maximum combat strength the moment the creature made a hostile motion. So imagine the sheer, jaw-dropping shock that washed over him when the fearsome guardian of the White Tower finally stepped fully into the light, only to reveal himself to be a tiny, pint-sized little creature with perfectly round, ridiculously cute, beady black eyes. The miniature guardian was already throwing a massive tantrum, tears welling up in his big eyes as he bitterly grumbled about the wave of strange, uninvited people who had been trying to break into his sacred domain and infect his pure body with that nasty demon shadow toxin. He huffed and puffed, whining that stopping their infiltration had been an unbelievably exhausting and annoying chore. Theo stood frozen, seriously wondering if some invisible deity was playing an elaborate, cosmic joke on him. Completely stripped of his speech, he just lowered his blade slightly and stared blankly at the flailing, crying little lizard, genuinely questioning whether he had somehow made a wrong turn and entered the completely wrong tower by mistake. Desperate for answers, he internally summoned his other contracted guardians to verify if this tiny reptile was truly the terrifying powerhouse they had all spent weeks warning him about. Within his mind, the fairy dragon quickly cleared its throat, urgently advising him not to make the foolish mistake of judging the apex guardian solely by his cute, non-threatening appearance. The griffin chimed in with a sharp snort, adding that Theo really had no right to talk about deceptive looks, considering he himself looked more like a delicate, pretty boy than some legendary, awe-inspiring chosen one destined to save the world. But when Theo noticed that his own ancient, powerful guardians were actually trembling with a trace of genuine fear in the presence of this creature, his skepticism finally began to ease up a bit. Spotting his confusion, the tiny lizard wiped his tears, apologized for losing his temper, and puffed out his chest to properly introduce himself. He proudly declared his full name to be Keratosicus, though he graciously allowed that he went by Corrado for short. He claimed to be the absolute most loyal, elite subordinate of the great primordial dragon, the singular entity who had inherited the absolute lion's share of their master's divine power, tasked with protecting the eternal gate of the Pantheon since the dawn of time. Theo frowned, his mind racing through every historical text he had ever studied, yet he realized he had never once encountered even a single mention of an object called the Gate of the Pantheon. Corrado just blinked and explained it with an incredibly casual shrug, acting as if it were the most basic common-sense knowledge imaginable. It was quite literally the celestial realm where the actual gods lived. He noted that the other relics of the primordial dragon Theo had collected were merely broken shards that shared baseline pieces of his essence, whereas long ago, the supreme master of all guardians had carried a mountain of divine duties on his shoulders. And out of all those world-shaping responsibilities, the single most critical one was standing sentinel over the dimensional doorway that directly connected the heavenly pantheon to the mortal realm below. With an immensely proud nod, the tiny creature squeaked that the one who had been trusted with that sacred, monumental task was none other than little Corrado himself, the ultimate big boss's most fierce confidant and the upright vassal chosen to preserve his core might. Up until this exact second, Theo's entire comprehension of divine beings had been strictly limited to the poetic myths and crumbling allegories he had read in ancient library texts, so hearing concrete proof that actual gods walked reality was enough to shake the very foundations of his mind. Anxious to learn the truth, he opened his mouth to press Corrado for deeper historical details, but the cheerful little lizard suddenly went completely blank, staring back at him with a totally vacant, glassy-eyed smile. It looked as if Corrado's entire brain had completely short-circuited and spaced out for a long moment, before he slowly, mechanically mumbled his own full name again, Keratosicus, when a bewildered Theo carefully repeated the name back to him. The little guy instantly snapped back to life with a joyful spark, exactly like a machine whose engine had just been violently kick-started back into gear. Theo could only sweat drop. This really was an incredibly bizarre little creature. He couldn't help but sigh, realizing that literally every single ancient guardian he had bonded with so far seemed entirely incapable of acting like a normal, functional being. Still, keeping his focus, he looked the reptile dead in the eyes and asked the burning question directly. Did God truly exist in this world? Corrado beams a bright, wide smile and chirped back that God most definitely existed. In fact, according to the tiny guardian, the Chosen One himself should already be intimately familiar with their divine presence. After all, Corrado pointed out, those heavenly entities had been actively reaching out and sending Theo continuous, personalized messages that only his eyes were permitted to see. Theo's breath hitched as the realization slammed into him. Every single time he had pushed past his limits and experienced an explosive breakthrough, every grueling trial he had successfully conquered, every divine reward he had claimed along the way, and every single digital notification text that had ever manifested before his eyes through the system interface, were all, in reality, direct messages transmitted straight from God. Meanwhile, far away from the mystical secrets of the tower, up in the heavily fortified war room of the Central Highlands, where the highest-ranking executives of the Ragnar clan had assembled to map out their next campaign, an incredibly tense, high-stakes military summit was already fully underway. Standing at the head of the massive tactical table, the Black Dragon himself commanded the room, wasting absolutely no time on standard greetings, empty pleasantries, or political smiles. Every single hardened commander sitting in those heavy chairs understood with total clarity the grave reason they had been abruptly dragged out to the freezing front lines, and that included the strict, unyielding leader Robert Ragnar himself. An astonishing 7 out of the legendary 9 dragons had personally gathered inside this single tent. With the unexpected deployment of Troyvin's infamous 9 servitors onto the battlefield, this rebellion had dragged on far longer and turned significantly bloodier than any of their initial projections had anticipated. That critical escalation was the exact reason the Council of the 9 Dragons had been called upon to abandon their safe offices and personally mobilize for direct combat. The Black Dragon leaned forward, slamming his hands on the table as he emphasized that everyone needed to be thoroughly briefed on the grim realities of the current war layout, stating that only after the briefing would he open the floor for tactical questions or strategic suggestions. But right as Robert cleared his throat to officially begin the high-level brief, the Tyrant Dragon lazily raised his massive hand from across the table, loudly interrupting to declare that he had brought a matter of critical, internal importance that needed to be settled before they discussed the enemy lines. With a mocking, confident smirk playing on his lips, he lightly wagged his index finger toward the entrance, signaling for one of his trusted disciples, waiting outside to step into the light. Right on his cue, the heavy tent flaps were pulled back and Anshio Ragnar marched confidently into the command center. She bowed her head with flawless etiquette, politely apologizing to the gathered elite for her sudden, unannounced intrusion, before raising her gaze to present a matter of absolute urgency to the stunned clan leaders. With a sharp movement, Anshio stepped forward and unfurled a tattered, distinctive white armored dragon cavalry uniform, holding it high right in front of the Council of the 9 Dragons for every single eye to see. Fixing her gaze directly on the high command, she spoke in a clear, cold voice, boldly claiming that she had personally stood witness to Theo Ragnar's shocking acts of high treason and betrayal against the Empire. And the stained, official uniform she held dramatically in her hands was, according to her vicious testimony, the single piece of undeniable, smoking gun evidence that made the young heir's betrayal completely impossible for anyone to defend. Just as everyone had anticipated, the opportunistic Elder Dragon immediately seized the opening the very instant it presented itself. He practically bit down on the golden chance to drag the young heir candidate's pristine reputation through the absolute mud. Before any of the other leaders could even begin to process the situation or settle on a measured response, he was already thrusting an accusing finger forward, loudly proclaiming to the room that discarding an official Ragnar uniform wasn't just some minor tactical blunder, but an explicit, unmistakable act of high treason against the bloodline. The rest of the assembled dragons, however, did not mirror his aggressive eagerness. Instead of instantly jumping into the fray to echo his accusations, they deliberately held themselves back in their seats, narrowing their eyes and observing the unfolding political theater with a far greater degree of caution and calculated restraint. This sudden divide left the demon dragon caught in an immensely awkward, suffocating position, forcing him to silently weigh the volatile situation from every conceivable angle before daring to speak. Frowning deeply, he attempted to read between the lines of Theo's bizarre behavior, racketing his brain to figure out what kind of desperate or calculated thought process could have driven the boy to cast away his official uniform in enemy territory. Yet, while the clan higher-ups remained locked in their fierce debate over how to severely punish or handle the rogue candidate, the very person sitting at the absolute epicenter of their grand discussion was somewhere else entirely, quietly sinking into a profound existential crisis that threatened to completely shatter the foundation of everything he thought he understood about reality. If he was interpreting Corrado's words correctly, then that glowing blue status window that had consistently guided his steps and given him strength all this time wasn't just some bizarre, mechanical system glitch. It meant that the literal gods of the universe had engineered a direct, personal method to speak into his mind. The pint-sized guardian didn't offer a dramatic explanation. He simply lifted his tiny shoulders in a casual, nonchalant shrug, his relaxed expression making it abundantly clear that there was no room for skepticism. To a being like him, this reality was as plain and obvious as the sky itself. Still desperately trying to piece his reality back together, Theo stared down at the creature and asked whether every single person chosen by fate was gifted with the exact same kind of ethereal message window. But Corrado immediately shook his head and shut that theory down, explicitly making it clear that Theo's spiritual architecture was fundamentally different. Whatever cosmic anomaly was happening within his soul, it was an exclusive anomaly, absolutely not something shared by the rest of the chosen ones. Then, just as the miniature guardian opened his mouth to explain the deeper reason behind this mystery, a horrific, high-pitched screeching sound tore through Theo's ears. The deafening vibration slammed into his eardrums with such agonizing, localized force that his vision blurred and his balance nearly gave out on the spot. Corrado winced and scratched the side of his scaled head, looking genuinely troubled and annoyed by the sudden interference. It appeared the Chosen One was strictly forbidden from hearing that forbidden data yet, and some omnipotent higher power was actively, forcefully censoring the audio stream before it could register in his brain. Shaking off the dizziness, a desperate Theo pressed forward anyway, demanding a clearer answer. At his stubborn insistence, Corrado's cute, childish smile gradually morphed into something far more eerie, suspicious, and entirely unreadable. He looked at the boy with ancient eyes, remembering that he had been waiting in this lonely solitude for an eternity just to finally execute the grand duty entrusted to him. Then, without a single word of warning, the fabric of reality directly in front of Theo began to warp and tear, and a monolithic stone doorway rose majestically from the floor, materializing out of thin air like a summoned fortress gate. Looking up at the imposing structure, the strange little guardian warned him that if he truly possessed the hunger to uncover the dark truths controlling this world, he couldn't expect the answers to be handed to him on a silver platter. If he wanted enlightenment, he would have to bleed and earn it himself. He revealed that one of his ultimate, sacred responsibilities as the gatekeeper was to test the worthy and grant the designated Chosen One official access into the trial of the Pantheon. Theo stared at the monolithic portal, his mind completely blank regarding what the so-called trial of the Pantheon actually entailed, let alone what kind of lethal traps, monsters, or psychological horrors might be lurking on the other side. Corrado's voice echoed slightly as he explained that the trial was specifically designed to force a challenger to peer into the absolute deepest, darkest layers of their own soul, demanding they search within themselves until they stripped away all illusions and discovered what they truly were at their core. By stepping through that threshold, Theo would essentially be diving headfirst into the deep currents of his subconscious, tracing the buried remnants of his past lives. But he warned him that the subconscious was no harmless, peaceful dreamscape. It was a volatile, hyper-real ecosystem hidden inside the ego, a dangerous domain that the vast majority of mortals live and die without ever daring to touch. He ominously pointed out that if a challenger lost their nerve, failed to overcome the trial, or allowed themselves to wander too deeply into the illusions of their inner psyche, their physical brain would permanently shut down from the trauma. Once that happened, their soul would remain trapped for eternity, wandering the endless, silent expanse of their own dead mind. However, for the rare soul who managed to conquer the gauntlet, they would be officially recognized as an enlightened entity qualified to confront the ultimate truth of existence, and they would even earn the unthinkable right to stand face to face before the gods themselves. By this point, every single trace of Corrado's playful, childish charm had utterly vanished from his face. His voice turned razor-sharp and dead serious as he informed Theo that the Grand Gauntlet contained 12 brutal tiers in total. That was all the information he was permitted to share. Whether he took the leap or turned back to live a lie was entirely his own choice. Right on cue, a familiar blue text box manifested in the air, once again placing the weight of destiny squarely on Theo's shoulders, coldly asking him to choose. Would he enter the first tier of the Pantheon trial, or would he walk away? Theo's knuckles turned white as he clamped his hand around the leather grip of his sword, his fingers locking into place with terrifying force as the last remnants of his internal hesitation hardened into unbreakable resolve. More than anything in this life or the last, he was absolutely starving for answers. Without allowing his mind even a fraction of a second to second-guess the danger, Theo raised his hand and decisively struck the yes option floating on the glowing message window. Taking a deep, steadying breath, he strode forward, crossing the threshold and stepping boldly into the pitch-black, unknown path waiting just beyond the ancient stone door. He knew that whatever cosmic mechanism dictated the laws of this world was locked securely behind the gateway Corrado had summoned. As his boots clicked against the stone, a relentless torrent of heavy questions raced through his mind at a mile a minute. He desperately needed to find out if the catastrophic global war he vividly remembered from his past life was fated to repeat itself in this timeline as well. Furthermore, he needed to unearth the deeper reason why he, out of all the millions of souls across the continent, had been singled out and deemed worthy of becoming the Chosen One. Fueled by pure, unyielding conviction, Theo extended his hands and violently shoved Karado's massive door open, allowing the blinding, mysterious torrent of light pouring from the other side to swallow his entire body whole. The very instant Theo crossed into the first tier of the pantheon, the light vanished, pulling him into a surreal dimension completely unlike anything he had ever witnessed. He found himself standing in the center of what looked like a colossal, ruined Colosseum, shattered, ancient, and drifting entirely alone in the infinite, star-speckled void of deep outer space. As he spun around, he watched Karado's stone doorway dissolve into thin particles of light until absolutely nothing remained behind him. Theo scanned the cosmic horizon in dead silence, realizing that wherever this impossible realm was, it definitely didn't belong inside the physical layout of the White Tower anymore. Suddenly, a system notification flashed before his eyes, coldly informing him that in order to properly synchronize with and enter the subconscious realm, he would need to actively suppress his own conscious ego and allow the internal gateway within his soul to open. Only a few moments after the text faded, Theo's combat senses flared as he felt a bizarre, unsettling vibration stirring directly beneath his boots, as though the very stone floor of the Colosseum had begun to violently boil. A dense, unnatural puddle of jet-black goo began to bubble up and sizzle across the white masonry, aggressively spreading outward in a wide circle as it slowly gathered its mass together, rising up and taking shape right before his stunned eyes. Before long, the viscous, dark sludge congealed into a distinct humanoid shape, but even though it perfectly mirrored the proportions of a human being, it possessed absolutely no facial features, no skin tone, and nothing that made it seem alive in any conventional sense of the word. According to a fresh system alert, this introductory trial was bound entirely to Theo's own mind. At first glance, the faceless, silent humanoid didn't seem to radiate the kind of apocalyptic danger that Karado's grim warnings had implied. However, that momentary wave of relief vanished in a heartbeat when the liquid humanoid suddenly exploded into motion, launching a lethal attack without a single millisecond of telegraph or warning. With terrifying speed, it whipped its arm forward, sending a familiar, spinning throwing blade slicing straight toward Theo's throat. He barely managed to react, violently twisting his torso out of the trajectory at the last possible second, but the razor-sharp edge still managed to graze his cheek, leaving a thin, bleeding line in its wake. Feeling the sting of blood on his face, Theo immediately dropped his weight, resetting his combat stance and locking his focus entirely onto the entity. Whoever or whatever this thing was, it had just made its lethal intentions undeniably clear. But as he stared intently through the gloom, his pupils suddenly dilated with shock. The black sludge covering the entity began to rapidly crystallize and clarify, and he finally recognized exactly whose form it was copying. The ancient guardian standing sentinel before the deepest layers of his subconscious was none other than a mirror of himself. The psychological entity known simply as I stood fully formed before him. Right on cue, the merciless system box popped up with a single, brutal objective line: eliminate the target. In every conceivable way, the entity named I was a flawless mirror image copy of Theo, meticulously replicated down to the finest hair strand and armor buckle. The chosen one and the living manifestation of his own ego stood perfectly still in the cosmic Colosseum, locked in a silent, suffocating stare-down. Initially, Theo felt a deep, instinctive knot of unease twist in his gut at the bizarre prospect of having to murder his own likeness. But as his tactical mind took over, he wondered if this weird setup might actually play right into his hands. After all, compared to fighting some alien entity with unpredictable magic, wouldn't it be infinitely easier to dismantle an opponent whose every move, thought, and habit he understood better than anyone else in existence? It seemed like a perfectly logical, comforting piece of strategy. But the exact instant the copy unleashed its hidden power, sending a deafening, thunderous aura of golden lightning exploding across the entire Colosseum, Theo's confidence instantly evaporated. Without a single micro-inch of wasted motion, I raised his hand into the air and began rapidly charging. His throwing daggers with a flawless execution of the Thunder Dragon breathing style, preparing to launch a high-tier thunder stab with a terrifying, unmistakable wave of raw killing intent rippling through every spark of energy. In all his years of combat, Theo had never once experienced what it actually felt like to be on the receiving end of his own lethal god-tier techniques. His eyes darted frantically, tracking the incoming blur of weapons as his brain hyperanalyzed the familiar trajectory and precise timing. With a desperate roar, he swung the white moonlight blade into a defensive arc, the metal clashing violently as he deflected the bulk of the lightning-infused barrage, while twisting his body to narrowly slip past the blades that were flying at angles too awkward or dangerous to parry head-on. But by the time the dust finally settled and Theo managed to slide his boots into a steady footing again, a cold sweat broke out across his neck. He realized that in just a single exchange, The copy's overwhelming pressure had driven him all the way back to the very precipice of the Colosseum, leaving him with absolutely no room left to maneuver. Before Theo could even fully reclaim his footing or scramble away from the treacherous ledge, the air violently hissed once more. Another vicious storm of throwing blades came screaming through the vacuum. Each projectile was heavily reinforced with the crackling energy of a thunder stab, slicing forward with such a savage, piercing sharpness that the very atmosphere felt like it was being ripped to shreds before his eyes. But Theo had absolutely no intention of letting himself be pushed around by the exact same tactical routine twice in a row. This time, his gaze locked on with razor-sharp focus, his stance anchored firmly to the trembling ground, and his entire body coiled, ready to answer the assault the exact millisecond it reached his striking zone. The very instant those incoming blades crossed the invisible line into his lethal melee range where he could forcefully retaliate, Theo unleashed his quintuple dragon's claw with an absolute explosion of raw power. The five-pronged kinetic strike tore violently across the arena, utterly shredding the stone floor beneath his boots and smashing directly into the incoming barrage, shattering the throwing blades until they lost all forward momentum and clattered uselessly away. The shockwaves and violent aftermath of that massive counterattack ripped through what little remained of the already crumbling floating stage, carving deep, jagged scars into the face of the ruined Colosseum surrounding them. Theo finally exhaled, letting out a small, heavy sigh of relief, though the intense tension never truly left his face. His opponent's aggressive assault had been far too powerful for comfort, and simply blocking it a single time was a harsh reminder of just how perilous this life-or-death struggle really was. Narrowing his eyes, he looked back across the dust toward his perfect, mirror-image copy. Despite the suffocating pressure weighing down on the arena, a faint, dry laugh slipped from his lips, born from a strange sense of dark amusement. In truth, Theo had secretly hoped that his quintuple dragon's claw would serve a double purpose, perfectly shielding his own body while simultaneously tearing through the defense of his opponent. But looking at the unscathed clone, it was clear that such a hope had been entirely too optimistic. If this entity truly was a flawless, metric-for-metric replication of Theo as a combatant, then the young lord had no choice but to admit a startling reality. Somewhere along his grueling journey, he had grown exponentially stronger and more formidable than he had ever realized. With terrifying, mechanical precision, the clone shifted its stance once again, dropping its center of gravity and lowering its body like a predatory beast waiting for the slightest twitch to pounce on its prey. Clutched tightly in its grip was an exact, manifestation copy of the white moonlight blade. The doppelganger's dull, lifeless eyes remained locked dead onto Theo, devoid of even a single flicker of human emotion or hesitation. This time, the copycat didn't wait to react. It took the initiative and struck first, launching a supercharged, high-velocity quintuple dragon's claw straight toward Theo with blinding, terrifying speed. Theo counterattacked without a moment's delay, executing a precise dragon flash. He drove his own blade forward with a fierce thrust, meeting the incoming five-pronged assault dead-on to forcibly deflect the trajectory of the blows. The two identical techniques collided with a deafening roar of equal force. Even this brief, probing exchange of blows carried enough destructive energy to violently shake the foundations of the ruined arena. But as the chaotic energies finally dispersed and the thick smoke cleared, Theo's eyes widened in sudden shock. His copy had completely vanished from his line of sight. The imposter had quite literally gotten the jump on him, utilizing the chaotic crossfire to vanish entirely. Exploiting Theo's natural blind spot with terrifying tactical awareness, the shadow-like copy launched a brutal follow-up attack from directly above, plummeting down from the sky like a meteor before Theo could even reset his defensive guard. Theo only sensed the lethal threat at the absolute last second, looking up to see the copycat already manifesting yet another massive quintuple dragon's claw overhead. To make matters worse, the entity had cleverly layered two separate instances of the exact same high-tier technique right on top of each other, unleashing the unrestricted brutality of the combined moves all at once. The concentrated force crashed downward like a mythical dragon driving its talons into helpless prey, sending 10 devastating claws descending straight for Theo's head and leaving him with only a split second to react. In that desperate heartbeat, Theo relied entirely on his blistering, ungodly reflex speed, pushing his physical limits to force his body to twist away just fast enough to narrowly escape the fatal epicenter of the impact zone. Even with his rapid evasion, he didn't escape the blast radius entirely unscathed. The residual shockwave tore brutally into him, dealing a heavy physical blow and shredding his clothes into ragged, blood-stained strips. Refusing to back down, Theo immediately retaliated by charging straight at the expressionless imposter, closing the distance between them in a desperate, high-speed rush. Their blades slammed together in a deafening parry, and since both combatants possessed the exact same physical parameters and raw power, Neither side yielded even a single fraction of an inch. Theo aggressively took the offensive, swinging his sword in rapid, relentless successions as brilliant showers of sparks exploded from every violent collision of their steel. Yet, no matter what complex sword path or deceptive maneuver Theo attempted, the copycat answered instantly with the flawless textbook countermove. Every single exchange felt exactly like staring into a twisted, perfect mirror, leaving neither fighter capable of securing a clean opening. Neither held the upper hand, and neither showed the slightest hint of structural fatigue. The only tangible result of their fierce, high-speed duel so far was the rapid acceleration of the floating arena's total collapse, pushing the ancient stone closer to complete annihilation. Even the replicated white moonlight blade wielded by the clone was shockingly durable, matching the immense cutting power and resilience of the original artifact so perfectly that it was genuinely impossible to distinguish the fake from the real thing. Trading blows with himself, Theo was truly beginning to comprehend just how incredibly troublesome and dangerous an opponent he could be. Their fundamental sword paths were utterly identical, down to the most microscopic habits and weight shifts. The clone slipped away from his fiercest strikes with effortless grace, acting as if it knew exactly what Theo was going to do before the thought even fully formed in his mind, neutralizing every signature technique with an identical countermeasure. Bit by bit, Theo forced his mind to work into overdrive, desperately analyzing every motion and searching for the tiniest, hidden flaw in logic on how a warrior is supposed to break and defeat their own flawless reflection. By every standard metric of combat, this flawless stalemate could have dragged on into eternity. However, there was one fatal catch. Unlike Theo, whose physical body was actively burning through stamina and straining muscles with every heavy clash, the magical copycat seemed to possess absolutely no physical limits whatsoever, moving and executing high-level arts as if its stamina reserves and mana pool were completely bottomless. Realizing that a prolonged battle of attrition would inevitably end in his own defeat once his fatigue set in, Theo's mind raced. He knew he had to find a creative anomaly, a completely unorthodox method to shatter this ridiculous deadlock wide open. While fluidly dodging yet another lightning-infused strike from his double, his battle-hardened body continued to move purely on muscle memory, freeing his mind to work at a frantic pace to devise a strategy to bring down this artificial twin. The clone, however, had no intention of giving him the breathing room to formulate a plan. Theo had always known that his own relentless, suffocating pressure was a nightmare to deal with, but actually experiencing that unending aggression from the receiving end was a terrifying wake-up call. Because the doppelganger was backed by an apparently infinite reservoir of magical energy, it simply continued to spam massive, destructive area of effect techniques one after another without a single moment of hesitation or cooldown. As a direct consequence of this endless bombardment, the grand coliseum around them wasn't just heavily damaged anymore. It had been transformed into a complete wasteland, utterly shattered and pulverized by continuous waves of cataclysmic force. Instead of foolishly trying to match his opponent's unfair magical output head-on, Theo abruptly shifted his tactics, opting for a smaller, highly deceptive maneuver. For the very first time since their duel began, he caught the clone off guard by suddenly throwing his primary sword directly at its face at a completely unnatural, erratic tempo. For a microscopic fraction of a second, the lifeless copycat visibly hesitated. Its calculated programming was briefly unable to comprehend why a master swordsman like Theo would commit the tactical heresy of throwing away his main weapon. But that calculation error lasted only a brief instant. The clone quickly recalculated, raising its blade to effortlessly swat the flying weapon out of the air without any major difficulty. But that tiny window was exactly what Theo was counting on. He finally understood the secret to winning. He had to execute an action so wild and unorthodox that even he himself wouldn't expect it. Casting aside his main weapon for a seemingly useless throw was the perfect bait, and that split-second lapse in the clone's processing gave Theo all the time he needed to close the gap and draw his hidden dragon-slaying sword. After all, no logical fighter would ever expect someone to discard a priceless, rare weapon as a mere distraction, not even a perfect replica of himself. This was a desperate, unconventional combat trick he had retained from the depths of his past life. With the copycat's flank completely exposed and its guard momentarily displaced, Theo lunged forward with explosive speed, driving the dragon-slaying blade straight through the center of his off-colored clone's chest. The imposter's body immediately began to destabilize and fall apart piece by piece. The eerie black sludge that formed its core rapidly lost its structural integrity, completely unable to hold its form together after suffering such a devastating, fatal puncture wound. Watching the entity dissolve, Theo let out a weary breath, silently admitting to himself that it had been an incredibly profound match, especially since he had just quite literally conquered what was, in essence, the pinnacle of his past self. A resonance system notification pinged through the air, officially acknowledging his absolute victory over his own reflection and declaring that he had successfully cleared the trial of the first tier. A moment after the foul, black residue of the clone dissolved completely into nothingness, the ground groaned. Another one of Karado's massive, ancient stone doors slowly rumbled up from the fractured floor right before him. The floating system interface flared to life once more, prompting Theo with a direct query. Would he dare to accept the even greater dangers of the second-tier challenge of the Pantheon? Gazing at the ominous text floating in the dim light, the young lord's weary expression gradually gave way, curving up into a bold, highly confident smile. After all, Theo Ragnar had never been the type of man to leave a path half-walked. He was someone who finished exactly what he started, no matter how terrifying or blood-soaked the road ahead became. Without wasting another precious second to hesitate, he marched forward with firm strides, planting his hands firmly on the heavy stone and pushing open the massive door that led straight into the trials of the next tier. Meanwhile, far away from the ancient trials back within the grand halls of the Central Highlands, the stubborn elder dragon was still throwing a massive tantrum, loudly and enthusiastically demanding to anyone who would listen that Theo Ragnar should be immediately slapped with an official charge of high treason. The demon dragon immediately zeroed in on Anshio Ragnar's claims, his gaze sharpening into a dangerous glare, as he fully calculated the malicious weight behind her words. By framing the situation this way, she wasn't just making a casual complaint. She was outright accusing Theo of abandoning his military post and willingly defecting to Troyvin's side. It was a staggering, high-level charge, the kind of treasonous slander heavy enough to completely destroy a warrior's future if the High Command accepted it as absolute truth. Yet, Anshio didn't flinch under his intense gaze. She stood her ground firmly, lifting her chin as she stubbornly insisted to the entire room that she had witnessed the betrayal take place with her very own eyes. According to her vivid account, the young lord hadn't been captured, forced, or dragged across the border by enemy soldiers. He had crossed over into enemy territory entirely by his own free will. To back up her claim, she gestured toward the discarded uniform she had brought back with her, a cold smirk playing on her lips. In her mind, this single piece of blood-stained fabric was the ultimate smoking gun. To her, that abandoned Ragnar uniform served as undeniable physical evidence of a deep, treasonous betrayal, a stain far too disgraceful for the family to simply overlook. Sitting across from her, the sword dragon, who had personally watched Theo grow since his early days as a young cadet, tightened her grip on her hilt, completely unable to digest these heavy accusations. The treacherous, cowardly image Anshio was painting so eagerly simply did not align with the honorable, resilient Theo she remembered. Refusing to let her doubts show to the entire room, she subtly leaned back and quietly initiated a private mental transmission with Julius. She kept her voice tightly masked, trying to extract a straight, honest answer from him regarding what was really going on without alerting the rest of the council. The demon dragon, however, couldn't care less about her subtle inquiries, using the moment to openly gloat instead. He let out a dry chuckle, making it perfectly clear to everyone in attendance that he was the only commander who truly knew what Theo was planning, taking immense pleasure in rubbing it in her face that the kid had trusted him with his secrets far more than her. Despite his smug exterior, however, Julius secretly let out a silent sigh. Even he hadn't fully anticipated that the situation on the front lines would morph into such an incredibly convoluted mess. What had originally started as a quiet, private understanding between him and the boy was rapidly spiraling into a massive, uncontrollable political shitstorm. Cast your mind back to the final moment they had spoken face-to-face before Theo's departure. Julius hadn't given the boy a complex set of orders. He had simply leaned in and left him with one blunt, pragmatic reminder. If he was going to walk away from his post, he had damn well better not come back empty-handed. At the time, Theo had merely offered a cool, confident smile, locking eyes with his commander without a single shred of fear. He had given his word right then and there, reassuring Julius with absolute certainty that his actions wouldn't disappoint him when the dust finally settled. But the truth ran much deeper. Before he had even set foot outside the military camp for this high-stakes solo mission, Theo had taken precautious measures, secretly utilizing sound telepathy to feed his commander a crucial piece of intelligence well in advance. Through the secure mental link, he had calmly revealed that the third and fourth heir candidates, Heir and Anshio Ragnar, had been stalking his movements for quite some time, tracking his footsteps like hungry vultures. In fact, Theo had mapped out their exact coordinates, informing Julius that the problematic twins had already entrenched themselves just outside the perimeter of the camp, covertly monitoring his every single move from the shadows. Julius had been genuinely surprised to learn that the notorious, self-serving twins had managed to entangle themselves in Theo's affairs. On paper, there was absolutely no logical, ordinary reason for high-ranking candidates like them to be personally lurking around a frontline camp. According to Theo's precise deductions, the twins had been sniffing around his trail like hunting hounds ever since he made his triumphant return from the archipelago, and officially integrated into the frontline forces. Theo knew exactly what they were after. They wanted to orchestrate a fabricated scandal catastrophic enough to permanently disqualify him from the fierce race for succession. But instead of running, Theo had already devised a vicious counter-strategy to flip the script, intending to use their own petty scheme to publicly expose the glaring incompetence of his competitors. For this elaborate trap to snap shut, Theo had noted that Julius didn't need to do anything drastic. All the commander had to do was play along with the theater, offering zero resistance and going along with whatever narrative the twins tried to force onto the council. So, as Julius sat there in the present moment, watching Anchio Ragnar confidently hurl these fabricated, treasonous charges at the boy, a dark smirk began to form in his mind. He finally understood the grand chessboard Theo had chosen to set in motion. The kid really was an arrogant, insolent little brat, but Julius had to admit he absolutely loved this kind of high-stakes drama. If the boy had the guts to play mental gymnastics with figures at the top of the food chain, Julius wasn't about to spoil the fun. To the absolute shock of everyone present, the demon dragon suddenly slammed his fist down, backing Anchio's wild allegations with fierce, unshakable conviction. Anchio's eyes lit up, and she immediately bowed her head, thanking the commander profusely for validating her story, clearly ecstatic that the highest authority in the room was stepping in to support her claims. However, the tyrant dragon shifted uncomfortably in his seat, deeply unsettled by how easily and seamlessly Julius was folding to her narrative. Nearby, the black dragon's eyes narrowed into slits. He too sensed a glaring anomaly when Julius suddenly took absolute control of the floor, aggressively proposing that they form an elite, specialized pursuit unit to hunt down the traitorous boy. You see, Robert's extensive spy network had already delivered a critical report. Theo had vanished from his post the exact moment he concluded a private meeting with the demon dragon. This perfect timing strongly hinted that everything unfolding in this council room was nothing more than a carefully scripted performance. Instantly reading between the lines and grasping the exact trajectory Julius was steering toward, the black dragon decided to play his part in the theater as well, deeply curious to see what kind of chaotic storm this elaborate setup would ultimately unleash. With a formal nod, the black dragon declared that from this moment forward, Black Snow would officially log Theo Ragnar as an active military defector. He feigned acceptance of Anchio's flimsy, circumstantial evidence and immediately committed his own organization's resources to mobilizing a lethal, high-tier pursuit unit to track the boy down. The political landscape on the surface had degenerated into an absolute, tangled mess, but amidst the swirling confusion, one undeniable truth was beginning to crystallize. Theo wasn't a helpless piece of driftwood being swept away by the current. He was the one pulling the strings from the shadows. Without even physically standing in the room or saying a single word to his faces, this single teenager had somehow manipulated the formidable 9 dragons, forcing the absolute powerhouses of the continent to dance entirely to his rhythm. Meanwhile, the very man they were currently branding as a desperate, fleeing traitor was nowhere near the conventional mud and blood battlefields they were imagining. At that exact moment, Theo was navigating a realm of otherworldly, cosmic trials far beyond anything their mortal minds could possibly conceive. The moment Theo's boots crossed the threshold into the second tier of the mysterious pantheon, the environment shifted instantly, leaving him completely blind as to what twisted psychological torment would be waiting to test his resolve on the other side. But as the blinding light faded, his jaw tightened. What he absolutely did not expect was to find himself standing right in the center of the Burning Rose Palace. A tragic, blood-soaked location inextricably tied to the most agonizing memories of his past life. It became immediately clear that, much like the trial before it, this second tier was specifically designed to manifest as a direct gateway into the deepest, most vulnerable recesses of his own subconscious mind. As if the hands of time had been forcibly spun backward to drag him into his old nightmare, Theo's eyes narrowed into icy slits the exact moment a deeply familiar, grating voice echoed through the grand hall. Materializing right before his eyes were the very same aristocratic scumbags who had brutally tortured and murdered him in his previous existence. Their faces twisted into arrogant sneers as they mockingly spat out his old title, the worthless imbecile of Ragnar. Right on cue, the glowing system interface flashed to life in midair, coldly issuing his primary objective for this floor: face and completely overcome the deep-seated trauma that had shackled his psyche for decades. But the grand architects of this trial had severely miscalculated. Instead of collapsing to his knees or flying into a blind, trembling panic, Theo simply let out a quiet breath and smiled, looking at the phantoms as if he had just heard a highly amusing joke. It was honestly hilarious. Whoever had programmed the mechanics of this second-tier trial had made a fundamentally fatal error. These pathetic ghosts from his past no longer possessed the power to invoke fear or awaken past trauma within his soul. The only spark they managed to ignite inside Theo's chest was a cold, pure, unadulterated murderous intent, rendering the entire psychological trial nothing short of a pathetic farce. Yes, these precise monsters had haunted his nightmares for a lifetime. But that weak, defenseless boy was long dead. Misinterpreting Theo's calm, almost mocking expression, Axion flew into a rage, letting out a barrage of vile curses at the boy's bizarre reaction. The phantom roared, fully convinced that they still held the absolute power to cut him down and play with his life whenever they pleased. But before the illusions could even finish making complete fools of themselves, Theo vanished, moving with the blinding, unrestricted velocity of a localized lightning strike. He reappeared directly behind the group before their static retinas could even register his movement. Then, with an almost casual, fluid flick of his wrist, he swung his blade in a flawless arc, cleanly cleaving the lead bastard right down the middle before the man could even register his own demise. After all, the real-world Theo had already hunted down and thoroughly slaughtered his corrupt instructor once before in reality. To cut down a mere psychological projection a second time felt like absolute child's play. Theo stood calmly amidst the fading illusion, his terrifying aura blazing like a sun, his exposed torso drenched in the phantom spraying blood, as he commanded the center of the hall like an absolute god of war. More than the simple act of execution, Theo had merely wanted to watch that arrogant bastard's face contort in agonizing pain and utter humiliation one last time. And just like that, with a single, effortless stroke, the second tier's terrifying trauma trial was brutally and completely cleared. With the notification confirming his success, the heavy path opened, granting Theo access to ascend further. He didn't hesitate, marching forward to push open the third massive door, continuing his relentless climb toward the heavens. From the deep recesses of the temple, Corrado watched his rapid ascent through his miniature, all-seeing eye. The ancient guardian's detached expression had completely vanished, replaced by a look of intense, genuine fascination. The little entity leaned closer to his viewing orb, deeply eager to see exactly how high this anomalous young human could truly soar if he kept shattering the trials at this unprecedented speed. And Corrado was acutely aware of another reality. There was a far grander, primordial entity who was undoubtedly watching Theo's rapid ascension with breathless, absolute anticipation, the god of causality itself. From that point onward, Theo didn't just clear the trials. He absolutely dismantled the subsequent floors at a terrifying, breakneck pace. Storming through the third tier, he effortlessly shattered the persona, before immediately conquering the fourth trial by completely dominating his own shadow self. The fifth trial stepped up the difficulty, forcing him into a conceptual battle against the collective unconscious itself. But even that vast, psychological sea was systematically conquered by his unyielding will. At this point, his meteoric rise through the tower no longer looked like a mere possibility. It felt like an absolute, inevitable law of nature. By the time he breached the boundary of the 10th tier, he found himself face to face with the ID, the most primal, instinct-driven, and chaotic monster buried within the human mind, and left it a broken mess on the floor. By the end of it, Theo was admittedly a bit scuffed and battered from sprinting through so many high-level trials back-to-back, but the superficial damage was nothing his monstrous regeneration couldn't easily handle. In fact, the higher he climbed into the upper tiers, the faster he seemed to clear each floor. As he looked back down the winding stairs, he realized a hilarious truth. Out of all the conceptual nightmares and psychological gods he had faced, the only tier that had actually forced him to genuinely struggle was still the very first one, where he had been forced to fight that perfect mirror-image copy of himself. With the 10th tier firmly conquered and his momentum showing absolutely no signs of slowing down, Theo didn't pause for a single breath. He shoved the massive 10th door wide open and strode forward, crossing the threshold into the 11th tier with nothing but sheer, unadulterated resolve. Riding high on this wave of confidence, he couldn't help but shoot a cocky, challenging taunt toward Corrado, prodding the little guardian to step up his game and throw something genuinely difficult his way. Corrado, hovering nearby, absorbed the provocation with an eerily calm composure. Rather than taking offense, he merely looked at the boy and softly assured him that the true trial, the one that would actually test his mettle, was only just beginning. The 11th tier plunged Theo into the claustrophobic darkness of the Cave of Origin, a bizarre, ethereal cavern designed to mimic the primordial process of birth itself. To successfully clear this floor, he wouldn't be fighting an army. Instead, he would have to embark on a grueling climb, forcing himself to move directly against the very currents of life. Unlike the brutal, blood-soaked gauntlets of the previous tiers, this environment was devoid of monsters, traps, or hostile entities waiting to ambush him. On the surface, the objective appeared deceptively simple. He just needed to navigate his way through the winding, silent passage. Yet, the moment he stepped deeper into the cavern, the ambient atmosphere felt fundamentally wrong, far heavier, suffocatingly quiet, and unsettling in a way that made his skin crawl more than any battle ever had. A cryptic, ethereal message from the system echoed in his mind, delivering a haunting instruction. To reach the absolute source of his being, he was required to regress and return to the empty void that existed before his own birth. As he began the slow, arduous trek back toward the origin of his soul, the very senses he had relied on since the day he was born began to peel away, one by one. It was a surreal, deeply uncomfortable form of spiritual stripping, and it was unequivocally not the kind of trial Theo had anticipated facing after the sheer physical intensity of the challenges he'd already crushed. About halfway through the humid, dripping passage, the first change hit him. Theo suddenly lost his sense of smell. The world around him instantly started to feel like a fading dream. With just one more heavy step, the faint, fishy scent that had been lingering in the damp, shallow pools of the cave vanished entirely, as if it had never been there to begin with. Barely a few paces later, his hearing was abruptly snuffed out as well, effectively severing his connection to every sound in the physical world and leaving him in an impossible, crushing silence. The systematic erasure of his perception only accelerated as he trudged deeper into the cave's throat. Once his sense of touch was stripped from his nerves, 4 of his 5 primary senses were rendered completely useless. Finally, the light died, and the last sense to abandon him was his sight. In an instant, the world went black. Theo could no longer perceive the dimensions, colors, or physical appearance of anything in existence. As if that existential isolation wasn't torture enough, the moment all 5 physical senses were locked away, his internal connection to mana was severed as well. Theo was caught completely off guard by the abrupt, terrifying silence of his own power. It felt as though he had been reduced to a non-entity, a formless, weightless shadow drifting helplessly through a sea of infinite, suffocating darkness. In this state, reaching the end of the cave felt like a fool's errand. Yet, buried deep within his fading memory, he recalled a similar sensation. The harrowing moment his father's heart sword had split his previous life in half. Perhaps, he mused, he could conquer this bizarre, hollow nothingness using that same desperate endurance he had summoned back then. Theo desperately reached out into the void, calling for Griffin, the fairy dragon, the desert worm, and the lesser drake, pleading for them to channel their strength to him and act as a beacon through this absolute, soul-crushing darkness. But the void remained silent. No response touched his mind. No familiar voice echoed through the dark as he continued to sink lower and lower into the abyss. Eventually, even his own formless sense of self began to fray, scattering like dust into the endless, hungry shadows surrounding him. The only thing that felt remotely anchored to reality was his consciousness, but that, too, was eroding with terrifying speed now that his senses had failed. With his guardians unable to reach him, Theo had no external path to follow. The only remaining frontier was the dark, untapped interior of his own soul. While Theo fought to prevent his very existence from being unmade, his guardians hovered over his prone body in a state of genuine, raw anxiety. Even Griffin, whose tongue was usually sharp and dismissive, was visibly shaken with concern for his master. To clarify the grim situation for the panicking guardians, Corrado stepped into the Cave of Origin, raising a hand to stop the others from pointlessly shouting at the catatonic, unresponsive Chosen One. With an oddly adorable, clinical tone, Corrado explained that Theo's senses and mana were currently being held in a complete seal. No matter how desperately they screamed, their voices would never penetrate the void. Every living creature relies on sensory input to map space and time, and once every single one of those windows is closed, one brutal, final truth becomes clear. Within that absolute nothingness, the only thing that remains tangible is the primal, foundational fear of being entirely abandoned by the universe you once belonged to. For any human unfortunate enough to enter the Cave of Origin, the self and the world are woven together as a singular fabric. If he remained in this state, Theo's very definition of self would be erased, leaving behind a husk that was no different from a corpse. Corrado had genuinely started to believe this new Chosen One was built differently, especially after witnessing the speed with which he had cleared every hurdle up to the 11th tier. But in the final analysis, it appeared he was destined to be just another disappointment. Just as Corrado was about to turn his back on the cave and abandon Theo's cooling body to the darkness, the boy's lips suddenly twitched. Over and over again, Theo began to mutter a single, guttural word: kill. Some alien, parasitic influence had breached his catatonic state, forcing his dormant vessel to twitch and move with dark, violent intent. A thick, suffocating aura of bloodlust erupted from his body like a shockwave as he hissed demands for slaughter. Even Corrado was taken aback by the sudden, radical shift in his presence. Theo dragged himself up from the freezing stone floor with a posture that mimicked a cornered predator rather than a man. Watching him, the fairy dragon grimaced, suspecting that their master had finally succumbed to complete insanity. The remaining, dormant ego of the Mad Dragon Emperor, the dark legacy planted by the Ragnar Patriarch, had seized the keys to the chosen one's body. Given the psychological ravages of the Cave of Origin, this tragic outcome had been all but inevitable. Yet, instead of displaying disgust or fear at the sight of the boy's descent, Corrado found himself utterly enthralled. Theo was stitching together the broken fragments of his fading consciousness through the sheer fire of madness, a desperate, unorthodox method that piqued the Guardian's curiosity. Deep within the void, the remnants of Theo's fraying sanity were being tempted, lured in by the oily, persuasive presence of the Mad Dragon Emperor. In exchange for granting Theo the power to brute force his way through the trial, the old monster made a demand that Theo must steal, violate, and burn every living thing in the Emperor's name. All Theo had to do was extend his hand, accept the pact, and surrender his entire existence to the tiny, parasitic wisp of ego sleeping inside his own soul. But instead of opting for the easy, dark path, Theo's iron willpower surged, utterly rejecting the parasite's intrusion. With a cold, arrogant smirk, he forcefully crushed the Mad Dragon Emperor's influence into the dust. The old monster felt completely robbed and humiliated. After all, Theo's sudden revival was only possible because of the remnant energy the Emperor had already woven into him. No matter how frantically the Emperor's ego shrieked in protest, Theo simply scraped the wisp out of his mind. He even gathered every last drop of that monstrous, stolen energy and shoved it back into the Mad Dragon Emperor, almost like a cruel, mocking act of grandfatherly kindness, before obliterating him completely. Theo coldly told the old demon to mark that small bit of assistance as a final act of charity from grandson to grandfather. The Mad Dragon Emperor let out a manic, booming laugh in the darkness at his defiant, insolent grandson, but even through his laughter he issued a chilling warning. He would remember this betrayal, and he would be waiting. With a surge of renewed clarity, Theo finally shattered the suffocating grip of the void. His five senses, which had been so callously stripped away, flooded back in a tidal wave of perception, and the dormant mana that had been severed from his circulation once again roared through his veins with renewed vigor. Simultaneously, a profound shift occurred deep within his consciousness. A change so fundamental that words struggle to capture its weight. His self-awareness hadn't just bounced back to its baseline. It had expanded, deepening into something significantly more refined and resilient than it had ever been before. As his sanity anchored itself firmly back into reality, the notification chimed. The 11th tier of the Pantheon was officially cleared. A flicker of uncertainty crossed his mind. Was he going to face future retribution for seizing the Mad Dragon Emperor's forbidden power, only to mock the old monster immediately afterward? He shook the thought away as quickly as it had arrived. That wasn't a problem for the present. If that ancient, spiteful entity ever decided to exact his revenge, his future self could deal with the fallout. Before he could spiral further into those hypothetical worries, the frantic, relieved cries of his relic guardians cut through the air, dragging his focus sharply back to the present. The little relic creatures were absolutely ecstatic to see their master conscious and vertical again. They swarmed him with unbridled energy, crowding him from every possible angle until their combined, frantic weight actually forced him to stumble and crash back down to the floor. The desert worm and the lesser drake wore their hearts on their sleeves, clinging to him without a shred of restraint. Meanwhile, Griffin and the fairy dragon tried to maintain a facade of detached nonchalance, pretending they hadn't been worried sick, though their teary, shaky reactions gave their true feelings away instantly. As Theo grappled with the task of peeling the small, clingy creatures off his person and fighting his way out of their enthusiastic, pile-up embrace, the massive door leading to the next trial began to hum with a brilliant, golden radiance behind him. At this juncture, all that remained to complete this final stretch of the Cave of Origin was to march toward that resplendent, beckoning light. Recognizing that the immediate threat had passed, Theo took a moment to sit down, letting the refreshing, restorative glow wash over his exhausted, battered body. Once he felt the strength returning to his limbs, Theo rose, steeled his nerves, and crossed the threshold into the 12th tier of the Pantheon. The moment he opened his eyes, he was struck by a disorienting shock. He was inhabiting a body that felt completely alien to him. He gingerly slid out from beneath the soft, plush bedding, and as his bare feet made contact with the frigid wooden planks, the sudden chill made the bizarre, unfamiliar room feel unsettlingly real. Scattered across the bed were several stuffed toys, and curiously, each one was a perfect, tiny likeness of one of his relic guardians. Theo scanned the room, finding nothing he could identify, yet a strange, haunting sense of familiarity tugged at his gut, as if some hidden layer of his memory knew this place, despite him having never stepped foot inside it. Driven by a sudden, urgent need to understand his physical state, Theo moved toward a nearby mirror to get a look at himself. The reflection staring back was the same man he had encountered in those persistent, elusive dreams. Theo remained baffled as to why this specific stranger kept manifesting in his consciousness. Searching his mind for a reason yielded nothing but a void, which was quickly replaced by a stabbing, vicious headache that crashed through his skull with enough intensity to bring him to his knees. After several agonizing, blurring moments, the system finally pulsed to confirm he had successfully cleared the 12th trial. A subsequent notification flickered to life, informing him that the primordial dragon's relic, the White Tower, had been conquered in its entirety. As a fitting reward for such a feat, Theo was granted passage to the 13th and ultimate floor, the Pantheon itself. 1 second he was standing in that eerie bedroom, and the next he was staring out into a star-strewn infinite abyss. Almost as if guided by instinct, Theo began climbing a staircase made of nothing but light, moving with a singular, driving purpose toward an ornate, towering gate. Behind that colossal barrier lay the fabled pantheon of the gods. The conquest of the White Tower had paid off. Theo's mind gate had been reinforced, granting his inner world a sturdier, more formidable foundation than ever before. Yet, just as he prepared to close the distance to the mysterious gate, a melodic, flirtatious voice drifted through the cold vacuum of space, demanding his attention. Lodbrok was waiting for him. The avatar of the ancient dragon stood poised in the starlight, and his significant other under oath looked as breathtaking as ever, her twins appearing as healthy as could be. Theo immediately voiced his confusion. How could she reach a realm beyond spacetime when her physical body was supposed to be sealed deep within her nest? Lodbrok offered a knowing smile, explaining that her true form remained safely in her lair. What Theo was witnessing was merely a manifestation of her residual thoughts and willpower. Because Theo's mind gate had undergone such significant expansion, she was now able to wander beyond her prison through that lingering consciousness, utilizing the young lord himself as her conduit. This evolution had deepened their spiritual connection, ensuring that Theo could reach out to her at any time, regardless of the distance between them. The strengthening of his mental gates had clearly elevated his rank, yet Lodbrok admitted she hadn't expected him to storm the peak of the Pantheon with such staggering speed. More than anyone, she was intimately aware of the grueling sacrifices Theo had made to ascend to these impossible heights. Theo, ever humble, brushed off the praise, remarking that his actions were merely standard procedure. He was simply honoring his duty as her significant other. Lodbrok seemed genuinely struck by his boldness, finding it charming that he could deliver such sweet sentiments without a trace of hesitation. In her eyes, he remained as fearlessly brazen as the day they first collided. With a gentle movement, Lodbrok reached out, resting her hand against the gate that led into the heart of the Pantheon, her expression clouding with complex, somber emotions as she stared into the threshold. She was certain of it. Beyond this plane, Sigurd was waiting. But the expected path of radiant light never materialized. Instead, the gate shuddered violently under her touch, and from the jagged fissures splitting its surface, that same vile, black sludge Theo had battled in the first tier began to leak out. The reaction was instantaneous. Lodbrok barely managed to retreat, snapping a protective barrier into existence and screaming for the young Ragnar to stay glued to her side, regardless of what happened. Within heartbeats, the sludge surged, swelling and twisting into a nightmarish form that defied all human comprehension. The nameless sovereign had arrived, its body a mass of countless, piercing eyes that seemed to tear through the very veil of reality. The eldritch entity emitted a low, grating groan, ranting about the injustice of its torment and swearing with a chilling, hollow conviction that it would erase existence itself to satisfy its rage. Every instinctual alarm bell in Theo's body went off at once. There was nothing more dangerous than the nameless sovereign, yet he couldn't shake the sensation that something was fundamentally wrong with this encounter. Lodbrok's voice was grim as she identified the creature. It was one of the outer gods. She had no margin to elaborate on the terrifying lore behind the name. Her priority was keeping Theo alive, and she deemed an immediate retreat the only rational course of action. But then, without warning, a blinding explosion of brilliant light tore through the void. Lodbrok watched in stunned silence as the manifestation of the outer god was instantly blasted backward and vaporized into nothingness. The all-consuming, holy radiance spilled out from the now open gate, flooding the area, yet it miraculously left Theo and the dragon-turned human standing beside him completely untouched. A man emerged from the 13th gate of the Pantheon, greeting Lodbrok with the weight of an eternity of separation behind his words. The instant the sound of his voice reached her, Lodbrok slowly tilted her head upward, her eyes locking onto the man she had been cursed to never forget. The figure finally stepped into the light, and the sight was enough to make one's breath hitch. He possessed a physique forged by divine hands, and his features were a haunting, sharpened reflection of Theo's own, as if time and countless wars had chiseled the boy into this perfected form. There stood the legend, the progenitor of the entire bloodline, Sigurd Ragnar. Theo didn't throw himself forward with reckless abandon. Instead, he forced himself to stay grounded, keeping a measured, defensive distance while his eyes locked onto every subtle movement of the man standing before him. Sigurd Ragnar was spoken of in the oldest chronicles as the absolute dawn of the Ragnar clan, the prime ancestor from whom their entire lineage had sprouted. Yet, looking at him, the weight of eons didn't show his frailty. He was far from some withered, ancient relic. His presence was vibrant and sharp, possessing a flawless, otherworldly elegance that made him look less like a ghost of history and more like a celestial masterpiece. The nameless sovereign, meanwhile, was undergoing a grotesque transformation. Even after being shredded into nothingness by the light, the creature began to stitch itself back together, atom by agonizing atom. The aura it radiated was no longer merely hostile. It was frantic and obsessive, driven by a singular, deranged urge to reach Sigurd and strike him down once more. The outer god lashed out, its newly regenerated tendrils whipping through the void like jagged, fleshy whips, each one radiating a purely murderous, chaotic intent. Sigurd remained completely unmoved. He didn't even blink. With an air of serene detachment, he simply raised his hand and executed a clean, downward chop, a strike that, to the naked eye, seemed to move with a lazy grace, yet simultaneously possessed an impossible, blurring speed. Whether it was slow or fast, the sheer physics of the strike were horrifying. That simple, disciplined motion carved through the writhing mass of the outer god with surgical precision, cleaving its eldritch bulk clean in two. The nameless sovereign let out a shrill, distorted wail that seemed to tear at the fabric of the air itself. Sigurd's blow hadn't just inflicted damage, it had crippled the beast, sabotaging its ability to reconstitute its form. Ignoring the shattered, drifting remains of the outer god above them, Sigurd pivoted his attention toward Theo, his voice taking on a tone that was unexpectedly warm and welcoming. Almost immediately, more figures materialized from the gateway, each one radiating a divine, overwhelming aura that commanded silence. Sensing the storm of questions brewing in Theo's mind, Sigurd offered him a fair deal. He would answer whatever he was permitted to reveal. Theo accepted the ancestors' offer instantly. However, the first inquiry he posed wasn't about the gods or the universe. It was about the sickly, frail man he had seen in the haunting visions of his final trial. Sigurd's response was direct. Given Theo's nature as a regressor, he suggested that the stranger in those visions was almost certainly tied to the truth of Theo's own displacement in time. He even floated the possibility that the man himself was a regressor, a revelation that only deepened the knots in Theo's brow as he grasped for a more comprehensive explanation. Theo felt a gnawing, desperate need to reconcile the fragmented mysteries surrounding him. Those strange breadcrumbs, the impossible coincidences, and the buried truths that seemed to haunt every step he took. Yet, Sigurd's hands were tied. He couldn't divulge everything. There were strict, invisible boundaries on what knowledge he could bestow upon the boy at this moment. Without offering a single word of explanation to his enemy, the ancestor tapped into his immense power, conjuring a legion of swords manifested from blinding, radiant light. Every single blade thrummed with enough destructive potential to erase a continent from existence. With a flick of his wrist, Sigurd unleashed the barrage, sending the blazing swords tearing into the core of the nameless sovereign, which remained ensnared within the gate's threshold. Sigurd offered a sincere, somber apology for his inability to provide the full answers Theo craved. He promised that one day, when the boy finally carved his own path into the pantheon, he would be able to seize those truths with his own two hands. Seeing Sigurd turn his back to head back toward the gateway, Lodbrok could no longer restrain her grief and frustration. She let out a desperate, ringing protest, refusing to let him vanish into the void again without giving her the closure she needed. The dragon lunged forward, desperate to catch the contractor she had been bound to for so long, but before she could make contact, an unfathomable divine presence stepped into her path, acting as an impassable wall. The second that presence brushed against her senses, cold recognition washed over Lodbrok. This wasn't just another god. Standing before her was an entity that existed beyond all mortal understanding, the god of causality itself. Sigurd didn't even look over his shoulder. With his back turned, he issued a quiet, regretful apology, acknowledging the tragedy of leaving her behind for the second time after thousands of years of longing. But it was an inevitability. Lodbrok was still barred from entering the pantheon. As Sigurd's silhouette receded, the gate began to grind shut. Lodbrok called his name, her voice cracking in the silence, but Sigurd had urgent, cosmic duties calling him to the other side. In the final, fleeting moment before the gate sealed itself completely, the god of causality shifted its gaze, fixing its eyes directly on Theo. Those eyes were chillingly analytical, possessing a piercing depth that felt like they were peeling back Theo's skin, rifling through his memories, and probing the deepest, darkest chambers of his soul. And then it was over. Theo and Lodbrok were abandoned in the cold, empty silence of space, left with nothing but a crushing sense of defeat and a cascade of painful questions that would remain unanswered. Still, amidst the turmoil, Theo received one concrete confirmation. After enduring the hellish gauntlet of the trials, the 7th scenario quest was officially complete. According to Lodbrok, the nightmarish entities lurking beyond that gate were intruders, just like the nameless sovereign. They were beings fundamentally alien to their world. For the time being, Sigurd and the other deities were holding the line, but Lodbrok delivered a stern warning. Eventually, those cosmic horrors would target Theo directly. The fundamental laws governing their reality meant nothing to those creatures. Despite their alien, incomprehensible nature, they were driven by a singular, relentless desire to extinguish everything as fragile and precious as their world. Lodbrok's advice to the young lord was brief, yet heavy with the weight of the future. He had to find the strength to spread his wings, wider than he ever had before. Theo had to do everything in his power to defend the world he was slowly starting to call his own. Suddenly, the system chimed, granting him an unexpected reward for the sheer feat of witnessing the Pantheon with his own eyes. He was now the recognized, rightful master of the White Tower, the legendary relic of the most powerful primordial dragon, granting him the full authority to unleash the power of Nirvana. And the gifts didn't end there. Theo also gained access to a transformative ability called dragonization, and the system, in an oddly jovial and uncharacteristic tone, wished him a truly magnificent journey ahead. From that point on, the system designated him with a new, prestigious title, Theo, the bearer of causality's blessing. After surviving the grueling ascent through all 13 tiers of the Pantheon, Theo was finally warped back to the interior of the White Tower, where Corrado was waiting with his trademark, bouncing energy. Watching Theo grapple with the strange, new aura pulsing around him, the little guardian couldn't help but let out a dry, amused chuckle. Theo, however, was so focused on the power that he hadn't yet realized the drastic physical metamorphosis his body had undergone. Coarse, draconic scales now armored his skin, gleaming with a hard, natural sheen. His hands had morphed into lethal, powerful dragon claws, and 2 intimidating, jagged horns had sprouted from his forehead. Dragonization had taken full effect. As the reality of his changed form finally registered, Theo began to flex his arms and legs, testing the newfound weight, the extended reach, and the sheer power of this transformed vessel. Corrado explained that because Theo had successfully acquired so many of the primordial dragon's relics, the dormant dragon blood within his lineage had been supercharged, far surpassing its previous limitations. From his first assessment, dragonization had provided a massive, palpable boost to both his stamina and raw physical force. The sensation was so overwhelming and strange that he felt as if he were occupying an entirely new, superior body. But the most staggering change was the magic. While in this dragon form, the act of cultivating and channeling mana felt completely effortless, as instinctive and constant as drawing breath. Theo experimented by deactivating the ability, quickly learning that shifting between his human and dragon forms was surprisingly fluid and easy. More importantly, he possessed absolute, granular control over the transition. With dragonization successfully mastered, Theo turned his focus toward his other prize, the elusive and mysterious power known as Nirvana. He radiated the kind of raw, reckless energy that only a restless youth on the brink of total transformation could possess. The very instant Theo tapped into that newly unlocked reservoir of power, a profound shift rippled through the entirety of his being. His mental realm surged outward with a terrifying, untamed freedom, expanding with such blistering speed that even Theo felt an involuntary shiver race down his spine. He had never once encountered an ability capable of physically reinforcing the mental realm itself, which made this power Nirvana feel deeply unnatural, almost alien to his senses. Manipulating it felt like physically grasping the fabric of the surrounding space. The entire environment suddenly felt like a tactile object he could touch, quantify, and command. Yet, that newfound control remained jagged and unrefined. It became instantly clear to Theo that this was no finished product. He would need to commit to grueling, extensive practice before he could truly claim mastery over Nirvana. Furthermore, he understood he couldn't afford a single careless activation. Theo knew he had to be calculated about his time and place, especially since every child of the Ragnar lineage had grown up reciting the legends of their ancestor, Sigurd, and his ascension to the heavens to walk among the gods. And now, witnessing the truth with his own eyes, Theo knew those myths weren't mere fairy tales. They were cold, hard facts. Sigurd's final words continued to reverberate through his skull, especially the heavy, lingering implication that if Theo truly wished to peel back the veil on this world's deepest secrets, he had to accelerate his own path and rise until he sat among the gods of the Pantheon himself. Yet, The burden of Sigurd's cryptic task wasn't the only weight pulling at him. The sheer reality that the god of causality had manifested in that exact location had left Theo's internal state in absolute disarray. From his current vantage point, it began to seem as though the Ragnar clan was far more than just a supreme ruling power of the north. It felt as if the Ragnar name represented something infinitely greater, a foundational existence serving as the ultimate bulwark, standing guard over the entire world against catastrophes so incomprehensible and bizarre that they defied human understanding. Karado's words confirmed Theo's intuition with chilling precision. Protecting the fabric of the world had always been the Ragnar family's sacred mandate, a duty that inevitably demanded the most noble and painful of sacrifices. In essence, the Chosen One was forged with Ragnar blood specifically so they could eventually ascend as a deity, standing shoulder to shoulder with the god of causality to wage war against the encroaching malice of the outer gods. Taking a gamble, Theo pressed Karado for answers, asking if these colossal truths were somehow linked to the mysterious man and that inexplicable foreign world he had stumbled upon during his 12th tier trial. The little guardian confessed that the nature of Theo's 12th trial had been a source of fascination for him as well, but he admitted with total honesty that he lacked the answer. If Theo truly wanted to uncover the reality behind that strange, fragmented world, he would have to carve that truth out for himself. Even after traversing the 13th tier and bearing witness to all those overwhelming god-tier spectacles, Theo's focus kept snapping back to the memory of that foreign realm, as if that specific mystery had buried a hook deep into the subconscious corners of his mind. Now that the trial had finally concluded, Karado wasted no time urging the Chosen One to vacate the tower. But just before the process of returning him to his point of origin began, Karado offered one final, pointed warning. A dangerous, uninvited guest was already lying in wait for him on the outside. The moment the words registered, a sharp, cold smirk tugged at the corners of Theo's mouth. The bait had performed exactly as intended, and since some unwelcome visitor had gone to the trouble of waiting, it would be downright impolite to keep them standing around any longer. With that thought, Theo cracked his knuckles, the sound echoing with anticipation. In a heartbeat, the transfer process triggered, and one of the massive entrances to the White Tower erupted in a blinding vertical pillar of light. Theo materialized at the base of the structure, standing amidst the biting chill of the falling snow. White flakes dusted his bare skin, yet he didn't even register the freezing temperature. He felt nothing but a cool, focused clarity. He didn't bother scanning the horizon to locate the guest Karado had mentioned. Heir was already closing the distance, stalking across the open field toward him with a twisted, unsettling brand of enthusiasm. The maniac immediately began his tirade, sneering that younger brothers had no business making their older brothers wait around for such an excruciating amount of time. In Gisher's warped, predatory worldview, it was Theo who should have been standing in the cold, dutifully waiting for his arrival. He tightened his grip on his pair of bizarre, double-headed scythes, dropping into a low, aggressive combat stance that left absolutely no room for misinterpretation. His malicious intent was practically radiating off him. He kept harping on the title little bro, clearly hoping the condescending jab would get under the Chosen One's skin and force him into a sloppy, emotional retaliation. But Theo didn't take the bait. Instead, he dipped his head just slightly in a gesture of fake humility, calmly apologizing for having so carelessly acted rudely toward his big brother Heir. Heir continued to play his part as the sharp-edged, intimidating brute, insisting that only a tiny, elite fraction of the living could even link his name to his face. And to be fair, Theo wouldn't have recognized the man at all if he hadn't crossed paths with him once before in his previous life. Back then, he had only managed to catch a fleeting, distant glimpse of this absolute freak at a friendly, high-stakes sparring tournament intended for prominent Heir candidates. At that time, Theo had been operating as a deep-cover operative, blending into the background of the crowd, while every single eye in the arena was locked onto the main stage. On that day, the entire audience had learned a brutal lesson. Not all Heir candidates were created equal. Heir had been ecstatic to hear that a new, promising Heir candidate was climbing the ranks. But when it came time to spar with Axion, he didn't even bother drawing his weapon to humiliate his so-called little brother. The sight of him crushing Axion Ragnar with nothing but his bare hands had been a terrifying display of raw power. But today, history had veered off onto a completely different track. Theo maintained an easygoing, carefree smile while engaging Heir in casual chatter, and he even managed to leave the man completely speechless by cordially thanking him for traveling to such a desolate, remote region just to come save him. Heir froze dead in his tracks, his mind momentarily derailed by the sheer absurdity of Theo's response. Then, as the weight of Theo's mocking innocence fully sank in, Heir erupted into a fit of crazed, manic laughter, the sound of a man who found the entire situation to be hilariously, delightfully wrong. Unlike that tiresome, predictable Thorkel, this newcomer clearly had no concept of how the real world operated. After laughing until he had purged the madness from his lungs, Heir vanished in a blurred, violent flash. His speed was inhumanly brutal, and the refined malice behind his blade was enough to make the very air shiver with dread. As the serrated edge of the scythe whistled toward Theo's neck, Gisher's true, lethal objective was laid bare. He had come here to execute a rival before that threat could fully mature. Theo calmly raised his shimmering, moonlit blade to intercept the strike, instantly shedding his facade of innocence. He countered with a cold question, asking Heir if he and the twins had truly been naive enough to fall for the trail he had specifically laid out for them to find. According to Theo's careful calculations, the full force of the Troivan military would be swarming the tower at any moment. Those hounds were undoubtedly foaming at the mouth for the chance to capture the one who had finally conquered the White Tower. Theo had realized well in advance that attempting to escape that inevitable pincer movement on his own would be a logistical nightmare. So, he had effectively turned the twins into pawns on his own chessboard, intentionally discarding his uniform where he knew they would find it, knowing full well it would provoke them into calling for a full-scale pursuit squad. Gisher's expression betrayed him. He clearly realized in that moment that the discovery of the uniform had been far too convenient. Even though his sister had bought the lie, he felt a flicker of grim satisfaction that his own instincts had spotted the deception. Throughout this exchange, Theo remained fluid, parrying every frantic strike Heir launched, their weapons colliding in a rhythmic, violent symphony of steel and showering sparks. As mounting frustration began to cloud his focus, the maniac channeled even more raw, chaotic strength into his next swing, and the sheer weight of the blow forced his little brother to stumble back several paces. Before Theo could even readjust his stance or regain his footing, Heir lunged forward again, moving with the relentless intensity of a hunting dog tearing after wounded prey. Heir processed Theo's grand plan and, as much as it burned him to admit it, he had to concede that the scheme was undeniably brilliant. But that respect didn't change a thing. He had absolutely no intention of lowering his weapon. If Heir could manage to sever Theo's head from his shoulders before the Troivan pursuit squad arrived to claim the prize, he felt certain the outcome would be perfectly aligned with his own selfish desires. For his part, Theo had never harbored any grand illusions that diplomatic words or rational conversation would penetrate the thick, chaotic skull of a lunatic like Heir. In Theo's estimation, Thorkel was likely the only individual within the succession line who possessed anything resembling a normal psyche. Among these competitive heirs, raw strength was the only language that mattered, and each of them carried a stubborn, unshakable conviction that refused to bend. Since Theo had officially joined their ranks as a potential successor, he was forced to abide by that same brutal, uncompromising code. Recognizing this, Theo finally abandoned his strictly defensive posture. His eyes narrowed into focused slits, his grip on his sword hilt tightened until his knuckles turned white, and he lashed out at his so-called big brother with a blade imbued with genuine, cutting spite. However, before Theo's steel could find its mark on Heir, a third party blindsided them, shattering the flow of their duel as a gargantuan warhammer came crashing down, gripped firmly in two massive hands. The moment that heavy hammer made contact with the earth, the impact tore through the ground with the devastating power of a localized earthquake, sending a shockwave of pressurized air and debris hurtling outward. Anticipating the fallout, both Theo and Heir reacted with reflexive precision, vaulting away from the epicenter of the strike before the devastating impact could consume them. Even in the throes of his signature madness, Heir possessed enough tactical sense to recognize that this was hardly the opportune moment to keep bickering with his little brother. Zwei, the wielder of the hammer, clicked his tongue in a show of blatant frustration, clearly annoyed that his perfectly calculated attempt to land a dual kill had come up short. Theo stabilized his footing and readied himself for a genuine, high-stakes confrontation. The true, dangerous players had finally made their entrance. Dre spoke from behind her concealing mask, her voice tinged with a feint, mocking amusement as she complimented Theo for instinctively raising his guard the split second she and her partner touched down. She correctly surmised that the young lord had been keenly aware of their presence all along, noting how they had been intentionally stalling their entrance until the most opportune moment. Still, she admitted that her ego felt slightly bruised. It was laughable that the Ragnars genuinely believed two untested, inexperienced boys could hold their ground against two of Troivan's 9 servitors. Serving as the second and third in command, Zwei and Dre had been hoping for a far more formidable challenge, though from another perspective, they had effectively stumbled into a high-value bounty. After all, 2 prime heir candidates had essentially delivered themselves right into their palms without the servitors having to expend any real effort on a chase. On paper, the odds were stacked heavily against Theo and Heir. These servitors were elite killers trained specifically to counter the 9 dragons, making a direct confrontation an incredibly daunting task. Dre didn't bother hiding her intentions, nonchalantly letting it slip that she intended to use the two boys as a ritualistic sacrifice. Zwei immediately snarled at his excessively talkative comrade, ordering her to curb her tongue in front of their targets. Dre, however, saw absolutely no utility in maintaining such decorum, especially since she viewed both boys as dead men walking. With a sharp retort, she retorted that if the hulking brute really wanted her to remain silent, he should have landed his surprise ambush with more competence instead of botching the opening move. The two servitors began to bicker and trade barbs, acting as if Theo and Gizhar were nothing more than an inconvenient background annoyance rather than their lethal quarry. It was infuriating for Theo to admit, but the raw magical pressure radiating from these two was absolutely suffocating. The only saving grace was that the duo clearly shared a dysfunctional, antagonistic partnership. Theo was already scanning for a way to exploit that fracture when Dre suddenly surged forward. Without a single wasted motion, she rocketed toward him, her razor-sharp claws extended and prepared to shred through his defenses. It took only a fraction of a second for Theo to grasp just how terrifyingly fast this woman actually was. In the span of a few heartbeats, her claws blurred across Theo's body, tearing through his defenses as if she were carving into raw, exposed meat. Miraculously, he managed to pivot his body at the final microsecond, ensuring the deep gashes remained superficial rather than life-threatening. During that split-second lapse in his concentration, Theo counted at least 30 distinct lethal strikes. More concerning, the final swipe had come terrifyingly close to carving open his throat with significantly more force than the preceding blows. Dre appeared genuinely surprised that he had survived her initial assault. She hadn't been testing him with that final swing. She had been fully committed to decapitating him. Only then did she recall that Theo was the same boy who had famously taken down Noel back on the archipelago. Dre clicked her tongue in disgust, muttering that a failure like Noel never should have been entrusted with such a critical mission. If she had been deployed to that assignment, she mused, the outcome would have been significantly more final. Hearing her dismiss such a formidable opponent as mere failure bruised Theo's ego more than he cared to acknowledge. After all, Noel had been the first adversary in quite some time who had forced him into an all-out, desperate fight. Dre immediately picked up on the fact that her jab had struck a nerve, and the sight only deepened her amusement. She took perverse pleasure in watching his composure crack, especially given that she found his appearance rather attractive. With a cruel, seductive confidence, the deadly woman promised that she would at least go easy on his handsome face. Theo, however, refused to retreat, and he certainly didn't fall back into a passive, defensive crouch. Instead, he met her aggression with a surging momentum of his own, pushing forward to force her into a frantic engagement. Not far from their violent collision, Gizhar Ragnar channeled his power into the surrounding shadows, manifesting a swarm of perfect, pitch-black clones before charging into the fray alongside them. The moment he arrived at his target, Gizhar and his shadowy duplicates synchronized their movements, unleashing a coordinated storm of flying blade strikes from every conceivable angle. Unfortunately for the self-proclaimed maniac, Dre possessed reflexes far too honed to be ensnared by such a flashy, predictable ambush. She slipped away with an effortless, graceful leap, avoiding the entire barrage without a drop of sweat and casually taunting Gizhar to turn his weapons toward Theo instead. Regardless of the bad blood between the brothers, they were still bound by the same cursed Ragnar lineage. In Dre's mocking estimation, Gizhar surely had to harbor at least a shred of sentimental value for his own kin. Gizhar fixed her with a murderous, bloodshot glare, warning the woman to hold her tongue and stop trying to steal the prey he had already marked for death. Dre remained completely unfazed by his sharp-edged threats. She had zero interest in inserting herself into their twisted, familial drama. She only wanted some uninterrupted, private time with her darling Theo. As for the other brat, she couldn't care less. To expedite Gishar's removal from the scene, Dre closed the distance once more, lashing out with her claws to drive him away. Her movements were so inhumanly rapid that even Gizhar struggled to keep up with her speed, his eyes straining to track her path. To complicate matters further, Number 2 finally decided to rejoin the chaos, swinging that massive, destructive hammer directly at Gishar's unprotected back. Dre was nearly clipped by the reckless, sweeping motion of the weapon, but she managed to launch herself out of its trajectory a mere heartbeat before it could pulverize her. After sticking the landing, she abruptly shifted her rhythm and set her sights on a new target. By that point, the chaos had devolved into true friendly fire, with the battle lines blurring entirely. Dre scrambled onto the brute's shoulder, drawing her jagged claws across his throat, while whispering a lethal warning to stop playing around unless he wanted to be the first one to meet his end. Zwei insisted that he was simply trying to maximize efficiency. After all, the one who secured the kill would be the sole recipient of the bounty. Dre clearly loathed her partner's existence, but for the moment, she could only spit curses and unleash a barrage of venomous insults his way. Theo could only watch in mounting bewilderment as the two legendary servitors bickered, threatened, and nearly slaughtered each other right in the middle of their fight. Their absurd, infantile behavior reminded him all too painfully of a certain older brother of his own, who possessed an uncanny talent for manufacturing this exact same brand of chaos. The fact that his own kin had been dead set on decapitating him just a few minutes ago made this entire spectacle feel uncomfortably, almost mockingly familiar. Fortunately for Theo, the sheer, murderous intensity that had been directed at him evaporated, entirely redirected toward the servitors instead. Without wasting a single second, Heir tapped into the forbidden depths of the Shadow Sword's killing arts, unleashing a swarm of thousand ink daggers that surged forward like a suffocating, pitch-black tempest. Heir's eyes burned with genuine malice as he claimed the larger target for himself, having mentally staked his claim on Zwei as his personal prey. Observing from a safe distance, Dre let out a teasing, melodic warning, cautioning the hulking brute to watch out for the enraged Ragnar brat closing in on him. Simultaneously, she effectively pinned him in place, maneuvering to ensure that the massive wall of muscle became the perfect, stationary target for Heir's onslaught. As soon as Heir moved into range to unleash the full, devastating force of his thousand ink daggers, Dre gracefully vaulted away with a playful, light-footed leap, abandoning Zwei to navigate the deadly hail of blades entirely on his own. She giggled to herself, clearly delighted that the clutter of battle had been stripped away, finally granting her the opportunity to face the handsome young lord in a one-on-one duel. Everything reset to the moment their initial skirmish had been interrupted, leaving them with nothing to do but let their steel and claws finish the conversation. Theo had already mentally recalibrated his combat style to account for Dre's unnatural, blurring speed. When she surged toward him with a direct, lethal strike, he raised his blade with perfect timing, successfully parrying both of her vicious claws in a single, synchronized block. That fleeting exchange drove home a harsh reality for Theo. Surviving a high-speed duel like this required a level of focus that made a simple contest of brute force look like child's play. In a conflict unfolding at this velocity, one miscalculation, a single poorly timed blink, or the tiniest flicker of hesitation would be the difference between life and being reduced to ribbons. Theo could say with absolute certainty that this woman was faster than Naven, yet even at those breakneck speeds, she maintained the chilling precision to aim for his vital arteries every single time. It was in that dire moment that Theo formulated a strategy so reckless, it just might be his only path to victory. He intentionally left a critical weak point wide open, crafting an opening so tempting that even a seasoned killer like her couldn't possibly resist the bait. Exactly as Theo had predicted, Dre's reactions were governed by pure, predatory instinct. She lunged straight for the trap, overextending her reach and plunging deep into his kill zone. With her right where he wanted her, he locked his grip onto his sword hilt and surged, pumping his mana through his veins with reckless abandon. Theo executed a fusion of his two most devastating techniques, Dragon's Claw and Dark Thunder, drastically augmenting both the reach and the sheer destructive impact of his strike. Regrettably, even that violent torrent of slashes was just a fraction of a second too slow to land a clean hit on Dre. Even so, she didn't escape unscathed. The residual, crackling energy of his Dark Thunder managed to graze her, leaving its mark. With that brief physical contact, the secret was out. Dre now knew for certain that Theo possessed the ability to weave lightning attribute energy into his sword strikes. While her evasive maneuvers had been technically perfect, the numbing, paralyzing shock still managed to seep into her nerves. As the final wave of his sword energy whistled past her, Dre finally grasped the true intent behind Theo's previous movements. The boy had remained ice-cold under pressure, intentionally shredding the terrain around them to hinder her mobility. She had to tip her hat to him. It looked like a desperate, last-ditch effort, but it was a surprisingly clever tactical maneuver. The only shame was that broken, rugged ground wouldn't be nearly enough to stifle the sheer, raw velocity she possessed. Whether the surface beneath her feet was perfectly flat or littered with jagged debris, Dre's ability to leverage her agility remained at peak efficiency. In fact, she turned the tables, using the protruding rocks as impromptu platforms, ricocheting from surface to surface in a way that made her trajectory even more erratic and impossible to predict. Watching from a high-altitude vantage point, the third servitor observing the mission offered a nod of approval for Dre's performance. She might have been an imperfect specimen, but she still manifested 30% of the Black Dragon's innate capabilities. Ein furiously scribbled his observations into his ledger, viewing the life-or-death struggle below not as a tragedy, but as a fascinating, data-rich scientific experiment. What genuinely shocked the number one servitor was that Theo Ragnar had managed to intercept and counter Dre, however briefly. Ein kept his eyes glued to the chaos as the young lord gathered his energy for yet another unpredictable maneuver. Ein sensed that the next few minutes would be nothing short of exhilarating. Dre was currently accelerating her tempo, weaving in and out of striking distance while purposefully telegraphing openings to lure Theo into a trap. She was attempting to ensnare him using the exact same tactic he had deployed against her only moments prior. But Theo refused to take the bait. He stayed disciplined, concealing his presence within the roiling cloud of dust and pulverized stone, while Dre continued to mock him, demanding he show his face. She complained that she had no patience for men who made women wait, so Theo replied with the courtesy of a gentleman. He summoned his draconic construct, Nibelung, and launched it forward with the singular intent of snapping her neck. Even with no solid ground beneath her, Dre contorted her body with supernatural flexibility, pivoting away from the lethal reach of the construct at the very last microsecond. Then, as the swirling dust began to dissipate, she caught sight of Theo's transformed figure and froze, completely blindsided. Their master had warned them this might occur. The boy possessed the capacity for dragonization. Theo had clearly intended to catch her off guard while she was airborne. Even though the strike didn't land, it was an undeniably sharp play. Dre stared at his draconic form, and to her own surprise, a faint flush crept up her cheeks as she took in this primal, wilder side of his nature. In his current, enhanced state, Theo no longer struggled to match her absurd speed. As the tempo of their combat continued to escalate toward a fever pitch, Dre teased him, jokingly accusing him of dabbling in the same shady, dragon-themed experiments that the servitors themselves were products of. She then openly confessed that she found this version of him far more appealing than his standard human form. In this state, he felt much more like her kind of person. Theo countered with a warning. The intensity of their battle was only just beginning to ramp up. He saturated his blade with a far greater density of dark thunder, and combined with the massive speed boost he had just attained, Dre suddenly found herself pushed onto the back foot. Theo rained down a relentless flurry of slashes, forcing the lightning-fast servitor to absorb the full, crushing brunt of his assault. His draconic eyes tracked her every micro-movement while a cold, mocking smirk played across his lips. And for the very first time since their dance of death began, Theo finally drew blood from Dre. Ein ascended to the summit of a nearby ridge to gain a better vantage point, and from that height, he couldn't help but be impressed by Theo's escalating performance. This was Ein's inaugural time seeing dragonization properly deployed in combat. Only a short while ago, Theo had been barely capable of tracking Dre's movements, but now he was undeniably dominating her. Ein acknowledged that, in this transformed state, Theo was likely more potent than any of the 9 servitors in their base forms. The stability of the situation was fraying, but to Ein, there was a dark, profound beauty in that level of extreme volatility. With the first drop of her blood spilled, Theo grew significantly more aggressive. He kept piling on the pressure, steadily compounding her injuries, and Dre finally ceased her taunting, the realization setting in that treating this encounter with anything less than lethal seriousness could genuinely cost her life. Before the situation could deteriorate any further, Dre made a calculated shift, deciding to put an end to the young lord with a single, conclusive strike. If Dre's previous strikes were nothing more than glancing blows, the attack she was currently charging up operated on an entirely different plane of existence. The raw, pressurized force gathering within her claws didn't feel like a simple blade swipe anymore. It felt like a volatile bomb primed to detonate at point-blank range. From his secluded, high-altitude vantage point, Ein observed the impending carnage, whispering his running commentary to the empty air. The young lord, Theo Ragnar, had shattered his expectations by a staggering margin. His current output was far beyond the performance ceiling Ein had initially calculated for him. Across the field, Heir was proving that his reputation as a high-ranking heir candidate wasn't just posturing. Locked in a brutal struggle against the hulking, mountainous brute, he was holding his ground through sheer technical mastery. With every lethal exchange, Heir recklessly threw his own body into the line of fire, prioritizing the chance to land even a single, telling blow over his own safety. The most unsettling part was the manic, wide-eyed grin plastered across his face, as if the genuine threat of mortality only served to sweeten the thrill of the hunt. Yet, Ein felt not a single shred of concern for Zwei's survival. In Ein's cold analysis, Heir was merely a victim of bad luck. Out of the entire lineup of possible opponents, he had unknowingly walked straight into the clutches of the most dangerous monster to face at close quarters. Zwei's eyes tracked the trajectory of Gisher's incoming strike with predatory, calculated precision. The instant Heir committed to a heavy, downward cleave, Zwei sidestepped with an impossible burst of speed, gliding out of the weapon's path with an agility that defied the massive bulk of his frame. His warhammer was already primed, waiting to pulverize bone the second a gap in Gisher's defense emerged. Zwei had masked that monstrous agility until the precise millisecond it was required, using the dodge to bait Heir into a fatal overextension. The Heir candidate had fallen for the trap of judging a book by its cover, forgetting that physical mass does not automatically dictate the limitations of movement. That startling velocity was anchored by crushing, overwhelming power. A singular blow from Zwei's hammer slammed into the earth, the impact so severe it literally rearranged the geography of the battlefield. Ein retrieved his ledger, diligently recording his notes on the older candidate's underwhelming showing. Zwei was fundamentally modeled after the demon dragon, yet at this stage he was only tapping into roughly 20% of his true potential. Even so, the entire operation provided Ein with a treasure trove of data for refining the servitors, a realization that left him feeling genuinely satisfied. However, Heir hadn't heard any bell signal the end of this bout. He remained firmly in the arena, though even he was forced to acknowledge that his earlier bravado had been dangerously premature. The sheer, destructive magnitude that the brute was capable of unleashing at any given moment was vastly greater than Heir had initially presumed. According to the most recent intelligence, the Ragnar clan was already aware that these servitors were synthetic counterfeits, specifically engineered to stalemate the 9 dragons. Despite knowing this, Heir recoiled at the prospect of a reality where he lacked the strength to dismantle a cheap artificial imitation. The gnawing suspicion that this might actually be his current limit forced his ego into a sudden, painful retreat. If his raw power wasn't enough, he would have to dig into his arsenal and reveal every hidden card he had been hoarding. He launched himself skyward, commencing an onslaught of relentless sword energy. Drawing from the lethal repertoire of the Shadow Sword, he unleashed the Ink Orchid technique, the attacks raining down upon Zwei in a constant, dizzying barrage. Zwei didn't retreat an inch, instead spinning his hammer with fluid ease to dissipate the wispy sword energy projectiles, handling the massive iron weapon as if it had no weight at all. He only ceased his rotation when it appeared that Heir had finally run out of steam. Zwei scoffed, calling the Heir candidate pathetic, while openly goading him to dig deeper, reveal more tricks, and keep the fight alive. Heir looked entirely unruffled. In fact, the true offense was only just igniting. Having saturated the area with Ink Orchid, he manipulated the ambient essence to form solidified, inky chains that erupted from every point on his body. Those chains were tethered by sharpened, dark blades, each one driving deep into the bedrock to anchor the formation in place. The intricate web wove tightly around Zwei, binding him to the exact spot where he stood. This was another specialized maneuver from Heir's shadow sword killing arts. Dubbed the Cosmic Web, the sight of it made it appear as though the mountain of a man was struggling against the thick, ink-based bindings. Yet Zwei didn't display even a flicker of panic. To him, the notion that the boy believed a toy-like web could actually pin him down was laughably absurd. With a calm, steady tone completely devoid of arrogance, Heir conceded that this technique was nowhere near enough to restrain a monster of Zwei's caliber for any significant length of time. And that was entirely by design. Zwei had never been the primary target. Heir utilized the tension of the chains as leverage, suspending himself in midair to ensure his feet never made contact with the ground. Finally exhausted by Heir's elaborate games, Zwei tightened his muscles with overwhelming force, shattering the cosmic web into fragments, intending to drag the boy down through brute physical dominance. That was the trigger. As the chains disintegrated, they set off an explosive kinetic chain reaction, causing the ground to buckle and burying Zwei beneath a crushing avalanche of broken stone. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the battlefield, Theo was holding his own with impressive efficiency. Having fully adapted his reflexes to the heightened state of dragonization, he dismantled the high-speed servitor with surprising ease. With Dre's arms effectively neutralized, binding her to the wreckage was child's play. Theo chose to keep her alive, promising her that he would present his commander with a very special souvenir. A living servitor prisoner would be a fitting trophy for the demon dragon. Dre's cold, synthetic heart skipped a beat. Even though Theo's words weren't born of genuine affection, the lethal blend of his raw power and calculated restraint made her infatuation deepen instantly. Theo pivoted his attention across the battlefield, curious to see how his brother was faring in his own duel. By that point, Zwei had already clawed his way out from the suffocating heap of debris. Before he could even compose his next move, Heir plummeted from the sky, appearing out of the blind spot at the perfect trajectory for a crushing follow-up. Zwei's instincts shrieked a warning, alerting him to the incoming assault just in time. Heir denied the brute even a second to catch his breath, pressing the advantage to force him into a desperate high-intensity melee. Against all odds, Heir's relentless, suffocating pressure began carving significant wounds into the behemoth's hide. Even so, Heir hissed in frustration. He had poured his entire reservoir of energy into that final sequence, yet it had barely managed to dent Zwei's god-tier defenses. Witnessing his elder brother struggling against such a lopsided, unfair adversary, Theo decided to tilt the scales in the opposite direction, intervening to turn the tide. The atmosphere around him crackled with ozone. With the legendary blade Bameng in his grip and the white moonlight blade in his other hand, Theo, his eyes glowing with the intensity of the dragon, resembled a walking catastrophe. He gave his insane brother a smirk, offering his hand in a silent declaration that he had arrived to finish this. Heir looked uncharacteristically humbled, his mouth opening to reflexively curse at the arrogant kid, but as his gaze caught the terrifying manifestation of Theo's dragonization, every shred of doubt regarding Theo's status as the true chosen one vanished into thin air. Heir offered a mocking, shamelessly blunt warning to his younger brother. The very moment this servitor was dealt with, their own private bloodbath would resume exactly where they had left off. Theo didn't flinch or pull away. He met Gisher's aggressive challenge head-on, wearing a cool, confident smile that signaled he was more than ready to accept whatever outcome was coming their way. Before they could turn their blades on each other and spill precious Ragnar blood, there was the far more pressing matter of the traitors standing in their way. Heir had the audacity to label Theo as complacent, taunting him with the idea that such casual carelessness would ultimately be his undoing. Gisher's assessment was instant. Zwei was operating on a vastly higher plane of combat than the woman Theo had already dismantled into an armless, broken heap. Theo didn't try to debate him. He knew the brute was right, and he offered a silent, total agreement. Meanwhile, far removed from the dust and violence of Theo's battlefield, the commander of the Black Iron Cavalry moved to the front of his line, facing his soldiers with a somber expression. Thorkel Ragnar galvanized the Black Iron Cavalry with a grim, formal declaration. Citing the sacred, unyielding laws of the Ragnar clan, he announced they had been officially mobilized to detain Theo Ragnar on charges of high treason. Yet, deep beneath that stoic, duty-bound exterior, Big Bro didn't truly believe for a second that Theo was capable of casting aside his bloodline or betraying the Ragnar name. For Theo to commit such an act would be tantamount to spitting on the patriarch himself, a notion that seemed fundamentally impossible to reconcile with the man he knew. Even so, the mandate was absolute. If the suspect chose to offer any resistance to his arrest, then, in accordance with the strict provisions of Ragnar's martial law, they were fully authorized to execute him on the spot. As those lethal orders echoed across the ranks, the Black Iron Cavalry surged forward in full, terrifying motion, their tight formation rolling toward the horizon like an unstoppable wall of tempered steel. When news of Theo's alleged betrayal filtered down to his comrades in the white-armored dragon cavalry, a wave of palpable confusion rippled through the ranks, and every eye reflexively darted toward Evelyn, desperate for some kind of clarity. Before the frantic questioning could escalate into a full-blown panic, Commander Julius shattered the tension with a stern, final command, forcing the unit to fall into line and mobilize without another word. Captain Evelyn fought the order with every fiber of her being, unable to stomach the idea of marching out to capture one of their own. But the demon dragon leaned in, reassuring her that their unit wasn't concerned with the messy, petty machinations of high politics. They only had to adhere to the core rule, trusting their comrades as they always had. With that clarity, Evelyn extinguished her hesitation and fell into step behind the commander. She ascended into the sky, trailing directly behind him, and the entire squad mirrored the movement, their synchronized formation cutting a path through the clouds. Observing from a distance, the tyrant dragon watched the wyvern soar into the distance, and the sight sparked a strange, clawing sense of unease within his chest. It wasn't merely a nuisance. He was genuinely, deeply, and violently irritated. After all, the man piloting those wyverns was someone who had broken an ancient dragon's limb just to spare a subordinate. Julius Ragnar wasn't the type of man to accept a discarded uniform as proof of treason, let alone lead a personal hunting party against Ragnar's rising star. To the tyrant dragon, the reality was blindingly obvious. Those meddlesome little insects were clearly playing a deeper game. His rage bubbled over, and he clawed at the cliffside with such savage intensity that the stone buckled and crumbled beneath his grip. Every instinct screamed for him to dive headfirst into the unfolding chaos and rip his way into the situation with his own two hands. Back on the battlefield, Theo and Heir Ragnar were locked in a tense, involuntary partnership. Heir shot a glance at his younger brother, warning him to keep his guard up at all times. This massive adversary was cut from a different cloth than the woman Theo had previously handled. To treat this fight with the same strategy would be a fatal, unforgivable mistake. Theo attempted to propose a coordinated plan, but his unhinged older brother immediately shut him down, refusing to entertain a single word of it. Heir simply detested being issued orders, especially when those orders were coming from Theo. Honestly, he would have been perfectly content to dismantle this servitor alone, only to turn around and finish off Theo the moment the dust settled. Recognizing the mood, Lil Bro wisely took a step back. There were certain invisible lines one simply didn't cross, and trampling on the fragile, volatile pride of a succession candidate was right at the top of that list. Heir snapped his focus back to the enemy, his muscles coiling tight as the rhythm of the battle pulled him back into the zone. Essence surged around him, and in a heartbeat, he propelled himself forward with such blistering speed that he seemed to vanish into thin air. When Heir reappeared, his dark assassination technique was in full bloom, transforming the battlefield into a blurring, lethal display of shadow-drenched precision. Heavenly daggers composed of pure darkness manifested around Zwei, boxing the servitor in from every angle and systematically closing off every conceivable escape route. Each of the jagged, troublesome blades detonated upon contact, sending shockwaves of concussive force through the air as the trap tightened. Even amidst the constant barrage of explosions, Zwei didn't flinch. The massive servitor planted his feet and swatted away every dagger that dared to drift into his reach. As soon as the onslaught finally waned, Zwei transitioned seamlessly from a defensive posture into a devastating offensive charge. Heir was suddenly faced with an explosive turn of speed that simply shouldn't have been physically possible, especially coming from such a massive frame. Fighting Zwei felt like going up against a superstar athlete moving at peak intensity with zero warning. Taking that Warhammer strike head-on would have been a one-way ticket to the afterlife. Heir's defensive techniques kept him breathing, but only just barely. He could deflect the incoming blows for a while, but playing the defensive game forever was a losing proposition. So he maintained his focus, tracking every shift in Zwei's posture, patiently hunting for that one fleeting, critical opening in his stance. And as if the sheer, suffocating pressure of the fight wasn't enough to fray his nerves, Zwei began to run his mouth, hurling taunts at the Gale Dragon, right in the heat of their exchange. Theo honored Heir's demand for autonomy and stayed cool on the sidelines, leaving his brother to carry the fight. However, as the duel stretched on, he decided to make use of the downtime by interrogating their captive. Standing before the restrained, defeated woman was the plague doctor herself, Ian, the primary of the 9 servitors. Ian was practically salivating over Theo's chain and dagger mechanism, praising the exquisite engineering and the flawless functionality of the design. But Theo couldn't shake the unsettling sensation radiating from her. He had never in his life sensed mana that was so fundamentally ominous, so alien, and so deeply unsettlingly wrong. Ian conceded that even 30% of the Black Dragon's power proved insufficient to overcome the threshold of dragonization. The dark reality was that the 9 Servitors project had been launched to surgically modify human subjects into biological weapons, forged to challenge the 9 dragons of Ragnar on equal footing. Each test subject was catalogued by a numerical designation reflecting their power output. Dre, their 3rd subject, held exactly 30% of the Black Dragon's potency within her marrow. Theo found the entire 30% justification utterly pathetic, and he made no effort to mask his contempt. His dismissive reaction clearly struck a nerve, visibly upsetting the woman behind the mask. Without a single word, Ain't silence spoke volumes, radiating a chilling, predatory focus that left no room for negotiation or plea. She moved with terrifying, practiced efficiency, driving a massive, grotesque syringe deep into Dre's throat. She plunged the dark, viscous fluid straight into her veins without a flicker of hesitation, her expression completely detached from the cruelty of the act. Dre clawed frantically at her neck, her breath hitching as she scrambled to find the right words to beg for her life. She stammered out desperate promises, swearing she could still fight and prove her worth, but her pleas were utterly meaningless. Her fate had been etched in stone the moment Ein decided she was expendable. The serum took hold in a heartbeat. A hideous, warping force surged through Dre's veins, violently distorting her muscle fibers and snapping her bones into a twisted, alien configuration that defied every law of human anatomy. The agony was mercifully short-lived, though no less horrific. After only a few tortured seconds, her body reached its breaking point. It literally tore itself apart in a nauseating, explosive fountain of blood and mangled tissue. Theo observed the carnage with cold precision, immediately identifying the source of the rupture as a catastrophic mana backflow. He'd seen this nightmarish phenomenon once before, and he knew all too well how little remained of a person once it finished with them. Ein, unfazed by the gore she had just orchestrated, wore a faint, serene smile. She spoke with a casual air, revealing that the concoction she'd injected contained exactly 40% of the Black Dragon's cataclysmic, world-ending power. She boasted with unnerving confidence that their experimental trials had shattered all previous benchmarks. They had successfully synthesized a replica of that dragon's strength that could go toe-to-toe with the genuine article. According to Ein, the only remaining hurdle in their grand, twisted experiment was finding a vessel, a physical body sturdy enough to contain such immense, volatile energy. She locked her gaze onto Theo Ragnar, purring with satisfaction that he was the absolute perfect specimen to crown her ambitions, promising to elevate him far beyond the stature of the current patriarch. Just as she leaned into her sinister proposition, the thunderous, heavy sounds of the ongoing skirmishes in the distance drowned out their exchange, forcing the moment to a sudden, abrupt end. To the shock of the onlookers, Heir had actually managed to push Dway to his absolute breaking point, systematically dismantling the freak's defenses until the formidable enemy was left reeling and battered. Standing tall over his broken opponent, the wild, prideful warrior couldn't help but revel in the glory of the moment, utterly drunk on the adrenaline of his hard-won victory. Recognizing that the tide was turning into a chaotic nuisance, Ein decided it was time to step in and put an end to the charade. With a bored flick of her wrist and a gaze as cold as winter, she issued a single biting order to Zwei: get up and finish the fight immediately. Despite the brutal, bone-shattering punishment he had absorbed throughout the duration of the duel, the second servitor began to haul himself back to his feet. He moved with a stiff, unnatural cadence, mimicking the hollow, rhythmic motion of a reanimated corpse. Heir was completely blindsided by the impossible recovery, his concentration faltering for just one fatal, split second. That sliver of distraction was all Zwei needed. He condensed his dark, swirling energy into a razor-edged spike and drove it straight through the warrior in a single, lightning-fast strike. Ein silently processed the outcome. While her core mission remained the elimination of Theo and the capture of the ancient dragon's power, she decided she was perfectly fine with retreating for now, taking a different, captive candidate as a consolation prize. The sheer, jarring speed at which the situation had collapsed into chaos left even the battle-hardened Theo stunned. His body locked in a moment of paralyzing shock. Sensing the approach of overwhelming reinforcements, Ein began to phase into the shadows. As she vanished, she left behind a chilling, whispered promise that her offer was still on the table. Thorkel was the first to tear through the clearing, having tracked the isolated Theo with the relentless precision of a predator. He launched a ferocious, high-velocity assault that almost succeeded in severing the spatial threads of Ein's emergency teleportation magic, 5574.CB84FC. But even with his terrifying strength, the tip of his spear failed to connect by a mere hair's breadth before she dissolved into nothingness. But his spear was a tad too late. The raw, kinetic energy of Thorkel's charge slammed into the ground with such force that it left a massive, scorched crater where the enemies had stood only moments before. Theo moved quickly, intending to demand a tracking unit to hunt down the retreating assassins, but Thorkel silenced him with a look that could cut stone. Instead of cooperation, Thorkel leveled his spear at his brother's chest, solemnly announcing that Theo was under immediate arrest on suspicion of committing high treason. Almost on cue, the rhythmic, thunderous drumming of hooves echoed across the battlefield, announcing that the rest of the elite black iron cavalry had arrived, flanking their commander in a perfect, intimidating formation that left no route of escape. At the exact same time, Julius and his own gleaming white armored dragon cavalry swept into the arena from the opposite flank, setting the two rival forces on an inevitable collision course. With two powerful succession candidates standing their ground, the atmosphere grew suffocating. The tension was so thick and sharp that the surrounding soldiers could barely draw a full breath. The situation spiraled into true volatility when the crushing aura of the tyrant dragon heralded the arrival of Dante Roll, trailed by a frantic, wide-eyed Anshio Ragnar. Anshio's gaze darted across the scarred battlefield in a panic, the color draining from her face as she realized her brother was nowhere to be found. Gripping her weapon, she rapidly pieced together the scene. The arrival of the 9 servitors had clearly turned the entire operation into a death trap. A cold, creeping dread washed over her as she realized the most likely outcome. Heir had been taken by the enemy. Yet, even with the news that a prize student had fallen into enemy hands, the tyrant dragon didn't show an ounce of concern. Instead, a twisted, predatory smirk spread across his lips. He saw the perfect opportunity to use this tragedy to permanently dismantle the arrogant Theo Ragnar. Dante Roll took a heavy, arrogant step forward, thrusting himself into the center of the standoff and demanding an immediate, decisive judgment. He barked that in the brutal black-and-white reality of an active war zone, a traitor warrants only one thing: execution on the spot. Theo braced himself, desperate to shout his side of the story and expose the true culprits. But he held his tongue, knowing there were more immediate, catastrophic threats to the clan that required their focus. Ignoring any chance for discourse, the aggressive tyrant lunged forward, his massive hand reaching out to forcefully drag the young lord down by sheer, oppressive force. Before the hand could make contact, Commander Julius surged forward, intercepting the strike and creating a solid wall of protection for his protege. Julius stood tall, his gaze fierce, and declared with unshakable resolve that he would never permit anyone to lay a finger on his charge based on flimsy, baseless rumors, especially when the undeniable evidence of a fallen servitor, slain by Theo's own blade, was sprawled right before their eyes. When the tyrant continued to press the charges with the petulant stubbornness of a child, Commander Julius stepped forward, letting his massive, oppressive aura wash over the clearing. He issued a final, chilling warning. Anyone foolish enough to persist in this nonsense would have to contend with the lethal, uncompromising discipline of the ancient dragon style. Ever the chaotic force of nature, the tyrant's eyes brightened with sadistic glee. He was always more than happy to trade heavy blows with a monster like Julius. Just as the two titans prepared to unleash a clash that would have leveled the battlefield, Theo stepped firmly between them, his voice cutting through the tension like a blade. He roared that Heir had been defeated and abducted, meaning they still had a fleeting, desperate chance to hunt down the retreating servitors and secure his rescue. The sudden revelation that a top-tier candidate was now a hostage rippled through the ranks, causing a shift in the soldiers' allegiances as the urgency of the mission began to outweigh the politics. Fixing his gaze on his accusers, Theo solemnly pledged to face whatever tribunal they felt necessary in the future, but maintained that their absolute priority had to be the rescue of his captured brother. Evelyn had foolishly clung to the hope that even a cold-blooded tyrant like Dante would operate under a minimal set of principles. She genuinely believed that when a fellow disciple's life hung by a thread, the man would set aside his toxic political schemes and power-hungry posturing to address the crisis at hand. She couldn't have been more wrong. Dante simply didn't care. He treated every desperate word she uttered about Heir's life-or-death situation as nothing more than annoying, insignificant static. In truth, the tyrant was absolutely sick and tired of the endless bickering and the tedious political games. His eyes burned with a raw, primal aggression, making it crystal clear that he had no interest in further discussion. He was itching to skip the talk and just cave in some skulls with his bare hands right where they stood. The atmosphere grew stifling, charged with immediate, lethal intent. Theo knew that if he couldn't produce ironclad, undeniable proof of his innocence at this exact second, Dante looked ready to discard every regulation and tradition just to satisfy his bloodlust by executing the young lord on the spot. Bracing himself against the crushing weight of the tyrant's murderous aura, Theo gritted his teeth. He dug deep into his inner reserves, violently igniting his dragonization as a brilliant, shimmering cascade of power began to surge around his body like a golden flame. Standing tall and utterly unshakable amidst the vast, tense sea of armored soldiers from both factions, Theo raised his voice to thunderously condemn the tyrant's reckless, traitorous conduct. He forced every eye on the battlefield to focus on the true priority, the rescue of Heir. Locking his gaze onto Dante's, he demanded to know whether the preservation of their sacred family bloodline truly mattered less to him than the throne he was so desperate to seize. As his challenge hung in the air, the young lord's internal energy swelled, spiraling outward with a violent intensity that hit like a tidal wave crashing against the cliffs. The frantic whispers ceased instantly. Every soldier on the field locked their gaze onto him, rendered completely motionless by the majestic, terrifying spectacle of the dragon power manifesting around him. Theo Ragnar was cementing his presence as the true, legendary descendant of the ancient dragon, deliberately projecting the awe-inspiring image of mythical guardians to intimidate his own hostile kin. Up in the air, Griffin narrowed his eyes, clearly irritated that he was being conjured merely to serve as a glorified political prop in a squabble between family members. In reality, Theo had pulled off a brilliant, desperate bluff, utilizing a clever manipulation of Nirvana's pure energy to artificially mimic the visual hallmarks of a high-tier glass domain. However, given his current level of cultivation, this was a high-stakes gamble. The absolute limit of his current power was projecting the vivid, towering silhouette of a guardian, nothing more. While these colossal manifestations appeared divine and soul-shaking to the soldiers, they lacked the physical density or true raw power required to actually pin down a beast like the tyrant. Theo understood this perfectly. He wasn't trying to trigger an all-out war. He was trying to survive. He knew he didn't need to physically best Dante in a duel. His true objective was to completely neutralize the aggressor by shifting public perception and winning the hearts of the gathered troops. And this dazzling, overwhelming display of an ancient dragon descendant commanding ethereal guardians was a calculated masterstroke, perfectly tailored to play upon the psyche of a martial clan whose entire history and pride were rooted in the worship of the dragon. It worked. A ripple of awe tore through the ranks. Soldiers from both rival cavalries raised their weapons high, unleashing booming shouts of reverence for the true successor standing before them. They roared in total support, utterly captivated by his noble declaration to place the rescue of a fellow Ragnar blood relative above the petty, internal bickering. Having successfully snatched the psychological momentum of the battlefield, Theo finally held the narrative power needed to authorize an immediate search and rescue mission, silencing anyone who might object. But the charade was fragile, and the battle-hardened tyrant pierced through the flashy, hollow deception of the projected spirits instantly. With a sneer of pure contempt, Dante unleashed a single, devastating punch, shattering Theo's mimic glass domain into a billion glittering shards that rained down like diamonds across the dirt. As the foundation of the technique crumbled, the grand, imposing figures of the Dragon Guardians warped, distorted, and finally melted away into nothingness, leaving the trick exposed for all to see. Standing amidst the settling dust, the tyrant intentionally cranked his voice to a booming shout, ensuring every soldier heard him loudly ridicule Theo and mock those fading, imaginary beasts. Adrenaline-fueled and blinded by rage, he spiraled into a bizarre, aggressive rant, howling that the family had grown weak, filled with blind worms, who still clung to fairy tales and were easily swayed by amateur stage magic. Dante was so consumed by his own arrogance that by the time he realized he was babbling nonsense, the damage was already done. He couldn't retract his words. He had just insulted his own men, labeling the loyal soldiers as stupid and easily duped. A thick, suffocating silence blanketed the area, and every man present stared at the tyrant with visible disgust, looking at him as if he had finally lost his mind and completely disgraced himself. Even the highly traditional elder dragon felt a surge of profound, icy offense at the sheer insolence of Dante calling their most sacred ancestral symbols lizards. Witnessing the tables turn so beautifully, Theo wisely held his tongue, remaining perfectly still while letting the hot-headed fool continue to dig his own grave with his careless, arrogant mouth. Without Theo having to lift a single finger, the tyrant's gargantuan ego had handed him a massive tactical victory. Dante Roll's toxic, disrespectful true colors were now laid bare before the entire clan, and the sacred ancestral symbols he had so flippantly dismissed might just be the very things that lead to his downfall. Sensing the sudden shift in the atmosphere but far too prideful to yield in front of his peers, the tyrant decided to double down on his aggression, opting to plow through the public backlash with sheer, overwhelming intimidation. He let out a harsh, mocking laugh, loudly scoffing that if these ancient bloodlines were meant to be so incredibly magnificent, then surely, a pathetic little brat masquerading as the inheritor should have absolutely no issue surviving a single real strike from his fist. Theo's eyes narrowed. He realized he had slightly underestimated just how unhinged and detached from reality this man truly was. Yet, just as Dante propelled himself forward, right in the middle of his illegal, blatant charge, the entire world seemed to grind to a violent, jarring halt. An unimaginably heavy, suffocating aura descended upon the battlefield, sending a shockwave of dread down everyone's spines and locking every soldier in their tracks. A single figure descended from the heavens, landing on the earth with effortless, terrifying grace. In a calm, bone-chilling tone, he asked why his elite soldiers were bickering like children instead of bringing him the severed heads of their enemies. As he spoke, the battlefield seemed to blaze with a blinding radiance, completely overwhelmed by the crushing pressure of his presence. Kyle Ragnar, the supreme ruler and patriarch of the clan, had arrived. Surveying the chaos, he couldn't help but wonder how he could ever entrust the empire's borders to a bunch of short-sighted, bickering children. The moment the armored ranks registered that unmistakable, legendary presence, the tension snapped, and every soldier simultaneously fell to their knees in a synchronized, perfectly formal greeting to their absolute lord. Julius bowed his head in respectful, deathly silence, while Dante, breaking into a cold sweat, began stammering out a frantic, desperate justification, insisting he was merely attempting to purge a traitor. He pointed a shaking, accusing finger at Theo, citing the fact that the boy was wearing their enemy's attire, a visual affront that was dragging the Ragnar name through the mud. Using this small detail as his entire defense, Dante looked up at the ruler, begging for the patriarch's official authorization to execute the boy immediately. Kyle didn't even bother glancing at him, thinking to himself that his lapdog had clearly forgotten its place, barking far too loudly and out of turn today. A vicious hound that thinks it can snap at whoever it pleases, especially while its master is standing right there, is a beast that needs to be broken and taught a severe, lasting lesson in obedience. With a mere twitch of Kyle's intent, the gravitational pressure in the air multiplied instantly. Dante's knees buckled with a sickening crack, and he was forced to fold and crash heavily into the dirt. Completely ignoring the groveling tyrant, Kyle turned his cold, predatory gaze toward the standing commanders, demanding a clear, concise report on the real tactical situation. Commander Thorkel Ragnar, one of the few warriors capable of even breathing under the patriarch's pressure, stepped forward. He clearly laid out the grim news. The fourth successor, Gishar Ragnar, had been ambushed and abducted by Troivan forces. Fully echoing the logic Theo had presented moments before, Thorkel firmly proposed the immediate formation of an elite pursuit squad to hunt down the enemy, rather than wasting another second on petty, internal political squabbles. Kyle's gaze swung away from the rest of the room, locking onto Thorkel with an intensity that made the entire hall feel suddenly empty, as if everyone else had simply ceased to exist. Within that chilling, immovable stare, he forced his son to confront a brutal, fundamental truth, one that no member of the Ragnar bloodline was ever permitted to forget. The very foundation of the Ragnar family was built upon a single, merciless law. Strength is the only currency that matters. In their ruthless world, the losers possessed absolutely no right to voice complaints, no claim to mercy, and certainly no right to continue breathing. Despite the complicated, messy history he shared with Gizhar, Thorkel found himself unable to stomach the cold directive to simply discard his own brother. If they were capable of casting aside a sibling with such callous ease, then what possible moral ground did any of them stand on to boast about their clan's supposed greatness? Once again, the patriarch cut right through that sentiment, dismissing his son's hesitation without a second thought, his voice dripping with the heavy, undeniable authority of a man who commands life and death. He made it clear that the Ragnar estate was never intended to be some cozy, sentimental home where they could huddle together and play pretend as a happy, loving family. It was a crucible, a place designed specifically for weakness to be unmasked, scrutinized, and ultimately crushed into dust. Even so, Theo stepped forward, shifting the focus of the argument entirely. He didn't try to tug at their heartstrings or appeal to brotherhood. Instead, he pivoted to something that held significantly more weight in the eyes of the Ragnars. Theo argued that if they simply abandoned Gizhar to his fate, the damage would extend far beyond the loss of a single successor. The real casualty would be the terrifying reputation, the honor, and the suffocating gravity that the very name Ragnar commanded across the realm. The Ragnars were expected to etch a fear into the souls of their enemies that ran deeper than death itself. A visceral, soul-shaking terror that would cause even the most veteran warriors to freeze, paralyzed, before they even considered raising a weapon against them. This was more critical now than it had ever been before. Any individual foolhardy enough to lay a finger on a Ragnar warrior had to be met with such a catastrophic, overwhelming response that it would serve as a permanent warning to everyone else. For Theo, this brand of absolute terror was the only effective shield against being treated with contempt. As long as the world trembled at the mention of their name, the Ragnars would never have to worry about being looked down upon again. Dante sneered at the speech, his lip curling as he labeled the entire argument as nothing more than polished, clever nonsense disguised as strategic wisdom. Desperate and clearly feeling cornered, he tried to veer the conversation back toward the accusations of treason. The patriarch's fraying patience finally snapped completely. With a look of visible, sharp annoyance, he struck Dante down again without ever lifting a hand, physically forcing him to eat dirt once more. Observing the entire exchange from the sidelines, Cal couldn't help but feel a flicker of genuine respect. Theo's tongue proved to be far deadlier than any steel, and he possessed a frighteningly accurate intuition for exactly where to land his verbal strikes. The boy spoke of Ragnar honor with such unwavering conviction and polish that, for a split second, it was almost as if he were already standing at the pinnacle of the family, issuing the orders himself. It was an ingenious justification, a masterfully crafted narrative, delivered at the perfect moment, all orchestrated with the clear intention of nudging reality toward the specific outcome Theo desired. And because of that calculated brilliance, Cal decided it was worth his time to indulge him, at least for the duration of this current situation. With a sharp, decisive command, the patriarch immediately began shuffling the people in the room into rescue squads, ordering them to mobilize instantly to recover Gizhar before it was too late. As the soldiers began to scramble, the sound of clattering armor filled the hall and units snapped into formation. The atmosphere pivoted abruptly from a heated ideological debate into the cold, sharp focus of a military operation. Kyle then turned his attention back to his son, instructing Theo to hang back for a moment, mentioning that there were a few specific matters he wanted to discuss while just the two of them were present. Thorkel caught the way their father singled out Theo, focusing on him with an intensity and a specific kind of attention that was notably absent when it came to the rest of them. For a fleeting moment, Thorkel's face tightened as he processed a whirlwind of complicated, bitter emotions, but he choked them back down, bowing his head silently before turning to fall in with his unit. Meanwhile, far removed from the Ragnar encampment, the first servitor, Ein, was currently facing the full, terrifying brunt of her superior's fury. Ed Troyvin gripped her by the throat, hoisting her off the ground as if she were made of nothing but air, his rage bubbling over as he unleashed a scathing verbal assault on her failure. He was absolutely livid. He had demanded that Theo be captured and the relic brought to him, yet here she was, standing before him empty-handed. His primary servant had dared to return breathing, offering nothing more than a pathetic consolation prize. Ein scrambled to deflect the blame, citing the sudden, overwhelming intervention of the Ragnar main force as the reason for her failure. But the truth was far more nuanced. She had simply found Theo Ragnar far too intriguing to dispose of so easily, and she had made the quiet, internal decision to allow that curiosity to linger for a while longer. After landing a few more punishing blows, Ed Troyvin finally resigned himself to the failure with a bitter, sour expression. He knew that without the ancient dragon's relic, the entire resurrection ritual was functionally impossible. The priest standing nearby, sensing the tension, tentatively stepped forward to suggest an alternative, proposing that they utilize the dragon sword as a substitute for the missing relic. Among the rare and formidable weapon-type relics in existence, the dragon sword sat near the very top of the hierarchy, possessing more than enough raw power to serve as a viable replacement. However, there was a glaring issue. The Mad Dragon Emperor required an asset of that caliber to stand a chance against someone like Kyle, meaning the dragon sword couldn't simply be discarded as a mere offering to the ritual. As if Troyvin's situation wasn't already precarious enough, the Ragnar main force finally initiated their full-scale assault in earnest. They tore through the vanguard lines with unprecedented speed, pushing forward with a terrifying, unstoppable momentum, loudly proclaiming that they had arrived for no other reason than to secure their successor. Ed knew Kyle well enough to recognize how fundamentally out of character this was. The patriarch was, by nature, a man who would typically shrug off the loss of a successor, citing the very law of the strong he preached to everyone else. Deep within the facility, Gizhar finally clawed his way back to consciousness, using the last of his fading strength to provoke Ed Troyvin with a series of biting, mocking insults. In his delirium, Gizhar remained convinced that it was his own master and his sister who were driving this desperate, high-stakes rescue mission. The priest warned them that being discovered was now just a matter of time. Their headquarters couldn't stay shrouded in shadow forever with the Ragnars closing the distance. Even with the demonic cult's protective barrier shielding them, that enchantment could only stall the inevitable for so long. If they chose to abandon the site and retreat, the timing of their sacred ritual would be pushed back indefinitely. Worse still, the resurrection of the Mad Dragon Emperor was a procedure that could only be enacted within the northern territories, and they had only managed to secure a precarious foothold on the very outskirts of that frozen land. If they were forced to retreat now, there was absolutely no guarantee they would ever be able to set foot upon that icy soil again. Backed into a corner with no other options, Ed made a desperate, ugly decision. They would use Gizhar Ragnar as a sacrificial offering along with the dragon sword, a flawed, imperfect substitute, but the only path left to them. As the realization hit Gizhar that he was being dragged toward a gruesome ritual, a wave of raw panic surged through him, but his desperate, guttural pleas for salvation were quickly choked off. The cultists had to finish every detail before the enraged Ragnar forces breached their perimeter. Becoming a living offering for the Mad Dragon was a truly blood-soaked, horrific fate. From the dark depths of the altar, fleshy, pulsing tendrils writhed upward like serpents, tearing into Gishar's body and carving deep, jagged lacerations into his flesh. Underneath the ominous, blood-red glow of the sky, his battered and bleeding form was presented as a grim offering to the dead. With the infusion of Ragnar blood and the power of the relic, Ed Troyvin began the incantation to resurrect the Mad Dragon Emperor, forcefully shifting the entire timeline onto a dangerous new trajectory. Kyle's concept of father and son quality time was anything but conventional. For him, bonding meant exerting his sheer, overwhelming power to literally tear open the fabric of space and time. Then, he stepped into that jagged, glowing rift and hauled his son in after him, intent on showing Theo exactly what existed beyond the limits of the impossible. To Kyle, this bizarre, silent, and isolated pocket dimension was the perfect setting for an intimate conversation, far removed from the endless noise and chaos of the world outside. The very moment Theo stepped across the threshold into the gap between time and space, the soul of Lodbrok sensed his presence and manifested at his side. What Kyle Ragnar was capable of achieving with a blade had long ago transcended the boundaries of ordinary swordsmanship. At this level, referring to his actions as mere swordsmanship felt like a profound understatement. For Lodbrok, the scene unfolding before her eyes was simply beyond comprehension. As she stared at Kyle, he no longer possessed the aura of a mere mortal. The man standing there with his blade felt like something entirely different, something almost transcendent. Kyle, however, clearly had absolutely zero patience for the silent, tense exchange that had been rippling back and forth between the ghost of Lodbrok and his son, Theo. He had gone to the lengths of tearing open the very fabric of reality to bring Theo into this isolated, severed pocket of space for a private word. In Kyle's cold estimation, there was no room in this conversation for an intrusive spirit lingering from a bygone era. With nothing more than one sharp, merciless glance, Kyle exerted his will upon the space around them. In the blink of an eye, the Thundergate Lodbrok relied upon was violently shuttered, severing her connection to Theo's mind as decisively as if Kyle had slammed an iron door in her face. The sudden, jarring separation hit Lodbrok with immense force. She recoiled, visibly damaged from being torn away and expelled so brutally from the connection. Even Theo felt the aftershocks, a dull, throbbing ache pulsing behind his eyes. He had always known his father was powerful, but this was a revelation of a different scale. It made him wonder just how vast, and how far, Kyle's perception truly reached. Then, to Theo's complete surprise, the oppressive intensity of his father's expression shifted, settling into something unusually heavy and somber. In a voice that was low and steeped in gravity, Kyle looked at him and asked, point blank, if Theo had spent all those years nursing deep-seated resentment toward him for the abandonment and neglect. He didn't stop there. He pressed further, asking if Theo harbored hatred for the endless, brutal bloodshed that defined their family. A cycle of violence carried out under Kyle's absolute, iron-fisted rule. Theo froze, his breath hitching as he was caught entirely off guard. It was the last question he ever expected to hear from a man like his father. Yet, after a moment of heavy silence that seemed to stretch on, Theo refused to offer a dishonest platitude. He faced the weight of that question head-on, looked his father in the eyes, and gave a slow, deliberate nod. Kyle seemed to hold a genuine appreciation for that answer. His son hadn't panicked, nor had he groveled with desperate, sycophantic denials. Instead, he had shown the backbone to admit the truth to his father's face. Then, the patriarch slowly raised a finger and slashed it through the air, a simple motion that demonstrated the sheer, overwhelming strength required to literally hold the weight of the world upon his shoulders. Throughout his long, bloody life, Kyle had never once faltered when it came to sacrificing the few to ensure the survival of the greater whole. With a cold, calculated ruthlessness, he had single-handedly shielded their realm from total collapse. It was only partially accurate to label him a mad hunter of regressors. In reality, his mission was the systematic elimination of the parasites who invited chaos into the world, and, as it happened, the vast majority of those regressors were precisely that kind of threat. And among all those harbingers of ruin, the most dangerous rat of them all had been his own father, the Mad Dragon Emperor. For the sake of the clan's continued existence, Kyle had been forced to strike down Geyser himself, accepting that he would have to turn his blade against his own bloodline to preserve the peace. His hands were already permanently stained with the gore of his kin, a price he paid willingly because he prioritized the stability of the wider world over his own personal grief or attachments. In his relentless, lifelong crusade for order, Kyle Ragnar had accumulated power far beyond what he had intended. Theo watched, mesmerized, as a brilliant, celestial structure began to manifest and pulse with energy behind his father's back. The last time Theo had witnessed a halo of such terrifying majesty, it had been within the halls of the Pantheon. Furthermore, Kyle was partially bound by the invisible, heavy chains of fate. The moment his power surged past the limitations of the human world, a vast, cosmic calling began to pull at him from somewhere far higher, summoning him to fight on an entirely different scale. But Kyle was stubborn. He refused to abandon his clan or leave his responsibilities to crumble in his wake. Because of this, he deliberately, painstakingly suppressed his own power, forcing himself to remain shackled to keep that overwhelming celestial summons at bay. The more strength he allowed to bleed out, the tighter those inescapable chains of destiny would coil around his soul. This was precisely why Kyle had chosen to rule his clan through the medium of absolute fear rather than by constantly flexing his true, godlike might. By using fear as his primary weapon, he was spared from having to draw his sword just to keep the clan from devouring itself. At this stage, Kyle Ragnar barely resembled a man anymore. He felt like an ancient deity, or perhaps a horrific monster artfully wearing the face of a human. What he was revealing to Theo was the crushing, true weight that the head of the Ragnar family was forced to carry. Whether the boy could ever break free from those shackles of destiny was not something his father could give him. It was a test that only Theo could pass. In the depths of his own mind, even Theo couldn't say for certain if the path he was currently treading was truly the correct one. With that uncertainty, he activated Nirvana, flooding his mind with focus and expanding his mental awareness for one fleeting, powerful moment, pushing his cognition past all normal human limits. As his consciousness surged into that heightened, transcendental state, the space around them shuddered in response. With unshakable, absolute conviction, Theo declared that when the time finally came, he would take the clan, the calling, and the fate of the realm itself into his own hands. After all, his ambition was never just to sit on the throne as the family head. He fully intended to rise above his father, to eclipse him, and to surpass him in every conceivable way. Kyle couldn't help but be charmed by that level of audacity. The boy's arrogance was borderline ridiculous, but it was also chillingly familiar. Theo was, without a shadow of a doubt, his father's son. With that declaration, Kyle found one final, potent reason to remain anchored in this world, defying the cosmic call and holding the line just a little bit longer. Now the burden shifted to Theo. He had to prove that his grand confidence was more than just empty, arrogant noise. Kyle would be watching him, scrutinizing every single step he took. It was an unspoken, direct challenge from the man who sat at the very pinnacle of the world, demanding that Theo prove himself worthy to inherit the mantle of the true successor. Back in the physical realm, Thorkel and his unit had been methodically circling the perimeter, casting their net wider and wider beyond the boundaries originally marked on their maps. Yet, a lingering sense of unease gnawed at him. No matter how much ground they covered or how far they pushed into the wilderness, they hadn't encountered a single living soul for miles. Thorkel finally grasped the truth, though it was agonizingly late. A wave of bitter frustration washed over him as the reality of what had been happening around them finally clicked into place. In the empty, stagnant air just a few paces ahead, he sensed a subtle, unnatural ripple, a disturbance in the weave of the world. Without a second of hesitation, Thorkel surged forward and thrust his spear with lethal intent, as if he were attempting to impale the invisible air itself. That singular, piercing strike confirmed his worst fears. They had been effectively running in circles, trapped inside a sophisticated mirage barrier orchestrated by the demonic cult. The commander didn't hold back, tearing through the illusion by force. The false scenery was ripped away like a veil, exposing the grisly, hidden horror beneath. At the heart of the exposed headquarters, the altar crafted from raw, pulsating flesh looked as though it had violently exploded from within. Splattered, tainted blood coated every surface, painting the entire hideout in a sickening, deep, and unnatural shade of red. The Ragnars immediately mobilized, fanning out across the gore-soaked site, their eyes darting into every dark corner and crevice to hunt for clues about what had transpired. The confirmation arrived all too soon. They discovered the withered, discarded remains of Lord Gizhar Ragnar, a corpse that was completely lifeless, drained of all vitality, and barely recognizable as the man he once was. When Anchio heard news so horrifyingly absurd, she didn't wait for permission. She shoved her way forward toward the remains of the flesh altar, heedless of anyone attempting to stand in her way. Her fury was a living thing, so sharp and dangerous that she openly threatened to kill any man foolish enough to try and block her path. The Black Snow investigators delivered their report, their voices thick with the crushing tension of people standing in the epicenter of a nightmare, surrounded by nothing but blood, ruin, and the debris of a ritual that had spiraled into total catastrophe. The air was thick with a heavy, stifling silence, providing Anchio with the solitary space she desperately required to begin mourning the brother she had just seen stripped from her life. Anchio Ragnar was completely devastated, shaken to her very core by the senseless, brutal death of her reckless brother. Gishar's life had been snuffed out in an instant, and for her, the emotional wound was still agonizingly fresh. Standing nearby, Thorkel was trapped in his own personal purgatory, unable to stop tormenting himself with the haunting, repetitive thought that if he had only uncovered that hidden location a mere heartbeat sooner, he might have been able to drag his brother back from the brink of death. Thankfully, Julius remained a steadfast presence by his side, silently offering him the quiet companionship he needed to weather the aftermath. Every corner of the scene was littered with the grotesque, chilling remnants of the demonic cult's vile rituals. Between the hollowed-out corpse of their kin and the lingering, sickly residue of energy left behind by the relic, the grim reality of what had transpired here was painfully, undeniably clear. Anchio was currently drowning in a sea of grief, moving through the sharp, jagged stages of loss as if she were in a daze, while just feet away, her own master stood with such profound detachment that it seemed the death of his student meant absolutely nothing to him. That display of icy, calculated indifference seared itself into her memory, a cold reality she knew she would carry for the rest of her days. The tyrant showed no interest in checking on his remaining student or offering even a shred of comfort to ensure she wasn't shattering under the weight of her trauma. Instead, his gaze was fixed elsewhere. He was far more concerned with analyzing, and perhaps even admiring, the audacious, high-stakes move that Ed Troyven had managed to pull off right under their noses. By this time, Kyle and Theo had emerged from the shimmering, unstable rift in space and time, successfully returning from the isolated, ethereal realm where they had held their secret discussion. The very moment they stepped back into the physical world, they were both struck by a familiar, foul, and unmistakably rotten stench permeating the atmosphere. Kyle didn't flinch, instead offering a remark laced with a dark, twisted sense of humor, as if the prospect of cutting off his own father's head all over again was little more than an amusing chore. An intuitive chill settled over the landscape. The atmosphere seemed to thicken and grow heavier, signaling that something seismic in the natural order had just shifted. The patriarch turned to Theo, his expression turning resolute as he urged his son with ironclad intensity to brace himself, stand firm, and prepare to face the encroaching storm. In this lifetime, the trials of fire were descending upon them far earlier than anyone had anticipated, and at this point, the growing danger was impossible to ignore. The truth was now laid bare. The Mad Dragon Emperor had been dragged back from the cold embrace of death and forcibly returned to the world of the living. From the very dawn of this conflict, Troivin's ultimate, singular objective had been the dark resurrection of their former patriarch. While the Ragnar forces couldn't confirm such a terrifying theory with absolute certainty in the beginning, the mangled, blood-splattered remains of the ritual altar left behind at the scene served as undeniable, horrifying proof of the Mad Dragon's resurgence. With this looming, apocalyptic threat now hanging over their heads, they made a collective resolve to force the war to a definitive, violent end before Troivin could harness that resurrected power in its entirety. As they ramped up their efforts, launching an even more aggressive and unrelenting assault across the front, Troivin began hemorrhaging territory, their lines buckling under the pressure as they were forced into a desperate retreat, inching closer and closer to total collapse. Yet, even after an exhaustive month of deep cover investigation, they remained completely in the dark, unable to secure a single concrete lead on the current whereabouts of the Mad Dragon Emperor. With the situation escalating into dangerous, uncharted territory, the 9 dragons convened a high-level meeting to plot their next decisive strike. Julius voiced his deep-seated skepticism, arguing that their recent string of victories felt far too clean, suggesting that every successful push might actually be leading them directly into a meticulously laid trap. The tyrant dragon made a late, dramatic entrance, sauntering into the chamber with that same aggressive swagger, hostile attitude, and foul mouth he wore like a second skin. Fresh from the blood and grit of the front lines, the tyrant waved away the concerns with blatant disdain, insisting that some dusty, ancient fossil crawling back from the grave was hardly cause for a collective panic. His strategy was as brutal as it was simple. Crush every obstacle standing in their path, grind their enemies into the mud of the battlefield, and let the sheer force of their victory render any theories irrelevant. One of the other 9 dragons didn't hesitate to snap back, scolding him as a short-sighted, arrogant fool who lacked the vision to look beyond the immediate bloodshed. She pointedly reminded him that the Mad Dragon's true, lethal specialty was psychological warfare and mental manipulation. If that ancient monster began operating with serious intent, Ragnar could be hollowed out and torn apart from within long before they realized the rot had set in. Her gaze sharpened with a dark implication, suggesting that the tyrant himself might already be performing under the enemy's subtle, unseen influence. Dante fired back instantly, his temper flaring as he told her to focus her overbearing concern on that weak daughter of hers rather than sticking her nose into his personal tactical affairs. The Black Dragon stepped in to silence the bickering before the tension could spiral into an open confrontation, pointing out that regardless of what shadows lurked ahead, the momentum of the war remained firmly in Ragnar's hands. If they could manage to successfully storm and seize the capital, Troivin would be effectively neutralized as a legitimate power. Holding fast to the strategic goal the Black Dragon had just laid out on the table, Dante pressed the others to greenlight his proposal, demanding authorization to lead his forces against the Troivin capital and crush their resistance once and for all. 3 days prior to the final, all-out assault, the white-armored dragon cavalry was already deep in the final throes of preparation, the air humming with the frantic, brittle tension of soldiers standing on the precipice of the war's concluding battle. By that stage, a shared, weary exhaustion had settled over the camp. Every soldier and commander harbored the same simple, burning wish, for this endless, brutal war to finally reach its finish line. Selford, ever the instigator, teased Erin by suggesting she should make an appearance in that odd, distinct dress of hers for the upcoming victory ceremony. However, choosing to mock a garment that Erin's own mother had painstakingly crafted for her was, in hindsight, a staggeringly unwise move. While it was undoubtedly reassuring to realize they were holding the winning hand, Theo found he could not shake a persistent, gnawing sense of unease, as if he could feel something massive and unseen shifting deep beneath the surface of the world. In the memories of his past life, this massive conflict wasn't supposed to ignite for another 5 full, long years. This realization led him to a troubling conclusion. His own intervention and actions had likely forced the enemy's hand, compelling them to strike prematurely before they were truly ready. Theo had fundamentally rewritten too many threads of fate for the future he once knew to be considered a reliable roadmap any longer. When the road ahead appears suspiciously smooth, it usually means hidden, unpredictable variables are lurking in the dark, waiting to strike. Nevertheless, there remained one trusted ally he could consult to gain a sharper, more honest read on the state of things. While Theo sat deep in his own reflections, Big bro Thorkel approached him to pay his lil bro a genuine, friendly visit. The two of them, brothers joined by blood and forged together by the fire of war, began to openly discuss just how surreal and strange their current circumstances had become. Thorkel jokingly poked fun at his little brother for carrying the weight of the enemy's potential strategies entirely on his own shoulders, laughing off his concerns and claiming he sounded more like a worried traitor than a hero, though he quickly brushed it off as mere banter. Yet, amidst that comfortable back and forth, Theo was struck by the sudden, guilty realization that he had never found the right moment to properly thank Thorkel for his help during the last ordeal. Even though the shadow of their fallen brother, Gishar, loomed large after his tragic and agonizing end, the prestige and dominance of the Ragnar name would continue to tower over everyone else. Commander Thorkel held an unwavering, absolute belief that the strength of the bonds tying them together inside Ragnar would be the decisive force that carried them through the fire and into final victory. The playful light in Thorkel's eyes slowly dimmed, his demeanor shifting into something far more serious and grounded. Fixing his gaze directly on his younger brother, he asked one simple, heavy question. What kind of legacy did Theo truly envision for the Ragnar name in the years to come? Theo didn't hesitate. He offered a raw, unfiltered answer. The vision he held for the future of their clan wasn't one built solely upon the cold, brutal law of the strong, that relic of the past that governed everything they knew. He was keenly aware that to many in their circle, such a perspective might sound remarkably naive, or perhaps like the idealistic rambling of a child who didn't understand the harsh realities of their world. Even so, Theo remained firm. He craved a different order, a structure where people were bound by mutual trust and loyalty, rather than one where obedience was merely a byproduct of terror being carved into their very marrow. Hearing his brother speak with such clarity, Thorkel's expression softened into one of genuine satisfaction, as if Theo had just provided the exact answer he had been secretly hoping to hear. With that topic settled, Thorkel turned to head back toward his unit, offering Theo a piece of pragmatic advice. Make the most of the next 3 days and get as much rest as he possibly could before the storm broke. Watching him go, Theo couldn't help but reflect on their conversation. Thorkel remained, at his core, the very same man he remembered from his previous life. Their perspectives on the world aligned far more often than they diverged. While they were technically rivals, both locked in a race to claim the seat of the family head, Theo realized that if he needed someone standing shoulder to shoulder with him in the trenches, he couldn't ask for a more reliable partner. With a rare window of downtime opening up, Hulchus stepped forward to invite Theo to a quick spar, as if they were naturally drifting back into the comfortable, competitive rhythms of their training days. Theo was forced to decline. He had an urgent objective that couldn't wait. Without losing a second, he signaled for his partner, Umbra, and with a fluid motion, he vaulted onto the beast's back, preparing to take to the skies to investigate the uncertainties of the future for himself. Left alone in the sudden silence of the camp, Commander Thorkel spent the quiet moments replaying Theo's words over and over in his head. He felt a deep, sincere sense of pride in his brother, pride in the man Theo was becoming, which only reinforced the fact that he could never truly view such a person as an enemy. As Thorkel lingered, taking a much-needed breath of fresh air, his attention was caught by a strange sight, an elderly man appearing out of nowhere, struggling desperately to traverse a wild, turbulent river. The old man's legs suddenly buckled under the immense pressure of the surging current, and for a terrifying second, it seemed certain that the roiling water would drag him under and sweep him away. Acting on instinct, Thorkel surged forward, closing the distance in an instant to haul the man from the water before the river could claim him. The commander urged him to take a safer path, suggesting he follow the bank to the bridge, even if it meant a much longer trek. But the desperation etched into the old man's face made it clear that time was a luxury he didn't have. He couldn't afford the delay. Hidden safely within his pack were rare medicinal herbs, destined for his gravely ill grandson who lay waiting on the far bank. Thorkel, ever guided by his innate sense of honor and kindness, didn't hesitate. He simply turned, knelt slightly, and offered the man his back. With the old man clinging to him, the commander plunged into the churning torrent, wading through the treacherous water while engaging in casual, easygoing conversation, as if they were merely strolling down a quiet country lane. As the old man began sharing stories about his own family, he gently turned the tables, asking Thorkel about his own lineage. But in reality, Thorkel had never felt a true, warm connection to his father. Kyle Ragnar had been brutally clear. Their clan was not a sanctuary for those who wanted to play pretend at being a normal, loving family. That simple question hit a raw nerve, leaving Thorkel feeling a sudden, unexpected wave of melancholy. As the far shore came into view, the old man extended a warm invitation for Thorkel to come to his home and break bread with him. The commander politely declined, but the old man clearly had no intention of accepting a refusal. In that split second, the atmosphere curdled, and the grip the old man held on Thorkel's back tightened into a painful, suffocating hold. Thorkel realized too late that he had made a fatal error. He had exposed a chink in his emotional armor to the one entity he should have kept at a distance at all costs. The old man dissected him with clinical, terrifying accuracy, speaking aloud the very vulnerabilities and secret longings Thorkel had been hiding deep within his heart. Once Thorkel's mind was snared in the old man's psychological web, the Mad Dragon Emperor dropped the guise, revealing his true self and extending a chilling invitation for Thorkel to walk into the darkness. While his brother was being systematically ensnared by the grandfather's sinister, creeping influence, Theo was busy cutting through the night sky, soaring near the boundary forest of the Demon Sea, just north of the sprawling Ragnar territory. His target was the Ghost Castle, a legendary, hidden stronghold protected by a barrier of immense, ancient power. The estate only unveiled itself to the mortal world during the deepest hour of midnight, when the potency of the seal flickered and waned. This elusive sanctuary belonged to none other than the formidable Hilda Ragnar, the family head who had reigned 2 generations before them. Umbra and Theo arrived at the perfect, calculated moment to slip through the perimeter. Contrary to the eerie moniker of Ghost Castle, the grounds were immaculate, orderly, and clearly maintained with extreme care. As Theo stepped across the threshold of the gates, he felt a surprising flicker of genuine excitement at the prospect of conversing with such a cryptic woman. Since Hilda had shown him a measure of goodwill and fascination during the nomination ceremony, he reasoned that she likely wouldn't attempt to strike him down the moment he entered her domain. Even so, he was no fool. Theo had already mapped out a potential escape path, just in case the meeting turned hostile. With his guard up, he ventured deeper into the Ghost Castle, navigating the hauntingly quiet corridors. Before long, the walls began to shimmer, revealing ethereal projections of a woman locked in a process of painful, relentless, and self-sacrificing training. The images were intangible, mere phantoms he could perceive but never physically touch, which suggested that what he was witnessing were remnants of the past manifested through high-level illusion magic. It was clear that Hilda herself had orchestrated these visions, choosing to peel back the curtain of her history and show Theo these intimate fragments of her life. As he pressed forward, the depictions of grueling martial training began to shift and warp, bleeding into jagged, chaotic visions of war, where the very atmosphere seemed to thicken with violence and malice. In an instant, the scenery dissolved, and Theo found himself standing in the epicenter of a raging battlefield, surrounded by the raw, suffocating chaos of total war. The sheer, crushing weight of the aura radiating from the woman before him was so intense that Theo's body reacted defensively before his conscious mind could even process the threat, and his muscles coiled tight, his instincts screaming for battle, even though the woman standing in front of him was nothing more than a masterfully crafted illusion. For reasons that remained shrouded in mystery, the Grand Matriarch began to pull Theo into the fractured remnants of her own history, effectively peeling back the layers of her life and allowing those long-buried, traumatic memories to unfold in visceral detail before him. Before Theo had the chance to even collect his thoughts, the world shifted violently. In a heartbeat, he was no longer standing in a hallway. He had been transported directly into the heart of Hilda's grand throne room, as if he had been physically dragged through the veil of time itself. Throughout the vast, echoing chamber, rows of Hilda Ragnar's most loyal soldiers stood in rigid, perfect formation, their gazes cast downward in absolute, solemn reverence. The sheer atmospheric weight confirmed that this was yet another piece of a forgotten past, resurrected and forced into the present for Theo to witness. Theo realized with sudden clarity that he wasn't just observing a random collection of events. He was being forced to view one specific, recurring iteration of Hilda's turbulent existence. In this particular life, Hilda's journey met its gruesome conclusion within the walls of her own sanctuary, as she collapsed amidst a tidal wave of carnage and a bloody, soul-crushing nightmare that consumed everything she had ever built. For Theo, watching a figure of such immense, overwhelming power be brought to her knees was a jarring, almost impossible concept to wrap his head around. The scene of her demise, played out in such a graphic, grotesque, and unceremonious fashion, felt so surreal that it left a lingering, icy dread hanging in the air of the vision. Then, with a jarring snap, the memory fractured and looped back, dragging Theo once again into the cycle of Hilda training with a level of ferocity and focus that bordered on madness. As these layered visions continued to cascade over one another, the meaning of their first meeting finally clicked into place. With only a singular, piercing glance, Hilda had looked past his defenses and immediately identified him for what he was, a fellow regressor. Hilda didn't bother with deception or modesty. She confirmed the truth openly. She was indeed a regressor, walking the same lonely path as Theo, though she had reached a terrifying milestone. Her allotted number of lives had been completely exhausted. Whenever a regressor falls, the end is never final. They do not fade into the afterlife. Instead, they are violently yanked back to a predetermined point in time, forced to endure the struggle all over again from the starting line. The illusions flickered like a dying candle, showcasing Hilda's evolution through cycle after cycle, each iteration pushing her boundaries further and hardening her spirit more than the last. In one of these timelines, she abandoned all pretense of diplomacy, seizing control through an absolute, brutal display of violence. She decapitated her rivals and mounted their severed heads on pikes surrounding her castle, a gruesome, unwavering warning to any who dared to oppose her. In that era, Hilda stood as an untouchable force of nature, a goddess of war whom no enemy could hope to topple, regardless of how desperate their efforts were. Yet, her ultimate downfall didn't come from a battlefield opponent. It came from the man she loved. In a moment of cold betrayal from behind the throne, he drove a blade through her heart, passing judgment on her for the mountain of sins she had amassed. To his eyes, Hilda had devolved into a wretched monstrosity, a creature so repulsive and terrifying that he could no longer bear the simple act of looking at her. However, as the steel pierced her chest, Hilda wasn't consumed by the typical pathetic tears of regret or sorrow. Instead, her soul was set ablaze with a pure, concentrated fury. Fury directed at herself for having overlooked such a fatal, pathetic blind spot. With her final, jagged breath, she uttered a venomous vow. In her next life, she would not just defeat him, she would grind him beneath the weight of a terror so vast it would leave him broken. If he was physically incapable of enduring the sight of her, she would accept that reality without a single moment of hesitation. Following that memory, the visions dissolved into an unrelenting, endless stream of slaughter, compelling Theo to watch an exhausting, merciless record of blood that seemed to have no end. Though Hilda perished repeatedly, the body count she left in her wake inflated with every new cycle, until the dying screams, the wreckage of empires, and the spray of blood began to meld into one agonizing blur. From the panoramic view of her history, Theo realized with a sinking heart that no matter how many times Hilda restarted her journey, she had never once succeeded in escaping that identical, hollow tragedy at the finish line. At this point, it was nearly impossible to discern what exact trauma had pushed her spirit over the precipice of sanity. Was it the grinding, repetitive nature of these lives that slowly corroded her mind? And if that was the inescapable price of her power, was Theo also destined to shatter in the same way as the predecessors who had walked this path before him? Just as those dark, suffocating thoughts began to coil tighter around his resolve, a sudden, sharp interruption shattered the spiral. The true Hilda finally manifested before him. The artificial, constructed world melted away like wax near a flame, and in the next blink, Theo found himself standing once more within the familiar, echoing expanse of the throne room. Hilda regarded him with a look of calm, amused interest, casually asking if the little theatrical illusion she had staged had been to his liking. Theo, taking great care to maintain his composure and mask his unease, bowed his head low, offering Lady Hilda a formal, perfectly executed greeting. The last time they had interacted was during the formal nomination ceremony, and Theo remained acutely aware that Hilda was a predator of the highest order, someone he could never truly let his guard down around. Hilda dismissed his formality with a wave, telling him there was no reason to be so stiff. After all, the two of them shared secrets that ran far deeper than anything ordinary mortals could ever hope to comprehend. Then, with a casual, almost dismissive flick of her finger, the very fabric of reality seemed to bow to her whims, and the entire room began to contort and shift around them. The cavernous, desolate throne room dissolved, fading from existence as if it were nothing more than a trick of the light, and in its wake appeared an intimate, warm dining hall, perfectly staged so that they might sit, share a meal, and speak with far greater comfort. However, what truly caused Theo's heart to skip a beat wasn't the sudden change in scenery. It was the figure who materialized from the shadows to serve them. The legendary Ascendant Dragon himself stood there, waiting to attend to their needs. Theo had heard the hushed, fearful whispers among the clans, but seeing the reality with his own eyes made those rumors feel like an undeniable, crushing fact. The legends claimed the Grand Matriarch held the Ascendant Dragon at her beck and call as a devoted servant, and now, standing in the flesh before Theo, that myth had become an irrefutable, terrifying reality. Who could have dared to dream that a being of such celestial, world-ending power would be reduced to personally pouring wine and serving steak to Theo at a dinner table? Hilda caught the flicker of guarded shock on Theo's face and provided a calm, chilling assurance. The Ascendant Dragon was entirely trustworthy, having remained anchored by her side through an endless succession of lifetimes. Yet, even for a woman like Hilda, the limits of her power were tightening. Her ability to trigger these regressions had finally reached its absolute, hard-coded limit. She confessed that she lacked any formal method to calculate exactly how many cycles remained in her reserve. In her own case, It had transitioned into a hollow, internal sensation, a gut-level awareness that told her exactly how many lives she had left to burn. It wasn't a calculation or a number. It was an abstract, creeping instinct that silently tracked the dwindling store of her reincarnations. One glaring discrepancy remained. Hilda was completely ignorant of the system window that governed Theo's life. Unlike her vague, internal intuition, the system provided Theo with precise, data-driven feedback at every turn. Theo steered the conversation toward his father, the current patriarch, to see what reaction he could bait out of her. He recounted his recent interaction with Kyle, specifically detailing the moment when the patriarch shed his human facade and unveiled his true, ascendant state. The very moment the word ascension left Theo's lips, Hilda's expression soured, her features sharpening as the air in the room plummeted in temperature. She turned her gaze onto Theo, her eyes cold as winter, and asked if he had already looked upon the face of the Pantheon with his own 2 eyes. Hilda found the very notion completely impossible to swallow. To her eyes, the idea that a mere brat, someone still navigating the turbulent waters of his very first regression cycle, could have possibly pushed himself to such a height was simply laughable. It was borderline absurd. Noticing the dark storm clouds gathering in her expression, the ascendant dragon felt compelled to intervene, stepping forward with a calm, measured demeanor to soothe Hilda before her mounting irritation could fully boil over into an explosive temper. Surprisingly, his diplomatic intervention proved remarkably effective. Even though Hilda's gaze remained sharp, cold, and piercing, as if she were merely a single, jagged breath away from lashing out to tear Theo to pieces, she visibly reined in her hostility. Following a heavy, suffocating silence that stretched between them, Hilda finally relented, conceding that whenever the conversation veered toward the volatile subject of ascension, she had a bit of a blind spot, proving herself far too sensitive and reactive. With that tension momentarily diffused, she pulled back the curtain on the truth regarding Kyle Ragnar. At this very moment, Kyle wasn't relying on anything other than sheer, unadulterated willpower to stave off the persistent tug of the Pantheon and force his physical form to linger in the mortal realm. It was clear, Kyle wouldn't be ascending at this exact second, but the clock was ticking. If he persisted in sticking his nose into the complex machinations of the world, those metaphysical restraints would only constrict further, tightening until the irresistible call of the Pantheon became impossible to ignore. That, right there, was the cold, calculated reason the patriarch had chosen to hover on the periphery like a detached, useless spectator, watching his own kin tear one another apart without feeling the need to intervene. Hilda didn't feel the need to sugarcoat a single word. She laid the reality out with brutal, cutting precision. If anything, her tone carried a dangerous, taunting edge, as if she were actively challenging the patriarch to step up and strike down his own grandmother before he finally surrendered his hold on the mortal plane for good. For Theo, that revelation was the missing piece he had been hunting for. The answer hit home with devastating clarity. He finally held the confirmation he needed regarding the secret circumstances behind his father's impending ascension. With that vital detail locked into place, Kyle Ragnar's sudden, puzzling decision to retreat into seclusion just before the chaos of the Great War in Theo's previous life now clicked into focus, finally making perfect sense. Even so, Theo hadn't undertaken this arduous journey just to sit back and collect crumbs of information he had already half-deduced on his own. He had sampled enough of the appetizer. He was starving for the main course. Hilda, possessing the keen instincts of a seasoned regressor, read him like an open book and didn't seem the least bit shocked by his demand. Back in the grueling days when he had operated within the Black Snow organization, Theo had managed to scavenge bits and pieces of lore tied to the legend of Hilda. In those hushed stories, Hilda was revered with almost godlike status, primarily because of her legendary parchments, prophetic records of the future, granted exclusively to those who could offer enough profit or unwavering loyalty to earn them. Essentially, those ancient parchments were nothing less than divine foresight, captured and sealed within fragile scrolls. Once Theo grasped that Hilda had lived through the cycle of life and death time and time again, the terrifying accuracy of those prophetic documents became infinitely easier to accept. After all, she had undoubtedly spent an eternity accumulating a staggering wealth of knowledge from one lifetime to the next, hoarding secrets across more incarnations than any mortal mind could reasonably comprehend. Now, with the chilling threat of the Mad Dragon Emperor's resurrection looming like a guillotine over the entire clan, Theo felt a desperate, gnawing need to get his hands on one of Hilda's parchments, no matter how steep the price of admission might be. Hilda made it abundantly clear that these scrolls were not your run-of-the-mill treasures. They were forged by burning away fragments of her own existence, sacrificing pieces of her own life force to record the future. And today, the specific records she had chosen to lay upon the table were intrinsically linked to the rise of the future magical empress, Cassandra. Naturally, information of that staggering caliber was never going to be gifted away out of the goodness of her heart. Hilda leaned in, offering him a proposition with the knowing tone of one regressor addressing another. She promised a fair, transparent exchange for a brief, flickering glimpse into what was to come. The price was simple but steep. Theo was to pledge himself as her personal disciple and surrender every single, intimate detail about his own regression cycle. Theo didn't even grant her the courtesy of finishing her pitch. He cut her off immediately with a flat, cold rejection. Hilda's features sharpened instantly, a flicker of genuine irritation crossing her face. It was blatantly obvious she hadn't been turned down, or spoken to with such defiance, in a very, very long time. Theo didn't mince words, making it clear that he had absolutely zero intention of becoming a pawn in her meticulously crafted, long-standing political games. Even though decades had slipped by since Hilda formally abdicated her position as head of the family, there remained one incredibly effective, albeit subtle, avenue for her to manipulate Kyle's era. She could easily position herself as the invisible, iron-fisted power lurking in the shadows behind the next family head. In that moment, the realization hit Theo. Hilda had only dangled those memories of her past lives before him to manufacture a false sense of solidarity, but for him, it achieved the exact opposite effect. Those glimpses into her history didn't make him trust her. Instead, they laid bare her obsession with power, revealing that it wasn't all that different from the twisted madness that drove the Mad Dragon Emperor. At that realization, the air around Hilda turned frigid, her aura plunging to sub-zero temperatures. She finally understood that trying to approach this young man with a velvet glove had been a fundamental strategic error. Within the brutal hierarchy of this family, gentle persuasion and kindness were nothing more than empty gestures. In the end, the ironclad rule of the strong was the only law that mattered. The very air surrounding Theo began to warp and groan, pressing in on him with a crushing, suffocating weight as reality itself buckled under the sheer force of Hilda's domain. Without a second to process the change, Theo was violently yanked from his surroundings and cast headlong into the heart of her lethal, illusory domain. Once inside, Hilda offered him one final, ultimatum-style chance. The door to negotiation was officially slammed shut. He could either choose to be spared, bowing his head to become the Grand Matriarch's disciple, or face the grim, agonizing punishment awaiting those who dared to defy her. Trapped within that disorienting domain, Theo found himself suddenly surrounded by enchanting, spectral apparitions that closed in from the darkness, narrowing the distance from every possible angle. They gripped him with ethereal strength, pinning him firmly in place, their presence bearing down on him like a physical weight as they began the slow, agonizing process of dismantling his will. The Grand Matriarch showed no mercy, immediately unleashing her eerie, crystalline domain with full force, the kind of overwhelming, terrifying display that would have forced anyone else to drop to their knees and beg for surrender. Hilda had lived for too long and tasted victory too many times to entertain the possibility of failure today. Whatever it was she set her sights on, she would have it, even if she had to grind it into nothing but dust and jagged pieces first to make it her own. In her mind, a rookie regressor like Theo shouldn't have been any different from the countless others she had dominated throughout her long, storied history. According to Farrell's assessment, exactly 60 seconds had ticked by on the outside. That was the entirety of the time that had passed since Hilda snatched the young lord away and pulled him into her trap. But inside the distorted time of her domain, Theo had already been locked in a grueling, hour-long struggle. By all rights, his spirit should have been frayed, shattered, and utterly broken by now. Instead, the first thing to shatter under the pressure wasn't Theo's iron resolve, but the very foundation of Hilda's domain. With his dragonization surged to its peak and his nirvana state fully ignited, Theo began to force his way out, shattering the suffocating pressure that was designed to grind him into oblivion. Inside the suffocating, crushing weight of the domain, Theo's sheer willpower and physical endurance hit an entirely new peak. It was as if every passing second of this brutal pressure was forcing his very soul and body to transcend their previous limits. Yet, the spectral apparitions manifested by the Grand Matriarch were relentlessly persistent, swarming toward him from every conceivable angle as if they were tethered to him and absolutely refused to let go. No matter how many of these ghostly phantoms Theo managed to slice through or shatter with his blade, their numbers only seemed to multiply, swelling in strength as if the very fabric of the domain was churning them out endlessly. With no other options left, Theo was forced to dig deep and exhaust every final reserve of his energy, pushing his muscles and spirit far beyond the safety margins of what his body should have been capable of withstanding. After an grueling, unbroken hour of this relentless, life-or-death struggle, the impossible finally happened. He managed to create a fracture in the restrictive domain surrounding him. It was a tiny, jagged splinter of an opening, barely a hairline crack in the oppressive space, but for a combatant as sharp as Theo, that microscopic window was exactly what he needed before the barrier could knit itself back together. Even as Hilda's terrifying domain continued to bear down on him, relentless in its intent to crush his spirit and force him into total submission. Theo concentrated, pulling a slithering, dark shadow from the deepest recesses of his own internal power. With a focused gesture, he pointed directly at the fissure and released Umbra in its covert, stealthy form, launching the tiny shadow dragon toward that fragile, shimmering gap. Umbra clearly understood the gravity of the situation and the precise nature of Theo's intent. Without a moment of hesitation, he darted toward the crack like a bolt of dark lightning, as if he had been waiting for that exact command. It was an incredibly narrow escape, but Umbra ghosted through the gap at the final split second, successfully slipping out just before the shimmering barrier sealed itself shut once more. On the outside of the domain, Hilda's sharp instincts immediately picked up on the disturbance. Her eyes narrowed as she watched the small, dark shadow entity snake its way out through the crack. It moved with such calculated silence, yet it was never going to truly escape her piercing gaze. Hilda was already well aware of the nature of Theo's demonic shadow dragon, and when Farrell cautiously asked if he should pursue the creature, she coldly dismissed the suggestion, remarking that there was absolutely no reason to waste her time or effort chasing down a beast that had supposedly abandoned its master to run. In reality, she was far more preoccupied with the startling fact that Theo had actually managed to fracture her glass domain. Even Robert, the formidable black dragon himself, had required over 3 minutes of intense effort to break free the first time he encountered this technique. Because Theo had shattered that long-standing record, Hilda decided that her game wasn't over yet. She wanted to keep him trapped and continue tormenting him for a while longer. Farrell offered a quick, obedient word of praise, hailing her decision as a brilliant move, maintaining the exact level of sycophantic devotion expected of him. But beneath that mask of loyalty, a seed of unease was growing, as he began to worry that one of Hilda's most dangerous and ancient habits was beginning to resurface. Whether or not Theo was a legitimate successor candidate, he was still ultimately just a young swordsman, and from Farrell's perspective, Hilda was clearly crossing a line by pushing the boy this far. Hilda's current life cycle had already spanned a staggering 150 years, and when one added up the endless, repeating sequences of all her past lives, no living person could truly fathom the true depth of her age or experience. Farrell despised the thought of seeing such a rare, promising talent wither away before reaching his full potential, but his commitment to the Grand Matriarch remained absolute and unbreakable. Hilda's cold demeanor finally shifted, but only because she sensed an uninvited guest crashing into her domain. She gestured for Farrell to stand down, her expression suggesting she had anticipated this dramatic arrival all along. And just as she expected, the intruder made a thunderous entrance, shattering through the ceiling with enough raw power to shake the very foundations of the room. Standing there, radiating authority, was none other than Robert Ragnar, the Black Dragon. Robert's gaze locked onto the glass-like domain, and the sight clearly evoked painful, vivid memories of the times he had been subjected to that exact same, suffocating torture during his own youth. Then, with nothing more than a casual, sharp flick of his finger from the outside, he shattered the entire construct as if it were nothing more than fragile, worthless shards of glass. Robert had never had any patience for Hilda's sadistic, twisted games, especially not when the life of Theo Ragnar was hanging precariously in the balance. Moments later, the air was filled with the sound of Theo coughing violently, expelling a thick, repulsive black substance before he finally managed to peel his eyes open. Umbra had truly come through for him. That little shadow dragon had successfully delivered the message and brought the help Theo had been desperate for. Theo had suspected that Robert had been shadowing his movements ever since his private conversation with the Patriarch. It wasn't exactly a secret, given that the Black Dragon had dropped more than a few hints about his proximity during their recent encounters. In all likelihood, Robert had been dispatched by Theo's father to keep a watchful eye on him from the shadows. Yet, in Theo's eyes, Robert had always felt less like a cold, calculating spy and more like a silent, steadfast guardian lurking nearby just in case things turned lethal. Even though Theo attempted to play it cool and act as if he had no idea Robert knew better, he was all too aware of how sharp, cunning, and calculating the young man actually was. Regardless, Theo offered a sincere word of thanks to the Black Dragon for intervening, while clearly signaling that from this point forward, he was capable of managing his own escape. Of course, Hilda had no intention of allowing them to walk away unscathed. From her position across the room, she unleashed a torrent of destructive flames directed right at them, all while mocking them, complaining that she had merely invited her great-grandson for a meal, and teasingly wondering if her rebellious grandson had finally decided to drop in and join the fun. Robert didn't grant her twisted taunts a second of his time. He immediately pivoted to coordinating with Theo, his entire focus shifting exclusively to the tactical necessity of getting them both out of the building alive. For their breakout plan to succeed, Umbra still had one final, crucial role to play. As Hilda Ragnar continued to hurl reality-bending attacks that warped the space around them, Robert signaled to Theo, and the young man broke into a dead sprint, treating every single stride like a battle for his life. He pushed his body to match the black dragon's terrifying speed, staying locked in stride with Robert while allowing the seasoned warrior to soak up and deflect the brunt of Hilda's devastating offensive strikes. The moment Hilda grasped their intent and realized what they were maneuvering to achieve, she instantly shifted her tactics to close-quarters combat, yet Robert anticipated every one of her strikes, parrying and blocking with flawless, veteran timing. Even though the Grand Matriarch no longer possessed the power of regression, the insatiable, burning greed that had defined her existence through countless lifetimes was still raging just as fiercely as ever inside her. To those rare few who wield the terrifying ability to loop through time, this world isn't a place to live. It's nothing more than a personal sandbox. It is a mere toy to be seized, broken, and dominated at will, with absolutely no regard for the mountains of wreckage, misery, or innocent lives left scattered in their wake. Back within the cold, towering walls of the fortress, Hilda lunged forward, her eyes locked on Theo as she desperately sought to cut off his escape. However, Robert was right there with her. Matching her frantic pace, he shifted his full weight, stepping firmly into her path and executing a flawless block that completely walled her off from pursuing the boy. Theo saw his chance and took it without a second's hesitation. Seizing that brief, golden window of opportunity created by the brawl, the young lord surged forward and dove headfirst out of the massive castle window, launching his body into the void of the open air. The drop was dizzying, a heart-stopping freefall that turned the world into a blur. As he plunged toward the earth, the jagged stone masonry of the fortress whipped past him at a terrifying, breakneck speed. But he wasn't going to meet the ground alone. With impeccable timing, Umbra swooped through the sky beneath him, banking hard and spreading wide to catch the young master securely mid-air, softening the lethal momentum of the fall. And just like that, through pure, icy nerves and rapid-fire decision-making, Theo Ragnar slipped right through the iron grip of his unhinged great-grandmother, leaving her far behind in the dust. The very moment Theo's silhouette shrank into the distant horizon and drifted safely away, the suffocating atmosphere of the room shifted entirely. Hilda abruptly lowered her weapon, her relentless, savage assault against Robert's blade coming to a sudden halt as the cold realization set in. Her prey had successfully vanished from her sight. Her interest in the confrontation evaporated instantly. She didn't bother to hide her annoyance, casually dumping the entire mess onto Farrell's lap to clean up, and dryly announcing that she was finished for the day and intended to get some rest. Robert couldn't help but look up in genuine shock, fully anticipating that she would shriek in order to launch a massive, relentless manhunt for the boy. But to his surprise, Hilda had lost her appetite for the chase. Seeing the kid literally throw himself out of her highest window just to escape her presence had curdled her mood entirely. Yet, the second she crossed the room to her desk and cast a lingering gaze down at her scattered, confidential documents, her demeanor shifted once more. Hilda didn't erupt into a fit of rage. Instead, a cold, sharp, and deeply amused laugh escaped her throat. It seemed that in the middle of all that chaos and the flurry of clashing steel, the cheeky little brat had managed to pull off the ultimate heist, covertly swiping one of her most prized, top-secret intelligence reports. With that stolen document clutched tightly in his hand following his breathtaking escape, Theo wasted zero time. He steered his course straight toward the dark, crime-ridden underbelly of the Priamus East slums, tucked deep within the borders of the Edda Empire. Down in the heart of that squalor, inside a dilapidated, weather-beaten shack that looked as if a strong breeze might level it, a quiet, somber scene was beginning to unfold. A young girl suddenly bolted upright in her small bed, her eyes swimming with tears as she frantically shook her mother awake, jarred to her core by yet another vivid, horrifying nightmare. Exhausted but deeply tender, her mother pulled her into a protective embrace, stroking her hair with gentle hands and whispering soothing reassurances that it was only a dream, a fleeting trick of her overactive mind. But the girl's chest heaved as she sobbed out the grim details, describing how faceless, cruel monsters had broken into their home and slaughtered her mother right in front of her eyes. Unnerved and chilled to the marrow by the raw, genuine terror radiating from her daughter, the mother felt a cold, jagged shiver trace its way down her spine. Struggling to keep her own voice from trembling, the mother cupped the girl's face, softly asking if those nightmarish figures had done anything to hurt little Cassandra herself in the dream. The girl shook her head weakly, swallowing a sob as she explained that they hadn't touched her. Instead, they had bound her in place, forcing her to watch in paralyzed, helpless silence as her mother's life drained away. Heartbroken, the mother tightened her hold, enveloping little Cassandra in a fierce, protective hug and promising her, over and over again, that everything would be all right, desperately trying to calm her shivering frame. As she tucked the terrified child back beneath the thin, threadbare blankets, the mother locked eyes with her, desperately trying to instill a vital truth. She told Cassandra that even if these dark visions somehow bled into reality, it would never, ever be her fault. No matter what encroaching darkness sought them out, they would stand as one, fiercely protecting each other against the cruelty of the outside world. Tragically, this was the very night those monsters from her dreams arrived at their doorstep. The horrific vision wasn't a warning of something far off. It was a window into their immediate, inevitable reality. Meanwhile, Theo hadn't even found a single breath of time to change out of his travel-worn clothes. He had flown non-stop across the vast reaches of the land, pushing himself to the absolute limit by following the secret, handwritten coordinates from Hilda's stolen parchment. It was truly mind-boggling to think that the future, legitimate heir to the highest throne of the land, the legendary figure who would one day be feared and revered across the entire continent as the peerless magic empress, Cassandra Edda, was currently spending her childhood living in absolute, wretched squalor deep within the slums. To put this into context, the entire Ragnar clan operated under the direct thumb of the greatest, most dominant superpower on the continent, the mighty, sprawling Edda Empire. Centuries ago, the esteemed imperial rulers, the founding bloodline of the Edda clan, established their iron-fisted dominance over the entire world. They had managed to unify the fractured, warring continent under a single banner, a feat achieved almost entirely by exploiting their rare, bloodline-exclusive gift, the terrifying, divine talent of absolute future foresight. However, as countless generations came and went, the number of descendants who actually inherited this legendary foresight dwindled to near extinction. It felt as though the heavens themselves had cursed them for over-relying on that divine power, leaving the current imperial family as nothing more than a hollow, fragile shell of their ancient, glorious past. At this specific moment in history, young Cassandra stood as the lone individual left in the entire empire who truly possessed the pure, unadulterated gift of prophecy. Theo understood that if he could track her down and shield her from harm before anyone else caught wind of her existence, she would undoubtedly become the single most invaluable, powerful ally for all his grand plans moving forward. The catch was that the girl herself wouldn't even recognize her own royal heritage or the extent of her power for years, not until the desperate imperial family finally stumbled upon her. Until that day came, the labyrinthine network of the slums kept her existence perfectly buried from the rest of the world. As Theo stealthily approached the dilapidated shack marked on his stolen map, his senses sharpened, every nerve on high alert. Suddenly, his nose caught a scent, a sharp, unmistakable metallic tang of fresh blood drifting through the freezing night air. Pressing his back flush against the exterior wall, he cautiously slipped through the front door and scanned the darkness, but to his slight surprise, there was no ambush waiting for him at the threshold. Instead, from the upper floor, the rowdy, obnoxious shouting of several men echoed down, completely unconcerned with their surroundings as they carelessly slammed down cards in a heated, drunken game. Moving like a silent phantom, Theo crept up the creaking, rotting stairs, pressing himself deep into the shadows of the second floor to get a clear, unobstructed view of the room's interior. A brutal gang of hooded criminals had clearly taken over the space, turning the small home into their own makeshift, violent hideout. Over in the dim corner, tied up like mere cargo inside a rough, coarse burlap sack, lay the terrified young princess Cassandra Edda, and right there on the floor in front of her was her mother, collapsed in a sickeningly large, spreading pool of crimson, her body completely still and devoid of life. Theo's mind raced, briefly considering the possibility that this might be some twisted undercover operation orchestrated by the imperial family, but he quickly dismissed it. The timeline didn't align. It was far too early for them to have located her. Realizing he needed immediate answers to understand exactly what was transpiring, he decided his best move was a sudden, overwhelming strike, intending to neutralize the group and thoroughly interrogate the heavily scarred thug who seemed to be calling the shots. Positioning himself flawlessly just behind the door frame, Theo began quietly channeling his energy, spinning up a deadly, concentrated crackle of electrical power. The sudden, sharp hum of the gathering lightning was so faint that only the battle-hardened senses of the scarred leader managed to pick up on the imminent, lethal danger. The leader's eyes went wide with pure panic as he shrieked at his subordinates, frantically screaming for them to drop their cards and draw their weapons for a fight. But his warnings were entirely too late. Before his men could even wrap their fingers around their hilts, a blinding electric flash tore through the room, slaughtering them all in a fraction of a second. Desperate and seeing his entire squad wiped out in an instant, the scarred leader lunged forward, trying to break through the residual smoke. But he didn't make it 2 steps before Theo's crackling, lightning-infused daggers slammed directly into him, pinning him ruthlessly to the floor under a massive, surging wave of agonizing paralysis. Pinned helplessly against the wooden floorboards, the scarred thug grits his teeth, his face twisted in a mixture of pain and defiance. Even now, he pulls the classic move of a desperate man, puffing out his chest and glaring up at his captor with an arrogant, "Do you have any idea who you're dealing with?" look, hoping to intimidate the man standing over him. But that hollow, blustering threat plays right into Theo's hands. It's the perfect scenario, honestly. Theo knows that by letting the loudmouth puff himself up, the thug will almost certainly spill every single secret he's holding on to just to prove his own supposed importance. And just like clockwork, the scarred man's eyes go wide with sudden, sharp recognition. He stares up at the young lord, his voice shaking as he demands to know why someone of Theo's stature, a man who should be deep in the trenches of the front lines, is standing here in this slum. He clearly knows far more about Theo's identity and the precarious state of the current war effort than he has any right to. It becomes blindingly obvious in an instant. This thug is nothing more than a puppet, a direct subordinate answering to Troyvin. The criminal himself seems completely baffled, unable to grasp how exactly their paths managed to collide so catastrophically inside this rundown shack. But Theo sees right through him. This isn't just some random grunt. This is October, the notorious 8th servitor serving directly under Troyvin's command, a fanatic whose loyalty to his master borders on religious obsession. The realization sparks a surge of adrenaline in October. Recognizing the legendary target standing before him, his eyes burn with a lethal intensity. He decides that this is his moment to shine, desperately planning to lunge forward and tear Theo's head from his shoulders, convinced that delivering such a prize will grant him eternal glory in his master's eyes. He pours every last drop of his remaining strength and resolve into a frantic, desperate attempt to grapple with the formidable young Ragnar. He prepares for an explosive charge, his muscles coiled, but that surge of movement is snuffed out before it can even begin. With a lazy, almost bored flick of his wrist, Theo executes a movement so fluid and lightning-fast that it's hard to track. A single, razor-sharp dagger is launched into the air, traveling with terrifying, pinpoint accuracy. It strikes home instantly, anchoring the charging zealot exactly where he stands, halting his momentum dead in its tracks before he can even take another stride. Honestly, when you consider that Theo has been spending his time trading blows with world-ending, interdimensional threats, watching him effortlessly dismantle a bottom-tier scrub like October is almost refreshing. He doesn't even have to break a sweat to keep this guy under control. Still, being a high-ranking servitor of the darkness, October isn't about to roll over just yet. Even pinned and wounded, he has a few nasty, forbidden tricks hidden deep in his arsenal. He forces his internal energy to surge and boil, his skin rapidly flushing a deep, blistering red. A visible, scorching heat begins to radiate off his frame, the air around him shimmering as he pushes his physical limits, forcing his body far beyond its natural capacity. Steam begins to hiss from his pores, and with a guttural, maddened roar, the fanatic lunges forward once more. He's fully committed to a suicide run, desperate to drag the young Ragnar heir down into the dark abyss along with him if it means securing a win. In truth, October never had any intention of dying in a place like this. His entire mission had been completely derailed. He was supposed to be linking up with the elite Azure Peak Squad, the very unit tasked with arriving to extract young Cassandra, not fighting for his life in a slum. Theo doesn't even blink, let alone look surprised by this suicidal, reckless dash. He knows these brainwashed cultists all too well. The moment they realize they're backed into a corner, their default move is always to try and take everyone out in a self-destructive explosion. With a calm, graceful step to the side, the young lord effortlessly dances around October's trajectory. It's an incredibly predictable, straight-line attack, and it leaves the thug's entire defense wide open. In one clean, merciless, and efficient arc, Theo's blade flashes. It slices through the air and makes contact, cleanly severing the head from the crimson-soaked bastard, effectively silencing his madness for good. The severed head and the limp, heavy torso tumble through the air, completely disconnected from one another. They strike the wooden floorboards a moment later, landing with two distinct, heavy, and sickeningly hollow thuds. The remains roll slightly, coming to a stop in the dark shadows just before. They suddenly erupt into a violent, crackling bonfire of dark, demonic energy, burning the body until nothing but ash remains. Stepping away from the fading embers, Theo quietly turns back toward the center of the room. He kneels down beside the tragic remains of the mother, his expression solemn and respectful, and gently pulls a piece of cloth over her to shroud her from view. A heavy frown creases his brow as he mulls over the situation. Hilda's secret parchment had laid out exactly where to find Cassandra, but it hadn't breathed a single word about Troyvin actively hunting the girl down. The only logical conclusion is that the Mad Dragon Emperor's sudden, chaotic return to the world stage has sent ripples through time, creating a completely unpredictable variable that wasn't supposed to be here. As he looks down at the body covered in cloth, a heavy, sinking weight settles in Theo's chest. He can't help but feel a degree of responsibility for this woman's untimely death, knowing his own interference with the timeline has likely set this tragedy in motion. Hearing the heavy, rhythmic sound of footsteps approaching, little Cassandra shifts restlessly within her bonds. Her voice is tiny and trembling as she asks if her mother is okay, begging the mysterious stranger to give her some sign, some reassurance that everything will be all right. Theo steps closer, bending down to get a proper, careful look at the fragile child who is fated to become the future empress. He suddenly freezes, his breath hitching as he stares into her face. Her eyes are unblinking and completely clouded over. The girl is entirely, hopelessly blind. It's an incredibly cruel, gut-wrenching irony. The one child in the world gifted with the supreme power to perceive the distant future is fundamentally unable to see the physical world standing right before her. He hesitates, his mind racing as he tries to figure out how to break the devastating news about her mother to her. But before he can find the words, the perceptive girl's shoulders simply slump. She doesn't need to be told. She has already intuited, with a heartbreaking calmness, that the woman who raised her is no longer with them. She speaks softly, explaining that she already saw this horrific night unfold in her dreams. She knows better than anyone that every vision she receives inevitably manifests in reality, exactly the way she saw it in her nightmares. But as she tilts her head upward toward him, a subtle change crosses her face. She notes that, for the first time, the pattern has been broken. In every single one of her visions, she was destined to be dragged away into a life of captivity by those cruel men. Yet, here, in this cold, hard reality, a powerful savior has materialized out of the shadows to slaughter her captors and ensure she remains safe. A faint, flickering light of hope ignites within her as she realizes that perhaps this mysterious older brother standing before her possesses the unique, overwhelming strength required to finally rewrite her dark and predetermined destiny. At that precise moment, a familiar, ethereal blue glow catches his attention. A system notification materializes in his field of vision. The 5th scenario quest has officially begun. The objective is clear: locate and protect the future empress at all costs. Morning slowly breaks over the frozen slums, washing the silent settlement in a pale and solemn glow. In the middle of the snow lies a newly dug grave, marked only by a plain wooden cross. At its base rests the fragile glass vase of red flowers once kept inside the cabin, now offered as one final, heartbreaking farewell to a mother who gave everything to protect her child. Theo stands quietly before the modest memorial, his hand wrapped gently around little Cassandra's trembling fingers. Several steps behind them, his enormous white dragon mount waits without complaint in the cutting winter wind, its powerful body ready to carry the young Ragnar heir and the newly orphaned princess far away from the place where her world had fallen apart. Cassandra keeps her tear-filled eyes fixed on the snow covering her mother's grave, squeezing Theo's hand as though it is the only thing keeping her upright. Then, in a voice crushed by grief, she asks the question that tears straight through him. If he truly possessed the power to change the future, why couldn't he have come just a little sooner and saved her mother? Theo lowers his gaze toward the devastated child beside him, and the moment he sees her broken expression, a dark weight of guilt settles heavily across his face. In a low, bitter voice, he apologizes to the weeping princess. Theo admits that he never anticipated the enemy would interfere with the original timeline, much less launch their attack with such terrifying speed. At last, they turn away from the lonely grave and prepare to leave the tragedy behind. But the unbearable strain of the morning finally overwhelms Cassandra. Without the slightest warning, all strength disappears from her frail legs, and her small body suddenly pitches backward toward the hard, freezing snow. Theo reacts in the same instant. Lunging forward with incredible speed, he catches the tiny princess in both arms a heartbeat before her head can strike the frozen ground. Real panic flashes across Theo's face as Cassandra hangs completely limp against him. Holding her tightly, he urgently calls her name and begs her to open her eyes. His gaze races across her pale body, searching for a concealed wound, a trace of poison, or any lingering sign of the assassin's attack. Yet nothing he sees explains why she has suddenly collapsed. The more carefully Theo examines her, the more confused he becomes. There is no cut, no bruise, and no visible injury anywhere on Cassandra's body that could possibly account for such a frightening loss of consciousness. Just then, a faint blue glow gathers beside them, and a tiny mystical guardian dragon materializes above the snow. The creature calmly studies Cassandra while Theo watches in desperate concern. After a brief examination, it explains that the princess has simply exhausted every last bit of her physical strength. The horror of the assassination attempt, combined with the devastating shock of losing her mother, had pushed her mind beyond its limit until it finally shut itself down. Hovering lightly in the icy air, the little guardian dragon beats its luminous wings and sharply scolds Theo for hesitating. It warns him that he must act at once, reminding him that young lives are exceptionally delicate and can deteriorate with frightening speed. The seriousness in its voice makes Theo's eyes widen as the full danger of Cassandra's condition finally sinks in. Theo refuses to waste even one more second. Pulling the unconscious princess securely against his chest, he springs onto the broad back of his massive white dragon. With Cassandra cradled protectively in his arms, he shouts in alarm, "Move, Umbra! We have to hurry. She's seriously ill." Umbra answers with a thunderous sweep of its enormous wings and surges violently into the winter sky. The grave and its solitary wooden cross rapidly shrink beneath them, disappearing into the endless white landscape as Theo abandons his original route and changes his plans in the middle of their escape. Theo looks down at the pale girl shivering weakly in his arms, and one glance is enough to make the decision clear. Cassandra is in no condition to endure the long journey back home, and they cannot afford to waste that much time. Lifting his eyes toward the distant horizon, Theo forcefully guides Umbra toward the nearest Ragnar military base. His only concern is getting Cassandra somewhere safe, and he trusts that the forces stationed there will immediately understand the urgency of the situation once they arrive. Their desperate flight eventually brings them to a breathtaking sanctuary, hidden beneath towering mountains. Across the sheltered valley stretches an immense field of glowing purple flowers, their soft radiance spreading through the landscape like a peaceful sea of violet light. This secluded refuge is known as the Tulip Garden, a heavily protected territory placed directly under the absolute authority and protection of the Ragnar family. Inside one of the sanctuary's warm and quiet cabins, the strain of the escape has finally caught up with Cassandra. The exhausted princess lies tucked into a soft bed, breathing peacefully while a cool, damp compress rests across her feverish forehead. A gentle caretaker leans over the sleeping child and carefully draws the thick blanket higher around her shoulders. With patient hands, she makes certain Cassandra is completely covered, warm, and secure while her weakened body recovers from the severe emotional shock it has endured. Once she is satisfied that her tiny patient is resting safely, the healer straightens beside the bed and casts a quiet, observant glance back over her shoulder. Beyond the cabin walls, Theo remains stationed on the wooden balcony, standing guard in complete silence with the unwavering focus of someone determined not to let another threat reach Cassandra. With his arms folded tightly against the freezing wind, Theo stares across the snowy grounds until the creak of the cabin door abruptly breaks the silence. He turns at once and sees the healer stepping onto the balcony. Unable to hide his anxiety, the young heir immediately asks how Cassandra is doing and whether the fragile princess is finally out of danger. The caretaker quickly eases his worst fears, assuring Theo that there is no longer any reason to panic. After receiving strong medicine for her fever, Cassandra has settled into a deep and peaceful sleep. Theo releases the breath he has been holding, and the tension finally begins to leave his shoulders. Unfortunately, that brief moment of relief does not last. With a sudden thud, the fierce caretaker plants one heavy boot on top of a wooden crate. Leaning forward with unmistakable authority, she loudly demands that Theo start answering a few questions of her own. The woman is Aude Lemaire, the formidable and thoroughly no-nonsense head of the Tulip Garden Cooperative. Fixing Theo with a hard stare, she begins interrogating him without restraint, demanding to know exactly who this mysterious little girl is and why a Ragnar heir is making such an enormous fuss over her. Theo looks faintly uncomfortable beneath her scrutiny and offers a sincere apology for dragging Aude and her people into such a dangerous situation. Even so, his expression remains firm, and he refuses to reveal Cassandra's true identity. Aude throws her head back and lets out a long, irritated groan. She dismisses his stubborn secrecy with a wave of her hand, grumbling that every arrogant candidate for the Ragnar succession seems to believe the entire world should bend itself around their personal demands. Raising a long brass spyglass to one eye, Aude scans the vast, glowing fields and shifts her attention to the far more immediate danger. She bluntly points out that the ruthless Troivan clan is currently pursuing them. Theo confirms that the enemy is indeed on their trail, though he doubts they have deployed an especially large force. Even so, he warns that the assassins will almost certainly follow the route leading directly from Priamus. Aude freezes with the spyglass still pressed to her face, unable to believe what she has just heard. Without lowering it, she angrily tears into Theo for having the nerve to lead a deadly Troivan assassination squad straight toward the heart of her otherwise peaceful sanctuary. Still muttering with frustration, Aude assumes that a pampered royal heir like Theo probably has no understanding of what this territory truly means. Theo immediately cuts off that accusation. With calm confidence, he tells her that he knows perfectly well where he has brought them. Aude turns to him in open surprise while Theo looks across the endless waves of purple flowers. In a solemn voice, he explains that most outsiders foolishly believe the Tulip Garden exists only as a decorative estate maintained for appearances. In truth, however, the sanctuary is a deeply classified and sacred burial ground reserved for the greatest legends in Ragnar history. It is here that the most revered heroes and honored figures of the Ragnar clan have been laid to rest. Hearing Theo speak so confidently about the garden's hidden purpose, Odd falls silent for a moment, visibly stunned that he knows its true sacred nature. Her surprise lasts only briefly before her temper flares all over again. Odd sharply points out that if Theo understood how holy this land was, then deliberately drawing Troivan assassins toward it makes his reckless decision even more unforgivable. Yet almost as quickly as her anger rises, it begins to drain away. Her voice lowers, and she reluctantly mutters that perhaps she does not truly have the right to criticize him after all. Looking suddenly exhausted, Odd drops heavily into a nearby wooden rocking chair. With a dismissive wave, she tells Theo to stop hovering anxiously and assures him that he no longer needs to worry so much about his mysterious little companion. Odd admits that she has already checked enough of Theo's unbelievable story to know that he is telling the truth. After all, the merciless Troivan forces would never devote this much effort to hunting down an ordinary child with no importance. Theo glances through the doorway toward Cassandra, who is still sleeping peacefully beneath the blankets. Relief softens his expression, and he sincerely thanks Odd for protecting the princess and giving her the treatment she desperately needed. Placing one hand respectfully over his chest, Theo offers another formal apology. He acknowledges that his sudden arrival has violently disturbed the peace surrounding one of the Ragnar clan's most sacred resting places. Odd reaches up and tips back the brim of her heavy hat, a crooked and unexpectedly approving smile spreading across her face. Despite herself, she is genuinely impressed by the young heir's respectful behavior. She remarks that meeting an heir candidate with real manners is surprisingly refreshing. Then, with obvious bitterness, Odd complains about another arrogant royal who recently stormed into the sanctuary without permission while claiming to be on some urgent mission. Theo's eyes immediately widen. Startled by the revelation, he quickly asks whether another person is currently hiding somewhere within the garden. Odd turns her gaze back across the seemingly endless field of purple flowers before revealing the truth. The rude and uninvited guest is not merely another noble. It is another officially recognized candidate for the Ragnar succession, someone standing in exactly the same position as Theo. A tense realization spreads across Theo's face. His mind begins racing through the list of dangerous rivals within his family as he tries to determine which one of them could have secretly come to the sanctuary before him. Before he can reach an answer, a deafening impact shatters the tense conversation. A figure crashes violently onto the snow-covered cabin roof, landing with an enormous and terrifying scythe in hand. From above, an imposing woman peers down at Theo, a fierce and confident smirk curling across her lips. The newcomer is none other than the Black Reaper herself, Rhys Ragnar, the fearsome second heir candidate of the Sword Clan. Rhys casually greets Theo as her little brother, as though dropping onto the roof with a gigantic weapon were perfectly ordinary. Looking him over with open interest, she remarks that he appears to be a genuinely capable fighter now that she is finally seeing him in person. The sudden appearance of yet another monstrous Ragnar heir completely destroys Odd's remaining courage. Her tough expression vanishes, and she hurriedly retreats through the cabin door. Trembling, she declares that she will stay inside and protect the child while Theo deals with the madness of his own family outside. Theo remains perfectly calm beneath the freezing wind. Raising his eyes toward Rhys on the roof, he confidently assumes that his elder sister has already been listening to their entire conversation. Theo's fearless response sends a thrill through Rhys. Her eyes begin to shine with wild, bloodthirsty excitement, and a manic laugh escapes her lips. With savage delight, she tells him that he should already understand exactly how members of the ruthless Ragnar family greet one another. Rhys does not hesitate for even a heartbeat. She launches herself high into the air, lifts the massive scythe above her head, and then swings it downward toward Theo with overwhelming force. The strike unleashes a colossal burst of blazing energy. In an instant, a blinding explosion tears violently through the snow-covered ground, swallowing the area beneath a roaring wave of fire and destructive power. As the devastating shockwave finally begins to fade, shattered chunks of stone rain down across the battlefield. Yet Theo remains firmly planted amid the destruction, his blade raised before him as he effortlessly stops the overwhelming strike. Without losing his composure, he warns his deranged sister that attacks of this scale will inevitably drag innocent bystanders into their fight. Rhys pauses for a moment, lifting one hand to her mouth with an exaggerated look of playful surprise. She casually admits that she may have gone a little too far, brushing the danger aside by claiming she was simply far too excited about finally fighting him. However, that brief display of restraint disappears almost as quickly as it came. A wicked, bloodthirsty grin spreads across the Black Reaper's face. Tightening her grip on the weapon, she twists her body and violently sends her enormous scythe sweeping through the air once again. The next instant, a colossal whirlwind explodes around them with a deafening roar. Fierce energy spirals upward alongside countless purple petals, swallowing the surrounding garden in a raging vortex. From within the storm, Reese maliciously declares that they should continue their battle at the very place where Theo originally fell. Trapped directly in the heart of the violent vortex, Theo braces his feet and crosses his sword in front of his body, struggling against the crushing pressure surging from every direction. Gritting his teeth, he silently curses the second Heir. Somehow, she is proving herself even more recklessly insane than every terrifying rumor had made her sound. Just as the chaotic whirlwind seems ready to consume him completely, a glowing blue window abruptly flashes into existence before Theo's eyes. Its radiant message cuts through the storm, officially confirming that he has discovered a relic belonging to a primordial dragon. Beneath that confirmation, the relic's ominous name appears in clear, unmistakable letters: the Grim Reaper. Far away from the swirling chaos inside the tulip garden, an entirely different landscape stretches beneath a bitter winter sky. Deep among the frozen mountains stands an enormous military encampment, packed with countless armored tents and heavily fortified positions. This occupied territory marks Ragnar's front line across the vast and merciless Frisia Great Snowfield. Deep within the freezing encampment on the Frisia Great Snowfield, what begins as nothing more than a petty dispute turns deadly within a matter of seconds. A rugged soldier angrily shoves a passing stranger and demands that he watch where he is going. The stranger does not stumble or show the slightest fear. Instead, he slowly turns his head, revealing one eye pulsing with an eerie red glow, and coldly mocks the soldier for apparently being unable to see properly. The insult sends the soldier into a trembling rage. His face twists with fury as he leans forward and harshly demands that the stranger repeat what he just said. The stranger meets his glare without hesitation, that demonic crimson light continuing to burn inside his eye. With merciless contempt, he taunts the furious soldier again, asking whether both his eyesight and his hearing have stopped working. The sharp exchange quickly draws attention from the nearby troops. Bored soldiers begin turning toward the commotion, eager to see whether the argument will erupt into something more violent. Among them, a reckless young soldier named Selford excitedly grabs his companion Erin and begins pulling her toward the gathering crowd. With obvious delight, he points out that there is no better entertainment than watching two other people beat each other senseless. But as Selford eagerly drags her closer, Erin follows with a deeply irritated expression. Clearly unimpressed by his enthusiasm, she sharply scolds him for behaving like an immature child. The instant they reach the crowd, however, their casual curiosity transforms into absolute horror. The minor argument has already exploded into a savage bloodbath. Soldiers from the same army have drawn their weapons and are now brutally cutting down their own allies, staining the white snow with the blood of their comrades. Desperate to stop the slaughter, Selford charges straight into the chaos and wraps his arms around one of the frenzied fighters, trying to restrain him by force. He screams for everyone to regain their senses, frantically begging them to stop murdering their own comrades. But the struggling soldier, completely consumed by the crimson madness, merely snarls that the other man was being unreasonable, as though that pathetic excuse justified the killing. Before Selford can bring the crazed fighter under control, a blinding column of fire suddenly erupts in the center of the encampment. The flames explode upward with catastrophic force, instantly incinerating the surrounding ground as a deafening blast tears through the camp. As the smoke and flames begin to part, a fierce warrior strides directly out of the raging inferno. She is Ian Saucily, the Black Iron Vice Commander feared by many as the Fire Goblin. Furious beyond measure at the senseless violence, she lashes out at the maddened troops, condemning them for slaughtering their own comrades while they are supposed to be fighting an active war. Fiery energy surges violently around Ian as she plants herself before the blood-soaked soldiers. With a blazing glare, she challenges anyone who still has strength left in their body to come forward and face her personally. Watching the terrifying vice commander from the edge of the destruction, the blonde-haired Selford finally releases a small breath of relief. Convinced that Ian's overwhelming power and authority will crush the rebellion instantly, he assumes the chaotic encampment is finally about to settle down. However, Erin's eyes narrow behind her glasses as she notices something Selford himself has overlooked. Ian's explosive entrance has slightly scorched his hand, leaving behind a small but unmistakable burn. The moment Erin realizes that her friend has been injured by their own superior, something inside her suddenly breaks. All reason disappears as her emotions twist violently out of control. Her usual irritation vanishes, replaced by a chilling and increasingly manic laugh. One of her eyes begins pulsing with the exact same sinister crimson light seen in the other soldiers. The invisible corruption has already reached her mind, dragging Erin beneath the influence of the terrifying madness. Completely overtaken by bloodthirsty rage, Erin swiftly draws the dagger at her side. Her body lowers into an attacking stance as she prepares to launch herself straight at the blazing vice commander, even though the reckless assault would almost certainly end in her own death. Selford stares at her in horror before desperately reaching out and trying to calm her down. Panic floods his voice as he pleads with Aaron to stop, unable to believe that his own companion has suddenly lost control of her mind. While fire, screams, and bloodshed consume the encampment outside, a quiet command tent remains separated from the immediate chaos. Inside, an imposing veteran hardened by countless battles listens to the distant uproar with open disgust. One of the 9 dragons bitterly condemns the soldiers' complete lack of discipline, furious that the frontline troops are surrendering to the spreading madness so easily. He questions how they are supposed to wage a proper war when their own forces cannot even maintain control of their minds. Wolfgang Ragnar, one of the 9 dragons, explains that the Mad Dragon Emperor's corrupting madness is surging outward with increasing force from the central Troivan stronghold. If they allow the frontline troops to remain exposed, the losses will only become more catastrophic. For that reason, he proposes withdrawing their forces from the front immediately. Tyrant Dragon Dante Roll fiercely rejects the proposal before it can gain support. Their massive offensive is scheduled to begin in only 2 days, and he refuses to abandon it now. In his eyes, this is the greatest opportunity they may ever receive to destroy the Troivan faction once and for all. Before the disagreement can escalate further, Black Dragon Robert Ragnar cuts through the tension with a firm strategic order. Only the strongest elite warriors, those capable of resisting the psychological corruption, are to remain stationed at the front. Every high-ranking swordsman and all lower-tier troops must withdraw immediately, giving the leadership time to reassess an operation that has already been dangerously compromised. Ice Dragon Neil grimly accepts that there is no safer alternative, but she warns the others not to place too much faith in their elites. Even warriors of exceptional strength will not endure this overwhelming pressure forever. She then reminds the council of a grim event from the past. Even the legendary Wind Baron eventually fell victim to this very same madness. Demon Dragon Julius Ragnar falls silent, his expression revealing absolute disbelief at the scale of the disaster unfolding before them. Beyond the command tent and the vulnerable encampments, the true source of the horror rises across the frozen horizon, the immense Troivan stronghold. The towering fortress is completely engulfed by vast currents of sinister crimson energy, the corrupted power twisting around its walls like a living storm. Its ominous red glow spreads across the frozen land, looming over Ragnar's exposed encampments below. And as that darkness continues to intensify, one terrible truth becomes unavoidable. By the time Theo finally returns to the front lines, the entire course of this deadly war will have already turned with brutal and irreversible force. New chapter wastes no time, throwing us straight back into the explosive confrontation tearing through the heart of the Tulip Garden. Amid shattered stone, splintered earth, and debris whipping violently through the air, Theo plants his feet and catches the devastating sideways blow cleanly against his blade. Even under that crushing pressure, Theo remains completely composed. Without taking his eyes off his unstable sister, he warns her that attacks this enormous could easily drag innocent bystanders into their deadly crossfire. Reese finally pauses her relentless assault, though only for a brief second. Lifting one hand to her mouth in exaggerated surprise, she playfully admits she may have gone a little too far, casually blaming it on how excited she was for their long-awaited reunion. That tiny trace of restraint disappears almost immediately. Ree's lips curl upward, and a vicious, bloodthirsty smile spreads across her face. Without another word, the Black Reaper grips her enormous weapon and swings it with savage force once again. A colossal vortex erupts around the siblings, roaring with violent energy as countless purple petals spiral through the air. From within the raging storm, Reese wickedly declares that they should carry this brutal fight back to the very place where Theo once fell. Trapped directly at the center of the enormous purple cyclone, Theo lowers his stance and braces himself, resisting the crushing wind and swirling pressure battering him from every direction. As he studies the terrifying opponent before him, Theo quickly measures her abilities. The Black Reaper's speed is easily comparable to Gisher's, yet her destructive power belongs in an entirely different realm. Then an even colder realization strikes him. The massive blow she unleashed earlier had not even been close to her full strength. Through the storm of energy and petals, Reese catches sight of Theo's fierce, unwavering stare, and the intensity in his eyes only makes her more excited. Laughing at the fighting spirit burning across his face, his bloodthirsty sister dives from the sky. With both hands driving the motion, she brings her colossal scythe crashing downward with terrifying momentum. Theo refuses to retreat and meets the deadly attack head-on. The instant their weapons collide, a blinding burst of raw energy detonates between them, sending violent shockwaves ripping through the air. Neither sibling gives an inch as their locked blades grind together beneath a dazzling storm of sparks. For a moment, the two siblings strain against one another, each pouring immense strength into the deadlock. They finally spring apart, but the distance lasts only an instant before both rush forward again, trading deadly blows at lightning speed. Every collision tears another shockwave across the garden, while clouds of purple petals scatter and whirl violently around their flashing weapons. Theo keeps pace with his sister's relentless assault, reading each movement as it comes. Just as her massive scythe tears toward him, he launches into a smooth backward flip, escaping a fraction of a second before the blade pulverizes the stone beneath his former position. Seeing him evade so cleanly, Ri's eyes light up with excitement, and an even more dangerous grin slowly spreads across her face. With unmistakable delight, she admits that the wild stories surrounding Theo's sudden rise in strength were not exaggerated after all. Deciding that their violent reunion has only just begun, the Black Reaper stops holding back and starts gathering a terrifying amount of blazing aura around her body. A vast ring of concentrated flame bursts into existence around Ri's, roaring fiercely as the heat and pressure build for her next devastating attack. With a fierce challenge for her brother to survive what comes next, Ri's explodes forward. Her weapon tears through the air, releasing a colossal hurricane of blazing destruction that races straight toward Theo. As the storm of flaming projectiles closes in from the front, Theo rapidly deflects one deadly strike after another. Yet while his blade moves without pause, a chilling realization suddenly settles over him. The fiery sickles he knocked aside are not fading, breaking apart, or disappearing as they should. Instead, every deflected blade curves back through the air like a boomerang. Within seconds, the burning sickles are circling Theo from all sides, sealing off every possible route of escape. With her brother trapped inside a glowing ring of lethal fire, the Black Reaper recognizes the perfect opening. Ri's launches high above the swirling inferno, raises her colossal scythe over her head, and fixes Theo with a merciless, bloodthirsty stare. Mocking him for realizing the true nature of her trap a fraction too late, Ri's tightens her grip and drives the enormous weapon down toward the imprisoned swordsman. The descending scythe carries such overwhelming force that the very world beneath it seems ready to split apart. Theo's eyes widen just before the ground beneath him erupts. A towering tornado of roaring flame bursts upward from directly under his feet, swallowing the young heir inside a deafening pillar of blinding, apocalyptic destruction. Then, from deep inside the towering inferno, a violent explosion of dark energy suddenly detonates. The blast tears outward with brutal force, shattering the flaming tornado apart from within. Caught completely off guard by the unexpected eruption, Ri's snaps her gaze upward. She looks just in time to see an enormous, piercing blue sword aura dropping toward her from the sky. Rather than showing fear, the Black Reaper looks genuinely impressed by the power her brother has unleashed. A wicked smile returns to her face as she steadies herself and prepares to receive the impact. Theo plunges through the falling purple petals at devastating speed, his blade aimed straight down at his sister. As he descends, he firmly declares that the time has finally come for him to take the offensive. Delighted by his sudden counterattack, Ri's eagerly swings her massive scythe upward, fully intending to meet his descending blade with her own overwhelming force. But a fraction of a second before the two lethal weapons can collide, an unknown and devastating force erupts directly between the siblings. A tremendous shockwave tears across the battlefield, blasting open the ground and carving a deep crater into the garden. Stone fragments and thick dust surge upward, hiding everything from view, until the heavy cloud finally begins to settle and exposes an astonishing sight. Three heavily cloaked figures now stand at the center of the devastation as though they appeared from nowhere. These mysterious warriors are elite members of the Black Reaper squad, and they have somehow stopped the siblings' catastrophic collision. Inside the crater, their razor-sharp blades are already pressed firmly against Theo's neck. Keeping their weapons dangerously close to his throat, the cloaked assassins surround Theo and glare at the young swordsman with open hostility. One of the elite guards steps forward beneath a wide-brimmed hat, his eyes burning with an ominous purple light. In an aggressive voice, he threatens Theo and vows that the feared Reaper squad will make him suffer for daring to raise a weapon against their precious Miss Ri's. Before the fiercely devoted guard can finish his dramatic warning, however, the flat weight of a colossal scythe slams directly onto the top of his head. The tense standoff collapses into chaos as Ri's turns her fury on her own squad. Casually resting the huge scythe across her shoulder, she screams at the overprotective assassins and demands to know how many times she must order them not to interfere in her fights. She had only just started warming up, and she cannot understand why they are making such a fuss over one harmless little battle between siblings. Standing in the middle of this sudden circus, Theo says absolutely nothing. A huge bead of sweat rolls down the side of his face as he stares at Ri's in disbelief, silently admitting that this ridiculous reaction was the last thing he expected. Just like that, the deadly pressure hanging over the battlefield vanishes. Ri's bursts into bright laughter while the battered guard beside her rubs the enormous lump rising from his head. Completely lowering her guard, she sincerely apologizes to Theo and grumbles that her overzealous squad ruined the atmosphere right when their fight was finally becoming enjoyable. Theo takes a moment to steady his breathing before answering with a relaxed smile. He jokingly tells her that had her earth-shattering greeting continued for even one more second, he might genuinely have collapsed on the spot. Amused by his quick response, Reese laughs and gives him a playful punch in the chest. His confidence and easy humor immediately improve her mood after the messy interruption. Satisfied with how their explosive reunion turned out, the Black Reaper declares that their brief clash was incredibly fun and casually invites him to share a drink with her sometime. Theo warmly accepts the invitation, appearing perfectly calm and unaffected from the outside. Behind that confident smile, however, his thoughts are racing as he evaluates the terrifying depth of his sister's strength. Her raw power is monstrous, her speed nearly impossible to follow, and her technique leaves almost no weakness to exploit. Theo is forced to admit one frightening truth. In a genuine fight to the death against the Black Reaper, he would need to activate his ultimate dragonization just to have any real chance of winning. As Reese cheerfully turns away, Theo's thoughts drift toward an even more disturbing conclusion. If his sister is already this terrifyingly powerful, then the other highest-ranked candidates competing to become clan heir must be even greater monsters. Sweat gathers bitterly along Theo's face as he wonders where Axion found the shameless confidence to boast about becoming the next clan head while siblings of this caliber were still standing in his way. Completely unaware of the crisis unfolding inside her brother's mind, Reese turns and barks another order at her trembling squad. To compensate for ruining the fight, she commands them to prepare an enormous celebratory feast at once. The elite assassins immediately straighten their backs, throw up rigid salutes, and roar their absolute obedience. Theo watches the absurdly energetic group with another huge bead of sweat sliding down his cheek. Compared with the manipulative and cutthroat members of the rest of their family, he genuinely appreciates how direct, cheerful, and easygoing Reese seems. Unfortunately, that warmth is precisely what creates the real problem. His gaze settles on the Black Reaper's massive and terrifying scythe. After examining the energy flowing from its surface, Theo confirms what he had already begun to suspect. The weapon carries the unmistakable, overwhelming aura of a primordial dragon relic. A heavy sense of dread sinks into Theo's chest. If his system quest eventually demands that he seize that relic from Reese, the task would have been infinitely easier if she had treated him as an enemy. Instead, her open friendliness and genuine affection have placed him inside a brutal moral dilemma with no easy way out. The deafening chaos and explosive tension of the battlefield finally melt away, giving way to the peaceful, sunlit interior of the small cabin nestled within the tulip garden. Buried beneath several thick, heavy blankets, little Cassandra stirs faintly before her eyelids slowly flutter open, as though waking from a long and troubled sleep. Still dazed from the severe shock to her mind, the tiny princess weakly pushes herself upright in bed. Odd steps into the comfortably warm room, approaches the fragile child, and gently asks whether she is finally beginning to feel any better. Cassandra answers with a small, quiet nod. Seeing that response, the hardened caretaker wheels a heavy wooden cart into the room and declares that the sick little girl must be absolutely starving by now. With several quick movements, Odd sets an enormous, mouth-watering feast directly before the young princess. The table is soon covered with plates of sizzling meat, steaming bowls of soup, and loaves of freshly baked bread. Although her pale eyes cannot see the feast before her, Cassandra is immediately drawn in by its rich aroma. She breathes deeply, and a faint spark of hope brightens her weary face as she whispers that the food smells unbelievably delicious. Unable to see where the steaming dishes have been placed, Cassandra eagerly stretches out both bare hands, intending to grab the hot food and begin eating immediately. Odd reacts before the girl's fingers can reach the meal. She sharply taps Cassandra's hand aside and loudly scolds the little princess for displaying such terrible manners at the table. However, the instant Odd notices Cassandra's pale, unfocused eyes, guilt cuts through her hardened expression. Quickly hiding her sympathy behind her usual rough tone, she bluntly explains that the food is far too hot to touch and orders the girl to eat only the pieces Odd cuts for her. Taking on the role of a surprisingly patient caretaker, Odd sits beside Cassandra, carefully slices the meat into manageable pieces, and gently feeds each bite directly to the little girl. Cassandra happily accepts the food and begins chewing. While continuing to feed her, Odd casually mentions that once the meal is finished, they will need to change her clothes so the torn garments can be properly patched up. Then, revealing an unexpected tenderness beneath her gruff exterior, Odd quietly observes that Cassandra's mother must have made those precious clothes herself. The moment Cassandra hears those gentle words, tears immediately gather in her sightless eyes. With her voice trembling softly, Cassandra offers Odd a heartfelt thank you. Odd responds with an affectionate, teasing smirk and lightly calls the emotional little princess a crybaby. Suddenly remembering that she forgot to bring anything to drink, Odd rises from her seat. Before leaving, she sternly warns Cassandra not to use her hands again, then quickly steps out of the room to retrieve the drinks. Yet the very moment Cassandra is left alone inside the silent cabin, the warmth and comfort that had filled the room seemed to disappear without a trace. Her small fingers tighten around the fabric of her clothes as a crushing wave of anxiety surges through her chest. With growing dread, the young prophet realizes that something about the situation is terribly, unmistakably wrong. Panic spreads through Cassandra's thoughts. For some time now, her dreams have failed to reveal the future, while everything unfolding around her directly contradicts the visions she previously witnessed. Never before has she experienced such complete and terrifying blindness. Even so, as she remains alone in the dimly lit cabin, Cassandra desperately holds on to one fragile thread of hope within this uncertain, seemingly broken timeline. After all, every future she had seen before was filled with nothing but unbearable sorrow and tragedy. Cassandra remains seated in the silent room, trapped within her frightening thoughts, until the sharp creak of the cabin door suddenly slices through the stillness and interrupts her inner turmoil. The sound of heavy boots presses against the wooden floorboards. Hearing someone enter, the blind little princess brightens slightly and assumes that her stern caretaker has returned with the forgotten drinks. But as those ominous footsteps continue moving closer, Cassandra's hopeful expression quickly fades, and a cold, horrifying realization settles over her. The slow, calculated rhythm of those heavy steps belongs to no one she recognizes. Beginning to tremble with fear, the young prophet nervously asks the stranger to identify themselves, innocently addressing the terrifying intruder as an auntie. A towering figure stands threateningly in the doorway, armed from head to toe and carrying the unmistakable presence of a deadly archer. It is Sex, number 6 among Troivin's elite group of 9 servitors. Rather than being amused by the child's innocent mistake, Sex takes immediate offense. The ruthless assassin scoffs angrily at Cassandra's lack of manners, and harshly demands that the girl address her as an older sister instead. Without displaying the slightest hint of restraint or mercy, Sex swings her hand across Cassandra's face, viciously backhanding the helpless little princess. The brutal impact sends Cassandra hurtling forward, her face crashing directly into the warm meal. Plates scatter as her small body tumbles from the bed and strikes the cold wooden floor below. Sex looks down at the motionless princess with arrogant satisfaction. Seeing no resistance at all, she mocks how laughably simple and pathetic this kidnapping assignment has turned out to be. The overconfident assassin grabs Cassandra by the fabric of her clothes and prepares to carry the frail child away. Certain that the mission is already complete, Sex carelessly lowers her guard. Just as Sex lifts the unconscious girl by the collar, the dark shadows spread across the cabin floor suddenly begin to writhe. In an instant, they twist violently, swelling outward as though something enormous is forcing its way through them. From the churning darkness behind the unsuspecting assassin, a colossal nightmare erupts into the cabin, its jagged teeth glowing within a monstrous grin. It is Umbra, Theo's enormous dragon, rising directly from the shadows and looming over Sex with overwhelming, murderous bloodlust. Without warning, the peaceful cabin buried beneath the winter snow erupts from within, its quiet shelter torn apart in a single violent instant. A savage shockwave punches straight through the structure, ripping the roof into fragments and hurling splintered beams, broken planks, and heavy chunks of debris into the bitter freezing air. Deep inside the wrecked cabin, warm blood falls in thick, steady drops, spreading across the damaged floorboards until a dark crimson pool gathers beneath the ruins. The arrogant Troivin assassin who entered with complete confidence has already been utterly overwhelmed. Sex lies thrown against the wreckage, one hand clamped over the enormous wound carved into her shoulder as blood pours between her fingers. She curses through unbearable pain, but the instant she forces herself to look up, every trace of superiority vanishes from her face, replaced by raw, uncontrollable terror. Towering directly above the wounded assassin is something pulled from the darkest nightmare. A colossal dragon shaped from writhing black shadows, its monstrous form wrapped in streams of blinding white smoke. Umbra's sinister presence crushes the air so completely that Sex can barely move. The elite assassin stares helplessly into the creature's hollow, glowing eyes and screams at the impossible monster standing over her. Blood runs heavily down her face as she tears through every memory she has, desperately trying to understand where such a nightmarish beast could have come from, yet finding absolutely no explanation. Her gaze darts toward what remains of the wooden cabin, now reduced to a field of shattered timber and scattered wreckage. Sex curses under her breath, realizing that this explosive clash has created far too much noise. Worse still, none of her intelligence had mentioned a guardian of this terrifying caliber protecting the target. Through the drifting smoke and snake-like shadows crawling across the ruins, Sex finally spots the dragon's enormous body coiled tightly around the unconscious little princess, shielding the child from every direction. The moment Sex realizes the beast exists solely to guard the girl, a twisted, bloodthirsty smile slowly stretches across her face. There is no time left to hesitate or reconsider the mission. With murderous light blazing in her eyes, she violently draws her blade and decides to cut the monster down, seize the child, and disappear before anyone else can interfere. Umbra, however, has no intention of giving her even a single step forward. The shadow dragon answers her challenge with a deafening roar that shakes the ground beneath the ruined cabin. In the very next heartbeat, an enormous crescent of crimson energy tears outward through the wreckage. The attack slices brutally across Umbra's dark body, and thick, unnatural blood bursts from the wound, spraying through the frozen air. When Sex sees that the terrifying creature can actually bleed, a cruel smirk returns to her lips. Her eyes rapidly measure the dragon's strength, and her fear begins turning back into arrogance. Despite its horrifying appearance, she decides the beast is far more fragile than it looks and nowhere near as powerful as she had first imagined. That brief return of confidence lasts only a moment before she is punished for it with overwhelming force. Just as Sex raises herself to launch a killing counterattack, a blinding burst of energy suddenly erupts from the sky above her. Completely caught off guard, she can only lift her horrified gaze as the descending force smashes into her weapon and instantly shatters the steel blade into countless spinning fragments. Like a meteor falling from the heavens, Theo plunges straight down through the freezing air and crashes violently into the battlefield amid a storm of shattered wood and snow. Covered in blood, Sex stares upward at the descending swordsman and screams his name in disbelief. In that terrifying instant, she understands that the man before her is Theo Ragnar, the infamous warrior whose frightening reputation she had heard whispered about again and again. Theo gives her no chance to recover, much less finish the thought forming in her mind. Without the slightest hesitation, he swings his sword and releases a merciless arc of blinding aura. Sex cannot even raise her broken weapon before the strike flashes past. A towering fountain of blood erupts into the winter air as her entire left arm, still gripping the shattered hilt, is severed cleanly from her body. A scream of unimaginable agony tears from the Troivan assassin's throat. Her features twist beneath the unbearable pain, and her mutilated body violently collapses backward into the surrounding debris. Theo does not spare the screaming assassin so much as a glance. He lands smoothly among the broken beams and scattered wreckage, remaining perfectly composed despite the destruction surrounding him. His attention immediately shifts toward Umbra, whose enormous body remains curled protectively around the unconscious Cassandra. Seeing the little princess unharmed, Theo warmly praises his shadow beast for guarding her so perfectly. Umbra responds with a pleased, rumbling purr and affectionately nudges against its master, but their brief moment of relief disappears almost as soon as it begins. A sickening and unnatural sound rises from somewhere within the wreckage, instantly causing every one of Theo's sharpened senses to flare with alarm. Theo whips his head back toward the mutilated assassin, his fierce gaze locking onto her blood-soaked figure. A chilling realization strikes him at once. The cornered servitor has not surrendered, and she is still preparing something desperate. Sex has activated the forbidden reverse blood surge technique, a suicidal art meant to destroy both its user and everything nearby. Theo immediately braces himself for a catastrophic explosion of power, yet no wave of raw energy comes. Instead, an enormous cloud of thick red smoke violently erupts around her and floods the ruins. Theo's eyes widen as the truth finally hits him. She has completely deceived him. This is not a suicide attack at all, but an emergency signal. Sex bites down hard on a metallic tube clenched between her teeth, her blood-covered face stretching into a deranged grin. Spitting crimson from her mouth, she mocks Theo's alarmed reaction and laughs that she would never choose a pathetic death through reverse blood surge. To her, such a meaningless ending is something she despises more than anything. Theo moves to silence her, but he does not even manage to take a full step. The device inside Sex's mouth suddenly detonates, and the assassin chooses a gruesome death to make certain her final signal succeeds. A deafening blast consumes her body as a brutal wave of force, shattered debris, and blinding smoke tears across the ruined cabin. Theo is forced to throw up both arms and shield his face from the violent explosion. Many miles from the chaotic battlefield, the towering column of crimson smoke rises clearly into view through the polished lens of a young scout's spyglass. Watching the emergency signal cut through the pale winter sky, the scout lowers her spyglass and casually reports to her superior that their assassin has been discovered and eliminated. Her superior stands ominously upon a fractured landscape suspended in the air, his appearance resembling that of a sinister plague doctor. He receives the report without showing even the smallest trace of grief. To the masked leader, Sex was nothing more than a specialized stealth experiment. The young scout dismisses her gruesome death just as casually, concluding that her advanced concealment abilities simply were not sufficient. Rather than mourning the loss, the masked leader treats her failure as valuable intelligence that can strengthen their plans moving forward. Turning his cold, threatening gaze toward the distant horizon, The masked leader formally declares that the experimental stage of their operation has ended. Now that the testing is complete, he decides it is finally time to move seriously and issues a chilling order for the entire force to mobilize. Behind him, the vast scale of their true strength is finally revealed. An enormous legion of heavily armed knights waits in flawless formation, their armor and weapons stretching across the landscape. Troivin's elite cavalry stands prepared to march, carrying both the Empire's honor and its merciless thirst for blood into battle. Far away at the Tulip Garden, the same towering pillar of red smoke can be seen piercing the winter sky, warning everyone that disaster is already on its way. Rhys stares at the signal in complete bewilderment. The Black Reaper frantically wonders whether her brother was responsible for setting it off and struggles to imagine what kind of disaster could have erupted near the cabin. Feeling an immediate and overwhelming danger closing in, she sharply orders the Reaper squad to scatter across the area and search for any enemies hiding nearby. Before even one of her elite assassins can begin moving, a loyal guard calmly interrupts her urgent command. His grim eyes remain fixed on the distant horizon as he solemnly tells Rhys that sending out scouts would serve no purpose at all. Already frustrated and on edge, Rhys turns on him and fiercely demands to know what he means. Then she follows the direction of his frozen stare. The instant she sees what is approaching, her breath catches painfully in her throat. Her eyes spread wide with absolute shock as the full scale of the catastrophe becomes clear. Across the peaceful fields of blooming purple flowers marches a sight that looks like the arrival of the apocalypse itself. Troivin's colossal cavalry army has already reached the Tulip Garden's doorstep, advancing with unstoppable momentum. The thunderous pounding of countless armored hooves tears apart the silence and shakes the beautiful garden to its roots. Crushing relentlessly through the delicate purple fields is Troivin's most heavily armored and highly trained cavalry division, the legendary Blue Mountain Corps. Even Theo is left momentarily stunned as the overwhelming tide of knights surges toward their position. He recognizes the famous unit immediately, yet cannot understand why Troivin would deploy an army large enough for a full-scale war over a single operation. In that moment, he realizes the situation has become far more dangerous and complicated than anything he expected. Theo rushes through the scattered debris and quickly reunites with Rhys, carrying the unconscious little princess securely on his back. Rhys is visibly relieved to see that her brother survived unharmed, but neither of them has time to dwell on it as their attention returns to the advancing army. Theo grimly admits that he has fought these elite soldiers before, yet even he cannot explain how a force of this size crossed into the area without anyone detecting them. Rhys' thoughts race toward the same horrifying answer. The guard stationed along the Tulip Garden's outer perimeter must have been slaughtered so quickly and completely that not one of them had the chance to send a warning. As the earth begins trembling violently beneath their feet, Theo senses that something even more disturbing lies behind the invasion. His mind works rapidly, pulling the scattered clues together and uncovering a far darker mystery. Theo knows that Cassandra's prophetic abilities would be coveted by countless powers. Yet the Troivin Empire is already ruled by the Mad Dragon Emperor, a terrifying and bloodthirsty regressor who possesses near absolute knowledge of future events. That contradiction sends a cold realization through Theo's entire body. For an empire already commanded by someone who knows the future to mobilize a wartime army and willingly risk enormous casualties merely to abduct one blind little girl, Cassandra's true hidden value must be far greater than Theo ever dared to imagine. Theo tightens his hold around the unconscious princess, securing her firmly against his back as he bitterly curses whatever sinister and unknown scheme Troivin has prepared for her. His grim thoughts are abruptly interrupted by a desperate cry from the perimeter. One of the defenders shouts that the unstoppable cavalry is only moments away from smashing through their position, then urgently begs Miss Rhys to give them her orders. Amid the surrounding chaos, the Black Reaper's eyes burn with fierce determination, and she answers without the slightest hesitation. Rhys refuses to retreat from an enemy charging directly toward them. Raising her weapon with violent resolve, she declares that there is no reason to avoid a battle that has already come to their doorstep. Her voice cuts through the panic as she orders the entire squad to charge head-on and bring down every last knight. Theo immediately cuts across his sister's bloodthirsty command before her forces can obey. Firmly shutting down the proposed counterattack, he tells Rhys that engaging the cavalry in a direct battle would be completely pointless right now. Keeping the unconscious Cassandra tightly secured, Theo reveals the terrifying truth behind the invasion. This entire army has come for the little girl and no one else. He urgently explains that although they may be powerful enough to survive a brutal clash with Troivin's forces, Cassandra's fragile body would never endure such chaos. Becoming trapped in a full-scale battle would create the worst possible situation, allowing the enemy to seize her amid the confusion and bloodshed. Rhys turns toward the sleeping child with complete disbelief written across her face. Unable to understand how one small girl could justify an invasion of this scale, she desperately demands to know who Cassandra truly is. Even one member of the Black Reaper begins wildly speculating that the child might be some secret illegitimate daughter of the Emperor. Faced with his sister's frantic questions, Theo offers no answer. He merely looks back at her in a heavy, grim silence, the seriousness in his expression making the mystery surrounding Cassandra even more unsettling. Reese can only stare at her brother in utter confusion, unable to comprehend why Theo would continue hiding the truth when an entire army is already closing in around them. Beside her, every elite Reaper guard lets out a stunned groan, their faces twisted in complete disbelief. None of them can understand why the young heir remains so stubbornly determined to refuse their only reasonable option. Realizing they need a clear answer immediately, the Black Reaper makes a split-second tactical decision. Forcing down her pride as a warrior, she abruptly abandons the planned counterattack and shouts a desperate new command, ordering the entire squad to scatter and conceal themselves at once. Her loyal assassins obey without hesitation, vanishing in different directions across the snowy ground as the freezing wind tears through the battlefield. Reese clenches her teeth until her jaw aches, both hands tightening around the shaft of her enormous scythe. Cold sweat runs down her face as the apocalyptic cavalry continues charging toward them, and under the crushing pressure, she spits out a vicious curse, realizing the situation has become far more complicated than anyone expected. Then, without warning, a large, blood-stained hand reaches from inside the shattered cabin and clamps tightly around the splintered wooden doorframe. A moment later, the head of the garden cooperative staggers violently through the doorway. She is in horrifying condition, with blood pouring from a massive wound across her face and dirt covering nearly every inch of her battered body. Glaring furiously at the group, she unleashes a stream of angry curses. With the unstoppable Troivan cavalry rapidly closing in on her home, she frantically demands to know who in the world they have brought straight to her doorstep. The terrified woman glances past them and sees the devastating army drawing closer with every passing second. She does not waste even a moment waiting for an explanation. Swinging her arm toward the cabin, she screams at the stunned group to stop standing around like fools and get inside immediately before it is too late. They rush into the dim shadows of the ruined cabin, where the battered woman quickly reveals the desperate escape route she has kept hidden from the outside world. Beneath an old bed resting against the wooden floorboards lies their only possible chance of survival, a carefully concealed trapdoor leading somewhere deep below the cabin. With no time left to hesitate, the entire group plunges through the secret doorway and races down a narrow stone staircase, its dark steps choked with dust and thick strands of ancient cobwebs. When they finally emerge into the enormous cavern below, Theo suddenly stops in his tracks, his eyes widening as he stares ahead in speechless awe. An immense underground hall stretches far into the distance before them, its cavernous walls glowing beneath rows of burning torches. Overwhelmed by the unbelievable scale of the hidden sanctuary, Theo slowly takes in his surroundings and begins to realize what this place might actually be. Before he can finish the thought, the bleeding head of the garden cooperative sharply scolds him and tells him to show proper respect. This colossal crypt is no ordinary refuge. It is the sacred final resting place of Ragnar's revered ancestors. Still carrying the unconscious princess securely in his arms, Theo lowers his gaze and offers a grim apology for bringing an entire military invasion directly to the woman's home. The battered caretaker clicks her tongue and dismisses his apology without a second thought. She already understood the danger when she chose to shelter them, so regret will not help anyone now. Her only demand is that Theo protects the child with his own life. Waving for the group to follow her deeper into the darkness, she assures them that the Troivan cavalry has no knowledge whatsoever of this hidden sanctuary. And even in the unlikely event that the enemy discovers and breaches the entrance, the crypt below was built as an impossibly intricate maze, specifically designed to confuse, trap, and bury any grave robbers who dared enter. The caretaker firmly declares that their destination is the Tomb of 299, hidden within the deepest and safest region of the underground labyrinth. The instant Reese hears that legendary name, her eyes widen in utter disbelief. Unable to contain herself, she gasps aloud, stunned that such a mythical burial site has been lying directly beneath their feet this entire time. As the group presses farther through the twisting shadows, a heavy realization suddenly settles over Theo. His thoughts race back to one of the darkest and most terrifying chapters in Ragnar's history, the legendary account of the 299 Suicide Squad. Many generations ago, a nightmarish wave of colossal monsters descended upon the northern frontier. The creatures trampled everything in their path, threatening to crush the defenses completely and sweep across the land until the entire continent was annihilated. Yet when all hope seemed lost, only 299 of Ragnar's most elite soldiers stepped forward and refused to retreat. Against impossible odds, they threw themselves into a merciless bloodbath and sacrificed every last one of their lives to stop the monstrous tide. Their final stand became a legendary tale of courage and sacrifice, remembered by everyone born into the Ragnar bloodline. After navigating the final stretch of the labyrinth, The exhausted group finally reaches its end and steps into a magnificent sanctuary flooded with brilliant, breathtaking light. Enormous monuments tower over the chamber, while a colossal glowing pillar casts radiant light across the cavernous space. Standing before the sacred site, the battered caretaker lifts her head with unmistakable pride and announces that they have finally reached their destination. Before them lies the sacred burial ground of Ragnar's 299 legendary heroes, the warriors whose sacrifice saved the continent from destruction. Theo carefully looks across the pristine, heavily protected chamber before releasing a long breath of relief. Surrounded by stone, ancient defenses, and the impossible maze behind them, he feels certain that this hidden subterranean fortress can keep the unconscious princess completely safe from the invading army raging above. Theo openly admits that without the caretaker's expert guidance through the impossibly tangled labyrinth, none of them would ever have reached this sanctuary. But before their brief moment of peace can truly settle in, it is shattered without warning. In the blink of an eye, a glowing blue system window bursts into existence directly before Theo's face. The sudden alert flashes with an urgent warning. A massive anomaly has been detected, and his hatchling synchro skill has been forcibly activated. Completely unprepared for the system to trigger the ability on its own, the young swordsman stiffens in place, staring at the message in stunned disbelief. Before Theo can even begin to understand the alarming warning, an eerie supernatural radiance spreads throughout the entire cavern. One after another, dozens of mysterious hooded phantoms materialize from empty air, their glowing forms surrounding the chamber on every side. The ethereal figures float high above the stunned group, filling the ancient tomb like a silent gathering of spirits. Theo raises his head and stares at them in disbelief, but to his shock, the spectral figures slowly turn and stare directly back at him. The moment one of the towering shadows meets Theo's gaze, it suddenly freezes in absolute shock. Bewildered that a living human is looking straight at them, the phantom turns toward the other spirits and mutters in disbelief. Somehow, against all reason, this young boy is actually able to see them.